A great hero who dominated an era. Just the name alone shows the strongest head of a large group in history. There was a warrior who defeated King Zanyama and was praised for a long time. There is a doctor who has saved countless patients struggling with illness meanwhile. There is a person who belongs to nowhere and only pursues power. Davy laughed tremblingly. It was so funny, it's all nonsense. There was a child no more than 10 years old who had to go through terrible things. If you are not satisfied, you will be punched. Once survive and carry out your mission. The boy will be thrown into the fire and told that that is his next mission. It's all for your benefit, that's the bullshit he was told. Davy stood in front of a group of people and said with a happy tone, I can finally say goodbye to this place. The promised land of heroes. And also a gathering place for fallen souls. They didn't want to leave him, they said sadly, he was still very weak. A person nearby spoke up and said she should soak him in the magma lake longer. He sighed and said, really, how long will he live and listen to his sister, the grandmother thousands of years ago? When the two of them heard that, their faces turned pale. Another person heard him say that and got angry, used his bare hands to break a stone and shouted, what is that? I will slit that brat's mouth. Two other people quickly ran to hug her and pull her back. He still calmly used 2 fingers to cover his ears and paid no attention to her. Seeing you like that made her even angrier. Brat, how dare you say that to me? She raised her fist towards him. The others hastily told each other to hurry up. I have had enough of Daffy, she screamed, completely speechless. Even though I'm angry with you. But all of them couldn't bear to leave him. Really, goodbye. Keep living and don't forget us. He smiled and turned around to leave without looking back. They were behind him waving goodbye. But contrary to them, he wanted to leave more than stay. I hope I won't have to see you guys again. But only he heard this sentence and they couldn't hear it. A white light appeared and he also disappeared with that light. Get back in bed. Davy swore in his heart, fuck, my body is paralyzed, can't even open my eyes. After a while of trying, he finally opened his eyes. He could only sigh and think, sigh, I'm back. The prince is weak and abandoned. Davy al Rauna. The Rauna kingdom is located in the eastern part of the Thiones continent, the young prince of this unusual country and the king's first child. It's me, Davy al Rauna. From the moment I was born, everything was good. After all, I'm still a prince, even though I lived in an enclosure. It was a palace and enjoyed high-class luxury compared to my previous life. The luxury part should be cancelled. Why was I so stupid back then? I believe that happiness will last forever, live in a happy and peaceful world. I don't really understand my position as prince. A cup of poison, I should have known that any time, anywhere I could be a target. I realized that without strength, filial piety is useless. More than enough for charisma. Now the most important thing is for me to recover, then I will slowly take revenge. A moaning voice rang out, ah. Davy chuckled and thought, slowly enjoy what you get from me, with knowledge and power after thousands of years, this body was beaten and buried by the heroes. I will leave everything to you, owner of this body. He remembered the image of his stepmother. And his half-brother when he murdered him. Davy sat on a deserted green lot sobbing alone, coughing, sniffing. Suddenly someone approached, making him startled. That person smiled and said, it turns out you're here, new. He cautiously turned around to look, and the person spoke up and said that he didn't need to be so cautious. It was a big, strong man with lion's fur on his shoulders. He sat down and happily said, I heard, you have a warning for them, I think it's quite worth listening to. Davy regained his previous weak appearance and said firmly, if you want to laugh, just laugh, I didn't say anything wrong. He remembered when he first came here, everyone had a grand celebration. They were the ones who happily welcomed me when I arrived, but their attitude changed 180 degrees when they discovered I was a child. Normally, from that moment on they looked at me with an annoyed look. Davy's voice was low. I also felt uncomfortable. I just suddenly felt scared so I couldn't say anything. But now, you clench your arms and get angry. I can't stand it anymore. I didn't want to come here. What do they want from me? That man spoke up. It seems like you shocked them because they are people full of pride. Actually you know that too. He sighed and said, what kind of heroes are those people? He changed his tone slightly. That's not the reason you thought for several days to be able to express your opinion. You looked back in confusion. That man lifted you up. You should be happy, newbie, you're panicking. What? The man laughed loudly. I will give you what you want. It wasn't your fault in the first place, so it's funny that you were the one to show it. He happily said, since we are now a family, I will have to take responsibility for you. Davy said angrily. What family? I don't even know who you are. The man with the lion mask introduced himself. My name is Hercules. Davy wondered. So what? He said. I'm a survival expert. Davy was bewildered. What survival? Hercules cleared his mind with his decisive words. Starting today I will train you. After hearing this, Davy was stunned for a long time before he had time to respond. What is that? He took you down. Let's work hard together. You struggled helplessly. Hey, what about my opinion? Hey, walk. In the large room, a scream rang out. Then Davy gasped. He looked at the infusion with the blue gem before settling down. Davy thought to himself, that's it, phew, I'm really back. Inside Davy's building, the usual person walked inside. He silently thought, how many days has it been since I woke up? The only person who cares for me, and comes into my room, is only this maid. Davy watched the girl and thought, not surprisingly, I was in a coma for a long time. He tried to give a forced smile. His room had been neglected to the point of mold. He silently sighed, so he should be grateful that they at least sent someone here, right? It was difficult for me to move my body. When the servant left, he opened his eyes and tried to get up. His arms trembled as he leaned on the bed for support. But I can still slowly sit up, even though my body is actually extremely weak, so that's good. Davy turned around and looked around. The first thing I needed to find out was, finally no. He picked up the circular calendar. What day was it? He thought quietly, the time he was shot with an arrow and fainted. Davy remembered that moment when his blood fell drop by drop to the ground. His whole body no longer had the strength to run away. From afar, there was a person riding a horse looking at his pathetic appearance. Davy gritted his teeth in anger. It's been 6 years. He lowered his head and thought, I will never let that happen again, and to avoid that I need to recover as quickly as possible. He raised his skinny arm and clenched it tightly. Begin to restore the body. He raised his palm facing forward aimlessly. After a while, nothing happened that made him a little confused. What? He didn't understand why he couldn't use his power. Davy recalls that when he was in the place of the gods, there was someone who taught him. As you can see, your strength is quite normal, Davy, which is not a bad thing, but you. She leaned her back against the wall and affirmed, you can still become the strongest. Davy looked at her in disbelief and said, I can't. That person still didn't change his opinion and told him, don't lie so you can use me to clean up and take care of the monastery. Davy puzzled, what, holy power? That is the power of God, the ruler of the world, a terrifying power only given to those loved by God. The person who taught me about holy power, Daphne, was known as the girl accepted by God. Through the way she used her power, eventually due to working hard for hundreds of years she was attained that holy power. Back to reality, our Davy is frowning and pouting, so annoyed. The problem here is that this body has been paralyzed for the past 6 years. I fear that I will lose all the experiences I have gained when I return to this form, but everything is intact. However, when I tried to stand up, Davy complained, moving away this lazy body, he sighed, it might take a while for me to be able to use my abilities. Davy gritted his teeth and tried again, moving away, recovering, but in the end there was no response. Even more was needed for the most basic healing ability to work. You persist, move, recover, hurry, recover. After a while his whole body slumped as if he had accepted it. I usually would have given up, but... His hands clenched tightly and he mumbled angrily. Hey, if we don't move we'll die, body. Yes, he didn't know if there was anything hidden in what he just said, but he immediately ate it. A wing-shaped mark appeared in front of him, making him happy. Ha, with this recovery I can gain holy power. The remaining skills will be regained when fully recovered. The whole room is now surrounded by soft yellow light. After completing his task, the wings fell to the ground and slowly dissolved. Davy got out of bed and took his first steps. He had to lean his hand on the side of the small cabinet next to him so he wouldn't fall. He was so tired. He finally succeeded. Davy continued to grope his way further away, not knowing if he would be able to walk again as usual. If not, he had to try to recover as quickly as possible. Above the window there was a gust of wind blowing the curtain up high. Davy noticed this point and walked closer to the window. When he looked outside, he was stunned for a long time. The view outside shows a town and the sky looks blue. He freely punched himself in this fresh air. It was so great. Suddenly a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He put his hands out to the sides and said loudly, with all due respect, long live the sun. Suddenly there was a scream after he said that, Kya. The maid serving him saw him stand up, shocking her so much that she broke the plate on the floor. Devi froze. And she started calling, Prince, Prince, how come you? Devi collapsed on the floor crying in his heart, I'm so embarrassed, I should lie dead on the bed right now. She saw him fall and ran in panic, Prince. After he woke up, the news spread and a doctor was sent to check his health. He was using a device to listen to his heartbeat. Quite strange, his body is surprisingly healthy, he is an experienced family doctor. He asked him if there were any strange symptoms that I didn't know about. Devi politely replied, besides being a little tired, there was nothing. He thought, I see. Devi looked at him and thought, if it was before I wouldn't think I would be so rude to an elderly person. Even though I don't like it, I understand my current position. Devi Al Rauna, whose name was given to the royal family of the most insignificant of all kingdoms. Like the son of Leni Alishar, and the first prince of this country. At this time a woman came, it was strange. She walked up to him with her 2 children. Devi glanced at him. That luxurious woman, the one who poisoned my mother to take her position, is the current queen, Linus Barayat. Her children are also here now, 2nd Prince Carlos, 3rd Prince Benedis. The guy who attacked him was the 2nd Prince Carlos, who was looking at him with a look of contempt. The family doctor also spoke up, I know, I didn't expect him to be this resilient. She said meaningfully, yes, did you see the person who shot the arrow? Devi replied, I'm not sure, the arrow suddenly came so. Suddenly he laughed, have they been caught yet? Devi glanced at the 3 of them with a deadly look, an attempt to assassinate the royal family. I'm curious about the punishment the royal family gave them. Carlos saw him looking at him and felt guilty. She quickly said, no, unfortunately the case is over, it's all over. The family doctor also reminded him that the initial treatment has ended, so what you need to do now is to call for regular medical care from time to time and you will get better within a few days. He replied, okay, they'll let you do it anyway. The doctor left with the servant. He advised, give him a snack. She nodded, remembering yes, Linus Barayat told him, it would be better to fall asleep. Devi smiled and said, are you feeling disappointed because an obstacle has come back into your life? Carlos forced a smile and told him, the so-called first prince was attacked and fell into a deep coma. She continued, what a shame, let's go Benedis. Outside the door he could still hear their sarcasm, the shame of a kingdom, it was ridiculous. Devi raised his arm to the blue lights that always surrounded him. I used holy power in front of them, but it seemed like no one noticed, probably because of the huge difference in my power level with them. Devi fell down now, Yaho. He thought, really, could it be because I was up there for so long that I felt it was really meaningless, even so I would still take revenge and for now just calm down and recover. Devi was silent for a moment, then said, curious what his first meal would be. So now I should find a way to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Devi sat up and muttered, with his current strength, he should probably recover first and pay attention to those who were stalking him. He whined, why did it take so long? He was so hungry. His long hair has been cut. Right now you're practicing push-ups with the chairs in your room. It's been 2 weeks since my holy power awakened. You're still practicing diligently, how, hup. After a while, he finished practicing, time passed slowly. He looked at his hands, I was recovering quickly. Although the healing magic helped me recover a lot, with the knowledge of a prophet who had studied the human body, and with the medical knowledge taught by Ms. Haya, I had no difficulty in recovering. Devi snapped his fingers and said, delete. Immediately a stream of water appeared around his body and washed away the dirt that had accumulated during training. He looked at the clean clothes in front of him and was satisfied. Magic was really convenient. Suddenly there was a voice calling, Prince, it's Amy. Devi looked back a bit when he heard it, but, here she comes. Amy prepared a plate of food to put on the table. Here is your meal, sir. He looked dejectedly at the plate of food in front of him, the meal we were waiting for. Just because I'm a patient, they treat me like an old person. You're bored. Amy said confusedly, I'm so sorry. He sighed, it's okay, anyway, prepare 5 more servings. She was surprised when she heard that, 5 more servings. He finished eating in a moment and then said again. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant 10 more. Amy was confused, 10 servings, he calmly said without seeing her worried face, if he just put it all in it would probably be okay. Looks like I'm already full, the healing magic makes me digest 3 times faster than normal. He happily hugged his stomach, feeling that his body was gradually getting better. And of course, if you digest quickly, you also have to be excreted quickly. He immediately clutched his stomach. Damn, I need to go to the bathroom. Amy looked at him in confusion. The prince, you're in a hurry, it's not okay, go to the bathroom quickly or something will come out. After solving his personal problem, Davy put on his glasses and read something. His face wrinkled. Wow, this is something I didn't expect, I finally discovered this truth. He sighed. Amy next to him was extremely panicked. I was extremely sorry. He said, it's okay, you didn't do anything wrong. In his hand was a piece of paper recording his daily expenses. No need to worry, after all it was all up to them. Davy asked, how many people are working here now, even though the problem is quite obvious? Hearing that, Amy blushed and was confused. About that, he asked, you were the only one here. She panicked. I'm so sorry, I'm not allowed to say it. After listening, he continued to sigh in frustration. Now this is not a king's castle, but it has been used by many kings in the past. He asked, so are you saying that you alone manage this castle? However, there is only one maid in charge of this castle, which is the price to return. In the past, even though I was in poverty, I never had to worry about eating. Davy asked, how much was the budget? Amy said, there are about 6,000 gold left, but maybe my remaining assets are now 10 gold. He continued, no matter how much you receive this month, even if it's little, if you use it sparingly, won't your food problem be solved? She bowed her head and said, each month we receive exactly 500 gold, but the amount we receive is less than 100 gold. He thought to himself, am I being robbed of money? He asked, what about her salary? She was confused. Yes. He said in a serious voice, don't make me say it twice, will you receive your full salary? She rubbed her hands together, well, I only get about 1/3 of my salary. Davy was startled when he heard it. What? She's nice, but what an idiot. Servants are the property of the nobility. However, Amy is the daughter of a painter who, due to poverty, became a servant to take care of me in the castle without leaving for the past 6 years, even though I had to pay my own salary. He silently looked at her bewildered smile and commented in his heart, what a kind idiot. He smiled and said, take the part of your salary that you don't receive from my income. Amy was surprised. What? You said, I told you, don't make me say it again, you're so surprised. I'm sorry, but. Davy said, you said we don't have any food left. She replied, that's true, but Prince, after hearing that you immediately froze. Prince, you can stop calling me that. Amy was stunned by this statement. Part 2, yes. He said, anyway, you calling me like that makes me feel separate. The prince has to manage his own property. The two packed up and went to the royal castle. He smiled and looked at the majestic castle in front of him and said, I admit that he has money, the castle is really big, and if they saw me coming here, they would be very surprised, right? Remembering the conversation with her friend just now, Amy was shocked to hear Davy give her permission to stop calling him by the title Prince. Sir, he explained, even in this situation, my father did not appear. He saw her face was worried. Was I wrong to mention that? It would be a big problem if the queen heard about it. The two entered the castle. Amy was confused when inside such a place. She kept looking back and forth, looking very uneasy. He laughed at her reaction. If you just stand there like that, I will ignore it. My father didn't do anything when my mother was killed. I can't consider him my father anymore. Amy tried to run after him. He'll lead the way. He looked at her radiant face and was satisfied. I look forward to working with you, she happily replied. Yes. The manager here came out to welcome Davy but only stroked his beard and refused to say. I'm sorry, but using more budget is difficult. Davy looked at him stroking his beard and thought angrily, his beard makes me uncomfortable. After hearing his refusal, he looked around and thought for a moment. It turns out that this is the finance department. It seems like their disdain for me seems to be true. He paid no attention to this abandoned prince and turned away with a disgusted sigh. Davy saw that he was disgusted and despised him and sat down to prepare to teach him a lesson. The other man saw that and was worried about what Davy was planning to do. Davy sat down and immediately glared at him and said, Hey, are you kidding me? The manager was confused and worried and asked again, Huh? Davy saw that he looked like he didn't know so and immediately used sharp words, clearly stating that the amount of gold he should have received was 500, but why was the amount of gold we received not yet 100? He was told that there was a difficulty that he couldn't explain but just covered it up, which was the remaining amount of gold after deducting the fees to maintain the castle. Even other castles were the same. Davy didn't expect him to cover it up like that and sighed and said, Well, that's why the castle you're maintaining has cracks in the floor and weeds growing all over it. the garden is full of weeds and weeds, the collapsed hill no matter how you look at it looks like a haunted house, how do you explain it? After listening to Davy's sharp arguments, everyone discussed, it seemed like he had been robbed of money, so shush and be quiet. He angrily looked at this stern demeanor and thought, it's unreasonable, isn't it? This kid has eyes like a king, I have to explain to a kid. After he finished thinking, he immediately replied to Davy. How can any prince have to manage his own finances? Maintenance and upkeep is not managed by the Ministry of Finance, this is a place to manage the budget, not a place to provide money. After hearing this, Davy slapped his hand on his thigh and said loudly, so that's it. He was told these words but didn't know what to say except feeling worried. After finishing his criticism, he turned to the maid and said, I'm done here, let's go, Amy. He eavesdropped and asked Davy, are you going to the management department? Davy frankly walked away and turned back and said, why do we have to go there? I'm pretty sure something like this will happen again, I bet they'll blame someone to buy time, go buy something, with the money you got from me. Davy walked and observed and said, this place is so orderly. After he finished speaking, he thought about the future, my servants will leave when I become like that, even then they will definitely receive a full salary and Amy will endure everything. Amy saw him thinking about something and called, Huang. Before he could finish his sentence, Davy spoke up and turned to say, Amy. Amy immediately replied back to Davy, yes I am. Davy spoke calmly and told Amy, bring me the sword. After listening, Amy was extremely confused and replied, huh. Davy saw Amy trembling so nervously and said, don't worry, I have no intention of cutting anyone. Ha ha, did I scare you? Amy saw Davy smiling and looking very calm and ran away and said, I'll go find one for you. Davy watched her run away like that and smiled, thinking, maybe then I might not intend to kill anyone. But I will slash those who do not deserve to be called humans. Davy went slashing something and the blood splattered on his face and thought, in an unstable state, what would happen if I started killing servants and nobles one by one, for no reason? It's a very simple answer, the prince is crazy, we have to get rid of the prince, they won't hesitate and do it. Davy looked up at the sky and thought, I have no intention of becoming a prey to those nobles. Looking at the slashed pig lying unconscious on the ground. Amy couldn't believe it and said, what is that, when have you been there? Davy wiped his sweat and answered Amy's question, I don't know, it just happened to be in front for a long time so I brought it back. After listening, Amy asked confusedly, what? Davy approached the boar and asked Amy, could you get a plate and anti-mold while? He also had some thoughts, that was a lie, the truth is that I killed it myself but that's an absurd thing so well pretend. Suddenly Amy bent down and begged Davy, Mr. Davy, please let me do it. Davy panicked and said, what are you doing, don't scream like that. Amy said with tears in her eyes, I can't let your hands touch the animal's machine. Davy heard her say that and thought, even if I touched it, I would have killed it. Amy was still worried about Davy and advised him that when he slaughtered him, if he wasn't careful he could get hurt again. Davy smiled happily, making Amy still scared and said, it's okay, no one's looking. The meat cutter thought for a moment, even if I wanted to see the king I would be refused due to political issues, as well as the guests who could not do anything. It seemed like the party queen was stopping me, with everything in her power. But I am a student of Hercules, the master of survival, I have gradually become an expert. He changed into his cowboy outfit and turned around to show it off to Amy and said, I'm very cool, right, they'll take care of dinner tonight. Amy saw him like that but didn't know what to say. Davy thought confidently that its danger was nothing to me. At this time, in another castle, Mrs. Linus was scolding Cheryl. What is he thinking? Shirley saw that she was so worried and asked, who met Prince Davy? She immediately confirmed that it was correct. The more I thought about that kid, the more strange it became, he was no longer the person I knew. Shirley listened to her worry and comforted her, after all, he was just a waste. According to the news, the prince could barely walk, in his current state, he needed at least a year to fully recover. After listening, Lena still didn't believe it, so she angrily grabbed her skirt and said, is it possible that your information could be wrong? Shirley, even if you are an A-rank informant for the Black Moon Society, you are still just a C-rank servant in my eyes. After Lena's finished speaking, she still had thoughts in her heart, the assassin group residing in the city's capital, the Black Moon Group, it's not that I don't trust her, it's just that I can't get rid of her unpleasant feeling, for me. The first prince, the one abandoned by the king, as Shirley said nothing will happen even if he wakes up after 6 years, I will still hold his life in my hands. It should be like that but... While she was thinking, she suddenly woke up because Shirley spoke up and said, My people do not discriminate, and if continue to offend them. She didn't expect Shirley to be so serious, so she smiled and said, "Oh no, I just said what I was worried about. We can stop Davy's plans at any time. But if you can't, you'll be the one to pay for it, remember." Shirley was reminded and responded loyally, "Please give me orders when the time comes." On the other side, Amy and Davy were still happily chatting and enjoying dinner, not knowing that something bad was coming. Hippocrea told Davy that, like a thread passing through hundreds of nails, the large stream of magic power would be torn into smaller streams, very slowly and carefully. "Do you understand, kid? The most difficult thing is to reach the blood vessels and brain, which is as difficult as pulling a thread through hundreds of needles." After listening, Davy looked at his hand with some thought. Hippocrea saw how stupid he was and laughed at this action. Suddenly a scene appeared of two people talking and laughing together. It was quite interesting. "Why do you say that? He should have died." Davy looked at her actions and thought, "She can split the ocean with her harsh words. Although she is a prophet, she invites a priest. Even in my dreams I saw the great master's staff." Looking at Davy in front of the magician, he threatened to say, "Do you want to die?" Seeing that, Davy replied softly, "And it was no big deal." Hippocrea gives Davy confidence that, just by participating in this experiment, I will try my best to complete the assigned task. Davy still couldn't believe it and asked, "Everyone gathered here not just to look at me, so you will help me, right?" "That's true, but..." After speaking, Davy still had his own thoughts, "An experiment that I don't want to go through again." In the end, Davy still chose to agree to follow Hippocrea to perform the experiment. Now when the morning comes, Davy is busy taking care of the trees. Amy ran out and was a little surprised and asked, "Prince, will you continue to take care of the garden?" Davy saw Amy coming and happily called, "Come here, Amy, the weather is beautiful today, this garden looks very elegant now, I'm fine so you can go, if anyone is looking for me, let me know." Amy is also used to this, but just reminds him, "Don't work too hard, sir." Davy also saw the change in her and happily thought, "Usually she is always panicked with everything I do, but she has gradually adapted. It seems I'm getting closer to Amy, she still refuses to eat with me but things are getting better." Davy finished thinking and left to enjoy his private moments. He ran to a cool tree to practice his power. He immediately activated the field to have a shield from being disturbed. Next to Davy are sources of spiritual energy surrounding him, preparing to absorb. When air begins to flow into the body, take energy from nature and exhale a steady breath. This is breathing with mana. Is the breathing technique of the shaman, God Odin, understanding the level of energy that the body may not yet need to practice and using it on a regular basis. However, through this method the energy will often take several months to gather. This is the miracle of breathing techniques. Davy has some thoughts about the present. If this country can learn this technique, it will bring a great revolution, but I have no intention of revealing it to anyone. Isn't it also something that can be achieved easily? Suddenly, a strong wind blew and there was a shadow of someone peeking at Davy. He also noticed and turned around without any fear, smiling and challenging. There seemed to be someone over there. But Davy didn't care one bit and thought, even though I'm being watched by many people, it's definitely because of the Queen. If you pay attention to it you'll bring trouble to yourself, so you'd better leave. On the contrary, this can help me. If they think him a stupid and weak prince, due to expanding the energy distortion field I can practice peacefully. And I've built up quite a bit of energy, however. Davy thought about it and muttered to himself, maybe it's time for me to do it. Immediately he remembered the damn energy circle. Priests cannot use magic and mages cannot use holy power, and prophecy is a power that neither of them can use. However, I can use all three of these powers, thanks to the two people at the temple. Thank you, two crazy teachers. And those two more. Suddenly thinking about it made Davy feel nauseous. Thinking about it, just thinking about it made him feel nauseous. He looked around and thought, often when magicians want to use magic, they have to draw a circle in the heart. Having found a suitable destination, Davy immediately exhaled and began to think. However, this method cannot prevent the conflict of the holy power and the prophetic power. If you try to do that your heart will be destroyed. A suitable circle for me is the arterial circle, by connecting all my arteries to create a circle and sending energy through it to use the entire body including my heart, me. In addition to preventing the conflict of holy power and prophetic power, it also brought about an amazing result. However, this is similar to repairing the body, so even a small mistake will mean death. After thinking about the plan, Davy immediately used his hands to think. That's why I don't want to do it the last time I try to do it I can achieve it because I remember wanting others. Damn it, can I succeed on my own? As Davy was comforting himself, he suddenly felt Hippocrea's hand touch him. Seeing that, he understood and happily thought, that's right, this isn't me. Failure isn't as bad as spending thousands of years at that temple. Davy finally confidently smiled and thought, it'll start, I can't let it fail. After doing the work, the whole sky appeared. By the time it was dark, Davy still hadn't returned, so Amy worriedly went to find him and said, it's been a while since dinner time, the prince comes home late, Hess often like that but he never misses a meal. She looked around and thought worriedly, he said not to bother unless something big happened, but if something happened to him, he couldn't call for help, if anything happened, out with him. Davy saw her so worried and came out and said, I thought I told you not to call me prince anymore. Seeing him come out of there safe and sound made Amy happily call out, Mr. Davy. Davy walked out and said, yo, you were waiting for me, I told you not to wait for me. Amy still said nervously, but. Davy didn't expect Amy to be so worried, so he sighed and said, you and your silence, it seems like I have to try harder. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately walked over and hugged Amy. She was suddenly hugged like that and felt confused and blushed and called him back, Mr. Davy. I'm so tired that I want to hug Amy, I'm sorry, I'm so tired, can you help me? After speaking, he immediately collapsed at Amy's feet, causing her to call out in panic. Mr. Davy. When Davy woke up and opened his eyes slowly, he didn't understand what had just happened and was thinking worriedly, he suddenly felt worried. He immediately remembered everything and woke up startled. Suddenly I found myself in Amy's hands watching him all night. Davy saw it and thought, really yesterday I fainted suddenly. What I was hesitant to do was the arterial circle was completed perfectly. Those three powers are blending in my veins, the strange thing about this circle is a special effect. At this moment, a cool breeze flowed into the room, causing Amy to wake up. Seeing Davy's huge figure, he was surprised and called out to me, sir. Davy was still thinking, there was no limit to just moving one finger and I could use any simple spell including healing. He came over and saw Amy waking up and greeted her, good morning Amy. Time passed like a breeze and it's been 5 months. Amy was still busy calling Davy, sir, Mr. Davy, look, there are herbs in here. Davy looked over and immediately replied, well I see, I mean I can eat anything. Seeing what he said, Amy had no choice but to reply, okay, I understand. I also wiped my sweat and thought back, exactly 3 months before the arterial circle was completed and our lives became stable. Someone brought food to the castle. At first I thought it was the Queen's plan but, Therese no way she could be so nice for no reason. I feel that someone is helping me but I don't know who it is, I think I heard someone yesterday. Suddenly Davy felt the energy and thought. Actually, if I spread my energy around the castle to find out who it was, it would be easy, after all those people kept their distance from Amy so as not to interfere with her daily life. Davy now felt something and thought, someone is coming. Amy still didn't know but smiled and said, we will have enough food for the next time. Davy also replied, okay, let's go. But he went the other way and said, we need to welcome some guests. Amy immediately puzzled and said, yes. Davy walked quickly, smiling and saying, who could it be? He quickly ran out to see and discovered that it was the Queen's henchman. At this time, in Davy's room, he was also being looked after by the Queen's henchmen to examine the situation. The Queen's minions immediately asked him, what do you think? Davy also asked about my health, will I recover soon? The Queen's henchmen told him that because the prince had been paralyzed for a long time, it was difficult for me to use holy power on him, so he was grateful for what he had. Davy also absent-mindedly replied absent-mindedly, is that so? But in fact, in his heart he thought, this is nonsense. For a guy who doesn't know how to use healing magic properly as a representative of the Lord and country, this is really something to throw away one's own responsibility and follow someone else's orders, are disappointed. You should stop lying, not because you can't be cured, but because you don't want to. Davy did not give in and said sarcastically, I thought with the power that Priya gave you, you could heal me quickly. I also think again, contrary to what you said, my body has almost completely recovered. The other henchman also casually said, Prince, you say that because you don't understand. Davy saw him like that and thought, I don't understand. He began to teach Davy, how to use and holy knowledge and power is something only reserved for priests. Even if you are a prince you should not ask for such things, that is the way it is. I didn't expect Boris to insult you, you really look like Prince Carlos. Amy angrily scolded the priest, Priest Boris, you are talking to the prince, be careful what you say to yourself. He was told that and asked, how can a servant like you dare to raise your voice to lecture me? Unexpectedly, Priest Boris was angry and slapped her, causing her to fall down. Davy couldn't look any more and said, "Hey." The priest Boris then pretended and said, "Oh no, Prince, if I let a servant say whatever she wants, it will be a problem for you even though she looks like she has nothing to lose." Amy was slapped until it hurt and trembled, being humiliated and perverted by Priest Boris. "But she also has some beauty, after all I came all the way here, isn't it the right thing for her to do to see me off, Prince? The inspection is done, I will see you again in 15 days. Davy just blandly replied, "See you later." Amy sent him off. Hearing the order, Amy could only bow and say, "Yes." A situation where all three people have three different levels of emotions. At this time is still ticking by and no one knows anything. In the other room, the priest pressed Amy on top and said threateningly, "Remember, you have to come alone. Remember that the prince's life is in my hands." Hearing this, Amy became worried and looked up at this guy threateningly. Why should you care if Hess a loyal servant? Hess just a useless prince. Amy didn't expect him to say that and thought in panic. At this moment, only Davy was left in the room, thinking angrily. Suddenly, Davy felt cold in his body, an unknown emptiness in his soul, and a rage that overwhelmed everything. Without hesitation, he put on his shirt and ran out. "My self-esteem is too high to take this lightly." Daphne said that she was no different from an animal if she couldn't control her anger, but it didn't seem that important. Davy angrily took his sword and went out to prepare to execute him. The soldiers on guard saw a figure holding a sword and said angrily, "Who's there, Prince?" As he walked, he thought, rage can be a spice in life, and can also be a guide to your goals. If laziness is the key to advancement, then rage is the driving force. After speaking, he immediately ignored the others and went to find Amy. Priest Boris continued to warn Amy, saying, "Remember, Prince Davy's life is in my hands." Amy angrily questioned, "Are you referring to assassinating the royal family?" Priest Boris still said without fear, "That has nothing to do with me, after all that guy is just a mixed-race child, the Queen will admit that to me. Do you think anyone in this capital will side with that trash? And who would dare to punish me? Someone close to the Queen, Priya's successor, right? Ha ha ha." Davy sitting behind heard that and said, "Sounds good." Hearing Davy's voice made Boris turn around in panic, seeing Davy passing by with his sword. "I also need an excuse." Davy gently swiped his sword at Boris, causing him to panic and say, "How did you?" Davy paid him no attention and asked Amy, who was standing nearby, "Amy, what is the punishment for blasphemy against the royal family?" He was pressed by Davy and gritted his teeth and said, "No way, how?" Davy knew and interrupted and said, "I can move, this is why you stay in the same position and don't get promoted. I didn't need that dirty magic from you in the first place." He continued to call Amy loudly, startling her, "Amy, I said don't make me say it a second time, blasphemy against the royal family will result in punishment." Amy hesitated and slowly said, "That's..." Before Amy could finish speaking, Davy gave Boris a fatal sword strike right in the neck. And Amy finally said, "Death on the spot." He received a fatal blow from Davy and collapsed immediately, saying, "The Queen will not let this go." Davy, fearless, smiled confidently and said, "Thank you for the warning, but I guarantee that your followers will also disappear." The Queen came over, saw that her henchman had been gently handled by Davy, and got angry, slapped her and asked, "Are you crazy? How could you kill the disciples of the Holy Land? How dare you do that? If you weren't..." Still fearless, Davy interrupted, "That disciple threatened my life, so we'll just punish him according to the law. What's the matter?" The Queen was so angry that she picked up her fan and tried to hit her, saying, "How dare you?" Davy continued to interrupt and say, "It's funny, just when I was in a coma, the laws of this country became so cruel, things happened and the king just kept silent and did nothing. But for me, who punished someone who blasphemed the royal family, it's unreasonable. Since when did the royal family's status become lower than that of the disciple?" The Queen was furious when she was told, trembling and said, "How dare you lower the king's authority? I don't know your reason, that is not something you can arbitrarily judge, there will be complaints. If you come from the Holy Land, I knew you would be like your stupid mother." Davy was so insulted that his mother couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Of course I have to be like my mother, but I don't like it when you talk about my mother like that." The Queen didn't know what to do and continued to insult, "Shallow thing, you and your mother are both shallow." Davy couldn't bear it any longer and spoke sharply, "Your Majesty, cursing someone else's mother in front of them is not good behavior." Having finished speaking, Davy immediately pulled out his sword, causing the queen to panic and fall down. But the queen's servants immediately showed up and drew their weapons to protect the queen. Unexpectedly, Shirley secretly attacked and used a chain to chain Davy. He was stunned but still praised Shirley a bit. "Ha, it's nice to see your loyalty, I thought it would be happier if you were a little more." Davy began to reveal what he already knew and said it all, too much pressure for someone who has died. Whether it's a queen or someone trying to kill a royal, it's a worthy outcome. The queen collapsed as she heard it and thought in shock. No way, he knew Carlos was the culprit. Davy didn't need her to say it, he could read the queen's thoughts and smiled and thought. "Of course I know, I'm not stupid enough to not realize that, but don't worry, it's not that time yet." When he finished thinking about it, she didn't want to say much to Davy and said, "I'm a little tired, so can you go home?" Davy saw her sending people away so quickly and smiled and asked, "Oh, are you tired of turning pale in front of a sick person?" She got angry and said, "You bastard." Davy also reminded her, "And may you become more proper in my place. As you can see, the state of this castle is not good. You have brought all the people working here. I want you to ensure that this place will be rebuilt as soon as possible. If this continues, there will probably be some strange news circulating. You probably already understand what that news is." The queen was so angry that Davy gritted her teeth and couldn't say anything. Davy asked her with some thought, "Anyway, that's not a bad idea." He also never told the queen there and continued to use hidden words. "It will help you make more careful decisions, isn't that right, honorable queen?" After Davy made difficult requests to the queen, he immediately left the queen's quarters. She was so angry that she was oppressed and threw all the flower vases to the ground and shouted loudly, thinking, "How dare a mixed-race child despise me?" The queen shouted angrily and sat down, but none of her maids dared to approach. Suddenly she continued to say, "Okay, if you want. If your wish is to die, then I will give you a hand with your unknown behavior, which will be the reason you have to die." At this time, in the other castle, everyone looked at the servant Amy in disgust. "Looks like the rumors are true. What rumors are there about that prince? Well, no one can explain his behavior after waking up from the coma. Calm down." Amy, who was bringing things to the king, didn't pay any attention to those people and smiled. Davy also knew about these things and thought a little. After the death of the priest and the queen being warned about this situation in the capital, it was understandable. Rumors are spreading that Prince Davy is crazy. That's the rumor, and half the people in the palace are on the side of the queen, whose reputation is going down. At this time, Amy also brought the things back and happily showed them to Davy. "Look, Prince, there are things sent again." Seeing Amy so happy, Davy was also helpless and said, "Besides, I don't need documents." But Amy didn't care about that and still happily wiped her sweat and said, "This is something we need to be grateful for. Surely someone knows you are a good person." He saw her so happy and asked, "Do I look like a good person?" Amy did not hesitate and happily smiled and said, "Of course." Davy didn't expect Amy to answer so quickly and thought, an immediate answer even though he once killed someone right in front of her. She is truly a special person. While the two were happily chatting, the butler appeared and called her, "Sir, I have brought criminals." Davy was a little surprised and said, "Wait there." Bisphus saw this and said, "I have brought the sinners according to the queen's words as you wished. These are the lowly people who withdrew your money and are running away." Davy was a bit surprised and said, "I knew there were some familiar faces, embezzling and running away." Bisphus usually gets punished for this. Bisphus gently explained to him that it was based on the rights of the person, but usually the death penalty and also family members. The others heard the punishment and begged and said, "Prince, we know our sins, please forgive us." Davy listened to these false pleas and only coldly pushed back his glasses and said, "Now I see that a rumor has been spreading recently that I am a bloodthirsty man." Butler Bisphus heard what Davy said and confirmed it. "Yes, there have been some rumors like that recently." He was confirmed and smiled and asked, "Should we do so?" Hearing such words made everyone confused and worried, continuing to beg, "Please, you are not like that. We beg you to spare our lives, Prince, please." Davy, hearing these pleas, still did not change his mind and said, "Bisphus." Manager Bisphus only heard one name called and replied, "I understand. What are you waiting for? Take them to prison and starve them, not even drinking water. Those embezzlers who dare to steal money from the royal family deserve to die." Davy turned away after making the decision and thought a bit. Although he wasn't completely happy because this was the queen's decision, he would act along anyway as things became more and more interesting. Butler Bisphus also continued to shout loudly, those people would be executed in the next 9 days. After hearing the punishment, everyone panicked and begged, "Prince, please forgive me, Prince." After dealing with those people, Bisphus immediately said that the service positions would be allocated as early as noon today. Davy didn't want much but just said, "Okay, I'll keep Amy as my trusted servant, train her to be a high-ranking servant, and give her a raise." Bisphus listened and agreed, saying, "I will do as you wish." Davy thought it was strange and asked, "And is there still one thing about my request to see my father that hasn't been granted yet?" The butler changed his expression again and said, "I'm sorry." After listening, Davy interrupted and asked if that was my father's order or the Queen's. Bisphus was confused and replied, "I'm just a messenger." Davy also understood and turned away and said, "I understand." Bisphus looked at Davy's expression and voice and reminded him that he needed to be calm and careful. Davy was reminded but calmly replied, "I understand what you want to say, calm down, I will remember." Bisphus had nothing left to say but sighed goodbye to Davy, so I took my leave. Davy also smiled and said goodbye to him. "Okay, I have eaten the food sent, there is enough food so you don't need to send any more, things are gradually getting better, maybe everything else will too, so." Bisphus heard these hidden meanings and laughed and said, "Ho ho, I don't understand what you mean, maybe it's because of your kindness, is that so? It seems you are about to receive a distinguished guest, so I will go home first, please rest." Davy didn't expect him to guess that and thought, how did he know that? After the butler left, Davy also used his powers to think. That old man, is he pretending not to know when all the evidence is clearly there? Butler Bisphus, the head of those who work for the king. When I was a child I saw him often. I don't think there will be anyone else besides Amy on my side. By the way, didn't he say, someone is coming here? Amy peered her head in and said tiredly, Prince. Davy didn't understand and asked, "Amy?" She hesitated and said, the fourth prince and the second princess." Suddenly something pushed Amy away and rushed towards him, making him cry out in fear, "Brother!" Davy was crushed and his books and glasses flew away, confused. "Listen to the princess say, Winley, I'm here." At this moment, Winley realized that he was pressing his brother until he had difficulty breathing and worriedly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Amy saw that the prince was having a hard time but also ran over. Davy was worried and crawled around thinking, "It really hurts, and I shouldn't use my strength when there are other people here." Barris appeared and picked Winley up and said, "Honey, you should be very careful too. I should have met you sooner. The current king of this country is Kryan Al Rauna. There are 3 wives including the current wife and 2 younger wives. The first wife is Anisha, the second wife is Alice. While the second little wife Alice is someone close to the queen, the first little wife Anisha does not choose to side with anyone, become an outsider among wives. Barris and Winley are her children, so we are brothers from the same father and mother." Barris spoke up, apologizing for the noise. "Brother." Winley, who was on the side, took advantage of Barris's conversation and swung her leg up to kick him, but he quickly avoided it. "Wow!" He angrily yelled at her, "What are you doing, Winley?" Winley glared at him extremely angrily. She landed loudly and said, "Why are you so calm? You forgot that you're the one excited to meet your brother." He angrily retorted, "When was he like that? Anyway, at least you have to act like a princess." She also didn't just argue loudly. "Don't raise your voice to lecture me," he said angrily. "How dare you say that to your brother?" Dave on the side doesn't know if he should interfere in the affairs of these 2 brothers. His maid worriedly asked, "Are you okay, Prince?" He thought to himself, they are so similar, I heard they don't act like royalty at all, and at least the 2 of them are very friendly, unlike Lynth's child. However, they were still arguing about him. Winley said firmly, he would agree. Barris on the side said, "Stop joking." Finally, both of them looked at him and called, "Hyung Nim." He softened his eyes and looked at his 2 cousins. They were still his closest brothers and they listened to what he said. Winley pouted and said, "Don't laugh, Hyung." Barris told him, "It's been 6 years, we were sent to a remote area after you fell into a coma." Davy knew about this too, he had heard it too. He continued speaking, then, he listened to Barris tell it and thought to himself, the 2 of them were only 8 years old when I fell into a coma. What could these weak children do at that time? According to the little wife, Anisha sent her first daughter to a neighboring country because of the queen's cunning. She should at least protect these 2 children she abandoned. However, people still cannot accept it. He replied, "Okay, I understand." "Okay, have you met your father yet?" The 2 of them immediately answered him, "Yes, we met him before coming here to see you. You asked him how he was doing." Barris thought back to when he met him and told him. He looked tired but Winley, who was next to her, noticed something. She shouted, "Slow down, you haven't met him yet." He replied to her, "Yes, it seems not right now." But the time will come when you must meet him. She couldn't believe it. Oh my God. Barris told me his thoughts. Brother, since we got here, things haven't been right. The condition of this castle. He calmly picked up the cup of tea and said as if this had nothing to do with him. Some embezzlers had withdrawn the money. It will soon return to its beauty because those guys have been caught. Barris was extremely angry and slammed the table and stood up, but even so. The people who did that damn thing. While he is still present here, Winley also can't stand you being treated like that. I'll go tell my father. He calmly advised them not to waste any effort. He was not willing, but he saw Davy's expression and stopped. He smiled brightly at the two brothers. It's okay, I will handle this case. He chuckled and thought, I wonder if many people are on my side or not, but it seems still, maybe so. He didn't expect to tell Winley, I heard you say you were in a magic group, so I was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Winley has magical powers, the girl told him in a very proud tone. Of course Hyung Nim, this guy could have been injured if you hadn't saved him. He was still running after me, he angrily said again. What did you say? To receive the qualification to participate in the sword competition I used magic to cheat, the girl angrily argued with her brother. Stop saying those nonsense, you get what you deserve with your skills, he asked curiously. Swordsmanship competition. The two brothers heard him ask and stopped for a moment. Then Winley angrily shouted, you idiot, our plan is ruined because of you. Barris threw the logic across your face. Well, talk to him about it anyway, it won't change anything. He looked speechless at the two brothers. Barris cleared his throat and told him, ahem. This is it. He pushed the letter in front of him and introduced Davy that this was a contest held every 5 years. This competition will be held in the Pelisty Kingdom. He opened the letter thoughtfully, a competition that encouraged harmony and connection between kingdoms. Is it like the Olympics? He looked at the letter, which included soldiers and royal people. Barris now spoke up, he should take his chance while he can. You haven't left this kingdom yet, right? So I asked my father for his opinion and asked for his permission to go with us. Winley smiled like a flower and pushed his face away. Otherwise I would be the one to ask. Let's go together. They say the kingdom of Pelisty is a city of water. It seems like it would be very beautiful. If you're worried about your weak health, don't worry, they'll carry you. Winley also continued, yes, he is my porter. He was angry when she said that. What? The two brothers continued to glare at each other. At this moment, his words rang out, interrupting them. Then, it seemed like we shouldn't refuse this invitation. I will follow us. When the two of them heard him agree, they happily shouted, yes. Following their cheers, 2 cups of tea also flew away. He had a headache and said, hey, don't destroy my palace. He happily told her, I told her, he would agree. Davy smiled helplessly at them, looking happy among them. Looks like I should enjoy this life at least once. It doesn't seem so bad to enjoy this world. I can too. Have a little fun. Davy spoke up, which seemed to be expected. The girl replied to him. Winley also saw that. He replied, me too. At another palace, a voice rang out, swordsmanship competition. Barris will be 14 years old this year. It is also about to reach adulthood. They are probably meeting and chatting at this time. The servant next to him held a pot of tea and said, please don't worry. The prince is more mature now, he is calmer and more composed. I was also surprised to see him grow so much. The king picked up the glass of water. Enough, even you are admitting it. That makes me not very happy. Davy looked before his mother's photo. Wonderful. The current state of this house is no longer a haunted house. Thanks to her orders, workers were dispatched quickly, and this place becomes more like a home to live in. His maid was extremely excited looking around the house. Wow. Can't believe this day has come. He saw her and smiled helplessly. It was true, she seemed so oppressed. Amy was so moved that she shed tears. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. I was so happy. It's great that things keep getting better. Barris next to him looked at his watch and asked him, Hyung Nim, are you ready? He looked at the clock then turned around and asked, it's time. Amy, you've packed your things, right? She answered him, yes. He gave her a scroll. It's ready, so let's go. Let's go to a sword competition. They all left together to head to the sword competition. Swordsmanship competition. As an event that attracts the attention of the whole world, its influence is extremely large. In addition to Barris participating in the competition, I also got to tag along, and it looks like it's quite intense. If Barris can achieve any achievement, the position of Prince Carlos will be shaken. For some reason, Queen Carlos agreed to let Barris participate in this contest. Because she was sure that Barris wouldn't achieve anything, Or is that just her plan? The king came and everyone immediately shouted, welcoming the king of the Sun Kingdom. We welcome the king, the ruler of the whole country, the person who holds the greatest power. Seeing the king, he pondered, this was the first time he saw him since he woke up from the coma. He has avoided meeting each other for half a year, and now I want you to come here. The king waved to Barris, raise your head, are you confident? He replied firmly, yes, we'll definitely show off as representing our kingdom through his achievements. He placed his hand on his shoulder and was extremely hopeful about him. At that moment, his eyes met yours. He only looked at him once and then turned away. It's nice to see your baby healthy. Winley, who was next to him, saw everything and looked at you, Hyung Nim, confused. He thought, I don't want to show my emotions in front of him, even this is the current king. The leader of the group shouted, listen, Prince Barris's participation is an important one, for this purpose we will abolish the curfew and start celebrating the festival. He looked up at the man sitting high up, no longer seeing the confidence and heroic aura on him. He has really changed. If an old lion is completely tired because everything is so boring, right? He propped his chin up and looked out the window. Barris sat across from him and asked, quite interesting, right? However, we have high-ranking royal soldiers protecting us, so even wild animals cannot attack us. Winley worriedly asked him if he didn't feel comfortable, right? He smiled in response to her words, don't worry, I'm fine. I feel worried that this trip will become boring because we have to bring you along. The two cousins quickly said in unison, no way. Winley was extremely happy and picked up the glass of wine. He had prepared wine for us, so there was nothing to worry about. Barris quickly spoke up to remind him, hey, be careful with your words. She told me how she felt about the wine he brought. This was the first time I tried this wine, but where can you find such good wine? He picked up the wine and took a sip to answer her question. He didn't know, these are some of the things his mother left behind. When I heard that, I panicked, could we drink such precious things? He replied, why not, instead of keeping it, we should drink it on days like this, right? The man pointed at the moon and spoke, the red color was Cyrus. Blue is Kriyas, they also say Cyrus is the beginning of the light and Kriyas is the end. A person standing in the dark spoke up, you seem to know clearly. He raised his head and laughed loudly, a teenager could be smarter than you, I should have had this conversation with a woman. The other person touched the leaf and replied, it's nothing, I'm just talking to myself. The person next to him wondered and asked, hey, you're muttering something to yourself. Only then did the two of them realize that there was another person here. Oh, who just said that? Only then did they realize that at some point Davy was behind them. They cried out in panic, are you a ghost? You answer this question in your heart, it's me. As he walked, he swung his wooden stick and thought, the two children had hired 5 guards, and 4 out of those 5 people are proficient in sword fighting, so that's probably enough people. He pointed the wooden stick at the sky, if nothing too big happened. That's right, types of being attacked by assassins. Davy sat on the tree and looked down with interest, guessing who was coming. There were about 20 people. They plan to attack while everyone is sleeping. They also hide their bloodlust to become assassins, quite good. This is clearly the woman's actions, a chance to get rid of me, including those 2 kids. There was no way she could let this opportunity slip away. I don't want to have to use my power now, it will create suspicion, but that doesn't matter right now. Davy smiled and jumped down from the tree. He swung lightly at the assassins. In any case, those who witnessed him using his power would not survive. Many people were not able to take precautions and were destroyed by him with one move. He stood in the middle of the siege without any worry or fear. You calmly looked at them. If you don't have teeth, then use gums, right? The person who taught me swordsmanship said so. Anything held in hand can become a weapon. Don't forget, there are no rules when fighting. Depends on what you think, a piece of cloth can also become a sharp sword. He swung a few more times, then he smiled and looked at them and sighed, what's wrong? That's all they're capable of. We cannot touch her Mesa, who taught me about death. An assassin he killed knelt in front of him and could no longer move, a boring guy. I'm just asking to confirm, but did the queen send you here? He smiled and put the wooden stick on his shoulder and looked at them. They were all afraid to look at him. When he saw them like that, he thought to himself. Like the game Bull Rush, why do they look so tense? Seeing that no one spoke, he had no choice but to swing a stick and rush towards them. If you don't want to answer, then that's it. He quickly appeared behind another assassin. Nothing would change. What benefit does that woman want to gain from this? 3 children of the royal family. The whole kingdom will be in an uproar. And even Linus would have a hard time if that happened. Maybe this is why she is so confident. Many people in a row were unable to react in time and died under his techniques. Davy stood up and asked the rest, "Have you not run away yet, or are you still unaware of what's going on? Run back and tell her that I will destroy everything she is, even if she is threatening me." The remaining assassins shivered at his words. They immediately used their fastest speed to flee. "But you don't let them return." He smiled cunningly and suddenly appeared in front of a guy. "Are you trying to run away because I told you to do so?" "That's a lie, you idiot." Having finished speaking, he swung a blow at him. They were immediately defeated. The remaining guys knew they couldn't defeat him, so two of them stood in front of him. Another guy quickly ran to inform him. He laughed and said, "How can you believe that so easily? The foundation for becoming an assassin is composure." He still had one breath left when he angrily cursed and assassinated him. He killed him with one sword. If no one witnessed it, it was called an assassination. Someone once said so remember it. You calmly faced the two people rushing in front of you. It was useless to attack me from behind. One guy is on the run, while his comrades were fighting. He only used one move, and both assassins were finished by him. You are not worthy of this title. Davy raised a finger aimed directly at the man trying to escape. I originally prepared this when I saw you. As long as you don't leave this land, you won't be able to escape. He just snapped his fingers and the other guy fell down without moving. After taking care of all the assassins, he threw the tree branch back to where he was camping. It was a cruel way to do that, but everyone taught me to end it kindly. Do not show mercy to those who intend to kill you, they taught us. A perfect ending. It was a great assassination. That's right, assassination. No matter what happens, as long as no one finds out, this is a perfect assassination. Linus sat on the chair and asked Shirley how things were going at Davy's place. She knelt down to answer her question. All the candles linked to their lives were extinguished. She calmly asked again. They had been cleaned up. She continued to answer her, yes. She picked up the teacup and asked, "What about those idiots?" She immediately answered her. It seemed they were almost there. Finally she couldn't hold back her anger. She stood up and gave Shirley a slap on the face. She angrily cursed, "What the fuck are you guys kidding? Look what you're saying, just 3 kids and 5 guards. But you're saying that all 20 people are dead. Is that the only ability of the Black Moon Society?" The girl who was slapped by her still calmly answered her questions. "We are still investigating this matter. Looks like someone helped the prince." She bit her nails angrily, anxious to help. "Who will help those mixed-race children?" She bit so hard that her nails were injured without her even realizing it. She ordered Shirley to quickly find that guy. "I will make that guy suffer the consequences if he dares to get in my way." She replied to her, "I understand." She did not forget to remind Shirley, "Don't forget, the reason I work and support you is not to receive defeat, you understand? If you are not successful this time, our contract will end, and I will use royal power or even the power of this country to bury the Black Moon Society." Shirley replied quietly, "I will remember." The next morning, Winley excitedly called Davy. Hyung Nim, Hyung Nim. "Look Hyung Nim, we're here." She smiled brightly and pointed to the branch frame outside the door for him to see. He spoke up to answer the girl. He saw it. Barris was there to remind her, "Winley, remember that you are a princess." She didn't pay attention to her brother's words. "Leave me alone." He looked out the window, finally arriving. Kingdom of Pelasti, a small but extremely developed kingdom. And the kingdom is created with the most typical architecture here. He stood looking at the building in front of him. When Barris saw him looking at her like that, she spoke up, looking at his expression. It seemed like he was quite happy. "You answered my question, Yeb." He thought to himself, and this is where the competition will be held. Barris introduced Davy to the history here. This stadium was often used as a battlefield, famous for gladiators or even monsters fighting for their lives here. That was barbaric and brutal. He asked him about the status of the competition. "Anyway, how was the competition? Do you know how many people signed up to participate?" He immediately answered him what he knew. It seemed like there were 8 countries participating this time. Start from the host country, then gradually in order. This competition was organized with the participation of representatives of each country. He sighed dejectedly and thought, in the end, it was a confrontation about each nation's pride. It's boring that only people under 20 years old can participate. "I'll explain to you when I hear that. It's because this contest is only for the younger generation." He spoke up and said, "It seemed like it wasn't time to organize a contest to find talented people, and this war is simply to show off between countries." Winley thought for a moment then pointed towards Barris. "This idiot is the representative of our kingdom." He angrily yelled at her, "Are you here to cheer me up or destroy me?" She evaluated his abilities before hers. Barris's abilities were mid-level. "I was so choked up that I couldn't say anything more, honey." Hearing that, he couldn't help but admire her. She's so talented for her age, something to look forward to. Think of the representative of the fallen kingdom, it seems quite expected. Winley seemed to come up with something and tell him, "Did you know, in the fallen kingdom there is an extremely strong person. It seems she is the Princess of Swords. You've never heard of this person before. Who is it?" She was surprised that he didn't know anything about that person. Really, there wasn't anyone in our kingdom who didn't know that name. He looked away, not interested in thinking. "I'm usually quite confident in my memory. It seems like new people appeared while I was in a coma." Alayla de Fallen, the first princess among 9 princes, the person most loved by the prince. Barris told him as she walked, of course she was famous, because she is the only princess of the kingdom, but not only that. The reason she is famous is because she is the owner of the Holy Sword. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Sword Saint." Winley also gave him information about the Sword Saint. That's right, known as the most precious sword, the Sword Saint. A masterpiece made in 1,000 days and nights. Haven't heard that name in a while, because my first teacher was the sword god, Hares. He is a lazy person but his skills are beyond reproach. I've heard the name so many times that I can't remember it anymore. Isn't that the sword that killed the Demon King? Contrast with Dokgo Jun at the academy. As someone from here, it's normal for me if he left a mark somewhere. But I still have a strange feeling. Seeing him standing still, the two of them asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Behind them there was a girl secretly observing Davy. He touched the pin on his chest and replied, "No, it's nothing." At the dinner table Winley told him about the Princess of Fallen getting the Holy Sword. It was said that the Holy Sword had never been damaged. "I heard that the sword has its own consciousness and absorbs magic, and the owner of the sword has chosen is Princess Elena." He heard that and thought to himself, and the sword's consciousness came from the creator's soul and love for the sword. "There's a reason it's called the Holy Sword." Davy answered her, "Oh." Barris sat next to her chin and continued talking, "And one reason why Princess Elena is famous is that," he asked in surprise, "is there more?" He replied that it was true, she was one of the most beautiful people on the continent. He was surprised to hear that. It turns out that was the reason. Oh, Davy thought to himself, that was her most attractive reason. No one cared that she was the owner of the Holy Sword. Davy angrily complained, loosening his collar, "Ugh, Amy, don't look at me anymore, okay?" Amy looked at him with emotion. The prince was so wonderful, but this outfit is very expensive, right? The qualities of a kingdom representative are at least that, so the prince should stop talking. He was so depressed he didn't want to talk. "Ugh, even if you don't like it, I'm just a viewer. Royalty is simple. This competition is a place for many countries to gather. Such a place is just to watch the representatives of each country against each other. Of course not." At the party, Winley was interested in walking to Yu Hyung Nim. Seeing her run to him, he praised her. She was so beautiful, she looked like a fairy. She smiled and replied, "Hee, you too." Barris spoke up, "Please don't praise him too much, it will think it's true." She angrily stomped on his foot. "Arg." Winley held his hand and asked, "Prince, will you become my escort today?" "You are there to answer." "Okay, beautiful princess." He was left behind by the two of them. He hugged his leg in pain. That brat. Barris hurriedly chased after her, waiting for her. Below, another person held Princess Elena's hand. "It is an honor to serve you, princess." But she didn't pay attention to his criticism. It was so noisy. He was humiliated by her words and awkwardly said, "Please be polite, this is a gathering for the young generation of different countries to build a new friendship." She asked again, "To build friendship?" He immediately replied to her, "I heard you visited the village the other day. What's up? You see the arena?" She spoke up to interrupt his words. "Not bad, for a place to fight." She picked a rose and smelled it. Later at the ceremony site, Davy held his glass of wine and thought, "These are all the participants in the star contest," I thought. They all look young because this contest has an age limit. There are also companions and older people like me and Winley. There are still a number of other young people and the most famous of them seems to be Barris. Right now Barris was surrounded by a group of women and he couldn't help but listen to what they were saying. Because that is clearly a talent of his. After all, this party is also a good opportunity to create relationships and explore his opponents. Winley also seems to be quite busy these days. Now how can I help him out of this situation? Although he was thinking about how to help him, he actually put down the glass of wine and walked over to Winley and asked, "Shall we dance?" Winley, hearing that, she was extremely happy and quickly agreed, Yes, Barris saw that scene and knelt down in extreme pain because now there was no one to help him anymore. This action was because he wanted Barris to enjoy his youth. Then the two of them started dancing together, Winley said as he danced with him. Thinking about the day I could dance with him, he said he didn't expect him to dance so well, no matter how he looked. I just joined in, this nobility. I'm really sorry for you. If it weren't for his health, he would have been able to participate in this competition. He also has talent in swordsmanship. Hearing these words made him laugh. What are you saying to me? Anyway, I didn't reach this level when I was 14 years old. Actually, talent is just an illusion. If you don't practice hard, it will be nothing. Actually, I've been practicing for over 1,000 years, so, seeing that the atmosphere wasn't fun, Davy changed to another topic. Besides, things like this are no longer important to him. He wants to enjoy a leisurely life. Hearing his words, Winley became cheerful again. He spoke like an old person. While the two were talking, suddenly someone came and said, I didn't expect we would meet here, Princess Winley. I was looking forward to our meeting. As soon as he saw him, he didn't know who this skinny guy was. Did he know Winley? As soon as she saw him, her face became extremely uncomfortable. He didn't care about her at all, but pushed her away, then approached her and started talking. Princess, can you give me a chance to talk? He grabbed her hand, making her chill, so she quickly refused his offer. Sorry, Prince Valentian, I'm talking to my brother. Hearing her say that made me angry inside but still smiling on the outside, and said, I apologize for my actions. I am the 7th son of the Boltus Kingdom. He introduced himself, so you introduced him too, and I am Davy all round. As soon as he heard his name, he was a little surprised, so he asked, what brought you here? He calmly replied to him, came to see my brother's opponents. In his heart he knew clearly that he was telling him that he didn't expect that he was a prince. Then he arrogantly said, hope you enjoy the party. Then he knelt before the princess and said, Princess Winley, I will win this contest, please follow this contest. And she was extremely upset about his actions, so she said sadly, don't you see you're being too arrogant. However, he was extremely confident that it would be nothing if I won. Because of his arrogant way of speaking and looking down on his opponents. It's a type of person who has no intention of protecting anyone or even killing anyone, but only to humiliate his opponent in front of everyone, with the aim of avoiding the opponent's attack and dealing a fatal blow. However, it seems he won't end here. Then the two of them left together, making Prince Valetian extremely angry, gritting his teeth and rushing forward to grab Winley because he had had enough patience. Seeing that action, he understood, it seemed like he had to take action. So I turned around and grabbed his hand and threw it back to the ground and pretended to say, oh, my hand slipped. You shouldn't let that hand touch my sister. Feel lucky that you haven't broken any bones yet. It can't affect the competition because of you. People saw that, so they judged his personality to be really rotten. Unable to bear it, he threw his gloves at him and stood up shouting, I challenge you to a duel. Seeing that, Winley quickly stopped her. Enough was enough, Prince Valetian, but he told her not to participate, because this is something that affects his honor. At this time someone walked around and said, don't you see you're just rioting to regain your honor, Prince Valentian? I've seen it all. Let me ask you. Do you think you have the right to regain your honor? Seeing Princess Alina, Davy called her Harris. The Holy Sword, the ancient hero who founded the Falan Empire, became one of the 3 strongest kingdoms in the continent. He is rumored to be the first owner of the Holy Sword Calderas and the creator of the Claymore sword technique. Those who wanted perfection in their swordsmanship, where a swing of the sword seemed to cause a tsunami, this was how that old man demonstrated his power. Then suddenly Davy called Harris to Princess Alina. When everyone heard that, they knew that it was Princess Alina of the Falan Kingdom, the Emperor's treasure, which had long been rumored. And now Davy is extremely confused because, is it working as he wants? But for Alina, the owner of the sword, it might be like Harris like this. Harris was quite handsome, certainly he was a man, but now Harris was a girl and in this state. Seeing him just standing there looking like that made her curiously come closer and ask what he just said. Just then he realized, so he quickly replied, it's okay, sorry, I'm sorry. Seeing him say that, he replied in annoyance, okay. After she left he felt a little better, luckily nothing happened. At this time, Barris came over and asked, Hyung, what is it that you are now so interested in Alina de Fallen? Then she stepped in front of him and asked, Prince Valentia, I ask you one last time, being rude to a girl, you have disrespected everyone here, do you have anything else to say? Self-identification as the Emperor's treasure is truly a delusion. Not only that, even among the nobles, his charisma made him famous. That's why Alina told him, if you really have the dignity of a knight, then apologize to the two of them immediately. That made him confused, angry, and trembling as he looked at him. And this Davy knows, for someone with high pride like him, apologizing is not easy. Then he smiled cunningly and walked up and said to Valentinian, I accept the match, a duel. Everyone who heard this was surprised. Alina quickly ran back to stop him. What are you talking about? This is a meaningless fight, you don't have to do that. But he felt extremely excited because he wouldn't run away from him. However, Princess Alina's words of resistance had no effect on Davy, because this is your decision. So Valentinian, you want a duel? Okay. I accept the challenge. Then they went to the training ground, both of them used wooden swords to challenge each other. Davy felt extremely strange because it had been a long time since he had held a wooden sword. Seeing that, Barris approached and said, Brother, although you have recovered, he is a contestant in the sword competition. He knew this. Winley next to him looked at him worriedly and called out, Hyung, this shouldn't be done. At this time, Valentian came over and proudly said, You look like an amateur, don't cause trouble for yourself and surrender. If you kneel before me and admit defeat, I will let you go. His words made Barris next to him angrily say, What did you say? But Davy didn't care about this, so he calmly said, Okay, it's okay, actions will show everything, don't you think? Prince Valentian saw this and became even more arrogant. It seemed like that, but that would never happen. If I lost, on the contrary, I would kneel down and do the same thing. This only made him laugh at him even more. Oh really, I'm looking forward to it, let's begin. Before the fight, he turned around and looked at his two younger brothers, not knowing what to do. I'm just a sick person who's only been out of bed for almost a year, so it seems okay to use this name to show a little strength. Prince Valentine saw your foolish appearance and became delusional. Are you afraid? I'm generously waiting for you to make the first strike. It's a shame that a prince doesn't know how to take his chance. No matter what, you'll lose, so try to act a little more impressive. Thanks to him being so arrogant, he suddenly had a good idea. After that, without saying a word, Davy ran quickly in front of Valentian, making him extremely surprised. Then he was about to stab the sword in, but he was one step faster, so his sword fell to the ground. That action made him provoke him so stupidly. But that action of yours was because you shouldn't show it off too much, right? Right after that, he used his bare hands to defeat the Valentian. Then he pretended to stand up and laughed and said, What's wrong? My hand just slipped and you're so scared. If so, I'm sorry for scaring you. This action of yours made him extremely angry and cursed, You bastard. At this time, the attendees were chatting. It was embarrassing. Look at his appearance, it was embarrassing. Because he couldn't stand this humiliation, he was determined to stand up and rush towards you and firmly say, I will kill you. When Davy saw this, he stroked his hair and smirked, I'm not wrong, it's true that he hasn't experienced life yet, Hess an idiot. The shocking sound of two swords colliding with each other rang out continuously. Valshan cried out damn it while holding his sword in his head. He gritted his teeth because of the current situation. Valshan looked at the opponent in front and thought, this position of his was really strange, and he didn't even know how to control his power properly. The two swords collided again. Valshan thought there was no way this could happen, there was no way I could lose. He wondered, but why? The shadow of the opponent swinging his sword was clearly visible in Valshan's eyes. The other person lowered Valshan's sword. He wondered, what just happened? Others at the party saw the full body of the fight. Those people started talking. Oh no, they cried out, you've been hit again. Valshan covered his face and cried out, bastard. Valshan was surprised to hear the whispers. How many times has it been now? Even if he was caught off guard, he has already been hit 3 times. Is this Valshan? I thought he was. He must be very skilled. Maybe Hess not that good yet. Valshan punched the ground and screamed, shut up, stop blabbing about things you don't know anything about. Valshan angrily sat and breathed heavily. Davy smiled in victory. He thought, what do you see? He was blinded by his own anger. Davy looked at the sword. He thought, this is the reason why I learned this sword art. Its official name is the sword art of the sword drunkard. As the name suggests, this sword swinging style is like being drunk. It is the greatest invention of the greatest alcoholic in the Hall of Heroes. Dokgo Jun, and Hares was the one who was interested in it. Then created the most irregular and cruel swordsmanship style in this world. Dokgo Jun watched Davy practice his sword and exclaimed, damn it. I have created a way of fighting that is truly too cruel, he cried. Dokgo Jun sat holding his face and burst out laughing. Hares pointed his finger and said, "That's right, if the opponent is not someone who needs to be buried at the bottom of society, then don't use it." Hares pointed at Davy and added, "Otherwise you will be an inhumane, unscrupulous person." Davy thought dejectedly, "Take care of your conscience first." Even its two creators considered this style of swordsmanship taboo. Davy wondered, why? Because its strikes were heavy and sharp, because it was so powerful? No. Davy and Valshan fight each other. He stomped his feet and swung his sword. Because this fighting style manipulates and deceives the opponent, Davy thinks, it is a fighting style that is not intended to protect, or even take, anyone's life, but to humiliate the opponent in front of others, a style of fighting that this is very appropriate for its name. It targets the opponent's vulnerability by avoiding the attack and delivering a critical strike. To be honest, it is very effective. It's just that this style of swordsmanship will really irritate the opponent. Davy finished Valshan and collapsed. He smiled and thought, the more people watch the match, the more effective it would be, just like now. Davy broke his head and said, I don't know if it was because I was lucky or because my opponent was too weak. Hey, that shot looked painful, are you okay? Davy asked that and his heart hummed. He chuckled and thought it was fun. I am more suited to this style of fighting than the proper sword fighting styles, because fighting like this can have more fun. Alina crossed her arms and watched. Valshan angrily grasped the sword. He screamed, "Damn it." Valshan burst into anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will definitely take your life." Barris was surprised. He said it was a soul sword. Winley covered his face in panic and exclaimed, "Valshan, are you crazy?" Valshan seemed to have lost all reason. He burst out laughing and said, "This is not a one-on-one battle." He rushed to Davy and screamed, "Now it's too late for you to regret." The people around cried out in panic. Davy thought calmly, if any more coincidences happened, everything would become suspicious, and besides. Davy glanced around. He thought, I can feel the cold gaze on me. The footsteps came closer and closer. When the two faced each other, Valshan proudly said, "I caught you." The tip of the sword was close to Davy's forehead. Suddenly there was a flash. Valshan's sword tip was powerless to confirm his opponent's whereabouts. Valshan looked ahead in confusion and wondered where he was. Davy appeared. He smiled. Davy's lips moved as if saying something. Valshan looked at Davy's lips in surprise. He formed the words, "Idiot." Valshan roared, "You bastard." They both fell down in front of the surprise of the party guests. The voices of two people growled. Davy from above scolded this useless guy. Davy pinned the sword down next to Valshan's face. Valshan glanced at Davy. Davy lamented, "Oh my back." He scratched his head and smiled brightly, saying, "We lost the frog." The people at the party were also wondering, "Valshan, why are you lying on the floor like this?" Davy took the edge of the sword and said, It looks like I've won." Davy looked around at the guests while still sitting on Valshan. The crowd watched the match. They talked. Prince Valshan had such a lackluster match. What a disappointment. Everyone talked to each other. Winley asked Davy, "You did well too, Prince of Round. Weren't you still in a coma a few months ago?" Winley ran up and hugged Davy. He answered her question earlier. "That's why sometimes I can't hold the sword properly. Things went quite well for me." Winley smiled and asked happily, "Have you used up all your luck in your life here?" Davy smiled gently and patted Winley's head. Valshan still sat there lounging, as if accepting the fact that he lost. Alina comes over. She crossed her arms and told Valshan, "Good match." Alina looked disgusted and didn't say anything. After a while, she said, "That's stupid, him coming back here." After that, Alina left, and the girl next to her called out in surprise, "Princess." Everyone watched the girl go outside and called after her, "Princess Alina, wait a minute." Barris, Winley and Davy looked at Alina and smiled, thinking how cold Princess Alina was. The three of them, Davy, Barris, and Winley, were riding together in a carriage. Winley said to Davy, "Brother, you were too reckless just now." Barris chimed in, "Yes, the landlord didn't show it, but it was such a big commotion." Davy was left speechless. He spoke up and said, "Why are you so tense? Everything that happened has been resolved satisfactorily." Barris sighed and said, "It's just your luck. His attitude is extremely trash but his skills are not." Davy put his hand on the side of the carriage and asked, "Do you know?" Barris replied, "We've seen him perform at the meeting before, and since then has been chasing Winley." Winley spoke up in annoyance, "He really is a terrible guy." Davy said idly, just as he thought, "His plan was really worthy." Barris and Winley said in confusion. Davy said, "No, it's nothing." Barris sighed again. He said, "And I can only be lucky like that once, so don't do that again next time." I hope you will, suddenly Barris cried out, his hand being grabbed by Davy. Davy let go of Barris's hand. He immediately exclaimed, "Brother, what terrible power is this?" Davy smiled and said, "Stop treating me like a patient, it's a scam." Barris hugged his injured arm and cried. Davy added, "I will heed your advice because my little brother is so adorable." Davy smiled and looked at the two brothers in front of him. He happily thought that sooner or later they would know. Winley covered her mouth and smiled. She said, "But actually, I'm a little relieved. After all, our brother is the best brother." Davy sounded pleased to hear words like, could cause someone to let their guard down and be unable to resist the force of the attack. He smiled and answered that it was true, he would never know how completely he was defeated. In another luxurious and majestic place. But the scene inside was extremely chaotic, dishes were smashed everywhere. Valshan angrily picked up the chair and threw it. The person behind him cried out, "Master, please stop." The workers panicked and ran after Valshan. He shouted angrily, "How dare you insult me, how dare you dare?" Valshan shouted, "You dare to insult me like that, the one who will become the next prince of the Baldi's era." The others cried out, "Prince." Valshan, radiant appearance, outstanding talent, there is almost nothing in the world that I don't have. Valshan is very proud of himself. Looking at Winley, the Princess of Round, Valshan thought, my feelings for her are only half-hearted. But I still want to choose her as my future bride because I know that one day I will have Barris, a mid-level swordsman, as my medicine. Thanks to the Queen of Round, marriage negotiations will definitely go very smoothly. But now, Valshan shouted both in frustration and anger, "Why do I have to endure all this?" The other people there called out to the prince, hoping he could calm down, but Valshan is now only angry. He screams, "Get out of here, get out of here." The others walked out of the room and closed the door. Valshan was inside smashing furiously. After a while, I got tired and stopped. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and muttered, "I will definitely take your life personally, I will definitely take your life." Suddenly there was a voice in the room asking, "Do you want to slaughter and take their lives?" Valshan asked in surprise who it was. That mysterious voice continued to ask, "Do you want to take his life or not?" Valshan shouted, "Who the hell are you?" That person was as mysterious as a mutant, reaching out his hand to lift Valshan's chin and said, "I can help you take his life, young man." His hand caressed Valshan's face. He asked, "Take that guy's life?" The person added, "That's right, I will definitely help you to keep his life intact, help you break him, me." The person held out a black flower. Valshan curiously asked, "What is your name?" The mysterious person answered, his name was Sheriao. Sheriao now showed her true form. She asked Valshan, "Will you remember my name?" Valshan opened his eyes in surprise. She went to touch Valshan's face. Sheriao said, "Good." She grew two long fangs and said, "Leave everything to me." Sheriao bent down to hug Valshan. She whispered, "Leave everything to me, and you will be able to do what you want." At another place. The servant went inside and spoke, "Sir, that person informed Davy that Barris's qualifying round would begin soon." Davy replied, "I already know." He raised his hand and the power flowed around him. Davy smiled and sighed softly. He said, "We still have a long way to go." The servant made a small noise in confusion. Davy spoke up to explain, "It's nothing, I was just mumbling to myself, let's go, let's talk about other things later." The servant answered yes and went out. At the match site, Barris hung his sword across his waist, ready to fight. Above the stands, there was Winley sitting and watching. The arena is very majestic. Valshan sat gloomily in a hidden corner. He smiled cunningly and looked out darkly. In the stands, the audience cheered enthusiastically. The competitors also came out to greet the audience in the stands. Davy looked around, he smiled in his heart, the crowd was so enthusiastic. The afternoon match, Barris's fight would start in the afternoon. I didn't want to waste the morning watching those amateurs, so I ran away with the excuse that I was sick. Davy went to his seating area. Winley reached out and called, "Brother, here." Davy went to the chair next to Winley. He asked if he was late or not. She replied he was not late. "Welcome, are you feeling better yet?" Davy smiled and replied, "You are feeling much better, a lot already." Winley asked if he was sick because he worked too hard yesterday. Davy felt humiliated and thought, no matter what, I can't tell her that I'm sick, belly. I had the energy circle since I was very young, which gave me the power to destroy anyone in the royal family, but because I haven't been able to fully master it yet, I often get sick like that. Davy raised his hand to examine it. He thought, I have already gone to the toilet in the temple. Davy sighed and thought, if that's the case, they'll probably have to use this ability for my stomachache. Winley called out to Davy, man, look there, it's Barris. Below the arena is Barris happily waving to everyone. Winley added, everyone likes him, this match will start soon. Davy opened the page and muttered, let's see who the opponent is. Below is a shadow of a person entering the arena. After reading the page, Davy smiled and muttered, it looks like this match is getting tense. Barris stood in the ring, Valshan also went inside. Davy looked at the situation and said, they combined those two too early. The referee standing in the middle said that even if the blade is the same, life-threatening attacks are prohibited, and you can also be punished if you let energy surround the sword while attacking, so be very careful. Valshan stood opposite Barris with a sinister smile. Davy was in the stands, leaning on his hands and saying, the crowd's opinion doesn't seem to be a joke, right? Winley spoke up, I'm so worried about Barris, he'll hurt himself when he gets excited like an angry calf. Davy encouraged, Barris has experience so he will be fine, he also has insurance. Winley exclaimed in surprise, what? The announcer loudly said, please two swordsmen step forward. The cheerleaders took their positions. Valshan remained silent and did not look up completely. Barris on this side is ready to fight. The referee announced that the battle would begin. Both of them took precautions while aiming to attack their opponent. Davy watched and smiled as he thought, from what he saw at Valshan's battle yesterday, he really made some unexpected moves with his sword. But in contrast to Barris, who uses strength to cause great disadvantages to his opponents, just comparing their two styles alone, Barris has a much greater advantage. Two people in the stands rushed into the match. Davy thought further, more than that, Valshan could not withstand such strong blows from Barris, he would avoid direct combat. In the ring, Barris was quite surprised by his opponent, the gloomy Valshan who fought non-stop. He smiled savagely and raised his sword high. Barris took the disadvantage, the others spoke up, Valshan he blocked, Valshan smiled and rushed over, the others watched in disgust. The battle was really fierce, it was very interesting. Davy rubbed his chin thinking, it's very interesting, but can Valshan be this strong? He has a lot of potential, so he must have improved since yesterday. No, it's all that's impossible, even a genius would have to have time and endless effort to have that certain physical ability. Just like how Barris trained so hard to be able to make long sword swings today. Even if Valshan resisted well, he would have to reach his limit sooner or later. Davy was surprised by the next movements, he wondered, what just happened, what was this strange feeling? Winley exclaimed in admiration, she said, I have never seen Barris move so fast before. Davy spoke up, does that mean he improved a lot during the real match? I should practice harder. Davy smiled, Winley exclaimed, Hess right, Hess improved a lot. As a child, Barris once told Davy and Winley, I will definitely become a knight when I grow up. Davy thought, he must have invited me here to show me how much progress he has made. That year he told Davy, I will always protect you, Winley will always protect you. It's only been 6 years, you can clearly see how much effort Hess put in. Davy looked at Valshan and wondered, but what about him? Such sword technique was impossible to achieve in such a short period of time, it was as if he had become a different person, and this feeling, the feeling brought about strangeness and danger. Winley looked curiously into the distance. Everyone looked at the arena in panic. Oh nothing, Winley cried out, brother. Barris held his sword firmly in front of him, he smiled happily and thought, I didn't expect that Valshan would not be able to resist my sword platform. Barris evaluates Valshan, he is a durable opponent and not bad at all, his movement style is really strange, so I have to stay on high alert. Barris held his sword and prepared to rush forward, he thought, let's finish, let's see if he can endure this anymore. He rushed forward, determined to think, what's the decisive point? Valshan took no action at this time. Barris swung his sword to attack, Valshan stepped back. He smiled cunningly. Barris was surprised and wondered if he just wanted to lose his life under his sword. Valshan continued to laugh maniacally. Barris contemplated, my next move combination. Barris highly observed his opponent. He was surprised, was that energy flow? The other sword had energy flowing around it, Valshan's sword pointed straight at Barris's chest. He glared, thinking, I will lose my life under this attack. The night before, Barris practices hard outside. He concentrated hard and threw difficult sword strikes. Davy stood nearby, he said, practicing too hard. Barris saw Davy and immediately called out to him. Davy said, it's because of you that I can't sleep. Barris smiled slyly and replied, I'm so sorry. Davy said, Winley is already sleeping, so what is Mr. MVP of the fencing match doing? Barris scratched his head and replied, I can't sleep. He added to Davy, Prince Valshan, I defeated him, but you are still not satisfied? Davy asked, what if you are not satisfied? Barris said with bright eyes to Davy that he would definitely defeat him himself. Davy smiled happily and replied, I believe you can do it. Daisy sat and turned the pages of the book. He added, don't worry, you will definitely do well. Davy's eyes widened as he looked at the young man nearby. He thought. Barris's movements were very fluid, without any redundant movements. He had a very pure and elegant flow of mana. Should I help him a little? These are methods that could stir up public opinion if they were announced, but that's my younger brother, so Therese nothing to think about any further. Barris called out to you curiously. Davy put his hand on Barris's shoulder and said, he'll give you a massage, okay. Barris was surprised but then replied, okay, thank you very much. Davy encouraged, okay, now close your eyes and relax. Barris happily replied okay. Davy pressed his finger into Barris's shoulder. He thought, one man's mana liked another's kit's mana and mixed them together, would force them to work. It seemed easy but that was the kit's method. Another world, it breaks all the rules of this world. I heard that there is a massage place that is also very good. Davy pressed Barris hard, making Barris surprised. Davy recited the strange spell aloud. Barris exclaimed in surprise and asked, brother, what language is this? Davy continued to press on Barris's body. He collapsed exhaustedly on the ground. After finishing, Davy was extremely satisfied and smiled and turned away. Davy thought with satisfaction, good, it's moving very fast. It won't help you much in tomorrow's match but it will help you get a little stronger. Davy remembered something else. He was thinking right. He turned around and hit Barris hard. He reminded her, get up quickly, you will catch a cold if you lie here and sleep. Barris was beaten until his shoulders trembled. Davy said, I will give you some assurances. Barris whined, you're so ugly, couldn't you have pulled me up more gently? If it were Winley, I would have gently helped her up. Davy smiled and said, don't worry, I only care about you. Now quickly go back to your room. If you sleep later, I will massage your whole body too. As soon as Barris heard that, even though he was still tired, he still tried to run away. Even so, Barris still felt very warm inside. The uncle on his back made by Davy light up. Davy smiled and thought, he'll make sure you finish. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Currently in the battle, the tip of Valshan's sword was pinned to Barris's chest, and Davy's seal made him appear like a solid layer of protection. That seal knocked Valshan's sword away. Barris sat down on the floor, surrounded by a strict protective shell. Everyone in the stands was excited. They asked suspiciously, what just happened? Prince Valshan's sword was red. The person kneeling on the ground was Prince Barris. Wait. Look, there seems to be something around Prince Barris. This must be, is this a mana shield or something? Everyone exclaimed in admiration. It's so amazing, that's a mana shield. Isn't it true that only high-level swordsmen can use that ability? Winley excitedly said to Davy, look brother, that idiot has done it. But when he looked over at Davy's chair and saw that he was no longer sitting there, Winley cried out in surprise, brother. The referee announced time was up. Barris vomited blood. It seemed like he had been trying for a long time. The referee announced that the match was paused. Prince Valshan moved away from Prince Barris. Two other people quickly ran to help Prince Barris. Valshan walked out like a lifeless person. The referee screamed at Valshan, you violated the rules of the match, and you even tried to take your opponent's life. This is an action that can cause war. Not only will you be fined, but our host will also file an official complaint with your country Voltus. Others came to advise the referee, wait a minute, there must be some mistake here. Our country Voltus will never, ever be like that. Another person came and gently called, Prince Valshan, Your Highness, please say something. Valshan didn't say anything but just squeezed the other man's chin. Valshan lifted that person up. The other person cried out in fear, Prince Valshan. Valshan remained silent and crushed the other person's life. Valshan's hand grew many long, winding fingers, and the other man died with his shape intact. People nearby witnessed it and screamed, Prince Valshan broke the law and took someone else's life. Valshan raised his hand stained with crime to see. His body and face showed a cruel, devil-like expression, and Valshan's shadow appeared like a genuine demon. The crowd is chaotic, what's going on? People panicked, they told each other, everyone should run quickly. Everyone ran back and gathered in one place. Valshan laughed savagely, his teeth turned red, the crowd cried out in fear, Prince Valshan had gone crazy. The scream said that Prince Valshan had become a monster. Valshan raised his face and screamed loudly. His face was greatly deformed. 2 people nearby sat down and trembled. Could this be a dream? The servant behind him cried out, "Your Majesty." Those in authority immediately ordered and controlled him. "There's no way we can take him down when we're alone like this. Hurry up and ask for help, quickly, quickly." Even though the people here were panicking, Davy just smiled lightly as if he had thought. Prince Barris looked at Davy. He softly called Davy, "Brother, brother." Davy asked Barris, "Did you sleep well?" Prince Barris whispered, "Brother, how was the match?" Davy encouraged, "It's okay Barris, my brother did very well." Barris asked Davy, "Brother, did you see anything?" Barris raised his hand and asked further, "Did you see anything?" "I made an energy panel, bro." After hearing this, Davy was extremely surprised. Then Davy smiled gently. He thought, a soul shield is a super shield created by that very energy, to protect its owner from danger. "I made sure to build it in any case, but it was mostly Barissa's own maturity that kept her safe. Even though it's all thanks to my messages, she's only 14 years old, that was something anyone would be proud of," Davy thought to himself, but with what she had to say about this after preserving her own life. Davy touched Barissa's forehead and he gently told her that she was just being too polite. Davy added, "You'd be cuter if I saw you cry when talking about all those painful things. Stop talking like an old man, but get a good night's sleep." Barissa's vitality gradually stabilized, and he was taken away by the nurses. Everyone is gradually becoming more stable. At this point Davy was really angry. He gritted his teeth and called Valshan's name. Davy walked outside to the chaos. The people outside are trying to use their strength to stop Valshan's evil power, prevent that power from spreading and harming people. But they encountered difficulties and worriedly told each other that it was not effective at all. Valshan's face appeared with many veins like tree roots. He came out from inside the ruins. His mouth was wide and dyed dark red, his mouth curled into a savage smile. Those people immediately worried and said, "Damn it, Hess too strong for us, please help the audience evacuate first, the shield won't be able to hold up much longer." Davy stepped forward. The strong wind made it impossible for his shirt to stay still. Everyone saw Davy and asked, "Oh man." When they realized who Davy was, they immediately worried and added, "Why are you here? Please stay safe." "You can't be here sir, Prince Davy, it will be dangerous if you come any closer, please stay away." Davy still walked steadily forward. Winley looked anxiously after Davy, calling out to him, "Brother." She worriedly ran downstairs. Winley exclaimed, "Since when did you go there?" Davy approached Prince Valshan. He saw him harming one person after another. Valshan's body was covered in horrible ulcers. Davy smiled and muttered, "Is that an infection?" "You became quite different overnight, Prince Valshan," Davy said with a black face. "How should I deal with you now?" Valshan roared like a true devil. The leader ordered the others to quickly stop him. Valshan rushed forward frantically. The leader added, "Don't let this guy get close to Prince Davy." The soldiers screamed. Everywhere there was a strong smell of blood. Davy still calmly glanced around. The hand of the evil Valshan was about to touch Davy. He still calmly waited. Suddenly Winley ran up behind him and called out, "Brother." Davy heard his sister's voice and his face changed. He was extremely worried. Davy turned around and called his sister, "Winley." Valshan's hand stretched out to grab Davy, but what he thought anxiously now was, "No, Winley will also be injured if he continues to advance." Suddenly a hand grabbed his collar and threw him far away. Davy was thrown away like that and was surprised. What was he shouting about? Davy saw clearly the other person. Was it Princess Alina? Many of those soldiers fell. Princess Alina stopped behind Valshan. He was furious and growled like a real animal. Princess Alina stopped nearby. The sword's light shone on Alina's face. Alina rushed forward to attack Valshan. The swords flashed blindingly brightly. The storm passed. Alina stood looking at Davy sitting nearby. Winley was worried about her brother. She asked him, "Are you okay?" Davy looked at Alina and angrily said, Hey. In his heart he was angry and said, "Are you robbing me?" Alina held her sword and stood from afar facing Prince Vanlation, surrounded by his fury. The muscles in his face were contracting violently, his eyes were red and cloudy, unable to see the focal point. Alina was not afraid of his strange form. She flew up to attack his left cheek, right cheek, and both sides, and also sent his body flying into the air while freely falling to the ground. When he fell, it caused a huge explosion that caused the nearby soldiers to dodge away. They couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "It's impossible." She stood tall, before the mad prince fainted amidst the ruins around him. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly waking up and shouting, "The princess had won," and immediately rushed forward to arrest the prince. Princess Winley pulled Davy's shirt and said, "Let her worry and hide." Davy looked at Princess Alina, he chuckled as if fascinated. "She has too much energy. I see, she's better than the bunch here." While everyone was praising Alina, she changed her expression to look much more serious. She whispered, "Vampire." He also realized at this moment that something was wrong. People here also gradually see the seriousness of the problem. What is going on? Prince Van Leischen, who had been tied up, suddenly moved. They saw that he had changed just now. Fangs appear and nails grow longer. Winley asked worriedly, "Brother?" Alina didn't hesitate to give Prince Valshan a stab deep into his chest. What's scary is that he didn't show any pain at all. On the contrary, he even showed an extremely spooky smile. Blood and devotion covered the entire castle. There was only blood and not a single person was breathing. Davy and Winley hugged each other tightly. Winley cried loudly, calling, "Your name, brother." Davy patted and encouraged her, "It's okay, Winley, everything will be okay." "Nothing." Winley still called him unconsciously, "Brother, brother." Seeing that she was worried, he patted her head and said, "Rest, after you wake up from this dream, everything will fall into place." Still like Barris, Davy put Winley into a deep sleep. He smiled and looked at the gentle girl. But he quickly changed to a more gloomy and cold expression. He threatened himself, "Hey, it's time to get to work, you lazy bastard. If I don't act quickly, the necromantic mana will be lost." Hess screaming at me that Hess fed up with this. Once you reach the point where you can bond with your mana, that energy will gradually form its own ego. And you know, I have 3 different energies, so they also have quite annoying personalities. Necromancer mana is basically a psychotic name, it always forces others to use it, otherwise they will rebel, so it is the most effective energy. On the contrary, mana is often a tsundere. On the surface it is difficult to deal with, but once relied on, it will work properly. And the last one, the holy energy, is the most stubborn of the 3, the holy energy doesn't want to listen at all. Is the laziest of the bunch, Davy told him, "Can't you wake up?" He thought to himself, if I hadn't caused such a ruckus, it wouldn't have moved. Finally, it happened. Level 4 holy energy, brilliant blessings. With this Winley won't have any problems for a while. Davy looked at the things going on inside the castle. Now that you look closely, this is pretty scary. Blood into a bloody city, as the name implies. It is the power that takes the life of a living creature to nourish itself in the area around it. In fact, my current limit of holy energy is level 4, which isn't enough to save everyone in the arena. Davy pondered, well, Therese, no reason for me to save them anyway, at least Barris left here first. Now Therese, no one looking, so we'll take my time. Davy didn't know when Alina walked behind him. Davy now knew that he was not alone, but that there was also someone with the same ideology who was here all along. This is the worst situation. Unexpectedly, there are still people who can stay awake while in a bloody city. They don't call her the master of the divine sword for fun. And she's still very beautiful even though she looks like she's about to die, and she still catches my attention with her beauty. Alina listlessly dragged something behind her. Davy touched her shoulder. She suddenly woke up and looked at him. Too surprised, she pushed Davy's hand away from her. He softly said to her, "Are you finally calm?" Davy judged that the danger level had not yet decreased. The vampire in front is still moving. Davy turned his back to Alina. "If it's okay, then get out of the way." She suddenly woke up, stammering, "Wait, he was just there." At this moment she ran over and grabbed Davy's arm, waiting a moment. She looked at him in disbelief. Why was he completely okay? Facing Alina at a very close distance, Davy knew that it was like that, but thought she understood the situation. Probably because a prince had just woken up from a coma a few months ago, but being calm in this situation was strange. Davy happily raised his hands and said innocently, "Who knows, just let it go for now." Alina looked at him angrily. Davy just leisurely toyed with her. "I'm your benefactor, so don't hate me, princess." She spread her arms. "Tell you, step aside anyway, this is not something you can handle." When did she replace him in front? Davy looked at her back helplessly and said, "I can't handle it." She was full of charisma, showing off the strength of a female warrior, and said, "Yes, this is not what you want. It can't be solved by luck like your performance at the party yesterday. Nobles of the night, it is said that they are descendants of blood demons mentioned in ancient books. I guess you've heard of vampires too." Davy, according to his own judgment, luck can't do anything to them. She spoke up, showing the strength of a female warrior. Someone who couldn't feel any mana like him would be instantly torn to pieces, though I don't know why he's okay, so run away from here. Davy continued to speculate, well, I don't think he will let me go that easily. But she bravely replied, I will do my best to stop him. Alina is trustworthy, Davy, he told himself. However, unlike yesterday, this time it felt much more sincere. It was as if she had met an ancient enemy. She reminisced about a past involving her late mother, and this demon in front of her was the cause. She has never forgotten a moment since that day. Vampire, vampire. I will destroy you all, to the core. Until we say goodbye to this world. Right before her eyes, it seemed like she was close to a successful revenge plan. Davy attacked her from behind, not forgetting to say sorry. Alina was knocked down by him and said, what's going on? Davy voiced his opinion in this dangerous situation. I don't know why you're so obsessed with vampires, but don't get in my way, she said confusedly. What do you mean? But he answered more cryptically, I don't know, I just need to sit still and enjoy it. Facing the vampire with ever closer moments. Davy smiled, it's been a long time, the number of times I fought in that temple was hundreds, no thousands. If they are vampires, then no one in this world understands them better than me, I mean among the living people. It's not a problem for an infected person to be nourished by blood. Davy threatened the ghost before his eyes, I will send you to the next life as many times as you want. One strike, then another, he attacked the vampire without any hesitation. Davy smirked, it seems like you still haven't learned anything even though you lost to me yesterday, now, it's our turn. The two sides fought fiercely and horribly. The last time, Davy told that guy that he was born and destroyed. Davy swung a punch and directly penetrated and burned his bloodline. One of his blows sent the vampire flying dozens of meters away, a loud explosion rang out loudly. Alina was frightened by the power he had. Even though she witnessed it with her own eyes, she still exclaimed, it's impossible. Alina rolled her eyes. Davy's last attack almost broke the statue in front of him. What the hell? He groaned, finally relieved. Alina's heart beat strongly, she wondered, could this happen? An infected person that even my knights, mages, and swords couldn't stop, was defeated by a normal human whose mana I couldn't feel. Alina's eyebrows furrowed, above all else, a prince who a few months ago was still in a coma. He now reached out his hand towards her, startling her, he still kept his hand there. Alina stared at his hand. I was a little worried, with a few drops of sweat on my face. She finally reached out her hand towards him. But you spoke again, lend me your sword. Alina froze on the spot. She quickly withdrew her hand, her face red with embarrassment. She said shyly, you see, my sword is broken from the previous battle. He took off the button on her clothes and said, no, it's not that sword. Here, he holds the button in his hand. This sword, I should have received an item after the boss battle. After speaking, he raised his hand and looked at the object shaped like a small sword, saying, please lend me your strength, O sword god. Let me borrow your strength, Lord Sword God, the brave blacksmith who devoted his life to forge a sword that can save the world, and many other weapons. 1000-day blacksmith, sir, in his hands, ordinary ores will become precious weapons, and trash will become treasures never seen before, who receives the blessings of the spirits and gains the ability to blacksmith, creating swords imbued with mana, he became famous throughout the continent for generations. Especially the 12 famous swords scattered across the continent and revered as national treasures. Among the masterpieces he created throughout his life, Surtur named one of them, Calderas. In ancient language, Calderas means white guardian. Surtur's swords were all outstanding magical swords, but Calderas stood out the most, that's because he burned his life when forging it and gave it to his friend, the sword god Harris. The sword has developed its own consciousness, an ego. A sword that can use its own power, sounds great. Davy smiled as if he wasn't laughing, but as someone who knew the truth, he already knew its personality. Do you want to know? At this moment, a shrill voice rang out, hey, how dare you hold me? That thing called a sword was shouting at him. He still held the sword tightly even though it cursed and let him go. That behavior really made his head spin. He heard it just now and it was quite rude. Davy frowned and replied, am not deaf. What? He smirked and gave a sad smile looking at the sword, a sword with the ability to vibrate. You have such a perverted hobby. Cooperate with me. At this moment Alina exclaimed, paying. Suddenly she rushed towards him and gave it back. Davy held Alina's shoulder, half smiled and said, if this continues, your master will die. He thought to himself, to be able to move even when the force that maintained her consciousness was gradually disappearing, one must praise her tenacity. The princess may have excellent talent, but her assistant is not very good, and knowing her limits is also important. Looking at Davy's cunning face, the sword threatened, "Don't try to do anything to her," he pouted, not bothering. At this time Alina was also unconscious. He also began to awaken it. The small sword flew up, emitting a brilliant aura. Davy grabbed the sword with one hand, and lightning flashed. A powerful stream of light exploded into the blue sky, accompanied by a earth-shaking sound. Then a flawless sword appeared. He raised his hand and took the sword in his hand. Gently caressed the blade. "I understand, very good." The sword was confused when Davy was able to awaken it. "Even the contractor hasn't awakened me yet. How are you planning to use my power?" Davy swung a few swords and said in annoyance, "It was too noisy. Just lend me your strength, it'll take care of the rest. If you hear that, be careful. Who are you?" Davy didn't say anything, then immediately he waved his sword. A series of sword shadows, their strength clearly appeared, the sound of the divine sword. A strong stream of pressure accompanied by lightning struck down. He smirked and said, "How long are you planning to hide?" When it was time to reveal himself, I saw a crack appearing in the air from what he had just cut. A cracking sound rang out. From there suddenly a bat flew out. Davy saw that and smirked. I guessed it was a vampire, but I didn't expect it to be a high-ranking maid. Then a figure slowly appeared. A girl with long hair and blood-red eyes appeared. Davy spoke, "Do we know each other, lady maid?" The maid looked down at Davy and said, "When my subordinates were destroyed, I thought someone was secretly helping the humans, but I didn't expect it to be you." He smiled when he heard that. "I guess I'm in for a pretty big surprise, so come down here. Looking at you makes my neck tired." Seeing his somewhat disdainful attitude, the maid angrily said, How dare you, Therese Moore? This guy is shameless and even teasing. I can see your underwear with that skirt, it's black, it really matches your personality." She was extremely angry when she heard that, the bastard. So, at this moment, he swung his sword down hard, his mouth growled, "Get down here now." She remained standing on the statue and did not move, just said, "Down Davy, yes, if you create such a big tragedy, then even if you defeat us, Queen Lines will not have to suffer any consequences." The relationship with Boltis country can be mentioned, but Boltis' situation is not much better, so there is no way. Why would they declare war on the kingdom of Roun? A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. "Since you dared to appear in front of me, it can be seen that you are confident that you can kill me. You're quite smart, but what can I say? It's closing time, ladies and gentlemen." At this moment, the maid could no longer bear it, daring to talk to me so vilely without understanding the situation. Then she raised her hand and gently grasped it. A blood-red rattan whip surrounded by black gas appeared in the maid's hand. She raised her hand and slammed the rattan whip to the ground. Created a huge commotion. He jumped up on the pole, exclaimed, Good, you've been provoked quite a bit." At this time, the crystals aimed in Davy's direction. Davy jumped back to avoid the attack. At the same time, I saw several crystals close in front of me. Then quickly moved aside, then gained momentum and slowly stepped back. He landed and swung his sword to slash. The crystals were then immediately cut into hundreds of pieces. She saw this and mocked you. This was a bit unexpected, but in the end, you are only human. Davy is also not the average person. She said that you give back twice as much. Aren't you a servant to humans? When she heard that, she glared at him and dared to say such rude things with your tongue. After finishing speaking, she swung her whip and attacked Davy. Looking at the maid in front of him, Davy silently remembered his conversation with someone. He once told him that, the vampire lord, it is very strong, absurdly strong. First of all, one of the subordinates is the strongest species. Starting from their origin they are quite crazy. Among their abilities, the most special ability is that they can inherit their legacy and become Lord's Lord. They cannot be easily killed unless facing their mortal enemies, the High Elves. They cannot be easily killed unless facing their mortal enemies, the High Elves. Make them mad and then beat them to a pulp, no matter what creature it is. If it loses its temper, its movements will become obvious. This is a very effective way to fight vampires, because they have quite a lot of pride, so the higher the rank, the easier it is to provoke. Davy, you told him this? So cunning. Win is the most important. That's what the sword god told him before returning to the motherland. And it seems like the fallen kingdom also has a little faith in Harris. I wonder what would happen if they knew him in real life. At this time, she repeatedly whipped the whip at Davy. He quickly dodged. After gaining momentum, he swung his sword and slashed. The maid also counterattacked, using her strength to attack Devi, then create a protective blood shield for yourself. Devi felt the aura and quickly retreated back. He recognized that thing as the blood shield. The divine sword spoke. It was a vampire count. She is still very young, but considering her age, she has the potential to become a lord. Devi smiled confidently. Then we should deal with her right now. The sword god was a bit confused. Maybe not. Do you think it's impossible? The maid now launched a surprise attack towards Devi. She showed an unpleasant look on her face and declared loudly, even if you act leisurely, there is only one outcome waiting for you. Even the daughter who received the sword god's sword and his techniques were defeated. If you want to die in peace, then stand still and take your punishment, Prince Devi. After speaking, she struck again. Powerful power burst out, instantly engulfing Devi in a sea of smoke, but he wasn't defeated that easily. He jumped out of the sea of smoke and quickly ran behind her. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, taking advantage of the opportunity to attack, Devi quickly rushed towards the maid from behind. At this moment, she suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with murderous intent and said, "Stupid." Devi ran fast, suddenly appeared behind her. "You said the technique of the sword god. I think you're focusing on that lady and misunderstanding something. You see, the true technique of the sword god." Saying this, Devi laughed again. "A person like you, swinging a sword more than 100 times, that habit cannot be called training. It's not that cute," he shouted loudly, destroying the mountains, while swinging his sword at her. As the sword descended, she exclaimed in panic, "What?" At this moment, countless powerful sword energies erupted, the blood shield also cracked. A loud explosion rang out, the floor under Devi's feet was crushed under pressure. Devi couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He understood that this was why people used overwhelming equipment. The divine sword next to him spoke in confusion, "I don't understand what you are saying." "Back to my golden age," Devi teased the sword god, "Uck your mouth. It seems like you are very excited because you have materialized for the first time in thousands of years, but calm down." The sword god couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you? How can you do as you please, use my power? On top of that, you talk as if you've known me for a long time." Devi didn't mince words, he said it like an order, "Just follow the agreement, we don't need to talk about each other's past, right?" The sword god asked somewhat confusedly, "What are you talking about?" He sighed. He didn't speak out because he was speaking to himself, saying he wouldn't believe me if I said that I was actually your first master's student. Instead, it's a good thing he didn't scream and tell me he was insulting the dead. The sword god spoke. The vampire had disappeared. Devi leisurely replied, "Leave her alone, the situation is not good to chase after her. Blood is still developing its potential. The sword god hates blood, even though I haven't seen it for a long time, it still makes me sick." Luckily, thanks to the previous explosion, the core was destroyed so it wouldn't spread any further. However, the remaining blood wouldn't stop until all the humans here were dead. Considering its current state, it can be resolved in a few months by using a level 6 wide area purification spell. Although most people who lose their vitality will die, Devi also has his own judgment. What's worse is that people who are exposed for a long time will turn into infected hordes. The sword god is also quite sure with his knowledge. Without looking, I can know that the people out there are hesitating. Even if they don't know what happened, I'm sure the neighborhood is in chaos already. The god of swords commends Devi. "Compared to them, you are really lucky. Even though you look young, you are as strong as a master. It seems like you are too strong for blood and devotion to affect you. You don't refuse to praise yourself. You're right, I'm a master, but I still need time to deploy my sword energy. The reason I'm strong is because I don't accumulate experience like people who get stronger little by little. A master, I was able to reach that level thanks to knowledge and practice. It was all thanks to that poetic stimulant that I became this strong." The sword god curiously asked Devi, "Wait a minute, what are you? This thing is a monster. What is this terrible amount of mana?" Devi was speechless. How dare he call you this? The sword god still did not finish speaking and continued, "The most important thing is this necromantic mana and holy energy." He laughed it off. The sword god honestly said, "I have never heard of all three energy sources coexisting, at all." He said majestically, "The person who broke common sense was standing right here." The sword god chuckled, "How could this be? This is crazy." "You go, ahem, you dare say crazy, don't insult the results of hundreds of years of research." A movement that caused the land to break occurred. Devi put down his sword, posed handsomely and continued, "Stop chatting. Since things are like this, I will leave the consequences to you. With my current strength, I cannot handle this situation." The sword god replied, "What are you talking about?" Devi is confident, him saying let's clean up this mess. He never thought of himself as a hero, he just did what he had to do. I don't intend to sacrifice myself to save strangers, but if this helps me recover, I'm happy to use them as stepping stones, so I can jumpstart my frozen strength. He clasped his hands together. A prayer right now is not necessarily a good idea, this is really not my style. But Freya, the keeper of all, his young lamb, is lost in the darkness and can't find his way back. I hope you can light the way, if not, I hope you can personally resolve this matter, but I know that you cannot do that. The sword god saw Devi making that gesture in front of him. He was bewildered and surprised. What is this? This type of prayer looks really weird. Devi confesses that his holy energy is a bit stubborn due to the influence of Lady Daphne. He received his holy energy not by worshipping a god but through knowledge and belief. If I had to classify it, it would be this energy is due to the gods' curiosity, not their love. His sheep are suffering extremely, so this unfortunate sheep wants to save their lives by believing in the ultimate equipment here. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Devi pleaded, whatever, she's definitely watching everything. I'm about to use it, so remember to give me permission. The god of swords teases you. I'm sure the gods will answer your impudent prayers. Devi replied, it seems you don't understand the gods. Of course the sword god doesn't believe that. Why? Devi thought and thought again. Does the church know that the devoted believers who only use their mouths to pray are not the ones who receive the love of the gods, but the ones who can attract the curiosity if they just receive that love? You say that there is no way to save those who have lost their vitality, so just replace it with a greater power. The spell was created by the greatest user of holy energy in history, that is, Daphne, the highest level holy magic that can only be used with the permission of the god. The gods like crazy people, especially crazy people. Maybe the gods heard Devi's call. Level 9 Supreme Holy Magic. The holy place is now glowing golden in the sky. The sword god was surprised. Level 9, are you planning to dry me to death? Devi comforted him. Don't worry, it's too wet. The low, strange voice of a lady, you can't die. The sword god at this moment helplessly saw Devi using his internal strength, making the surrounding unable to not be affected by him. After causing an unpleasant phenomenon in the Holy Land, Devi stood up. The shock wave was so painful it felt like my back was being sliced open by a piece of red-hot metal. It was that female voice talking to the sword god again. Hey sword god, is he still alive? Devi laughed and said, ha ha ha, passed out. Then in a moment he also fainted to the ground with his back covered in blood. An information panel appeared in front of me. Name Devi Al Roun, age 16, male gender, human race, title of student of the Mad Gods in the Hall of Heroes, abnormal state of depleted holy energy, special detail, another half-crazy guy has a pulse, can't get better until he reaches a certain level, is a stain that is retained, a quality is bestowed, status can be confirmed the power of a person. Devi was very angry but couldn't do anything, he just said angrily, daring to call him crazy, hey Lady Freya, this is a bit too much. The lady spoke up, this is nothing. You were dreaming, how long had it been since you had a comfortable rest? I haven't been able to rest for at least 6 months. It feels like my mind has been wiped clean. At this moment, a voice calling him brought him back to reality. Just looking at Winley, Devi asked in bewilderment, this is, she quickly said, the room in the Duke Peristi territory, are you okay? He hugged his face and asked, how long had he been sleeping? Winley burst into tears and hugged him, it's been 2 days today, I was so worried that you would never wake up again. Seeing that, Devi patted and comforted her, he thought to himself, what should I do? In making her worry for no reason, this has happened before, so I can't do anything. Winley wiped her tears and said, that day, I had a dream. Yes, a dream that, you saved me when the red mist surrounds us. Hearing that, he smiled softly and gently patted her head. Brother, tell me the truth, you dispelled the red mist, right? Here he replied a little shyly, that's it, but as soon as she said a word, she interrupted, I found something when I searched you. There's a mark engraved on the back, that's the holy seal, right? Hearing her speak, he also realized that there was a holy mark on his back, a holy seal. She kept talking, its size was almost as wide as 3 hands. Hearing this, Devi thought to himself, the feeling of his back being torn apart was because the holy seal was engraved. This has never happened when I've been at the temple, they're truly cruel creatures, but the size of this holy mark is a bit large. She told him, the person who found it was a high priest who took care of him, because of it the Duke's territory was in turmoil. Because all the red mist had been purified, and he lay in a place surrounded by holy energy, his back engraved with a holy seal. Devi was still silent, No wonder everyone was panicking. Unlike the gathered priests, the Holy Seal basically indicated that he was the one chosen by the gods. So, I was wondering if you have any clue about the truth, but Winley's words are parallel to Davy's line of thought, although it makes me feel relieved after the disaster, but it seems like no one knows other than the Holy Seal much about what happened. He wondered, what should he do, because he still couldn't decide whether to hide his power or not, because if he revealed them, he didn't know what would happen, and if he thoughtlessly made the situation more serious, it would probably cause trouble for others, especially this time. He found it caused more problems. Then he apologized. Sorry, I was unconscious so I didn't know what happened. I understand, but it seems very unlikely that this could happen. How is my body? Is there any pain anywhere? Seeing that she is worried about me like me, he smiled and said, you see, I'm fine. I must say your body is so strong that it's almost a problem, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it should be 3. In addition to using the level 9 holy magic, Holy Land, to remove the blood, he could also increase his holy energy by stimulating it. It was just a simple experiment, but the results were extraordinary. The amount of mana inside him had increased a lot. Everything from normal mana, which was affected by holy energy, to necromancy mana had all increased. This didn't completely change things, but now he could use his own sword energy. And of course, the slowest of the 3, the holy energy, increased the most, due to the power of the Holy Seal. It needs a chance to grow. Holy damn energy. You don't know how chaotic it has been outside since you passed out, especially your maid. He suddenly remembered Amy's worried face. He thought it was a dream, but it turned out it wasn't a dream. He still vaguely remembered it. Winley continued angrily, on top of that, Princess Alina suddenly came to find him. She was very stubborn, said that she would take him to a decent doctor. Davy was speechless. That was also true. Then he gently said, you did very well, you must be tired taking care of me, go rest, I have something to think about alone. Wiley obediently nodded, yes, don't worry about Barris, has been transferred safely, and the competition has been postponed since that day. It's going to be noisy for a while, but please rest. Davy nodded and raised his hand to say goodbye to her. He thought again, so that's it. After seeing that Winley had gone out the door, he spoke up and checked the information. Immediately an information panel appeared in front of him. Name Winley Al Round, female gender, human race, title no, unusual state of fatigue, special conditions 3 circle mage, current psychology now, worried about unexpected witnesses in a weakened state. Davy held his chin in both amusement and curiosity. It looked like a game, but why did something like this appear? Was it because I sent a prayer to Dionysus, or was it because I used magic that was supposed to be used in the celestial body? Whatever it was, it seemed very complicated. Suddenly at this time a mysterious voice rang out, on the other hand, you seem to like seeing other people's conditions and psychology. When he heard a voice, he was startled and threw off the blanket. Davy dazedly glanced around the room. He wondered where this voice came from. Someone, you dare hide and approach me, I don't know what brave bastard you are, but I will catch you immediately. That voice rang out again. In here, below. Davy heard that and looked down, only to see that it was a tiny girl. Her body also emitted a pale blue light. The girl said, I'm a bit shocked that my seal was broken, but if it's God's will, I'll accept it. Looking at the little girl in front of Davy, he reminisced about the past. You remember when I talked to the Marquis, I didn't know he also had the soul of an artist. Seeing him drawing a girl, he was curious, who was he drawing? But the Marquis didn't say anything but instead asked around, wondering what it looked like. Davy looked for a while. Let's see, 2 delicate hooks on the head, and bloodshot eyes like Chayunabiu is a devil. Just based on its beauty, I think it's a high-class species. Hearing that, the Marquis couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're probably the only one who gets to call its horns hooks. Yes, this is a devil, and what made him decide to paint a portrait of a devil? The Marquis still did not explain to him the reason, just told Davy to drink, and down the glass. Davy was extremely curious. Looking at the details, you can see that he is impressed with her. Now he told him, she is very beautiful, right? She is much stronger than those crazy girls having fun over there. Thousands of times, I drew her so much that she was engraved in my memory. Her name was Berserk. When she still looked like a human, I adopted her and personally taught her swordsmanship, just like what was recorded in the legend. To end the Great War, I personally slashed and sealed her in my sword, the demon lord of the bottom of the abyss. Berserk von Palan. Looking at these Chayunabiu-like red eyes, he immediately recognized that it was the girl in the painting the Marquis drew. He spoke up, Demon Lord Berserk. Oh ho, I see you know me well, as expected. My eyes did not deceive me. Berserk is a bit small compared to Davy. Seeing him keep looking at her, she frowned. What are you thinking about? Davy suddenly shouted, so softly. But right after that, she was tied up by him. Berserk looked at his rude actions and was extremely angry. You are truly a rough guy. Unlike you, I am not interested in things like this. Davy said coldly, it looks like we're playing right now. Isn't this the first time we've met? There's no reason for us to have any enmity. Speaking of this, Berserk looked pitiful and said, can you let me go now? I already told you, I don't like this, and this vulgar posture, a bit embarrassing. He looked bored and didn't bother to speak, immediately used magic to untie Berserk, not forgetting to complain, losing all interest. She saw that he was willing to untie her and shouted with joy. He now asked, so a demon king should be sealed in the god, what do you want from me? Explain the situation, she immediately said, considering how we will be in a symbiotic relationship. Hearing that you are a bit confused, symbiotic relationship, that's right, talking about the holy seal on your back, it has become the container of her soul. That's the reason its size is not normal. Davy was depressed, he didn't expect the holy seal to seal a demon king, not happy at all. To be honest, I don't understand anything, so, you better not beat around the bush. What a moody guy, that's right, my temper is quite erratic. Berserk took his dress and introduced himself. Okay, I respectfully introduce myself, my name is Berserk von Farren. I am the one who observes all of you from far away into nothingness. When one looks into the abyss looks back. It can be said that she is the reason that saying came into existence, the main cause, leading to the great war between our world and the devil recorded in ancient history, was standing before him. And it was Horus who used the divine sword Caldiris, stabbed the demon and ended that war. That is a truth everyone knows. Actually, the demon king's soul was sealed in the sword, and he knew this because he heard it from his own mouth. But when he looked at her, Davy was suspicious and wondered, is this the demon king? I feel like she is completely different from the other demon kings, Berserk said with a smile. Why are you surprised? Based on your reaction it seems like you already knew I was sealed. Davy then said, I never thought you were still conscious all this time. She continued, Caldiris' personality is not so rotten that he would throw his friend's soul in a corner. Davy exclaimed incredulously, friend, she replied harshly, yes, if I had known it would turn out like this, I would have said goodbye. Well, it's not like they'll consider personality issues, they'll make it clear. According to God's will, I was transferred from Caldiris to you. Davy had a confused face at what she said. God's will, what is that? Don't you have a better reason? She continued, if I had known, I wouldn't have been disappointed. Anyway, it turned out like this because you used holy magic. Shouldn't you be responsible to me? I'm personally interested in you. After all, you are the second person who can use the divine sword. Are you talking about Horus's swordsmanship? You say it as if you know Hess not as good as it is. That's an understatement. Every chance he gets, he talks about you. Hearing what you said, Berserk smiled. I understand, so he told me about me. There was a look of joy in his eyes and he said, luckily he didn't keep it a secret. I didn't expect him to be there. Hey, the paradise of heroes, he sighed. As a human being you have to know when you should keep it a secret. What's the use of lying to the demon king? She raised her finger. Let me correct something. What? I am not a peeper from the abyss, she explained. I just borrowed the will of a higher being. I think you call it a status window. That slightly insulting information is not my thoughts. The will of a higher being. I think humans call it the great God. Davy laughed out loud. He couldn't believe the will of a higher being, and she used the phrases like half crazy and serious brother respecter. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. What did the God who bestowed holy energy expect from someone like him? Berserk continued to say, it's already like this, so it's not my idea to move house. I'm sure you can show me more of this world than when I was with Caldiris. He frowned. Let you see, look at the world. That's right, the only thing that interests me after living this long is just seeing the world. So what about me? What benefit do I get? She pointed at Davy. You already got it. I'm talking about my strength. Just like the game you played in your previous life, you can acquire more skills. She was so right, he couldn't refute it. He didn't expect that she still knew his past life. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Berserk continued to say, this bargain is quite good, isn't it? We look forward to it. The Demon King's small hand. To be honest, Berserk's power is very tempting. Davy was thinking, do I have the right to choose? The answer is obvious. Then he gave her a finger. Okay, let's try to get along. It seems like I've accidentally met someone who can share my secret with me. A few days later, the main event on Phil Stookdom, the event that was supposed to take place thanks to the mainland swordsmanship competition, turned into a celebration of the appearance of the Holy Seal after the surprise attack, and of course, Davy became the center of attention precisely because he was the owner of that Holy Seal. It was dark but people were still crowded below. She looked down a little curiously. It seemed like there were quite a few people gathered today. Being a famous guy must be quite tiring. Wouldn't it be better to tell them the truth? Davy sounds a bit helpless when you say it. Isn't it enough that no one died? I don't intend to do that. Besides, most came here just to see the Holy Seal. She turned to look at him and said, well, it's true that they see it as proof that a person has received the love of God. Although in my eyes I see it more as a manifestation of obsession. Davy was upset. Don't talk so scary, okay? During the past 300 to 400 years, only 3 saints have appeared. A person receiving a Holy Seal is even more rare. If things continue like this, I might even be sold to the Holy Kingdom. After thinking about it, he firmly said, okay, I've decided. After a while Barris and Winley came to play with him. Winley came here with frustration. She said loudly, exactly, I mean, we didn't commit any crime, so I don't understand why they are so stubborn stiff-necked to come find us like that. As if this place were a holy place, he thought to himself, perhaps only for a short time, but this place truly was a holy land, in fact half the city. Running away when things get complicated is the best, urgent plan. After carefully preparing, Davy left the room and went out. He stood and looked at everything there one last time. Berserk sat on his suitcase and asked, is it okay to return like this? Surely those people will follow you back home. It's okay, because I'm sure there will be a great tanker who will behave very aggressively. The next morning while Alina was sipping tea and eating cake, someone came running to say that Davy had disappeared. As soon as she heard that, she was stunned. Had he run away? Linda the maid was confused. Your Highness, how could you say things like running away like that? She angrily slammed her hand on the table. Answering my question, Linda. You just said, that bastard ran away, right? Not only did he leave a mess for me, but he also created misleading rumors, and ran away with his brother. When we sent people came, they were. Alina raised his voice. He said, in a critical situation, I took care of the enemy after being awakened with my divine sword. And the reason the Holy Seal appeared was because of the hidden power of the divine sword. Linda was afraid, scared, princess. Alina raised his voice. He said, in a critical situation, I took care of the enemy after being awakened with my divine sword. And the reason the Holy Seal appeared was because of the hidden power of the divine sword. Linda was afraid, scared, princess. Alina wanted to go crazy. She stomped her foot on the table in frustration. Nonsense. It's all unbelievable nonsense. Hess the one who destroyed everything. Linda is helpless. Your Highness, please pay attention to your words. What if someone hears? It's been more than 10 years since I served the princess. I don't know if everyone knows that this is the true face of the Cold Ice Princess rumored to be in the Farron Empire, a stubborn and aggressive girl. Alina huffed and told the soldiers to prepare to deploy, right away. Right now he was on the carriage. Davy said to Berserk, I can't do such a big thing without being prepared. The opinions of the nobles, led by Duke Barrietta, have a lot of influence on the kingdom. Unlike queenliness. It takes too much time to get rid of them all at once. That's why the Linus Queen is so arrogant, and we can't punish them thoughtlessly. But it's okay, I've figured out a solution. The scene changes to Cryonis's palace. The king speaks, you did well. Barris sighed again and said, I have no excuse. Hearing that, he reassured me and said, no, it's not my fault. It's the Boltus Kingdom's fault for acting so openly in front of the Alliance. I just need to return safely. After speaking, he looked at Davy, and I heard that you have received the Holy Seal. Davy knelt down on one knee and replied, even though you are not worthy, you have received the Lord's interest, which is very gratifying. After speaking, he turned to look at Lines and asked, do you think so, Queen? She tried to suppress her anger and said, yes, this is very gratifying. Davy smiled softly, really? Hearing that, she forced herself to say, of course. After speaking, she quickly covered her mouth, cursing in her heart, this bastard, but on the outside she was happy. The son's blessing is also the mother's. Davy in her heart despised. I like to see the possibility. Your acting skills are amazing. At this time, the king ordered the Duke Barrietta, this is something we cannot ignore lightly. Please write a petition with a strong complaint to the Alliance. Barrietta nodded and replied, I have clearly. After instructing the Duke, he turned back and said, you children must be tired after a long journey. Go rest. Yes, Your Majesty. When you were about to leave, he called you back. Davy, stay a bit. After that, the two of them went to the big table to sit and talk. It's been half a year. Half a year since I woke up, and His Majesty has never summoned me. This is the first time. He asked a little guilty. Do you blame me? Davy just smiled. There was no reason to lie. And I haven't had anything to say since. The big butler has been supervising you, so you already know, he replied. You have very good intuition. Looks like I was right. He thought, there is no parent who doesn't notice their children change, and of course I noticed Davy's changes after his coma, even though I don't deserve to be called a father. He asked Davy again, have you wanted to see me lately? Davy replied, you thought for a while. So I just want to ask one thing. This sentence brings the king back to the past, the same Davy once ran to meet you, Your Majesty. He shed tears and knelt down to beg, please help his mother, don't you already know about her illness? But the response was only his coldness. It was not a disease, it was poison. Even though you cried and begged him, he still had a hateful attitude. What are you doing, taking the prince out? The butler pulled him away, even though he had his hands on the floor, even to the point of bleeding, he didn't even look at it. 4 years passed, and when he was 9, he discovered his mother's murderer, but the king kept avoiding the subject, using her illness as an excuse. He sighed and spoke up. How did it feel to throw away his mother, the person he once loved? Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward, but he still continued. His Majesty chose the kingdom over his mother, who let go of her hand for the stability of the kingdom, and even remarried the enemy. The king immediately said, don't blame her, it's all because of that. Hearing that, Davy scratched his head. I'm not interested in hearing about your love affair. I just want to know if she's really emotionless, even if she was poisoned to death. He asked because deep down he wanted to understand. Even if I've lived 1,000 years, a moment can become a memory. Even though his emotions had dulled, the memories of those days remained like a scar. She died, while saying sorry. I want to know how he really feels, Cryaness said in a low voice. Become king. I could not be a king or a good father. I lack both knowledge and power. A king is not someone who can do everything. A king must make choices that others cannot understand. So train yourself and become stronger, so that no one can stop you. That is my answer. Hearing him avoid his question, he also understood in his heart, Your Majesty, it seems like you have not completely forgotten your mother. But instead he showed his attitude. What an irresponsible bastard. Thinking so, he told the king, people say children often resemble their parents. But not for you. If your father abandoned his family for the ideal of the kingdom, and if he was a king that must be like that, then I want to walk on a different path. Davy was a little excited and stood up and slammed down on the table. A king, a splendid position that many people wanted to sit on. Give it to someone else. Even if many people gave it to me, I would not take it. After speaking, he bluntly left. Returning to the room, Berserk whispered in his ear, you are sometimes very harsh with others, but he thought it was right and told her, it was necessary. Well, you must know that I can see that window, Davy said firmly, it won't change my decision. And you can't see everything, that's right, Davy told himself, at least I have the answer. It was dark outside, Davy told Amy, I'm going to bed, so don't let anyone in. Amy nodded, yes, Your Majesty, good night. Davy goes out and climbs onto the balcony. Shall we go now? Down the rabbit hole. At this time in the kingdom of Round, the Dark Moon Guild's mansion, a loud voice rang out, Shari is missing. That person immediately replied, yes, she didn't leave any trace. The branch leader was confused when he heard that. Didn't the assassins under her also go missing before? They were sent to assassinate Prince Davy, Barris, and Princess Winley. When he heard his subordinate say that, his face was not very happy. At the same time, another person spoke up, it wouldn't help if the headquarters sent a level A messenger. Hearing him say that, the branch manager became even more frustrated. If you don't want to die, then watch your mouth. He laughed and continued to say, her identity is already obscure, and now she has disappeared, not to mention headquarters sent her here. Don't you find it suspicious? Not only did she disappear, but the princess and prince were still alive, and now witnessing the true power of a Class A member was not bad. The target has been assigned. I will bring back Shari's head and their bodies. I will show you what is worthy of the best assassin in the kingdom. When he left with that triumphant expression, he thought, the true power of a level A, so stupid. The subordinate spoke up, is it okay to send him out like that? He just shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. Leave him alone, he thought, your baseless confidence will only bring the end. Not only did she have an A-level title, her skills were number 2, but she couldn't possibly be number 1. Most of the informers had already realized that this woman is dangerous. So thinking about her failed assassination and disappearance, this is an unusual case. The branch manager felt uneasy. They'll clean up a bit and leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, some force pressed the button in his hand. He was stunned. Why was no one there? That's not right. The branch manager stood up in panic. At this moment, suddenly a low voice rang out. Even if he shouted, it was the same. Lord Ofria could not, even if he could hold my hand. I only saw someone squeezing his hand from behind with both hands, making him unable to move. He was too strong. The branch leader shouted, "Who sent you? Is it the Luxo Guild or the Karsha Guild?" No. Even if they are, they can't wipe out the entire Harsh branch in one morning. Or, Therese, only one possibility left. The headquarters has sent someone. I just saw that person coldly saying, "Do you want to live? Maybe I'll let you live if you give me some information." The branch manager was confused. You are a customer. If you just want information, you can go through the process. But he spoke in a low voice. It's not the type of information that can be bought. Say it, he'll tell you anything you want. Hearing that, the corner of his mouth also slightly raised. Really? Then he slowly released him, saying, "Well, you're being generous, then I'll accept." Being threatened by this guy made the branch manager extremely angry. He silently cursed, "Damn, that person made a request. I don't need much. Give me a list of every noble loyal to Duke Varietta, and every record of their embezzlement. Even the information that the Duke has collected to lure others, is only around here." Agitated branch chief, "You're a monster." However, he reached out and pressed his finger on his forehead, then raised his voice and remained silent. He was scared by your murderous aura, scared to the point of sweating profusely. You don't need another warning, right? As soon as these words came out, he couldn't help but shudder, thinking to himself, is he a master of assassination? And the person who was threatening him was none other than Davy. He said lightly, "Detecting lies is my specialty, so don't try to trick me." Although it depends on the person, the branch leader's whole body suddenly trembled. He was confused. How could an assassination master be in this small kingdom? Then asked, "So what will you do?" "And then you achieved your goal. He gave you what you needed." Looking at the pile of shoes in front of him, Davy laughed, "I know it's not easy. Then you open each one and see, this is all trash. There will be some fake names and unnecessary information to pull us back. The real information must be hidden in another room." Berserk smiled, "So that's why it's a rabbit hole. I heard that rabbits dig a lot of holes to hide. If we go and collect all the information, we will be able to eliminate the noble faction, so there will be a massacre. We won't kill them all, we have to play fair." "You mean, well, even if they're nobles, they're not above the law." He was his mother's personal knight when she was alive. He was one of the 3 sword masters of the Kingdom of Roun, Marquis Paltry's. At the same time, in Marquis Paltry's room, after he opened the pile of papers on the table and looked at the things written on the paper, he looked extremely excited. Immediately ran to find the butler. "Butler, who gave you this letter? And this is also the beginning of Davy's plan. This is how Davy will eliminate Duke Variet's subordinates." Davy was standing on the roof observing. Berserk quipped, "Today's concept is a midnight visitor." He frowned, "Where did you learn that from?" "Hey, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" She smiled. "What do you want?" Davy was a bit confused. You already know. Why ask? I want to hear you say it." Davy said seriously, "Of course. I want to repair my family, have a warm place to lean on and a full stomach, no need to worry about anything. I want to live a long and healthy life." Berserk laughed, "Royal life must be very difficult, but haven't you lived like that?" "Does it look like that?" She couldn't help but laugh. "It's so funny. No, you understand. The kingdom will be stronger, there will be a small land owned by the royal family. I will move there, live a peaceful life and do what I want. I have to use the knowledge from my previous life somewhere. What do you think? A high-tech city on the mainland?" "I'm a little confused, your plan is too vague." "What about revenge?" "Revenge is just part of the process, not our goal. What happens after we take revenge? We have to live on." Berserk wondered, "Wouldn't it be better to take the throne and change the country?" Davy said with a smile, "A king cannot live a leisurely life. What about your palace?" "We've already figured out a way, we don't need to continue living there. I will build a place to return to." The next day, the queen and king were now sitting on the throne. Linus besides the proposal, "Your Majesty, as the possessor of the Holy Seal, Prince Davy is the blessing and pride of this kingdom. Such great merit, or reward it." He also thought about what she said. A reward, she said again. Before that Prince Davy was given a land, now his body has recovered. I think there is no better reward than giving it goes to that land, then it can contribute more to our country. After hearing what she said, the people around them couldn't help but be surprised. What happened to the queen suddenly? they didn't expect her to praise the eldest prince. Lena silently listened to them talk. In her heart she was saying to herself, I hate having to do this. The assassination failed and my best tool, the Shari, is missing. If that bastard had just returned normally, I would have said he was insane and imprisoned him, but because of that damn seal, things got complicated. But now is not the time to think about that. The information society that stored the Duke's information was attacked, and not just one, but all 7 information societies in the kingdom were wiped out by one guy in just one night. Suddenly, the branch manager knelt in front of her and protested vehemently, I didn't want to, no, we can't, my queen, that monster is a master assassin with a terrifying aura. There is no use in searching for him, because an organization that can eliminate him does not exist in this kingdom. She thought to herself, you fool, he must know that information is valuable, if it falls into his hands. Then it could be used to accuse the king. There is a high possibility that it is the same person. I have no proof, but my intuition says that the person who caused this and the person protecting the prince are the same person. If my hunch is right, Therese still hope, we just need to get rid of that bastard. If the assassination and imprisonment fail, there is only one option left, which is to send him away legally. That's right, let's just focus on that for now. I said before that it was a reward because I knew it would probably not be easy to agree, so after thinking for a while the king also spoke up, which was reasonable. When she heard that, she was stunned. Cryaness continued, anyway, having a prince who is not a crown prince in the royal palace is not appropriate. She was surprised. What? He said again, let's continue to discuss this matter. Then he raised his hand, Captain, yes your majesty. After saying that, he ordered the captain to bring the prince here. Lines was a little nervous and afraid, what is this guy thinking? Very soon Davy arrived. Davy's face was gloomy without any surprise, because he had predicted this. Davy thought to himself, he realized he was a time bomb, so he must have decided he couldn't keep himself in the palace anymore. When you walked up to him, he said sternly, go away. Go to the land you have been given and develop it, prove your worth. Davy nodded and replied, I will obey. At this moment, Berserk laughed loudly again, oh ho, it seems like he was afraid that his son would go too far, so he was planning to take you somewhere else. Davy scoffed, I don't care. Either way, you know, and you firmly told her, even if he doesn't give the order, I will leave on my own. I've done what I need to do, so Therese no need to stay here anymore, Davy thought with a half smile, it seems like these two people took me out of the palace for a purpose, but they're just playing around in the palm of their hand, just my hand. Berserk looked up and asked, when are you planning to leave? He immediately replied, as soon as everything is ready, everything will be messed up, countless lives will be lost because of what you have done. If the kingdom remained like this, it would be better to destroy it, and the reconstruction must be completed before the new king ascended the throne. Davy can't leave this dirty mess to Barris, besides this is a good opportunity to attack the enemy. He walked out of the palace, suddenly a voice rang out, brother. The Barris brothers ran up and asked in surprise, what did they mean by leaving, what was going on? That's right, even going to the Hines area, Davy said with a smile, while the news spread so fast. Winley protested and said, I will go to His Majesty and beg right away. He happily explained, I also want to leave the palace, don't worry too much, I just look like this, I am the owner of the Holy Seal, there, trust me. Barris looked sadly at Davy. Winley is worried, bro, she held his hand tightly, but hey. You have to promise to tell us when you're in trouble, no matter how dangerous it is, we'll help. He gently reassured her that even though the Hines area was a wasteland, it was still a place where people lived. I will turn it into a wonderful place and invite you all to come, just wait. After that, he quickly returned to his room and instructed Amy to go to the Treasury and Land Management Department and get all the documents related to the Hines area for me. Amy asked softly, what kind of documents should I get? He winked, everything, if they say it, just say I sent you, they will give it all to you. After speaking, he thought to himself, I know myself, while thinking, Berserk intervened, know me, win 100 battles, that's an interesting saying, it's what you said in your previous life, isn't there a similar saying in this world? Teresa saying from the time of my mother. Quite interesting, Davy puzzled, what's interesting? And she told him that my mother likes strange things, you have a great amount of power and skill, but you never let yourself become arrogant. Quite interesting, do you have similar interests as her? Compared to my mother, you're quite passive, so that must be it. I didn't expect that I would become your target, Berserk quipped, you should feel proud, this Demon King is about to become your fan, ha ha, this is truly an honor. A moment later Amy brought the documents to the ground on the table. Davy looked at the pile of documents. You came back faster than I thought. But is that all? Amy nodded and replied, yes, they say this is all the remaining documents of the Hines region. Hearing that, he sighed. What a remote and desolate area. Well, that's good, that is, it will be easier to develop it, I've been looking forward to it. Then he opened the document and looked at it. Berserk also curiously jumped down to look. Let's see. She let out a cry, a cursed land. Then looked back at you. How did you end up in such a bad place? Davy is also speechless, so blunt, I'm very grateful. At this time, the furniture was also transported out. Amy is taking inventory of people and property. Davy noticed the group of people huddled 3 or 7 in front. Were those people walking along? What a modest group of people. I can't help it, because there aren't many knights or nobles who swear allegiance to me, I am like a poor monk begging for alms. At the same time, someone came to greet you, your highness. I, Paltries, salute the little son of the kingdom. Seeing that Marquis Davy speaks, stand up, Marquis. He asked, he heard that you were about to leave. He calmly said, if you weren't a crown prince, it would be right to leave the palace. Hearing that, he immediately said, you can become a crown prince in the future, your majesty. Daly smiles, doesn't he? He has matured a lot. If the queen saw him now, he would shine with pride. But you objected, I was an unfilial son to her, Paltries continued. If so, this old man would have been buried alive for not protecting you. Of course not. Davy was thinking a bit here. Marquis Paltries, I discovered he was collecting evidence about the manipulator behind Mother's assassination. When I broke into his house, unlike anyone else, left everything behind after she died. Paltries said gently, please contact me when you are in trouble, I will try my best to help you. Daly looked at the Marquis. If there were rumors that the Marquis, who has always maintained a neutral position, supported me, there would be chaos. If I don't do that, this old man's oath will become a lie. Davy said with determination, I will make that place a livable place, it won't be difficult, so, I hope you can complete your mission here, Marquis. I leave it to you, make this kingdom's bloodsucking nobles crazy. Because I will be the one to deal the final blow, from now on I will be very busy. It takes a day to get to Davy's territory through the Mana Gate. The Hines region is quite close to the capital, so it can be reached quickly. Berserk fell into a deep sleep. Davy looked at her sleeping soundly and thought, she fits the term sleeping beauty. The days with Berserk just passed by. And he also discovered one thing about her, sleeping, she was almost in miniature form, because her magic power was very weak. Davy teased, my legs are very expensive, your thighs are both firm and soft, sleeping on them is perfect. He gently covered her with a blanket to see if she was comfortable. A moment later, someone outside spoke up, Your Highness, we will arrive at the territory soon. Uphill and downhill, the carriages are moving in the middle of the desert. East of the kingdom, a barren land without any mines, and inhabited only by monsters. The only advantage is that the road to the capital passes through most of this region. If the roads are improved it will become a very important transportation point, however, only if this land is normal. Cursed land, a barren land suffering from infinite drought, a dead land, etc., that's what people see in this land right now. A territory that was still governed 10 years ago died within 5 years of drought, and until now the cause is still unknown. He opened the system board to see. On the board appeared information, the land of Hines, the current condition was extremely bad. Special note, due to long drought and a strange power, the ground became arid and the land dies, the earth energy is cursed, is being consumed, the climate is controlled, can be purified. Davy doesn't understand why this great god likes question marks so much. Berserk was also awake at this time. Oh, is it a curse? He looked down. Are you awake? She put her hand on her chin and continued speaking, and the curse spread, a cruel curse that started out very small, then spread to infinity. Davy replied, I didn't know that remnants of dark magic still existed. It seems one of the villagers had picked a fight with a mid-level guy. Obviously, the Hines area would end up like this. As soon as he finished his sentence, he also cast third-rate magic, holy magic, to begin the purification. A bright light shined out. She saw that and immediately said, it doesn't look like it will be easy. It is difficult to break a curse that has lasted for a long time. He was bored and lay down on the chair, babbling, so the whole area was like that. Currently, there is very little information about other creatures as well as about dark magic. The witch has also disappeared a long time ago, so not many people know about this great curse. Everything, whether in the past or present, never changes. At this time, We had arrived, the soldiers were stopping the carriages, standing still. From here is the Heinz area. Davy appeared curious. We are here. As expected, inside this is a desolate place. Davy looked at everything with a slightly gloomy face. His management was too lax. Should I be grateful that there are guards here? Because this is where monsters often appear. If people are not careful, it will be a disaster. Davy stepped down from the car. Your men were worriedly shouting. Wait a minute, they'll call the captain. Hey, are you going to make the prince wait? If you see that, then speak. That's enough. I'm not there yet. Officially received orders to govern the land. Don't overdo it. Everyone is family from now on. Davy proudly stepped forward. Everyone around him shouted loudly, welcoming His Highness. Suddenly, a soldier knelt down in front of Davy, forgiving him for being late. He noticed that his hands kept shaking. Whispering thought, this is. You seem to have realized something, Davy asked him. When did the news about my coming here come from? He hesitated awkwardly. God, 2 days ago. Please kill me, Davy asked him again, and then a monster attacked. He was stunned. Why, how do you know, Your Majesty? Just seeing him say it with a serious face, it seems like we have to postpone the transfer of the curse and deal with the goblins first. Suddenly the man knelt down at Davy's feet, said with a voice full of sympathy, my name is Mon Meter, and I was assigned the responsibility of being the office team leader. I was very embarrassed as I was also in charge of managing the area. Davy opens the system panel adding information. Man, name Mon Meter, age 42, male, gender, human race, title, Captain of Heinz Territory Civil Defense Team, actual representative, status, extremely fatigue, extra notes, veteran swordsman with knight's potential, emotional state, confused, surprised, distrustful of players, concerned about civilians captured by goblins, concerned about the area suffered from prolonged drought. Davy also felt, he worried too much. He smiled and asked, regional manager requires to know how to read and write, right? Mon Meter stammered in response, learn a little theology from others. Davy heard that. I thought to myself, he also has potential. He stammered, now that you have arrived, but before the man could finish speaking, Davy spoke up, keep trying. Hearing that, he immediately complied. Yes, Your Highness, Davy praised, he has done very well so far. From today, the civil defense team will be promoted to official guards. Mr. Mon Meter here will help with the training, because he used to be an instructor for the soldiers. I expect you to be able to teach the whole group properly. He was surprised, but my background is. Hearing that, Davy gently placed his hand on his shoulder, as a word of encouragement, saying, I will use anyone who has talent. And as your skills improve, I will give you more titles as well. At least I have the authority to do so. That is my ideal. After that, he called him to the office. The two discussed heatedly. Mon Meter told Davy, there were traces of them on the way here, so the goblins broke into the castle, right? Mon Meter replied seriously, that's correct, sir. Even though the color had faded, the fortress still had earthen walls for defense. How could they get through? Their continuous invasion efforts have left our soldiers increasingly injured and tired. Davy asked, how many casualties have we suffered? Mon Meter replied, dozens of houses had been burned down, and many people had been kidnapped. Hearing that, Davy exclaimed, that's a dangerous situation. Well, the most important thing now is, how is our internal situation? Do we have enough food to last until winter? But, we had a bad year, so actually. Davy heard him hum and understood part of the problem. He thought in his heart, maybe he could use the gift from the royal family. Berserk smiled, that would only last you 2 years, not to mention the cost of repairing the castle and maintaining the area. Davy seemed to wake up. Wow, great, you should be my personal assistant. Berserk put his head on Davy's lap. I had to refuse, because then I wouldn't be able to sleep much. Hearing that, he clicked his tongue, I guess I had no other choice. At this point he took out and threw a bag of money on the table. Mon Meter looked at the coins in front of him in surprise. This is it. Platinum coins, Davy told the man. Use these at the merchant guild and tell them my name to buy any food or ingredients needed. Mon Meter said urgently, Sir Polly and Sir Holton, please escort Montes, sir. That will temporarily solve our difficulties, Amy said a little worriedly to Davy. Crazy, this is a huge amount of money. He reassured, don't worry, that's clean money that I earned legally. Only you know where this pile of coins came from. He thought to himself, I was a thief of justice and cleaned out the Information Supplier Association, believe it. Berserk closed his eyes and said leisurely, there is never justice in stealing. Davy frowned, fell silent and fell asleep. Bisphus said, I will go with them. Vespus also said, I guarantee I will find the requested things within 3 days. Davy heard that and spoke, "I'll leave it to you. So let's start rearranging everything. Just leave a few people to guard the territory, gather all the knights and guards." Mon Meter is a bit confused. What? Saving people must be done as quickly as possible, right? A moment later, everyone was gathered in the yard. Davy also spoke at this time. "Thank you for gathering. I am Davy Al Roun, appointed as your lord. As you know, last night many people were kidnapped by goblins. I'm sure there are some of you who want to chase them immediately, but there are still those who are scared and want to hide." Seeing that everyone was silent, Davy felt a bit hopeless. It seemed like there was no one else with Mon Meter's potential. Davy continued, "However, if we don't act, the dwarfs that green will return to this territory, and I do not intend to let those invade my territory. That's why," suddenly while talking, someone shouted in protest, "But, going out there with the remaining people was suicide." The people around also agreed with him. Exactly. Hearing that, Davy coldly looked down at them. "So you want the invasion to continue?" He continued, "We understand what you mean, my lord, but we are the last line of defense in this region. If the attack fails, those bastards will come back to attack." Davy replied without delay, "Then as long as it doesn't fail, it's okay. Don't worry, it'll go too." These people still don't accept Davy's words. Looking at these people's faces, Davy thought to himself, "I can still hear it even if they don't say it out loud. They think a young prince can only rely on his bloodline and can't do anything." Davy continued to tell everyone, "And I understand why you think like that. However, I am not a prince, but a lord of the Hind's domain, and whether you are born noble or lowly, you are my people and family. I won't be the one to let my family die. If you still don't believe me, then believe in the holy seal that God gave me. If even that is difficult to do, then just follow me, with the belief that you are only being oppressed. I value your life, and protect you the most. So do not think any of you die without my permission." After listening, everyone silently looked at each other. At this time in the Devil's Forest, it was already late at night. The sound of footsteps walking in the forest. A group of soldiers is moving forward. Berserk spoke up, "It was a pretty good speech, but what do you plan to do with this rabble?" Davy had planned to bring along exhausted untrained guards. To conquering the goblins was tantamount to suicide. Davy said to Berserk, "There are exactly 150 people, definitely not strong enough to succeed." Berserk clicked his tongue, "You are really trying to live life in the most convenient way. The number can always change." Looking back now you can see it was 200, not 150, Davy countered. "No, 150 was right. Because I will take care of the rest, you know right away, you always make things interesting, that's why I like you." Leading the soldiers is Mon Meter, he is commanding everyone, "We have arrived. Once we cross this mountain range, we will see where the goblins gather." Davy was a bit surprised. Isn't that an abandoned village? Orcs and goblins are supposed to be sworn enemies, so what? Mon Meter said in a low voice, "It's a ghost village. The guards said those bastards have been gathering here for several days." At this moment, a soldier could not control his emotions and sadly said, "Those bastards killed Rini." And Daly patted him on the shoulder, "Are you angry? Do you want to kill them? Do you want to fight for the dead?" They all shouted with enthusiasm, "Yes, we want revenge." Daly was quite surprised. He didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic towards people who weren't related by blood. "Looks like we've already selected them." As he spoke, he raised his bow and shot arrows. The sharp arrow is quickly launched towards the village. This move is called a powerful shot. Right now Teresa Goblin standing there. Then the children in the village also felt something was wrong. "The guards saw you starting a fight and were scared. Your Highness, we can't attack directly," Daly said arrogantly. "Don't forget that I won't let a single person die." Everyone's faces were now scared to death, pale and panicked at the new lord's brutality. Davy looked at the point he had just shot down, right in the bull's eye. The servants behind him worriedly told him, "Your Highness," he thought cheerfully, "I have absorbed all the skills of Apollo, a master of archery. He likes to flirt with women, looks a bit sloppy but every arrow he shoots is more than normal. Usually it's used in guerrilla combat, using traps or when attacking with full force. The onlookers nearby turned pale, we're screwed." Davy was sure he had no intention of sweeping them away in such a tiresome manner. Hess not the type of person who doesn't dare pick up a broom because Hess afraid of a little dust. Davy shined brightly where he was standing. The focus of all eyes, Davy spoke loudly, "As your lord and family, today I will give my first command, all people, physical enhancement, hard skin, strength enhancement, agility enhancement, endurance enhancement, protection mana, enhancement of all high-level blessings." The berserk next to him saw that and wanted to stop him. "Are you planning on using them all?" he said with a smile, I was planning on trying to cosplay as a heavenly general. They don't know what magic this is anyway. High-level defense buff, divine protection, increased healing ability, mental enhancement and mind strengthening, consider it charity. 61st level buff amplification spell, amplifying large area buff effects Santa Gloria. Davy exclaimed, it's not easy to get this kind of buff anywhere in the world. People were surprised, oh my god, what is this? Davy confirmed that even the Holy Night Vultures would be difficult to do this, because at least one priest or pope would need to use the 7th level spell. When he felt that the time had come, Davy said to everyone, I give you permission to vent all your anger. What are you waiting for, Davy? You've always wanted to try this. Berserk wondered, try what? He suddenly shouted loudly, you guys are stronger now, come forward. With a good opportunity like this, perhaps the area's guards have been waiting for the opportunity to take revenge on the goblins. The goblins were beaten and scattered. Davy's indignation had crossed a high threshold, otherwise there was no way they would be fighting with such an expression on their faces. The guards, in a state of extreme excitement, fought quickly and swept away the goblins. They were both happy and surprised at the power of just one knife to kill the goblin. They all shouted, we can win, don't be afraid. Davy looked at their state, you guessed right, they were hot. In the blink of an eye, this battle had turned into a massacre from one side. There were injured guards, treatment helped them heal quickly. Davy tells the guards, holy power is not absolute. I said I won't allow anyone to die, so please calm down. Those who are injured will have to train to the point of exhaustion after we return. Remember, the guards immediately ran to fight after hearing this, they did not dare to be negligent. Davy shouted, don't let your guard down, sweep them away. Fully equipped sentinels fight goblins, they are much more confident, this is our chance to crush their skulls. Davy, guessing that this must be the anger of a madman, he almost felt sorry for the goblins. After a fierce fight, the guards won against the goblins. Davy looked far away, it's over, he said to himself. Everyone knelt down and shouted, long live your highness, the gods are on my side. Berserk smiled and said, you have to practice your facial muscles. Davy exclaimed, you're getting goosebumps, look at my goosebumps. She looked at him carefully and said, you're completely healthy. Davy said confidently, it's too early to celebrate, we still have people to rescue. Then he urged the people below, move quickly, they will all scatter. The guards said loudly, yes sir. Davy commented the carrot and the stick, I was planning on instilling fear and admiration in them but unexpectedly they praised him as our Lord, Lord, Lord. Davy finds that things don't go as planned. About the next day's battle, they continued, God is on our side, accept God's wrath, it's like a holy war, he shouted angrily, hey you crazy people. The guards, after fighting with high morale, they sat on the ground complaining, hoping our Lord was a kind person. He attacked the Lord with 10 people, not sure if it was okay. One person said, he was only 16 years old, not yet old enough. Another person spoke up, his first victory had blinded him, he didn't understand reality at all, just preparing to pick up the bodies. Someone named Jimmy was sitting there not knowing what to do, when suddenly someone called out to him, what are you doing, Jimmy? Please open the barrier, our Lord has returned, hurry up. Jimmy saw it and complained, it's impossible. He defeated the goblin force with only 3 knights and 10 guards. People praised Davy, long live the Lord, hail the gods. Davy, at this point he could only laugh, they probably thought he had hypnotized these people. The people facing him were very surprised to be praised by the guards as saints. He could feel the judgment of these people through their dull faces. His grandmother was also reluctant, hey I just make sure they return safely. Berserk gave him a sincere comment, in reality, what people did was no different from letting them inhale weed. As soon as she spoke, he told her to shut up. At this rate they'll truly form a cult, Davy calculated, Terry's still a goblin village left. He spoke loudly to the guards, we will regularly clean up, we will leave the necessary forces to guard the territory, and only choose elite teams. Finally he said, disperse. The soldiers on guard said in unison, yes sir. Davy thought again, they will probably calm down in a few days. They're just a little unusual. That's what I thought 2 days ago. Well, they say rumors spread like the wind. There are many people coming to greet Davy, oh Lord, the Lord is here. They even cleared the way for Davy, get out of the way, I don't know if they are volunteer soldiers or missionaries. Davy felt a sharp pain in his head, hey, for the first time since waking up, I started to regret my decision. I have successfully gained the trust of the people, as their Lord. Though one might wonder what use they have for a noble, the conqueror of the Palladia Empire, Astria, located in the Boer mainland, always told himself that, in my opinion, never forget, no matter how small the land you rule, what you lead are people, not animals, because on this land dictatorship cannot last. Make them willing to follow you. Not that Davy learned politics from him, but the things he sometimes told him were relevant. Berserk spoke up excitedly, so this is the remaining data, huh? That said, what is the situation? He softly told Berserk, how do you feel? And she blurted out, very suspiciously. But then came Davy's slightly regretful tone, if you lift the curse and rule properly, then the land can probably return to normal within 5 years, but it can also pass within 2 after 10 years, it will become just like what you envisioned, but on the contrary, she thought in her heart, it was quite accurate, because this dead land will not recover immediately after the curse is removed. That judgment is based solely on my own strength, right? She replied from afar, no way. Then she laughed, do you want to hear my opinion about this land? He quickly drank his cup of tea and said, okay, I'm listening. So she immediately said that this area does not have an underground drinking water system, so the water supply system is very terrible, as far as we know in the past, and the crop failures have led to low food sources, as well as few jobs, in industry. The coins represent the difference in money. The large amount of platinum coins you got from the Messenger Guild is only a temporary measure, the biggest problem is lack of human resources. Davy immediately said, well, the profits in this area have always been close to zero, but, since when do you have the ability to move objects? She replied from afar, it's nothing, even lifting light objects is the limit, it's my deadline. He continued, if money is what we need to worry about, then there is a way. She was excited and responded, tell me, but in her mind she also thought. Davy was so excited that he didn't understand anything. But because of that, unexpectedly, this area still has a few young men. The first way is to hunt monsters, or animals to survive, but deep down I think, that is the worst scenario. The second way is to cultivate the specialties of our region, but doing so is very difficult since we have solved the problem of the land first, precisely. Back and forth, but the third and final way is trade, which is to team up with diamonds. She put on a solemn face, but Therese, no way other cities could trade with this place, Therese, no special trade product here, aren't the second and third methods basically the same? Davy said to her, our trading partners don't have to be human. Then he stood up and smiled and replied, just in case, let's go survey the area first. We must use everything we have available. But I wanted to own a house, but now we are about to own a land that used to be agricultural land. Because its previous owners lost ownership of the land and left, Berserk lamented, it was like finding a needle in a haystack, and Davy, he understood that the entire land was owned by the Lord. Hidden somewhere in this land was the medium where the curse was established. If he could seal the spell again it wouldn't be a problem, but, in the current state, that was impossible. Davy thought to himself, if only I could restore the lost holy energy, there is no way I can find something that can store my holy energy at the same rank as Caldera's. Should I send a request to Princess Alina? She seems very proud of Hare's swordsmanship, if I can quickly borrow Caldera's while I pretend to take a quick look. Berserk said she wouldn't encourage it. He thought to himself, she was right. Strong footsteps exude words, I guess we have no choice but to erase it ourselves. The main's 3 sources of energy, the 2 of them talked, well lately they're always whining about wanting to be used, so what do you mean by whining? Who? You'll see. There they are when children like to brag. Well then, fine, show off all you want, while you still have the chance. Davy then sat down and put his hands on the ground to cast magic, correcting the curse. She was a bit confused, oh, I've never seen this magic before, of course, the creator of this spell, Ra-I-Usi, is from another continent. Also known as the language of curse spells, curses are specially programmed spells, created from countless equations and mana arrangements. And it must have been dark magic that used a lot of artifacts, or an inordinate amount of time, to cast a curse, and this was magic in addition to that mana arrangement. He looked at Berserk and said softly, if everything goes well, this will help us find out the condition of the curse, as well as the medium to create it. Berserk thought about what he said. What a great spell, Davy exclaimed, exactly. In front of Davy a series of numbers is being set up, you touch the system panel, what's the problem, now let's fix it. Berserk was a bit angry and could only keep it to himself, but at this moment Davy called out, hey Berserk. Davy asked, is this really a curse? She looked at the series of confusing characters in front of her and said, have you discovered something? This isn't really a curse, but an electric heating room. The scene changed to the east of the Hines region. He looked up at the deep mountain slope and spoke, no wonder the territory below was so clear. Berserk spoke like a true leader. They had created a vector that only surrounded the Hines region. The search yielded 7 results on the location of the hidden vector. They were all close to the border of the region. Berserk said with a frown, "You really have the talent to make me feel nervous. I don't understand what's going on." He smiled, leisurely said, "The meaning is just on the surface of the words. It was created so that the whole natural phenomena related to the weather and atmosphere of the entire area were forced to be established. I haven't even thought about that yet." Berserk was surprised. So the lack of rain and the dying land were all part of the curse. Davy nodded, something like that. My debugging only found one effect of the curse. Maintain a special status, even though the word sustain seems inappropriate for this situation. If this condition only persists in a certain area for an extended period of time, this curse will certainly be very dangerous. Although he didn't know the purpose of the curse, it succeeded in destroying the land of Hines. He wondered, but, what if it were possible to control, reprogram and adjust this curse? The two walked and stopped in front of a large rock. It must be here. Davy is starting to dream. It could even turn this place into a tourist attraction. Looking at Davy's excited face, Berserk exclaimed, "Looking at your face I know what you are thinking. You perform the magic art." A light flashed. In the blink of an eye, this place had turned into an extremely massive place. Davy was surprised that this was a ruin. He couldn't take his eyes off everything. He didn't expect such a place to exist inside this rocky land. Looking at the structure, it could be seen that this place was built before the Great War. Alchemists and historians will discover it. Crazy if they see this. Berserk asked curiously, "So you mean this place isn't the base of the Dark Magicians?" Davy replied, "Maybe they don't know this place either. However, it's very difficult for an ancient curse to be reactivated recently." Berserk said, "It was as if a mine had exploded." He looked up at it very high. It was so boringly quiet here. Berserk agreed, "You're right, usually there should be at least a guard or something." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly in front of the two of them, a stone statue suddenly moved. Davy was startled when he saw that. "Damn it, I said bad luck." Berserk was stunned. A golem, probably a magic golem, and it used mana stones as its core. That's impressive. Be careful, it will probably have some strange skills. Try too hard and be careful not to try too hard. Davy laughed coldly. "I can smell it." She heard that and looked up at Davy with a panicked expression, smelling it. When they saw someone illegally entering the ruins, the stone statues attacked Davy. David jumped up high to avoid its heavy blows. Then he flew towards its head. Without hesitation, he grabbed its head and forcefully pulled the pearl out of the stone statue's head. Looking at the shining stone in front of Davy with a happy and screaming face, "I can smell the money, so magnificent. Waking up in the morning is so peaceful, so comfortable, the peace is truly wonderful." On the wall, there were two people there, Freeman and Golden. Golden on one side spoke up. The Lord had gone out to inspect. Would it be okay? Freeman spoke as he walked. "Come on, let's get to work. The Lord probably already has the data." Golden behind him replied, "Just a few days ago, didn't you see that amazing miracle?" "To be honest, I didn't think he would do that well." Golden was bewildered. "That's true, but that's natural. In the current country, the Round Kingdom is being seriously usurped by nobles. Although there are no nobles who have free time to come to this land to find a place to live or exploit the people here, to find a way to survive, he is receiving a number of contacts from people who have left the territory. All the kingdom did for this territory was tax reduction. It had been a long time since there had been any relief. Meanwhile, suddenly they sent a boy here to accept the position of lord. The adults here had told each other that he was sent down here because of a power struggle, and with that being the case, it only made their anger grow even higher. If that wasn't unsettling, then it was lie. But the truth is we can't do anything. Not only that, the continuous attacks of goblins made people have no mind to pay attention to other things. The goblins eventually overcame the city walls and kidnapped the villagers. As a member of the security team at that time, it was also very difficult to find people in that terrible area. That person has arrived. The new Lord of Hines is also the kingdom's eldest prince, a teenager with a gentle yet incomprehensible smile. He was angry when he heard the situation in the territory, and he didn't know if he would hit the security team captain in the face. If so, they might risk their lives to fight him. However, Prince Davy quietly considered the situation in the territory. Both capturing the goblin attack and giving them the opportunity to take revenge. Called us family, and showed us the miracle of finding the kidnapped people. All were saved by his words and power. He complains that he himself isn't that kind, but does he know? The fact that he had become a special existence more than a god in the hearts of the people, Even though this might be the case of being captured as a child of a god, no one would change their minds. Compared to the gods who only keep an eye on them, the one who creates miracles in front of them is more trustworthy. The two people who were working asked each other. Golden said, "Uncle Freeman, thanks to the Lord we can deal with those goblins. But this territory still has a future." Freeman suddenly thought silently and sighed. "We don't know any more. Due to the prolonged drought in recent years, most of the same territory has become dead land. The only places where it rains are around this castle. In recent times, there have been priests, magicians and witches who have come to the territory in the name of research, but they all gave up and left. This is something that cannot be solved by human strength. That is their conclusion about this place. So even if there was a reincarnated godlike person as the Lord," Freeman continued, "since the heavens are angry and won't let rain fall, we have no choice. If even here it runs out, then it's really over." Next to Davy, he had just discovered the moonstone, created in nature, so it was a rock full of mana. If compared with the same size, it is 100 times more mana than mana stones. Davy worked diligently. He wiped away his sweat. He laughed loudly and said very fiercely. She stood next to him and said, "Because that word fiercely, he needs to learn it again." Davy rubbed his hands and said, "How much will this place get?" Most of the moons on the mainland were discovered in ancient ruins. Just that amount can be traded for hundreds of silver coins, but there can be up to 30 moonstones of this size. Berserk told him, "If there were no countermeasures, then I don't know what would happen." Davy smiled faintly. "In the end it was just a ball of beautiful light," she said. "If there were no countermeasures, then I don't know what will happen." He immediately replied, "Don't say such useless things." The two admired the sparkling moonstone shining in front of them. "This is the nucleus of the curse." He forced a smile and said, "If this thing was actually released, it would be a headache, but you don't know if a war would break out between the countries that want it. So beautiful, truly wonderful." He gently touched it with his hand and said, "If I can use the mana stored in this, I can create 9 simple magic circles." He used magic and said, "This is a signal that I have never seen outside." Berserk was surprised. "I had spent so much effort to stop this dying territory." He immediately said, "This land really has something. Oh ho, so it's created from a system like this. You can touch it, the difficulty is high, but if you need to find the rules, you can do it." Davy's face touched. Maybe this." He was surprised and looked up. A bright red orb spinning around the numbers. Then the circles convert to blue. Around Davy and Berserk figures were running and jumping. Davy felt a little excited seeing that. "Oh, maybe it was a success." She said excitedly, "What will you do first?" "The drought has been going on for several years. We need to refill the water." Davy took off his coat and picked up the diamonds. Carrying a pile of diamonds in his armpit, his mouth said, "However, there are many things piled up." On this side, Freeman and Golden were cleaning up when raindrops fell on them. Seeing this, both of them were bewildered. The next moment, dark clouds came and a heavy rain fell to the ground. After seeing the rain, everyone shouted for joy. It seemed like it was a big rain. Somewhere, the nobles are gathering together. The atmosphere is condensed, full of seriousness. A man wearing a bird badge on his shirt spoke first. The situation was very dire. This was the worst scenario. Another person put his chin in thought. More than anyone else, Marquis Paletrees. "At this rate, it's only a matter of time before our nobles are eliminated." The man holding the fan continued asking, "Is there any way to avoid the evidence they have?" Someone immediately answered that question. "Otherwise we are forced to accept reality even though we know clearly what is going on." The blonde noble said, "The situation is terrible. There are many low-level nobles who have been purged. Once they have the opportunity to attack, this will also cause those who are waiting for the opportunity to appear." The purple-haired noble asked how the queen intended to resolve this matter. The blonde doesn't understand. The queen. Purple hair, chin in hand and nonchalantly replied, "That's right, I really don't understand. I heard that Prince Davy can deploy the Holy Seal. Hess still just a child who can't even control the holy power. Not only is it said that his Holy Seal has materialized somewhere other than his wrist, but it's also unstable. The weakness is there and nowhere else. Well, the Holy Kingdom is basically on our side. Do you think they will accept him? Of course not." The purple-haired noble turned his face towards the man in front, who seemed to have the highest authority here. The purple-haired noble continued to speak when he did not see the other man answer. "The queen was paying too much attention to that incompetent half-baked prince. We should have paid attention to the king and Marquis Paletrees." The other man couldn't listen anymore, so he reminded him, "Speak carefully, Marquis Raltes." Turns out the purple-haired noble's name is Raltes. Radis shyly turned his face to one side. "That's all I said." The man immediately interrupted, with the current situation, they won't be able to suddenly break the consensus between us nobles. After listening, Ralti's whole body stopped. The other noble said solemnly, even if we shed blood, we must fight them. His name is Duke Varietta. Duke Varietta glanced at the nobles before him, asked in a sharp tone, right? Raltis pursed his lips in fear. He was right. Duke Varietta pawned the tea and continued, however, we must find a way to retrieve confidential information. At worst, internal conflict will probably be inevitable. He immediately called the name Marquis Raltis. After listening, Raltis immediately replied, yes sir, I will prepare as soon as you give the order. Duke Varietta reminds, be careful, we cannot give up on anything until we are completely ready. Raltis immediately, yes, sir. Looking at the figures of the nobles, Duke Varietta's heart was full of thoughts. You're all underestimating that prince. Even though I can't get involved, my gut feeling from decades of doing these things is telling me that Hess more than that, maybe not before. But now it is certain, once he has power, or any political platform, he will not hesitate to show his sharp fangs, even though he cannot do anything with the same hinds. Duke Varietta left and got on the palanquin. The servant asked him, are you going to the palace? He got into the car and said, no, come to my mansion. Duke Varietta on the way still couldn't get out of his thoughts about Davy, a hopeless dead land, where countless wizards of the continent have been unable to find a solution. Even if he has mysterious abilities, it's difficult for him to handle. What can he do with that same dead land without rain? In another place, raindrops hurriedly fell, and the people who saw the rain looked extremely surprised. In that room, Davy is talking with Persek. He lay on the chair holding the stone in his hand and said, everything has been resolved, but it will still take a little more time for us to reach the ruins, and a few more days of rain for them to start farming again. Persek was looking out the window and immediately flew to Davy and asked, can you still discover such things with just a spirit stone? Davy held the spirit stone and explained, it's like a status board. Davy thought to himself, this is linked to the spirit stones scattered throughout the area, allowing me to check the environmental status of the land. Although still a bit unstable, I can still control the mana arrangement from afar and changing the weather of the region. After all, humans are a species that evolved through laziness. Now we can't always reach the ruins. He is currently smiling extremely satisfied. Persek immediately shook his head, sighed and said, the power of spirit stones is truly amazing, but the fact that you can make these things is not ordinary. At that time, Davy's bag had a lot of spirit stones. Davy is very decisive. I have temporarily decided to use the remaining spirit stone to expand the storage. Persek said it was a waste of resources. Davy turned around and said happily, patiently waiting for the land to recover. Persek sighed. A week later, there were quite a few people here, and the sound of clattering feet could be heard. Davy looked at the line of people in front of him and couldn't help but raise his hand to scratch his face. They looked like members of that crazy cult. Look how many they were. There seemed to be about 60 people. Two old men showing off their muscles said to Davy, how can we stand by and watch everyone work? We still have to pay debts. Davy looked at their appearance and reminded, well, there will be a lot of manual labor. I'm not sure if you guys are okay. Our goal is to cooperate. Davy often put his hands on his back, telling everyone, hey, stop laughing. You guys are making me laugh now. Davy seriously explained to everyone present, what we are about to do is very simple. Yesterday I told the soldiers to draw a boundary around this area. We will plow all the land here. The completion time is 4 days. If you find you can't do it, feel free to give up. We will calculate the work accurately. After hearing this, Mon Meter stopped. Davy continues, I guarantee you will have time to rest, but depending on the results, at least you won't miss your salary. Mon Meter paused after listening and replied, his tone a bit worried, my lord, with all due respect to you, I know the weather has changed and the land has softened, but it is impossible to plow the entire land. This is in the tub for days. Davy crossed his arms and replied, this place was arable land before the drought. I'm sure it already has a foundation. Ignore the two people talking. Some people are busy betting. I bet all my county that he will show us miracles again. I don't even want bets. Back to that conversation, the other Mon Meter thought to himself, how stupid. He didn't dare say it, but just said, I haven't forgotten that you allowed us to exterminate the goblins and save the people, but this is a bit too much. Davy immediately said, it's too much. Do you really think like that? A beam of light appeared. Above each person's head there was a circle. Turns out, Davy used spirit stones to strengthen their powers. Davy smiled happily, with just one pick you will immediately see the difference. If I had calderas, I could cast wide area buff spells like before. Persek heard that and grumbled, what do you think a holy sword is? A chest storing holy power. The other Manmeter said, excuse me, my lord, what exactly do you want to grow here? Davy didn't answer but asked again, what do you think a poor land must do to be successful? There are only two ways to make money in a short period of time, huge supply, and rarity, something satisfying either of these requirements. Persek knows Davy, and you want both, moongrass. The other Manmeter listened seriously and replied, I understand. Davy announced to everyone, I will plant moongrass all over the territory, nothing will make money like rare items. Moongrass, due to the specific weather, soil and temperature conditions required to grow it, is not a plant that can be grown on the eastern mainland, However, they are used in the research of alchemists in magical towers, and as medicine in temples. Moongrass is exported to the western continent at very high prices. Selling a small amount, but very expensive, with overwhelming competition in the market, they are truly the blue ocean of the agricultural sector. Manmeter was filled with doubt. With all due respect, my lord, the moon could not grow in this climate. Davy is extremely confident, it's okay, heaven has blessed us, so of course this place will have a blessed climate now, I just need to change the settings of this simulation environment and that's it, no big deal. Davy said, leaning on his hands, now he only had to find the vegetarians of the forest. The scene changes to another place, in a house, a girl is holding a bowl in her hand pounding something and looking out the window. This place is the Forest of Hinds, that girl is the elf leader Yuria Helasana. Yuria said in a respectful tone, may the blessings of nature always be with you, I heard about your visit from the spirits, Master Medith. The man named Medith continued, may the blessings of nature always be with you, forgive me for the sudden visit, Yuria. Yuria invites you into the house, you will always be welcome, please come in, I just had a cup of tea. The two of them sat at the tea table and talked. Medith took a sip of tea and said, Yuria, my good friend, I had a dream. Yuria wondered, a dream huh, what kind of dream made you come here in such a hurry? Medith was silent for a moment then replied, the dream said that the elves had placed a curse on this forest, my good friend, Yuria. The air stagnated, Yuria continued smiling, you told me a long time ago, Master, that the work of the spirit is a natural order, it is something very natural and inevitable. Medith is full of worry, but Yuria, he sighed, the forest is slowly drying up, it's happening all over the forest. Come back, go back to our hometown, next to the holy tree. Yuria put her hand on the teapot, her tone calm, my master Medith, for us now, this is home, I no longer want to be there. Medith's sad face, Yuria. Before he could finish speaking, Yuria interrupted, but please take the people here away, so that they will not be affected by the curse of the spirits, and that is a part of nature. Medith heard that and was extremely angry, if you were here, you would probably die. Yuria still had a calm expression. She looked outside, who knows, maybe there will be someone who can save this place. There was a breeze, her hair blowing in the wind, what an open breeze, this was a sign that good things were coming. Medith couldn't advise her, he picked up the cup of tea to drink and sighed. Yuria looked at him and asked, do you like this tea? This time the tea is made from grasshopper wings, my own recipe. Medith finished listening and spit out all the tea in her mouth. Your whole face turned pale, my good friend, I completely forgot why you're called a heretic in my clan, or also called a psychopath. Yuria is still sitting and enjoying the wind, a very pleasant wind, I have a feeling we will welcome a special guest today. Right now, Davy and Persek are walking in the Hinds forest. Persek looked around, his tone full of surprise, he didn't expect someone to live here, not to mention an elf. The elves are a rare race, hard to find even on continents. Records say that since the Great Incident, about 300 years ago, they began to hide and now not many people know about their existence anymore. Davy said happily, I must think him lucky, when I raided the goblins, I spotted a few spirits appearing to observe. And if there are spirits around, there will also be elves, they are symbiotic species. Persek wondered, are you sure it's okay, it's best to avoid them? Davy replied, well, if we happen to meet them, let's meet them. Persek complained, I don't like those stubborn, picky, long-eared people, it's better not to be with them. Davy laughed bitterly, ha ha, I think so too, the archer god, Apollo has insulted the entire elf race, hate Persek, just looking at people's memories of him makes me stay away from them. The two of them went to a place where there were many animals such as dragonflies, butterflies, and deer. Davy walked up to the deer and patted their heads, so this is the forest of the elves, oh ho, to think that the guardian of the forest would follow a human like you, well, The species here are basically my attraction to the spirits of influence, they probably like me more than most elves. Thinking about this, Davy became angry. He, who was born with a purifying charm, could not compare to me, a person who lived in the lake of fire to increase his appeal and fire nature. This was his training. The hero transcends the damn race. Her spirit magic master, Queen Uriana, who signed a contract with the 13 elemental lords, was actually a human. Persek stood aside with his arms crossed looking at Davy, not expecting them to like you, while you haven't even made a spirit contract with them. To be honest, well, why you, when you also possess mana? Damn, why do they only like you? Davy listened and thought, well, it seems that deadly mana is similar to demonic energy. Back to the main topic, Persek asked, so, how do you plan to find moongrass? You can't find moongrass seeds alone, Davy said. Well, you see. Before he could finish speaking, a dragonfly flew into Davy's hand. Bring a branch of moonflower. Persek didn't need Davy to say anything else to understand. Could it be? The two moved to the garden of the moon goddess. Persek exclaimed, it was extraordinary. Thank you Davy and Dragonfly, thank you for leading the way. Persek happily said, it's all moongrass, Teresa, a lot of it, the monk can plant it all over the territory. Suddenly her expression changed when she looked at Davy. You are. Davy stood among the countless moongrasses. He raised his hand and a light appeared. Since the foundation of spirit power lies in mana, divine power and dark mana, as long as there is enough power, it will be possible to summon spirits. The only difference is the level of attraction a person has towards the spirits, so it can be said that there is no spirit one cannot summon, although summoning the elemental king will be a bit difficult. Persek realized, spirit mana, are you planning on making a contract with a spirit? Davy did not answer immediately but asked in return, do you know what people call this place? He didn't wait for Persek to answer and said, the garden of the moon goddess, as the name suggests, is a part of the spirits, so. If a person takes these flowers without their consent, an illness will strike. He immediately said, stand still and watch. Persek looked intently. A light appeared. Davy closed his eyes and read, are you there, can you hear me? Things like water, earth, leaves, and fire immediately appeared around Davy. A voice asked, can you speak the language of spirits? Davy immediately responded in spirit language. That thing immediately expressed its attitude, you surprised me again. Suddenly Davy turned around and said to Persek, they said we can get them, hurry up before the elves find out. Persek's tone was hateful, where is your previous courage, didn't you say we'll meet again? Davy took the moon grass and explained, well, it's best to avoid unnecessary conflicts. After hearing this, Persek nodded and acknowledged that it was true. Returning to Uria's house, it seemed like she could observe everything. Uria said, surprisingly, Medith doesn't understand, why? Uria didn't answer, her mind was full of thoughts. Just receiving the blessing to enter the garden was extraordinary enough, but she didn't expect him to communicate with the nature spirits, and receive their permission without have to bear the consequences. A human, moreover, a boy, the moon goddess' garden is the holy land of our elves, a human who communicates with the spirits to get the moon flower from there, huh? What should I do, master, if I tell you the unbelievable situation I just saw? Uria smiled and responded to the call of Medith. My master, Medith asked again, what is it, is something wrong? Uria said, why haven't you had tea yet? After hearing this, Medith's face changed color and she was startled. Uria looked at the teacup made with grasshopper wings. I threw away and prepared this tea for the owner. After finding the bodies of the fat grasshoppers and removing the wings, I dried their bodies for a week before making tea, yet the owner ignored my efforts. Medith stammered in fear, Uria, the thing is, I'm actually not feeling very well. Uria gasped, expressing surprise, oh no, that's terrible, actually I just thought of a new menu. Before she could finish speaking, Medith interrupted her, it's not that bad, Uria replied, but it was really effective. Medith thought to herself, it's my habit of eating anything as long as it's good for my health and delicious, that's the problem. Those of you who don't dare to say it directly but just tell me, I appreciate your heart. Suddenly, Uria asked, what do you think would be more likely, a human tricking the elven face into entering the moon goddess' garden and communicating with the nature spirits, or the great creature awakens from its sleep? Medith doesn't understand, what do you mean, Uria? Uria remained silent and did not answer. Medith saw that and said, you are serious, if we talk about the possibility of something happening, then in the future, even though dragons have long disappeared, and are now only considered legends of the past, they certainly exist, but humans cannot. After Midith finished speaking, he was met with silence. He continued to explain, there were occasional exceptions, but no human had ever been able to see nature's spirits. It would be difficult for a creature that closely resembled them, with chaos has a higher natural appeal than our elves. Then Uriya replied, yes. She looked out. It looked like I would have to leave the village for a while. Midith wondered, Uriya, my guys, you mean? Uriya interrupted, I think I have found the way to save this village. At this time, Devi has returned from the Hines forest. Looking at the dry land being plowed into a beautiful place by one person, Devi couldn't help but explain, why the job that should have taken 4 days to complete was done in half a day. The woman standing next to him replied, well, it's because everyone is motivated to repay you for what you've done. Devi exclaimed, only motivation can do that. Devi rubbed himself, thinking, I can't say anything because this is the result I want, but in the long term, it's a loss, nothing more. We have completely produced moongrass, when we hired workers in the town to grow moongrass, to be exact sow moongrass seeds. I started to hear a lot of talk around the area, what are we growing, and can they grow, questions like that. It takes a long time for moongrass to fully grow, about 4 or 5 months. Moongrass requires the power of a spirit to bloom, but what is sold is the leaves, not the flowers, so as long as we meet the requirements, all will go according to plan. The servant asked, is this really okay, sir? We don't have any knowledge about growing moongrass, so, Devi is straightforward, so what do you want to ask? That person said, their leaves are gradually withering. He told us to just wait, heaven will soon give us rain, you don't understand, why? A few days later, someone reported to Devi, my lord, it's a disaster, the temperature has risen higher than predicted. Devi didn't panic after hearing this, it will calm down tomorrow morning, they really worry too much. Just like what Devi said, right after that a rain fell. And so, while everyone else had no idea how the situation would develop, 4 months passed in just a moment. At some party, everyone is talking about this, have you heard anything? About the small kingdom in the east, the kingdom of Ron, apparently there is a rural area called Hines growing with the moon, what stupid lord would allow such an experiment? A girl replied, hearing that it was the lord who started the experiment. Another person asked, isn't it the Hines area where many researchers went 5 years ago because of the curse? Another guy who was sitting and talking saw the 2 people coming in and said, sir, it seems like the Red Tower hasn't heard the news yet, it seems like rain has fallen on that cursed land. The girl from earlier continued holding a cup of tea, even so, that place is still a dry land, it will take at least 10 years for it to be revived. It is said that the lord of the area is none other than Rhubarb, prince of Ron Kingdom, he must have lost his mind after the shock of being exiled here. 2 people came in, one old and one young, they seemed to see each other's game. The student said, sir, the great prince of Ron Kingdom is. That teacher is the head of the Ruby Tower, the wise man Harrison. He raised his hand to signal the other student to be quiet, it seems we have received that information first, it seems like something interesting is about to happen in the east, this will be useful to you. There, Elder Euless, it turned out that the other student's name was Euless. He was surprised, you mean? Harrison just told Euless to get ready. Davy stood in the garden and looked around. In the blink of an eye, before the arid land grew into a vast flower garden. Although we almost broke even, because there were only a few healthy seeds that could be used to produce the next generation, it meant that the number of leaves we put on the market increased. Amy held the paper in her hand, looking tired and said to Davy, currently we have about 20,000 leaves of moongrass in stock and plan to take out about 10,000. Davy was full of calculations in his mind. According to current market standards, the price of 4 leaves is 100 gold coins, 10,000 leaves will be 250,000 gold coins, equivalent to 5,000 platinum coins. To put it simply, a typical family can live for 2 weeks on 1 gold coin, with just a little resourcefulness. They can live comfortably for a month on 4 or 5 gold coins. Persek stood on Davy's shoulder and exclaimed, it's extraordinary, once they sell them all it will be quite interesting. Davy agrees, yeah. Right now your mind is full of thoughts, unlike spirit stones, we openly promote moongrass as a business item. Thanks to the rumors I intentionally spread, I'll be seen as an idiot trying to hold on to things, impossible, but the result was wonderful. In their eyes, I was simply an idiot not worth paying attention to, and thanks to that, the process went very smoothly, without any outside interference or disturbance. Persek reminded, this move cannot be used twice. Davy smiled kindly in response, so now we have to take advantage of it. The preparations are complete, now stir the whole continent, there is something fragrant, fragrant like the smell of money. Moon grass released to the market will be sold about twice a month. The amount released is not small, but still not enough for both the eastern and western continents to use. It is the main ingredient in the catalyst used for magic and alchemy, and is a necessary ingredient for making potions in the church. So for them, this is good news. However, Davy doesn't stop there. He has another strategy. Therese just one problem. Along with the news of the shipping, I also spread another rumor, that the Lord was pursuing the expansion of the moongrass business. Davy Al Round fell ill and was bedridden. At that time, Davy was lying on the bed with a book, and Persek was yawning and still not forgetting to say, "You are blinded by money, sometimes it is necessary." Davy is busy learning about market economics. A product is expensive due to limited supply. It is normal for the price to decrease after supply increases, so if we distribute unlimitedly, then even the moongrass turns into trash. And we don't want something like that to happen, right? We don't intend to starve to death in this world. As time passed, many people appeared outside Davy's residence. They were loudly shouting. Amy came to inform Davy, "The people outside want to see you." He stood with his arms crossed and exclaimed, "These people came so quickly." He assessed the current situation. In the days when the news spread, the whole region became chaotic. Groups of merchants, towers, alchemy organizations, even some decent people from the surrounding area flocked to the area. There are a total of 200 people. This territory is about to explode in population. Amy asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Contrary to her worried look, Davy didn't panic at all and went to bed and covered himself with blankets. What to do? I'm bedridden, tell them I'm not well enough to go out. Amy explained, "I told them, but they only asked for product verification." Davy hates savages. He had to call the workers into his office. Davy said, "Deal with it little by little." He asked Mon Meter, "Civil defense I mean, how do soldiers work? How do they guard?" Mon Meter wiped his face and replied, "They are very diligent, but we are short of manpower. It is difficult to manage a large number of people suddenly gathering." Bisphus also said, "The same goes for paperwork. There is a lot of chaos, because there are no instructions or precedents at all." Davy told them to kick anyone out who seemed even the slightest bit suspicious. Mon Meter asked again, "Are you sure?" He quickly replied, "It's better than if something big happens. In the end, they'll have the upper hand. Therese, no reason I have to know each and every one of them. Of course, I still have to be polite, right? Accordingly, to maintain good relations with them." Davy wondered if the accommodation issue had been resolved yet. He quickly received the answer, "We had adapted the abandoned houses for use, but it was far from enough." Davy came up with an idea. "Of course, we can take advantage of the tents we bought before, turn them into small villages and sell them. You can set any price." The other Bisphus said, "I will definitely adjust immediately." After that, everyone left. At that moment, Davy called Mon Meter back. He placed a bottle of medicine on the table. Davy smiled happily and said, "I have something to say to you." Night fell. Mon Meter returned to the soldiers' residence. "Everyone was happy to welcome you. Welcome back, boss. You're the captain now. Come have a few drinks." "Captain," Mon Meter refused. "Later, you guys can relax." Mon Meter returned to his room. He quickly lay down on the bed. "I was about to faint. Training in the morning with Mr. Berman, team manager in the afternoon. And these past few days I've been taking etiquette classes with the Lord's head maid, too busy. Just thinking back and forth." Mon Meter's tears fell down. "Has he ever been this busy? Kill me." Suddenly someone came. Captain, someone came looking for you." He immediately sat up on the bed. A man came to introduce himself. "My name is Hollis, and I am a level 4 expert of the 6 towers." The two of them went to a place to talk. Hollis' tone was sincere. "Sorry for the sudden visit. If it made you uncomfortable." Mon Meter's tone was shy. "Not at all. I don't have anyone to visit except you." Hollis straight to the point, "Your security management is impeccable. Although I'm sure it must have been chaotic to have so many people gathered in such a small area. I heard you protected this area even before the Lord appointed it." Mon Meter replied, "It was all thanks to the Lord." Hollis smiled and said, "Ho ho, my lord, Prince Davy must be very relieved to have a brave and trustworthy captain of the guard like you." Mon Meter's face was dark. "I'm just a lowly knight." He realized one thing, he was flattering him. Mon Meter wondered, "So why did you come here?" Hollis replied, Actually I have to meet the Lord, but his territory is currently extremely strict. Is there any way for me to meet him?" Mon Meter frankly, "I think not. He is bedridden due to overwork." Hollis expressed, "Oh no, that's terrible." Mon Meter's tone was sincere. "I'm sorry, important business, but your lordship's health is our top priority." Hollis smiled wryly. I understand. Nothing is more important than the leader's health, but right now we don't have much time in the Green Tower. Is there anything we can do? As he spoke, he brought out a bag of gold and placed it on the table. Mon Meter's eyes showed surprise. Hey, what is this? I don't accept bribes. Hollis hastily explained. Ho ho, it's just a small gift, I don't ask for anything, please accept it, I just want to build a relationship with you, Captain Mon Meter. He reached out and put his hand in the gold bag and sighed. Hey, I don't usually receive gifts like this. Hollis expressed, I know that, but I can't underestimate the effort and hard work of such an outstanding knight. This isn't much, so consider it my gift. Mon Meter looked at the gold coins in front of him, his eyes showing a deep expression. It was just as the Lord had predicted. Mon Meter remembers when Davy asked him to stay. Davy told him, we are facing many groups, they are all anxious to meet me, as my right hand, you will become their next target, because you are the easiest person to meet. Mon Meter doesn't understand, why? Davy explained then advised, perhaps they will bribe or pressure you, use your caution to distinguish them. Take note of those who try to oppress you and report back to me, accept any bribe, it will be a decent amount, since they are all from the Tower or the Alchemist Guild. Davy pointed to the jar on the table, in return, pretend you are giving up, and show them this. Mon Meter wondered, that is. Davy immediately replied, it was processed by magic, 100 gold coins a bottle. I'm not giving this to people to sell, I want you to show them a glimpse to spread rumors. Our ultimate goal will be to increase the value of the product as high as possible, while also keeping them in our region for as long as possible. Just as Davy predicted, someone came and bribed Mon Meter. He brought out the bottle that Davy showed the other guy. Hollis saw the bottle and looked surprised. This is. Mon Meter explained to him, this is the finished product from harvest to packaging. It's probably okay for you to see it, it will be released soon anyway. Hollis looked at the bottle and his eyes glowed. There was no doubt that this was level 1, the highest quality. I had never seen such a thing before, even in the Western continent. In terms of effectiveness, it is definitely far better than products from the Western mainland. I must have the priority to buy this, even if I have to bribe him. Hollis touched the bottle and his hands trembled. He praised and praised, looking at it shining like this, I could see that its quality was extremely good. Mon Meter replied, of course, our Lord personally produced it, most of our products are of this level of quality, those that are inferior are thrown away as fertilizer. Hollis heard that it was thrown away as fertilizer and couldn't help but exclaim, what? Right after that he regained his composure, ahem, those precious goods. Mon Meter interrupted, we have 10,000 available. Hollis thought, 10,000, harvesting 10,000 out of the 20,000 seeds planted, that is half the crop thrown away. For a 17-year-old lord to be so decisive, I have to act. Mon Meter continues to leak information. From what I heard, the Lord plans to put the goods up for auction. I don't know the details, but it seems he plans to continue producing them as well. Hollis was surprised, a live auction, I see, so there will also be priority for buyers, right? Mon Meter replied, I can't tell you anything about that. Hollis' tone was sincere. No, you've already provided me with so much valuable information, I couldn't ask for more. After that, the two ended the conversation. Before leaving, Hollis said, the 6 towers will definitely compensate you handsomely. They shook hands and said goodbye. Looking at his figure on the carriage leaving, Mon Meter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, it was really effective. The next morning, Mon Meter came looking for Davy. The first question he asked, my lord, how did you know? Davy held the paper in his hand and happily replied, well, it's just a working rule, this place cannot escape the reach of moneyism, that is, the worship of money. Money is the highest, best, regardless of location, or dimension. Long live moneyism. I only display attractive products to lure potential wealthy customers, I don't do anything special. Mon Meter admires you, you are extraordinary. Not only did you leave empty-handed, but you also brought several bags of money. Here, sir, these are bribes given to me by people from other areas as well as Luke Top. Davy said, he said he was a level 4 expert, not bad, just think of this as an extra bonus for the guards. Mon Meter was amazed. Why? Davy said, you are the one who worked hard, divide it yourself, use it however you want. Mon Meter was full of surprise, but my lord, don't let him continue, Davy interrupted. Therese, no need to get emotional or anything, you are simply being rewarded for your hard work, anyway most of the profits from Moongrass production go to my pocket, building good relationships like this is not bad. Mon Meter had to accept, yes, at this moment, Persec stood on Davy's shoulder and happily said, it's a good start, "Are you sure you'll be okay when facing large groups? The pressure is terrible," Davy confidently replied. "Well, I'm sure above all, they will be wary of each other. Once the rumor spreads, there will be many people flocking to make long-term transactions. There will be branches from many towers, alchemist groups, and regional authorities. And the vacant areas will be filled and developed. I will also have a share, because my profits grow with the population of the area. And because the moon is what makes this possible, it makes me almost grateful for the ancient curse placed on this land." Night fell. In that house, only the small light of a candle lit the whole room. Ulysses talking to the orb. He said, "And that was the end of my report on the recent events happening in the Hines region. It was said that the other magical towers were discussing allocating investment funds to the area." The person at the ball replied, "I understand." Ulysses, the elder of the 5th level expert of the Red Tower, 28 years old, Ulysses continued, "I'm also concerned about whether we should set up a branch or not. Next to the reminder ball, you're still too cautious, even though you've become an elder. It's okay to make mistakes, just do what you want." After hearing this, Ulysses thought for a moment. Yes sir, but there is one thing that bothers me. I don't know why the Lord insists on a direct auction. Perhaps the process will require a little more investment, but direct selling still earns more money. Selling this way, just like him, want to get rid of them?" The other person asked again, "Do you mean he is reducing the value of his goods?" Ulysses replied, "Yes, it will probably sell a lot at first, but as long as there is no fixed price, the price may be reduced to lower than products from the western mainland. This is the reason moongrass is not auctioned, but sold directly on the western mainland." However, turns out the person talking to Ulysses Harrison, he complimented, "I see that the Lord, the great prince of the Round Kingdom, is extremely intelligent." Ulysses doesn't understand. Why? Harrison immediately asked, "What is your estimate of the population of the Hines region?" Ulysses thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, it looks like there aren't more than a few hundred people." After answering that question, Ulysses seemed to understand something. Harrison said that buying and selling can only be done in the central region. He is optimizing the development of that region, while minimizing investment costs. It is difficult to see a city with many groups gathering together, one to that, from magic towers and alchemists, to countless merchant groups, and with the convenient transportation advantage of the Hines region, it would be an ideal trading center. Ulysses' surprised tone, "It was surprising, but merchant groups often buy and resell products." Harrison continued, "So they will not increase production. In a short time, they have accumulated as much money as possible, and have also planned for the future. There is one more thing. The prince is acting like he has nothing to lose, even if things go wrong, which means that for him, moonlit production is just the beginning." Ulysses asked, "Do you mean he has many other things?" Harrison smiled, "Yes, if I could guess it, then surely those with sharp eyes and intuition would also see it, and even if he was bluffing, there wouldn't be much to lose." Ulysses, "No, I can't stand it, it's extraordinary." Harrison explained for a while and then said, "Now do you understand what relationship to build with that boy?" Ulysses replied, "Yes, I want to meet him and talk." Harrison replied, "Let's make an appointment one day. I also want to meet this brave and wise boy." Ulysses said, "I will do that." After chatting with Ulysses, Harrison fell into his thoughts. "Oh great sage. A young man whose mana I can't sense at all, can actually kill a high-ranking vampire with a single blow, using calderas, and he hasn't even signed a contract yet. At that time, I said I never know what will happen in the future. It is impossible, unless it is a disciple of the Sword God, or the Sword God himself." Harrison looked at the sky. Everything was gradually unraveling. It was so unusual. Thanks to the information that Davy intentionally exposed, as expected, a large number of long-term residence requests came in, as well as the number of land purchases in your name, and any conflicts that arise. In the room, Amy said in panic, "Lord, what should I do? 2 groups are arguing over a piece of land." Davy, with a book cover on his head, snapped his fingers and ordered, "Open the auction. Tell them we will sell to the higher bidder." That's how it's settled. For the time being we're homogenists. Bisphus wondered, "And what price should we set?" Davy didn't think but answered immediately, "Highest." He smiled, "I always heard that the rich are really the ones with a lot of land. Real estate is the most profitable business." Persek stood aside in disgust. I still couldn't get used to his evil laugh. He also laughed like that when he defeated the golem. Bisphus still has news to report, and my lord, you have a message. Davy wondered if it was so important that we had to see it. It turns out that a letter came from the royal palace. At this time, Amy is presiding over the auction. She announced to everyone present, "Now we will start the auction again. 90 gold, first time." Someone immediately signaled, 95 gold. Hollis, who came to find Mon Meter a few days ago, was also present and offered a price, 100 gold coins, from the Green Tower. Again, 100, the alchemist offered 110 gold coins. The person who had just bid looked at Hollis and said, "Slow down, I can see your budget is being stretched." After hearing this, Hollis' face all wrinkled. "You're the one who should do that. Haven't you exceeded the limit allowed by the association? You will definitely spend 130 gold coins." The guy from the Alchemy Institute heard the price and immediately grabbed Halash's shirt. The guy was malicious. Hollis confronted, "You were the one who initiated it." The two kept talking back and forth. Amy stood far away and could only smile wryly. Oh my, the violence was so stressful. Bisphus stood below, looking at Amy. Amy saw that and immediately understood. The price is 130. If no one bids higher than the current price within 3 seconds, this item will be sold for 130 gold coins. The first time, the second time. Hello was currently showing a satisfied smile. Amy was talking, and for the third time, a hand was raised. In the room, Davy was holding a cup of tea in his hand, looking surprised. 150 gold coins per box. Bisphus replied, "Yes, the Elioi Merchant Guild bought 5,000 in order of priority." Davy marveled, "Oh ho, quite a lot." He was extremely happy. Thanks to Mon Meter's success, he laid the foundation to compete in the new fierce auction. And we got a big profit at the auction. Empty houses were also bought back at a reasonable rate, comparable to those in developments in the capital. Bisphus reported, and the remaining were sold for 130 gold coins each, from 500 to 1,000 according to your instructions. We have dispersed the products to each organization. Davy smiled brightly. Wonderful, victory is right in front of your eyes, great success. If this continues, the Hines region's annual revenue will be around 1.05 million gold coins. We will basically be the richest region in the kingdom. Davy announced to everyone in the room, "We will continue to produce moongrass, but we will not increase the quantity, clearing acres of land to harvest other products, and for our current population, let's borrow some money. Too much of anything is not good, we must maintain a balance of supply and demand." Davy said to Mon Meter, "I want you to discuss with the butler and oversee the area's facilities, repair the places that can no longer be used. We will carry out extensive reconstruction as soon as I return." Bisphus replied, "Yes, sir." Davy thought, "A few days before the auction, I received a royal invitation. The content was very simple. The letter praised my achievements. The Ron Kingdom as well as the Eastern mainland did not recognize it, that. And to properly commend myself, I was invited to visit the kingdom for a while." Immediately after receiving the invitation, Davy did not hesitate to burn it. "How dare those old men after kicking me out? They were probably fighting with Marquis Paltries, and wanted to find a way to relax a bit. It's funny." At that time, Davy said to Bisphus, "This thorn is not the king but dares to put his mark on the king's mark, as if it were the king." After listening, Bisphus didn't say anything. After finishing the letter, he rubbed his head. "I know, anyway, I'm thinking about carrying out the next step of the plan. Let's go, my destination is also on the way to the kingdom." Davy remembers talking to the blacksmith Surat. Surat said, "I created a secret dungeon in the basement of the last place I stayed, and there was a child that I was not able to finish before I died. If you ever find him, I want you to complete it yourself. And then you can do whatever you want, you can declare it yours, or sell it at a high price, I don't care." Davy rubbed his head and asked, "Is it okay to ask me to do that? What if I mess up?" After listening, Surat laughed loudly and advised him to listen to himself. "Did you screw up? You are more stubborn than me." Davy heard that and thought to himself, "It feels like being recognized as an otaku by an otaku." Surat raised the sword. "Once you get there, you will see, as long as you complete it, you can do anything." Back in the present day, Davy prepared a horse to set out. Bisphus asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you sure you don't want anyone to come with you?" Davy touched the horse and replied, "Well, now you must know what kind of person I am." Bisphus sighed and advised, "Please pay attention to safety." Before leaving, Davy told Bisphus, "Take care of Amy for me, she might be overworked, so make her rest properly while she's training." Bisphus assures, "Don't worry, sir, she is a special child. I know she is a noble, but as the daughter of a baron, she has a very extraordinary mind. Actually teach her." The baby was very happy, because it felt like I was teaching my granddaughter. Amy burst into tears when she heard Davy was leaving. "Let me see him off." Looking at Bisphus' gentle face when thinking of Amy, Davy was extremely happy. He looked like he was enjoying his niece's cute tricks, rather than teaching her. Finally, Davy left. Bisphus and the servant respectfully greeted him. On the way, Persek looked around wondering, "Hey, Wouldn't it be faster to reach the royal road by going another way? Davy immediately replied, we need to stop by a place before going there. Persek asked again, is there a place I need to visit? Davy explained, it is also a famous tourist destination, one of the few beautiful sites in the Ron Kingdom, which is also an area that the Mainland Alliance jointly preserves and researches. Persek was curious, why did people come to such a place? Davy replied, this is the hometown of Surat Blacksmith. This place is Valishad region. Persek looked surprised when he heard that. Surat, is it the Surat I'm thinking of? Eris' daughter, I guess you, a friend of Harris, must have also cooperated with her. Davy said that the old man's legacy lies here. He also said that it was made of the same material as the holy sword called Eris, so it must be quite amazing. Persek looked curious when he heard that. I'm looking forward to the legacy of the Sunshine Blacksmith. But Davy immediately extinguished that curiosity. That place is not good. It is said that the mountains and rivers have changed over the decades. It was Surt's hometown more than 1,000 years ago. Now the home of Queen Lines, the domain of House Varietta, my enemy. Davy stopped here. There were quite a few people here. Persek assessed the situation. The atmosphere was tense and mysterious. Davy smiled back. The royal family must have been a bit shaken. Everyone lined up to get in. When it was Davy's turn, he showed a card stating, F-Class Free Soldier Davy. The examiner looked at Davy for a moment. Davy was busy thinking, I'm already having a hard time with this new identity. If someone recognizes my face it will be useless, but here it won't matter. The checker let him through. Davy smiled with satisfaction. Well, it worked in the end. Suddenly the previous inspector told him to stop. No, turn around. From the looks of it, you also came here to explore the newly discovered maze. Don't stick your nose in the wrong place and go away. A few guys saw his situation and laughed. Davy doesn't understand anything. What the hell is this? Davy sat down on the altar bench. Even if it was a noble's domain, even if it was Duke Varietta's, this place was terrible. Suddenly, an old man appeared and sat right next to Davy. He said, excuse me, young man, you must have come from far away, so you don't know what's going on. Davy smiled and asked in a curious tone, is something going on here? The old man said as he pointed to the line of people waiting in line to get inside, well, it's nothing special, but look over there. In the old man's direction there was only one person giving a bag of money to the guard. Davy saw the scene before his eyes and immediately understood, waste through the door, they are really rotten. The old man said that it was a normal thing here. Davy pondered, entrance fee, it's been a long time since the law was changed. The old man stroked his beard then looked at Davy and said, ho ho. His eyes were almost cold and terrifying. The old man took Davy's hand and put something in his hand, saying, here, give this to them, and go in. Davy saw what was in his hand and was amazed. Sir, the old man didn't let him talk but just told him that, maybe a little, but probably enough for him to get in, take it, and don't get into unnecessary trouble. He revealed the reason he helped Davy, you remind me of my nephew back home, accept it. Davy gave a sincere smile. Put the gold coins back down towards the old man, his tone was gentle. I appreciate your kindness, but please save this and buy something for your nephew, I don't think I will need it. The old man gasped in surprise, you are. Having finished speaking, Davy stood up, leaving only his back behind. The old man tried to call him back, but, hey. Davy walked up to the watchman, the other guy looked at him and said indifferently, didn't I tell you to go away? Davy raised his hand and ordered them to hand it over here. Do not collect entrance fees from people, unless it is a large group of people coming to do business. Furthermore, collecting fees from individuals is a problem, illegal. The guard saw that and laughed. Ha, what is this kid talking about? So what are you going to do, if you don't want to die then? Don't let those guys continue talking, Davy immediately interrupted, his tone full of steel. This is the last chance for you, before I proceed according to national law, refund all the money you have received, to date, and admitted his mistakes. Davy thought, I also find it annoying, but never mind, this is just a procedure, like Miranda rights, that is, the right of a person suspected of committing a crime to remain silent, in case the suspect's testimony crime against that person. The soldiers on guard laughed like a harvest, they raised their swords towards Davy. Hey, listen newbie, who the hell do you think you are? Do you think anyone would care if you got killed? His face was close to the sword, he didn't panic and just kept talking. So you have no intention of obeying the law, the joking guard, ha, we are the law, according to Duke Varietta. Davy's eyes became cold, it seemed like that. Seeing that, the angry guard couldn't stop cursing. "You bastard." The old man from earlier saw that the situation was not right and immediately advised him to stop. He was just a child. That guy saw that and got angry. "Who the hell is this old man?" He raised his sword straight up to attack the old man. The old man's face immediately changed to reveal a look of panic. But unfortunately it didn't work. Davy kicked the sword in the guard's hand straight into the sky. Cold Davy, swinging his sword at a weak old man. What scum, using random force to take the life of a citizen is stealing from the country's capital. The sword from earlier fell into Davy's hand. He pointed the sword at the other guy. The penalty for that was immediate death. Davy didn't hesitate at all. His sword slashed straight through the guard's head. Everyone looked surprised. Davy announced, "This punishment also applies to anyone involved. Don't make things any more difficult than necessary. Call your superiors here." The old man was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The soldiers on guard saw the scene just now and still didn't know what to fear. They surrounded him, pointing their weapons at Davy. "This crazy guy, how dare you?" Davy let out a sigh. "Are you planning on increasing your punishment? It was my fault for falsifying my identity, but what you're doing is enough to get banished to the 3 clans." A guy came up to attack Davy, talking nonsense. He dodged gently, the sword passed by, and the other man's hand was cut off. He screamed so it was full of pain. Davy stabbed his sword into the ground. "Next your head flew off. Don't make me repeat myself. Call your superiors here." A voice rang out asking, "What is going on? Who is causing trouble?" The speaker's name is Greta, who is a viscount. Davy threw an item at him and said, "Think carefully, don't be hasty just because you don't see any knights protecting me around." Greta realized that the item that was thrown at him was the Mithril identity pendant. He was immediately frightened and knelt down to greet him respectfully. Viscount Greta paid homage to Prince Davy. Davy happily said, "Luckily you recognized me." Greta's face changed with fear. "Please forgive me, this area's business is so irresponsible." Davy replied, "Oh, this area, the place designated as a treasure by the Mainland Alliance, where the 1000-day and night market takes place." Greta heard that and immediately coughed and quickly explained, "This is not fair, you cannot do this, there are no kingdoms or royal families around here, who would prosecute without warning, Mr. Came without orders, this is an abuse of power." He blamed all the blame on Davy. Davy said contemptuously, "So you want me to bring orders?" Greta quickly replied, "Yes, Duke Varietta will never let this go." Davy was frustrated. Oh ho, so he wanted to play like this, maybe when this was the standard of most of the area. Even the investigators did not dare to do their work for fear of being punished. Greta smiled confidently, "Please allow me to show you around my mansion, I will definitely not let you down." Before he could finish speaking, Davy interrupted, "But hey, Viscount, you haven't heard the rumors, he doesn't understand, why?" Davy immediately said coldly, "That I was very bloodthirsty." The beam of light passed through Viscount Greta's head. He just had time to say, "You mean?" Persek commented, "How brief the last words were." After taking care of the guards, Davy set out. On the way there was an old man who stood up to protect Davy. The old man said, "For 10 years, this place was very peaceful until the previous royal family's Baron Alishad passed away. That's when the Hines region started filling up with refugee camps. That's when the exploitation became fierce and those who stood by them were purged. I lost my son just like that." Davy's tone was gentle. "So you remind me of a son, not a grandson." The old man apologized to Davy, "Please forgive my rudeness." Davy replied, "It's not rude at all, talking to you, I can tell that your son is also very kind." The old man admitted that he just likes to take care of others. Davy complimented, "It's admirable." The old man was embarrassed, "You flattered me too much." After speaking, both of them laughed happily. The old man showed Davy the way, then he pointed forward, "We have arrived." Davy looked at the scene in front with great surprise. "So from here is the view of Valharashad." The old man said that this is the historical relic of the 1000-day and night market. "Are you sure that the Viscount incident won't be a problem?" Davy replied, "The Duke doesn't have time to pay attention to this place anyway." Before the two said goodbye to each other, the old man smiled kindly and told him, "Thank you for saving me and avenging my son, I will never forget this debt." Davy happily looked at him, "I just hope he will continue to live." After that, the old man bowed his head and said goodbye to him. Persek exclaimed, "Quite a sad story." Davy replied, "Yeah, but from now on it will get better." Persek continued, "I have a feeling we'll get something. The two of you have arrived at your destination." Davy got off his horse to let it eat grass. He quickly flew up high. Looking at everything from above made Davy amazed, his mouth gaping open. Davy went exploring and then carefully took notes. Seeing that, Persek shyly said, I feel a bit awkward saying this, but everything is just ruins and trash, isn't it useless to continue looking? Davy pondered for a moment and then replied, sure enough on the surface, from way 1 to 7, then 23 to 11. Persek walked over and looked intently at what Davy had just written down and curiously asked, what is that? Davy quickly answered, a code. Davy looked left and right and said, this whole place has been encrypted. If you stand high and look down at this place, you can see many patterns. Persek was surprised, oh. Davy pondered, is a code created independently by the ancient Surit, although in the past perhaps few people knew, perhaps now I am the only one who knows about it, and surely no one but me can find it, reveal it when it is hidden like that. Davy raised his hand forward and said to Persek, very simply. The code means only one thing, that there is an entrance next to the anvil in the center, and to get in we need a special code. Just like what Davy said, a door opened below. Davy said, let's go. As he walked down, Davy said, he tried very hard to build this underground dungeon. There was also a magic spell to counteract the underground pressure, and it was designed to allow air circulation. The magicians of that time must have been racking their brains thinking about this. If we hadn't met Surit, this place would have been buried forever. Persek listened and looked at him smiling, that's right. The two of them went deeper inside. When they got here, they looked surprised, what is this? Davy exclaimed, it seemed like this place was more like a residence than a dungeon. Davy remembered Surit, claiming to be a madman, devoting his whole life to his career as a blacksmith. He came here after Hari's death, and devoted the rest of his life to a single plan, until his last breath. Even though his body on earth is dead, everything is still here, intact as it was in the beginning. Especially Surit's axe. Persek looked around and said that this room was like an altar. Davy also seems to agree with Persek's statement, he probably worships a non-existent blacksmith god or something. Suddenly a flash of light came from the safe that was tied with a chain. The two of them didn't understand what happened, they only knew, that thing was coming from the safe. Persek raised his hand to block the light and said, I have never seen anyone's thoughts materialize so strongly. A message pops up reminding Davy about that safe, be careful. But Davy didn't seem to care at all, he walked towards the safe. Persek quickly chased after, you are. Davy recalls, the 1000-day blacksmith, a nickname given to him after hammering 1,000 without stopping, but his clan. The dwarves, who call him by another name, the devil blacksmith, unlike ordinary blacksmiths, who take iron forging as pride, Surit plays with mana to surpass the limits of ordinary blacksmiths. Surit went too far, into the zone of decadence, and this was the last work he asked himself to complete. Davy touched the safe. The light radiated stronger than ever. He opened the safe, looked inside and said, I see, so you guys must be twins. Inside is the nameless red sword, beheading the living, and the nameless blue sword, beheading the dead. Twin swords that Surit was unable to perfect, even at the last moment. The two swords are neatly placed in the safe. The status bar appears, introducing details about the dual swords. Title No, the current state is not complete. The perfection has only reached 90% of the details. It is the last work of the great blacksmith who used mana to refine his product. He contributed the last life and strength to create this work, has not yet shown authority because it is not complete. The ego exists, but has not awakened. Persek noticed something, I see, so the cry from before was from these things. Davy agrees with both hands and feet, well, I also think so, but it really suits Surit's personality. A sword with an ego, like Caldera's. Holy sword Caldera's is the strongest sword in the life Surit created. But Caldera's is a sword created to match the constitution and swordsmanship of its Harris owner. That sword has a different meaning than these two swords, unique creations of a genius blacksmith without consideration for the user, created by him alone, for him alone, they were created to find their owner. Davy holds the sword in his hand, what a wonderful harvest, although basically I will improve them a lot. Persek looked at them for a long time and evaluated them. They looked complete. Davy took the towel and wiped his sword and said, no, he still needed to complete the final steps. Davy said, we will need fire. He wrapped a piece of cloth to cover the sword and explained, it was not ordinary fire. But a type of fire that can provide much more heat than, for example, the fire from a dwarven furnace. Night fell, Davy asked someone to guide him. The other said, we have arrived, if you follow the main road, you will see the square right in front of you. Enjoy your trip to the capital, sir. Davy led the horse and replied, thank you for leading me here. Davy sighed as he walked, Phew, royal summons. Persek immediately said in disgust, "Hey, what do you think this is for? You often ask questions that people already know the answer to. On the surface, it's probably to reward you according to the content of the letter, but it's not very is it clear. Your moongrass business is a golden goose. In just 3 months, you have generated more profit than the kingdom's annual expenditure. The income tax you pay to the kingdom must also be a huge amount. They probably want to convince you to nationalize production, which would make the kingdom much richer than it is now, or more specifically, the wallets of the nobles, but you knew this would happen." After listening, Davy sighed deeply. Davy pondered, "To be honest, it was a bit shocking that I attracted so much attention from all over the continent, but it meant that what I did had a lot of impact, and already I was tired." Davy walks around the palace. The butler immediately came to greet him, welcoming His Highness. Davy also happily replied, "Long time no see, Visfus." He looked at him and said, "You're a little taller now." Davy looked surprised. "Is that so?" He continued, "I have heard the rumors, so you have been very successful in business in your province." Davy admitted that heaven must have blessed me. I also received quite a blessing, but the atmosphere in the palace was too serious. Visfus explains, "Yes sir, some secret records have been leaked." Davy pretended to be stupid and asked, "Are the books hidden?" He respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." The king was very angry, and all the nobles involved were stripped of their titles and scheduled for execution. Davy looked surprised. The king did all that?" Visfus reminded him that he had just gone stupid, so it would be best to come and see His Majesty tomorrow. Davy agrees, "I think so anyway." He fell into thought. He was very cruel, as if he had been patient all this time and then finally exploded, even though quite a lot of information had been collected, with the core being Marquis Paletre's. But progress like this cannot be done without the king's cooperation. Things are getting complicated. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Wow, wow, wow, look who is there." Turns out to be none other than Carlos. His tone was sarcastic. "Isn't that my brother Davy?" Davy looked at him indifferently. "You ordered the manager to leave. It seems my brother has something to say. You can go now?" Visfus worried, "But..." Davy immediately comforted him, "It's okay, it's nothing." After the butler left, Carlos crossed his arms and said in a disdainful tone, "Look at me, Hess so arrogant just because Hess successful in business. If a commoner like you is successful, then everyone can be rich. Don't be too complacent, you're just lucky." Davy listened and sighed deeply. "Did you come to say that? You must be very jealous. Do you even know the importance of what I did? This is why everyone says you are an idiot. And the reason why you are always cherished and surrounded by the arms of the Lena's queen." Carlos was angry and wanted to attack Davy. "What did you say? You must have lost your mind." Davy contemptuously shook his hand away. "You're the one who's insane. You're probably delusional because everyone around you fawns over your ego, but I can't imagine anyone being worthy of that level of kindness, this stupid." After hearing this, he gritted his teeth. "Stupid?" Davy said happily, "Everything you have has been passed down. If you're not smart then at least be a little sharp." Carlos raised his fist towards Davy. "How dare you mock me?" Davy gently dodged the punch. "Well, I'm sure if he wasn't this stupid he wouldn't have shot an arrow at me 6 years ago. Thinking about it makes me go crazy." Davy rushed forward and flipped Carlos over, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Davy confronted him. "Are you aware that what you said also unintentionally reflected the king very badly?" Davy raised his foot and stomped on his face, "Always talking about this commoner, that commoner, but half the blood flowing in him belongs to the king of this country." Carlos cried out in pain, sitting up and rubbing his face. Davy is a little curious. "Does it hurt?" Persek stood watching and thinking about the book because he was young. Davy didn't understand why she was thinking about it. Davy suddenly said, That doesn't feel right, that's not right." Carlos cried for a long time, not understanding what Davy meant. He turned around and was slapped on the forehead by Davy. "Stop taking this." Carlos was in so much pain that he screamed. Carlos was beaten so much by Davy that he was shaking. He cried out in pain. Carlos raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, angrily questioning, "What the hell did you just do to me?" Before he could finish speaking, Davy interrupted him, smiling brightly and threatening, "What, should I flick you again?" Carlos heard that and immediately panicked and jumped. He quickly stood up and wanted to leave. Before leaving, he threatened, "You, just wait, I will take away the things you are proud of." Davy repeated those words, "I will take away the things you are proud of." Persek stood next to him and asked, "You just flick him and that's it?" Davy replied, "It's not just a snap, I had a little fun with him." He gave a savage smile. Seeing that smile, Persek felt so scared that his whole body trembled. I don't know how to say it, but if possible, you shouldn't laugh. Frankly speaking, it looks terrible. Davy was surprised and covered his mouth with his hands. His face turned red. Is it that strange? It's probably a bad habit, I should fix it. Persek asked curiously, what did you do to your brother? Davy explains, oh that's it, I placed a sin on him, the heaviest sin in the land, something that couldn't even be broken with magic. Persek said indifferently, the heaviest crime in the country, why do you use such big words? Davy did not answer immediately but said, also, I gave him a gift, tomorrow you will see it in the conference hall. The next day, Ron Kingdom, conference hall. What everyone is arguing about is, of course it's great, it takes 4 months to harvest moon grass, this quarter's income far exceeds the country's annual income, we can use it immediately to expand military defense costs. We should use funds from each province to contribute to the development of this business. King Cryones heard these words and could only sigh. Persek raised his hands to evaluate the people here, they were exaggerating themselves without mentioning you, the real owner of the business. I know Marquis Paletrees is absent, but looking at them like this, I only see that the royal family and nobles are all the same blinded by greed and power, I feel worried about the future of this country. Davy didn't seem to pay attention to what Persek said, he leaned on his hands and thought and suddenly came up with an idea, maybe next time we'll try the restaurant business, I heard that the most lucrative business is the beverage business, food. But I don't have experience in these things, it's a pity that among the heroes there is no one who is a chef. After listening, Persek replied, he was truly different, thinking about a new business while the situation was like that. Suddenly, the Cryones king raised his hand and commanded, all of you, stop, first. We should reward Prince Davy, he has brought blessings to our land Tau Alpha. Davy, thank you, there was no help, but you did well. Davy stood up and respectfully replied, I was just doing my duty. The Cryones king praises and praises, what you have achieved is more wonderful than anything in the past 10 years, tell me what you want, I will reward you with what you like. Looking at the sharp eyes of the people sitting here, Davy thought, am not sure, I have a feeling that if I ask for anything, the hospital will show it to me. Davy's tone was humble, this is an honor that I've never thought about anything before, please give me time to think. The Cryones king replied, I allow it, Persek compliments you, wise decision. People started talking again, for the future of the country, we should invest in the moongrass business. Someone responded, disappointingly, moongrass is not something that will grow in abundance if we pour money into it. Persek to 3 dots with the people in front of me, are they planning to continue making nonsense? Davy agrees, it's worse than Tau Alpha imagined. A man spoke up, first, there was something to verify. The speaker was Duke Varietta, head of the Noble Party. He said, you guys are all focused on the moongrass business, but shouldn't we talk about the most basic things first? Some people don't understand the most basic things. Varietta sat down on her chair and slowly replied, we should discuss how to use moongrass to bring the most benefit to the kingdom. You are right, this is truly a revolutionary business. Persek saw the situation calm down, oh ho, finally there was order, Davy agreed, well, so far so good. Some people say, then we will stop doing business. While speaking, Varietta interrupted, so why do you want to tie this business to the country, and not consult with Lord Davy, its creator? When everyone heard that, they immediately stopped. Varietta confronts them, are you nobler than the royal family of this country? Duke Ferrandes, will you listen if I tell you to surrender all your wealth for the good of the country? The Duke, whose name was called, stammered, unable to answer. Varietta continued, Varietta decides, everything will be decided by the Lord, Prince Davy, it's not something you can do. The guys present here apologize, ahem, we were a bit hasty. Persek expressed surprise, what's going on? Hess helping the other person, this time, Davy doesn't agree anymore, what do you think? It sounds like a pun to me. Varietta keeps talking, if we forcefully nationalize this business, it will be oppressive, no one will want to be a businessman anymore, is that right, sir? Davy propped up his hands and heard him ask him, then quickly replied, well, Duke, that's not all you want to say, is it? Varietta pushed her glasses, it looks like that, you're right, Therese actually something more important than this, with a situation like just now, I'm only thinking about reconciliation, Davy thought to himself, he acts like he cares about me a lot. Varietta pulled out a letter from her cloak, everyone noticed. This is a letter from the High Priest Vulches of the Holy Kingdom, they request Prince Davy to transfer to the Holy Kingdom, to verify his holy seal, and reward him with the title of saint. After hearing this, everyone was extremely angry. some people were so angry that they banged on the table. It's funny, before he became a lord, he was the great prince of this country, send him to the Holy Kingdom of Asia. The Marquis Raltis said contemptuously, Ho ho, Duke Rhonda, this is the Holy Country, a country with power comparable to the Empire, the Holy Country serving God Priya. Some people said, what's the problem, since when is the Ron Kingdom inferior to the Holy Kingdom, and we're talking about the prince, is this any different from sending him as a tribute? Others say, ho ho, how stupid you are, you don't know how to look ahead at all. Just then, Davy spoke up, hey, you guys talk about me too much. Okay, so what they mean is that my holy seal has been proven, and so I have to go to the Holy Kingdom. If I accept the title of saint, then what happens after that? Will the Holy Kingdom protect our country or not? What? Varietta replied, my lord, you must see the entire forest, not a single tree, that is the responsibility you have to shoulder as royalty. Don't forget that, angering the Holy Kingdom won't accomplish anything. A gentleman wondered, so what will happen to the Hines region, the moongrass business? Varietta replied, unfortunately, if Prince Davy was transferred to the Holy Kingdom to become a saint, then according to the law, he could not manage this area himself. The atmosphere fell silent, many people showed greedy eyes, so we must immediately appoint a new lord. That's right, we have to find someone suitable to take over as the new lord, my son has just grown up. Persec hate, bullshit, Davy just laughed and said, ha ha, this is getting interesting. He looked at Varietta, realizing that was the reason he didn't want to nationalize the moongrass business. He said, let me say one more thing, now the Hines region has become a more important place than any other region in our country. And we can't just appoint anyone to such a position, if we are allowed to propose, there is only one person suitable to take over that role, Carlos, the second prince of the kingdom. Davy seemed to have figured this out, knew right away, privatize the business, then hand it over to Queenlina's son, his nephew, Carlos, and profit for himself, that was the plan, his. Round and round, but what he said was no different from what the nobles were spouting just now, all just to tell me that it wouldn't belong to me. Carlos walked over and knelt down next to King Cryones, he was smiling with satisfaction. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. In the middle of the royal conference room, Carlos was kneeling before the king and queen. Cryones also looked at him with cold eyes without saying a word. And the other nobles around also silently watched this fun. On this side, Davy was crossing his legs and arms, he suddenly raised his mouth and smiled sarcastically. Carlos was kneeling below, his face was red, he didn't expect things to happen like that, he stammered and said, this is. But looking closely, something was waiting to come out of his mouth and he was trying to hold it back. Just 1 second later, Carlos let out a miserable cry of pain. Something that didn't know its name was pouring out of his mouth. The sound of vomiting kept making everyone's eyes widen and their mouths open in surprise. The little Berserk von Polan suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. She smiled and waved her legs to show that she was very happy, and Davy saw this and opened his mouth to say sarcastically, this is a bit too much, I think it's too early for you to laugh like that. Over here Carlos was groaning and saying, my stomach hurts so much. Seeing that the situation was not good, suddenly Duke Variata stood up and shouted, Carlos, what do you think you are doing? Your joke has gone too far. Carlos quickly covered his mouth and tried to explain, because. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't help but vomit again, which made Duke Variata feel extremely angry, and the people watching the play behind him laughed happily. At this moment, because he could not stand this farce anymore, King Cryones pounded the table angrily and said, how dare you mock the National Council Hall? Carlos was startled and said, Your Majesty. He raised his voice and said, please believe me, I will never. Before he could finish his sentence, the quacking sound rang out again. Even Carla's voice made a woof sound like a dog's, making him extremely miserable. King Cryones covered his face and blushed angrily and said, I don't want to hear your explanations anymore. So he banged on the table and stood up to order, get out of my sight, where are all the guards? Carlos said in fear, Your Majesty. But at this moment, King Cryones's anger had reached its peak, he said, detaining the second Prince Carlos and putting him under house arrest until I give another order. This sentence directly put Carlos into a dead end. The guards quickly came to take Carlos away. He tried to say, no, Your Majesty, please, cluck, this is. But the animal sounds of Carlos did not disappear. Your Majesty, woof woof. King Cryones held his head and sat down looking very helpless. Below Carlos did not want to be confined, he screamed and said, damn it. Carlos struggled to escape the guards, causing the hat on his head to fall off. He said, "Let me go." Everyone in the conference hall slowly watched his hat fall off. Many nobles could not hide their surprise. Davy sat on the side watching the play and said, "What the hell?" while Berserk von Palan covered his mouth and said, "How could he become like that in just one day?" Davy, now not too surprised, replied, "That is the power of the most serious sin in the country." It turns out that when the hat fell off, the hair on Carlos' head fell as well. But he didn't seem to know anything, and Davy thought to himself, "Let the sun shine on your scalp." Carlos still innocently knelt down and begged the king. In the distance was his hat, and the sunlight still steadfastly shone on his scalp, accompanied by yellow hair scattered on the ground. Davy sat above with his arms crossed and said calmly, "I think Carlos is not yet mature enough to rule a territory." Duke Variata, he couldn't hide his surprise and turned to look at Davy. Davy still smiled as if he wasn't looking at him. The hall echoed with voices. After a moment of silence, Davy said, "Duke Variata." Davy said calmly, "Since when is a duke's status higher than the king's?" Duke Variata stammered and replied, "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Davy heard that and continued speaking, "So let me ask again in another way, this country belongs to you, a duke." Duke Variata seemed to understand something. He quickly explained, "Of course I don't think you're misunderstanding something, Your Highness." He held up the letter and said, "All my actions are for this country, the Ron Kingdom." Davy replied, "Then why did you bring a letter from the holy country that even the king of Khan had not seen?" This sentence made Duke Variata unable to refute, seeing that Davy quickly said, "The most important thing is, why do you spout the same nonsense as them?" The whole hall was silent and listened. No one dared to speak. Duke Variata said, "His Highness thinks you should be careful with your words." Davy closed his eyes and smiled, then said, "Once upon a time there was a saying like this." He said bluntly, no one intended to give him rice cakes, but he took a sip of kimchi soup first. Duke Variata replied, "Your Highness, this is the National Conference Hall you are talking about." Seeing that Duke Variata hesitated and refused to understand what he meant, Davy pointed straight at his face and said, "So in this important conference, what have you achieved after today's debate?" "You said calmly, sell out this country at the request of the Holy Kingdom, and take the opportunity to take over the business of the Hines region. No matter how I look, I see that you are no better than everyone else, Duke." This statement made Duke Variata immediately speechless. He stood in the distance and said, "So does the prince have a solution?" Davy shook his head and said, "Well, the key here is to handle the request of the holy country." King Cryones saw that and immediately asked, "Do you have an opinion on that?" He replied that after all, the Holy Kingdom is also a place where humans live. Said Davy, "And that is why, even the archpriest." The other person replied, "Oh, I got a call from you, Prince Davy." Velium at the end of the magic ball introduced himself, "I am Deputy Bishop Velium, of the Holy Kingdom's Budget Management Department." On this side Davy said, "I'm sorry for this sudden call, Vice Bishop." So Velium asked, "What was the Pope's decision?" As soon as this sentence came out, it shocked everyone. Everyone was talking. The Pope, could it be? Davy thought, yes, that's exactly what everyone was thinking. His eyes glanced over the crowd of people in the hall and thought, even though the holy country was built on the domain of gods, in the end it was just a place where humans lived, so they also needed to do business. Davy thought, even though the archpriest of the church held a higher position than the king of a small kingdom, the person he was contacting was the supreme government of the Holy Kingdom. On the other side Velium said, the whole thing was just the behavior of the great priest alone. Velium's voice rang out, he also assured you that nothing like this would ever happen in the future. The high priest could not oppose him. After the meeting ended, everyone quickly left. Davy sat alone and talked to Velium. Thanks to him, the meeting went very smoothly. "Well done, Vice Bishop Velium." Velium replied, "You are too complimented." He said with a bright smile, "But I never thought that the Ron Kingdom would think of sending Prince Davy to the Holy Kingdom, although from our point of view, that is not a bad thing. But in the long run it's not very beneficial for us." Ha ha. Davy heard that and smiled and said, "I will continue to leave everything to you." Then Davy thought, "I just need to let the Pope know one thing." He thought of something, that if either of the two factors, the Hines region and I were left out, it would be impossible to cultivate moon grass, and obviously, Alpha Iota stood in the position of the Pope immediately understand what this means. On the other side Velium scratched his head and said, "Well, about the promised item." Davy heard that and quickly said, "I haven't forgotten, I will leave a special portion to send to the Holy Kingdom." He said, "I will also clear a part of the special land for more cultivation to sell them to the holy country." Velium replied, "Oh my God, I didn't expect you would go to this extent for us, thank you very much. Davy received Velium's thanks and smiled, thinking, the Pope asks you to continue selling us good quality moon grass. This transaction looks materialistic and contains some conspiracy, but it's not important. Davy thought about rare medicinal herbs. If you want special treatment, you must give us something to match. From the beginning, this sale was established based on that thought. If all of us are covered in chaff, then no one can blame the other. Looking at Velium waving at him, he thought, we will fall into the mud together. This is called death. No matter what happens, isn't getting good results the most important thing? After ending the call with Velium, Davy waved his hand and sighed and said, wow, business is so easy, I don't believe it. While thinking about random things, a familiar face appeared. She cried and said, Your Highness, is it really Your Highness? Amy cried and said, Your Highness, please save me. The next day a gentle voice rang out, the prince's assistant should not say such weak words. Bisphus quickly patted Amy's head to reassure him, then he turned back and said to Davy, I'm sorry for showing you something embarrassing, Your Highness, over here. Davy laughed and said, ha ha, thank you, because you worked hard. Bisphus immediately asked, how was the conference? Davy replied, quite well, the problem was resolved smoothly. Now it was Davy's turn to ask, how are the guests in the territory? Bisphus replied, they are all living in temporary accommodation because God has given permission for construction, so the buildings of each branch will be erected soon. After speaking, he thought for a long time before speaking. However, regarding the issue of improving infrastructure, although I have carefully considered Your Highness' outline, I think it cannot be easily implemented, sir. Davy crossed his arms and replied, so the problem is that time is as we thought, exactly like that. Hearing that, Davy thought even more, although I had recovered the land that was almost dead and escaped influence from outside forces, but this was only the beginning because the territory had been rotting for a long time, so I returned home. Technically it is very difficult to improve underdeveloped areas. The estimated time until the improvement is completed is 10 or 20 years, this is not something that can be solved with money, so Davy fell silent. It was only later that he spoke up, I have too much money, but I don't know where to spend it. It sounds more like someone who is healthy rather than regretful. Davy propped his chin up and looked out the window and said, maybe it's time for me to start a second business. Bisphus said in confusion, mixed up, you mean? Before Bisphus could finish speaking, Davy directly explained, yes, I think the mainland's best engineers with their techniques and skills would be perfect to do this, even though they are famous for being picky creatures. Choose, but I have an offer that even they will have a hard time refusing. Bisphus on the other side asked, the best engineers on the mainland are, and on this side Davy raised his chin and thought, in other words, exchange corn for diamonds. There's nothing better than an item that can deliver high returns with low risk. Scene changed to a certain cliff. A leader on horseback said, we will soon reach the territory of the Yellowstone clan, please be careful with your steps, Your Highness. Davy replied, understood. Davy thought for a while, then pulled out the map to see directions. Looking around for a while, Davy pointed to a small village and thought, that's the name of the dwarf village in the northern part of the kingdom. Dwarves, called poor engineers, have an average height of about 100 to 130 centimeters, and are famous for their strength many times greater than humans and their ability to withstand high heat. In other words, they were born to work, engineer. Davy thought as he walked, in contrast to the elves known only in legends, the dwarves still kept in contact with humans, living in a tribe near volcanoes and quarries. However, they do not like other species, so there is a restriction that only allows those with power equal to the king of a kingdom, or their representative, to enter the tribe. That's why I asked to bypass this limit as a reward for successfully running the moongrass business. The other royal families probably thought that I was aiming for the position of first candidate to be the king's heir. He looked everywhere, however, because I wasn't very interested in such a high position, I boldly chose another path. Well, they didn't let me get here easily either. Davy recalled that in the conference hall, most of the ministers objected and said that dwarves were famous for being a very picky species. They said to King Cryones, in case we anger them, the king replied, dwarves are not human, Davy. He looked at Davy and said, if you don't know what could happen to them, I don't think I can reward you. He replied frankly, please don't worry. Davy said without hesitation, at least I'm confident that I can get through the gate. He glanced at those nobles and thought, I still clearly remember the skeptical eyes of the nobles. Suddenly at this moment Berserk von Palan jumped up on the horse's ears and said, what the hell is that guy planning to do this time? She put her hands on her hips and said, but what can I guess from them? Davy laughed and said, ha ha, you saw through them. Berserk von Palan replied, actually, they arranged these soldiers to monitor us. Hearing that, Davy thought to himself, I feel a bit sorry for them, but they thought right, actually, I'm the only one causing a bit of trouble. After walking for a long time, they finally reached the Yellowstone tribe. The dwarf guarding the gate shouted loudly to stop, so the carriages quickly followed suit. The dwarf guarding the gate asked, Who are you and where do you come from? A soldier replied, We are from the Ron Kingdom, please let us into the Golden Clan. The dwarf named Dwarf said, I've never heard of that name. Davy got off his horse and said, I bring a very good proposal. The dwarf replied, And you are? He replied, I am Davy, the great prince of the kingdom of Ron. Davy pointed at the crates behind him, and the dwarf let out a suspicious noise. The dwarf couldn't hide his joy when he saw the food. He crossed his arms and said, A prince, huh? However, there is a big problem in the clan right now, so we don't have time to trade. Davy thought to himself, What a big problem, said the dwarf, I will still let you in, please come inside. The dwarf quickly opened the door and said, Leave the horse and go inside. When the group entered, they looked around. The soldiers could not hide their surprise and exclaimed. Inside the Stone Clan was extremely bustling. The dwarf led Davy to a house and said the elder was waiting for him to enter. The dwarf did not forget to turn his head to look at Davy as he spoke, Be careful not to bump your head. Squeezing into the small space, Davy thought in surprise, Wow, a round table. Sitting at the table is the Golden Clan, the 8th elder, Golda. Davy kept looking around appraisingly thinking, I can tell he finds this tiring. Is he the only one here? I'm pretty sure there are many leaders in the dwarves. The sentence raised a perfect smile and thought, well, I should probably introduce myself first. Thinking that, Davy walked towards the round table and said, May the blessing of the Iron God always be with you. I am Davy Al Roun, great prince of the kingdom of Ron. Elder Golda coughed a few times and then said, Cough, well, that's quite surprising. I didn't think a human would know how to greet a dwarf. He quickly replied, Obviously I have to deal with the human race, old man with the respect he deserves. Golda pointed to the chair in the distance and said, Ha ha, it's rare to see a person who agrees with you, please sit. Waiting for Davy to sit down, Elder Golda asked, Very good, then why did a prince like you come all the way to our clan? Surely you know most of the trade takes place outside the village, right? And your usual trading schedule with the kingdom must be several months later. Davy quickly replied, Actually I came here to make some personal requests. You mentioned the boxes outside, and what I brought was the small gift I prepared for you inside, barley beer and meat. Elder Golda happily said, Well, I really like people who know how to show respect. Above all, I quite like human barley beer. Davy was secretly happy. But suddenly Elder Golda put his hand on the table and said, Unfortunately the Gold Clan is in a difficult situation, and we cannot meet your request. Davy thought in confusion, What does it mean? Elder Golda said, This is not something we can tell outsiders. He stood up and said, And that is all I want to say to you. You must have gone a long way, so I will allow you to stay here for a few days and I will also inform the others about this. He suddenly said, However, if you cause any trouble, we will immediately kick you out of here. Elder Golda pointed his finger at Davy's face without mercy. Seeing that, the soldiers were about to pull out their swords, but Davy raised his hand to stop them and stood still. Elder Golda walked past Davy and said, Then I'll go first. Davy glanced back at him without saying anything, then he started checking the information. The information panel appears. Name, Golda. Age, 180, gender, male, species, dwarf, current state of fatigue, discomfort, pondering other things, the youngest 8th elder of the Yellowstone clan, current mental state, very dissatisfied at being forced to represent the other elders to meet humans since he was the youngest among them. The system also reminded him, however, because it had been a long time since a human had entered the clan, he was quite interested. He somewhat liked the humans who showed him respect, but he still found it troublesome to welcome them, wishing to participate in creating the Fire of Origin, famous as the Holy Sword of the Dwarves. Wishing to participate in creating the Fire of Origin, famous as the Holy Sword of the Dwarves, Davy's eyes appeared to remind him. He thought to himself, the Fire of Origin. Davy remembers something. When was that? At that time, Surratt stroked his chin and said, There was an item that I created with those guys. Everyone made weapons together, Surratt said, but it was a long time ago, and we created it when we were not yet skilled, as it is now, so to be honest the quality isn't the best. But at that time, we felt so complete that celebrating it for a few days after creating it, looking back, was quite meaningful. Thinking about it, Davy said in puzzlement, How great is the Fire of Origin? If judged by normal standards then maybe so, Perserk von Palan replied. Then Davy asked again, Actually, I didn't expect to hear that name here. It sounds like you know something about it, Berserk von Palan said again. Davy looked around the room and said, I'm sure he called it a sword that doesn't cut, she said, a sword that doesn't cut. He now explained, well, the fire was originally a sword created by Surit and the dwarves. I think you can call it the first cooperation between humans and dwarves. It is said that they responded apply various powers to the sword as a symbol. For example, unity, development, the blessing of the blacksmith god, and a few other things. That's all I know. He remembered that time Surit said, those dwarves drank quite well. It was an item that kept Surit's memories. Looking at the weapon wrapped in cloth, he said, what's interesting is that this item is even more similar to the prototype. Berserk von Palan said, prototype, holding the sheathed sword in his hand. Davy sobbed and said, oh, one could call it the first product of calderas. Although the way it was created was slightly different from other swords, its overall construction method remained the same. He also thought to himself, a special manufacturing method that uses mana, that is a method that combines the material and immaterial worlds. Therefore, the method of making it, things like how to use a hammer and how to handle it, iron ingot processing is slightly different from the standard method. And since such a special manufacturing method requires the blacksmith to go beyond their own knowledge in manufacturing, dwarves with one-sided thinking usually don't try to create such a thing. It's probably also the reason they are racking their brains trying to discover that method. Davy stood up, stretched and said, I guess we should go out. Before leaving, Davy glanced back into the room. He looked at the sword and couldn't help but think, on the surface, I came here to borrow their skills from the dwarves to develop my territory, but I also came here for another reason. Outside, the sound of the smithy continued to operate at full capacity. He thought again, and that was the great smelter. It was a smelter created by dwarves using powerful techniques. Berserk von Palan covered his face and said, it is a furnace created by dwarves using powerful techniques, so planning in advance is very important. Davy said reassuringly, don't worry, everything will be fine. The scene changes to a certain restaurant in the Yellowstone clan. Elder Golod, who was drinking wine, saw Davy coming and said in confusion, why did you come here? Davy looked at that and replied, I know you're busy, but it seems like you also have some free time. Elder Golod replied, no matter how important the job is, I can't do it well if I don't rest properly. He held his forehead and said helplessly, and Golgoda brother chased all the elders out. Davy also naturally pulled out a chair to sit down and said, let's have a drink together. He said, I heard the dwarves' wine is quite strong, can I try it? When the dwarves heard that Davy wanted to try wine here, they excitedly said, what, you want to try wine? You don't know what you just did, human. A dwarf inside picked up a glass of wine and said to the innkeeper, hey, Malcolm, this guy wants to try our wine. Not only that, Davy's ears were also terrorized. The dwarves kept surrounding him and chattering, ha, you're very daring, human, and he drank with Elder Golda. So the dwarfs didn't pay any attention to Davy and laughed directly. He helplessly covered his ears and thought, they are too noisy. Suddenly 2 glasses of wine were placed firmly on the table. The person said, hey, human. It turned out to be the owner named Malcolm. He said contemptuously, telling you that the dwarves' wine is not ordinary wine. Davy's silhouette reflected in the wine glass. Malcolm said, it was too strong for humans. But Davy didn't want to listen to any more advice. He directly picked up the wine glass and drank while saying, well, this is nothing, the dwarfs immediately exclaimed. After drinking 1 glass, Davy placed the empty glass on the table and said, oh, yes, this is wine. Seeing that, the dwarves came up to ask, hey, are you really okay? I was touching a few fingers. Did you drink the whole cup? Davy replied, not bad. Berserk von Palan hovered in the air and said, do you really think the wine is so good? He replied, to be honest, the wine is very strong, but the taste is terrible. Seeing that, Berserk von Palan exclaimed in surprise. At this moment Davy thought to himself, and why do I have to act like a person with a high tolerance for alcohol? Because betting and alcohol are 2 favorite things of dwarves. Davy put the wine glass on the table and said, how about this? No, elder, do you want to have a drinking contest? Hearing this sentence, Elder Golda was so surprised that he could not utter a word. A second later, he smiled and said, very good, we dwarves have never been disrespectful to people with good alcohol tolerance. He shouted, I will entertain. Hey Malcolm, bring all the wine here for this prince. Hey, am not responsible. Looking at Davy, he kept smiling. Elder Golda continued, that's right, in the drinking contest you have to bet, even though with the current situation, I can't grant you any wishes. He picked up the glass of wine and said with a wicked smile, "But if you defeat me, Tau Alpha will grant one of your wishes. However, if I win, please leave here immediately, it's not any hatred. I'm very happy that someone I like is visiting this place, but we have our own reasons," said Elder Golda. Davy quickly replied, "Of course," he thought happily. "Well done." He took the bait, then the two of them started drinking like crazy. "Once you drink it, you'll be drinking it until the next day," Elder Golda sighed with his chin in his hands, and Davy slowly said how he felt. Elder Golda said, speaking slowly, "My head is spinning. I never thought I would lose to a human. This is a scam." Davy still said smiling, "The world is a very big place." At this moment, he thought to himself, although it was impossible for him to get drunk again because his holy mana had been used up, the alcohol was washed away unconsciously, but he still needed to concentrate a bit. While Berserk von Palan sat, Davy said, "You liar." She thought inexplicably, phew, he was really different even after the competition. He continued to drink with the other dwarves. How could he become such a person with such a high tolerance for alcohol? Davy thought, because of one of his two swordsmanship teachers, the hero who unified the martial arts world and the Central Plains was Chanma Dakojin. And it seems he is an object of fear in that world. Even Daphne, an immortal saint who likes to drink, she told Davy, "Never drink with that guy. Also don't want to get involved with Chanma Dakojin when it comes to drinking. But the point is that when I learned swordsmanship from him, drinking became my daily habit." Chanma Dakojin opened the bottle of wine and said, "Next step, huh?" Then he poured wine into the glass and said, "We have to have another glass first." He said, "Here, drink, I will teach you after you finish drinking. By the way, if you lose consciousness, Tau Alpha will make you run 100 laps for 100 days in a row." Hearing that, little Davy immediately shivered. He thought to himself, thinking about it, the hardest part about learning swordsmanship from him was because of his drinking habits. He considers alcohol as a god. Now back to reality, Davy thought, and compared to someone like that, a dwarf is nothing. Elder Golda hugged his headache and said, "Well, bet is bet, tell me what you want." Davy didn't beat around the bush anymore and said, "It was because of the original fire that your tribe was in chaos, right?" Elder Golda replied, It seems like there are people who don't know how to keep their mouths shut." He didn't hide it and said, "Not really, it was because the sword that had protected the dwarves for a long time was broken." Davy said suspiciously, "Was it broken?" "Well, not sure how that happened." Elder Golda said seriously, "The sword is passed down to the clans that take care of it in turn, and we promise each other that the clan in charge will protect the sword for a period of time. My father is responsible for protecting the sword in this generation." He said, "But he passed away earlier than expected, so the job was passed on to me and Elder Golgoda." Davy stroked his chin and said, "Such an important sword, it's broken." Elder Golda replied, "That's all you want to know?" He said, "Those who can ask more questions should feel free to ask." Davy silently exclaimed in his heart, "What a dwarf! If others treat them politely, they will also respond with courtesy." Even though I only had a drinking competition with him, luckily I paid attention to the first impression. Davy happily replied, "Even though I'm not very good, I also happen to have blacksmith skills. Can we participate as assistants in that project?" Inside the Yellowstone clan, the dwarves are working extremely hard. That place is the center of the Gold Dwarf factory. The tools are running at full capacity. Davy looked up and said, "How extraordinary. I can't believe these things were created by dwarf technology." "You're right, it's not even mana or alchemy, but it's amazing." Seeing Davy coming as a stranger, a dwarf questioned Elder Golda and said, "Golda, you are out of your mind. Who brought someone to a place like this?" Elder Golda calmly said, looking but not knowing that it was a human visiting our village. The dwarf shouted angrily, "How dare you bring humans here?" That dwarf kept shouting, "You're really crazy, I already guessed it, but they really hate you," Davy said, standing aside watching the play. It seemed like something was up. At this moment, another dwarf came and said, "Explain what happened, Golda." It turned out that the person who came was Golgoda, Golda's elder brother. Elder Golda sighed and said, "Hey, this is a bet. This little prince is learning blacksmithing. Just let him visit the factory, it won't be a problem for a little while." The dwarf blacksmiths behind shouted, "But why did you bring him to the main workshop? You must be drunk." Elder Golda said frankly, "I have sobered up as my elder. I beg everyone to trust this little prince." Golgoda looked at his brother and said, "Golda brother." He looked at his brother standing next to Davy without moving. Golgoda decided to pick up the hammer and say nothing more. He turned around and said, "What are you doing? There's a lot to do. Everyone go back to your positions." Taking a deep breath, he was about to say something. The elder, Golgoda, quickly replied, Golda is also an elder. If he chooses to do so, we should respect that decision. Golgoda turned to look at Davy and said, "Hey, human, you introduced yourself. My name is Davy." "Yes, Davy." Golgoda raised his hammer towards Davy and said, "I will allow you to stay here to respect my brother's choice, but if you do anything too much, I will immediately crush your head." Davy smiled and accepted and said, "I will remember." The dwarves saw this and were confused and said, "Damn, what nonsense, does he know what we are doing?" A great sword that is 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide is called a sword, but it looks like a large decoration. Its nickname is the sword that cannot be cut. It is more accurate to call it the sword that cannot be cut. So the blacksmiths rushed back to work. "What are you doing? Hurry up, what's wrong with that iron bar over there?" "They're reforging the sword, damn it, hammering it right." Seeing Davy staring intently at something, Berserk von Palan asked, "What are you focusing on?" Davy said frankly, "That thing can't be fixed." Looking at the severed sword, Davy thought, it was created using the same process as the Holy Sword. However, because it was not a finished item like the Holy Sword, it did not last long. Although it was very good, it's unfortunate, but it's true. On this side, the sound of the hammer still echoed hitting the sword. Someone asked, "How are you doing, Golgoda, or should you rest a bit?" Golgoda didn't answer. The other dwarf said, "You're really going to work too hard at this rate, damn it." On this side, Davy, Egg and everyone immediately said, "If they keep doing that, nothing will happen the way they want." At this moment, a shrill scream rang out, "Those bastards of the Yellowstone tribe." Thors pointed with 5 fingers and said, "You guys really destroyed the sword." The golden stone dwarf said in surprise, "Why are you guys here?" Thors smirked and said, "For you guys who broke holy items, you did quite well, Golgoda. From the beginning I didn't like the fact that you were taking care of the sword." He said provocatively, "It's not too late to hand it over to the Black Stone clan. At least the Tau Alpha blacksmiths are better than you." The Yellowstone clan said, "Don't make us laugh." Then they got into an argument. Shut their mouths, even the best blacksmith of the Black clan could not easily repair this sword. Thors said sarcastically, "Ha, but you guys have no right to say that. You guys have been trying for a long time but haven't made any progress." The sound of Golgoda's hammer still continued to echo. As for Thors, he continued to provoke and say, "Don't tarnish the sacred items anymore. This matter has been unanimously decided by the elders of other clans." Thors said very confidently, "We cannot give such an important item to the weakest tribe." But Golgoda still did not respond. The hammer sounded again and again. Thors continued, although things would be different if his father, Gord, were still alive. At this time, Golgoda held the hammer in his hand and sat down, watching the hammer fall to the ground with a loud clang. Thors said sarcastically, "There's nothing more to see here." He said, "All the preparations are complete, we will take away the broken holy item." Golgoda heard that and had tears in his eyes. So a group of people came and prepared to leave the sword. Only then did Davy pick up the hammer that had fallen on the ground. He said seriously, "Can I ask you a question, Sir?" Golgoda replied. Davy said, "Are you really an expert blacksmith?" "What?" The people of the Black Stone tribe jumped in and said, "Now you even interact with humans. Since when can anyone enter the central factory?" "It's funny," the people of the Black Stone tribe said. So, looking at Davy standing in front of them shielding them, Golgoda said, "Back off, Davy, you shouldn't get involved in this." Davy refused to give in. He said, "A truly expert blacksmith will feel the soul in each work and respect them." But right from the beginning, he abandoned that way of thinking. Hearing that sentence, Golgoda seemed surprised. Then Davy swung his hammer and hit the sword. Davy said as he typed, "Well, he typed too much and this thing can't be used anymore." This sentence directly made the Golgoda group's faces turn black. Seeing a human rushing in to repair the relic, the dwarf said, "What do you think you are doing? Get out. Where is this place that you barged in? Golda, how are you going to take responsibility for this, that?" Elder Golda calmed the dwarf and said, "He has gone too far, then I will officially report this matter to the kingdom." At this point Davy straightened his back and said, "Elder, do you really want to solve this problem?" Golgoda replied, "Of course yes." Davy said again, "Then why are you behaving like that? Do you really think your ego will solve the problem, mister?" Golgoda said hesitantly, "What do you mean?" You must have realized that Davy said a vague sentence, but as soon as Golgoda heard it, he immediately understood that just one sentence made him speechless. "By the way," Davy said, "about 3,000 years ago this sword had always protected the village for so long. Instead of respectfully giving up the item that had fulfilled its lifelong duty, you imposed meanings on it, unnecessarily on this sword, and trying to forcefully repair it." Davy was extremely angry and said, you dare to treat an item that is the mainstay of the village like that, and still call yourself an expert iron worker?" Davy shouted directly, "Since when have dwarves been so shameless?" Having said that, he looked at the dwarves' reaction and thought, the best craftsmen on the continent, yet they don't know the condition of this irreparable item, absurd. Then Davy picked up a piece of the sword. He didn't hesitate any longer and threw it straight into the smithy. Then he looked at the dwarves' reaction. They were extremely shocked. "Can't do it all at once." Davy moved his lips and said, "In each work created by an expert craftsman, a soul resides." Looking at the blacksmithing tools behind him, he said, "And you cannot claim to be an expert craftsman without respecting that soul. Surit once said that if you encounter anyone who dares to disrespect this soul, crush their head mercilessly." Everyone including Davy looked at the fire in the hearth burning brightly. The blacksmith dwarves behind him started screaming, "No, it's over." They started to raise their chins and say, "Damn humans." There were also people who couldn't bear to collapse and sat on the ground behind. They screamed in pain, "I will kill you." Davy kept calmly saying, "Judging by what you guys did with the sword, this is the right thing to do. Be frank, don't insult the sacred items anymore." When the dwarfs heard that, they became even more angry. "What did you say?" Davy ignored those threats and said, putting aside their pride, "This item was created by my craft master, which means I am somehow related to this thing." The dwarven blacksmiths were crying sadly. They heard Davy say, "It seemed like no one here understood the true meaning of a holy item." He kept saying, "This item has long exceeded its lifespan, but you guys don't have enough confidence to create another one. Even so, you guys still don't try harder and still claim to be an expert craft species," Davy said contemptuously. The dwarves couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Shut up, who are you to disrespect us like that?" At this moment, the sound of a hammer being hit hard on the ground rang out. That was enough. Golgotha put his hand on the hammer to support his shaking body and said, "How much more miserable are you planning to make us?" Seeing that, the other dwarves came to comfort him. Yes, they must have realized, Davy thought, that the life of the original fire was over and there was no use in trying to fix it. He looked at the cracked sword and thought, but it was impossible to recreate it with their skills. They didn't want to admit that fact. In the end they justified themselves saying that the item would have no meaning if it is not passed down through generations. That's the worst thing a craftsman can do. Thor saw that and went out to tell Davy, "Well, you take it lightly because it has nothing to do with the human species. Even the most skilled dwarf craft cannot recreate a holy item." He said somewhat angrily, "Brat, you think you're different from us, so don't be complacent when you can't even create this damn holy item." Seeing that, Berserk von Palan stood on Davy's shoulder and asked, "Are you okay? I've never seen those buff-headed guys so disappointed, if that's the case." Suddenly Davy stood up and spoke up, "I said I couldn't." The Black Stone people, including Thor's, seemed quite surprised by Davy's statement. Even Elder Golda and Mr. Golgotha were the same. Berserk von Palan couldn't hide her surprise. She let out a loud gasp. When the dwarves saw this, they argued, "Stop making us laugh, stop lying. Even we dwarves cannot handle metal heated in such a strange structure, yet you, a human, you say you can do it." "Mr. Golgotha, that is the work of a 1,000-day blacksmith, not someone else. It's not something someone can do just by relying on luck and effort." He placed his hand on the edge of the table and said, "Then stop whining and learn, old man." After hearing this, the two Golgotha brothers were surprised, because this sentence came from the mouth of a human being. Right after that, Davy swung a hammer down. Then he thought to himself, there was one skill that I had almost caught up with my teacher, among the skills I learned in the Hero Hall, although I learned it because I had mastered countless skills, like magic, swordsmanship, alchemy, holy magic, and many more. Because Surit is a teacher with natural talent, my blacksmithing skills improved the fastest even though I still lacked many things to catch up with his monster precision. The sound of the hammer kept ringing continuously. Davy thought again, that means he has created countless items similar to the original fire, which is just a prototype. A moment later the hammering stopped. The iron bars created by Davy were extremely perfect. Thors of the Black Stone tribe couldn't hide his surprise when he saw that. He suddenly said loudly, "What do you think you are doing? Cadmium iron and mithril alloy, you can't do that." Thor still said, "You still lack common sense," Davy replied coldly, "and who said you can't go beyond the limits of common sense?" A loud hammer sound echoed and he said, "Your ancestors were 1,000-day blacksmiths." A beautiful strip of light curled up. Davy said, "You are simply trapping yourself in the meaningless rules you created." Davy waved his hand and thought, there is no such thing as common sense. The forging fire that Davy created was not like normal, it had turned into a jade green fire. The dwarves gasped, the color of the fire. Davy thought to himself, the possibilities for change are endless. As long as they change the way they handle them, they can combine many different methods to create new things, even if it is the method the dwarves call desecrating holy objects. Standing outside, Thor said, he put the reagent into the alloy. Mr. Golgotha replied, no way, how? After a while of diligently hammering, Davy stopped to wipe his sweat and exhale. Looking down, the sword was completely flawless, the previous cracks were gone in the blink of an eye. Davy raised his sword and said, what? He turned back to look at the dwarf tribe and said, isn't it very simple? The dwarfs let out a wow sound. The dwarves looked at the completed holy sword that protected the clan and said, although the appearance is a bit rough, it must be called the origin fire. It was the power that could be felt from the holy item. They said, it seems to be even stronger than the previous one. Davy leaned on his hands and thought, of course, whose disciple do you think I am? Berserk von Palan leaned close to Davy's ear and said, I never thought you would be able to create such a thing without mana stone. I'm getting goosebumps. Davy replied with a smile, as long as you throw away common sense then it's okay, even they can repeat what we did. The most important thing is the structure, Davy said. Berserk von Palan replied incomprehensibly, structure. Davy then explained, that's right, for the sword to absorb mana on its own. In short, it's structured so mana circulates inside the sword. It's similar to the mana circle inside my body. She let out a long cry. Davy turned to Golgotha and said, Elder Golgotha, you recognize the technique I just demonstrated, that. Davy pointed at the cutting sword and said, there are only a few items including holy items that can heal themselves with metal without the help of mana stone. That's because it's different from the artifacts that become useless after mana is depleted. Golgotha replied, that's right. He felt the texture. The two Davy continued to discuss. Berserk von Palan saw that and spoke up. No matter how difficult the situation was, he still successfully held their hearts. The cutting sword emitted a magical light, Davy said, I can only create the sword to this extent. Davy put the hammer on his shoulder and said, even a 1000-day blacksmith can only complete so much and left it to the dwarf to complete. So the rest is up to you, but we lack the skills to perfect it, he calmly said, you have to learn. This sentence shocked the dwarfs. Mr. Golgotha asked in surprise, can you really teach us the skills of the 1000-day blacksmith and ancestors? Davy replied, of course for a fee. He put down his sword and said, this is an exchange. Can you accept it? The dwarves were confused and asked, where did you get that item from? Davy replied, we will start when we are done. Looking at the sword that Davy had just taken out, the dwarves immediately came forward to observe, looked for a while. Those people could not hide their surprise and exclaimed in unison, this is a sword, oh ho, very impressive, it's extraordinary. Berserk flew off Davy's shoulder, she hovered in the air, looked at the group of dwarves and said, why is it that whatever you show them, they react the same way? If this happens you will be accused of defamation. Lost. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately responded, do you really think I will be afraid of God's punishment when I receive the Holy Seal? At this moment Golgotha suddenly turned around and asked, what is this check bar? Hearing that, Davy shrugged and said, what does it look like? After hearing this question, Golgotha was a bit taken aback. He stammered slightly and replied, are you serious? As if he understood the meaning of his words, Davy immediately interrupted, oh, I didn't create it, but now I will complete the final step. The dwarves standing around heard everything Davy just said. Golda took a step forward and cautiously said, then, the blacksmith created this sword. Without letting him finish his sentence, Davy immediately replied, he passed away a long time ago. Hearing this information, Golda was a bit surprised. He said in a low voice, ahem, I'm sorry. Davy didn't answer him. He muttered to himself, it's been a long time, probably several thousand years. This information shocked the dwarves present. They were talking loudly, several thousand years, let alone, is that it? Davy heard these discussions and immediately replied decisively, yes, it has been several thousand years. This posthumous work has always aged when stored for such a long time, and therefore, its power has increased more than 10 times compared to when it was created. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, Berserk heard this and exclaimed in shock, what did you just say, that cum gets old, like wine? Hearing that, Davy nodded slightly. He smiled and replied, when using this type of mana processing, the sword must be processed for a certain period of time and the new fire of origin can only be completed after a few months. Well, the difficulty level between different items will be different. Saying such a sentence, Davy sighed softly, so I was worried about how to complete the final step for an item like this. While thinking about this, Golgotha suddenly asked, "Hey, do you have the ingredients needed to complete the final step?" Davy raised his hand to stroke his chin and frowned, replying, "Of course not, I'm thinking of borrowing mithril alloy as a raw material." Having said this, he thought to himself, it would be best to use orichalcum or adamantine, but I don't have those luxury things right now, but since this is a dwarven workshop, maybe I can get some high-quality mithril items. Standing behind, Golgotha thought for a moment then said, "Yes, if it were you, perhaps you could use this factory to work, although my skills are still lacking compared to yours, but I guarantee to create good conditions in the factory. I think this factory is enough for you to use." Hearing the other person say that, Davy silently calculated, for blacksmiths, their workshop is off limits to others. I thought they wouldn't let me borrow it even if it was to repay me for teaching them techniques, new. While thinking about this, the surrounding dwarves suddenly spoke loudly, "Elder Golgotha, what is that? Are you telling the truth? You never showed it to us even when we asked you." These words hit Davy and Berserk's ears. Both of them confusedly stood still in one place without saying anything. Golgotha no longer paid attention to the dwarves around him. He placed an object on a wooden tray and brought it in front of Davy, then said, "Take it." Berserk looked at the object placed on the wooden tray for a moment, then asked suspiciously, "A bone?" Davy thought in horror, "Oh my god, these are the bones of an unknown old dragon." Golgotha then continued to explain, "You will not find anything as perfect and pure as it. It is a family heirloom passed down from our first ancestor. We kept it because we did not have it. No one is proficient enough to use it, but if it's you, then perhaps it can be done." Hearing this, Davy's eyes sparkled. He softly exclaimed, "This is crazy. I never thought I would see cacti in such a place. It's great." While admiring and appreciating, a dwarf in the back suddenly called out loudly, "Look this way, master." "Master?" Davy turned his head in disbelief. Berserk on his shoulder also silently exclaimed. Their attitudes changed so quickly. The dwarf took a step forward and spoke softly towards Davy, "If you take everything Elder Golgotha has, including the old cactus and his workshop, don't you think it will cause trouble for him? So I would like to give my factory to you to use. If you need anything, just ask, I will find whatever you need." Hearing them say that, Golgotha angrily roared, "Hey, who do you think you are interrupting?" As soon as these words ended, the dwarves suddenly quarreled loudly. It was unfair for him to take all the honor like that. He was right, that was tyranny. Standing on one side, Davy thought helplessly, "Ha, what is this?" After a while, the dwarves suddenly rushed around Davy. They brought many items in front of him and said to each other, "Although not much, I also have a few pieces of orichalcum, so I would be happy to give them away. A family heirloom for you. It is a medicine that has been stored for over a century. 10 grams of adamantine. This is a family heirloom of my family." Being approached so suddenly, Davy didn't have time to dodge. He said helplessly, "Really, why did you guys give away the family heirloom so easily?" Hearing this, the dwarves quickly waved their hands and said, "It's okay, I can never use it. At least I can pretend that it was used to complete the craftsman's post-mortem work. 1,000 days. Hearing them say that, Davy silently exclaimed, "Sorry to the dwarf ancestors." After finishing everything, looking at the rare materials placed in front of him, Berserk turned to ask Davy, "What did you say just now? Don't you have enough materials?" Davy heard that and immediately replied, "Well, I think it won't be a problem anymore." How impressive. The willpower of the blacksmith. Hearing him say that, Golgotha immediately asked, "How does it suit you?" Davy turned his head slightly and smiled and replied, "Very nice." Hearing that, Golgotha said apologetically, "I really want to help, but blacksmiths have to keep their rules with each other." Understanding what he meant, Davy nodded slightly to show he knew. Then he thought to himself, "I don't mind if he stands and watches." Golgotha then continued to say, "Feel free to do your work, while we will learn the process of forging the holy item you taught us." Very quickly the dwarves dispersed to do their work, leaving private space for Davy. Davy took off his coat and hung it on the clothes rack. He looked around and exclaimed, Then I guess we should start working." On a lush green road, Surit said to Miss Bean, "Hey, Miss Bean, hand it over." Hearing that, Miss P got angry and scolded, "Who are you calling a flat-chested bean, you bastard?" Surit was scolded and shouted in frustration, "What are you talking about? I never told you that your chest was flat." Miss Bean tried to suppress her anger and gritted her teeth and said, "Shut up, I will cremate Davy right now." Surit heard that and cried out in confusion, "Why would you burn an innocent boy?" Davy walked over just in time. He thought helplessly, Surit was the one teasing her, so why burn me? Looking around at the scenery here, Davy exclaimed, "The Hall of Heroes is almost like heaven. it was created from the subconscious of heroes. I think this place gives the hero a chance to rest after working hard while alive. Thanks to Odin, who can create dragons, I had the opportunity to touch the bones of the nameless old dragon. Surut was truly a miserable young lord mage for a while. Miss P was now sobbing. Davy walked closer and put a wooden tray in front of her. Seeing that the bean lady was making too much noise, Surut patted her on the head, then pointed at the old cactus on the wooden tray and told Davy, that dragon is one of the ingredients to create the holy sword. I don't think you can do it, but in case you find a real ancient relic, at least you know how to use it. Remembering the past, Davy raised the forging hammer and exclaimed, at that time I was very upset when I had to use ancient relics that I thought would not exist in the real world, but I was wrong. While talking about this, the fire in the forge suddenly flared up very loudly, making Davy extremely hot. Beads of sweat flowed down his face. He raised the hammer to look at it and said softly, I really want to use fire resistance magic, but if I miscontrol the temperature even a little, it will fail. I can still hold out. The sound of hammering echoed continuously in the blacksmith's workshop. Berserk stood to one side observing the process of Davy forging the sword. Looking at the sword with rays of light occasionally flaring in front of her, she couldn't hold back her surprise and exclaimed, so beautiful. It used to be the color of crimson blood, but has now turned to a transparent ruby color. The blue sword looked like a shooting star in the sky, as if intertwined with Davy. It was truly an impressive concentration. The sword forging process is still continuing, the sound of hammers resounding each beat according to a certain rhythm. After a long while, in front of Davy and Berserk suddenly a blinding light flared up. Waiting for the light to subside, an extremely perfect sword appeared in front of the two people. Davy smiled happily. He exclaimed, it's complete. Looking at the two completed swords created right in front of him, Davy let out a satisfied sigh. He said, now we should name them. Berserk hovering next to him heard that and asked, what name did you think of? Davy nodded and replied, actually I have already decided on names for them. Berserk heard that and his eyes opened wide in surprise. Davy looked towards the two swords then thought to himself, that's the name I've thought of since the first time I saw a pair of daggers. Thinking so, Davy immediately reached out and touched the blade of the sword and slowly said, from now on, your names are Hong Ky and Lan Ky. The sword named Hong Chi, status, is being completed, shape, long double-edged dagger, 88 cm long, 6 cm wide, signatory, Davy Al Round, perfection, 99.9%. Another detail is the posthumous work of a great blacksmith using mana to melt the product. He devoted his last breath and strength to create this work, the only disciple of the great blacksmith to inherit and complete the work, the first sword of extraordinary standards. Elemental mana and spirit mana both flow in the sword, have the power to cut living people, cut through all physical damage resistance properties when used with the other sword wall, the effectiveness increases dramatically. The sword has a blue flag, state, is perfecting its shape, a long double-edged dagger, 88 cm long, 6 cm wide, signatory, Davy Al Round, 99.9% perfection. Other details, is the second sword with extraordinary standards, the second sword in the pair of swords. A large amount of spirit power and holy power flows within the sword, has the power to slash the dead, can cut through anything that does not belong to the material world, is extremely effective when cutting evil creatures, when using it with the other sword will greatly increase its effectiveness. Hearing the two names that had just been given, Berserk frowned and exclaimed, your naming skills are terrible. Not paying attention to her, Davy picked up the red flag and stroked it for a while, then immediately swung his hand and slashed hard towards the grinding stone. Seeing this action of the opponent, Berserk asked in confusion, what are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, Berserk was terrified by the scene before him. She couldn't control herself and immediately screamed loudly, cutting it off. What was this? The mithril stone was cut off without using strength or mana. Seeing that the other person could not hide his shock, Davy immediately picked up the blue flag next to him. He grinned, then swung his hand and slashed hard again. As soon as the sword slashed, it carried amazing power, and a dazzling light immediately flashed. Seeing this, Berserk exclaimed in panic, wow, it can also cut mana, didn't you just swing it up? Hearing this question, Davy smiled and replied, yes, the sword is not even scratched, I understand, it can cut through anything that does not belong to the material world, I think perhaps I have perfected it, something extraordinary. Opening the blacksmith's door and stepping outside, Davy saw the dwarf sitting in one place dozing. A person who was still conscious saw Davy coming out and asked, oh, you're out, master. Davy nodded slightly and then asked, what are you guys doing here? The dwarf heard the question and immediately smiled and said, "I'm just watching so no one bothers you, master." Davy laughed at the other person's words. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Ha ha, thank you for your hard work. How long have I been inside?" The dwarf calculated for a moment and then replied, "About 4 days." 4 days, Davy blurted out in surprise. At this time, the dwarf continued to speak, "You don't know how worried we were when you didn't eat or respond when we knocked on the door." Berserk floating next to him also nodded and said, "His concentration was like that of a crazy person, but it was quite interesting to watch." Hearing her say that, Davy stammered and asked back, "What are you looking at?" At this time, next to me, the dwarf continued to speak, "I will call the elders." Davy nodded briefly in response, then he reached out and grabbed Berserk and asked, "What is it? Tell me quickly, what is that?" Soon the dwarf elders were present at the smithy. They gathered around the 2 swords that had just come out of the oven. They all couldn't hide their surprise and exclaimed, "Wonderful!" The sword was glowing. "I didn't expect that the material I gave him would be used to create it. With something like this, I can now die happily." Looking at them happily surrounding the 2 swords, Davy thought to himself, when the dwarves saw the red flag and the blue flag, they were like believers meeting the god they worshipped. But they went a bit far. The 2 swords ignited the blacksmith's passion in their hearts, giving them the motivation to perfect their original fire. A few weeks later, in the blacksmith's workshop, Davy was observing the dwarf forging swords. Seeing him approaching, the dwarf immediately asked, "Master, it seems like the fire around here is a bit weak, right?" Davy observed for a bit, then shook his head and said, "Okay, for this part we have to lower the temperature. In short, steel is stronger and absorbs more mana than mithril. Along with that, it can be stronger by controlling the temperature fire." Having finished on this side, Davy immediately turned to the other direction. Suddenly he raised his voice and shouted, "Elder Romdi, don't try to force the structure, you have to follow nature, like letting water flow." Elder Romdi heard that and immediately slowed down his hammering. Then he asked very seriously, "Do you mean like this?" Davy nodded slowly and replied, a little more gently, receiving Davy's instructions. Romdi gratefully shouted, "Oh, I understand, thank you master." Davy smiled but said nothing. He thought, they had their pride under control now. They were passionate masters of their craft. Their passion was as if they were people who had just picked up a forging hammer. So, leaving the blacksmith workshop, Davy stretched and took a few breaths. He sighed softly, "This isn't too bad." There's a sense of accomplishment, too. At this moment, Golgotha brought a bottle of wine and called out, "Drink some, this is my brother's favorite thing, I heard you like it." Davy reached out to take the bottle of wine. He poured a glass to taste it, then smiled and replied, "Thank you very much, the smell is not too strong and I like it very much." Golgotha narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm glad you think so, because not all dwarves like strong wine." Saying this, he stopped for a moment then continued, "Actually I came here to talk about something else." "Something else?" Davy raised his eyes and asked. His hand gently shook the wine glass. In his mind, he remembered the image of the grinding stone being cut in half by the red flag. He felt guilty and thought, I'm sorry about the grinding stone." Golgotha then continued, "Ahem, from what I heard, it seems like you also want to repair our blacksmithing facility, to perfect the 1,000-day blacksmith's post-mortem work." "Well, that's right," said Davy, smiling. "Hearing you say that," Golgotha continued to speak, "so I will tell you this, we dwarves never forget to return a favor. Although compared to you, we are not good, but we will help even if you no matter what the request is." Davy was a bit surprised by this. He cautiously asked, "Are you sure? It might take a long time." Hearing that, Golgotha did not need to think too much and said, "We owe you a lot, master. The entire Golden Stone tribe will follow you. We swear to the Iron God that we will always follow you, master." The light wind rustled past. Far away, Romdi's voice suddenly rang out, Elder Golgotha." Waiting for someone to run to the place, Golgotha immediately asked, "What's going on?" Romdi said nonchalantly, "It was an emergency, an intruder had sneaked into our village." Hearing this news, Golgotha opened his eyes wide and shouted, "An intruder?" Romdi nodded and replied, "Yes." While talking about this, a sharp, wind-breaking sound came from afar. Davy was extremely alert. He quickly pushed the 2 dwarf elders aside to avoid this sudden attack. Davy watched in horror as the sharp dagger grazed his arm. He thought to himself, "This is an assassination dagger, red." Inside the palace, a gloomy atmosphere is covering the space here. The terrifying screams made the maids cower in a corner, not daring to speak. Carlos, with the top of his head missing all of his hair, stood next to the window. This was the only light source in the palace. He opened his mouth to scream. His bloodshot eyes filled with anger. Damn, Davy, it's definitely his fault. The strange animal noises I made and the missing hair all happened after I met that vile rhubarb guy. Carlos turned his head to look at the three maids cowering in a corner. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, you must be very happy." The three maids were extremely scared. They stammered and said, "Of course not, Your Highness." Carlos didn't bother to listen. He reached out and grabbed a maid's hair and roared angrily, "You guys are dirty." The maid who was suddenly attacked cried out in fear. She held her hair tightly and kept begging, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Carlos turned around and squeezed the maid's neck. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Even you guys look down on me, right? Croak." His voice is sometimes mixed with frog sounds, making people extremely scared. At this moment, a voice, neither fast nor slow, rang out from the darkness. What an interesting scene. At this time, the maid's fresh blood was dripping on the floor. Carlos stopped slightly. He raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound, cautiously asking who was there. The person who just arrived had a pair of sharp red eyes. This person licked his lips, raised his hand to gently brush his hair behind his head, then took a few steps forward and said, "Oh my, looks like I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Face. I hope you'll remember, from what I know, we've disappointed you lately." Carlos asked if he didn't understand or not. He asked suspiciously, "What about you?" Face heard that and immediately narrowed his eyes and answered, "Correct." Then he suddenly snapped his fingers. A black aura immediately appeared, followed by the silhouette of a woman. This figure was not present for long but immediately disappeared into nothingness. Carlos looked at this scene and stammered in fear, "Who the hell are you?" His face always had a cold smile on his face. He replied leisurely, "It seems someone has played a trick on you. I will erase it right away. Well, this is my treat." After saying that, Face immediately snapped his fingers. Carlos heard those words and asked in horror, "Who are you?" Face shrugged and calmly replied, "Is that important? More importantly, why don't you sign a contract with me? We will take care of the person you hate." Hearing what the other person said, Carlos gritted his teeth and replied, "Davy has a holy seal engraved on his body. Above all, he has a protector. He is not an ordinary person." Hearing that, Face turned around and smiled, but he was still just human. Carlos said contemptuously, "You talk as if you are not human." Face didn't pay much attention to the other person's attitude. He took out a rose branch from his body and held it tightly in his hand, then said very firmly, "Want you, sooner or later you will know, for I have already sent one of my servants to him, and by now he must have dealt with him." Back at the dwarf's Golden Stone clan's residence, a sudden attack had just taken place. The sharp dagger blade grazed Davy's hand and stabbed straight into the grass below. Berserk next to him covered his mouth and exclaimed, "This is not an ordinary assassination weapon." Davy picked up the dagger blade and looked at it for a moment, then frowned and said, "It's blood. There's only one ability that can do this." At that moment, on a distant cliff, a monster suddenly appeared. It screamed sharply. Davy heard it and immediately turned to look at it. He thought to himself, "The power uses many different abilities through blood, vampire power, blood energy." The two dwarfs Golgotha and Romdi in the back only now regained their composure. They looked at Davy's back, worriedly asking, "Master, are you okay?" Romdi suddenly looked to one side, then shook Golgotha next to him and said, "Elder, look over there." Berserk had also seen, she exclaimed softly, "A mystical creature, and a high-ranking one at that." Davy observed for a moment, then curled his mouth and said, "A mysterious creature with blood energy, huh?" The mysterious creature in Davy's words sat down in one place. It continued to open its mouth and tilt its head back to howl for a long time. The people present immediately opened their eyes as wide as possible. I only saw that howl carrying a terrifying power that shattered the surrounding rocks and soil. The two dwarves who had no resistance were immediately sent flying. Davy reacted very quickly, creating a protective ring around the two of them. The creature stopped screaming. It jumped off the cliff and walked step by step closer to where Davy was standing. Davy was not afraid at all. He stood still, observing this animal, then curled his mouth and thought, "Look at it." The two elders Goda and Romdi were thrown aside and fell straight to the ground. The monster jumped down from the cliff and circled Davy. It opened its mouth with sharp fangs and looked straight at him. Davy put his hand on his forehead, extremely annoyed, and said, "You are very enthusiastic. Do you think you are a real predator or something?" The monster didn't pay attention to what Davy said. It let out a low growl, its front legs curled up and rushed straight towards him. Davy looked at this scene and raised his mouth to feel blood energy. Even if it was a vampire, only high-ranking people could use that skill. at least it had to be of the expert level. Berserk next to him gently reminded, "Be careful, it's on a different level than normal magical creatures." Hearing that, Davy smiled and nodded. He slightly raised his legs and took a defensive stance. Then leisurely said, "Even if it was different, it was just an animal acting on instinct." Having said that, he immediately raised his hand to attack this monster. This fist carried incredible power and knocked the monster far away, causing it to scream in pain and scream extremely pitifully. Refusing to give up, the monster continued to rush towards Davy. He was not afraid but raised his mouth and said, "This is the perfect opportunity." Then he took out his red flag and smiled, saying, "Let's see, we have to test drive to know if the car is good or not." The red flag left its sheath carrying a powerful red light. Davy used his 24th Demon Spirit Sword technique to slash straight at the monster. Following that move is an 8-way decapitation move that carries a blast of terrifying power that completely defeats the monster. At this moment, a notification immediately appeared, selling storage space, replacing level 7 storage. A special magic created by Davy, who had not yet reached level 7, can store small amounts of items, used to store red flag and blue flag. During the golden age of martial arts, the high-ranking mandarins of this faction were all bribed, prevent martial arts and drive people to poverty. Davy remembered that time. A man held in his hand a half-empty jar of wine. He sobbed a few times and slowly asked little Davy, "What am I talking about again?" Davy sat below and hated watching the other person continue to drink. Images of the past flashed across his mind. He thought to himself, that unreliable old drunkard had unified the entire martial arts world with just one sword. The 88 sword bodies he created and left behind, each sword body as strong as the ultimate moves of other swordsmen. They fit together with the holy sword Harris and evolved into their perfect form. Freed from old memories, Davy carried the red flag sword on his shoulder. The blade was now stained with blood, but he didn't pay much attention and said softly, "Humans have to use tools. Great, this should be enough for ready." Berserk sat on Davy's shoulder and reminded him that this monster is not dead yet. Davy nodded and replied, "I know." Having said that, he thought for a moment before continuing to speak, a survival tool similar to corpses, by hiding the origin of their immortality somewhere nearby. They have the ability to reproduce indefinitely as long as the source is not destroyed. Of course, if you slash them to the point where they have nothing left to regenerate, or destroy them with holy power, they will die. However, using this move in combat is much more difficult than it looks. Berserk, do you know how a mystical creature has the immortality of a high-level vampire? Berserk thought for a moment and then replied, "From the beginning, it was unusual for him to use blood energy." Davy heard her say that and laughed and said, Although I also want to check, I have no way to do so." After saying that, he thought to himself, it was revived after the slash of the red flag. This level of immortality must have been given by a lord-level vampire. Why is it attached to a monster like this? I don't have time to investigate such a situation. Thinking like that, Davy immediately took out the blue sword. He held it tightly in his hand, then decisively swung it and slashed out a sword. Retrieving his sword, Davy turned to ask Berserk, "Have we destroyed the source?" Berserk evaluated for a moment and then cautiously said, "I feel different. It feels like it's distorting the system itself." Hearing her say that, Davy turned his head and asked, "System?" Berserk nodded in response and then asked, "Can this sword kill even a god?" Davy laughed but did not answer her. He held the sword tightly in his hand and wondered, "Surit, what did you put in this sword? A long time has passed and it is finished with the best materials. Surely is that it has increased its power." Putting the two swords on his shoulders, Davy laughed a few times and exclaimed, Think about complicated things later. Looks like a dirty rat is hiding nearby." Saying this, Davy's sharp eyes suddenly glanced quickly in one direction. Then he suddenly swung his sword and slashed hard in that direction. The dust that followed his slash immediately rose into the clouds. A stranger standing behind a rock was suddenly attacked and was extremely frightened and quickly covered his body with his hands. Right after that, a dark shadow rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. He saw Davy close to his face and then coldly threatened, "Next time hide carefully, peekaboo, bastard." The stranger tried to escape Davy then ran away. His steps were extremely heavy, his teeth were clenched together. I was extremely scared and thought to myself, I will die, I will really die if he catches me. Davy ran behind, waving his flag and slowly saying, "I said it, peekaboo." A slash with amazing power was slashed by Davy. This sword slash immediately shattered the rocks on both sides of the road, causing billowing dust and dirt. The stranger sent by face was scared to death. His legs were shaking and he no longer had the strength to stand up. he turned around and looked back. Just heard Davy coldly say, why can't I play with him for a bit? Hess coming to kill me, you have to make me look like a bad guy, really. Hearing this guy was extremely difficult to understand. He thought to himself, is he talking alone? Is he crazy? While thinking about this, he heard Davy shout loudly, whose side are you on? The stranger decided very quickly. He raised one arm and thought, I will take this opportunity. But before he could do anything, Davy appeared right behind him. He grabbed the other person's hand and slowly asked, what are you doing? The stranger was startled and turned around. He thought in horror, when did he come around behind me? Davy didn't even wave his hand and sent this bastard flying a long way back. He smiled brightly, raised his hand to pull out the red flag, then narrowed his eyes and said, dear customer, you have to pay before leaving. Are you planning on eating it and then throwing it away? As soon as these words fell, the sharp blade tore through the air and slashed straight at the opponent. The bastard's face was covered in sweat and he quickly leaned back to avoid it. He silently cursed 2 damn words, then thought to himself, among our species, we are extremely prestigious nobles. In other words, we are generally much superior to humans. Normally, this person would be scared to death when encountering a mysterious creature, but not only did he corner me, he also intended to play with my life until he got bored. Mr. Face, I think we misjudged him. This name is absolutely unusual. He thought that at this point, Davy's sword slashed straight down. After not being able to restrain this bastard, Davy forced him to kneel while he leisurely sat on his back. His arms were folded across his chest, his mouth curled up as he said, you were finally obedient. The bastard was scared and stuttered and groaned, unable to move. Hearing that, Davy immediately reminded him to sit still and not try to resist. Hearing that, the bastard was extremely angry and shouted, what did you do to my body, human, your lowly species, do you want to die? Hearing that, the bastard snorted loudly and replied, sorry to say that I am the most secretive person in the clan, you won't be able to get any information from me. Davy didn't get angry when he heard that, but said leisurely, you should be grateful that I didn't cut you to pieces, I need to confirm something with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Davy interrupted him. He put his hand down to push his head down and said, I'm sorry, but I never intended to hear you say it yourself. In fact, I accidentally had a magic trick, perfect magic, where one can look into other people's minds. Hearing him say that, the bastard screamed in complete disbelief, something like that couldn't exist. Davy used more force to crush his opponent's head to the ground, then he smirked and said, well, there's only one way to find out. Samadi Tinder, Dark Magic Fusion ? Interrogation flame. As soon as these words ended, a shocking force of power immediately passed from Davy's palm straight into the opponent's head. He groaned in pain, too hot, please, put out the fire. Davy retracted his hand, not too quickly or too late, and said, you're fine, don't overdo it. Berserk, who was behind Davy, suddenly spoke up. Even if he was an enemy, it was a bit awkward to do so. Before she could finish her sentence, Davy interrupted, don't worry, he won't die. Berserk heard that and said, you know it's not him that's worried about. Davy nodded softly and replied, Lady Demon King, do I really need to be tolerant of the person who tried to take my life? Hearing him say that, Berserk silently thought for a moment, then said sadly, you're right, but... Davy rubbed his head and laughed, ha, really, you're so kind to no avail. On the ground, that bastard was still rolling around in pain. After a long while, seeing that the other person had been tortured enough, Davy crossed his arms and stood from above, looking down and slowly said, I don't need to know too much about you, let's proceed quickly. First of all, you are who? That bastard's face was now pale, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, you think I will? Before he could finish his sentence, Davy's hand immediately burst into flames. He smirked at the other person and asked, do you want more? As soon as that bastard saw the fire, he was scared to death. He immediately bowed his head and said, I am a Pede Kid and I am a Viscount. Hearing that, Davy let out a loud noise and said, so you're around middle level, okay, I'm pretty sure I'm your target, it's because of the vampire maid last time, right? Exactly, said Pede Kid. Hearing the other person say that, Davy held his chin and thought, a person like him who is supposed to be tight-lipped could open up quite easily. Thinking so he said, then this is the real question, including you and the mysterious creature from before, why do you have the power of immortality? Hearing this question, Pede Kid's whole body immediately trembled. Seeing that, Davy's eyebrows slightly furrowed, he thought, he still hasn't moved, maybe I should stimulate him more. Kneeling below, the Pede Kid clenched his teeth together. As if deciding something, he raised his head firmly and said, "We choose death." What? Davy thought he heard wrong, but he reacted very quickly. Telling Berserk hastily, hiding quickly, is taboo. At this time, Kid's whole body was swollen. He said with tears in his eyes, "I don't want to be like this, Mr. Face." As soon as these words ended, Kid's whole body was like a bomb that immediately exploded. A blazing fire quickly flared up. Dust rose after the explosion. Kid's entire body exploded, leaving only a skeleton remaining. Looking at this scene, Davy said, "It was a taboo and the punishment for it was nothing other than death. He didn't want that at all." Having said this, Davy looked at the Kid's skeleton below. He frowned in thought for a moment before continuing, maybe that's all we can know." Berserk hovering next to him heard him say that and said apologetically, "Sorry, it was me." Not letting her finish her sentence, Davy shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I expected such a thing to happen." Having said this, Davy immediately thought to himself, when the curse is lifted. The person who assigned the curse can feel it, it's Carla's curse. After calculating for a while, Davy raised his head and said to Berserk, "One of the curses I placed on Carlos has been removed." Exactly, it has been put into an inactive state. It should have been very difficult to find that curse, but they still did it. The power of immortality, surely the person behind this is quite powerful. At night, at the dwarf smithy, everyone was still busy cleaning up the rubble created by the invading Kid. Davy returned with Berserk from outside. As he walked up the stairs, Berserk said, referring to a mysterious creature running amok, that this place had been devastated to this extent. While talking about this, the dwarves suddenly started running in one direction. As they walked, they hurriedly said, "Go to the north, hurry up." The dwarves were frantically running away when they saw Davy returning. They immediately stopped to say hello. "Ah, master." Golgotha took a step forward and said apologetically, "I'm sorry you had to go through such an unpleasant experience." Hearing him say that, Davy immediately shook his head and replied, "It's okay. Are you injured anywhere?" Golgotha heard the question and immediately raised one arm and said, "You see, I'm extremely fine." He stopped for a moment, then cautiously continued, "But dozens of houses were burned down and a few people were slightly injured." Hearing him say that, Davy remained silent and said nothing. Golgotha seemed to understand something and spoke softly, "It seemed like the master had something to tell us." Davy nodded. Golgotha immediately took him to a small house. Standing in front of the house, Golgotha immediately said, "Go inside first." Davy followed the instructions and went inside. There was Golda waiting there, sitting down at a round table. Davy looked around and said, "I see the guards are very busy. Is something happening?" Hearing this question, both Golgotha and Golda were silent and said nothing. After a long while, Golda softly called out to his brother. When Golgotha heard the call, he was a little startled and cried out ahem. He arranged his words for a moment and then told Davy, "It's nothing serious. A child from the orphanage has gone missing and the guards are looking for him, but we're not there yet." Having said this, he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He immediately blurted out, "Now that I remember, I think it won't be safe for you to stay here any longer, master." Hearing the other person say that, Davy nodded slightly in gratitude. Then he smiled and said, "Actually, I have something to tell you." Davy took out a small notebook from his pocket, placed it on the table, looked at the two people in front of him and said, "Please accept this. It contains the necessary information to restore the holy item. As it will take quite a while before it is completed, I plan to return soon." Hearing him say that, both Golgotha and Golda were shocked. Both were very happy. Golgotha clasped his hands and said, "I don't know how we can repay you." Davy heard him say that and immediately waved his hand and said, "I don't want you to have to repay the favor. In fact, I am the one who should repay you for your kindness. I have been rewarded more than enough." Having said this, Davy stopped and reached out his hand to grasp the two red flag and blue flag. A moment later he continued to say, "The most important thing is that there is a high possibility that that mysterious creature targeted me when it sneaked into the village, so when I leave this place, all problems will disappear. I'm sorry for not giving notice." Seeing Davy bow his head and apologize, both Golgotha and Golda shouted in unison, "Ridiculous, how could it be the master's fault?" Hearing them say that, Davy smiled and thought, depending on people, there will be different attitudes about this. If they have a hostile attitude towards me, they will take advantage of this opportunity to blame me. After that, I explained about the accident, telling them that this was the result of the holy seal engraved on my body. After all, it was true that the mysterious creature was targeting me. The only thing I'm still wondering is if the vampires will vent their anger on this place after I leave, but the current situation doesn't allow me to worry about such things. Leaving Golgotha and Golda's house, Davy and the dwarves immediately searched for the missing boy. Very quickly the boy was found in a narrow ravine. Davy volunteered to save the boy. He thought, this is what I can do for them. The sooner I leave this place, the safer I will be. Very soon Davy left the dwarves' abode. Davy rode slowly back to the palace, to the city gate. The soldiers guarding the door blocked 2 spears in front of the horse, then spoke, stopped, and said your name. Davy looked at them and then said, not too quickly or too slowly, I am your lord. Berserk sitting on Davy's shoulder heard that and said, Saint. Hearing her say that, Davy whispered helplessly, I told you I'm not a saint. After entering the city and breathing the fresh air here, Davy happily exclaimed, wow, I'm back, home. After returning to Hein's territory, Davy was extremely busy. Although he had received reports while in the dwarf village, more people wanted to migrate to his territory, so by the second quarter alone, Heinz had about 4,000 residents, about 20 times that number, current population. There will be a lot of problems if the population suddenly increases, but now is not the time to fear because Davy has strong helpers. Some time later, Golda was present at the Heinz territory. He was walking with Davy and slowly said, Master, the condition of this territory is exactly the same as what you told me. Davy next to him smiled and nodded and replied, yes. Golda looked at the building in front of him for a moment and then exclaimed, even his mansion looked like that, which surprised me. His words made Davy burst into laughter. Golda also smiled. He turned his head, looked straight into Davy's eyes, very serious and said, this is my opportunity to repay you. Please leave it to me. I will turn this place into a place worthy of my reputation, the emblem of a master craftsman representing the entire continent. Please don't refuse my offer. No matter how great a leader you are, if you don't take care of yourself, no one will want to follow you. Hearing this, Davy slightly narrowed his eyes and waved his hand and said, no, I won't stop. Actually I want to ask for a few more things. I think the other dwarves will also like it. Standing behind, Mon Meter looked at the scene that had just happened and thought to himself, what did he do that was difficult for the dwarves to see and behave like that? Feeling Mon Meter's evaluating eyes, Davy turned his head slightly and grimaced and said softly, he thought he wasn't good enough. It was understandable. Turning forward to go with Golda, Davy silently calculated that although he was looked at with skepticism by a few people, the reconstruction of the territory was still proceeding smoothly. At night, Davy lay down on his stomach on the soft bed. He stretched once and exclaimed, I much prefer fighting magical creatures. Berserk, who was next to him, heard that and immediately praised him. Great job. Davy put his head down on the pillow and slowly continued, I think now I understand why the kings of Korea's Joseon did not live long. Berserk heard that and nodded in comfort. Being a leader is not easy. Davy turned to one side, his whole body extremely relaxed and softly exclaimed, this bed is too soft. Berserk also lay down next to him and reminded him that you should change your clothes before going to bed. Davy hummed in response, then he mumbled in a low voice, this must be a comfortable bed recently created by the alchemy department. This bed is really big. This thing will definitely be considered high quality, high amount on earth. Feeling the comfort of the mattress, Davy's hand suddenly felt something protruding under the blanket. He was a little startled and lifted the blanket. Inside the blanket, a pair of red eyes suddenly flashed, causing Davy and Berserk to jump back in fright and then scream loudly. Looking at a stranger slowly sitting up on the bed, Davy and Berserk fell to the ground in fear. Davy was sweating and stammered, did I go into the wrong room? Berserk hovered next to him, shaking his head in denial, impossible. Davy covered his mouth with his hand and then began to mutter, so it had been quiet for a while, but it was starting again. Muttering these words, he thought to himself, bribery is not always about money. As the territory's business gradually develops, I started to encounter people sneaking into my room with illegal requests. In this world of medieval hierarchy, that's not uncommon, but for me it's different. Davy remembered what Daphne once threatened him with, Davy, if you dare to use the nightingale arbitrarily, I will hunt you down and kill that nightingale, even if it means I have to leave this place. I am a saint who always keeps her promises, understand? Remembering these threats, Davy thought with fear, a warning from a sinful saint is more dangerous than one can imagine. I've already received a lot of bribe money, so I didn't investigate the people who sent it, but the bribery went so far that they sent people every day, so I warned them. Thinking of this, Davy immediately chased the person in the blanket away. He did not forget to shout a reminder, if you guys do this nonsense again, I will turn away regardless of our agreement. The girl who was chased away sobbed and did not forget to scold Davy for being a eunuch. After this, Davy has been able to enjoy peaceful nights ever since. But one day, Davy was not very careful. When he opened the blanket, he discovered that inside his blanket was an innocent pink-haired girl with sparkling eyes. Davy angrily covered his face and scolded softly, "What the hell, they want to arouse my compassion by taking advantage of a child." Trying to suppress his frustration, Davy turned around and asked the pink-haired girl, "Hey, who are you?" The pink-haired girl heard the question and narrowed her eyes and smiled but did not answer. Davy and Berserk saw this and suddenly exclaimed together, "It was so heartbreaking." Davy gritted his teeth and scolded, "Those bastards, they even manipulated this innocent child." Unable to contain his anger, Davy raised his fist and punched the wall hard. A loud noise rang out, causing Amy, who was outside, to worry and rush in to ask, "Your Highness, what happened?" Seeing Amy come in, Davy immediately said angrily, "Don't say useless words, I told you not to let others into my room, right?" Hearing that, Amy quickly bowed her head and stammered, "I won't let anyone in, Your Highness, won't you bring the girl in?" Hearing her ask that, Davy definitely answered no. Having said that, he folded his arms together and began to think, if Amy didn't know, then one of the other servants had secretly placed her here. Thinking like that, Davy immediately questioned, "I've been like a joke these past few days." Hearing that, Amy panicked and ran over to pick up the pink-haired girl on the bed, then said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I should have guarded your room better, I would have immediately found this child's guardian." As soon as these words ended, the pink-haired girl on the bed suddenly looked straight at where Davy was standing, then opened her mouth and called out to her father. As soon as this call came out, Amy and Davy were extremely shocked. The pink-haired girl threw the blanket off. He ran down from the big bed then rushed straight to where Davy was standing. Two tiny arms reached out and hugged his legs tightly, then called out for Dad. Davy froze on the spot, his face covered in sweat and stammered, "What?" At this time, in the corner of the room, a little girl with blue hair timidly walked out, her sparkling eyes looking at Davy expectantly. The next morning, it was sunny outside and a few breezes blew, making the air inside the mansion extremely fresh. Amy ran after the pink-haired girl and shouted, "Miss, wait, you'll get hurt." It turns out that the two little girls who appeared in Davy's room last night were the reincarnations of the two swords, red and blue. Baby girl with pink hair named Hong Ky, in complete condition, it has the shape of a wide double-edged sword, 88 centimeters long, 6 centimeters wide. The contractor is Davy Al Round, 100% perfection. Davy sat in one place and looked at the detailed evaluation board in front of him. Berserk next to him said softly, "You can check her information from the beginning, besides, I hope you feel guilty." Hearing her say that, Davy let out a breath, he crossed his arms and bowed his head, whispering, "I accidentally named it, how can I change it?" After saying that, he thought to himself, who knew the sword could turn into a human? Davy lowered his head to look at the notes section on the detailed evaluation board. The two swords were conscious, they awakened their consciousness very early, so their awareness was still very immature. They looked at Davy, the person who created them, our parents, their awareness will grow over time. After reading these lines, Davy thought to himself, lovely warning, I told you, I can't resist. In front, Amy and Hong Ky were running and playing together. Amy gave a cake to Hong Ky and said, "Miss, look, cookies, you should try it." Miss Lan Ky too, quickly. Looking at this scene, Davy raised his chin and asked, "Can swords also be eaten?" Berserk heard that and immediately reminded him that they are humans in the literal sense. While talking about this, Lan Ky suddenly rushed forward and hugged Davy's leg tightly. Davy was a little startled, he reached out to pat her head and softly called Lan Ky 2 times. Lam Ky raised her head, she looked at Davy and called Dad. Hearing the girl's voice combined with her innocent facial expression and sparkling eyes, Davy and Berserk couldn't help but think to themselves, they are really not good for the heart. Taking the two girls into the room, Davy took one look at them and said, "Let's check first. Pink and Blue, can you two return to your original form?" The two little girls heard Davy say that and immediately turned to look at each other. Seeing that, Davy thought, it seems they understand what he said. Thinking of this, a pale yellow light suddenly flared around the body of the red flag and the flag. Very quickly, the two girls gradually disappeared behind that halo of light, replaced by two swords that slowly appeared. Holding the two swords, Davy sighed softly, their nature is still swords. Berserk next to him also spoke, they did not hesitate to return to their original form. Hearing her say that, Davy nodded and replied, yes, they transformed very quickly, it seemed that this was their instinct. The power density inside the sword also increased, the fact that they were conscious made them stronger. Observing the two swords in his hands for a moment, Davy immediately shouted, "Okay, you two can go back." Hearing the call, the red flag and the blue flag quickly appeared. They both rushed forward and clung tightly to Davy's legs. They looked extremely docile. Davy took one look at the two children and then began to ponder. I should understand. Tell me that I'm protecting them. Berserk next to him spoke up a little confused. Aren't they your daughters, in this case, adopted children? Hearing her say that, Davy immediately turned around and questioned, are you planning on not letting me get married? Hearing that, Berserk let out a cry and said, wasn't that the original plan? While talking about this, the two little girls suddenly exclaimed in unison, cookies. Hearing that, Davy firmly shook his head and said, no, it's tooth decay. At this moment, Amy came in from outside. Davy saw this and immediately asked, Amy, what's wrong? Amy stammered with her hands in front of her body, Your Highness, it's, a guest has come to visit. A guest? Davy turned around and asked seriously, came without notice. Amy answered yes, then said, Princess Winley has arrived. As soon as Princess Winley entered the city gate, she saw Davy waiting there. Princess Winley's eyes suddenly glowed. She looked straight at the two little girls, pink and blue, and cooed, so cute. After saying that, Winley immediately ran to hug the two children tightly. She raised her eyes slightly and asked Davy, brother, who are these children? Hearing that, Davy immediately crossed his arms and smiled and said, they are the children he is taking care of. Well, they are like his daughters. Hearing these words, Winley's eyes widened and he exclaimed, oh my God. Every time I come to see you, I see something new. That's it, Davy replied neither quickly nor slowly. Winley let go of the two girls. She stood up and took a breath and said, phew, I was so worried when you said you were going to a wasteland. You don't know how surprised I was when I heard that your moongrass business was a success. And I saw them, those dwarfs in the village. I thought they wouldn't appear in the outside world. Davy heard her say that and replied, well, they've always helped him. Winley heard that and immediately exclaimed, it was wonderful. Davy smiled once then continued, I want to treat you thoughtfully, but you see, the territory is in such a state. Princess Winley completely understood what Davy meant, not letting Davy finish his sentence. She spoke softly and interrupted, please don't worry, I just feel relieved to see you happy. So what? Davy held the two babies in one hand and rubbed his head with the other, stammering. Berserk sitting on Davy's shoulder suddenly said, well, you're quite a busy man. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately thought to himself, I didn't realize I was so busy these days, but happily, she must be right. Thinking like that, Davy immediately turned to Princess Winley and said, let's go inside. Seeing that, Amy immediately raised her hand and invited everyone to come this way. Before she could finish her sentence, Princess Winley chased after the two children, pink and blue. As she ran, she shouted loudly, come play with me. Very quickly, they entered Davy's mansion. Sitting in front of the tea table, Davy asked, how is Varys? Why do you have time to visit when your territory work is also busy? Princess Winley heard that and immediately said, well, since the number of robber attacks has decreased recently, the territory has also become quite peaceful. Are you being too careless? Being asked the same question, Davy laughed shyly and said, ha ha, sorry. At this time, Princess Winley continued to say, actually, the reason I came here is because I have something to ask you. She stopped for a moment after saying this, her hands on her thighs suddenly clenched together, then cautiously continued. Brother, do you know how to use the power of the Holy Seal? Hearing the other person ask such a question, Davy immediately remembered the images of the past. He thought to himself, because Winley fell into the trap after being exhausted from chasing. So if Patna hadn't caught that arrow, Winley wouldn't have survived. The priest removed the poison from her body with a detoxification spell, but after that, dark blue stains appeared all over her body. This is the problem, after the poison from the arrow was removed, she showed unusual signs. Her fever was high, and dark green marks appeared all over her body. Princess Winley did not know when she fainted. She was placed on the bed. The two children, Hong KY and Lan KY, surrounded the edge of the bed, their eyes wide open and curious, asking if she was sick. Davy nodded slightly and replied, she will get better after resting, let her continue to sleep. Hearing that, Hong KY immediately raised his head and said, she can't be sick, I will stay with her. After saying that, she immediately lifted the blanket and crawled straight in to lie next to Winley. Seeing this, Davy immediately looked at Lam KY and then said, you're so good. Lam KY heard that and volunteered to shout, including me. Looking at Lan KY quickly climbing into bed and hugging Princess Winley tightly, Davy silently sighed. Just now she didn't seem to like Winley. Berserk, who was hovering behind, also happily whispered, so good. Davy went to the bed and covered the three of them with blankets. As he covered them, he thought, usually I would have stopped them, but they are full of energy, so letting Winley lie next to them might help her recover. After covering the three of them with blankets, Davy and Berserk walked to the window. Davy raised his head to look at the moon outside. He silently said, the stains were dark blue and they were bleeding. While muttering about this, Berserk suddenly called out, Davy. Davy turned his head and asked, what's wrong? Berserk shook his head and replied, it's nothing, I just thought the symptoms were quite familiar, this is intuition. Hearing that, Davy immediately called Mon Meter and advised that there are guilds that collect information in the territory, so find the best and most reliable place. Mon Meter heard that and bowed his head in response, obeying the order. After waiting for you to leave, Davy then told Berserk, I have a feeling things are going to get very complicated. Berserk heard that and turned around to reassure him, but I think you won't have any problems, you always turn danger into opportunity. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately smiled and said, I know, but I don't want the number of victims to increase. Therese Moore. Having said this, he thought to himself, based on the symptoms alone, I can only think of one disease. Berserk sat on Davy's shoulder and was also thinking. She frowned and said, dark green marks, coughing up blood and losing vitality. In my time there was no such disease at all. Is there really such a disease? Yes, Davy replied with great certainty. Then he crossed his arms and said, the problem is that the disease should not appear on this continent. Saying a sentence like that, Davy thought sadly, this is the thing that confuses me the most. The next morning, outside the mansion grounds, Winley regained consciousness. She sat on the bench with her two children, Hong Ky and Lan Ky, breathing the fresh morning air. Davy stood on the high floor looking down below. He thought to himself, cause and effect, the principle says that everything has a reason. I summarize the situation as follows. Someone who was casted with a detoxification spell after being hit by a poisoned arrow showed unusual symptoms and gradually lost vitality. It was a disease that even priests had never seen before. There's something very unreasonable. Berserk sat on Davy's shoulders. Seeing his expression darken slightly, she asked worriedly, you don't look too good. Davy nodded slightly and said, I'm thinking a lot. Hearing that, Berserk let out a breath and said, it's understandable. There are many questionable things in your sister's story. It was strange that barbarians who lived by stealing on the outskirts of the kingdom could have such deadly poison in their hands. Hearing Berserk's analysis like that, Davy immediately nodded and continued, although there are many more suspicious things, but it is still too early to come to a conclusion. We need more information. Hearing that, Berserk immediately said, so that's why you called the guilds to collect information. Sitting down in the chair, Davy smiled and replied, yes. Having said that, he thought to himself, understand the situation, no matter what type of disease there is, the solution always lies in the cause. This is the first thing I learned when studying medical techniques. While thinking like that, Davy suddenly raised his head and looked in one direction. Then he curled his mouth and said, just saying crap is crap. Since you're here then come in. Berserk sat on Davy's shoulder and heard that, confused and asked, who are you talking about? Davy pointed to a corner of the room, where a dark shadow was standing silently. He said slowly, don't waste time like that. Hearing that, the black shadow let out a long breath. Berserk floated off Davy's shoulder and exclaimed a few words. At this moment, the black shadow said, I heard you need something from us. That's right, Davy nodded and replied. Then he continued, thank you for taking the time to come here while I'm very busy, please sit down. A dark shadow stepped out of the hidden corner. This person was wearing a long coat. The hood was pulled up to cover his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. He walked to the chair but did not sit down, but stood still. Seeing that, Davy shrugged and thought, well, he was wary because he saw through his disguise. Thinking like that, he immediately spoke up and said, do whatever you want, I will tell you frankly, I want to buy information, how much can you provide? The cloaked person was silent for a moment as if considering something then replied, everything. Hearing that, Davy immediately asked, everything has a price, right? Without letting the other person answer, he continued, yes, I agree, there is nothing free in this world. The robed man replied softly, as long as you pay us enough money, we can even learn about the neighboring kingdom's harem, we can even get you a pair of royal underwear, family. Hearing the other person say that, Davy didn't know how to show his face. He was sweating and thought to himself, you've gone a bit too far, my friend, what's so weird about this? Waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Davy nodded and said, okay, how about the princess of Palan Kingdom, can you do it? Berserk heard that and scolded him angrily, pervert, you don't need to follow him. The cloaked person thought for a moment and then cautiously replied, "Even I value my life." Hearing this answer, Berserk let out a breath of thought, understandable. At that moment Davy suddenly stood up with his hands on the table. He said, "Very good, that's enough." Having said that, Davy immediately took out a bag of gold and placed it on the table and said, "This is a deposit. There is a woman named Patna, she is my sister's knight, Winley, please investigate her recent activities." The cloaked person's name was Jack Inahilasana, 124 years old, male, female, human, dark elf. Jack has the title of Star Assassin, has basic assassin skills at the expert level, works for the Echo Information Guild. Jack is one of the 4 leaders, known as Jack in the Guild, the current state of confusion. Davy glanced at the opponent's information panel, he frowned and thought, is it a woman? On top of that is a dark elf, how can that be? Berserk next to him understood Davy's thoughts and explained in a low voice that she did not look like a dark elf, because she was disguised as a human. After hearing Davy's request, Jack crossed his arms over his chest and asked, investigating the background of a woman. Davy nodded and said, I prefer you call it a medical operation, how about that, okay? Jack was silent in thought for a moment then said, I won't accept the money. Hearing that, Davy asked confusedly, what do you mean, are you willing to do it for free? Jack shook his head and said, it's not like that, the total will be calculated later. Davy heard the other person say that and asked curiously, what will you do if I betray you? Jack didn't need to think and immediately answered, I made this suggestion because you don't look like the type of person who would break a promise. Standing on the opposite side, after listening to Jack's words, Davy smirked. He thought to himself, oh ho, so you are trying to build a relationship, a bit arrogant, but I like it. Thinking like that, Davy continued asking, was that your group's decision? Jack shook his head and said, it was a personal decision. Hearing this answer, Davy smiled appreciatively, very good, you can do whatever you like. Hearing him say that, Jack quickly said goodbye, then blinked and disappeared from the room through the window. Seeing this scene, Davy sweated and thought, it's okay to go out normally, is it because of her pride? Bowing his head to look at the opponent's detailed information sheet, Davy silently calculated, she was a dark elf, and was hiding the fact that she was female. More importantly, wasn't Echo a very famous guild in the world, Star Mainland? Berserk heard that and spoke up, which proves that merchants are not the only ones who know how to make money. By the way, do you know about the Helishana family? Helishana, huh? Davy repeated this name suspiciously. Then he shook his head and said, no, that's the dark ELF's last name, what do you know? Hearing that, Berserk quickly shook his head and said, no, you don't know, which means it has nothing to do with you, so forget it. Hearing Berserk say that, Davy exclaimed in boredom, really bored. 2 days later, Winley's voice echoed throughout the mansion, no, he'll follow you too. Hearing that, Davy scratched his head and said, I know how you feel, don't think you've had enough rest. Hearing Davy say that, Winley's eyes filled with tears and he couldn't refute anything. Davy looked at her and thought to himself, this is a very urgent situation, I was preparing to go to the Ordem territory as soon as possible, but trouble happened before I left. Thinking like that, Davy looked very seriously into Winley's eyes and said, don't be so stubborn, it will take us at least a few days to reach the Ordem territory. And if we go by carriage, it will take even longer, to check the patient as soon as possible, this is the only way, I'm just in the way. Having said that, Davy silently calculated, riding a horse takes a considerable amount of mana, even if the twins stayed with her every night, she wouldn't be able to endure the entire journey, on top of that, what's the point, that's not right. As if understanding the other person's thoughts, Berserk asked, is it your intuition again? Probably so, Davy replied softly. At this time, Winley suddenly spoke up and said, I can go with you, I'm not weak. While talking about this, a deep voice rang out in the distance, I saw that you were in a rather troublesome situation. As soon as this voice was spoken, Winley suddenly almost cried out, oh, Mr. Euless. Euless smiled back at her, then kindly asked, can I ask what's going on? Winley's sparkling eyes nodded. Davy, standing behind, saw this scene and was extremely annoyed, he gritted his teeth and thought, intuitively. Euless now turned to where Davy was standing and smiled, introducing himself, nice to meet you, my name is Euless, a level 5 mage, although someone like me is not suitable, but I work for the Red Tower. After hearing the other person's introduction, Davy politely raised his hand and smiled and said, I am Davy Al Round, I have heard a little about you, it is an honor to have you visit this small land. After saying these words, Davy thought to himself, I actually don't know him, and am not interested either. There's no reason for us to meet like this, no matter how famous he is on the mainland. He comes from the central magic tower of the central continent. Knowing him will only bring trouble. Just confused, Perserk heard Davy speak and asked him suspiciously, "How did you know he was famous on the mainland?" Davy did not answer her question. At this time, Euless continued to speak. "This land is not small at all. It is the most radiant land in the eastern continent. Most importantly, Princess Winley talked a lot about this place, so I always wanted to visit." Hearing the other person say that, Davy smiled extremely politely. Laughing like that, he silently assessed in his heart that he was a very dangerous person. Should he kill him or not? Perserk felt the fluctuation in Davy's heart. She quickly spoke up to warn him, "Don't be rash. You can't show hostility towards him just because he's close to your sister." Hearing that, Davy's voice was cold and he shook his head and said, "No, those reasons are enough. Who does he think he is talking to?" Having said that, he immediately thought to himself, from what he knew, he was called a prodigy of the magic tower, had a very good personality, was young and was already a master, so his skills could not be denied. And his background is not bad. Background, wealth, personality, appearance, and ability, he is an ideal person without flaws, but the problem is why he is so close to Winley. Thinking for a moment, Davy immediately asked, "But how does someone like you know my sister?" Hearing Davy ask that, Winley suddenly cried out. Euless waved her hand and smiled and said, "No, I understand, even if I would behave like that. Well, when I was on my way to Hein's territory, I happened to meet Princess Winley and started accompanying her, that." Hearing that, Davy immediately laughed and said, "I don't know how to thank you for going with her." Saying that, he thought to himself, "I can't stand this guy, I'll take care of him right now." While thinking about this, Euless on the other side shook her head and replied, "No need, she actually helped me more than I helped her. When I was attacked by bandits, Princess Winley used magic to save me." Hearing what the other person said here, Davy hummed a few times in response. Euless continued speaking, "So I wanted to repay her. Actually, I also know space magic. I can create a small mana portal used to transport items." Hearing him say that, Winley's eyes glowed and exclaimed, "A small mana gate?" Davy stood next to hear this and wondered why it was so wonderful. Of course, Princess Winley replied, "It's more portable than the large gates that have to be set up to use, and it's a super high-class artifact that only a few people in the magic tower own. You have to do it familiar with the theory of level 5 spatial magic to use it, and only mages with mana on the same level as a great sorcerer could use this continent-sized treasure." After listening to Winley's words, Davy immediately exclaimed, not expecting the Red Tower to have one. Euless heard that and smiled and said, "It was just a coincidence. I kept it simply to make sure it wasn't damaged." Winley heard the other person say that and exclaimed in admiration, "That's great, you can use 2 different types of magic." Seeing this scene, Davy's face looked extremely bad. Perserk saw this and quickly advised, "Isn't that a good thing, because it's difficult for you to teleport long distances." Hearing that, Davy let out a breath. He silently sighed, "I'll probably deal with him later." After thinking for a while, Davy immediately held out his hand, smiled and said to Euless, "Thank you." Of course, Euless grabbed Davy's hand and smiled in response. Very quickly Euless used his special magic. He created a small space surrounding the 3 of them. Standing inside the space, Perserk exclaimed, "Oh ho, so this is it." Before he could finish his sentence, Davy suddenly spoke in a low voice, feeling a bit creepy. Hearing that, Perserk felt it for a moment. After a moment, she raised her hand to cover her nose, then urgently said, "Hey, this smell." Without letting her finish her sentence, Davy nodded and continued, "Yes, the characteristic smell of burning protein." Saying such a sentence, Davy became alert and thought to himself, "This smell is very similar to the smell of a living creature being burned." Very quickly the small space moved. It took them to another place. Looking at the desolate scene before him, Davy asked suspiciously, "Another raid?" Hearing that, Winley immediately denied and said, "It's impossible, we just destroyed all the bandits." While talking about this, a person came from far away. From far away this person spoke, "Oh my, isn't this Princess Winley, who has returned?" Hearing this, Princess Winley asked suspiciously who he was. The person who just walked up scratched his head and smiled, introducing, "I was sent from the Central Disease Control Organization, the Earl of Lingtone, who is even more beautiful than what I heard. I'm sure the rumors will subside a bit, little." Hearing this compliment, Princess Winley smiled slightly and responded politely, then said, "I'm sorry, but we're in a hurry, so I think we'll continue this conversation later." Having said that, she was about to turn around and leave, but who would have thought that behind her there were 2 tall soldiers blocking the way. Standing behind her, Earl Lingtone slowly said, "I want that too." but unfortunately, the current situation we are not allowed to do that. What's wrong? Princess Winley asked suspiciously. Earl Lingtone didn't answer her. He turned to everyone and said, "Please follow me for now. The castle where Princess Winley will be staying has been quarantined with an artifact of the Holy Kingdom. Please follow me." Everyone couldn't do anything else but had to follow Earl Wellington to the prepared castle. Inside the castle, in the living room, a scented candle was lit, the faint scent spread throughout the space. Waiting for everyone to settle down, Earl Lingtone spoke up. "First of all, I want to apologize for mobilizing soldiers without your permission, but please think about the current situation, When Winley heard Lingtone say that, he was extremely confused and asked, "The Lord of the Ordem territory is Barish, but if he is away, the powers will be returned to me." Raising a cup of tea to drink, Earl Lingtone slowly replied, "I know that well, using force to requisition something after arriving without warning is a brazen act, but as I said, we are from the Central Disease Control Organization. I'm sure someone of your status knows what authority we hold." Hearing the other person say that, Princess Winley was a little annoyed. She frowned and said, "That's it. Davy has been silent until now he is silently calculating. The Central Epidemic Control Organization is an organization that has received the Emperor's approval and supervises the 3 kingdoms on the mainland, including people from all 3 kingdoms, holding special powers. Their main purpose is to provide medical assistance throughout the mainland, much like volunteer medical organizations on Earth." While thinking about this, Earl Lingtone continued speaking, "I'm not sure if you already know, but a terrible epidemic is residing in this land, and in the organization, we call it the Blood Demon." Blood Demon. Princess Winley's hand clenched when she heard this name. Remembering what she had experienced, Princess Winley thought. Dark blue marks began to appear on the victim's body. Eventually they started bleeding, and then lost their lives. This disease also very contagious. Thinking of this, she turned pale and stammered, "That symptom." Having said this, Princess Winley suddenly stopped. She turned her head to where Davy was sitting and quickly said, "Now is not the time to talk about this, brother, we have to give the patna." Before she could finish her sentence, Earl Lingtone interrupted her. He smiled and greeted Davy. "Oh my, sorry for the late greeting, Prince Davy, I've always wanted to meet you." I hear said he had received the Holy Seal and successfully planted moongrass. Just by accident, Davy leisurely responded to Lington's flattery. Hearing that, he waved his hand a few times and continued to say, "Nothing in this world happens without a reason. Those things are possible because of your greatness. Ha ha, if you think about it carefully, all the rumored celebrities have gathered here." As soon as these words were uttered, Eula sitting on the side was slightly startled and alert. At this moment, Princess Winley couldn't bear it any longer. She slammed her hand on the table. Her whole body stood up, looked straight at Lingtone and said angrily, "I'm sorry, but Earl Lingtone, I think I need to go out first because we have urgent things to do." Having said this, Princess Winley immediately turned around towards the door and then shouted 2 words of housekeeper. Waiting for a while but seeing no one responded, Princess Winley felt a little guilty. It was at this moment that Earl Lingington, sitting in the back, slowly spoke up, "I'm sorry to say that everyone in this building, including the soldiers, has been quarantined." Hearing what the other person said, Princess Winley angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Earl Lingtone put the teacup down on the table. He stood up straight and said, "We have no choice but to do so. Demon blood is very contagious. We can avoid the worst situation by controlling it, but if just a few people get infected, this will get out of hand." Sitting on one side, Davy crossed his arms across his chest and silently agreed, "Well, he was right." Princess Winley did not think so. She shouted angrily, but doing so was beyond his authority. Earl Lingtone now sat back in his chair. He slowly said, "You are right, but as far as I know, this is a treaty of the Alliance of Kingdoms. Even the Queen of the Ron Kingdom has approved. At times of emergency like this, it has happened before that a lord overstepped his authority in the territory, and unfortunately, this disease cannot be cured. Holy power has no effect on it." Hearing this, Princess Winley froze on the spot. She couldn't believe it and stammered out, "No way." Earl Lingtone didn't stop. He stood up, or put his hand on the table, saying very firmly, "That's why we're here. Please leave it to me. We will definitely find a cure, and report good news." Hearing all these words, Davy still sat still with his arms crossed without saying anything, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as if thinking about something. In the treatment room, people present cried and asked for help. "Please save me," some people screamed, "It hurts, it hurts." Persek saw the previous situation in horror and called, "Davy." Davy stood on his hands and assessed the situation. This place was more like an isolation area to prevent the worst from happening than a treatment room. Although it seemed dire, it was very realistic. Persek exclaimed, "It's terrible, I've never seen anything like this in all my life, and what's with this strange smell? Davy went inside, went to the hospital bed and pulled back the curtain. A woman is lying inside. This is patient number 2 in a year named Patna. Davy finally found the person he was looking for, found her. Suddenly a blue light flashed, which Davy quickly realized was the rhinitis flower. Without enough time for Persek to wonder, Davy immediately explained, rhinitis flower, if not mistaken, it is called tostas flower in this world. Persek listened and replied, I have never heard of it. Davy continued, it is a rare flower that only grows in harsh conditions. This flower contains deadly poison. Davy went in to check Patna, about 39.7 degrees, at this rate her brain cells will be fried. Her body was in an imbalanced state where her skin was as cold as a corpse, and her organs were extremely hot, horrifying symptoms, causes, and ways of death. Davy looked at Patna's body thoughtfully. I had already imagined it when listening to Winley, but when it was happening before my eyes, it felt even more complicated. Davy thoughtfully told Persek, I really don't understand why this disease appeared in this world. Persek doesn't understand. What do you mean? Davy replied, the virus accelerated to melt. After hearing this, Persek looked surprised and stammered, what's the matter? Davy continued, it was a melting speed virus, a common disease in another world, and it was created for a specific purpose, very different from colds, cancer, or epidemics, lymph nodes. The process leading to death is very cruel and extremely contagious. If one person is infected, millions of people will die in a short period of time. It took 10 years to find a cure, during which 280 people died from the disease. After a cure was developed, 18 million lives were saved. Davy has a plan. We need to create antibodies before it's too late. Davy pulled out a scalpel and held it towards Patna. Suddenly a large hand grabbed Davy's hand holding the scalpel and said loudly, what are you doing? The scalpel fell to the ground. The other speaker was Baron Gornio, an employee of the Central Disease Control Organization. He asked in a questioning tone, this place does not allow outsiders to enter. Who are you, and why are you here? Davy did not panic but calmly introduced himself, my name is Davy Al Roun, Great Prince of the Kingdom of Roun. Baron Gornio thought for a moment then replied, I have received a report that you are here, but the prince is not allowed in here either. I'm sorry but I have to ask you to leave here. After listening, Davy asked, can't I stay here? Baron Gornio explains that, as you know, an epidemic is raging in this territory, and from what we have learned, the disease is transmitted through the respiratory tract. Seeing him looking at him intently, Davy didn't understand anything. Right after that, Gornio pressed a towel over his nose. Please cover your nose and mouth right now, quickly. Seeing Davy holding the towel, he breathed a sigh of relief. I know you have a holy seal engraved on your body, but that doesn't work against epidemics. The high priest, who possesses high-level holy power, came by here, and then. In the middle of speaking, a scream rang out. Gornio quickly stepped forward to order everyone. Damn it, hold him back, since when has he been like this? Bring painkillers immediately, stabilize the patient first. A medical worker held a needle with shaking hands. Davy saw this and reminded. The patient will die if you inject that into him now. The medical staff was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. Davy immediately stood up and gave me the tube over there. Gornio saw him holding the bag and quickly said, listen, you think you're doing it. Davy didn't pay attention to what he said. He tore the patient's shirt. That person's body was bruised. Davy assessed the situation. The blood was clogged in his lungs due to the virus. His heart would stop beating if it wasn't removed immediately. Davy holds the syringe tightly in his hand, 8 millimeters from below, 3 millimeters from the right. It's going to be very close. Davy calculated and sighed. He decided to use the holy palace to help the patient relieve his pain. Davy held the scalpel without fear and cut through the patient's scalpel. Just a little more, the sick body groans and cries of pain. Gornio stood to the side looking angry. What do you consider human life to be? He grabbed Davy's shirt and said in a forced tone, stop immediately. What do you think you are doing? Do you think human life is a toy? Say something. Davy ignored what he said and only responded with silence. But the other patient suddenly started coughing. The medical staff shouted loudly, sir, the patient's pulse has returned to normal. Gornio looked surprised. What do you mean? The medical staff said, please come and see. Gornio removed his hand from Davy's shirt and went to check. Davy stood there talking to the medical staff, lending me one. Davy held a small vial in his hand containing a liquid, which appeared to be blood. Before leaving, Davy told the staff, you just need to stop the bleeding and stitch the wound. If you inject painkillers when the patient has these symptoms, they will die of shock, so remember carefully. There, the medical staff replied, yes. Davy immediately turned around. The work here is done, I'm leaving. As he was about to step out, he said to Gornio, also, Baron Gornio. Those who bear the Holy Seal are given the ability to resist most diseases. Please don't compare me to someone like the High Priest. Gornio's eyes were filled with surprise after hearing this. Davy returns to his residence. Hess back. Euless and Winley are waiting for you. Winley saw you extremely happy. You're home, bro. Hearing this, Davy felt a bit annoyed and thought to himself, people say raising a daughter is of no use at all. Persek said in disgust that she was not a human daughter. Davy approached and asked Winley, I still haven't been able to contact Barris SEO. Winley obediently replied, yes, their situation is not very good either. Davy received the answer and immediately sat down on the chair. Right after that, Euless spoke up and asked about the situation and what was the average treatment. Davy replied in a weary tone, well, they're doing the best they can. Euless has something to report to Davy. I've been investigating something. Currently, 2 officials from the Disease Control Organization have arrived in this territory. They are the Earl of Lingtone and the Baron of Gornio, and for your information, their noble titles are a thing of the past. Currently they are officials of the Central Disease Control Organization. Winley is curious, are they officials? Euless replied, correctly. This is the hierarchy in the Central Epidemic Control Organization. There is a governor and 3 chairmen and there are 15 officers. Below them are countless people from the knighthood or the medical group. Davy picked up the paper and wondered, so these 3 chairmen were the 3 emperors? Euless quickly continued, I knew you would understand quickly, and the only governor is the Pope of the Holy Kingdom of Volscias. Davy listened thoughtfully. Foreign trade is quite easy to treat, but the weak point of this world is epidemics, so the reason for establishing this organization is quite predictable and easy to understand. Euless said that the 15 officials were mostly individuals with great achievements or people with excellent medical skills, but to eliminate privacy in this organization, the officials' details were redacted. Cover. Hearing that, Davy understood, it was as if he could feel the level of their madness. Euless continued, but the problem was the authorized houses of the 3 emperors and the alliance of kingdoms, so what Earl Lingtone said was reasonable. The kingdom of Round is also part of the alliance, and if we oppose this, we may make the empire our enemy, and may be considered traitors to the alliance. After hearing this, Winley worriedly said, but the people are very scared. Euless let out a deep sigh in a reluctant tone, they haven't been here long. For now, we can only sit and wait, but the knights sent our treasure-breaker knights, and their captain is Count Kallio. Winley wondered, Count Kallio, you mean from the western territory of Randus Kingdom? Davy crossed his arms and didn't understand who Count Kallio was. Euless answered Winley's question, yes, they are one of the royal knights. I heard he retired a few years ago, but it seems he came here, I think temporarily, and trusted they handle everything not bad. Winley said in a sad tone, if I knew there would be danger, I wouldn't have brought you 2 here. Davy went to comfort Winley. He held her hand. Don't worry, Winley, everything will be okay. Winley sounds so embarrassed, bro. After Davy comforted Winley, he turned his eyes to Euless and reminded him, but I'm worried that you'll get into trouble, Euless. Euless just happily replied, not at all. Actually, the woman named Patna is a mage of the Red Tower. Davy, using the test system, noticed he really wanted to help. Euless continued, I was just doing what I naturally had to do as an elder. Davy heard that and immediately hated it. Oh, that's right, so he is the elder of the Red Tower. I know that he is the type of person who seems sensitive, but why do I feel like there must be another reason for being here? Here it is. Persek sighed, don't believe too much in the power of the abyss, that is, the status window like the game. Night falls. Davy is outside talking with Persek. Persek wondered, why don't you stay at the treatment center to help? Davy replied, I can't help you even there. He held up the bottle containing the solution he got from the treatment center and said in a cheerful tone, this is the key. Now the Disease Control Organization is trying its best to contain the disease from spreading. A need to create it while there is still time, something called antiviral, in other words vaccine. Persek rubbed his chin, protesting, I find it a bit confusing. Davy quickly explained that, in the medical field, it is quite common that the Disease Control Organization must have tried many times to create antibodies, but because creating antibodies for this disease is beyond conventional methods, usually, so they probably weren't successful. Persek asked, but how do you intend to create antibodies with just that? Davy clutched the bottle of liquid in his hand and smiled, saying, since we're here, I probably have to ask them for help with something. Suddenly, a black light appeared. Davy realized something and crossed his arms and said, what are you doing? you have to say something. Jack walked out, covered up, and found me again. Davy smiled and said happily, because I can see you. Seeing that Jack didn't answer, Davy sighed and guessed that she probably didn't like it. Tricks like that don't work on me, you don't know how much experience I have as an assassin. Jack gave Davy a report. This is the information he requested. Davy took it and praised. Yes, good job. Do you still not want to receive the reward? Jack didn't take much time to answer this question. Not yet. Davy hates it, it's so rigid. Jack also brought another scroll. Please accept this too, I brought it because you will need this. Davy's hands are holding but his mouth is blaming. You will be fired if you keep doing your own things like that. Jack replied, it's okay, I've already considered these actions. Davy looked at the scroll. Didn't expect this to come from the guild. He opened it, read it on the spot, then asked if this information was reliable. Jack immediately nodded. Davy thinks, for information brokers, credibility is their way of life, so she doesn't lie. Before letting Jack leave, Davy said, sorry, but I have one more request. Bring me a large quantity of the items listed here, at least a cart full of supplies for each type. I think it's better to give this to someone than to mercenaries. As for the cost, yes okay, let's say it's in the name of organizing 2 disease control. Jack wondered, did you really do that? Davy handed over some papers in response. The disease control organization is here, Therese, no problem. Let's just say Baron Gornio bought them. Without giving Jack a chance to speak, Davy pointed at her head and reminded her, although you are a person of the underworld, and you view human lives as flies and mosquitoes, I don't think you are mentally ill enough to sit and watch others die from no silly reason. Hurry up, just consider doing good deeds for humanity, that's my request. The next day, Davy came to meet Gornio and Lingtone. I don't know what Davy said that made Gornio angry. No, hand over the powers of the treatment party. Do you think this is a joke, Your Highness? They are patients who need treatment as soon as possible, we don't have time to leave it to someone else. Davy calmly took a sip of tea and said, yesterday's patient, he would have died if you were 2 or 3 minutes late. I really appreciate you preventing the worst situation from happening. But let me ask you something, do you really have a cure for this disease? Lingtone asked happily, it seems you have a cure, Your Highness. Davy replied, even if it's the smallest possibility, I have to try. I didn't come here to win a job with you, this is the territory of my kingdom, also my sister's territory, I think him qualified, how to ask him this? In contrast to Gornio's anger, Lingtone smiled brightly, very nice. Gornio gritted his teeth, Earl Lingtone. Count Lingtone used a towel to wipe away his sweat and explained, think about the Sana territory of the Kanta kingdom in the south, in the end everyone died, 10 members and knights from our organization also died. And you were there, Baron Gornio, what do you think? Don't tell me you would let your pride take over in a situation like this, even the slightest possibility is worth a try. Davy was thoughtfully drinking tea and watching plays. And Baron Gornio was silent for a long time. This damn pride. At the Earl of Lingtone's residence, a voice in a questioning tone asked if this was okay. Lingtone looked at the person who spoke and asked again, what are you talking about, Earl Kallio? Turns out, the person who spoke was Count Kallio, captain of the night squad of the Central Disease Control Organization. He explained, I mean the Grand Prince of the Ron Kingdom, if he really did something, then the Central Epidemic Control Organization would lose face. Some might even question our obligations, you could have rejected him like Baron Gornio, so why? Lingtone sat down in his chair and shook his glass of wine and replied, you're right, Earl Kallio. However, if a cure for this disease could be discovered one way or another, it would be great. That's right, now that it's come to this, I sincerely hope that the prince finds a cure. Lingtone smiled cunningly, then it would be beneficial for both sides, The atmosphere fell silent. Count Kallio pondered for a moment before speaking, that's it. The sky turns bright, now Davy is talking to Winley and Euless. Winley looks so happy, really, so relieved. Davy saw her appearance and chuckled in his heart. When Winley knew he would officially participate in research on how to treat her, she was very happy. Although I thought she would suspect me of not having much medical knowledge, maybe Winley believes in me more than the Central Disease Control Organization. Winley was so happy that she cried, thank you. Scene change, Davy is now at the treatment center. Gornio informed him that, as Earl Lingtone had said, the Central Disease Control Organization would follow your lead in developing a cure for the disease. But you must remember that I will always be watching over you. Davy silently looked at Gornio and thought, people often say that a rolling stone will replace the one that is already lying still, maybe to them, I'm just a piece of land pretending to be a lump. So I can guess they don't like me, some even tell others not to follow my decisions anymore. Thinking about it, Davy sighed, feeling tired. People lying on hospital beds are groaning and complaining of pain. Davy walked to the hospital bed and explained that this disease was a mutation of a virus, causing the body to overheat uncontrollably and melt the internal organs. When the melt-accelerated virus first enters a person's body, its symptoms are no different from those of other diseases. Similar to diseases caused by viruses, they become active after a certain period of dormancy. Davy held a patient's hand and carefully guided them. First they would melt the muscles, then continue to melt the joints and cartilage, followed by the entire body melting. If only that happened, it would be good. The patient was taken out by Davy because he complained of pain. He immediately encouraged and cheered to try harder. He continued to tell Gornio, once the bones melt, the internal organs will also melt, from the rectum to the testicles, kidneys, large intestine, then small intestine. When that happens, the fluid from the melted body parts will start to leak out from the holes in the body. Those are the blue-black spots, and those blue-black spots are the reason why the disease called the blood demon. Gornio listened to Davy's words and his eyes widened. How could it be possible that he understood exactly the development process of this disease? Demon blood is a disease that even the Central Disease Control Organization considers incurable. To think that a prince who has just arrived already knows so much about this disease, not to mention that he actually has it, can. Davy saw that he was silent and suddenly asked, "Do you know why I explained to you?" Gornio sounded surprised. "Prince Davy, you really can?" Davy understood what he meant. He smiled and replied, "Yes, I know, it is called by another name there." Gornio wondered, "Where does that mean?" Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted and said, "This is the important part. Usually, when doctors see this disease, they will try many ways before coming to a single conclusion. Medicine alone cannot cure it. The worst case is that we have to find the source, root, and cut it off from the rest of the body." Gornio nodded in recognition. "That's right." Davy asked, "So what is the result?" "From my guess, 9 out of 10 patients will die in this process. The remaining 1 will die from the virus." Gornio still couldn't help but be stunned. He knew so much. Suddenly the patient on the bed stammered and said, "Your Highness, I feel better." Davy continued to encourage the patient's spirit. "I know it's very painful, but please try harder. If you have the will to live, I will definitely save you." The patient is extremely grateful. "Thank you." Davy asked someone there, "What about the items I requested?" That person replied, "I have prepared it at the place I told you." At this moment, Gornio discovered when there was someone next to him and where he came from. "Turns out to be none other than Jack." Davy replied, "Good job, just credit me, we will end this matter within 4 days." 4 days later, Patna was on her hospital bed looking at herself in the mirror. Winley and Euless are right there. Winley exclaimed, "It's amazing, her skin is recovering." Patna agreed, "It's great, recovery is really fast." Winley jumped onto the bed and hugged Patna. "I was so happy." Gornio saw that her condition was better and immediately asked Davy, "How to do this?" Davy confidently replied, "I told you, we will finish within 4 days." Gornio sat down in his chair and exclaimed, in disbelief, "None of the drugs we used were effective against the virus?" "Antibodies, you said antibodies. Whoever wanted to develop the method, the treatment also stops creating the first antibodies." Davy replied, "Well, it certainly won't be easy. 3 years, that's how long we've been trying to find a cure for this disease. Who would have thought it could be cured so easily?" Gornio admitted. Seeing Gornio's expression, Davy spoke up. "Baron Gornio, would you like to hear something interesting? This is the patient's blood that we have collected. Now we will inject the treatment into this blood. This is the drug used in the treatment vaccine." Davy took the syringe to inject and realized what had just happened. Gornio gasped, "Did it just move?" Davy continued, "It's too early to be surprised, let's see what happens next." After a while, the color of the blood stone changed. Gornio exclaimed, "Its color, how can the human eye see it?" Davy explains, "The melt virus is actually a living organism." Gornio was surprised. "What? Persek now also knows that." "Oh ho, that's it." Davy smiled. "To be exact, it's a parasitic biological weapon that has a living consciousness and strategically attacks the human body. So before we can do anything, we need to drain their energy, and to do that, we weigh some herbs and poisons that have never been used as medicine. The world calls them by other names, so it's hard for us to find them." Davy turned away and instructed, "Just 1 bottle is enough to vaccinate 50 people. I have left the ingredients in the backyard, feel free to use them." Gornio asked, "Is that okay?" He didn't hesitate to answer, "Okay, because I already owed them to you. At this moment, in the tent, Winley was extremely happy, jumping up and down. Brother, do you know what people are calling you? A saint. They call you a saint. Eulis next to him expressed his attitude. That's great, I didn't know you were proficient in the medical field, Your Highness. Davy humbly replied, well, I'm just average. Davy thought to himself, I don't want to be called a saint here. Persec don't say happily in one corner, it seems to them this is like a miracle. Davy pondered, the treatment went very smoothly, I developed the cure in 3 days as promised, and the patient's condition began to improve, although no medical staff doubted me anymore, but I decided to leave most of the treatment to Gornio male medicine. Davy exclaimed, it's hard to find someone so honest. Persec rubbed his chin thoughtfully, honestly. Davy noticed that, from the looks of it, the Earl of Arlington seemed to be an extremely generous man. But I can feel the strange feeling behind his smile, even though it's just intuition. Persec was full of judgment and intuition after listening. People shouldn't judge others just by such an unscientific thing. But Therese, one more thing Davy didn't say, and most of all, I feel like Hess more of a researcher than a doctor. On the other hand, although Baron Gornio is very stubborn, his sincerity towards treating patients is something that makes me respect him. Maybe that's why I treat him well right away, even when he first treated me. Suddenly Eulis spoke up, her face clearly filled with joy. Prince Davy, can I help you? Winley also chimed in, that's right bro, we just watch you do everything, let us contribute too. Davy held his chin, so ambitious. He told the two of them, then let's control the temperature of this boiling solution. Since you both know magic, it won't be too difficult, let's maintain the current temperature using heat magic. Brother going to check on Baron Gornio in the treatment room. Winley quickly replied, just leave it to us. Davy said goodbye to the two and went to the treatment room. In the room there were only Eulis and Winley left. She was using her magic to do her mission. My brother? Asked Eulis sitting next to him, who really likes his brother. Winley didn't even think and replied, of course, Hess always been a great person. Eulis is surprised, all the time. Winley smiled and said, even though we have different mothers, he is always by my side and treats me like family, even though he is a bit hot-tempered, but as Verus I will never forget his brother's warmth from that time. I still remember the story about the moon and the sun he told when we were kids. Eulis' tone was admiring, I'm so jealous. He used the photo to look at Winley affectionately. Eulis suddenly asked, then Your Highness, if it were me? I'm telling you to stop, please excuse me Winley, I'm sorry, I'm going out for a moment. Winley didn't understand what was going on but still agreed, okay, let's go. Eulis went out with a pale face. Winley is happily doing what his brother told him to do, I will bake him some cakes when things get better. Turns out, Eulis came out due to receiving contact from Harrison. He asked me, how is the situation at your place? Eulis respectfully replied, yes, Prince Davy is a very extraordinary person. He did not expect that on that day he could solve the problem of learning direction of the disease control organization in just 4 days. Harrison expressed surprise, is that so? But immediately after that he changed the subject with a worried tone. His son didn't look very well. Eulis replied, it's just my feeling. I continued talking about Davy. The most notable thing was his confidence. How should I put it? That confidence is only found in someone with so much experience, so young and so confident. There's something about that day that we don't know. Harrison completely trusts Eulis. Those who see it that way are probably right. Eulis continued, yes, like I said, you have a lot to learn, and you're starting to get greedy too. Harrison doesn't understand. How greedy? Eulis smiled and said, if it's that person, then maybe we can become real friends, without worrying about age or interests. Harrison stroked his beard and smiled gently, you must have met a wonderful person. There are many things in the world and age cannot be realized. A 3-year-old child still has things he can learn, remember, Eulis said, yes sir. Harrison continued, also, I investigated what you told me. Eulis is curious, yes, did you find anything? Harrison gives Eulis good news, yes, about the people in charge of special projects in the Epidemic Police Organization. Most of the information about is lost, but somehow we managed to investigate. We will go straight to conclusion. Hey, yes, it's just as I predicted. He is a rare talent in this era, but the person accompanying him is a bit different. That person is. Eulis' eyes were surprised when he heard the answer. He stood up. The front, where Winley was, suddenly exploded. Harrison saw his frightened expression and asked worriedly, what's wrong, Eulis, Elder Eulis? At this moment, he stood up and ran away. Eulis entered the house and saw fire and smoke surrounding everything. He tried to rush inside. Princess Winley. Eulis uses empathy, communication, whirlpool magic. Water rushed in to extinguish all the flames, the tables and chairs were covered with smoke. Euless gasped, "She's not here, what's going on?" "Don't say, like what I said." Euless quickly flew out. Depending on his family background, he was unusual, but I never thought I would cause trouble here, only I could do it. Although Prince Davy has a lot of medical knowledge and has holy seals, he can't fight that day. I can't prolong this matter, please don't let this happen, Princess Winley. At this time, at the Prevention Center, Davy and Baron Gornio are surrounded by a group of knights. Davy smiled and said, "Look, Baron Gornio." He immediately asked, "Is there a problem?" Hellfire! A loud explosion rang out, the forest was engulfed in flames, the trees were bare. Before Euless' eyes was a group of knights. Euless seems to be fighting with them. It was he who made those explosions just now. Countless thoughts appeared in Euless' head. Have I ever used high-level magic on a human? Magic can easily take a life. So magic users must be extremely vigilant, that's what I was taught, but now is not the time for that. Winley's figure appeared before Euless' eyes, reinforcing his decisions. I learn magic so I can know about mana and protect people. If I don't use it when I need it most, then it will be of no use. What? Euless looked around and expressed disappointment. He didn't expect them to build a place like this inside their territory. This was far beyond what they heard from their teacher. A man looked down from above, seemingly in the same company as the other knights. That man is none other than Count Kallio. Euless saw his cold tone. Count Kallio, where is Princess Winley? What time at the Prevention Center? Davy and Baron Gornio are surrounded by a group of knights. Baron Gornio asked them in a surprised tone, "What do you think you are doing?" A volunteer stood up and answered, "We have no personal grudge against you, we were just following orders." Baron Gornio is full of doubts. "Command." He continued, "Baron Gornio, we need the dead here, and Prince Davy, we need the day to follow us." Gornio didn't understand their intentions and turned to ask Davy why they did that. The other knight approached him and threatened him, not to try in vain. He pulled out his sword and rushed to attack Gornio, doing so would only cause him more pain. His eyes showed surprise and he could not believe what was before his eyes. But unfortunately the Ice Knight's wish would not come true. Davy rushed to the station to help him try to attack with his hands. The sword was broken in half by his terrible attack. Davy doesn't seem afraid of them. You confront them. Ah, is that so? Baron Gornio was attacked earlier and fell to the ground in fear. Prince Davy. Davy didn't forget to ask him if he was injured anywhere. Baron Gornio stammered in response, no. The other guy was scared by Davy's aura. His hand holding the sword was broken in half and his whole body kept shaking. Davy rubbed the tip of the broken sword and said in a cold tone, "A knight broke the treasure, right? Wow, that guy makes me angry. You're more stupid than I thought. I wouldn't use him to do something like this." Davy did not hesitate any longer and decided to use the skill of the so-called fifth circle. A bolt of lightning shot onto the knight's seat. His whole body was entangled by the bolt of lightning. The knight cried out in pain in front of his comrades. His original simple white shirt had now changed color to completely black. He fell motionless to the ground. Davy looked at his body with a hateful tone. "If you are going to kill someone, then you should know that you can also be killed. That is the minimum preparation when wanting to take someone's life." Baron Gornio and his servant felt scared when they heard those words. Persek next to him advised him, "Davy, not to cause bloodshed in a place like this." Davy smiled cunningly in response to Persek, "That's why I don't have enough money." Persek to 3 dots with Davy's answer, "Then I'm not like that." A flash of light flashed. Davy used his skills to defeat the remaining knights. Their entire bodies once again turned black and collapsed to the ground. Davy called out, "Jack." Jack appeared respectfully kneeling down to greet Davy. "What do you call?" Davy orders Jack, "Take care of the bodies, and slash anyone who enters the place." Jack's eyes lit up when he received those missions. "This will also be included in your expenses." Davy sighed, "Hey, I'm afraid of the kind of compensation you'll ask for instead of money," but after thinking about it, Davy decided to finalize it and it was approved. After talking with Jack, Davy walked over to where Baron Gornio was sitting and told him to please stay here and focus on treating the patients. He asked in surprise, "But, what about you?" Davy replied, "I think I will go and destroy those inhuman creatures." Baron Gornio didn't understand. What do you mean?" Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed and struck this place to the surprise of many people. The whole place was covered in smoke and fire. Davy had now gone out to the side. Davy realized something. The tracking spell I cast on Winley was starting to take effect. That means Winley was kidnapped. I used herbs to trace it because the trace was not very effective, so the result is this. Davy flew up quickly to the nearest place. Persek sat on his shoulder, observed the situation and said, each person in the group was at least a doctorate level. Davy with messy hair replied, if I remember correctly, they used to serve the Empire. Even if I had double defense on her, it would still be useless against a sword master, but my husband is still my mistake. Davy jumped straight down, making a very loud noise that attracted everyone here. The Knight members informed each other, he had no weapons left, everyone, destroy the target. Davy heard them and just smiled contemptuously, I don't have any weapons, that's what you guys think. But actually in his hand he was controlling a sword. A golden light flashed in mid-air. A few spirits stood up to block that light. Their face coverings were also blown away by the air current. The golden light was like a winding snake, it passed through the bodies of those people extremely quickly. Right after that, that golden light aimed right at the last soldier and crashed straight into him, making him scream in pain. The soldiers couldn't take precautions, they all panicked. Then, as expected, those soldiers gradually fell down. One of them said tremblingly, what is this? Looking at it again and again, that golden light was an interconnected strip, it passed through the bodies of all the soldiers, connecting it into a rope. They were too surprised to react in time, they could only tremble and scream. One of the guys shouted, as if the sword had life and could move on its own. 1 second later, Davy appeared from nowhere, causing the soldier to panic. He exclaimed, and Davy replied, yes. He caught the hilt of the sword floating in midair and said, it's because of this technique. Unleashing sword energy, allowing them to fly in the air, it took advantage of these kids' egos. Davy then used a sword to end that soldier's life, leaving him unable to react in time, he said with a smile, after all. Davy's eyes were now only cold. The moving divine sword in his hand was controlled by him to emit the star sword dance move. Davy stood outside and heard the soldiers' screams, you said you were an expert in the Empire's night squad, I couldn't help but laugh. After this attack, the surroundings also emit electric rays, Davy said, you guys are no different from the assassins I met on the way to the Pelisty Kingdom. Finally, he leaned forward and said, I don't understand. On Davy's shoulder, Berserk von Palan asked curiously, why did they target Winley? He replied, I don't know. Davy grabbed the red sword and rushed to attack the soldiers, maybe it was an excuse. Berserk von Palan replied, what's the excuse, said Davy, yes. After dealing with this soldier, he quickly ran away, but did not forget to say that they do not need to eliminate us because we have titles. Davy carried both swords on his shoulders and said, Ulysses the Elder of the Red Tower, I am the royalty of this country, if something happens to us. They will definitely conduct an investigation, the best excuse is that we were attacked by bandits or monsters, if it was in Ordem territory, it wouldn't be a problem. Berserk von Palan replied gloomily, then what does that have to do with Winley being kidnapped? Well, I don't know the details, he said. Davy suddenly stopped and said with a somewhat puzzled expression, but if I had to make up a story, at this moment there was a spirit soldier rushing towards me, Berserk von Palan quickly reminded, Davy in front. Hearing that, Davy quickly leaned back to avoid the attack. At the same time, he stabbed a sword into the soldier's body, looking at the red sword impaled on him, Davy said, these guys will find out Winley is missing. The two swords quickly transformed into two little girls, the two little girls quickly ran to Davy's side and patted his head, he then said, and that is why there was an attack on the territory without knights, guard. The mischievous little red-haired girl climbed on Davy's head and played with her hair, Davy said, well, if they do that they will be able to avoid responsibility, Berserk von Palan replied, I understand. Then a ray of blue electricity flashed across a corner of the sky. Davy was climbing to the top of the mountain, asked Berserk von Palan, but I still have doubts, said Davy, about what? She crossed her arms and said, if so then do they really need Winley? They can take care of everything and be done with it. Davy's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked down at the deep hole filled with tangled tree roots. If you look closely inside, there are human skeletons hanging there. There are also containers soaked in chemicals. Berserk von Palan saw that scene and exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, Davy said quietly, do you still remember what the knights said just now? He remembered, they asked me to follow them and execute Baron Gornio. Saying, since they're doing this, they won't let anything stop them from having a rare high-level magician who possesses a holy seal in their hands. The scene changes to Ulysses, he is covering his mouth as he spits out blood. Someone standing above said, you can endure longer than expected. Kallio said coldly, you shouldn't have come here in the first place. Eulis replied with blood on his mouth, I came to protect someone. Kallio said, protect. He stood above, looked up and said, who are you protecting, the Princess of Roun, or the people in this dying territory, or Prince Davy who is about to be dragged here? Eulis said in a low voice, what are you talking about? Kallio said, Elder Eulis. He jumped down and said, do you think we gathered here without any plan? Kallio said in a low voice, Kallio. Hearing this sentence, Eulis seemed very shocked and said, no way. Kallio slowly pulled out the sword. Then, as fast as lightning, he rushed forward and stabbed the sword straight into Eulis' body. Eulis couldn't believe this was happening, his eyes widened. Kallio said, it was too late. After a while, Eulis' glasses were thrown away, and he was resting his head under Kallio's body. Drops of hot red blood of Eulis are flowing down. He said, if you wanted to protect everyone, you should have run away. His face hidden in a hat with no visible expression, he said, then at least you can get one person out of this territory as quickly as possible. Eulis was seriously injured, he wished he couldn't stand up and kill him now. Kallio stared at Eulis and said, do you think caves like you will be able to protect everyone if you stand up? Kallio looked at Winley who was unconscious and said, if you have feelings for this princess, then you are really stupid. Eulis got angry and said with big eyes, Mr. On this side, Earl Lingtone suddenly showed an evil smile. He was guarding Winley said, from what we see it's probably the latter. Eulis shouted, Lingtone, he just smiled provocatively. Earl Lingtone shook Winley's face and said, Princess Winley please open your eyes, wow she looks pretty. Now seeing his princess in danger, Eulis was extremely angry. He quickly grabbed the whip in his hand and shouted loudly. Then he rushed forward and shouted Lington's name. But before he could run far, Kallio's hand caught his head. A second later Kallio was using force to push Eulis' head down on the ground, causing a patch of ground around it to cave in. It seemed Eulis couldn't move anymore, he was beaten until he lay still. Kallio said, don't worry. Earl Lingtone crossed his arms and said, I will turn you into useful experimental subjects. At this moment, Eulis was lying motionless, silently lamenting, damn. His real name is Lincoln born Ishid. He was born in the Kingdom of Ryutas, a medical kingdom that existed on the eastern continent, before it became a vassal state under the Lindy's Empire. He is a genius who showed extraordinary potential in the medical field from a young age. However, due to his strange personality, he was once banned by the Kingdom of Ryutas, banning him from performing any medical activities. And the story is as follows. At that time, Earl Lingtone experimented on many people. In order to develop a cure for a rare disease, he kidnapped 200 people in his territory to perform thousands of experiments on them. This happened when he is only 15 years old. At that time, Earl Lingington had already achieved that when he was young, although he had successfully created a medicine, and only 10 out of 200 are still alive. Even so, they are both half disabled. In other words, he is the type of person who can do whatever is necessary to achieve his goals. Someone who kills another person is a murderer. A person who kills 10 people is a serial killer, and a person who kills 100 people is called a butcher, but a person who kills 1,000 is called a hero. But what Lingtone did to develop the cure can only be seen as the actions of a demon who killed 1,000 people. It's hard to explain everything. At the end of that flashback, Earl Lingtone frowned and said, I never thought you would take the bait so easily. Eulis was lying on the ground, he had difficulty saying each word. Earl Lingtone, do you know what you are doing? Earl Lingtone put his hands in his pockets and slowly said, stop talking about things that only benefit the two of us, whatever is good will be good. He remembered the image of Davy sinking under the cold water just now and said, Prince Davy will die, the field of medicine will progress. Earl Lingtone was extremely confident, he spread his arms and said, and I will take over his achievements and gain the reputation of being a great test subject. And contribute to humanity, what could be more reasonable? Hearing this sentence, the blue veins on Eulis' forehead appeared, he gritted his teeth and said, you're crazy. Earl Lingtone took out a towel and wiped the sweat from his face and said, thank you for the compliment. After wiping, he dropped his hand and dropped the towel. That's the end of it, Baron Kallio. Kallio listened to Earl Lington's words, he took the sword and went to Eulis' place. Earl Lingtone said, he will be obedient when we cut off one or two of his arms as long as he does not die. Eulis' whole body was covered in blood, he thought painfully, damn it. Baron Kallio took out a towel and wiped his sword and said, I will do that. He looked at the person sitting above him who was sleeping soundly and thought, Winley. Moving to the castle, inside Harrison is impatiently calling, Eulis. Eulis clenched her fists and thought, and Prince Davy. Baron Kallio swung his sword and shouted loudly. He said, "In this world, there are disasters that an individual cannot do anything about." Even Earl Lingtone pointed his finger at Euless and said with a smile, "And your mistake was realizing it too late." Then a slash was released. It circled a long way and then slowly flew to Euless' place. He then thought to himself, "Please don't forgive my shortcomings." Right at the most dangerous moment, a familiar voice rang out, "You're wrong, disgusting guy." Then Davy rushed in and kicked Baron Kallio away. Kallio's face is deformed to one side. Davy said, "You are not among those calamities where one cannot do anything." Davy's fist flared up in flames. That was the Demon King Yggr's way of punching destruction, entering and transforming instantly. This punch went straight into Kallio's body. Davy's face was devious. He kept punching him as hard as he could, straight into his stomach. Baron Kallio spit out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. The scene changes to another place. The soldiers are beaten to the ground. Baron Gornio knelt on the ground and said in panic, "What's going on?" Jack didn't know where a black aura appeared from somewhere rotating around him. "What are you doing?" Baron Gornio said, "You." Jack didn't let him finish his sentence. He interrupted, "I don't do deals half-heartedly, you do what needs to be done, that's it." Gornio said angrily, "Do you really not see anything wrong with this situation? How could you act like that in this situation?" Jack calmly replied, "Otherwise so what?" He looked at the soldiers who were almost dead and said, "Are you planning to abandon the patient because your soldiers caused trouble?" "That's not it." But Gornio replied. Jack said bluntly, "So why did you stop, Mr. Davy has entrusted the treatment of patients to you, so you must do it properly." After saying this, Jack rushed directly to the soldier in the distance, immediately followed by a knife that pierced his head. Looking at the soldier's head spurting out fresh blood, Gornio hesitated to speak, but the knights destroyed it first. He spoke in a row, and if Baron Kallio was also an accomplice then Prince Davy was in danger. Jack glanced at him coldly. Gornio punched his fist in the air and said, "Shouldn't you help him?" Jack sighed and said, "Who do you think you're worried about?" Baron Gornio replied, "Of course, each knight is at an expert level and their captain is a swordsman who was once very famous. I understand how you feel because he went alone to face those like them." After listening, Jack said something that shocked Baron Gornio, "But let me tell you that worrying about that person is the most useless thing in the world." The scene changes to Davy's side. In front of him, Davy continuously punches Kallio's stomach, causing his ribs to break. Then he knocked Kallio away. A loud explosion rang out. Earl Lingtone quickly jumped down and ran quickly to the edge of the road. Davy stood below and looked up at Earl Lingtone and said, "What a breathtaking sight." Davu below looked at the powerful fist in his hand and thought to himself, "Wow, I didn't even realize this blow was so powerful, but if he discovered how to create this technique, he would probably be traumatized, lost." Berserk von Palan suddenly appeared and called Davy. "Yes," he replied. On the ground was a Euless. He was crawling closer to Davy's place. He opened his eyes, his face was pale because of too much blood loss and said, "Prince Davy." Davy replied gently, "At this time you still call me Prince, there is no reason to be so respectful." Euless let out a soft moan, and Davy looked at him and smiled. Suddenly he sat down and said, "Thank you, sir. The little gong of the person who asked for a favor borrowed the powerful blessings of your prayers really nicely." Davy used the 7th level holy magic, a power that entered the body of the Euless. After a while, Euless stood up and looked around, not seeing any more wounds. He brushed the dust off his clothes and said, "What a wonderful person who holds the holy seal." Davy said, "I always return the favor." Euless seemed very surprised to hear this. Davy turned to leave. He walked past Earl Lingtone and said, "And am also vindictive." Seeing that something was wrong, he turned his head and glared at Davy. And right after that, a huge explosion occurred, and up in the air flew the Earl of Lington's hat. The explosion created by Davy severed one of Earl Lington's arms. He screamed in pain. Then the blood from the broken arm spread out and seeped into the ground. Only then did Davy step forward. Earl Lingtone gritted his teeth and endured the pain. When he saw Davy's legs, he shouted angrily and went away. Davy hugged the unconscious Winley in his arms and then went to kick Earl Lington away. Then he watched him fall down the cliff and said coldly, his blood would splash on Winley. Only then did Winley dreamily open his eyes. The girl looked at the person in front of her and called out, "Brother." Davy smiled at her and said, "I'm awake." He asked with concern, if he was injured anywhere. Winley replied, "Ha, yes." The girl looked down at her feet and was about to speak, but there it was, behind Davy a dark shadow appeared and rushed towards her. Winley was startled and opened her mouth to remind Davy. The injured Baron Kallio has regained consciousness. He is using his sword to attack Davy, Winley hurriedly said, brother behind. A light flashed in front of Kallio's face. It turned out that the red sword had blocked Baron Kallio's sword. His sword was cracked by the red sword. He was angry but still had to exert his strength to block the red sword. He said, bastard, you have a magic sword. Winley hit her head on Davy's shoulder. She seemed very scared, and Davy turned his head to look back at Baron Kallio and replied, Swordmaster wants to attack from behind again, doing something like a ghost, don't you feel ashamed? Seeing Davy leave, the red magic sword also ran away. Davy and the two swords went down together. Euless quickly asked, Prince Davy, are you okay? He asked, and that sword. Before he finished speaking, Davy gave Winley to Euless and said, please take care of Winley, stay close to her so she doesn't get hurt. She called, brother. Euless said loudly, what are you talking about, we have to run now. Davy put on his coat and said, please don't worry. He walked forward very steadfastly with his two swords. He said, I'm not as weak as you think. Right now he was in front of Baron Kallio. He saw the blue magic sword and said, this sword is too dangerous for someone as young and green as him. A fire flared up next to him and said, so, I will take away that sword. Davy said, putting his hands on his hips, I think we should listen to what the swords are thinking. He glanced over at Earl Lingtone, holding his broken arm and trembling. He said, but first I think you should worry about your superiors. Earl Lingtone turned his face and looked at Davy with fear. He was scared and turned around to run away. Davy immediately swung his red magic sword straight at his feet. He said he thought he was running somewhere. Earl Lingtone trembled in pain as he lay on the ground and groaned. Kallio saw this and angrily said, bastard. Davy didn't care either. He quickly rushed towards him. He set him here again. His fist flared up with terrifying power. He immediately punched Kallio's body. He once again spat out a large amount of blood. Davy knocked him away. But after a while Kallio held his sword and sat up again. Davy said, that's really persistent. Davy said, well, if you really want to be my punching bag, that's fine. Davy's punch swung into Kallio's stomach again. Davy kept smiling and kept punching him. Kallio gritted his teeth and bit his neck to endure. He let out a painful sound. The punch that exploded into his body was powerful. Kallio angrily exclaimed, you. He held his stomach, his clothes were stained with blood and shouted angrily, you dirty bastard, stop aiming at the hollow of my stomach. Davy sarcastically said, there are no dirty tricks in real combat, just win at all costs. Davy glanced at him and thought, Hess quite tough. But it's a bit disappointing since Hess a sword master that I noticed the first time I saw him. Berserk von Palan floated and said, he must have tried to force himself to become stronger but failed. In this world there has never been an overload of specialized energy. But I'm sure he went through something similar, someone who had reached the limit of their swordsmanship. Davy said, I guess it's useless to ask why you cooperate with someone like Lingtone. He said, I saw on the way here that you transplanted monster cells into the human body. Davy glanced at him and said, you did this to restore your destroyed body, right? Baron Kallio shouted, shutting his mouth. Seeing his trembling body, Davy sighed and said, now I see how silly this is. Davy satirically said, the person who gave the germs to the robbers to spread throughout this territory was the one, right, Earl Lingtone. Seeing that his name was called, Earl Lingtone was startled. He thought, everything is recorded, very meticulous in the information I received from Jack. Berserk von Palan stood on Davy's shoulder and said, exactly, he replied, they are trash. Davy thought to himself, if others knew about this, not only would it lead to the collapse of the organization, but the reputation of the Epidemic Control Organization would be affected, and many nobles would target it. He looked at Baron Kallio and said, stroking his chin, although it was quite interesting to see, Berserk von Palan replied, Davy. She said angrily, that's enough, you think like that. Lingtone crawled over, Baron Kallio. Kallio screamed, shut up. He frowned and thought, he did not simply gain power from magic swords. Kallio looked at Davy on the other side and thought, he is a swordsman at the minimum level of a sword master and most importantly he can use high-level holy magic too. In theory no one at this age of 2 can have that talent, like him. Perhaps he is a prodigy who will go down in the history books of this era. Davy looked at him for a long time and then said, I won't hit your wound anymore. Kallio held the sword tightly in his hand and thought. If so, we must destroy him here before he gets stronger. He swung his sword using incredible strength, shattering the rocks behind him. Then Kallio swung his sword and jumped up to where Davy was standing. Davy smiled and said, as expected of a sword master, a diamond in an isomer is still a precious diamond, right? Flames flared up behind Kallio. He thought, I don't think I can block this attack. Davy clenched his fists. He half leaned back to avoid Kallio's sword strike. Then, I don't know when Davy teleported to Kallio's back, he laughed and said, ha ha, I lied to you. Davy clenched a fist of immense power in his hand. Kallio looked panicked. That was how the Yugur Demon King doubled his immortal body fist to crush his upper stomach. Davy's punch knocked Kallio far away, causing a dent in the ground and rocks around him. After Davy made his move, he was very satisfied and smiled. Berserk von Palan witnessed this performance and thought with a black face, so mean. Baron Kallio's blood flowed from his mouth non-stop. He used his sword to prop up his wounded body and spat the blood onto the ground. He angrily looked at Davy standing in front of him and said, you cunning bastard, isn't it your fault for being tricked by me? Baron Kallio trembled in pain and looked at Davy with hatred. He clenched his teeth and thought, so even his basic skills are superior to me, huh? Even though I was once the captain of the Royal Knights, Kallio is not willing to be weak. His hands kept shaking, whether from fear or dissatisfaction. Kallio said, damn it. The old man glared at the clean-bodied Davy and said, who the hell are you? Right after that, perhaps because he couldn't stand it anymore, Baron Kallio fell to the ground and couldn't move anymore. Davy looked at him motionless and then said, I'm the one who should be surprised, that last blow would have knocked you into 100 pieces, how strong are you, old man? Suddenly a voice rang out, it was Winley's. Seeing that, Davy turned around and called, Winlet, how are you feeling? The girl replied, I'm okay. Euless scratched her head and said, I really caused trouble for you, I never thought you would be so strong, so embarrassing. Euless continued, about the medicine you trusted me with, Davy replied, don't worry, it's because I was too careless. Euless replied confused, what do you mean? Davy crossed his arms and said, if I die they won't be able to produce more, so Lingtone will never let that happen. After he finished speaking, he said, the two of you should go back first and ask him to take care of Winley. Davy thought for a while and then thought, he'll follow right after taking care of the other guy. Winley suddenly spoke up, that reminds me, that guy. The girl pointed to the direction where Earl Kallio was lying and said, oh no, he ran away. Davy now got to the point, so the two of them left first. Euless looked sad, he looked at his arm and said, I'm sorry, I think my current mana state can't chase him. Davy heard that and said, just stay there. Then a formation appeared and flew around the two Euless. The two looked around and said in confusion, what is this? Davy replied, I will let the Red Tower deal with him. The two said in surprise, not to mention Prince Davy, you can still use magic. Outside the protective circle, Davy smiled and looked at the two people. He thought to himself that the mana gate Euless possessed was small enough to control and use the mana level of mu I grave nu eta kappa iota. I knew it would be useful, so before that I have touched it. Davy snapped his fingers and said goodbye to the two of you. The next day the formation took the two Euless away. Waiting for them to be safe, Davy went to the pool of Earl Arlington's blood. He picked up his sword and said, oh my God, I despise my children like that, and ran away. He went with two swords to find Lingtone. Davy's eyes sparkled coldly, he impatiently said, seriously, how dare he drag Winley into this? Davy groped deep into the hollows of the trees to search for Earl Lingtone. He said, don't expect him to die easily, Lingtone. The scene changes to General Arlington, he drops blood on the road as he walks. He walked while breathing heavily. Davy finally found him. Earl Lingtone was scared and panicked, he was out of breath and said, monster. Davy coldly walked over and said, I don't know who is the real monster between you and me. He quickly swung his sword towards General Middleton. He sat down in fear, then a blue barrier appeared to protect him from the blade. Davy looked quite surprised. He quickly jumped forward to catch the red sword. Earl Lington's breathing was also somewhat unbelievable. Suddenly he smiled. Earl Lingtone pointed at Davy's person standing behind the barrier, he laughed and said, ha ha ha, so always have to keep the last resort ready. Davy looked at the sword shaking in his hand and thought, it's too hard. He silently groaned, it felt like the air was condensed into a solid. The barrier was created by forcibly concentrating a significant amount of mana in one place. He must have spent quite a bit to create it. Inside, the Earl of Lingtone was still laughing hysterically. He held something in his hand and said, you're pretty good at doing it yourself, you monster. After saying this, General Linglong quickly turned around and ran away. Berserk von Palan saw this and said angrily that he wanted to run away. Inside, Earl Lingtone ran and happily said, "Ha ha, I won." The disheveled man said, "This is the mana I found among the relics, although it's a bit slow, once activated, it can take me through this dimension." He looked at Davy standing outside silently staring at him and said, "Why don't you try cutting it with your damn magic sword?" He looked at Davy and continued, "I will not easily forgive those who interfere with my experiments. Just wait, I will definitely capture you alive and put you in a test tube." Earl Lingtone happily said inside, "Just wait and see." He flipped open his jacket. Inside there was something blue and confidently said, "I have the merit, I have the formula you created, everything you have done until now will go to waste." Earl Lingtone smiled grimly and said, "You won't be able to save anyone even now." He pointed at Davy, "And in the future, after I was gone," he then laughed. Earl Lingtone raised his other arm and waved at Davy and said, "What do you think? At least I will listen to you one last time." Outside, Davy held the sword on his shoulder and sighed and said, "I'm not done talking yet, I'm about to get bored." He began to grasp the sword tightly and said goodbye. He slowly approached the protective circle. At first Earl Lingtone was very confident, but then the barrier protecting him gradually cracked. He said in surprise, "What?" Davy stood among the debris uninjured. Davy stared at Earl Lingtone and said coldly, "It didn't matter if it was a mana barrier or an attack." Looking at the blue magic sword, the system displayed a notification. The blue flag can cut things that do not exist in the physical world. There are still many ways. Davy looked at him, then pointed his flag at him and said, "To kill you." Seeing Countlington's bloody body, Berserk von Palan said, "He had become a corpse again." Davy replied, "This was the obvious outcome, based on his inhumane actions." Having said that, he scratched his head, "I didn't intend to let him die so easily, but it was all his fault." Suddenly the surrounding space became volatile. Berserk von Palan looked around and said, "What's going on?" Davy gritted his teeth and cried out. He looked at Earl Lingington's body and said, "This bastard, Mr. Arlington, is he planning on erasing the evidence?" He was still a thorn in his side until the very end. On this side, the sound of horse hooves echoed on the road extremely loudly. Someone gave orders to the soldiers and said, "Search the entire area. The 1st and 3rd Night Squads will be in charge of capturing Earl Lingtone and Captain Kallio. If they resist, please retreat, don't overexert yourself." Barris walking in front stopped his horse. He turned around and told his soldiers, "The 2nd pair of knights, to find and protect Baron Gornio, the rest will take care of the people." Barris said loudly, "Don't forget, our goal is not to risk our lives but to protect the safety of our people." The soldier followed Barris's instructions and turned around to save the people. His voice still echoed, "Save as many as possible, yes your highness." Barris didn't know what to worry about. He looked at the dark sky and said, "The situation in this area is quite bad. It wasn't that bad before we left." A few days after leaving the Hines region, the Earl of Lingtone arrived as the captain of the epidemic control team. Based on the contract, he should have waited to see if he had some authority over this area or not. At that time Gornio came to find Barris to have an important conversation. "I received news of a suspicious situation from Baron Gornio after meeting him, that perhaps someone had spread the disease." While thinking, a soldier called out, "Your Highness, please look here." Barris quickly passed that side, was a body. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked and said, These blood-stained bodies lying on the Barris ground thought to themselves, "They are all dead knights, aren't there so many of them?" Barris said in horror, "What the hell happened here?" After speaking, he immediately rode away and thought, "I have to hurry." Not long after, Barris arrived at the castle. He quickly walked inside, seemingly in an extremely hurry. He didn't care about his identity and directly opened the conference room door and said, "Baron Gornio." Baron Gornio was receiving guests at the party. When he saw Barris he was extremely surprised and said, "Prince Barris." Prince Barris just walked in without knowing what to say. Baron Gornio said, "You're back." He looked worried and said, "Luckily you're okay." Barris quickly replied, "I'm the one worried about you." Barris asked, "What exactly happened here?" Baron Gornio replied, "Prince Davy and Princess Winley came here. Did you come?" Baron Gornio said slowly, "And he developed the cure within 3 days." Barris said in surprise, "What?" Baron Gornio remembered what Davy had done at that time and said, "To be honest, I was also surprised. Even the disease control team like us had given up on this epidemic, yet Prince Davy could easily cure it." At this time, Barris asked in his heart, "What about the corpses outside the K Kappa Iota Alpha?" Baron Gornio replied, They were probably Count Kallio's subordinates. He said, "It seemed like they wanted to get rid of us when the cure was prepared." Barris was extremely shocked when he heard that. He was extremely worried about Davy, so he kept asking Baron Gornio, "What about my brother? What happened to Winley?" He calmly reassured Barris, "Please calm down, you don't need to worry." He replied, "Why not take care of the very important medicine? But my brother and Winley are much more important to me." As if unable to control his excited emotions, Barris slammed his hand straight into the wall, causing it to crack. Baron Gornio said worriedly, "Prince Barris, are you okay? Please speak up." Barris held his head, looking worried and uncomfortable, saying, what if it was just the two of them?" He suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. Tears fell and said, "Winley is a stupid girl who trusts people easily. If something happens to that idiot." Right after that, a familiar sound rang out behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw Winley standing behind him very peacefully, making Barris seem to freeze for a few seconds. Standing behind Winley, the dirty-clothed Euless smiled and said, "It seems that Prince Barris cares about you more than what you told me." And little Winley looked down and said, "Hey, why are you suddenly like this, you nothing?" Before he could finish being touched, immediately afterwards a battlefield shook. The whole castle seemed to shake violently. After a while, the town also stopped. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and asked, "Is it an earthquake?" Outside the castle are flocks of birds flying away to escape the cold. The scene changes to Davy's side. He is flying up to avoid the rocks hitting him. Standing in the air looking down, he took a breath and said, "It's easier to be in time like this." Then he put his hands on his hands and laughed and said, "I just need to destroy everything." Berserk von Palan said, "Davy, look over there." "Look below, the monsters are leaving," Davy said, "the chimeras." He frowned and looked. Berserk von Palan pointed at them and said, "Did they escape? The important thing is their direction." "What direction?" Davy asked. Looking at the direction the monsters were going, Davy said, "That direction was," he thought to himself, "the Ordem area." Davy slowly flew after them. He silently lamented, "Damn it." He sighed deeply and said, "If they hide in the forest, it will be difficult to catch them individually, or should they go back and set up defenses there first?" He huffed in doubt. He looked at the black sky before his eyes and said, "Good idea." Right after that, Davy jumped up into the air. He soared in the sky, walking to the front of the forest where the monsters intended to hide. Davy spun around in the air and stopped. Davy rubbed two fingers together, causing them to emit an orange spark, and said, "Perfect moisture." He turned his hand once and transformed into a red flag sword. Touching its sharp blade with his hand, he smiled and said, "Sorry, but I have to borrow some of your mana." He thought to himself, "If Therese no way, then I'll just create one myself." Berserk von Palan looked at the mana emitting around him and asked, "What do you want to do?" Davy thought to himself, "Normally a level 5 mage cannot use area magic, but with what I have in hand, I will be able to use mana from the red flag and myself to create magic." Davy was using the red flag sword to use mana to create a small magic formation, then launched it into the sky. The red flag sword appeared a few magic rings. Looking at that, Davy said, "I will make use of thunder and lightning." Davy's battle appeared in the entire long forest range. Wait for a while until a certain moment, the system displays a prompt, determining the scope, expanding the boundary, and reorganizing the physical condition. Berserk von Palan seemed quite surprised when looking at this scene. She said, "This is the first time I see this kind of language. Is this a rune?" Davy just smiled but did not respond. He took this as the answer. Davy looked around and thought to himself, "The range will be the entire area behind me. I don't need to chase the ones that separate themselves." Beneath the circular magic formations that had clung to the monsters' bodies, Davy thought to himself, he just needed to deal with the ones that surpassed him. Davy now stood tall in the middle of the giant magic formation. Suddenly he turned his head to look at Berserk von Palan and said, "Well, I just thought of something I want to try." "What is it?" she replied. Davy imagined it was not fire, but lightning. Saying that, Davy grabbed the red flag sword. The lightning bolts followed Davy's scream of death. The insects descended. Look at the lightning bolts flying down like rain. That move was a chain of disasters that summoned lightning. On the road, the horse-drawn carriage sped away. Behind the car, Bullis' laughing horse followed closely behind the speed of the car, and the horse was so great that the face was covered with smoke and dust. Bullis held the rope in one hand to control the direction of the horse. In the other hand, he held the sword to kill the assassins on the roadside. He swung the sword decisively, causing the assassin to fall to the ground. He clenched his teeth and grimaced. His subordinates following closely behind suddenly shouted, "Sir Bullis, we can't hold out any longer. at this rate they will catch up with us. Bullis' face darkened as he looked at the assassins who were so close. He couldn't help but feel angry at the damn assassins who kept following him. At this moment, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the light of the sky along with lightning striking the ground. Bullis widened his eyes in surprise. What was that? He stood still for a few seconds, then regain your spirit and shout loudly to the forest, we will enter the forest. Inside the carriage, hearing the sound of thunder and lightning, everyone was very frightened and covered their ears with their hands to not hear the sound that the thunder created. Inside the carriage, they could still hear the Bullis scream of something. Where there is constant thunder and lightning, now is not the time to hesitate, quickly run away. The princess was frightened by the sound of thunder, lost her composure, held her head in her hands, and kept saying I'm sorry, I'm sorry. They rushed as fast as they could to get out of that thunderous area. Meanwhile, Devay was constantly practicing his magic and he knelt down on the ground with both legs. His hands hugged his head, the headache made his face pale. Seeing this, Berserk was very worried about him and quickly shouted at Davy not to exert himself. If you keep going like this, your brain will be fried. This is not something humans can control themselves. Do you know how pale your face is? It's okay, you continue to practice formation. If it was just because of this, I wouldn't have reached level 9, the space right now is covered with lightning created by you. Sweat was pouring down his face, and the amount of mana he consumed wasn't much, it only wore away his spirit. He stopped and said, he was so tired, he was probably going crazy. If not, go back and rest. Suddenly he heard a noise and opened his eyes to see the wheels of a carriage. He was surprised and didn't understand why that carriage was here. He stood in the air and could not see the scene below. A horse carriage is running in the middle of the forest, a horse carriage. He opened his eyes wide. Why was there a carriage here? Based on the design of the carriage, he was sure it was a royal symbol. Then looking at the color of the carriage and the platinum-painted carriage, he wondered if it had a national theme. The carriage in the middle outside was surrounded and protected by many soldiers. He thought it couldn't be Kanta in the west thousands of kilometers away nor the Lindy's nation of the eastern Palinar continent. Forget that, if they're targeting the royal family then the enemies aren't common people where. If you suddenly get involved, you will be in even greater danger. The carriage was still going through the forest. In the air he looked thoughtfully at the carriage. Inside the prince's carriage, through the glass door, she saw him floating in the sky. She widened her eyes in surprise. He felt the presence of flower petals. He closed his eyes and felt the comfortable feeling of a clear mind. This is the refreshing feeling of an elementalist. The carriage is still running. He pointed at them. Immediately a formation with many circles appeared. Berserk couldn't help but be surprised at Davy. His magic array caused lightning to appear in the sky. Then he hit the ground at the location of the carriages, causing pieces of dirt to fly everywhere. But his blow did not hit them but created a large hole in the ground. Seeing the consequences he had caused, he cried out, his hand slipped. Berserk was also surprised by this unpleasant look. He turned around and flew away. I didn't see anything. Suddenly he was speechless for a moment because of surprise. He lost his balance in mid-air, fall to the ground. In a land where sunlight shines brightly. A voice called out to the princess. She was sitting in a dark corner. The soldier opened the door, revealing bright light inside the carriage, happily saying, we are alive, as an empire, we have safely crossed the border. The princess was led down to the carriage by her bodyguards, telling the imperial knights that they would soon welcome us. She looked around and didn't see any familiar faces, only strange faces. I didn't see Mr. Hallis, I didn't see Mr. Luxo or Mr. Hyvina. She kept saying I'm sorry everyone. She took off her hat so that everyone would have to work hard because of a mixed-blooded person like me. Her subordinates saw this and tried to comfort the princess. It was not because of her two bloodlines, it was absurd to say that. Yes, who would dare say that her birth was vile? To show respect to Princess Bullis, she knelt down and said that our incompetence had made His Highness sad and asked for his death. Seeing this, she quickly reached out her hand to stop him. She quickly explained that I just don't want any of you to get hurt because of me anymore. His Highness had not finished speaking when she was right, and at least she had to be strong for His Majesty the Emperor. Her hands clutched her dress tightly, but Bullis was still kneeling, and his voice loudly declared that he would swear on behalf of the Bullis royal family's sword master that I would investigate and cleanse the resentment of His Highness the people. Hearing these words, she was very moved and kept thanking Mr. Bullis, thanking you, Mr. Bullis. Bullis' teacher asked him, Captain, what was that lightning bolt? I don't know how to think it couldn't be a natural phenomenon. How could that happen? The important thing is that we are still alive. We don't understand why those lightning bolts were struck by a person. Bullis put his hand on his chin and thoughtfully thought that one day this person will be the greatest magician on the continent, although I'm not sure that will happen. The subordinate next to him replied, of course. The princess continued, if a person could cause such a disaster, it would not be a person but a dragon standing at the pinnacle of magic. She looked at her blue hair and then remembered the person with that black hair. Pale and simple gives a feeling of reliability. On this side Davy fell to the ground and lay there unconscious. After a while, he still did not wake up. In the forest, sunlight shines through the trees. The sunlight shone on Davy's face, it made him squint his eyes. Only then did he slowly open his eyes. Berserk saw him awake and happily shouted, Berserk, hey, you're awake. He slowly sat up and Berserk next to him worriedly let him drink a sip of water first. Thank you, it's been a long time since I've slept this well. He asked Berserk how long I had been sleeping. It was only about 2 hours, Berserk answered the question. But I'm sure that's enough to make the Ordem territory panic, the echoing sound of Berserk replied to him. Hearing your attitude still very indifferent, let me sleep a little longer. Hearing you say that, she couldn't believe what she was shouting loudly, you have to think about those who worry about you. Barris ran over with a panicked look on her face and called out to you. He saw Barris quickly stand up and walk towards Barris and asked Barris, when did you come back? Just recently, Barris replied. There were questions in his mind, but first. Barris walked around him to check if his brother was injured anywhere. After checking once, he was reassured that luckily, his brother was not injured anywhere. He was speechless and didn't know what else to say. Barris sighed and confided his feelings, you don't know how worried I was when I was left in my grave at the Count's hideout. Seeing his younger brother's concern, his face stiffened as he thought to himself that he was being too protective. We tried our best to form a rescue team for Winley and Euless but they couldn't come. He recalled the scene when entering the forest and recounted that when he entered the forest there were hundreds of lightning bolts. The scene at that time was no different from committing suicide. At this time, he thought clearly that with Barris's personality, the boy let him be killed. Getting lost for 5 hours is already a miracle. Winley and Euless also came at this time, seeing Davy Winley happily running towards him shouting for brother. Rushed to hug him tightly crying loudly, are you hurt anywhere? Are you not hurt anywhere? Are you still safe? Right, stand. He was surprised by her reaction and just stood like a log and replied again, you're right. Barris saw that his younger sister was sick and dared to run away, worried about her health, and shouted loudly, why is the patient here? I told you to stay in bed. Her arms hugged Davy tightly and she shouted loudly at her brother to shut up. You want me to lie comfortably on the bed while Hess missing? Euless don't be around, seeing the scene of cousins caring for each other just smiled and said I think you are very loved, you look wonderful. Hearing that Davy just sighed his face showing resignation. Is that what you think? Davy asked Euless about the situation when he wasn't there. Did anything happen after the two of them returned? Euless didn't tell him much, it seemed like he had completely destroyed them. Looking at the peaceful scene of the village, Euless said if it wasn't for you we would have been in big trouble. Prince Davy is the elder of the magic tower, this situation is disgraceful. He sighed and also the medicine, I'm very sorry about that. Oh, you mean this? Davy held the blue pill bottle in his hand and shook it. Euless was surprised to see that. Davy held the bottle, his face smugly looking at the bottle of Lingtone. That bastard hid this very carefully in his clothes. I stole it from him before we escaped. So don't worry, just go back inside. Although first aid has been given, but just in case, you two need to be properly treated. Prince Davy. At a castle when night had fallen. Inside the castle, Davy's people were sitting around talking to each other. I heard Barris tell me about everything that had happened up to now. Barris also recounted the events that happened when Davy and everyone else weren't here. It was nothing surprising. The Earl of Lingtone was the one behind it all and the epidemic broke out when he used bandits to spread it. He put a bottle on the table and that was it. Davy picked up the bottle and looked closely at the symbol of the disease control organization. We only found this after searching the bandits' base for a few days. Barris clenched his fists to suppress his anger, his face filled with resentment that they had invaded and acted like this place belonged to them. Barris said the boy used the epidemic as an excuse to escape the territory to find evidence. He remembered that Baron Gornio initially objected to what he was doing in this territory. Maybe he did that because he didn't want to cause trouble for outsiders like him. His face was full of regret. I felt sorry for him. Now it's our turn, Barris said. So you look at Barris, can I ask you a question? Barris replied decisively. It seems like they have a lot of questions. He held the cup of tea and kept talking, which was fine. because up until now I still hadn't told them clearly. If I just participated in this normally, there would be nothing, but what I've done so far is very trustworthy to them. He remembered the things he did using the sword when performing swordsmanship. His fighting skills were so high that he could defeat a swordmaster. Carries holy seals and has unknown medical knowledge, the level 5 magic I used to bring Winley and Euless back to the territory. He held a cup of tea in his hand and closed his eyes to enjoy the taste of the tea. Is this really the ability of a boy under 20 years old? He is complacent with his level, even in Lena de Fallen, the prodigy princess who practiced swordplay before taking up writing, has not yet reached the level of a swordsman. Even Euless, the mainland's best eastern stem, are still on the verge of master level. Unexpectedly, a 17-year-old boy who had been in a coma for a third of his life could easily surpass them. He smiled and was so satisfied with the achievements he had achieved that he even knew that this was something that could be considered impossible. You're lost in your own thoughts, but I've been through everything for 1,000 long years. While he was immersed in his own thoughts, next to Winley shouted loudly to stop. You idiot, it's like we're interrogating him, don't be so rude. Barris saw her reaction and was a bit scared and replied, but I was also curious. Euless was calmer than he said, actually, I still can't believe you can use magic without chanting. Winley heard these words, her face darkened with anger, she shouted angrily. Euless couldn't help but wonder and asked Davy, how could it be that the amount of mana I felt from you was that of a normal person? Davy closed his eyes and calmly sat sipping a cup of tea. Maybe he was curious about that, then calmed down, thinking about answering, well, theoretically, using magic without chanting is impossible. He thought in his head that maybe he should see that they didn't think he was the one behind the thunderstorm in the forest. He was happy about that and then simply answered that there was no possibility of that. He put the teacup on the table because of that. The three of them were all waiting for his answer, so they stood up so they could hear clearly. At this moment, he smiled and said I was diligent. I was surprised to hear the answer and couldn't believe my talent. I asked again, what did he mean? Don't get up, put your hands behind your back and answer like I just said. I worked hard for a short period of time. Berserk heard that and just sighed in admiration at his answer. Well, basically, he didn't lie, that period of time was very short. 1,000 years is not enough to learn everything. He remembers that time basically from dawn until dusk. I fell asleep midway and reflected on my training achievements. His hands were full of wounds and bandages around the hands of heroes who had exhausted themselves until he was fed up with them. He looked at his hands, remembering that time and just smiled, but he was still so diligent that even a goblin passing by found it funny. Hearing what he said, Euless couldn't believe it was true. She broke out in a sweat and just laughed lightly. Ha ha. Ha, you're kidding, right? No matter how hard you work, you can't reach this level in a year. You can also partly guess their thoughts. Maybe they think you only started trying after waking up. Having predicted this, he was not surprised and calmly replied that there were many things in this world that had not been further verified. He never said that soup only takes a year. When he heard that, Euless looked confused and didn't understand what he was talking about. Just like Euless said, he can only sense normal aura from you, so how can you create such a thick chiasm? Maybe that's what you're wondering. Hearing that, Euless couldn't hide her surprise. That's right, how could that happen? He smiled smugly. Someday, at the right time, I will end everything. Euless heard that and didn't know what else to say. His face looked kindly towards them. I secretly thought to myself that I can't tell them about the Hall of Heroes yet, even if they refuse to believe me and demand the truth. Now I can only say that I have worked hard to reach this level. Berserk has fallen into a sleepy state with only one person yawning. Berserk said, hey, lend me a pillow and that's enough for my headache. Whether they believe that one day I will tell them everything. Then they accepted my unreasonable explanation and temporarily ended the conversation, but it's true that one thing leads to another. He smiled brightly. Came to comfort the salamander, her angry face looked so cute. He asked why the salamander was still angry. The girl still hadn't calmed down or crossed her arms across her chest with an annoyed expression. He reached out to touch her but she avoided him. The little girl hid under the blanket, her eyes were round and her cheeks were swollen and red with anger. Seeing that cuteness, his blushing face exclaimed, wow, she looked like a hamster with a full mouthful of sunflower seeds. His reason awakened him. Now was not the time to exclaim. Anger caused her to curl up like a pet, her body emitting strange pink-yellow sparks. Look, peekaboo, Calderas does the same every time her mana-bearing ego weapon runs out of energy. They will start to feel sluggish. Perhaps Calderas have an ego that matures and strengthens over time, but for a red flag less than a month old, the amount of min used up in that disaster must have been huge. Suddenly, like a happy child, she shouted loudly, Seeing that, he was so scared that he couldn't do it. I don't know, but slowly, a blue-haired girl appeared holding a red flag and said stop. He took out a Tata cookie. These are the cookies you like. When the two kids saw the cookies, their eyes lit up and looked towards the delicious piece of cake. Do you want to eat them? After speaking, his mind was filled with thoughts. His eyes looked at the two children very differently, not wanting to hear their answers. He just let out a sigh. I know you like to eat a lot, so you must be very angry, right? He understood her very well. She wanted cookies but couldn't get them because she was angry. He thought he was cute and wondered why he was so cute. If you hold up the cookie, I probably have no choice left. If you don't eat, then I have to eat. The two kids looked at him with panicked faces. With tears in his eyes, he put the cake in his mouth and chewed it, complimenting it on how delicious it was. In Hongku's eyes, there was only the image of him eating that cake and putting it in his mouth. But actually you were just tricking her into having the cake still in your hand, saying you never ate it. Perserk saw that and cursed you, Davy, you idiot. She is no stranger to your personality. What are you doing with a child? So I know you would do that. Perserk passed by his face and ran to the kids. She stretched out her hand towards the children who came here. They also extended their hand towards her. He stood to the side and watched Perserk zoom in to comfort the children, and he must have been very sad. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed. Hearing that, she turned to face him and asked why. Are you surprised you can enlarge yourself? Her face turned pink and she replied, what's so difficult about using my magic? I can change into any outfit I want. As he put the cake in his mouth, he thought that perhaps the two bodies with magic power had a special connection. Seeing the children with long tears rolling down their cheeks, she rubbed their heads and comforted them. The kids immediately called her mom. Hearing the kids call her mom, her face turned red. Davy standing next to him heard that and was shocked and asked Mom. The kids rushed into her arms crying loudly, Mom, Mom. Davy saw this scene and said it was someone who made her cry and she didn't understand why he said that and asked me what again. The kids babbled and said I hate Ha, which means I hate my father. Hearing him say that, he could only laugh ha ha. Perserk comforted the kids, don't worry, Mom, don't worry. Seeing him, I could only admire how quickly the previous Demon King adapted. Currently on the mainland, demons are famous as evil creatures that only appear in ancient books, but Perserk is probably just misunderstood by everyone. Hearing that, Davy just sighed. You run to her, I have more cookies than this red flag, but your cookies didn't tempt her. Davy, sometimes I really want to sew your talkative mouth shut. Don't eat cookies with a gloomy face because the cookies also taste bitter. Time passed like that. A few days later. In a village, the scene of people on bustling streets traveling and trading was officially over and we began distributing medicine to people in the territory. Of course we don't stop there, we also established a vaccine system to prevent future outbreaks. Although there is medicine available, we cannot do anything about the viruses already present in the territory, but the rest depends on Lord Boris's solution. From this incident, more than 300 people died in the Ordem territory, so that's less than Davy said. His subordinate asked him if he didn't feel anything, so he replied that he was just grateful that the epidemic was so deadly that things didn't get worse. How many people do you think live in this territory? It's a disease that has killed tens of millions of people in other continents. If we don't come here and it spreads to neighboring territories, using Ordem as an outbreak, half of the eastern half of the continent will be damaged, things will get even worse. And so what Lingtone did was so ridiculous that we couldn't help but be grateful that we were able to stop it with just the deaths of a few hundred people. Surely you know about this epidemic, Prince, but Davy replied. The other guy continued to ask how much you know. He put his hand on his chin and sat up, thinking back, did this fox plan to deduct expenses? Hearing him ask like that, the other guy also replied that I am an information broker, I calculate everything for the final cost. Of course it's converted into points, you're too subjective and I won't need to give you your organs, I respectfully decline your offer, I value my life very much. Listening to that guy's indifferent answer, I really can't understand what you're thinking anymore, isn't it about time you told me what you want from me? He quickly explained that no, I don't count the points, I have to make sure you have no other choice but to comply with my request. Hearing the request, I wonder what kind of request it is. If you keep doing that, then why don't you work for me? Will you accept me? Ha, you think I will accept you as odd as you? I don't care about your past or your relationship, but if you really want me to accept you, you have to at least take off your cloak first. He looked towards the closet. Then he reached out and opened the drawer. Inside was a communication crystal ball. He wondered who would contact him. I couldn't think of anyone who would contact me. He saw in the ball a figure of a person. It was Amy. The next morning, on the main road of Ordem land, Davy was surrounded and standing in the middle of a crowded crowd. Barris and Winley stood in one place watching. Suddenly Winley raised his hand and shouted, "Brother, all preparations have been completed." Hearing that, Davy turned his head slightly and nodded slightly. Looking around, Davy thought to himself, a week has passed since that day. After eliminating the accelerator virus, most patients have been able to return to normal life. Of course, some people have passed away after succumbing to the virus, but overall, the Ordem region has returned to its original state. On his neck there is a wreath of flowers given by the people as a thank you. Davy carried a little boy on his shoulders, surrounded by endless chants of saints. Davy was a little embarrassed, his cheeks were a little pink, he raised his hand and waved while thinking, it would be nice if I didn't praise this body. After receiving all the cheers from the people of Ordem, Davy, Winley and Euless walked to a waiting carriage. Winley spoke up and said, the ride wasn't very fast, but he would easily be back in 4 days. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately nodded and said great. Davy finished everything and returned home. The Mana gate he used to go from the Hines region had to be recharged, so he used the carriage to return. Soon the three of them sat firmly in the carriage. Winley happily said while looking at the outside scenery through the window, there were many beautiful scenery on the way. Just let her go on and on. Davy sitting across from him smiled softly and exclaimed, it's not too bad, him diving headfirst into implementing such a big plan to live a carefree life. He'll eat a lot and retire early. I've never wanted a life as pressured by work as I have been lately. Furthermore, enjoying laziness is much more comfortable, even if it takes a while to get there. Outside the carriage, the coachman reminded us, we will start. The carriage slowly passed through the mountains and forests. Winley suddenly called out, brother, what's going on? Hearing the call, Davy turned around and shook his head and replied, I'm okay, don't worry. Winley heard that and nodded in response. The next second, as if remembering something, she continued, is it okay to leave Barris alone? I'm a bit worried, why did he send me to the area, Hines? Euless sitting next to him heard that and immediately turned to continue Winley's words, I don't know, maybe it was because he wanted you to rest comfortably somewhere else. Hearing this answer, Winley could hardly believe it and blurted out, that's the name? Davy silently listened to the two of them talk. He thought to himself, of course there is another reason. Back to the night before, in the living room, Barris cautiously turned to Davy and said, I'm sorry, but can I leave Winley with you for the time being? If she's with me, she'll be safer. Is with you? Davy, sitting opposite, heard this a little worriedly and said, you don't look very well, is something wrong? Barris pondered for a moment then said, well, there have been some disappearances. Some children in the orphanage run by the territory have disappeared. The news hasn't spread yet, but if Winley knew, I don't know what she will do. Remembering these words, Davy thought to himself, Barris is right to be worried. And I heard Amy say a few days ago, this also happened in the Hines area. Breaking out of his thoughts, Davy saw Winley poking his head out through the car window. She happily exclaimed, the outside looks completely different, it looks like we are about to reach the Hines area. Hearing her say that, Davy put his hand on one cheek and replied very lazily, I want to get there as slowly as possible. Davy closed his eyes and slowly replied, well, I heard someone quite troublesome is there. While talking about this, a strange change occurred outside the carriage. A strong breeze passed through the carriage window, causing the space inside the carriage to vibrate a bit. The driver suddenly braked the carriage, saw a group of soldiers and horses blocking the front, and shouted angrily, what are you doing? Who are you? Do you know whose carriage you are blocking? The person leading the group of soldiers and horses responded, asking for forgiveness. After saying that, he still stood in the same place without moving. Inside the carriage, Euless saw the symbol inside the flag and hesitantly said, that symbol is. Before he could finish his sentence, the leader of the soldiers and horses came to the window. He looked at Davy and said, please forgive my offense, we came to escort. This person is the captain of the Red Dragon Knights, Euless. Recognizing this person, Davy did not speak but thought to himself, why is that girl's bodyguard here? At this time, Euless looked at Euless again. He smiled slightly and said hello, long time no see. Euless ranked 5th. Davy didn't pay attention to him. He was currently immersed in his own thoughts. A week ago, in addition to news about the situation in the territory, I also heard Amy tell me another news. Thinking like that, Davy let out a long breath and exclaimed, so it can be said that she is a clever girl. Perserk sitting on Davy's shoulder heard this and asked suspiciously, little girl, it seems, if I remember correctly, the person who signed the contract with Calderas was around your age. Davy did not answer Perserk's question. He silently thought, the precious child of the Palan Empire has gone out for a trip. In the Lindy's Empire, an arrow cut through the wind and rushed straight to the bullseye of the target. Several arrows with terrifying power were released in succession, all hitting the bullseye. Crown Prince Albus, standing behind, immediately praised him. "He is truly extraordinary, Your Majesty." The Emperor of the Lindes Empire, Theod el-Lindes, smiled and turned around and asked, "Do you want to try?" Hearing that, Albus raised his hand and scratched his head and said, "Ha ha, how can I compete with a master archer like you, Your Majesty? If I compete with you in archery, I will lose in shame." Emperor Theod heard that and immediately gasped and said, "The future leader of this empire is truly a crybaby." Crown Prince Albus laughed and replied, "Ha ha, a fool like you has no talent in using a bow." Emperor Theod took back his bow and arrows, then said, "Well, at this rate I will lose the throne to my brothers." Hearing this, Albus smiled and replied softly, "If they have the guts, just try." Sitting down on the stone bench next to him, Emperor Theod received the cup of tea that Prince Albus had just poured for him. He took a sip and said, "It seems the prince is living very well." Hearing that, Albus nodded and said, "Yes, I live well, thanks to your generosity, Your Majesty." Emperor Theod heard that and immediately put the teacup on the table. He retracted his smile and continued somewhat seriously, "Of course, if you were a real man, before spreading his wings and flying out into the wider world, you must know how to cherish your family, even though those idiots only focus on fame and status and completely ignore me." Receiving the advice, Prince Albus quickly bowed his head and replied, "I will remember that." At this time, Emperor Theod continued, "It seems like you didn't come here to listen to my complaints. What are you doing here?" Hearing that question, Crown Prince Albus said very honestly, "Yes, Your Majesty, I got the information from the Miri Guild." Emperor Theod heard that and nodded and said, "Oh, so there has been progress." Crown Prince Albus sat down opposite him, then began to ask, "I have good news and ambiguous news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Emperor Theod laughed a few times when he heard this. He said, "Ho, you really know how to tease me. Very good, tell me the vague news first." "Yes," Crown Prince Albus replied an hour later and began to tell. Earl Lingtone was dead and Earl Kallio had been arrested. Their inhumane behavior had been revealed and there would be appropriate punishment. Hearing this, Emperor Theod immediately exclaimed, "Wow, I heard Kallio's situation and directly appointed him to the Epidemic Control Organization." Crown Prince Albus, sitting opposite, quickly responded, "It seemed he had performed an unauthorized experiment in the territory of the Ordem region, on the outskirts of the Ron Kingdom." Hearing that, Emperor Theod immediately said, "Greed must have gone crazy, I understand, so who took care of them?" Hearing that question, Crown Prince Albus immediately replied, "The eldest prince of the Ron Kingdom." Emperor Theod frowned and thought for a moment, then asked, "You mean that young man who is famous everywhere?" Realizing the emperor's concern, Crown Prince Albus immediately spoke up to reassure him, "Your Majesty, there is no need to feel guilty in this matter." Emperor Theod didn't think so. He shook his head and said, "Do you think I would be able to sit on the throne if something like that affected me? Now tell me the good news." "Yes," said Crown Prince Albus, "this is news from Earl Lingtone and Baron Gornio, who researched demon blood with him. According to reports, a remedy has been created to cure demon blood. Moreover, it was not by the Baron Gornio or Earl of Lingtone, but the great prince of the Kingdom of Ron." Hearing this, Emperor Theod's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "This is indeed an unusual situation. Is the remedy effective?" "Yes," Crown Prince Albus replied. "After the inspection, the people of the Ordem region began to return to their daily lives." Emperor Theod seemed to know. He thought for a moment and said, "The Prince of the Ron Kingdom is very interesting. Surely someone will want to lay hands on him." Crown Prince Albus heard that and immediately asked, "What will we do?" Emperor Theod frowned and said seriously, "I can't pretend I don't know. Go as you please." Crown Prince Albus heard that and immediately gave his opinion, "I officially invite him to the royal family." Emperor Theod nodded in satisfaction and replied, then gave another opinion, "Not bad, if he has accumulated so many achievements, marrying a member of the royal family would also be a good idea." While talking about this, a girl wearing a crying mask slowly walked forward. She looked towards Emperor Theod, then bowed her head in greeting, "Dear twin dragons of the Empire." Before she could finish her sentence, Emperor Theod turned around and interrupted her, "Okay, stop. Arya al-Lindes, although she is a princess, she is one of the few mixed blood beasts in the Lindes Empire. Beastmen are oppressed in the Lindes Empire, because she's royalty, so it's better." Those looks and disdain directed at her forced her to shrink to the point where there were rumors that she was not of royal blood at all. As soon as he saw Arya appear, Emperor Theod frowned and asked, "Why don't you call me father?" Princess Arya glanced at Prince Albus and then cautiously said, the people around you will spread the news that you are close to a lowly beast like me. Hearing these words, Emperor Theod could hardly believe it. He angrily punched his fist on the table and then shouted, "What, vile, Albus?" Crown Prince Albus heard the call and quickly responded, "Let's execute them, father," revealing their faces. Hearing that, the emperor stood up. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Daring to say stupid things about the royal family, I will crush them to pieces, crush them to the point where they will not recover." Crown Prince Albus stood behind him, bowing his head in agreement. "Please leave it to me." Seeing these two people so angry, Princess Aria quickly spoke up, "Father, you too, you don't have to do that just for me, you can't do that for me." Hearing these coy words, the anger of Emperor Theod and Crown Prince Albus immediately disappeared. Emperor Theod raised his hand and patted Princess Aria's head, then softly said, "You are my beloved daughter. If anyone dares to say that about the Emperor's daughter, I will ruin them to ashes, also no more." Princess Aria nodded to show she knew, then she said, "It's okay, if you do that for me, it will harm both of your morals, father and brother. Regarding those words, please pretend that you didn't hear anything, you will promise me." Emperor Theod heard that and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Okay, don't worry." After saying that, he glanced at Prince Albus and called out. Crown Prince Albus understood his father's intention and seriously replied, "Yes, I will quietly take care of this matter." Princess Aria heard the two of them say that and was extremely angry. She protested and called out, "Father." In the Hines region, Davy was standing in his mansion. He looked outside through the window and saw countless soldiers gathering below. Davy breathed out a long sigh of admiration. "Actually, when I left the Pelisty Kingdom, I blamed all the trouble on that girl and left. If it were me, I would have immediately chased them and torn them apart, so it will definitely take some time, but it has come to this." While thinking about this, Amy pushed the door open and spoke, "Your Highness, Princess Elena of Palan Empire requests an audience with you." Hearing this, Davy turned his head slightly and forced a smile and said, "Ha ha, request." Amy nodded once and asked, "I'll take her to the reception room." Hearing her say that, Davy silently calculated that no matter how he said it, in his eyes she was nothing but a big-name person. No matter how developed the Hines region was, even if she was a superstar, territory, on the other hand an empire, it was still too early for the precious child of the strongest nation on the Palan continent to come here. Of course, even considering the Ulyss as an exception, in terms of influence, the other side's strength is decisive. After thinking for a while, Davy immediately told Amy to refuse her. When Amy heard that, she was startled and asked, Yes but no." Davy was now sitting in a chair. He held a newspaper in his hand and asked Amy again, "What's going on?" Amy saw Davy's attitude like that and quickly shook her head and replied, "I will let her know." Waiting for Amy to leave, Berserk, Red Flag and Blue Flag poked their heads out and walked next to where Davy was sitting. Berserk asked suspiciously, "Hey, aren't you afraid something will happen?" Davy shrugged. He turned to a new page of the newspaper and said, "Not too fast or too slow, I don't act carelessly." After that one refusal, whether suddenly angry or not, they continued to come and request an audience with Davy. Just like that, Davy refused them countless times. He was the one who initiated it, but they continued to persist in a rather childish way. And during this time, Amy was finally infected and suffered. It was said that the girls' team of Red Dragon Knights were very angry, but Davy simply refused, as if looking down on them. Well, at least, they're still sane because they haven't caused any trouble yet. One evening, Davy walked outside the mansion and exclaimed happily, "It's so great." Berserk hovering nearby heard that and asked suspiciously, "Could it be you?" Davy burst out laughing a few times. Interrupting her, he happily said, "Let's make the price a little higher." This is called a viral marketing strategy. This time it's that, "Princess, do you know, there is no news as good as that news, especially now, when the guild informs and people at high levels Cow is focusing his attention on this matter." After saying that, Davy didn't pay attention to Berserk anymore. He was extremely happy and shouted loudly. We could hear it, the sound of the territory's shares increasing in price. Berserk flying behind heard that and frowned worriedly and said, "Life is not a game, you are really not afraid of anything. There is no way they will follow your plan, so why are you so arrogant, such arrogance?" Davy didn't pay attention to what she said. He burst out laughing a few times, walked forward and said, "It's the princess, so it will be okay, just wait and see. 5 wrong when we do this, the name will be the Age of Hines will fly high and far." Davy was happily thinking about his future prospects when a light breeze suddenly blew across his face. Followed by a gentle voice, "I found you, listen, Prince Davy." As soon as he heard this voice, Davy immediately retracted his happy smile. his face suddenly frowned and he questioned, "Hey, today's princess likes to study park hour." The person who just appeared was Princess Elena of Palan Empire. She put one hand on her waist and then said, "Don't you think we have a lot to discuss?" Hearing that, Davy faltered and replied, "Well, you see." Before he could finish his sentence, Princess Elena rushed forward and grabbed Davy's collar and questioned, "Don't you think so? Where are you looking?" Davy was caught tightly and had no way to escape. He helplessly looked straight into Princess Elena's eyes and sighed and said, "It seems like your temper has become erratic after I haven't seen you for a while." In the Lindy's Empire, Emperor Theard, Crown Prince Albus and Princess Aria were sitting at the same tea table. Emperor Theard looked at his daughter and then softly asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Princess Aria heard that and immediately hummed and said, Actually, father." Seeing her stammering and not being able to say a complete sentence, Emperor Theard gently encouraged her, "Okay, just say it." Princess Aria heard that and immediately clasped her hands together. She lowered her head and cautiously said, "It's about the promise we made a long time ago." Hearing her say that, Emperor Theard frowned and asked again, "Promise?" Princess Aria nodded. She put her hand to her mouth and coughed a few times before continuing, "If one day my illness is cured, you promise to allow me to marry anyone I want. That promise, is it still valuable?" Emperor Theard's hand holding the cup of tea suddenly shook violently and then broke after hearing Princess Aria finish speaking. Princess Aria pretended not to see this scene and continued to say, "That person saved me on the way back to the Empire." Emperor Theard tried to suppress his anger and said in a cold voice, "Eerie, I can't." Princess Aria did not pay attention to his words. She continued very firmly, "I don't even know his name, but I want to meet him properly again." Emperor Theard heard that and immediately stood up. He looked at Albus and asked, "Albus, what is the most important motto of the Lindy's family?" Crown Prince Albus bowed his head and quickly replied, "Those who cannot protect their people cannot achieve anything. I remember that." Emperor Theard heard that and nodded and said, "Yes, it seems like a bug has latched onto this flower branch." Understanding the meaning of this statement, Prince Albus immediately replied seriously, "Yes, Your Majesty, please leave it to me. I will clarify the truth and bring that pest before you." Princess Aria sat silently on the chair and listened to the entire conversation between her father and brother, and was extremely confused. She stammered out, You're talking about insects." Emperor Theard did not answer Princess Aria's question. He burst into anger and shouted, "Find him immediately, kill him." Crown Prince Albus quickly responded when he heard the order, "I will immediately entrust the guild." Princess Aria saw that her brother was about to leave and was extremely worried and called out, "No, brother, please calm down." At that time, Emperor Theard and Crown Prince Albus did not know that the boy in Princess Aria's story was the one who cured the demon blood disease. And they also didn't know that he was the one who freed Princess Aria from the curse. The day they met again was a story far in the future. On an empty land, a golem was coldly standing in one place. It opened its bloodshot eyes wide, staring at Princess Elena standing on the opposite side. After a moment of observation, this golem decided to attack. It aimed right at the top of Princess Elena's head and shot its head. Princess Elena concentrated all her spirit on confronting the golem. Her eyes opened wide, her eyebrows furrowed as she stared forward. Princess Elena's hand tightly grasped the sword. Each swing of the sword slashed away the golem's attack. Each sword slash carries extremely sharp power, quickly pushing the enemy back a long distance. Princess Elena lowered her body and firmly landed on the ground. She tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, exhaled and said, "It's the last one." Speaking of this, Princess Elena lowered her head to look at her shaking hand. She thought a little panicked, "And it's harder than I thought. These aren't normal golems, huh?" Davy stood far away, observing the battle. Didn't say anything but just crossed his arms and smiled. Just when Princess Elena wasn't paying attention, the golem she had just knocked back suddenly slowly turned around. It used its two bloodshot eyes to stare at Princess Elena, then determined its target, the prototype of Megatron. Switching to shooting mode, target has been identified. After completing the target determination, the golem immediately launched an attack, aiming straight towards where Princess Elena was standing. She sensed the danger and quickly turned her head around, then cried out in disbelief, What is that? Can it attack at long range? You crazy prince, in the end you created it, what came out?" Davy, standing in the distance, heard this question and immediately smiled brightly and said, "Just an ordinary golem." Very quickly, Princess Elena was controlled by the golem created by Davy, unable to move. She took one look at Davy and then angrily shouted, "This is cheating." Hearing that, Davy shrugged and asked, "Isn't he good?" Fixed on the ground, Princess Elena thought she heard wrong. she angrily asked back. Good, are you kidding me? An automatic shield, what did you do with your golem? Hearing Princess Elena say that, Davy frowned and replied, isn't it like a hard shield? The more Princess Elena listened, the more frustrated she became. She gritted her teeth and said, that's why this is cheating. What kind of golem uses magic with 3 or more circles? Davy didn't bother to pay attention to what the other person said. He rubbed his hands a few times and praised, good job, I'll let you go now. Hearing Davy say that, Princess Elena asked doubtfully, do you intend to create a weapon that can destroy a continent? Davy didn't answer this question. After letting Princess Elena out, he slowly continued, come on, I've put magic crystals inside, it must be able to do that much. Do you know how many pills I put in there? After being released, Princess Elena rubbed her messy hair. She let out a long breath, then grimaced and said, I'm not in the mood to continue talking to Alpha Nu Eta. As soon as these words finished, she turned around and left. Princess Winley saw this and quickly ran out to encourage her. Princess, you did very well. Davy looked at Princess Elena's leaving back. The golem was taken back by him. Before completely disappearing, it suddenly exclaimed, what a weak master, I will not lose no matter what. Hearing him say that, Davy smirked and said, but it wasn't a good experiment. Thanks to you, I got some good data, but it seems like you need a lot of repair. Saying a sentence like that, Davy immediately opened a new space of his own. Stepping inside, he looked around and silently exclaimed, it's so bright. This place is Davy's private workshop. This is the new underground territory. It is under the Lord's castle and is still under construction. Until now, the mansion where Davy lived was where Baron Alisayat and his mother's entire family had lived for many generations. When Davy came here, he decided to build a new building because it had been abandoned for so long that it was difficult to repair it or build more floors, and now it will be your new home. In the meantime, the Golden Princess of the Palan Kingdom was fighting with the golem that Davy had designed. After the match, Princess Elena ran tiredly to a corner and vomited, feeling unwell. Winley and Eula saw this and rushed over to ask worriedly, Princess, are you okay? Davy stood far away and observed this scene but said nothing. He thought to himself, everything started when she came here. A few days ago, after Princess Elena caught Davy, Davy couldn't run away anymore, so he invited her into the living room to talk. Sitting at the tea table, Princess Elene crossed her arms and said in annoyance, I honestly didn't know that you rarely have free time, although my reputation is not very good. Even kings are not that difficult to meet. Davy sat on the opposite side and replied softly, I will listen to your complaints. Princess Elena raised her teacup and took a sip. She exhaled a breath then continued, do you know about the rumor that is spreading in your territory related to you and me? Hearing that, Davy nodded slightly and said, that's what I'm aiming for. Hearing the other person say that, Princess Elena widened her eyes and exclaimed, are you trying to increase the value of Alpha Nu Eta's territory? That's right, Davy admitted with a smile, then he immediately applauded, she's quite smart. Princess Elena tried to suppress her anger. She gritted her teeth and said, you're so brave. Davy seemed to be teasing her and smiled back, I'm quite brave. Hearing the other person say this, Princess Elena was really speechless. She gritted her teeth and looked straight at Davy with indignation. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat dangerous, Davy gulped loudly. Berserk hovered next to him and whispered, sometimes she's quite hot-tempered. Don't be too surprised, Davy, she's actually very kind. Really? Davy asked in a low voice with doubt. Having said that, he thought to himself, even though Princess Elena didn't know about Berserk's existence, she was the one who never left Calderas. While thinking deeply, Princess Elena sitting on the opposite side suddenly cleared her throat. Then cautiously spoke up, ahem, I want to start by thanking Alpha Nu Eta. I owe you my life because of what happened before. I feel I need to clarify that case. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately waved his hand and said, Therese, no need to do that. Then he thought, and I just happened to save her when I was saving Winley. Hearing that, Princess Elena did not stop but raised her hand to touch the pendant hanging around her neck before continuing to speak, and thanks to you, I woke up Calderas. As soon as her words ended, a shining sword immediately flew out from the necklace around her neck. Looking at this sword, Davy thought to himself, thinking back, even though Elena was the contractor, she was simply the owner of Calderas. She couldn't awaken it in the form of a sword. There must be some reason for that sudden awakening. For example, she got much stronger after that incident, or... While thinking about this, the sword in front of Davy suddenly turned into the shape of a little girl. As soon as the little girl saw Davy, she shouted angrily, Davy, you bastard, it's because of you, I had to suffer a lot because of you. The girl is the reincarnation of Calderas. After hearing the questioning, Davy quickly gently comforted the girl, okay, Did you sleep well? After comforting Calderas, Davy silently pondered whether it would be easier to awaken Calderas because she was temporarily weaker. Calderas rushed to grab Davy's collar and questioned, "You should at least say something before using it." Davy was grabbed by the collar and shaken violently, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only smile wryly and say, "Every minute and every hour you die, where would I have the time to do that?" Calderas didn't bother to pay attention to what Davy had just said. As if remembering something, she looked around and then worriedly exclaimed, "Where is Per? Don't say you don't know." Hearing Calderas say that, Davy frowned and glanced at Berserk, then thought to himself, "Can't she see her?" Thinking like that, Davy leaned back in his chair and slowly said, "Don't worry, she's still fine. She came to my side because the Holy Seal appeared." Calderas heard this and shouted angrily, "You bastard!" Shouting a sentence like that, she looked around and softly called out, "Per, he didn't do anything to you, right? Are you still okay, Per? Please answer." Hearing Calderas say these words, Davy helplessly forced a smile and said, "Hey, I'm not that kind of person." Calderas paid no attention to Davy. Seeing no response from Berserk, she continued to call out Berserk's name. Berserk, who was next to Davy, thought for a moment and then asked, "Davy, can I borrow money from you?" Hearing that, Davy nodded and said, "As much as you like." Receiving approval, Berserk immediately raised his hand and gently touched Davy's forehead. A stream of sparkling magic power flowed from his forehead straight into Berserk's palm. Just a moment later, Berserk's figure gradually appeared before Calderas' eyes. Calderas' eyes opened wide, his voice trembling slightly calling Berserk's name. Berserk smiled at the other person then said softly, "It's been a while, Calderas." As soon as these words were said, Calderas couldn't bear it anymore and immediately rushed forward to hug Berserk tightly. Princess Elena couldn't see Berserk. She looked at Calderas suspiciously and then curiously asked, "Calderas, what are you doing alone in the air?" Hearing that, Davy immediately replied, "Right now she is doing something important, so leave her alone." After Princess Elena received this answer, she did not bother Calderas anymore. She nodded and replied, "Okay." After saying that, Elena thought to herself, "I have never seen Calderas act like that." To give Calderas and Berserk some privacy, Davy and Princess Elena quickly sat back down on their chairs. The cup of tea on the table was still steaming. Princess Elena spoke up, "Actually I have a lot of questions, but I know you are not such a friendly person that you will easily answer my questions." Hearing that, Davy frowned and said, "You seem to find it difficult to talk to me. Well, because I feel a bit bad, I will try my best to answer you. Just ask me anything." Princess Elena heard that and was no longer polite and asked, "If that's the case, who are you?" After hearing this question, Davy immediately shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed, "Very straightforward Tau Alpha. As you know, I am Prince Ron, the legitimate son of the previous queen, Lenny Alisayad Davy Al Round." Hearing Davy say that, Princess Elena couldn't keep calm and screamed loudly, "That's not what I'm asking." Davy sat on the opposite side without saying anything but just silently smiling at the other person. After a moment, Princess Elena suppressed her anger and said in a cold voice, "Okay, because we still have a lot of time, I will slowly get everything out of you." After saying these words, without waiting for Davy to react, Princess Elena immediately slammed the table and stood up. She raised her hand and took out a sword and placed it firmly on the table. As soon as Davy saw that sword, he quickly stood up and said, "This is a sword." Having said that, he immediately grabbed the hilt of the sword and picked it up. Looking at the sword once, Davy silently assessed, it was heavy. It would be very difficult for a normal person to use it effectively because of its weight. While thinking about this, Princess Elena spoke up, "This is the sword I often use." Hearing that, Davy frowned slightly and thought, "It's perfect for the sword god, Haris sword skill. If the quality is increased, I guess the weight won't be a problem anymore." Seeing Davy's expression, Princess Elena continued, "I will frankly ask you, please teach me the sword skills of the sword god." As soon as this proposal was said, Davy's eyebrows frowned even tighter. He carried the sword on his shoulder and sat straight down on the chair, then said slowly, "Can I refuse?" Princess Elena heard that and immediately replied, "I will ask again." Davy curled his mouth and said again, "And if I refused again?" Princess Elena refused to give up and said very seriously, "I have a way to make it impossible for you to run away." After finishing speaking, she immediately took out a piece of paper from her body and placed it in front of Davy. Then she said, "It was the engagement certificate. Maybe you don't care, but Therese no such thing with the royal family. I threw away all my pride to come here, so what do you think? I'm confident that I can be childish until the last minute. What do you think of me?" Being asked so many difficult questions at once, Davy was momentarily speechless and unable to say anything. Berserk saw that and immediately asked, "Are you wavering now?" Davy shook his head and replied in a low voice, "She understood wrongly." Kaldira suddenly shouted angrily, "Don't try to trick me." At this moment, Princess Elena suddenly reached out to take back the engagement paper from Davy's hand. She raised her eyebrows and said, "If you keep ignoring me, I will officially send this to the Ron Kingdom. My father will allow me to marry anyone I want, even if that person is a slave, so you don't need to worry about that. Not to mention we're talking about the rebel lord of the Hines region in the eastern continent." After hearing these words, Davy sat still, sweating, and asked in return, "What if our side truly accepts you? Do you think you don't love yourself enough?" Princess Elena smiled and quickly replied, "Oh my God, I don't mind being with someone as good as you." Seeing the happy expression on her face, Davy thought with fear, she felt scared. Thinking for a moment, Davy decisively stood up. He walked over and turned Princess Elena towards the door, then said, "Okay, stop saying those impulsive things and go back quickly. You can come back. How did you get here? Let's have a more productive conversation next time." Princess Elena was forced to leave and angrily exclaimed, "Hey, no, I won't give up. I'm extremely hot-tempered and very stubborn. I don't do things like hide behind others and pay attention to their feelings." Hearing that, Davy pushed Princess Elena's head to the door and nodded, Yes, I know everything." At this moment, Princess Elena managed to get out of the way. She raised her hands and grabbed Davy's collar and said very seriously, "Just wait and see who is more stubborn here." Princess Elena's face was so close that Davy felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. After a moment, he slowly said, "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Princess Elena quickly returned to her residence. At night, she sat in front of the dressing table and said absent-mindedly, "I don't think he will return the engagement certificate to me." Kaldiras, who was hovering nearby, heard that and immediately asked what she intended to do with her current fiancé. Princess Elena heard that and immediately replied, "If it was him, it would be okay, because we are just childhood friends. The problem is the other side." Without waiting for the other person to finish his sentence, Kaldiras interrupted, "She still hadn't heard anything about her partner." "Yes," Princess Elena nodded. She looked up at the night sky through the window, was silent for a moment, then continued, "Now that it's come to this, I have to try to convince him at any cost. I will definitely be able to do it." In Davy's office, Princess Elena is sitting at the desk, her back straight, holding a fountain pen in her hand and writing something. Davy stood with his arms crossed and asked in confusion, "Are you busy?" Princess Elena heard the sound but did not turn around to look back. She smiled and replied, "I'm busy, that's why I'm here, because two people's hearts will only grow closer when they're really close to each other." Hearing the other person say that, Davy thought to himself, how stubborn and reckless. Although there are many other words to describe her, none of them can describe how strong-willed Princess Elena is. Annie, while thinking about this, Princess Elena suddenly spoke up very seriously, "I need to concentrate, so let's nag later." Hearing that, Davy didn't say anything. He stood still and started to think. After she declared war that night, she kept coming here every day and even went so far as to bring her work here to do. At this moment, Princess Winley ran straight to the desk and yelled at Elena in frustration, "Seriously, I'm out of my mind. Do you think this is reasonable? Who in the world would bring their own work, another man's office, to work in?" Hearing these words, Princess Elena was not angry at all. She smiled and said, "Oh my God, Princess Winley, he is not a strange man. I heard that close friends often do these things, like that, like how the kingdom's prime minister, Duke Orba, often visited his close friend, Count Ferdum." Hearing this, Princess Winley became even angrier and questioned, "Since when did you become my brother's best friend?" Princess Elena laughed and said, "Ha ha, is that so? Then I will stop all this work." The more Princess Winley heard, the angrier she became. She screamed loudly and then exclaimed, "Ah, it's better to talk to her with her knees." Davy stood there with his arms crossed, listening to the two people's conversation. He could only laugh but couldn't say anything. Berserk hovered next to him and said, "She was being turned like a cricket by Elena." Princess Elena lifted a cup of tea and took a sip. She glanced at the sofa in front, then smiled meaningfully and continued, "More importantly, I'm more curious about why Ulyss is here." Ulyss had been silent for a while. Hearing that, he immediately put down the cup of tea in his hand and said, "I wonder, since I am a close friend of Mr. Davy, so there is no problem for me to be here." Hearing what the other person said, Princess Elena angrily stood up and screamed. Ulyss glanced at Davy, then curled her mouth and said, I don't know, when did that happen?" Davy, standing behind, heard that and asked, "Why are you asking me that?" At this time, Princess Elena spoke up extremely confused. You don't want to be near me, but you feel okay being with him. Why? What did I do wrong? Hearing what the other person said, Davy thought for a moment and then replied, I feel that if I stay close to you, I could become an enemy of some of those people. It's okay. Princess Elena tried to suppress her anger and said, let's be friends, let's talk normally. When Davy heard this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing a few times. He thought to himself, oh well, now it's a mess. Thinking for a moment, Davy cleared his throat and said, thinking back, she and Euless seemed quite close. Did they know each other? Princess Winley heard that and immediately spoke up on behalf of Princess Elena. Don't you know, their relationship is quite famous. There are many rumors about an engagement between their two families. Even though you look like that, well, actually, I've participated in a few formal social events, so I know a little about this. When Princess Elena heard this, she frowned and denied, we are just friends. Euless also nodded and said, yes, probably so. Princess Elena crossed her arms across her chest and sarcastically said to Euless, for someone who is an elder to just wander around here, I really worry about the fate of the Red Tower. Euless refused to be weak and immediately responded, I don't think that's what you should say, Princess. Princess Elena shrugged and said, it's not that I don't like you here, but Sir Euless, don't you really need to visit the Red Tower? I think the construction of the tower is almost finished. Euless smiled, he sipped his tea and slowly replied, actually I don't need to do anything. Besides I have some work with Davy, for example things related to magic. Davy was dragged into the fight between Elena and Euless. He silently sweated, trying to force a distorted smile and then thought to himself, he must be talking about the speechless charm. Although it's a bit strange that he couldn't understand it, among the other spells I gave Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha Chi Epsilon Mu, I think Euless found the speechless charm the most interesting. Although I gave him a little hint that if he was confident that he could discard all the mana rings he had, the success rate would only be 10%, it's not something which one person can easily do. Thinking like that, Davy immediately said, you haven't given up yet. Euless didn't need to think too much and replied, we magicians always take our obsession with learning as a compliment. Hearing the other person say that, Davy burst into helpless laughter. He thought to himself, looks like I should be happy that he understood my position and helped keep my abilities hidden from the magic tower. I'm grateful to him for that. While we were talking, Amy came in from outside the door. She turned to Princess Winley and respectfully said, Princess, the things you previously requested have arrived and have been placed in the underground warehouse. Princess Winley heard that and exclaimed, oh, they have finally come. Princess Elena next to her, when she saw Amy clearly, she frowned slightly and mumbled, a maid, or not? Princess Winley heard that and immediately reminded her, hey, Amy is my brother's close maid, you can't judge her by the way she dresses, at least when we're in Hein's territory. She now helps manage the domain in my brother's place, having recently received the title of Baroness. Princess Elena was a little surprised when she heard that. Really, Amy had finished reporting and immediately asked permission to leave. Princess Elena looked at her back with great admiration and said, impressive. Davy smiled and said, the kingdom is in chaos right now so I can't pay attention to everything here. Having said that, he thought to himself, currently there is a political war inside the Ron Palace between two opposing factions led by the King Marquis Palatrus and the Duke Bariata representing the aristocracy. Additionally, I have received news that Duke Bariata has secretly moved his territory. I'm trying to guess what will happen in the near future. Well, I was planning to observe a little more and now it's time to act. Davy turned around and wanted to leave. Euless saw that and asked, where are you going? Davy smiled and looked at the other person and said, do you want to come along? Although it is something that would make alchemists excited, I'm sure you will also find it quite interesting. Princess Elena heard that and curiously asked, what is that? Take me along too. Davy turned his head to look at her, then nodded and replied, okay. Receiving the agreement, Elena was very happy, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Davy leads everyone to the dwarf's residence. As soon as Golda saw Davy, she happily exclaimed, oh, my master, welcome. Davy nodded and smiled. He looked around for a while then said, it seems like this place is much higher. Hearing that, Golda quickly replied, ahem, compared to you, my skills are not that great. Hearing that, Davy immediately waved his hand and said, it's good enough, I like it. Princess Winley stood in the distance with her eyes wide open and stammered, dwarf. Princess Elena was also very surprised and said, I have never seen a dwarf until now. Standing in front, Davy pointed to the people behind him and said, they are my guests and this is my sister, Winley. Golda followed Davy's hand and looked over, his eyes narrowed and he smiled and said, oh, this is someone you are very proud of. Princess Winley was praised and stammered a bit shyly to greet the other person. At this time Golda continued to speak, I have heard my master tell a lot about you, you are truly an elegant girl. When Princess Winley heard that, she stiffly thanked the other person. At this time, Davy glanced at the other two people and introduced them, and they were the elder of the Red Tower Ulyss and Princess Elena of the Palan Kingdom. Golda looked at the other two people and nodded and said, well, they are both people with high positions, well, but they mean nothing to me. Hearing him say that, Princess Elena's sweat dropped and whispered in a low voice, this is the first time being in a place makes me feel out of place. Ulyss standing next to her nodded in agreement, as did I. In the front, Golda continued to speak to Davy, our elder also wants to see you. Davy heard that and immediately asked, are you talking about Elder Golgotha? Golda nodded and said the mascot was almost complete. Hearing this information, Davy happily shouted loudly, that's great. Saying that he thought to himself, a new mascot linked to the fire of initiation, he'll just do the basics and leave the rest to the dwarves, it looks like it will be finished to an ember glow without any problems. Standing on the opposite side, Golda rubbed his long beard then said, oh, let me show you around. Davy nodded and replied, okay, actually I came here because I heard that the materials had arrived at the underground factory. Golda heard that and laughed a few times and said, are you talking about that giant warrior? Okay, I will tell them that you have arrived. Soon everyone was able to admire the giant warrior in Golda's words. Ulyss' eyes widened, she couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Mr. Davy, what the hell is this? Davy stood behind and smiled and said, he is a guard. A guard? Ulyss asked suspiciously, a golem. The giant golem stood before Davy, he thought, a giant is usually made of clay or steel. Is a great weapon that allows for the magician's summoning and the alchemist's technical skills, in fact, some countries even use golem squads in war. Ulyss spoke in disbelief, with that height, it was a first-class golem, the maintenance costs would be very high. Hearing that, Davy asked curiously, is it really that expensive? After asking, he crossed his arms over his chest and thought, Megatron's material is a golem with ancient magic. He is the guardian of the curse carriers that cause the drought in the Hines region. This golem doesn't cost much because it is recycled for reuse, plus I have set up a workshop to do this so it doesn't matter how much it costs. Berserk flying around Davy suddenly spoke up, to put it simply, it's called showing off how much money he has. Hearing this, Davy smirked and said, where did you learn? Hey, having your own giant factory is a boy's dream, don't make me lose interest. Having said that, Davy immediately turned towards the giant golem and shouted 3 times in a loud voice. Looking at this scene, Ulyss exclaimed with admiration, oh my god, this is the first time I've seen movements like that, and Therese also the ability to recharge magic, is there anything you can't do? Davy, hearing these words, Davy said very seriously, I should do it properly because I have decided to make one, what do you think, Princess? Princess Elena didn't know what to say for a moment. Ulyss exclaimed excitedly, because we came all the way here to see this thing, wouldn't it be polite if you showed us how it fights? Hearing that, Davy immediately turned to ask Princess Elena, will you fight it? Then I will do whatever you want, that is, unless you ask me to take the magic sword back to teach you swordsmanship. Hearing the other person say that, Princess Elena nodded and said okay, then she cautiously said, but it can be destroyed. Davy shrugged and said, if it's like that then it can only do so much, it's okay, feel free to do what you want. Princess Elena received such an answer but still cautiously said, it looks very expensive. Seeing that she seemed hesitant, Davy immediately spoke up and said, it won't be easy. Irritated by such a sentence, Princess Elena angrily glared at Davy. Then she raised her hand to tie the long hair on her head and confidently said, okay, don't regret it later. Princess Elena took out her sword, she stepped forward and stood facing the giant golem. After a while of fighting, smoke and dust rose up here, she pressed her shiny nose against the ground, Princess Elena exhaled a long breath, she leaned on her hands and fell to the ground and cried out, thinking that she would be killed, being defeated by a pile of scrap metal is unsightly. Then she raised her hand to tie the long hair on her head and confidently said, okay, don't regret it later. Princess Elena's clothes were now extremely dirty, Davy put his hand in front of her and said, thanks to you, I have a lot of good data, I can do it alone, but there are limits, so I hold her hand, I go. Hearing these words, Princess Elena felt like she had just been tricked, she glared at Davy and muttered, I keep feeling wrong. After saying that, Princess Elena grabbed Davy's hand and used the force to stand up, she said, okay, as promised, you will grant my wish. Of course, Davy replied, anything but teaching her swordsmanship. Princess Elena heard that and nodded and said, well, then I will think a bit. Euless standing behind heard that and eagerly came forward and said, Sir Davy, understanding his intention, Davy immediately said no without thinking much. Hearing that, Euless couldn't believe it and turned around to ask Winley, how did he know what I was going to ask? Davy curled his mouth and thought, how dare you wish for a golem? Thinking for a moment, Elena asked, do you plan to create these things in the future? Davy nodded and replied, yes, but that was only the first model. Elena was extremely surprised by this. She quickly asked, then will you give me one? I'm thinking of creating 5 later, when completing the first sample. Hearing that, Davy immediately asked back, do you know how expensive it is? Don't you see that Mr. Euless has just been rejected? Elena pretended not to notice and said, I saw it, I didn't say you would give it away for free. Hey, Davy exclaimed and asked, so you mean you will buy it? Elena crossed her arms across her chest and said calmly, I have a lot of money. This sentence was like a fatal arrow piercing Davy's heart. He hated and thought to himself, I feel uncomfortable because of this truth. After pondering for a while, Davy said again, Princess, even now it will be difficult, plus they are not for sale. The last sentence Davy used all his strength to shout straight at Elena. She was startled and cried out angrily, you don't have to scream, you stingy thing. Elena was about to say something more but was interrupted by Davy waving his hand, okay, dear customers, the store is closed now, please come back later. After saying this, he thought to himself, there are only greedy people here. At night, returning to his mansion, Davy sat at his desk, looking at the giant golem drawing while silently calculating, a golem guardian for this area would be a success. The first model Megatron was the result of the stepwise development of this region. Even though I have become a typical example of endless greed, the day when I complete this trick is not far away. Davy picked up the fountain pen and prepared to write. He said softly, what is wrong with it now? Is it the battle data? I'm quite lucky because it's strong enough to fight Princess Elena, but I can't let it go out into the world like that unfinished, that's the problem. While concentrating on thinking, Elena's voice suddenly rang right in Davy's ear. So you're here. Hearing this voice, Davy was startled and turned his head to look back. He frowned and said, why are you pretending to be so friendly? Elena walked over and sat on the sofa. She shrugged and replied, we already decided to be friends. I came here because the manager said he would be here. Davy left the fountain pen on the table. He said a little helplessly, about that friend request, even though it seemed rude, was it necessary for me to accept it? Hearing the other person say that, Elena puzzled and exclaimed, is there a reason to refuse? Davy raised his hand and scratched his head a few times, then replied, not really, well, not at all. Having said that, he thought to himself, recently I have come to understand her personality better. Although Princess Elena's approach is quite reckless, I appreciate her true intentions. Elena turned around a bit to look at Davy and said, I think Kaldir also wants to be friends with you. Davy did not respond to the other person's words. He asked about something else, but why did she come here so late? Elena shrugged and answered honestly, I just came here to talk to you. Berserk was hovering next to Davy and suddenly reminded him that she was lying. She couldn't hide her worry. Hearing that, Davy quietly asked again, really, but why? Having said that, he immediately used his skill to scan Elena's information again. A table of enemy details quickly appeared. Name, Elena Del Fallen, age, 17, title, owner of the Divine Sword, one of the 5 most beautiful women, unique characteristics, contractor with the Sword God, Golden Branch and Jade Leaf of the Palan Dynasty, member of the Last Demon Soul, current emotions, confusion, anxiety. Reading through the information, Davy's eyes suddenly opened wide. He asked with some doubt, the last ghost. Hearing this, Berserk also said suspiciously, what's wrong? Davy did not answer her question but just smiled. On the other side, Elena poured herself a cup of tea. She took a sip and then spoke. It seemed like she was in the process of making a golem. Yes, Davy replied nodding, I was thinking of using ancient magic. Elena silently looked around after a round before continuing, you put in a lot of effort, and in the end I couldn't even defeat a golem. Davy smiled, picked up the teapot and said, it's because I often think of cruel things, it's not that the princess is weak. Saying something like that, he thought to himself, I'm just telling the truth, if all the golems with magic were gathered in one place, they would be stronger than their master level and even stronger than that, although Megatron consistent with that statement but to fight back against Elena, who is not only a master but also an inspector level prosecutor. This isn't a bad match although it doesn't seem to bother Princess Elena. It's not just Megatron, what matters is experience. Thinking like that, Davy immediately said, now is not the time for this, let's go. Elena didn't understand what the other person wanted to do. She let out a loud voice full of curiosity. Davy pointed outside through the window, reached for the coat hanging on the hanger, then narrowed his eyes and said, "The weather is very nice for a walk at night, let's go out." Davy took Elena to an empty lot outside the mansion. He took out a wooden sword, put it on his shoulder, and stood facing Elena. Seeing that, she frowned and asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't teach me swordsmanship?" Hearing that, Davy immediately smiled and said, "I just wanted to check it out. I thought it was to change the atmosphere a bit, don't you want it?" Hearing that, Elena quickly shook her head and said, "Of course not, I want to die." Berserk sitting on the wooden sword suddenly spoke up, so he was also present there. He pretended not to be, but he was helping her. "What else?" Davy didn't hear that and smiled and denied, "I'm just setting a limit before it becomes more troublesome." After saying that, he thought to himself, "Because I was a little indebted to her." On the opposite side, Elena had taken out her sword. She held it tightly in her hand staring at Davy. She thought to herself, "A match between a wooden sword and a magic sword. In theory, this is an unfair match, but in reality this is the difference in skills between him and me. I must not underestimate the enemy." Davy still placed the wooden sword on his shoulder. He raised one hand and waved a few times before saying, "I let you fight first, come here." Hearing that, Elena did not refuse but immediately said, "I am not being polite, please advise." Having said that, she began to use force. The sword in her hand immediately shone with a layer of iridescent blue light. Elena decisively swung her sword at him, straight towards where Davy was standing. In the open field, loud explosions rang out. The moves that Elena used were extremely sharp. She approached Davy and attacked without stopping. Davy quickly dodged each of his opponent's moves. He thought to himself, "She attacks and moves very quickly, moreover, with the huge weight of the divine sword, I feel dizzy just looking at it." Thinking of this, Davy started to counterattack. He swung the wooden sword on his shoulder and hit Elena hard. This attack was so powerful that Elena could not resist and had to take a defensive stance and retreat a long distance. She glanced at Davy and thought to herself, when did he strike that final blow? On the opposite side, Davy twirled the wooden sword in his hand and smiled and said, It's a magic sword, but it's quite light." Hearing that, Elena tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She silently exclaimed, "None of her attacks hit him. How could he do that? Is it just because he is too fast?" "I don't know, I feel like this is going to be a bit of a turn-off. How could he easily dodge all my attacks, then?" Thinking of this, Elena pursed her lips tightly. She raised her hand and tightly grasped the sword and rushed forward. She told herself, "I will make him have no chance to dodge it." Each slash of the sword in Elena's hand carried terrifying power that surrounded Davy. The slash was so powerful that it shattered the ground under his feet. Davy dodged the attack while assessing Elena for a moment, then thought to himself, "Attack like a storm, attack to this extent, even Megatron cannot withstand it." I'm sure Elena was several times stronger when using the magic sword. Megatron only won because she used a normal sword. If in the opposite situation, Megatron would have been torn to pieces. Thinking like that, Davy quickly used his first giant sword-crushing move to slash strongly at Elena. As soon as this move is released, it will block all retreats for the opponent. Davy took back the wooden sword and curled his mouth and said, "Have you given up now? I don't think you will win." Elena heard that and shouted angrily, "If I had given up like that, I wouldn't have stubbornly kept coming to see you." After saying that, she grabbed the sword tightly in her hand and rushed straight towards where Davy was standing and slashed hard. Davy reacted quickly and immediately counterattacked, successfully knocking Elena away. At this moment, Elena was extremely frightened and thought, "Fuck, it's all useless." Davy didn't stop there and continued to attack. He curled his mouth and muttered, "Oh my god." The worry was clearly visible on her face. If that was the case, speaking of this, Davy quickly decided to once again use the first heavy sword move. But before she could strike this sword, Elena suddenly rushed forward. At this moment, a bright halo flared up around her body. This made Davy extremely surprised. He was a little surprised and exclaimed, "What is this?" As soon as these words ended, Elena's sword attack caused the ground under Davy's feet to explode, creating a large hole. Davy reacted quickly and quickly retreated a distance to avoid this move. Berserk witnessed the scene just now and was extremely surprised and said, "It was the same move he used on the vampire Shari." Davy was extremely excited at this moment. He smiled brightly in appreciation. "Amazingly good. Is she human? It took me 10 years to practice it." After Davy finished speaking, he looked straight at Elena. He raised one hand and said, "Okay, let's stop here. Enough of this messing around." Hearing that, Elena shouted in doubt, "What do you mean, I still?" Before he could finish his sentence, Davy interrupted and said, "What are you talking about?" Hearing these words, Elena choked, her heart was a little angry, she sat straight on the ground. Hands clasped together, gritted teeth and said, "I don't want to, I've worked so hard to have this opportunity, I don't want to end up without having done anything." Saying this, Elena suddenly burst into tears. Davy saw this and cried out in worry. Hey, why are you suddenly like this? Hey, Therese, nothing to cry about, stop it, stop it." Persek stood on Davy's shoulder and said in a surprised tone, "Oh my God, you made her cry." Davy was confused. "Bow, what do you mean by looking at me like that? So you mean it's my fault?" Persek immediately answered with his chin in his hand, "Who knows, why don't you sweet talk her a little, that's all I thought." Davy sighed, "Okay." He walked over to where Elena was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. A flash of light with an extremely terrible power pierced Elena's hair. It turned out that Davy pulled out his sword and reminded Elena to pay close attention. "Elena can't stop listening to music." "What?" Davy did not explain, but began to swing the sword. He rotated the sword a few times, then began to point the sword forward, with the power of Trong Kiem. Just one bulb can cause the soil to crack and crack, Elena wondered, "This is?" Davy calmly replied, "Now you have to learn how to do it." Elena pondered for a long time. Davy taught Elena diligently. Swordsmanship was like flowing water, she couldn't try to keep her wife in the same place over and over again. Elena finished practicing and asked, "Are you trying to avoid saying that the heavy sword has countless shortcomings in tactics? Are you saying that the heavy sword is now a swordsmanship of every warrior?" Elena said while tears kept falling. Davy walked over and tapped her on the forehead. Elena screamed in pain. Davy grumbled, "I told you to be careful, right? What did you see to come to such a conclusion? There is no type of swordsmanship that attacks the enemy without gaps." Elena rubbed her forehead but didn't understand. "Huh?" Davy raised his sword forward and explained, "The sword magic of the sword god is the same. I will slow down to show you what you have missed, concentrate." Davy swung his sword, a cloud of smoke emitted, and the wall in front was once again broken. Elena stood up to observe. Davy continued, he gently moved the ant to the ground immediately exploded. Elena saw the scene before her eyes and her mouth opened wide. "Huh?" Davy said, "Have you seen the difference between the two attacks?" Elena mused, "The difference is that the heavy sword is a sword art that focuses on strength and shows its terrible destructive power with simple moves, so it is easy to understand that the power of the attack will depend on the weight of the sword. Who could ever do such a thing?" Elena still can't believe what happened before her eyes. It's impossible. How can the destructive power be the same? Impossible. How can the divine sword's destructive power be equal to the point when using a slow move? Such slowness. Davy placed the sword on his shoulder and chuckled. Yes, tremendous destructive power could easily be created by executing extremely fast moves, but the divine sword's heavy sword was created in such a way that there were no lines, any movement. Davy said to Elena, "Should I call it 0 to 100? First of all, it's quite similar to how long it takes for speed to reach maximum speed. Take for example how long it takes for a horse to pull a bicycle to its maximum speed. Depending on the weight there will be a limit to the strength. We can say that this is how the heavy sword works." Elena replied, "Yes, that's why my voice is several times heavier than a normal sword." Davy continued to explain in detail. Then, what if she could control the speed at which the pulling force reached its maximum? Elena doesn't understand. What are you talking about? Davy started playing with the sword. He continued, "It seems like the power generated from the heavy sword follows the laws of physics, but we will use mana according to that principle. Just imagine you can adjust the sword's weight or increase its acceleration with mana." After hearing this, Elena seemed to realize something. That means. Davy kept saying, depending on her proficiency with mana, she could adjust the speed, from 0 to 100 with heavy sword. Exactly, the advantage of the heavy sword is its destructive power and simplicity, but it also has a very obvious disadvantage. It can become an extremely terrible sword that only focuses on destructive power. Now then a question. The sword god Harris is an idiot who can change the direction of his sword at will no matter what external force he is under. So let's just say he is an exception. Then why would you think about swords? This technique has disappeared, almost lost. Elena was surprised, she stammered and could not answer immediately. It was an obvious result, Davy thought. They only practiced according to the nature of the magic sword when they saw its power, so the manifestations passed without knowing the principles of the type, that swordsmanship. Not to mention, it is the most destructive type of swordsmanship, and is still called the best type of strategy, although now that it has been lost, it will be difficult for Elena to understand it all in one go, times, but if she can realize at least one or two things, she will overcome the obstacles to become an expert. Now, it seems that Elena knows the answer, the principles that he said. Okay, I think I might have grasped something. Davy breathed a sigh of relief. That was so lucky. Elena's tone was grateful. Thank you. Davy replied, what do you mean? I didn't do anything. Anyway, every time I look at you, Princess, it seems like you're scared because you're being chased, by something. Elena was scared, but then she didn't regain her composure. She rubbed her face with her hand. He looked at her wrong. Davy continued, we have come this far. Is it necessary for you to hide it? If you don't tell me, you won't gain anything. I think the wise choice is when the opportunity comes for me, I should say it. Elena looked confused. You're such a friendly person. Davy, to 3 points to you. Just because I said it, you shouldn't expect too much. I'll listen first. Elena suddenly asked, that's not good. Will you be my partner? Davy was surprised. What? Elena's tone was sincere. I still have your strength. Davy felt embarrassed, raising his hands in front of him to signal refusal. What power does a princess from a powerful country lack? Don't you have countless tactical experts as your subordinates? Elena replied gently, I can't borrow their power. You must be under 20 years old to satisfy the requirements, so they go against the rules. Davy's face turned red when he heard it. Asking for rules. Davy remembered a time before, he was talking to a man. That person carries arrows on his shoulders, Davy asked in a questioning tone. Past stories. The other person crossed his arms and smiled and replied, okay, it's okay to do things like that once in a while. Now that I think about that incident, do you think who was protecting the civilians, the civil defense team, or the knights, the royal family? No matter what, intelligent people will gather together, and that's how the country was born, regardless of race, whether human, elf, or dwarf. So, who do you think is protecting this continent from hidden dangers, if this is a disaster or threat that can create chaos in this world just by appearing? Wouldn't it be best to get rid of it as secretly as possible? That day is the foundation of Last Wisp. There is a night called the Final Piece. The man happily continued, okay, what do you think after learning about other aspects of the world? It's great. Davy sat cross-legged and didn't answer anything. Many thoughts appeared in it. Usually I would leave the assertions of the archer Apollon, but this time the story he told me was true, in an unexpected and quite attractive way. The Final Piece, although it is called by many names, is a secret society of knights that secretly removes threatening words from the continent. Peace is established after the sword god Harris kills dead Demon King. Perhaps this was the secret role that the knights took on. Moreover, one of their responsibilities was to recruit potential heroes, and nurture these heroic seeds. It turns out the person who spoke to Davy was an archer named Apollon. Coming out of the flashback, Davy wondered at Elena's proposal. So what are you? He asked, because she was missing a teammate to do the challenge, so did she need me to help her? Elena shyly covered her face and answered, yes, I've been searching all this time but Therese no one, so if I can't get stronger, then I need someone strong to help me. Davy thought about her words. Looks like Therese a trap here. Elena admitted, I'm out of options, the only option left is to find a new teammate. Persek sat on Davy's shoulder and told him, I see the origin of the story is about to be clarified. Davy smiled, that's right, we can't arbitrarily just recruit people with strong abilities, but there is a secret system of choosing young people who can shoulder the future mission to become heirs. A member of the Knights' Secret Society, Elena is always learning to become stronger, though I don't know why she finds herself in such a dangerous and disadvantageous place. Elena didn't see what Davy said, so she had to say, you must be very confused, forget about this if you want, today I learned something quite important. Thank you, that's enough, I won't forget this favor, so I'm leaving. After speaking, Elena turned around and left. Persek looked at her and sighed. An order of knights turned to fight against the hidden dangers of the world. It would definitely be much more dangerous than the current situation. He could feel sorry for Elena, but refused. She is a right choice. Davy's hand tightened immediately after that. He said to Elena, who was getting ready to go, wait. Davy put his hand in front of his mouth with a cunning smile. Wow, will this be okay? Let's do it. Elena couldn't believe what she just heard. Davy repeated, I said let's do it, the knight's trial or something, I'll try to help you. Persek saw him flipping over like a rice paper and was extremely surprised. Davy, you. Davy walked closer to Elena and told her a few things. Oh, before I do, I have a few things to confirm. The main mission of the guild that you are a member of is to hunt down dangerous and unusual evil spirits, right? Elena was surprised. How did you know? Davy continued to say the information he had, and it was related to demon territories that were impossible to enter. There must be all kinds of people in that group, right? Elena's eyes widened. Yes. Davy smiled cunningly. Great. At this time, Davy had returned to his villa. He jumped straight onto the bed, full of excitement, speaking loudly. Persek wondered, Davy, is this really okay, messing with those guys? The medicine will probably work. Before Persek could finish speaking, Davy interrupted, which is why it was good, because unfortunately, that guy couldn't appear in this world yet. Davy said, that's right, because Megatron is not some kind of fantasy or miracle. If it is perfected, it will be a weapon of war close to master level. With that, big and small problems will appear continuously across this continent. After all, the Earth has not warmed up to nuclear weapons for nothing. Davy sat up and continued, There's only a limit to the battle data that Megatron can collect, so we'll use it this time. Davy's eyes lit up. This is the perfect opportunity to collect all kinds of data. If the golem gets stronger, the defense system of this territory will also get stronger. There will definitely be more good guys in the competition sword fighting. Not only that, it can also approach evil spirits. Persek to 3 dots with your thoughts. Your mind is all about how to develop your territory. She had to sigh. Okay, but you don't think about your own safety at all. Davy asked in an innocent tone, what could happen to me? Persek thought and then answered, for example, danger from a hazard. Suddenly Blue appeared right next to Davy's bed, calling in a pampering tone, Papa. Davy saw the girl's happy face, poked her cheek and said to Persek, I have the strongest daughters, nothing will happen, I have overcome all kinds of dangers before, even if I don't know what will happen, it's not a problem. Well, as long as it's not some mythical monster or devil, but those can't exist. Some time later, the sky was lit up by bright rays of sunlight. Davy was thinking about Elena, maybe because she was too confused because I quickly accepted the benefits or because she was just tired. But after making an appointment that we would meet in 2 weeks, Elena tiredly left and didn't come by anymore. She must have been busy with all the work that was piling up. 2 weeks, a period of time that was both short and long, but that didn't mean I had time to be idle. Davy thought about it and could only sigh. Amy is in the room reporting to Davy. Sir, shall we start the meeting? Davy turned to his chair and started the meeting. Amy held the notebook in her hand and asked, Person A used force, then Person B pulled out a weapon. It seems the cause was an unnecessary insult. How do you handle it? Davy held a few pieces of paper and offered a solution. Because they had fought, so they should all be put in jail. Davy pondered, unlike the residents already living in this territory who are adapting very well, I'm going crazy dealing with the complaints and requests of the new residents who have recently come to live, even though they all receive the treatment as good, but the more people come, the more problems arise. Amy received a resolution to continue announcing the next problem, followed by a request for a custody decision between 2 women, both of whom insisted that they were the child's biological mother. Davy replied with his chin indifferently, they think this is Jerusalem or something. She said that I will cut the baby in half and give them half of it. Whoever gives up first will probably be the biological mother. Amy was surprised and asked in a questioning tone, would you really do that? Davy poured a new cup of tea and said, of course not. The Alchemists Association said to contact them if we need help, so let them know. Next. Amy respectfully continued to report, the Pietrod merchants had sent him a gift, they intended to buy a large piece of wasteland. Davy is indifferent. Since when did Tau Alpha become a real estate salesman? Throw it away. Next. Suddenly a maid entered. It turned out that person was Yuri. She gave a scary smile, realizing that he had acted badly. Yuri had to bow his head in repentance, asking for your forgiveness. The butler Bisphus also quickly responded, please forgive me, I did not teach her properly, you are doing something, send her away immediately. Davy saw that and sighed and told Bisphus, no, don't be like that, she's allowed to laugh, don't be too strict about such things. Bisphus' apologetic tone, I'm sorry, sir. Davy happily said, so you're Yuri, the tea is quite delicious, I really like it, thank you. Yuri was amazed, I'm so glad you like it. Yuri immediately left with a happy smile, so I asked permission to go. Seeing Yuri leave, Davy said to Bisphus, you are too strict. Bisphus replied, teaching the maids is my responsibility as general manager. Davy sighed deeply, he could do whatever he wanted, but he seemed satisfied with himself. The maids seemed quite talented now. Persek was full of surprise. Suddenly a scent appeared. Davy smiled and said, I made a contract with a high-level medium. The smell of a medium and it's not bad. He continued talking to Amy, telling me what the next problem was. Amy said respectfully, yes, next is a report from the captain of the Royal Guard. The two continued their conversation. Davy paid attention, and just like that, I took the time to manage my territory. The 2-week appointment passed faster than expected. At that time Davy was chatting with Baron Gornio through the orb. Baron Gornio said, looks like you got lucky, people of the royal family almost shed blood in the Ordim territory. Baron Gornio said, looks like you got lucky, people of the royal family almost shed blood in the Ordim territory. Davy looked at Baron Gornio's figure in the orb and exclaimed, it was great to see his face after a long time. While encountering many things after returning to Heinz Land, Baron Gornio finally stayed to Lindes because of the work of the Central Disease Control Team. Baron Gornio said, do you remember, on the day a lightning storm appeared in the forest near the Ordim territory, a member of the Lindes royal family who was riding in a carriage avoided being attacked. Thanks to that, what's more shocking is that the lightning storm killed all the assassins there. I mean, how could that have happened? Thanks to that, the carriage was still intact, but because the assassins' bodies were all burned to ashes, it made it difficult to investigate. Davy listened and thought for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, investigation, sorry. That mistake was my fault. I thought that the carriage belonged to the royal family, but I didn't expect it to belong to Lindes tea shop. This could lead to a big war. You could probably call this a cat incident. Blind fried fish socks. Persek was extremely surprised when he heard these words. Oh. Baron Gornio continued smiling. Actually, I came to the Lindes Empire to please the youngest princess, and when my work is complete, I intend to let everyone know about your achievements. Davy was startled when he heard what he said, his voice trembling. You don't need to worry about the riddle. Baron Gornio immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. No, the king had no idea how great his achievement was, and he deserved to be recognized for it. Davy saw him like that and immediately said, please calm down. I mean, I don't like making a fuss. I don't need that. It just makes people more wary of me. Davy told Persek, for my future life, it would be better for me to live a quiet life, but for Baron Gornio, who is serious about medicine, he wouldn't understand. Baron Gornio has finally regained his composure, then I look forward to the time when we meet again. Finally, the two ended the conversation. Davy leaned back and complained, it seemed like it was going to be noisy again for a while. Suddenly the window right above Davy's head opened wide. Elena appeared. Davy, it's me. Her tone was cheerful. By the way, I heard you were talking to someone. Who is it? The palace guard. Davy saw Elena's tired face answer her question. No. Elena was full of curiosity. Are you trying to stop someone from getting married? What do you plan to do if the rumor gets out? Davy heard what she said and could only laugh it off. Ha ha, this is the second week after I agreed to help her. Elena is embarrassed, I swear. Davy immediately interrupted her and told her, and she didn't even respond to my letter. Davy looked at Elena and assessed. I don't know if it was because Elena felt she owed me or not, but she kept asking me if I needed anything. From my perspective, I agreed to help her, not because of her, but because it doesn't matter to her. Ellen seriously told Davy, this is the last time, you can refuse if you don't want to do it. Davy smiled happily. Before that, Therese, one thing I want to confirm, that secret night order, is it okay to send a random person like me to the exam arena? Elena replied, if it's about that, then it doesn't matter, because I'm planning to take advantage of this opportunity, Elena said as she clasped her hands in front of her chest and sounded confident. Davy doesn't understand. Chance. Elena leaned against the table and answered, the basic rule of the guild is probably to keep its operations a secret, but maintaining the organization needs to be the top priority, which is why a member of the officer can bring in a person, like that disciple, only once in a lifetime. Davy was surprised. Disciple. Persek listens to the conversation and tells Davy, she is taking advantage of you, you will have to shoulder a lot of it. Davy thinks, no, that's about Elena. Davy turned around and told Elena, okay, since I have no more questions, we can prepare to go now, I don't need to bring much. Davy held an item in his hand. Elena saw that item and curiously asked, wait, something. Davy immediately answered, Megatron Mk2, it is the guardian golem she fought before. Elena listened but didn't understand anything. Davy saw her surprised expression and said to Persek, what's wrong, isn't it quite common to shrink monsters? Persek to 3 dots with Davy, no, I think she was shocked that such a big weapon was being carried around like a toy. Elena let out a sigh, I feel like my perception has been completely chipped since meeting you, I will use a teleportation monster, remember to hold on tight if you don't want to be transported to a strange place. Elena was embarrassed. Davy saw her smiling like a blessing. Davy teased, how should I repay this kindness? Elena blushed and stopped teasing me. This time, in the north-central continent. Davy and Elena are here. Davy wondered, this is, Elena quickly explained, we are in the north-central bamboo forest of the Pandora Kingdom. It takes a month to walk and a week to ride a horse, and because of the barrier, it is not easy to get inside, Davy announced. Anyway, we've come quite a long way. The two began to move forward. Elena said as she walked, in my guild, my name in the Night Guild is the Alpha Force, and am in charge of detecting and dealing with threats originating from the Pandora Kingdom. Davy walked behind her, heard what she said and asked, is this what you want in Pandora's Kingdom? Elena turned around and replied, no, I can go to another region once I become an official member, I just need that power. But even though I'm a member of the royal family, there are still places I can't go to. Davy looked at her and thought, power and the ability to freely go through secret areas, is what Elena wants. Persek sat on Davy's shoulder and said, that child lost her mother to a blood-sucking demon. I'm sure she really wanted to find traces of that demon. Davy understood, so that was why she lost her mind every time she saw traces of it. Elena's tone was filled with determination. I need to pass this competition, I must do it. Davy replied, yes, but before that, it looks like we'll need to deal with these first. What, Davy? Is mutant wolves? Elena saw them and her face changed. Elena told Davy to be careful, they may look small, but their claws and teeth have deadly poison, and they are very agile. Elena, stand up, I will handle it. Davy stood up in front of her, interrupting, no, wait. Elena was surprised, Davy. And you have a grudge in your heart, how dare you steal other people's experience points, why do you think I came all the way here? Davy threw Megatron Mk2 out to the mutated wolves, it glowed and expanded. Davy was prepared, precisely because this was the time to collect battle data. Davy smiled cunningly, they'll let you fight Megatron Mk2, this is your first fight, kill them all. The giant robot appeared. In the north of the central continent, in the forest near Pandora's castle. Elena was so scared that she covered both her ears, oh my god, what am I looking at? Around Elena is an extremely bloody scene. Mutant wolves attacked by Megatron Mk2, the announcement about it rang endlessly, weapon upgrade completed, Megatron Mk2 destroyed the enemy. Elena asked Davy suspiciously, what have you been doing for the past 2 weeks? A long while later, the scene before his eyes became extremely blurry, the mutant wolves lay sprawled on the ground. They're exact, Elena exclaimed, now I feel sorry for the monsters. Davy heard her say that and laughed like he had a good harvest, ha ha. Davy wears glasses to control Megatron Mk2, he has an extremely scary smile, wow, that's really a different chainsaw, really cool, really good conversation. Davy puts his hands on his hips and orders Megatron Mk2 to take care of the remaining mutant wolves. Elena was scared, from the beginning he didn't want to talk. She pointed to the mutant wolves sitting on the ground trembling in fear, looking at them begging for their lives. Davy pretended not to hear anything, kill them all, Megatron, take all the data you have. Elena looked at Davy with discriminatory eyes, I was wrong, he didn't even listen to me. Davy was extremely happy. Elena asked worriedly, was it okay to test that destructive weapon out like that? After a while, the two people sitting in the car set off. Elena used sharp eyes to look at Davy sitting opposite. Davy puts his chin in his hand and doesn't understand what's going on. What's wrong, are you upset? Elena crossed her arms and replied indifferently, I'm not the problem here. Turns out the problem was with the car. Davy was surprised, what, this golem? Elena complained, you also used magic to increase the size of the inside of this carriage, and why did you make the sound of the horse? How much money do you have? What's wrong, isn't it imitating the real sound? Davy's face turned red and he said extremely happily, shouldn't I use money to buy what I want? Elena was full of hate, she stared at Davy, this crazy guy just made some money. Persek sat on Davy Bow's shoulders, that's what her eyes were saying. Davy was amazed, he thought, well, if I entrust this to the magic tower, the price will be exorbitant, but since it's an original, it won't be that expensive. I feel a bit offended. Persek sat without his car feeling the things around him. The mana flow of this forest was very chaotic. The deeper we went into the forest, the worse it got. It didn't seem to follow any particular order at all, and this is a giant barrier. The outside is covered with a purple smog. Elena crossed her arms and answered, yes, to hide the Alpha Profile's base, they built a barrier to avoid detection. That's why it's difficult to sense mana around here. You don't know how confused I was when I first came from here. this area is being interfered with by some forces, that's why I think this forest has another mana flow outside. Davy listened attentively and then asked, it seemed like she really liked this place. Elena honestly shared, only when I became a member did I understand. The majority of the association's members, including the Alpha monks, have created such a barrier around these areas. The formation must have covered this entire forest. Davy is curious, isn't he? How are the members? Elena took off her handkerchief. She cut it off. They did it with this. On her hand is a ring. Elena explains, it's a holy item that's not affected by the barrier. I don't know what magic it has, but they say it keeps the wearer from being affected by the barrier by cutting through the wavelengths. Davy took Ellen's ringed hand and observed, oh, that's quite interesting. Elena continued to say, if you become a member, the teachers will give it to you. Davy received a completely new information when the teacher appeared surprised. Elena quickly answered his question, well, technically they are my superiors. The secret society uses a rather unique way to maintain its organization. They choose talented children when they are young to support and adopt them, although I was accepted quite late. While Elena was talking, the carriage suddenly shook violently, causing the two of them to fall into a hole. But in the distance there were the silhouettes of two men. Elena tried to get out of the car and rubbed her sore head from the strong impact. What's going on? Elena sat on Davy's lap and looked up to see the silhouette of a man. That person seems to know you, Elena. Out. Elena calls this person's name, Shio. Elena shouted angrily, what are you doing? Shio immediately replied, I'm destroying the intruder. Elena brought an outsider in here. What are you doing? Elena said angrily, I brought him here. Even if I did it, I don't think you have the right to do that, right? Davy was confused at that time. Sorry princess, can you let me go? Shio used a cold tone to confront Elena. Unfortunately you have no right to ask me that question, Elena. Right now, it is clear that you have broken the law, so you are just being punished appropriately for it, that's it. Someone else, Trev, he came to report to Shio. There was no one else in this area. Shio's tone was hateful. Luckily they aren't stupid. If you bring anyone else, we will execute them regardless of their status or rank. Elena was annoyed. Don't make me laugh. Who are you to punish a high-ranking member? She stood up and swiped her weapon out. Shio's name is not inferior to him now that the sword is in front of him. Everything is for the sake of organization. Elena's tone was annoyed. You are overstepping your authority. If you don't retreat immediately, I will make you pay. Two people looked at each other face to face. Suddenly an eagle appeared. Trev bow, Shio, just got a new order. They joked about Elena and the civilians came in. Shio gritted her teeth and turned to leave, considering she was lucky today. Elena shyly said to Davy, I'm sorry, I didn't think it would turn out like that. Davy rubbed her head comfortingly, it's okay. Davy jumped up from the hole. He said in a sharp tone to Shio, you made an interesting start, murderer. He doesn't understand what you're saying, huh? Davy walked past him and patted his shoulder a few times to remind him, I mean you should be careful, there won't be a next time. Shio was angry, his face was full of blue veins, his eyebrows. Trev saw that and immediately stopped him. That's enough, Shio, it will be troublesome if you forget that. Everything has principles, we don't have to use examples all the time. Davy in the foreground is smiling cunningly. The two people, Davy and Elena, arrived at their destination. Following them were Trev and Shio. Looking at the majestic scene before him, Davy couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, great, this is exactly what I want. It seems to be an old building but very well taken care of. He walked behind Elena and Shio. Persek sat on his head, completely agreeing with that opinion. Of course, this is a Western-style building from when Bonieo was alive. At one place, Elena stopped and said to Trev and Shio, I will take Davy to the dormitory, I will report back later. Shio disagrees. No, Elena, you come with us. He ordered Trev to lead this foreigner to the dormitory outside, remembering when the verdict was announced in his school. Trev immediately turned his eyes to Davy and then bow. That, outsider, please raise your hand. Davy obeyed him and then raised his hands forward. Trev used something on Davy. He could feel his hands being tied by a regular rope, dark magic. Elena is worried about you, Davy. Davy immediately comforted her. Don't worry, it's okay. Elena still couldn't stop worrying, watching Davy's figure being led away by Trev. Arrived outside the dormitory, Trev ordered, come in. Davy entered the room and sat on the first bed. Trev reminded, it will be beneficial for you to stay here, because I don't like using force. Davy didn't answer anything, but just smiled at him. Trev saw that he didn't say anything and said, "I'm not threatening you, I can kill you with words. But don't worry, I won't carelessly use it to give birth to a human." Davy didn't pay attention to what he said, where he put his hands on his head and lay down on the bed. "Well, that sounds interesting." Davy looked at Trev with judgmental eyes, a person with special abilities. Davy falls into a previous flashback. At that time, he and the archer Apollon talked. Apollon said that, if judged by the standards of his previous world, because those were the people with the most powerful abilities, it was actually difficult to consider them human. Archer Apollon pointed to the dragon carved on the stone and explained, because they were not born from humans. Just like Trev. In the dormitory, another person appeared, none other than Shio. He ordered Davy, who was making himself comfortable on the bed, to follow me. "The masters have sent for you." Davy followed them to a place where there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Davy could see that, a magician and 2 sword masters, they seemed to be masters. Elena also appeared right next to him. The other 3 are all alpha magicians. The 2 magicians include a male and a female. The male is Boris Knight, the female is Shilia Knight. The other swordsman's name is Fridas. Knight Boris spoke up, "So, we confirm again, apprentice Elena de Fallen, you broke your promise and brought outsiders here. Do you accept this as true?" Elena immediately got angry. "That." Boria reminded her, only answering the question asked. Elena gritted her teeth. "Yes." Knight Shilia continued, "You disregarded the authority of a guild member and refused his orders. Do you accept this as true?" Elena replied, "Yes." Knight Fridas nonchalantly folded his arms and said, "Then there is nothing to consider. Apprentice Elena must be disciplined and we will erase the memory of that foreigner. If he resists, we will execute him." Elena couldn't listen anymore and spoke up, "Before that, I want to say a few words. The guild's rules stipulate that foreigners cannot enter here." The other party replied, "Yes." Elena immediately received the answer and quickly said, "But what if he wasn't the one to call the victim?" They were surprised. What did she say? Elena pointed at Davy. She was determined to protect him. "He will join the Knight Order, which means I will use my powers." Knight Shilia reminded, "That is an opportunity that can only be used once. Do you want to use that precious opportunity for this person?" Elena didn't think any more and answered that, "That's why I brought Davy here. You guys tried to cancel my exam results, but I thought of a way." They warned Elena, her teammates' identities were still unknown, "So don't be in such a hurry." Elena's tone was firm. "I thought carefully before deciding on this." The knight would have a hateful tone, "But Elena, you are still a trainee member, who can you teach?" Elena confronts, "It doesn't matter, Master Celia, what matters is that I use my authority, and Davy is the one who complies with the rules. I don't know why you guys are so wary, but the alpha power exists to protect humanity. This whole thing is so unfair." Shio stood above listening to Elena's words and gritted his teeth. He was extremely angry and scolded her. "Be careful of what you say, Elena, we cannot accept a stranger." Elena ignores him. "That's not something he can decide." A knight reminds Shio, "Don't be brazen." Shio immediately tried to justify, "Respected masters, she was talking nonsense." It sounded like Elena was only telling the truth, but she was trying to hide her 2 mistakes. Knight Boris said, "Shio, we haven't given you permission to speak yet." Shio, he never gave up. "We don't know if he is a responsible person or not, and we also don't know if he has any special talents or abilities," shouted an annoyed knight. Shio howl. Shio still tried to explain, "I couldn't sense any mana from him. The rules stipulated that only those whose abilities were observed and confirmed by at least 2 masters could join the team, but no matter how you look at it, this person is just a civilian, nothing more. In fact, he could be a spy sent to collect information from the Alpha Force." Davy just stood there smiling without saying anything. A loud explosion rang out, exploding right where Shio stood. Elena couldn't listen anymore and pulled out her sword. "Since you don't know how to talk, you should open your mouth." Shio howl, "Even though you're an unpleasant bastard, I don't want to kill you, so shut up." Shio was no slouch either. He also pulled out his sword. "Ha, do you think you can look down on me? Elena hates talking, stop acting." The 2 entered into a fight. Elena provoked, "You think you are special now because you received the blessing of mana, then you are very wrong, because I never said I looked down on you." Shio was amazed. Hearing the noise below, from above echoed a loud voice as if giving orders. "We're in the process of trial, inner knee Elena, inner knee Shio. If you 2 continue to do well, we will ask you to leave here." Hearing Elena's reprimand, her face wrinkled in discomfort. Palan and Davy just stood there watching the chaos of the scene before them, and they were more patient than I expected. As soon as they finished setting up the stage for me, I would come out to greet the audience. Knight Fritas also had his own thoughts after hearing what they said, but Shio said it was also true. Knight Shilla heard that and didn't say anything more. He added while looking at Davy, "We don't know anything about this kid's abilities, but his skills are only average." Davy understood their confusion but he said nothing. He turned to ask Elena's opinion. "Elena de Fallen, what do you say about this? You are very sure that I can vouch for him. Are your standards that bad? The person sitting in your standard chair is that bad?" She turned around and realized it was her master. He continued, "Unfortunately, it was not like Shio Hal said. We don't know what abilities this boy has, moreover, we don't see him as a responsible person. Because of those two things, Elena's apprentice, we will refuse her proposal." Hearing those words he clenched his hand. "This trial, you raised your hand." Wait, everyone was surprised and didn't know what he was going to say. Let's clarify a few basic things first. First of all, I don't know what's going on here. To be clear, I don't know what your mission here is. Trev just sat with his arms crossed indifferently as if he didn't care about them and continued to say first, "I don't know what's going on here, so obviously I don't know what your mission here is." "Outsider, be careful what you say," he shouted angrily, "enough is enough." "Yes, I accept that. It's obvious how someone who has never been to this secret base would know what you guys are doing here, or, perhaps you want to quietly let the whole world know about your sacrifices, right?" Standing on the second floor, hearing what he said, he angrily shouted at this brat. Seeing the situation getting worse, Alana smacked her head and exclaimed, "How dare you insult the knight, Shio Hal, be careful what you say, he will make it worse. Usually you will accept children who are not yet perfect in their abilities, is that true?" Knight Shilya asked Davy incredulously, "Does that mean all of you are qualified to do that, but how can you know that they are responsible people?" He had a slight smile on his lips because when they are in the ranks of the noble alpha magic power, they will gradually learn that, ha ha ha. Knight Boris heard that happily and laughed and said, "Yes, that's so true." Shilya saw him laughing so loudly and found it difficult to understand Sir Boris. He turned to ask Davy, "I like you. What is your name, Davy?" "Davy Al Round." "Introduce your name." "Okay, Davy Al Round, do you believe that you have enough talent to join the Alpha Force?" "There's no use answering that, but I hope the Alpha Magician isn't so short-sighted that he'll judge a person's potential based on mana alone. I'm just saying that because I have faith that you won't be like that, and it's very sad if that's true." He reminisced about the past. A scene appeared before his eyes right now. "I'm telling the truth, I was very impressed by the stories of the Knight Order that Archer Appleton told me. To be honest, I quite like the Order Knight. We admit we were wrong." He continued, he would show everyone his ability, but hearing what Mr. Boris said, a small smile appeared on his lips. "I hope you're not talking about the type of ability of the novices up there, who can't even distinguish between heaven and earth. If I were to compete with those people, the answer would be clear." Hearing what you said, Shihal grimaced and angrily cursed, "You bastard." In the large space of the room, you and he were right opposite each other. You looked at him and smiled slightly, then his face darkened. He put his hand in front of his chest and held a wand in his hand. "It's a very sparkling blue color. The masters told me not to overdo it, but they didn't say I had to go easy on you." Davy opened his eyes wide in surprise. The magic wand, so he accepted the blessing. He was very special. The Palan next to him saw that and asked him where he kept his evil eye. "Come on, what's the fun anymore?" On the other side, the white bow wondered and asked Elena, "Will it be okay? Her friend's mana is only equal to that of a normal person." Alana affirmed with certainty that it was. Pink Bow nervously asked whether he was confident in himself, "But it's okay, thank you for worrying." "Honestly, I'm more worried about how Hesh showing off." On the other side, Davy and Shihal's battle is about to take place. Shihal is in awe of your ability and doesn't consider you his opponent. He says he'll let him go, front hand. "I don't know what a guy with no penis has to show, but let's see what you can do." He smiled lightly and threw the Rubik's Cube back. The Rubik's Cube appears in mid-air and emits white light. From the Rubik's Cube, a giant golem appeared. It was a giant. Davy pointed the way to its feet. It was a golem Shihal, who was very surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. "No wonder your mana is so weak, so you rely on this scrap metal." Davy crossed his arms and ordered the Megatron golem, "Commanded you." Taking out the chainsaw, Elena was ordered to face fear. Receiving the order, Megatron took out the giant chainsaw that was approaching. Davy put his hands on his waist and smiled triumphantly, asking if he wanted to stop and talk first. Elena shouted loudly, "Davy, no matter what he does, cannot kill him, he can." Megatron rushed like a wind. Its silhouette could not be seen as it passed, leaving behind a yellow light. Megatron passed through Elena in just a few seconds. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Pieces of ice and snow flew out. Shihao unleashes an attack on Davy. He used his wand to shoot at him. At first he was a bit surprised by that. But after regaining composure, he laughed softly. Megatron Golem was right in front of him, blocking all the damaging attacks Shihao dealt. Davy was right behind the Megatron Golem, unharmed, proudly saying, "You really shot those, is that all you can do?" He didn't expect that his costly attack wouldn't be able to do anything. Davy added that in the end, that's all the person who receives the mana blessing knows how to do. Shihao raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face. "It's really extraordinary, what is he babbling about?" Shihao just performed a move that spreads yellow light around him. Those who are given mana will never be underestimated. Normally, to materialize magic, people have to make use of long spells, but they are different. Those who are blessed with mana can reduce that by half. In other words, their spells can be easily simplified. Shihao casts the spell using a freezing move to attack Davy, plus since the user is synchronized with their spell to a certain extent should be twice as effective. It was similar to the state of being able to fuse mana even though it was weak. He crossed his arms and looked up at his moves, making his guesses based on actual experience. He was one level higher than him, mages in the reserve room of the Mage Tower. The Palan next to him also said his own comments, but Hess not as bad as Euless, so even if him better than that elder, that in itself is a problem and a continent-level genius is not a common occurrence, saw him respond to Palan's words. The pieces of ice that his attacks continuously deal damage to the Megatron Golem, this also causes its performance to decrease significantly. The automatic protection system reacts a bit slowly when exposed to cold. The performance is also something I need to review. You remember when you installed the engine you weren't sure with your memory, you said I installed a good engine but the force distribution was uneven, right? Seeing the speed of Golem Megatron, Shihao clenched his hands into fists. He was very angry because he thought his abilities were being underestimated. He gritted his teeth and looked fiercely at it. Why is it so slow? Could it be that it looks down on him? Seeing that, he continued to use crushing moves. He also used other moves immediately after using the spear. Or should we end the test of its defense here? After speaking, Davy immediately put pen to paper. He ordered the golem to just do a simple counterattack. He received the order. After receiving the command, the golem quickly identifies the target. Its system also announces the completion of target identification. The golem quickly launched a counterattack and it quickly approached Shihao. He was extremely surprised with its speed. One person and one golem should not fight each other in the arena in front of countless people below. Arrows were launched. It seemed like it couldn't resist the golem's attack either. Shihao was knocked back, angrily gritting his teeth and cursing at this crazy golem. After the golem's heavy attacks, Shihao was now exhausted. He knelt down on the ground or put his hands on the floor. "Are you trying to kill someone?" Seeing that, Davy said, "Don't say weak words. Are you like that when you risk fighting with the enemy?" White Bow and Hip Bow, seeing that the battle situation is extremely tense, "Shouldn't we stop them?" "That's right, that golem is too strong." I'm not sure if he was hit by the golem or not. Moreover, what is that strange weapon? Calm down. Contrary to the worried attitude of the White Bow and Pink Bow, he really liked to turn to ask Elena, "Is she really strong? Elena, that person is your friend. Is he a famous golem mage?" Elena thought, thinking for a moment, sighing, what did he mean by the golem mage? He was a monster that if he wanted, he could destroy this place for playing with the doll like now. Even though that doll was a trouble that went beyond normal. After saying that, she laughed. He didn't understand what she said. Fridas watched the match and commented that anyway, that golem was great, its movements were clearly different from normal golems. Shilia agreed with Fridas' opinion. She didn't expect it to be so short inside. If you are a golem mage, you can operate even with weak mana. But he seemed to rely on that golem without much defense. It looked like he was inexperienced. In this era there weren't many opportunities to gain experience. What do you think if we teach him? I think we can solve that problem. His talent for making golems is definitely enough to pass the exam. If he created a few more pawns like that, they could help a lot in reconnaissance and logistics. Boris spoke his thoughts. Hearing what they said, Alana smiled softly. How could they be so delusional? The golem's legs were almost frozen, making it almost difficult to move with it. I think we should announce this decision soon, unfortunately. Because the golem mage didn't realize the state of that golem, which looked like his own limbs. Now the golem was frozen all over. Even though it's a great golem. Theo came up with a strategy to deal with it. Of course the area around the golem's joints was frozen. No matter how resilient the golem was, if it was frozen from the inside like that, it wouldn't be able to function. That's an important thing to protect, good defense against ice magic. Furthermore, according to Hal, who carefully used magic to hide his intentions. His admirable ability to attack was finally quiet now. His annoying golem could no longer move. Shihal needs to fold the spell on his headset and memorize it carefully. This is the difference between me and someone like you who relies on golems. Did you hear that Davy used his foot to break the wooden stick? Then he took the wooden stick as a weapon and placed it on his shoulder, smirking and saying that was right. Seeing your reaction, Shihal thought you were still arrogant until the end. Okay, after saying that, he quickly rushed to attack towards you. Victory would be even sweeter if I swapped and defeated you. He held the wooden stick in his hand and quickly walked towards him. Use that wooden stick to block his attack. His lazy sword split the wooden stick into two parts. One part flew out into the air. The rest is in your hands. He looked at the remaining wooden stick in his hand. Meanwhile, Shihal behind him quickly launched an attack against him. Seeing the tense situation of the match, Shilya panicked. Kya Elena, should we stop them? Hearing that Elena just said who. Elena's short answer made it very difficult for Shilya to understand who she was asking. Davy leaned to avoid Shihal's attack easily. This surprised him very much. He smiled here. Then used the wooden stick to strike. That move directly hits Shihal's head. Shihal's attack was extremely unexpected. He was stunned that Davy's silhouette in front of him was also blurred or something. Next, Davy gave him another blow in the middle of the top of his head. The attack made him scream in pain. He was being beaten so badly that he was lying on the floor. It seemed like the match was over. Davy sat down and looked at him. Did I just win? Everyone applauded him. Oh my God, this is truly a miracle. Shihal fell to the floor muttering déjà vu. What are you talking about? I've seen this before. Davy rubbed his old back and stood up. At the same time, he also brushed the dust off his clothes before saying, wonderful. Standing on the railing of the upper floor, the Fridas Knight crossed his arms and said, is it a coincidence? If so, then that's excellent. Luck is also a kind of talent. And Knight Boris looked at Davy and said, okay, you promised, you must do it, I will recognize your skill. Then he looked over at Hal, who was sitting blankly on the ground, and said, it seems like Theo is lazy to practice, so take today as a lesson and practice harder. Theo Hal's face was dirty and he gritted his teeth in disbelief, saying, it couldn't be. Having said that, he pointed at Davy, who was thinking about the Rubik Cube, and said, haven't you all seen his swordsmanship? Relying on the golem's strength alone cannot be considered a victory. Elena heard that and shouted angrily, stop it, according to Hal, have you forgotten who created that golem? She was extremely angry for Davy to hear those insulting words and said, also, golem summoners are usually placed in the back defense line. Don't you think it's unfair that a golem summoner has to standing in the middle of the field and fighting directly? Usually your only opponent is the golem. You explain what it means to attack Davy. Having said that, Elena saw his angry face and gritted his teeth and was satisfied. At this moment the Fridas Knight's applause rang out to get everyone's attention. He said, that's enough. At this time, he was carrying two swords on his back. Trainee Elena was right, according to Howl. Knight Fridas pointed down and said, what is Clause 8 of the Alpha Lion Order Code? According to Howl. According to Howl reluctantly said, knights must always do their best and learn from both victory and defeat. The content of the law, if you know that, then stop here. Waiting for the knights accompanying Howl to leave, Elena whispered to Davy, good job Davy. The two of them were talking when they heard Theo Howl's voice. He was considered a lucky person. Davy's two people glanced at Theo Howl's face. He was still angry and said, if it weren't for that ridiculous coincidence, he would be dead now. Elena said sarcastically, did that guy really go all the way? And Davy shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Elena waited for Howl to leave before saying, really, Hess really bad, but as for you, you can pretend to be calm, but you also know your personality is very bad, right? Davy made a funny face at Elena and said, why is that so? She is helpless because of this senselessness, and said, wow, what a thick face. Elena said in horror, still pretending not to know. Having said that, she secretly thought that, actually, if she didn't know his nature, I would also say this is just a coincidence, but just at that moment, I saw it. A strange smirk flashed on Davy's face. Now I can see everything clearly, Davy. Elena stared at Davy's back, then remembered his friend's earlier battle, then saw that expression on Davy's face, making her fall into contemplation. Davy didn't pay attention and walked all the way ahead saying, I wonder what the meeting about my position will be like. You talk as you go, there won't be any problem, right? Seeing that, Elena sighed and thought, he is an evil guy who hides the power to destroy opponents. After thinking about it, she shook her head and said, he is not bad. But what he did was no different from the devil. They said he didn't know swordsmanship, but the swordsmanship just now was unusual. Ha, what did you just say? The knights were discussing among themselves. There were voices inside the room. I also agreed with the ratio 7 and 3. Knight Boris said, as a result of the meeting we will accept you into the group. It is quite unreasonable to ask about mana or skills of a golem summoner mage, but even so you fought very well. Davy sat quietly and listened. After speaking, he pushed a silver wine on the table towards Davy and said, welcome him to join. Davy looked for a while and then said, it looks like this is not bottled wine. Reasoning that the wine was forbidden wine, Knight Boris said while laughing, ha ha ha, it's true that you're very smart, you're an alchemist. You're so quick-witted, or heard it from that apprentice Elena. Suddenly Knight Boris asked. Davy quickly answered, that's the feeling. He thought to himself, in that cup there was a residual amount of mana, although very weak. Knight Boris stared at Davy and said, I know, apprentice, Miss Elena introduced us to a good person, although it's okay to accept someone of the same or higher level as your disciple, but... Looking at Davy drinking the forbidden wine without hesitation, Knight Boris said, the important thing is... He looked at Davy in confusion and said, you started drinking without asking what it was. As soon as he finished speaking, Davy also finished drinking and said, more often than I thought. Davy wiped a few drops of wine from his mouth and said, I analyzed the situation and it was fine. Sitting on his shoulder Berserk von Palan sighed and said, you said it really well. Davy heard that and thought to himself, is a glass of forbidden wine okay? It can't affect a mage who has reached the assimilation level, sorry, but it's fine even if I drink it. Looking at the empty wine glass, Knight Boris said, then I will confirm. He looked at Davy then frowned and said, he promised to keep the secret of the Alpha Lion core and the last piece of the puzzle. Davy replied, isn't that why I drank this? Yes. Davy smiled and said, if so, yes, I'm here to help a friend but I'm also interested in the final piece of the puzzle as well, specifically the evil spirits and monsters in it. Knight Boris replied, from the beginning I had the feeling that you knew a lot about the Alpha Lion core. Davy thought to himself, maybe it wasn't just a feeling. Knight Boris gave Davy a stone and said, well, you didn't lie. Davy held the stone in his hand and thought what he said, it was an ancient object that could detect lies. After that, Knight Boris stood up and left. Before that, he turned around and said to Davy, I have confirmed everything, so there is no need to worry about your safety anymore. It's late, let's go rest. The night outside has long fallen, he said, from tomorrow, you should follow the guidance of trainee Elena. The next morning, the sky was clear and the trees were in full bloom. Davy looked at the ring in his hand very curiously. Elena explained, from now on you will no longer be affected or uncomfortable by the forest boundary when moving, you must return it there, so don't lose it or break it. Davy asked, is it the same as her ring? Elena replied, it is, but it has a lower level. If you want to become an official member, you must have permission from your superiors, but that's not a problem. Elena said excitedly, and this is how I got an assistant. Davy sighed helplessly and said, what will you do if I change my mind? Elena looked dissatisfied, she turned her head and frowned, saying, now. Elena looked like she was quite annoyed, her whole body burst into flames and jumped on Davy's body, saying, you wouldn't do that, would you? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Davy replied, it seemed like there was something stimulating there you are. Elena jumped down from Davy's body and wiped away her sweat. Elena walked forward and pointed to the left and said, let's go. He still had to make up a lot of homework, but the teacher said he had to let him practice as soon as possible. Practicing? Davy asked confusedly. Seeing that, Elena said, the trainees will provide additional training during the normal period. Actually, this is also one of the reasons I came back. Elena said as she walked, normal abilities would be taught by the respective teachers but, additional training was a form of practical training on cooperation and resilience. Looking at her excited face Davy thought to himself, she's still working outside while training here, what a hard-working princess. Davy quickly followed and said, it seems fun to be a member. Elena replied, there is really nothing unpleasant and to achieve the goal, it is necessary to go through, in some secret corner, someone is whispering, also, everyone is so good, I can ignore my royal status and live comfortably here, I know. Hearing the noise, two people immediately stopped to listen. Elena looked around in confusion. She noticed that Davy stopped too far away, so she called out to Davy. Elena said, what are you doing? Why don't you follow me? Davy smiled and said, you go first, what are you talking about? Davy said, I'll come with you later. Go in first. Elena rubbed her messy hair and said, well, if that's what you say. Saying that, she turned around and ran up the stairs to leave first, not forgetting to tell Davy, "Don't be late," he quickly replied. Davy stood there waving at Elena until she could no longer be seen. Immediately after that, a murderous aura surrounding him appeared. On this side, while Elena was stretching, she saw someone on the railing upstairs looking at her intently. Davy saw her and slowly walked down the stairs. Elena saw that and said, "Great timing, where are you going?" Davy walked past her and replied, "Nowhere." Elena looked at the perfect smiling expression on her lips and said, "But what's with your expression?" Seeing that, Davy turned his head and asked, What's wrong?" Elena immediately shut her mouth in fear and shook her head repeatedly. She looked at Davy in fear like she was looking at a monster. Davy turned his head away and continued saying, "That's bad," she quickly responded. Davy walked in front with his ears in his pockets and smiled, looking extremely dangerous, saying, "What are you doing? Hurry up," behind Elena whispered. He looked like a villain planning some evil plan. So Elena followed Davy's footsteps and asked, "What just happened? What are you thinking?" Davy remembered hearing voices talking at that time. The person standing in the corner of the hallway was Knight Fridas. He said, considering the capabilities and value of the golem he created, his future was indeed very promising. Knight Fridas said to Knight Shilia, "But don't you find him suspicious?" She heard that and replied, "Yes, when he fought with the trainee following him, his movements were very blurry." Knight Shilia continued, "With that condition, it would be very dangerous if he accompanied apprentice Elena in the practical test." Next to Knight Boris he huffed and fell into deep thought. Davy, hiding behind the wall, heard them say, he needed to practice a little more, he had to learn how to fight monsters before he lost his temper. Berserk von Palan stood next to Davy and said, "That's what they're saying, Davy." Davy immediately laughed very coldly. By humiliating according to Howl, Davy broke the teacher's trust instead of making them trust him. Hess quite suspicious. "It seems like they don't know the influence of Golem Mage in a great war, so I have no choice but to show them." Davy's whole body was burning with determination, thinking, "This time, I will be more clever and show them clearly." Then Davy walked away laughing hysterically. Elena took one look and thought to herself, "Today Hess a bit scary." Spreading wings to the giant forest, loud screams appeared. "What is this?" A pile of sticky slime surrounded everyone. A girl said, "Lindsay, help me." The person named Lindsay said, "Wait a minute, it's too sticky." She was saying, "When was this trap set?" Something was falling from the sky. Another loud explosion rang out, and a miserable scream rang out inside the forest. Elena quickly ran over there to look in. In any situation, that golem was dangerous. A voice rang out, "I couldn't sit and watch anymore. After the training, I will destroy it. It is too dangerous and should not be released." Davy calmly replied, "If you can do it, do it." That person said, "Wow, you are really annoying." Berserk von Palan sat on Davy's shoulder and said, "An easy victory." He replied, "I still used quite a bit of strength even though the opponent was new." Davy happily thought to himself, "I can imagine the surprised faces of those old teachers. They can't say I'm quite suspicious anymore." Berserk von Palan said, "I feel sorry for the children being used as that's a very dangerous thing." After talking with Berserk von Palan, he took out his phone and called Elena. "Let's focus, Elena, there is a team trying to escape at 2 o'clock. The other end replied, "Okay," then hung up. Day looked up and down and thought to himself, a true alchemist knows how to control the situation from behind the curtain, although not flamboyantly, but effectively and persistently. That's how an alchemist fried his head. Well, what a nice experience. Then, after a period of intense training, Davy announced that the training session was over. Then he returned to the castle. The sound of leather shoes clacking on the marble floor, Davy glanced at the people around him. He thought as he walked, there was one person who said that a flexible stone would push back a stationary stone. This is not a move anymore, it completely destroyed the old stone. For the sake of both of us, we have to endure this little bloodshed. Elena checked his teammates. Davy put his hands on his head and said, her eyes were interesting. Hearing that, Elena didn't bother to answer. After a while she said, "Do you need to do that just for a training session?" Davy thought to himself, "To collect Megatron's combat data," he said, "I've already achieved my goal." What? He looked at the group of students who were glaring at him unscrupulously and thought, so I don't care much about the trainees becoming jealous besides the promise with Elena, but even though I think so, I don't care, everyone is like that. In the dining room, he raised his arm and said, "Elena is here, here." Elena replied, "Lindsay," Lindsay said happily, "Long time no see for several months." Then the two of them rushed to hold each other's hands very passionately. Lindsay said, "How is the outside world happy, good companion, Elena?" Elena was about to say, your name is," before you finished speaking. Davy introduced himself and said, Davy Al Rown." Lindsay replied, "Nice to meet you, Davy." She introduced herself, Lindsay Pela, and then introduced the twins, and these are twin sisters Sheer Renda and Fender Penda. Then she pointed out that Hake was passionately eating and drinking in the distance and said, "That idiot is Hake. We're the same age, so is it okay if we talk without honorifics?" Davy calmly didn't answer. "Whatever," she happily replied, "Okay Davy." Lindsay pointed at the table and said, "Davy, come here again." Perserk von Palan looked at this scene and said, "She seems quite sociable," and Davy pursed his lips and thought, "Right, she doesn't seem to be interested in training." Looking over here, Lindsay is still frantically telling stories to Elena. "Anyway, you came at the right time. We have a lot of work to do outside, especially in the Heinz territory. Elena is a freedom knight." After speaking, she turned to Davy and asked, "So is Davy a freedom knight?" "A freedom knight." Hake, who was chewing his food, also looked up and spoke, referring to the outside knight who had connections outside the continent. He said, "The Free Knight Party were knights whose mission was to gather information and bring back supplies while traveling around the continent. On the other hand, the knights had no connections with the outside world. To protect and maintain this place is called Fixed Knight. I just want to explain." Perserk von Palanois, "Clearly there are problems with this system," and Davy said, "I think that system is quite good." Sheer Renda then spoke up, "What are you doing in the outside world, Davy? Are you a noble or do you belong to the royal family?" Elena held the fork in her hand and said, "Even though he looks like this, he is a prince, he is also a lord." Sheer Rend said with sparkling eyes, "Wow, I can't believe I see a prince in real life." Elena said, "Anyway, that lost person who created the golem himself, yes, you don't know how surprised I was when those magic bullets suddenly shot out," Davy thought, but didn't scream, "If she grabs my collar and demands to practice with me in training." He looked at the people sitting at the dining table who were talking and laughing happily and thinking, she simply accepted all of that and recognized everyone's strength. A voice rang out, "All those people over there are crazy." The two of Sheer Rend and Lindsay are chatting enthusiastically. "Do you think it's strange that he keeps glancing like that?" "Well, actually I'm a bit worried," she said, "but the atmosphere here is still better than in Kappa Iota Alpha." "Agreed." Theo Howell on the side glanced at Davy with angry eyes. Elena put down her fork and asked Davy, "Besides, according to Howell, he is a true fixed knight, so he doesn't like free knights, because free knights and fixed knights always have conflicts." Davy replied, "That's stupid. The reason the Alpha Lion Corps can continue to be one of the important spearheads is because the two sides are free and fixed knights. I don't know if they understand the important truth about the division between the two sides." Perserk von Palan said, "There must be some logic in distinguishing factions, right?" "That's right," Davy replied. Sheer Renda didn't know when she had rushed to Elena's place. The two of them were whispering to each other. Yes, there was something strange between the two of them, right? Lindsay stood up excitedly and said, "Now I see, Elena has never talked about Davy once." Elena stammered and said, "Oh, about that." Lindsay excitedly asked, "What is your relationship?" Elena blushed and did not answer. Seeing that, Davy was extremely confused and thought, "Why is she looking this way?" Lindsay asked, "What is the relationship between the two of you?" Elena hesitated and said, "Well, what should I say?" And at this moment Davy was deep in thought. "Our relationship was the first relationship I ran away from after defeating Elena. And then she was so angry that she punished me and she followed me all the way to Heinz territory." Davy opened his eyes and happily thought, "That's pretty cool," and Perserk von Palan sighed and said, "What are you talking about?" At this moment, Elena hesitantly said, "Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha, he is the friend who knows my secrets." After Davy heard this sentence, he widened his eyes and opened his mouth to look at Elena. After Elena said that sentence, her face turned red and she remained silent, not daring to say anything else. While the atmosphere was not falling into contemplation, a blue-haired girl came to break it and said, "Oh my God, Miss Elena, friendship does not exist between men and women." Everyone immediately turned their heads and said, "Lucia," and Lucia smiled mischievously and said, "Long time no see." Her whole body seemed to radiate a sparkling light, saying, "Ah, all of this is thanks to the grace of Daphne, the first female saint." Elena was speechless and looked at her contemptuously. Davy saw this scene and sweated and said, "It's not Priya, but Saint Daphne's." Lindsay whispered back, "She is a crazy fan of that saint." Looking at Lucia Lindsay's acting, she remembered all of her achievements and preached about them everywhere, but she overdid it. After telling the story, She laughed ha ha for a few times and then said, maybe it's because I didn't, crazy about her. After a while, Lucia walked up to Davy, pushed Lindsay away and said with a pleasing face, nice to meet you, you're Davy, right? She pointed to the Jildri and introduced, this is my partner. Lucia climbed up on the table to hold Davy's hands and said, welcome, Mr. Davy, please listen to the unknown achievements of the first female saint. Davy on the outside smiled as if responding, but in his heart he thought, just like the times Elena went crazy looking for traces of the Holy Sword, and Berserk von Palan stroked his hair and said, this is not crazy but this is not as crazy. On this side, Lucia still had sparkling eyes and said, Davy, the first female saint mentioned in the Holy Book, she has been an outstanding person since she was a child. I heard that boys and girls of the same age had to kiss her, will automatically follow him. Davy was so madly talked about by Lucia that her face was covered in saliva, he thought to himself. Did she know that the Daphne she respected so much was actually the children's big sister who heard that she beat people to a pulp with her bare hands? As for Lucia, she didn't know what Davy was thinking, she was still exclaiming, and with her personality, any criminal who ever touched her would be unable to repent. Davy thought helplessly, if those dogs giving birth to trash and being mean is also considered her friendly way of talking, it's not wrong, you have to try to endure it. Seeing that, Davy's face turned red with discomfort, and Berserk von Palan said on behalf of Davy's feelings, I want to say it so bad. Lucia said frantically, not just that, then a hand behind her back suddenly grabbed her head and smiled shyly and said, ha ha, sorry. Jildri carried Lucia on his shoulder and turned to Davy and said, once she opened her mouth to speak, even I couldn't stop it, so go somewhere else I'm sorry. Lucia screamed and said, ah, what are you doing, put me down now, stop it. Then Jildri quickly took Lucia away, she was still avoiding scolding Jildri, if you call yourself the servant of the first saintess, then behave properly. Jildri replied bluntly, the person I worship not the Saint Daphne, but the Saint Priya. Behind Lindsay said helplessly, ha ha, Alpha Nu Eta I have a hard time, yes Davy replied. Finally, the space was quiet. Berserk von Palan sighed and said, saying men and women can't make you reconsider yourself. The atmosphere in the dining room was extremely bustling, everyone was talking and laughing happily. At this point, Elena asked, Lindsay, to be honest, Therese something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. She said, is something wrong, the night order seems crazy. Lindsay replied, ah yes. Lindsay said, it's rare for the masters to come forward to solve things when an outsider comes here. That name doesn't count because he likes to be generous. Davy pointed to himself and said, outsider, is that me? Behind him, a pair of small legs appeared. Elena was engrossed in talking, well, how should I explain it? It seemed like someone had touched the transcendent Chandra. Davy saw the stranger appear and asked who she was. Alicia bowed and said, Princess, are you okay? Elena rolled her cheeks angrily and said, don't call me princess. Alicia laughed mischievously. Alicia said, continuing what she just said, the big bosses have decided that there are spies in the night order so that's why. Moreover, recently, the number of monster raids has increased, leading to the many knights were killed or injured. Shir Renda saw that and immediately replied, Alicia that it is a secret in the night order. Alicia raised her chin and said, oh really? She said, but everyone knew everything, so why keep it a secret? Everyone hesitated as a response. Then Alicia looked at where Davy was sitting and said, do you agree, Prince Davy? Alicia smiled brightly and said, I never thought I would call someone a prince. Davy replied, how do you know me? Alicia said, oh my god, of course I'm a member of the night patrol that not many people don't know about Prince Davy in this eastern continent. Davy secretly observed Alicia and thought, she seems like a good person, but I have a feeling I've seen her somewhere before. Then Davy looked at Alicia's coldly clasped hands and thought, it's not a bad feeling but what should I say? Davy had doubts in his heart then asked directly, do you have anything to say to me? Suddenly, Alicia walked straight to Davy, startling him. She seemed hesitant and said, yes I am. After that, I don't know where Alicia got a letter, she blushed so shyly that she said, can you write something for me, can you write my name? Davy also didn't expect things to come to this, he blushed and said, what, I'm a fan of Mr. Alicias. Alicia kept holding the paper in front of Davy's face and said, you are my idol, Prince Davy. Davy saw that and regained his composure and said, ah, I understand, thank you. Then he thought to himself, it seems there are quite a few strange people here, different from what I thought. Davy whispered, will I be able to adapt well here? Berserk von Palan replied, who knows? Evening quickly came, candles were lit all around for illumination. In the library, there was a girl who was concentrating on reading a book, wearing a pair of leather shoes and said, "Oh my gosh, I was wondering where you were locked up." Malefue turned around and looked at him without saying anything. Seeing that the person spoke up, "But why are you here, Milfoy?" Milfoy replied, "Face." Milfoy stood up from his chair and asked, "Why are you here? I heard you recently went to the entertainment area." The man replied, "Entertainment area?" She said, "I heard Shari won." The man stroked his chin and said, "Ah, are you talking about the human child? That child won't get anything even if he wins. Lately it has locked itself in its territory and it seems like it's doing its best. I'm just waiting for the right time and that time will come soon." Hearing this sentence, Milfoy seemed thoughtful. She looked at the man's demon-like face with a smile stretching from ear to ear and asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" He said, "Isn't it thrilling to think that what she tried her best to do turned into ashes?" Milfoy replied coldly. His way of speaking was still as bad as always. The white-haired man took a step forward and said, "By the way, why are you in such a cold place?" Milfoy replied, "Don't you know, the monster nesting in this area seems like someone caused a stir dynamic, but here it is not affected at all." The man looked over and said, Is that it? This treasure was hidden in the basement of this ruin." Looking at the crystal placed in a protective circle, he said, "God's apparatus." Milfoy also looked up at the crystal and said, "It is the heart of a golem that can grow independently. I need to open it to know the details, but with my strength I can't do it." Then the man's hand quickly transformed. He swung his hand at the crystal, causing smoke and dust around him to follow. Milfoy was also affected to the point where the glasses were askew. "Hey," the man curled his mouth and looked at the object in his hand and said, That's right." Looking at the crystal still intact in the glass cage, he said, "This seems interesting." Milfoy coldly warned, "Please don't act arbitrarily." The man replied, "I don't know." Inside is a long hair floating in the fluid. The man said, "Why aren't its eyes open? Isn't it dead?" Even so, the new race's body is still worth studying. White feathers appear in the solution cage. Outside, the man and Milfoy left. The man said, "You are such a nuisance as always." A seemingly invisible angel appeared in the glass cage and said, disappearing. After a series of rather noisy rituals, Davy returned to Hein's territory and began developing new weapons for Megatron. He looked at the sharp iron drill, glossy, immediately put on a proud face, super satisfying. Everything still happens normally. If there is anything different from before, it is the appearance of many new soldiers to help test new samples. Right now, Sheer, Renda and Lindsay Pala are teaming up to defeat Davy's Golem prototypes. Golem followed Davy's orders and began to attack. It raised its arms. One side is the drill hood, on one side is an iron saw. The two girls were unable to react in time and could only open their mouths in response. Both shouted, "Kyak!" "Ah!" Standing on this side, Davy laughed savagely. Elena gave up, speechless. "Davy, you're overdoing it." Sheer and Lindsay were fed with onions by the main, sat leaning against each other, breathing heavily. Sheer whined, "Oh, we told you to take it easy. We told you to take it easy." Lindsay added, "So evil." Davy replied, "That's not training." Hake and Fender spoke from the stands. "It's our turn, Davy." "Us too." Davy replied smiling, "Haha, okay." Just looked at Hake having difficulty going down to the stands and Sheer teasing him and not helping. He just thought, maybe I'm starting to like these honest people. It's like I'm going through the same journey of life again. But it's okay, I admit it is. I was fascinated by people I had only met a month before, he said idly, like when I was in school. Does that sentence mean that? Berserk looked at him sympathetically. Davy smiled, "Don't look at me like that." Turns out it was in a previous life. He did not go to school after graduating from elementary school. From the time he would have been in middle school until he died, he was always in the hospital. Sheer interrupted his thoughts. She said loudly, "Today we'll get good results. We have prepared very carefully for you." Davy smiled and said, "So now I will adjust this golem's attack strategy. It won't be easy." "I'm looking forward to that." Just finished speaking, he ordered, "Megatron, use the TTT strategy." Solemn replied, "Receive the order." While both of them still don't understand anything, Spray Glue asked stiffly. Davy smirked evilly and then he composed an introduction. "That's right, T in the dark, T in death and T in annihilation." Sheer and Hake had expressionless faces. Sheer said, "Pale." Even Berserk spoke, "I said it, your naming is so bad." Davy stiffened, "You too." Then Sheer and the others shouted, bringing back the silence. "Just fight, I will definitely win." After the match ends, a historical site was discovered and we heard that an expedition was being conducted, this time In Pandora's territory, Alpha's base, said Knight Boris, silent. Then he started to deploy. As everyone knows, we will study the newly discovered ruins. We call it an expedition. But it's a serious matter. Always remember that there is always a life-threatening danger when going in there. Anyone who is careless can die. Remember that you can only trust your teammates. End of speech. Below replied in unison. Yes. Davy stood behind and looked at Lindsay's group of people laughing and talking to each other. He said with a sigh, "Oh my God, they were like children about to go on a picnic." Perserk explained, because they live in isolation here and know nothing about the world out there, so this can be considered a big event for them. So don't despise them too much, and the thought only lasted for a split second, at the entrance to the maze of Pandora's territory. See relics, he was suddenly surprised. Ha! Lindsay saw his surprise, then he thrust his elbow into Davy's body and smiled and asked, "Hello, Davy, is this your first time entering a maze?" Then she continued, with us, this is not a common experience, but that wasn't the reason he was surprised. Davy was now preoccupied with the relic before him. Perserk probably noticed too. She said, "This looks quite familiar, it's a little bit different. But quite similar to the ruins in the Heinz territory." That's right. This is Pandora's territory, northern side of the central continent. The distance between Heinz and Ron Kingdom is very far. Could there be similar relics? Suddenly he excitedly spoke to Perserk. Should I? Hearing that, Perserk felt a bit uneasy. "Uncle, there are many things sleeping in the ruins in the Heinz territory, just speculation, but with ruins this large scale. Looks like there will be a lot to look forward to." While Davy was dreaming about materials to create a cavalry team, suddenly there was a voice in his ear. "I heard that this place has a total of 3 floors. He was startled and looked over when she introduced herself. "Hello Mr. Davy, I'm Alyssa." Davy politely smiled wryly. "There are 3 layers of stars." While thinking, "Every time I see her, I feel tired again," she replied. "Yes, and we only researched the low-level monsters on the 1st and 2nd floors." Elena suddenly appeared behind Alyssa. "So you haven't gone to the 3rd floor yet?" Alyssa replied. "That's right, Princess, we'll only explore the 1st and 2nd floors. We will be in here for 4 days." Davy asked, "Looks like there are many dangerous monsters on the 3rd floor." Alyssa thought a bit. About that. "I'm not sure either, but they said there were no monsters on the 3rd floor." Davy is disappointed. "Not available." "Which one?" Perserk said smiling. "Unlucky," Alyssa continued. "Which means Therese nothing living there." Then she revealed, "But there are rumors that maybe Salem's gang is there," she continued to affirm. "Either way, it's definitely an unexplored place." Elena asked, "How did you get this news?" She immediately responded, "I'm good at eavesdropping." "What do you think, Mr. Davy, is it useful?" "I think you would be interested in that kind of news." Davy smiled politely and replied, probably so." "Thanks." A word of thanks from Davy also made Alyssa happy. "I can do it." He gave up. "Really, I feel bad because she is so naive." Then when Alyssa was showing off to Elena, he said I was useful. Then Elena glanced sideways. He looked around thinking, 3rd floor. It is a maze with some mysteries. He kept looking but he didn't know when he got out of line. Being shouted at by the leader, "Hey you there, don't go out of line." Then he quickly ran back. The expedition has only just begun. He didn't know at the time what situation will happen, because of your arrogance. At this time, the lowest level of the 1st floor ruins, just like Alicia said, the 1st floor has nothing but normal neomorphs. But even if it's a neomorph, if we go in pairs and fight them seriously, there will be nothing to worry about, if everything goes as planned. The 2nd floor will not change anything, and the 3rd floor will have a magic golem. There will also be places where our team cannot attack. Besides, there may be weather control ruins like those in the Hen's territory ruins. Someone was calling him continuously, but Davy continued to think. In that case, Pandora's ruins will be nothing more than frozen lands on Earth, where it cannot form naturally. Then she cried out loudly, "Davy!" He just recovered and reacted. "Ha, Lindsay just asked a question, my golem, is it okay to just leave it like that? It is waiting to explode, I just realized." "Ah, right," then commanded. "Megatron, stop." Lindsay sighed and said, "I don't know who is the monster anymore." Master Boris saw that, immediately moved forward. "Ahem, newcomer Davy, it's good to see you so enthusiastic. But don't you think you should cooperate with your teammates? He was just unconscious." "Ahaha, sorry." While Elena was still glaring at him, Davy continued, "I just thought about it for a moment." Boris praised, as said, your golem is stronger and more mobile than the first time I saw it fight against newcomer Theo, Davy replied indifferently. A researcher should win with his mind, not the body. Master Boris laughed. Ha ha ha, of course, finding the right path for yourself and constant training is the most important thing. However, you can't skip physical training. Davy suddenly walked away when he heard Boris say that. Boris gives a hypothetical situation. If unfortunately there is a time when golem cannot be used, and he was caught in a situation he couldn't get out of, what will you do? To the end, you will have no choice but to go out and fight yourself, Davy said, hands on his hips. I just need to make sure that never happens. Boris continued, ho ho, to be honest, you are very trustworthy, sure, you have talent, so Therese nothing to worry about. The truth is that, you joining our group is like a blessing. Hearing Boris acknowledge himself like that, he immediately thought, despite being an official member, not everyone can become a master, widely calculated, probably about 1 in 10, even so. I will still be one of the best members. Berserk had guessed Davy's direction and asked, but you have no serious thoughts, right? He replied. Are not, I just want to enjoy my time as an intern, later, I will become a liberal member, a wandering knight, with your answer. Berserk called seriously, Davy, he replied, yes. She asked, honestly, don't you love being part of this team? Although not really school life, but experiencing something similar is a completely new feeling. Isn't that why people deliberately lower their abilities and help them? Think for a moment, he just realized. She's right, this can be a life of not knowing when it will fall into danger, but this small piece is the only thing close to normal life that I possess. Is something I have never experienced before. If you speak honestly, I want to enjoy it a little longer. Berserk reminded him, but don't forget, Davy, great power comes with heavy responsibility. Don't do things that make you regret, even the smallest thing. As you said, unnecessarily boasting about talent is stupid, but if these people fall into danger. Davy knew what she was going to say. He immediately interrupted, I know, not every situation can be resolved with Megatron because golems have their limits. If that dangerous thing really comes, I will not hesitate to show true strength. Even though that means making them look at me in a different light, I had no intention of leaving them until that moment. Berserk seemed to have heard a satisfactory answer. She immediately said, I understand, if you said so, just decide that, he sighed and said. To be honest, it's a bit scary that you know me so well, Berserk. After the first floor, they easily pass the second floor. Next after that, dangerous entities on the third floor appear, but the Vanguard entered and defeated them, so the results become certain, this time. Elena takes on the ranged and support position. After the battle, Davy gave the water bottle to Elena and said, good job. Elena looked serious. You look happy. Davy was a bit confused. Elena received the water and the two sat down. She opened her mouth, you must really enjoy life in the group. At first he was just acting to help me, but now it seems like he's gradually loosening up, Davy replied calmly. But, I have nothing to complain about either. Suddenly Elena said something that made Davy startled. This, you know, sometimes he looks like an old man who has lived hundreds of years. Seeing his reaction made her wonder, why are you so hesitant? I mean the positive side, I know it's partly because I forced you, but bringing you to this place was a wise decision. Davy was surprised. Kayak. Stop joking. Then suddenly one person in the group discovered something. Told Boris, Professor, look over there, don't you think something has changed? Boris looked and responded, hear me say that, indeed, something is not right. The ground began to shake while Davy and Elena were laughing. Everyone was surprised. Boris ordered, everybody, please gather here. Don't spread out and remember to stay alert. Berserk also seems to have realized this. Alarm, told Davy, this is, same method with the ruins of Hen's territory. In a structure like this ruin, if someone accidentally touches the wrong place. At this time the walls also began to shake. Professor Shilia was a bit panicked. Professor Boris, this is, Boris turned, please calm down, Professor Shilia, afterward. The ground cracked. Theo and Lucia standing right there fell down. The two of them shouted, realizing that Lucia is in danger. Davy stood up without hesitation and rushed straight there. Elena rolled her eyes. Skin, Vi, then she called out, Davy, right then. He also gave orders, Megatron, reset capacity, protect everyone. Elena was still panicking. What the hell? Stop, Davy. The whole group fell into a vast space. Davy quickly used level 7 gravity magic. Gravity, one of the most powerful spells, creates a circle around the group. Thanks to his spell, Everyone landed in panic without any injuries. Davy had used too much force and was a bit dizzy. He held his mouth and coughed. Berserk shouted worriedly, "Davy," she flew to question, "Oh my god, what are you doing? You're just a level 5 mage." Davy wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled, "Ha ha, is it a bit overwhelming?" Berserk was worried. "You idiot, now is not the time to." He reached out his hand to stop her. "Don't make a fuss anymore, Berserk." At this time, several magic circles and runes appeared above Day's head. She was surprised. "What is this? Since when did you?" Davy sighed. "They are only temporary." He has now returned to his original black hair color. Davy explained, "Mana can be an elusive thing, but when in danger, they help quite a lot. It will disappear soon, so I won't die now." Words whispered in my heart, although I will probably have some side effects afterward. Davy looked at the people around him who were panting and seemed to have not recovered from the fall just now. He muttered, "No matter what, looks like I should go treat those kids first." Next is the scene where Davy straightens Howl's joints, causing him to scream. Davy said calmly, "Stop making a fuss, I have already given you basic treatment, so you can stand up and go." Davy looked up and said, "Looks like we fell 100 meters, if I had been a little slower, we would have become a pool of blood." Lucia, who had calmed down a bit, ran over to him and asked, "Davy, are you the one who saved us?" Davy replied, "Yes, that's it now, I just use anti-gravity magic, you can call it anti-gravity." Howl was next to him, thinking incredulously, "Magic, how?" Davy didn't care about Howl's expression as he spoke. "Now is not the time for this, we need to escape." Suddenly Howl interrupted his words, Why did you save my life?" Davy frowned, "Huh?" Howl asked again, "I asked why he saved me." Davy interrupted, "I just wanted to save you more, don't be complacent. Why does someone like you have to fall in?" He clenched his fists angrily, "It doesn't make any sense. I don't sense any mana from you at all, so how?" And with spiritual magic at that time, Davy tilted his head, "That's why you should have at least one friend who is a mobile knight, even though you actually already have someone like that." Lucia looked at their conversation in confusion because she had no interest in anything other than the first saint. Davy summoned the sword. "Don't put too much faith in things you believe are true, he learns new things, by seeing them with your own eyes." Saying that, Davy slashed forward, causing everything blocking his sword's path to be cut in two. Howl looked bewildered at this scene. "Blade, no way." Then Davy looked at him questioningly, "Do you think my mana is weak? If it's really weak, I think that's all you can see." When Howl heard that, he trembled. Davy continued, "The ruins changed again, you will become a mouse flattened by the wall if you stay there." The three of them quickly left. After a while they reached the third basement level of the ruins. When Davy saw what was in the room, he cursed, "Damn, why are there so many guards? Inside are many giant golems moving everywhere in the room." Berserk looked at Davy and said, "Yet he felt excited." Davy said, blushing, "It's been exposed." He summoned 2 flying sword techniques and was happy. "There was no way I could say no to the sumptuous feast that lay before me," she advised, "Don't overdo it." Davy quickly used 2 flying swords to fly into the body of a golem. Davy quickly took the opportunity to jump on top of him before he noticed him, then used blood magic combined with a heavy sword to create a double strike and hit the golem's head hard. Then quickly used the black and white double spear to finish off that golem. Lucia was outside admiring, "Wow, so great." Howl looked at Davy shining and felt uncomfortable. "Damned," the sound of rocks falling to the ground, pants. Davy caught his head, "Oh my head," Berserk questioned, "Didn't I say don't overdo it?" He replied, "But at least it was worth it." In his pocket was a green crystal. Lucia ran over to start a conversation. "Davy, are not," he turned around and asked, "Open, why don't you stay in France later?" She placed her hand on her chest to show that he trusted him. "I'm still that nun, please let me use magic to heal you." Davy scratched his head, "I also know how to use spiritual magic." Lucia disagrees, "I learned that there is a difference between using magic on yourself and when someone else uses magic on you. You have no choice, you're quite stubborn, aren't you?" "Okay then." Lucia is happy, "Leave it to me." Howl approached. "Can I ask you something?" He replied, It's up to you." Howl looked away. "If you're good enough to be able to use the aura blade, then why did you in the first place?" Davy raised an eyebrow. "Initial," Howl explained, "I'm talking about the sloppy moves at that time." Davy seemed to understand what he meant. Are you talking about my swordsmanship?" When Howl heard this strange name, he thought he was teasing him. "Swordsmanship," Davy explained, "it is swordsmanship that moves like a drunk person." "It looks like that, right?" it is orthodox swordsmanship but outsiders find it sloppy. You don't know why, Davy asked sarcastically. I used it to take you down quickly. Hal was surprised. Lucia was next to her, looking interested. So there is such swordsmanship.
Davy continued, I came up with that part of swordsmanship myself. It looks quite easy to do, ha.
As if it were easy for swordsmanship to deceive others, Hal saw that he was intentionally teasing him and felt uncomfortable. Asshole, Davy said grumpily. Do you think you have the right to judge me? He asked annoyed. So why don't you normally use magic when training? Davy shrugged. There's nothing wrong with wanting to get along with everyone. If someone wants to destroy my golem, then maybe I can show that person my true strength. When Hal heard this, his face turned pale. Are you human? Suddenly Davy changed the subject. Oh, that's right, Lucia. She was startled. Yes, he said, I wanted to tell you this before. Even though everyone looks perfect, you'll never know what they're like inside. If you remember this, I'm sure it will help a lot later. Lucia was bewildered. Yes. Davy saw her expression and sighed. God, say or don't say. Is this how a servant feels when serving the donkey-eared emperor? They continued to go to a new room. There are books inside. Davy observed. I think this is the last room. They are all empty. He is wary. Then he saw that inside the test tube was a human with big wings. Above, Paladin Fildry was extremely worried. We can't just sit idle like this. Please let us search together. Teacher, Boris does not accept. Don't be so stupid. I know you feel worried about your classmates, but only official knights are allowed to go down there. But not only that, the structure of this site has also changed, so it will be even more dangerous. Paladin Fildry wanted to say something, but in another corner Elena was bowing her head sadly. At this time, the Renda sisters came to talk. Please excuse me, Elena, are you okay? The girl looked up at the two of them and whispered, guys. Sheer reassured, well, at first we were a little surprised, but now that we think about it, we don't think anything will happen. Fender nodded in agreement. That's right, so don't worry too much, they comforted. The teacher has gone down there, I'm sure you'll find them soon, and among those who fell there was Theo. That name, temperament like candy, but the ability is impeccable. If we talk about skills, how can we ignore Davy? Davy must be one of the strongest among the students. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitiful cry rang out from Heg's mouth. A soft voice rang out, this stupid bitch, the problem is the golem logic here. Have you forgotten that I am an expert on golems? The whole group let out a long cry. A gear-shaped saw was swung down by the golem to destroy the criminal ant. The ant's scream echoed but the golem still did not let up and continued to chop. Some people muttered. But seriously, that golem must be the strongest one here. Elena sat in a corner thinking, if they knew that the person pretending to be an expert on golems was actually a sword master, I wonder how they will react. That's also the reason he has to come back quickly. Davy. Scene changes to Davy's place. He was surprised to see what was in front of him. This is. Lucia spoke up, is this your first time meeting someone like this? Have you never learned about homunculus? Of the two genera golem is the most dominant. There is one more detail, overcome a precept, is homunculus. It can be said that they are the ultimate goal of those who want to create the philosopher's stone. And right next to it is, he glanced over at a capsule encasing a glowing core. Machine God. Davy's whole body froze in one place and then he couldn't help but blurt out. Oh my God, Lucia's attention was caught by a scream, what's going on? Davy looked at the machine god with hungry eyes. This is Deus Ex Machina. Berserk next to him also nodded. What a surprise. The pinnacle of the golem species, golem's perfect nucleus, an artificial heart. This is exactly what my teacher instructed me to do. Eva, always wanted to create, but I came across it by chance. Davy wondered what this place was all about. There are many things in this world that are difficult to explain. Concept of mana or alchemy, divine power is called divine power, and then the divine power. Corresponding to that is the abyss of the demon king Perseque. And among those things, this can be called limitless power, both perfect and imperfect. People who are researching and developing golem in the research facility, haven't you always wanted to achieve a living heart, artificial heart? Deus Ex Machina is something that theoretically shouldn't exist. Davy shouted, I definitely have to take this away. Hal sneered next to him, he looks like an idiot. Lucia laughed, looking at him like this, it seems like Davy is still very naive. Berserk, observe and then call him back. Davy, looks like you'll have to put your hand in here. He raised his hands, wait a minute, they'll release some mana. A green panel appears, what ancient language is this? Deus Ex Machina is ready to link up, link completed. Holy monk, Bekik stopped being clinically dead, heart transplant preparation completed. Davy took out a sword. Holy monk, sounds crazy, are you repenting for something? He used his sword to slash the other person's machine, but there was no sign of anything. Lucia was surprised. Oh my god, that thing can't be cut with a magic knife, Davy muttered, it's actually quite hard. Berserk couldn't believe it. Maybe it's impossible to get it out. He smiled and took out another red sword. Maybe, I have to be careful thanks to the defense system, so just poke lightly, but it seems like there isn't, he signaled, can everyone step back a bit? He advised the sword's incarnation, I don't remember being able to show it here, guaranteed embodiment, Dad, please believe in your daughter. He swung a powerful shot forward, this time it couldn't resist. He went to pick up the heart core, the great public announced the city, Berserk muttered. I don't understand why the outside is so hard like crazy, he said. Otherwise it's simple. Suddenly the girl inside the glass tube fell down. Hal was confused. Are you planning on bringing that thing with you? Davy said. Of course, whoever finds it, keeps it. Star, do you want? Hal was confused. Or not, it's not like that, Davy teased. I know, but even if you want it, I won't give it to you. Lucia smiled conciliatorily. Ha ha. Suddenly a hand grabbed her. Good job. A girl with long red hair and sharp, menacing nails. Now give that here, looks like this is the owner of this place. I really don't think you'll be able to break through that tube bag, so we were right. Davy said annoyed, vampires these days just wipe their lips and run away after eating. She doesn't care, we couldn't break it, it is an extremely important experimental material, so we'll give that here. Hal summoned a wand and aimed it at her, this bastard. She just gently raised her hand and used it to neutralize it, causing the second move to reflect back to Hal. She said, I don't like killing people at all. She introduced herself, I am Milfoy, you are. He was silent for a moment then spoke, Davy. She was a little surprised, Davy all round. He raised his eyebrows and asked, my name is so famous among vampires. Malefue said, are not, you're not that famous, I heard Face mention you. He pondered, Face, I've heard that name somewhere before, she continued, right, Hess been waiting for the chance to kill you. Malefue wondered, but why is Davy here? Davy should be looking after his house, you don't understand, what does that mean? He thought to himself, this woman is not easy to talk to. Who knows, Face said, he was going to burn down your house. After hearing this, Davy laughed sarcastically. Ha, will he burn it, what a risk. I don't know who that vampire is, his face was filled with murderous intent, but said he broke into someone else's house without permission, comes with that consequence. Even though I don't know, currently in my territory, someone will help us. That person can defeat a full-strength vampire, Yuri. Right now Yuri is still wandering around in chill territory. Malefue saw that he didn't seem worried and changed the subject, so are you going to give me that heart and that girl? He replied, you don't think about anything other than that, ha, the answer is of course no. She threatened, this child, I will kill it, Lucia shouted, don't worry about me, Davy. I don't know what it is but you can't give it to her. Malefue angrily squeezed her clit, silent. We always keep our promises, if you do as I say, I will forgive him. Davy smiled challengingly, and what if we refuse? Her face darkened, then we have no other choice, I will kill you all and take it. She raised her hand high and was about to attack when a halo of death flashed past her, causing her to shiver and release Lucia. Lucia quickly ran to his place, Davy. Malefue looked at Davy with two swords in front of him and muttered, a star sword, how? She's starting to get serious, quite a compliment for a human like you, very strange, you are very interesting. Along with that sentence came an explosion of magical power as she spoke with great excitement, let me study you. Davy looked at the data sheet, named Malefue, age 223, mixed blood species, female gender, title, researcher Palacellus, Hohenheim, Marquis level vampire, good condition, hybrid blood characteristics, current psychological status phlebotomist, curious, he was also surprised by that riddle, she is also quite special. A mixed blood, it's quite surprising to meet someone of mixed human and vampire blood, but she's definitely not normal. He looked at the golem in his hand. She's missing a heart core in front of her chest. Malefue asked impatiently, how about you give it to me now? If you give it to me, then no one. Before he could finish his sentence, Davy picked up the heart core and put it inside the golem. I don't know anymore, we have already attached it. She was angry. A strong beam of light emitted, blinding the reader's eyes. That golem has awakened, a mechanical voice rang out. Activate access code. Complete additional main power. Complete startup of main program. Loon starts working. Dave was surprised to hear the name mentioned, Loon. She appeared in human form, then walked towards him and raised her hand. Start linking. Binds the user's DNA. An electric current emanated from her fingertips. Complete association with user. Present. Data error. Loon. Need to refresh data. Start linking. He looked at this series of movements incomprehensibly. What else? She said, try the communication network. Davy was a bit dumbfounded. Open. Before he could figure it out, Loon poked a finger into his nostril. Lucia was next to her, covering her face. Luna continued, communication failed. Alternative plan, initiate oral contact. He continued to have a finger stuffed into his mouth, making him scream loudly. Malefue was next to him, looking at the two of them with an interested expression, so curious. Davy backed away some distance after enduring 2 rounds of mental torture from Loon. Why did you do such a terrible thing? Loon said in confusion. Owner, why can't Loon collect data? His face was blank for a moment. What? She continued. Loon needs all of your personal and network contact data. Davy exploded. Even so, why did you put your hooked finger in my mouth? Loon smiled and said, Hahoo, complete data collection. She turned to look towards Malefue. Vampire, is the master's enemy? Master's enemy, the Loon weapon of war will destroy you. After hearing that, she laughed happily like crazy. Will you fight with me? So interesting, let me study you again. Loon said, analysis results, you have a high interest in Loon's body. Davy was beside him with his arms crossed. You don't need to analyze those things. She turned to look at him with glowing eyes. He was a bit chilled. Looks like you want to do something. Can you defeat her? Loon said with a trustworthy face, analysis results, Loon can win. He exclaimed, really trustworthy. Davy also did not beat around the bush and gave orders. Very good, then show me what you can do. A mechanical voice rang out, accept orders. Malefue, who was next to him, couldn't hold back, so curious, come here, I can give you more data. She replied coldly, Loon obeys his master's orders, we refuse that offer, you are my master's enemy and I will destroy you. Loon held out her hands, identify opponents, a fortress appeared behind her. Berserk called out in surprise, Davy, he also rolled his eyes, wow, this thing is beyond my imagination. Luna continued, wide-range fortress, complete link, the ability to accurately destroy the intended target, 21%. The ability to shoot continuously at one target, expect victory. Then she laughed, shoot. Following that command was an energy man fired from the fortress. Space settles in a short time. Next door there was a constant calling, according to Howl. Howl raised his eyebrow slightly. His life manifestation still remains, Lucius Shellman shouted happily, oh, thank goodness. Lucius Shellman sat down next to Howl and asked about Howl, can you move or not? Howl replied, this is not the time, Lucius Shellman suggested. We have to go quickly, Howl asked confusedly, go. Light emitted from the giant cannon. That light shined everywhere, flashing from a hidden corner behind. The other cannon shot straight at Lucius Shellman and Howl, everywhere exploded. Lucius Shellman was also thrown into the air, both of them panicked. Lucius Shellman clutched her head in panic and screamed. What the hell is going on? Howl looked ahead in surprise. That light directed straight to where the two people were standing. The sword soared forward, Davy rushed forward and used his sword to block the attack for Howl and Lucius Shellman. The direction of the attack is deflected to the other side. The big explosion happened some distance away from where they were sitting. Lucius Shellman held her head and bowed down tremblingly. Davy asked, smiling, are you okay? Howl was still panicked. He stammered, what happened just now? Howl looked at the girl nearby and asked, besides, what kind of person is that person? Davy looked over at Loon. He replied, please calm down, that girl is on our side. Howl asked loudly in surprise. Somehow, Davy's hand held the sword to his shoulder. The demon lord of the abyss Berserk von Palan stood on Davy's shoulders. He looked at Loon and then spoke up, she works better than I thought, more than 90% are Megatron. More than 90% are Megatron, but if you compare that number to her speed of action, it's still nothing. I didn't think Deus Ex Machina would be that strong. Not only that heart, but also the golem's physical strength was extremely surprising. Berserk von Palan said yes. It's not natural that people call it a mechanical heart, she must have at least reached level 4 magic, maybe even level 5 already. With such power, she can completely crush anyone who hasn't reached the top level. But of course her opponent is not weak either. I can't know if that ray of light has any special properties or not. But no matter what, Milfoy is a half vampire after all, so it won't be easy to defeat, Davy hummed thoughtfully. He muttered, is this due to lack of experience? Well, Therese, no rule that says you can't watch in the middle of a duel. Milfoy smiled back and forth at her and Luna's match. Fire exploded everywhere. Milfoy pretended to cry, the firepower is truly amazing. Milfoy looked at the situation through the glass and said suddenly. That makes people want it even more, Davy spoke up. It's good to be curious like that. He stretched out his sword and appeared behind Milfoy, Davy said. But it's already obvious that that thing belongs to me. Milfoy was surprised by the reflection of the sword in Davy's hand. She turned back with a surprised look on her face. Davy now approached, he spoke up. Don't get distracted during the match like that. Davy proceeds to use his sword to attack Milfoy. Davy uses Shadow Sword and Moon to attack. His attack seriously injured Milfoy. She propped herself up and sat down on the ground. Breathing also becomes heavier. Milfoy looked up at Davy, who also looked down. She said, Blue Sword Misa, that blue sword is fatal for us. Milfoy half sat, half knelt on the ground. She looked at the sword and thought, that is what destroys everything. Milfoy was seriously injured, but still smiling brightly. That thing is also very interesting. I really want to research it, Davy spoke up in surprise and confusion. Was beaten like this, but do you still dare to say such things? Milfoy laughed inexplicably. She wiped the blood from her face and muttered something incomprehensible. Davy was angry. Milfoy spoke up under his breath. The sword that destroys immortality, and this strange person too. It's impossible to give up. Loon came to stand next to Davy. Milfoy knelt on the ground, she said, but I don't want to lose my life here either. Davy's group of 4 stood opposite. Milfoy muttered okay. She turned herself into sludge, then slowly melted away, Davy said. She chose her own life over her own goals. Berserk von Palan flew in and said, she made a smart choice. Shihao asked, so is it all done? Davy turned to answer, that's it for now. Shihao asked more worriedly, so did that woman really run away? Davy replied. That's probably it. He looked up and looked forward, then said, now maybe we should run too. Davy frantically called out to Loon and saw Loon puffing her cheeks unhappily. Davy looked at Loon and thought. Is she angry? Loon asked, Owner, are you sure you have to go out? Davy answered yes. Berserk von Palan spoke up and said, perhaps by the one who drove away her enemies. Instead she did it herself, Davy thought, is that really so? Loon looked up and asked, ceiling, should I destroy it or not? Davy asked again if you could do that. Loon is analyzing. Davy said, if directly destroyed, it might fall all over, so you just need to create a way out. Shihao and Lucia Shellman also looked up towards the ceiling. Error message analysis information. The analysis results failed. Reanalyzing, remeasuring the thickness. Measurement failure. Loon raised her hands to get analytical information. Is connecting. A mechanical diagram appears. Loon spoke up and said the connection was complete. Look at the analysis table that appears. Loon let a stream of heat run up and made an announcement. Thermostatic rays have been selected. Loon warns Davy, Owner, please be careful, please stand behind Loon. Davy said, can you dig through it or not? So it's true that you can use a wind blade to cut through it, but if we dig a way out then? Luna replied, failing twice is not allowed. Davy reminded, Luna's thermal beam operating capacity is currently at 50%. After everything is done, a significant number of system programs will certainly crash. Loon turned back to him. Owner, Loon will definitely recover, Davy said of course, otherwise, do you think I will throw it away after using it? You're still lighter than you look, there won't be any problem. Loon heard him say that and smiled gently. Loon gathered her strength, the little girl said. Next we'll use a feasible thermal discharge beam, Loon said after this. Loon would be greatly appreciated. Loon gathered her strength. A wide open road with smoke and fire appeared. Loon opened up a huge hole. Davy looked up and blinked. This hole is really big. Davy looked at Loon. He thought, it must have been because she was stubborn that she did this. It must have been because I destroyed her nominal opponent that it caused some misunderstanding. She just stood there determined to make a big mess on the ceiling. Berserk von Palan sat on Davy's shoulders. She whispered to him, it seems like your abyssal ability has also improved, including the ability to read minds. Even though you have no expression, I can still read your thoughts. I'm sure it's just this feeling. The huge hole that Loon created was complete. Davy patted Loon's head, then turned to ask Shihowl and Lucia Shellman, "Is everyone okay?" Lucia Shellman said yes. Davy looked at the hole in the ceiling and then spoke. "If we're going to go up there, we need to have flight magic or something like that, right?" Davy thought. "If you're alone, Therese, no need to worry, but those two people." Davy looked at Shihowl and Lucia Shellman. Shihowl put his arm around Lucia Shellman and said, "You don't need to worry, we can handle it." Then he asked Lucia Shellman to hold his hand. Then the two men flew up to Davy's surprise. Lucia Shellman muttered that, "Ha, isn't Theo a four-circle magician?" Shihowl clicked his tongue and said, "I lied around, calm down." Davy looked at the two people gradually passing through the opening and muttered, "Hess not even a martial arts expert yet, but he could already be." Davy bent down and spoke to Loon, "Let's also follow them." Davy picked up Loon and prepared to go through the hole, but what confused him happened. Davy and Loon remained standing where they were confused and asked questions. Davy couldn't lift Loon up. He thought confusedly, "What happened? When I took her out of the inspection tube, she was still able to hold her." Loon spoke up, "Owner, Loon thinks Loon is too heavy for a human." Davy replied, "Yes, that's right, your house is quite heavy." Loon heard him say that and was bewildered. "He didn't comfort me at all." Loon let out a sigh and then blamed him. "Owner, Loon is detecting traces of psychological trauma, discovered the emotional circuit was overheated. Identify this as the emotion of anger." Davy replied, "Ha, Golem is angry or something. What exactly is your house? Before that, just go ahead and take away this title of master." "Two people are going out through that hole," Luna announced. Loon sensed that the decision-making circuit had failed, "are asking for reasons." Davy spoke up, I don't really like being enslaved. Unfortunately we lean towards a fairer business." Loon asked confusedly. "Star business," Loon continued speaking. Then Loon asked the master to give him a suitable name. Davy asked confusedly, "Open, is the name appropriate?" Berserk von Palan flew in to speak. "Based on your thinking, then we can think of a few names." Davy asked Berserk von Palan in confusion, "What are you thinking?" Davy looked at Loon and said, "Just forget it, from now on just call me Mr. Davy." Davy carried Loon to the pit door. Loon replied to his previous statement, "Temporary title, memorized successfully." Group of people outside, they spoke up impatiently, "We cannot wait any longer. Something has definitely happened here." Night Shilia made a sign and told everyone to stop. "Haven't we already discussed this topic?" Night Shilia requests all of you. "Stay away from that hole, the cracks under the ground are spreading more and more." Everyone urged them to hurry up. One person in the group nervously announced, "Teacher, the hole is widening." Night Shilia signaled everyone to step back. Night Shilia said, "Don't worry everyone, we have a way to protect you." The group of students stood silently listening to the teacher speak. In that group there was also Princess Alina. Night Shilia and a few students went to look at the crater. Davy's group is going up. Loon spoke up to analyzing data, was calculating that Mr. Davy could climb faster than this, determined that this is child exploitation. Loon believes the likelihood of that happening is very low. Davy answered helplessly, "Honestly, I feel like I'm dumbfounded." He added, "You were created a long time ago, I think your family must be older than me." Loon let out a hiss. The girl said, "Loon's emotional circuit is noticeably heating up, this is being determined to be crazy angry." Davy exclaimed in surprise, Hey wait a minute." The group of Shilia Knights were surprised to hear a human voice coming from inside the crater. The Shilia Knight muttered, "Are you Miss Loon?" The crater exploded, causing everyone to step back worriedly. Loon and Davy appeared in the form of an angry girl beating him. Loon pursed her lips and called, "Hey that bastard," Night Shilia's group of students calmly advised. Hey, please calm down. What did you do again this time?" Princess Alina helplessly looked at Loon who was enthusiastically fighting Davy. The eagle flies high in the sky. Everything has gradually gone into orbit. Davy reminisces about the journey. In the end, the investigation of the ruins ended quickly without any loss of life. The people who were investigating the third floor of the ruins already understood everything, but it seemed that they felt relieved that their trainees were not harmed at all. That's because those people are the knights of the future, and no matter what happens. After such events, there should also be analysis articles, obviously because we are involved in this incident. Lucia Shellman, according to Howl, and me too, we have been summoned by the higher authority of the Knight side. Wow, it should be that way anyway. But my job was simply to give them a brief response and then head straight to Hein's territory. Since it seems like Therese a rat sneaking around in the territory, they'll go back to get rid of it. Davy thought about this and smiled happily. He pondered, unless they've lost their minds, I already knew it all. Fortunately or unfortunately, because I was a wandering knight apprentice, everything went smoothly in the end, Davy laughed. That's really unfortunate. Group of people sitting around discussing with each other. They were in the meeting room of the great knights at the head of Alpha S Force. Alpha Knight Boris spoke up, looking at him. I see that he is a very talented and intelligent intern, but he has the title of Lord. Knight Boris added with a smile, a detailed report will be provided by Alina on how he will be treated. The great knight at the head of Alpha 3's magic power groaned and said. Enough, that boy Davy is clearly a very promising wandering knight apprentice. We don't want to be so rigid about the affairs of wandering knights, nor is it a territory with only a few residents, and because it involves several thousand lives. Another knight said, that's all we can understand. Knight Boris placed his hand on his chest and expressed, well, end this here. Knight Boris picked up a cup and said, that man named Davy was clearly one of the most promising apprentices. A knight asked him what kind of person he actually was. Knight Boris said happily, that's right, even though Hess only been with us for a month, he seems to have fallen into the excellent group while the other trainees didn't. I can guarantee that he won't fall behind the other official members. The head knight of Alpha 5's military force smiled and asked, unfortunately, I really wanted to meet him officially once. Knight Boris replied with a smile, when will he come back here? I will definitely introduce him to Captain Jair. Captain Jair replied. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Then everyone laughed happily together. On Davy's side, he plucked his ears and asked, could it be that someone is talking about me? Berserk von Palan sighed and flew over to say, you obviously caused such a terrible mess, how could they not talk about it? Davy pursed his lips and said, wow, we already have permission. Davy sat on the mountain looking down at the city below. It's been a week since I returned to the Heinz territory. We were originally returning from Elena's examination. But we couldn't ignore the words that the vampire Milfoy said in the underground ruins. Because there really was an attack by vampires from the Huang Thatch tribe, the information surrounding those people is so vague. Even though I really wanted to get rid of those bastards since I was in the Pelisty Kingdom, a member appeared in his memory. Said the other, we have nothing to defend, and I've also received reports that something serious has happened within the royal family. And me, Davy sat with Berserk von Palan. She's on your shoulder, Davy closed his eyes and thought. Couldn't help but feel that he was approaching the end of his filial duty as a son by suppressing his emotions. Princess Alina came over and said, it's actually longer than I thought. Davy let out a confused sound. Alina explained, I should have come in with a swatter and killed all those mosquitoes. Davy repeated confusedly, are you talking about flying with a fly swatter? Davy looked into the distance and thought, is it just me deducing it or are we really being noticed by the enemy? I've never seen a vampire attack and I still can't stop defending. Alina sighed, Calderas flew to advise her, please give me some price, princess, Davy thought, after learning that vampires were involved in this matter. Alina disregarded her status and went with me. Davy let out a sigh. Alina asked, oh well, what are you making? Davy replied to Princess Alina. I'm researching Megatron so I'm ready to create this. With human power and raw materials, many interesting things will appear. Alina said to Davy, you keep doing these strange things, and now you make it fly. Davy pursed his lips and answered her, but I did it on purpose. Alina exclaimed in surprise. Davy smiled and asked Alina, Princess, you think I can't do it? Alina remained silent and did not answer. Loon opened her wings to avoid it. The little girl appeared with a new dress. Davy said, everyone is determined to succeed, highly appreciated by Loon. Davy and Alina silently looked at Loon, making the girl feel confused. Davy remembered something and said yes, I have this which is so much better. Davy thinks that Alina's moves are not weak, she is the owner of the Holy Sword, even Calderas swordsman or even a few more golems had no chance to fight her. But Loon is the strongest golem I have ever researched. When they practiced together, a swordsman of Calderas Alina was overwhelmed in just 3 minutes. Berserk von Palan propped himself up and spoke to Davy, why do I see you creating golem just because of your greed? Davy laughed. Alina said, crossing her arms, looks like I trust how you improved Megatron and created a new golem or whatever, but she was done on purpose, right? Davy asked confused why. She wondered why I saw that you were so happy to humiliate me in front of everyone. He didn't understand why this princess liked to say such things. Davy asked again, is there something wrong? Alina said unhappily that it was her outfit. He was confused and asked about the outfit. Loon appreciated the outfit very much, she felt very satisfied, her mind seemed to be more open, she considered it a kind of crutch fabric, this was really useful. Davy was silent for a moment and then said, well, I just let her wear clothes like other kids, but she called it a bulletproof vest. Actually, According to the culture here, Alina would feel that the clothes were too strange. Alina spoke up. She asked him why so discreetly. Luna explained that Luna had analyzed and appreciated Alina's outfit, which looked very strange. With the information saved, Luna assessed that Davy's owner's technology was ahead of its time. Davy replied smiling, "Oh so that's really good, honestly." Winley rushed over, everyone was surprised and called out her name. "Winley," Winley said panting. "Teresa Bunch, we found a bunch of monsters, not only that. Those monsters still numbered 5,000. Alina spoke thoughtfully, "Davy, leave it to me." Winley pointed the direction. "We saw those monsters over here." Davy looked in the direction his sister pointed and wondered, "Looks like they're hiding on the mountainside. Do they avoid being attacked?" Alina asked him, "Is there a lot of that group?" Davy replied. "You heard it all, that group was about 5,000 children, but the vampire you mentioned is not here." Davy observed and said, "They're going through the canyon. The monsters are moving in one direction, they were chained and the bloodsuckers also followed each other in clusters." Berserk von Pallon flew in to speak. "Someone extremely smart was controlling them?" Davy's answer is exactly that. Davy thought of someone he knew, it could also be that person. Winley worriedly ran to ask his brother, "Hey darling, is that okay or not?" Davy replied, "There aren't many nights here, after all, it was surprising to see monsters gathering together like this. If this story spreads, it will cause panic for everyone." Eula said, "But there are too many of them, it may not be worth much, but please let me help a little." Winley also suggested, "I also want to help people." Davy refused. No need," the two of them exclaimed in surprise. "Don't need us or something." Davy put down a cube and said there was no need. He held the ball and called, "Loon, let's start quickly. Heinz territory the day we arrived." Loon sat on the chair and said, "Loon has a gift, she can explain, infiltrate and evaluate anything." Davy said, "Now you are connecting with information to form a golem." Loon continued to announce. Loon judged this strange thing very uncomfortable. Loon gave it a bad review. Davy was fixing Loon's hair. He heard that and said angrily, "Are you trying to say that my technique is bad?" Berserk von Pallon flew in and said, "Really, that's not the case," Davy said angrily. Berserk von Pallon even added you. Davy pondered. The results found a species called Bekik. Anyway, it's unknown why ancient people knew about Loon, a Bekik into a golem, but this species has very special abilities, beyond the control of others. More, they are also given a mind network by God to connect with each other. Loon only has a little bit of that innate ability left, but I couldn't use it because that ability was too weak, but maybe that ability will come back. Name Loon, age unknown, female body gender, golem species, also known as Bekik, innate ability, explain receiving information through contact with objects, intrusive information that is internalized can be analyzed and reread later. And I also tried to use that network in a different way. Davy asks Loon to follow orders, activation of Septicon metabolism. Look at the large machine slowly appearing in front of you. Winley turned to ask Euless in surprise, "What is this?" Euless observed and then answered, "This is Megatron." "Not really, this one is a little different." Davy looked up then smiled and spoke, "As we could predict, snipers love to hide themselves." Loon starts activating code OOZ, activate sniper mode. Loon is transferring coordinates. The system notifies that the order has been received, lock the coordinates of the strongest monster. Davy holds the ball in his hand. He asked the girl, "Loon, what about the other children?" Luna replied, "Placed in the appropriate position." Loon highly appreciated the owner. Davy laughed lightly and happily. He bowed his head slightly and said, "Well, then just play comfortably." Loon announced the choice of a spearhead strategy. Loon turned to give orders to his master. Davy's side cannon received orders. "Open fire." Euless and Winley also stood there watching. "Look at the bullets being fired." Winley muttered in surprise. Arrived at Luna's place, Davy said proudly. "We can still see the commander's actions from this and that position. The bullets fired from the cannon killed countless monsters even at great distances." Davy looked at the effectiveness of the cannon he created. He thought about the process of making it himself. To increase firepower, the reinforcement of a large amount of magic was successful. Of course, to support that, a large amount of my mana was consumed and my efficiency and speed also increased a lot. Davy stood and watched. He pursed his lips and hummed, "Many things have been improved a lot." Euless and Winley stood and watched in amazement. Winley muttered admiringly, "Oh my god, what is this?" Euless was also curious to know and asked Davy, "Mr. Davy, what did you create?" Davy gently looked at the two people who were gaping in surprise and then leisurely explained to them, "That's not firepower, usually it's like mixing magic and explosives, more precisely, the magic has diversified and combined together." Euless wondered about what Davy just said. "Is it okay for you to mumble like that? It's not a weapon, huh?" Davy elaborated on its uses. "It is capable of being used as a conventional weapon. In cases like this, it's simply using my magic to activate the ability to fire." Winley admired and praised, "Hey darling, but the effect it brings is truly unbelievable." Davy looked at everyone's reaction. He thought in his head, well, it's common sense that stuff is quite new to everyone. Loon stood next to remind Davy, "Owner, there are still too many monsters that haven't been defeated yet." Loon calculated that she needed to join the fight. Davy replied to Loon, "Sure, just go out and fly freely." Loon's hands emitted 2 rays of light. The girl read the information. Choose lightsaber weapons for close combat. Loon rushed forward. The light the girl emitted made everyone cover their eyes because it was so bright. Loon chose the method of approaching and destroying them one by one. Euless and Winley were surprised again. Winley looked up at the path Loon had just flown out and muttered, "Oh my god." "But what was that just now?" Euless explained to Winley. "She gathered the mana and fused it into a sword." Winley almost cried out, "Oh my god." Davy looked up at the sky. He pursed his lips and hummed. He said that, "To be honest, I don't know what to say about her either." And so on. Emergency situation in this unknown territory, somehow solved in an incredibly simple way. Inside town. A man covered from head to toe in black was hiding in an alley, panting heavily. A girl passing by that alley saw him. The girl leaned in and exclaimed, "Oh my god, what other insect is this?" When the other person heard that someone had discovered him, he was surprised. The girl added, "I think Teresa commotion outside the castle. Turns out your family is still here." "Is it your fault?" The guy angrily rushed towards the girl. He screamed at you to die quickly. The dark aura he emitted rushed straight towards the girl holding a bag of food, but not only could he not defeat that young girl. The injured monster fell to the ground and lost his life. The girl was still holding the food basket as she watched the monster collapse. He couldn't even get close to her. Looking at the turbulent water, she muttered the name Water Prison. The water rushed to the monster's place, leaving him with only a dry corpse. The girl pursed her lips and said in disgust, Another vampire, huh? It seems that my master has gone to war with a very troublesome enemy, on the other side." Davy sat in his study and sighed briefly. Exactly as expected, he said to himself, "I need to have a red magic stone." Davy sat thoughtfully in his chair. On a beautiful afternoon, after being attacked by vampires and monsters, a peaceful week without any conflict has passed. From the defense's perspective, I really hope they leave behind some clues, but then vampire bastards are quite difficult to catch, so we just sit and wait. Winley and Euless approached Davy. His sister asked him curiously, "Hey darling, he mentioned a red magic stone, so do you mean the lunar acupuncture point or not? Is it a type of blood moon stone that aristocrats often wear as jewelry?" Davy answers that it is. "I really want one, but it doesn't seem very promising. That magic stone, also known as blood moon, a special gemstone that shines even brighter red than rubies. All my recent concerns revolve around this." Princess Alina was reading a book nearby. She heard the story and asked Davy curiously, "Why so? Have you found someone to give jewelry to?" Hearing this, Winley cried out in surprise, "That's the reason? Bro, no way, no way." Davy is even more difficult to understand. He asked again, "Why would you give such a valuable thing to someone else?" "I want to use it to create an upgraded mana stone." The rest asked in surprise, "Want to make an upgraded mana stone?" Davy thought about the high-tech gadgets he created. Davy answered yes. He thought, "Because I have already optimized all the research items, I will try to develop something that can be mass-produced. I don't have the ability to create items that can quickly speed up the golem production process. I still have the self-respect of an artist, and I myself don't want to create a golem with just regular mana stones. Therefore, I have concluded that a blood moonstone is needed to upgrade the created golem. The problem is that all the mana stones I own have been used up." Davy propped his hands on the table and spoke boldly to everyone. "If we have enough raw materials for production, so the production process is only a matter of time." Euless listened to him and said excitedly, "So please show me the process, Mr. Davy, you can answer it." Euless is worried about the problem of insufficient supply, he said, "But the problem is that we don't have any blood moon stones, something very necessary for production right now." Princess Alina hummed. She said, "Blood moonstone is mostly sought after by noble families, so the demand for it is also surprisingly high." Euless then asked Alina, "So is there any way to own a blood moon?" Alina mumbled awkwardly. She thought, If what was needed was a sword, it would be easy, but this is a gem. Davy looked at Princess Alina's expression, then turned back to face the table and sighed briefly. Also useless, she's a princess and that's all she can do. Alina heard him say that and was both surprised and angry. Princess Alina angrily screamed at Davy, Hey, do you know that that stone is not like other mana stones? Blood moonstone can only form under a specific environment and is very rare. Not everyone who has a lot of money can have that blood moon. Do you know how many influential nobles want to own blood moon? It's all in the upper class or not. Eulis realized that Alina was quite angry. He reached out his hand to stop Winley from coming closer. It's very dangerous. Davy listened to Alina speak in such a long breath and relaxed. Alina let out a loud noise and then added, really arrogant, do you think you can have anything you want, just because your family is rich? This pragmatic name, Eula saw that the situation was not okay, so she spoke up to try to reconcile. Sorry everyone, but please stop arguing like that. Let's go to a gala together, and then you can find one yourself. Now I remember, people say it's almost time for a party at Lindy's palace. There will be a gala dinner there. Have you received your invitation yet, Mr. Davy? Davy turned to look at Eulis. He asked again, invitation card. Winley remembered something and said, is that a gala? Davy heard his sister say that and asked, I know about this case, Winley. Winley said, most imperial balls were attended by at least 1 or 2 royal families. Comes from the kingdom of Ron, that idiot Carlos will also be attending, therefore, it seems like there are a lot of ladies competing with each other to be paired with this scum. Winley said this, the girl thought in disgust in her head, if no one had to deal with that scum, it would truly be a relief. Winley hummed and added, to be honest, I have always wished to attend one of those parties, but the organization in the royal palace. Davy, while his sister was talking, he took the opportunity to look for invitations. Ken speaks up to everyone. Well, I have an invitation here, Winley spoke up in surprise. What? Everyone approached Davy and asked him, really? Davy took it out, examined it, and said somewhat regretfully, but it was all wrinkled. Princess Alina said comfortingly, but it's not a problem, anyway, it's an invitation. Princess Alina read the letter and told everyone. The letter said that Davy was invited to go alone. Eulis said to Princess Alina, aside from Davy's own reputation in the Empire, Hess still quite famous in the Western continent. Davy let out a breath. He crossed his arms thinking, surely they invited me to see if I would really go or not. Winley ran to Davy. She shouted loudly calling him. The sound surprised Davy so much. You ask me why? Princess Alina came up behind him. She crossed her arms and said the information. Surely you don't know yet. We heard that they will auction off rare gems to guests at the Lindy's gala. Of course those will be extremely rare stones. Hearing that, Davy's mood brightened. He went out the door with his sister. He happily told Winley, looks like I really have to accept the invitation to participate. Winley, you said you wanted to visit the palace or not? Winley went with his brother. She was extremely excited and answered yes. So great, now let's go shopping. Davy defers to his sister, can answer. Princess Alina crossed her arms and said boredly, are there still people like that in this world? Eula stood behind her, covering her mouth and chuckling. In a luxurious mansion, the girl sitting at the large table lifted a spoon of food to taste it. The girl had a gloomy, pensive expression. This is the youngest princess in the Lindy's kingdom named Arya Al Lindy's. Princess Arya Al Lindy's is the only mixed-race child in the royal family. For 3 consecutive years, she is not allowed to dine with any other member, with anyone, just in case they become her main meal. Except for a few maids, no one has been able to see her real face. A member of the royal family could be treated like that. It's truly a shocking thing, but for the princess, it was something she had been familiar with for a long time, because others always thought that Princess Arya Al Lindy's was suffering from a terrible disease, when the princess was 13 years old. That disease was officially named Devil's Blood, or another name is deceleration virus. Although there are many people in the world who do not know of its existence, there is no cure for this terrible disease. Princess Arya Al Lindy's cannot make sudden movements. She is suffering from an illness that could take her life at any time. However, Princess Arya Al Lindy's symptoms are very different from other patients. That's because if you don't let freckles appear on your face, she can live a normal life like many other people. The thing is, the worst problem is that the status of a mixed-race princess in the royal family continues to arouse considerable contempt for other mixed-race people. That's why Princess Arya Al Lindy's always wears a mask and gloves. She will also never take off the dress that always covers her body, and spent 2 years in the church receiving treatments for the disease. The doctor pulled up Princess Arya Al Lindy's sleeve and injected it into her arm. The princess hummed in doubt and then asked the doctor, do you think I can really be cured? The doctor sitting opposite smiled and answered the princess, of course it is. Thousands of people in Ordam territory have been saved thanks to this treatment method. The vast majority of them have been successfully treated, and each person was completely recovered, returned to a healthy life. Princess Arya al-Lindes said as if she understood. After all, how happy was Princess Arya al-Lindes when she heard those words from the doctor? Princess Arya al-Lindes is a princess with a very simple dream. All she's wanted since she was a child was to be able to meet someone who will truly love her, and see her beauty. In short, Princess Arya al-Lindes is searching for a dark wizard, who had smelled the forest appeared before her on Princess Arya al-Lindes' way back from church. Of course find someone based only on your own memories, and that much basic information is an impossible task. No matter how much Princess Arya al-Lindes searched, she still couldn't find that person. Because she has such an ugly body that it makes people frown in disgust when they see her. Even so, the princess still wants to know who he really is. The doctor comforts Princess Arya al-Lindes. "I'm sure you'll be able to get better, and soon, she will reach adulthood. Then, a grand gala will definitely be held in her honor. Please feel free to leave it to me. I will definitely make sure that you can step foot into that party without having to wear that mask anymore." Princess Arya al-Lindes turned to speak to the doctor. "We really thank you very much." However, despite Gornio's assurances, Princess Arya al-Lindes still cannot escape the hell that has always squeezed her to the point of suffocation during those dark, haunting years. Davy held the completed card up high and announced it to everyone. "Okay, it's all done." Davy said to the person in front, "Please help me send this letter to the royal palace in Lindes." The other girl took the letter and answered him. "Yes sir," Davy thought. "Although it was a bit late, I still accepted the Empire's invitation. The person accompanying me would obviously be Winley's sister. People also often go to your parties with their brothers and sisters." Davy sat and looked around the room. The demon lord of the Deep Berserk von Pilon flew over and sat on Davy's shoulder. She lamented, "Today is so boring." Davy replied smiling, "Isn't that so quiet and comfortable? But I'm also a little worried. The day I decided to participate in the Lindes Empire's banquet, because if Alina knew, she must have brought Winley to the Pilon Empire." The image of Princess Alina holding Winley's arm appeared in his thoughts. She said, "Did you know that before every big party like this, does a young lady need to prepare so many things?" Davy recalls, "That's what she said, so that's why I just left Alina and Euless to take care of the banquet preparations and decided to meet them again in the capital." Loon raised her hand. The girl wanted to ask about her question. "Mr. Davy, Loon has a question to ask you." Davy turned to ask Loon, "What's wrong?" Loon asked Davy curiously, "Mr. Davy, we still can't find the enemy commander. We have come to the conclusion that we need to discuss countermeasures." Davy understood Luna's concerns. He reassured the girl. "Ah, if it's about that then it's okay, I already thought of something." Loon looked at Davy's bright smile and his answer. The girl added in confusion, "Loon still doesn't quite understand. Please ask for a more detailed explanation." Davy heard a knock on the door. He smiled and answered Loon, "Just in time too." Davy told the people outside to come in quickly. Yuri pushed the tea cart inside Davy's study. Yuri pushed the cart to speak. "Your Highness, I came to offer tea." Davy said, "Okay, thank you because you are the one who does this every time." She once said, "Is your name Yuri or not? I don't remember for sure. Thank you for working hard last time, while I'm away. I will hand over this territory to you to manage temporarily." Yuri asked again in surprise, "What to do?" "What are you doing electing an ordinary maid like me, Your Highness?" Davy raised his teacup. He smelled the scent of tea while giving instructions. "She just needs to do what she can." "I thought you continued to stay here because you needed something." Yuri stood there listening to the words His Highness told him. After Davy finished giving instructions, he smiled slightly. Loon on the side looked at the owner in a confused way. Davy touched the teacup lightly. He asked Yuri curiously, "Anyway, can I ask what you used to brew this tea? We have noticed it before. The taste of this tea is quite special and pleasant. We would love to make this one of our products." Yuri, both happy and surprised, clapped her hands together. "Are you really asking?" Davy continued to enjoy the faint taste of tea when he heard Yuri explain how to make tea. "Honestly, it's actually just my own creation. Well, I brewed it with cricket wing shells." As soon as Davy heard this, he spat out the tea in his mouth and vomited the tea he had drunk. "What are you shouting?" Actually, the truth is that Yuri is the supreme spirit of Urina, even though Davy knew this very well and also the fact that she was the one who defeated the vampire after the attack. It still took him a while to realize that she had a very creative way of brewing tea. At the Mana Gate at the Lindes Empire leader, unlike the Ron Kingdom, a small country in the eastern continent, the Third Empire actively used many mana gates to teleport. Large mana gates have been installed in almost every corner of the territory. with expert magicians dedicated to their maintenance. Thanks to these, traveling from the Heinz Duchy to the capital of the Lindy's Empire didn't take too long. Looking at the scenery of the imperial capital Lindy's, everyone let out a loud scream. The demon lord of the abyss, Berserk von Palan, praised this city for being truly beautiful. Everyone went inside. Berserk von Palan was even more surprised. She exclaimed, "Oh, that can't be like that. Have the northern countries of the eastern continent developed to this level?" Davy asked the demon lord Berserk von Palan curiously, "Is this your first time coming to the Lindy's Empire?" Berserk von Palan looked around to see the beautiful scenery. She answered Davy's question, "I have never been to the Lindy's Empire. That's because the female owner of the Holy Sword never leaves Palan's side." Davy asked in surprise, "Really?" He turned to ask Loon, "What about you, Loon, do you remember anything?" Loon has a bow and arrow bow and is in a state of invisibility when arriving at the Lindy's Empire. The girl said, "I've come to the conclusion that everything here is new to Loon." Loon pointed forward and added, "From that conclusion," Loon asked for an explanation with this new information. The direction Loon pointed towards was a food stall. The girl expressed that, based on current analysis, has a strange scent that stimulates the sense of smell and quickly affects the emotional circuit. This will lead to life-threatening fighting styles in subsequent battles. Davy gave Loon a stick of grilled meat and vegetables. The little girl took it and brought it to her mouth to eat deliciously. Davy sees Loon's wishes, he said. "If you want to eat, just say so." Loon stared so intently at the skewered meat in her hand that even Davy felt confused. The owner of the meat skewer seller saw the two people and smiled happily. He said to Davy, "Your sister's reaction is really adorable. Are you two guys going out there?" Loon answered the boss, surprising him, suggested adjustment of address. Loon is the owner's property, the boss stammered. "What's wrong with the property owner?" The boss changed from surprise to anger. The boss TSK then said, "So this girl is your slave, this brother. It's a bit strange for me to tell you this, but it's better that you don't openly say that she's your slave, especially when you two are in this country." Davy and Loon were confused by what the seller said. Davy patted Loon's head. He explained to the boss, "She's actually my little sister. Please don't misunderstand. Her personality is a bit strange." Loon was surprised but remained silent. The boss scratched his head confusedly. He said, "Is that true? Then let me apologize to you very much, because I live in the Lindy's Empire. There are many things I hate about people who own slaves. Have you heard it or not? Don't say misleading words." Loon looked up and said, "Loon doesn't understand, not the one with power is." The girl's words hadn't finished yet. Davy covered Loon's mouth and gave instructions. "I told you not to say those words again." The boss laughed. He said, "Your sister is indeed very interesting." Loon pursed her lips and walked with him. Davy looked around and pondered, yet they expressed disgust for the beast race but showed disdain for slavery. "This place is really strange." Afterward, I explained right and wrong and the four of us toured the capital of the Lindy's Empire together, even though it's a bit annoying because everyone is curious about it. And I had to run after them and drag them back. But it's been a long time since I've had time for my family. Davy's group was happily touring the imperial capital Lindy's. While moving, suddenly a boy ran quickly and bumped into Davy. He turned to look at the child. The boy pulled his hat back and said, "I'm sorry" to Davy. Next, the boy continued to run forward hurriedly. Loon spoke up in wonder. "Loon has a question. I don't understand why Lord Davy didn't arrest him directly. Analysis shows he stole from Mr. Davy. After scanning through shape and size, I concluded that what he took up there was your wallet." Davy said to leave him alone. Davy squatted down. Loon added, "I have concluded that Mr. Davy is not a benefactor." Davy explained, "That's why I told him to leave him alone. Those who are not ethical should be responsible for their actions. Whether an adult or a child, are without exception." Loon defeated the boy and a bigger guy. Davy stood behind the frightened boy. He reminded, "Loon, don't take his life. If you take his life, they will not be afraid to attack you." Loon spoke up. Loon quickly agreed with her master. The boy asked Davy curiously, "What is that? If you are so strong, why didn't you directly arrest me earlier?" Davy smiled and explained, "Because there are always bastards secretly behind the scenes controlling the pickpockets. Instead of wasting time searching for each name, solving it at once would be much better." Look not far ahead. Loon beat the leaders to the ground. They lay groaning in pain. If you think him a rich kid with a good-natured personality who doesn't know anything about the world, then you're sorely mistaken. An evil man crawled to kneel at Davy's feet and begged him, please be generous and forgive me." Davy reminded him, "You should carefully evaluate who is the correct target before taking action. Now I've only broken a few of your bones, but if I catch you doing these things again, I will definitely not forgive anyone." They cried out in pain and ran away. Loon brought the things she collected from the robbers and ran closer to Davy. The girl said, "Mr. Davy, these are the things they stole." Davy exclaimed, "They are quite neat to collect." He opened the bag to look. Davy huffed and then said, "Should we give these to the guards?" Inside the bag fell a rectangular object, something that everyone knows what it is. That object is exactly the smartphone that is close to modern human life. At this time, Davy was sitting in a carriage and had arrived at the appointment. She walked down and saw Davy and suddenly called out, "Second brother." Called Davy, but he didn't pay attention and rushed somewhere, making Winley confused. Winley asked in confusion and wonder, "Why are you here?" But Loon, unaware of Winley's presence, asked the housekeeper, "Where is my room?" The housekeeper immediately gave directions, "This road." At this time, Loon also came and called him, "Davy." Davy didn't think much and asked the two people, "Hey, have you two ever seen this?" Loon looked at the image before her eyes but didn't know what to say. "What's wrong?" "This is the first time I've seen it." The person next to Loon also spoke, "Me too." Davy knew he couldn't find anything from the two of them and sighed thoughtfully, "Indeed." After thinking about it, he turned around and left before speaking. "Okay, I'm a little tired so I'll go in first." Loon saw him suddenly change like that and asked him to ask again, "Star, what is that? Please explain clearly." Davy still didn't care and coldly walked away. "Sorry, I'll tell you two later." I was also quite surprised. After returning to his room, Davy always appeared sad and cold. Seeing him like that, Berserk approached and asked, "Davy, is that an object from your previous life?" Davy just looked at the phone and replied coldly, He just kept staring at the phone and thinking, "A phone? I don't know how a pickpocket in this place got it, but the problem doesn't lie there, it is something that is not of this world. Cannot turn on, even though I could make a charger with existing components, opening it wouldn't be easy." Berserk stepped forward and asked Davy curiously, "Are you going to turn it on?" Davy also said confused, "At least you have to try it." After speaking, he continued to think, "Anyway, I have to check a few things. Some memories of my previous life are quite vague, but I still remember a few things clearly, and for me, this phone is not strange, just a hunch, but isn't this a suggestion for me?" After thinking for a while, Davy sat down and yawned tiredly. "I was busy delivering blueprints to the craftsmen at the Hines estate all night last night, to the point of not being able to sleep at all. If everything goes well they can finish with all the ingredients I've collected so far. For now all I can do is just try to enjoy the party and wait." Suddenly Winley, dressed beautifully, shyly asked Davy, "Hey bro, how do you look?" Davy immediately praised her, "My baby sister is the best." The other guy standing next to him also enthusiastically applauded, "That's so great." Elena saw that but just let out helpless words, "What should I do with these loser sisters?" "Rub, this is the skill of royal maids," Davy also said excitedly. "Great, next time I have to tell them to pay attention to me." Elena looked at Davy like that, staring and thinking, Davy saw her staring at him like that and KY Bach wondered, what's wrong?" Elena turned away and said teasingly, "You look so simple and useless, it really works for you." After hearing this, Davy got angry and asked, "What people mean is that I'm not beautiful, right?" At this moment, Davy's two children saw Winley dressed so beautifully and ran to hug her. Winley saw the two of them running and said happily, "Red flag, blue flag, when are you guys coming? You guys want to meet me, right?" The two of them happily hugged each other with Aunt Winley's love. Elena looked at these two strange children with confusion. "KY Lam Hong KY, Davy immediately introduced her, this is the first time you meet them. This is Hong KY, and this is Lam KY, my daughter, you two also called me to prove it, father." When Elena and Elder Yillis heard this, they were shocked to the core and asked in panic, "Huh?" After sitting and talking, it was already evening to reach the hall of Lindis Imperial Palace. The gatekeeper checked the invitation and said, "Welcome Princess Elena de Fallen, Elder Yellis, Prince Davy Al Roun and Princess Winley Al Roun. Your invitation has been confirmed. Thank you for attending the ceremony." Elena walked in and also asked the guard, "You have worked hard, has the party started yet?" The guard immediately responded, "Yes, but your majesty is not there yet." Davy heard it and said with a sigh of relief, "Oh my goodness." Then he thought and cursed silently, "Which stuff?" Suddenly someone held Davy's hands tightly. It was Winley, who was nervous and trembling as he spoke. "Second brother. Sorry but I'm a bit worried." Davy also understood her feelings and comforted her. "Straighten your back, because my sister is the most beautiful person tonight." Winley was still a little worried but hesitated to speak, but Davy immediately interrupted and quelled his sister's fear. "Listen to me, Winley, if any idiot dares to bother you, Just know that this brother will always be on your side, even if we have to declare war. Do you think I'm kidding you? Absolutely not. Winley was comforted and felt so much happier that she burst out laughing. What did you say? Phew, thank you. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone spoke up. Good evening, I am Temid, the 4 princes of the Hearten Kingdom. The person who was cut in line was angry and spoke up. Look, don't jump in line. Immediately everyone stepped forward and approached Winley, making her confused and not knowing what to do. Sorry, if possible, would you like to dance with me, who is really very beautiful? I am the eldest son of Duke Palade. Winley was confused and didn't know what to do and wanted his brother to help. Second brother, Davy also didn't want to bother his sister but waved happily. Enjoy it. After a while Davy felt bored and thought, I wonder how long the party lasted. He turned to see the other 2 people and understood what they were thinking. Even though there were a lot of people in attendance, Elena and Yelis are still in the group of people receiving the most attention. A single man most worthy of being married on the continent, a genius elder mage of the Magic Tower. And the other is the Pearl of the Palan Empire, one of the 5 most beautiful people on the continent, and the master of the Sword Saint. It's no wonder they get that much attention. Of course, there were many people who didn't even take their eyes off them for a moment. Compared to them, thanks to this anonymous face, I can still hide in a quiet place. Davy felt comfortable and said happily, I really like being alone. He was also a little surprised and looked at his sister with some thought. The most surprising thing is Winley. She was just confused just now, became extremely famous. She possesses a wonderful beauty that is recognized by the entire palace, so they flock to her like bees to honey. After a while of being surrounded by people asking to dance, Winley escaped to rest for a bit and spoke, so tired, I didn't expect I had to dance so much. Suddenly she heard insults and curses, which made her look a little surprised. Look closely at this country house gathered together, makes me so nauseous. What is someone like you doing at this high-class party? Winley looked over and immediately recognized it and suddenly said, Carlos. As soon as Carlos saw Winley, he began insulting and defaming her. How could a brat like you be invited to a place like this? Winley did not give in and argued back, don't make me laugh, I also came here without needing any support from anyone. Carlos did not expect Winley to continue insulting her. Do you really think we're the same? Winley was pulled by his arm and said angrily. Let me go. Davy, standing from afar, saw this scene and sighed, preparing to take action. He angrily shouted at Winley, go back to the kingdom now before something terrible happens to you. Right after he shouted at Winley, Davy couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him aside. After kicking him, Davy answered frankly. When talking to bastards, it's best to use fists. Everyone saw him appear and were a little surprised. His Royal Highness Prince Davy. He was beaten but still spoke majestically. What the heck? Davy reminded him that, in another kingdom, you still dare to be overbearing. Carlos was angry but couldn't do anything but cursed. Davy reminded him of the hair. Behold, at first he didn't understand what was going on and looked puzzled, but now that he was next to him, he understood and grabbed his wig and ran away. Elena wanted to hold him back and speak. Your Highness, Carlos only cares about honor, don't follow me. After Davy finished dealing with him, he said happily, he has a shining sun around his mouth. Persic also saw that and said, the curse you placed is still tormenting him to this day. Seeing Davy standing on high, watching Euless dance, Elena felt strange and came forward to offer the wine and ask. You look bored, Prince Davy, Davy said teasingly to the princess, you can stop acting now, princess. Elena saw that and raised her glass to ask Davy, you restrain yourself quite well before everything is considered, and Prince Carlos, did you really let him leave like that? Davy laughed and said. Of course not, we will corner him, then made him harm himself. Elena looked at Davy smiling like that but also worried about Carlos. Why would he go against a personality disorder like you? Of course I feel sorry for him. What about that silver-haired golem? Davy just answered frankly, Loon wants to go explore around, so we let her go. After hearing this, Elena asked again in shock, you leave the baby alone? Davy found an excuse to say something else, making Elena stare angrily. She has the ability to hide herself, it will be okay, maybe so. Seeing that she didn't relax but was still angry, Davy found something else to say, which reminds me, the main character of today's party hasn't arrived yet. Her name is Princess Arya Al-Lindis. I clearly remember her name was written on the invitation. The two of them went down and continued talking about the mysterious princess. Elena talked about said princess. The youngest princess of the Lindis Empire will turn into adulthood this year. Davy was also curious and asked Elena about the princess. Have you ever met her? After hearing this, Elena thought about it a bit. I think I met her when I was a child, but it seems like she's only been in the sanctuary all these years, because it's rare for holy places to hold parties like this. After listening, Davy turned to look at the person about to enter and spoke. This party will probably have a tiger participating as well, if invited. At this moment, someone outside announced that Her Royal Highness Princess Arya Al Lindes has arrived. Davy looked at Princess Arya in front of him and said somewhat familiarly, I heard that girl had to cover her whole body due to an illness. Now that I see it, the rumors seem to be true. Berserk also appeared and saw it and confirmed it. Davy, that's the disease. Davy was confirmed and understood. Yeah, it must be who Baron Gornio was talking about, but why hasn't she been cured yet? Elena also knew that the princess was sick and asked Davy, Hey Davy, haven't you already cured this disease in Ordem territory? Can't cure her? Davy also replied that, it's not that I can't do it. Seeing that, Elena asked with some confusion, then, before Elena could finish speaking, he stopped her, Star, so you think I can just come in front of people and say I can cure the princess? Elena saw that and realized what she said was wrong. Ah, Davy said frankly, she will brush off her skirt and consider what she said to be nonsense. We can cure her, but that would be like pity, but otherwise. We cannot leave the disease in this world. At this time, in the distance, there was a mysterious man who kept staring at Lindes, worriedly thinking about something. After that, he was thinking hard as he walked up and accidentally touched Davy's body, making him look after him and doubt his actions. Suddenly he ran straight towards Lindes, causing her to be suddenly attacked without having time to react. He did not attack Lindes but instead took off her mask. When the princess's mask fell, the palace's lights immediately turned off, making everything dark. Everyone was worried and asked, why did it suddenly get dark? The people around also saw the princess fall and trembled and asked, Princess, are you okay? Davy saw this scene and hugged Elena and used condensation magic to light it, the second orbit where the light maintenance support technique releases the accumulated light source. Elena didn't understand what was going on and said shyly, Wait, Davy, this. Davy immediately stopped her and spoke, Sorry Elena, I had to ask her to clean up the scene. After hearing this, Elena asked in shock. What? Davy did not let Elena be shocked but used a dazzling wide area light. After it was done, everyone screamed. Ah, my eyes. Euless was also worried and asked Winley, why are they all reacting like this? Winley also didn't understand. I accept. Euless was also worried about Winley and used a special protective barrier. While the party was in chaos, Princess Lindes had escaped and was rushing somewhere. Even though she was tired from running and breathing, Lindes decided not to look back. Suddenly, because she was too hasty to run away, she tripped over her dress and fell down, thinking. After that, I don't even want to reveal it. She broke down and hugged her face as she spoke, his face to anyone. She was also helpless to think. Arya never took off her mask, even when standing before the Emperor. The only person who has ever seen her true face is Baron Gornio, the doctor responsible for her treatment, also takes on the role of escort. The escort is the person next to the queens or princesses of the European court. A lot of companionship and a lot of help is a lot of companionship and a lot of diplomatic help, must have a noble background or status. She also remembered and thought, this is Arya's only wish. When cured, she wanted to see the person who saved her again and say thank you to him. Although this is a bit strange, she wants to date and then marry the boy who made her fall in love at first sight. Her father initially reacted very coldly, but in the end, you still agreed and gave your blessings to everyone. And even though the doctor had promised to cure her, everything seemed to be going very well. But, Arya remembered what happened at that moment and burst into tears, so it's curved. Everything, she burst into tears thinking about failure. The disease could not be cured as she had expected. What was the reason for her father's advice that her status as a princess would be announced as soon as she entered the ball and that princess, who wanted to just hide in the palace like a ghost, nothing can be done. Arya clapped her hands angrily and said, but I wonder what all that means, with this face and this body, it better die. Davy appeared from behind and saw her like that and asked, are you planning to commit suicide? Arya, who was crying, heard the sound and suddenly opened her eyes wide, thinking. This scent is. Davy didn't see Arya not answering but appeared and asked gently. What is she upset about? Arya now saw Davy more clearly and realized what he was thinking. The red eyes were the person that day. Actually, Princess Arya's face was disfigured much more severely than the average virus victim. Whoever it was that took her face off, he must have been pampering her at this weak point. Because that girl is mixed blood, Davy stepped forward, showed his mask and asked her. Are you in pain? Arya looked at Davy so gently and thoughtfully but was quiet, then suddenly grabbed the mask and ran away. Unexpectedly, Davy pulled Arya's hand, making her want to escape and ask. "Please let me go," Davy just asked curiously. "Why are you running?" Arya just wanted to hide and stammered. Davy kept seeing her hesitation and asked her directly, "Are you going to keep avoiding me like this?" Hearing this, Arya finally clenched her fists and was determined to speak. "I finally met him. I've been looking for you everywhere, but how?" Davy didn't know what she was going to say but moved forward wanting to hear more clearly. She covered her face and spoke helplessly. I don't want to appear in front of you in this form even if it's just you." Arya suddenly remembered something and thought. "Ever since, people who have seen my face always show sympathy or dismissal, but why do you still look at me like normal?" Davy listened to her feelings and gently smiled and said. "I can help you cure that terrible disease. If you haven't tried it yet, don't give up, is that okay?" Arya was a bit shaken by Davy's words but was not determined to leave any more. After a while Davy dared to gently ask her again. "Will you trust me this time?" Arya finally placed her hand in Davy's and spoke. "I'm sorry for letting you see such an ugly scene." Davy saw that she was still apologizing and gently advised her, "Princess, I have seen many patients who are even worse looking than you, so I'm not shocked by this anyway. Opposite, you are much luckier than that crowd. Princess, if the virus has developed to this point, most people will have lost their lives." I also thought a bit about that. Yes, even though she endured the illness thanks to her spiritual aura and her mixed blood constitution, but since she has suffered from the disease for so long, medical treatment will no longer be effective for her because of this condition. Even her doctor Baron Gornio will be in trouble. He continued to explain to her, "I know this will be very difficult to believe because she has been treated unsuccessfully, but please listen, this treatment was invented by my medical technology teacher for people who think they cannot be cured." Davy finished speaking and continued thinking, "No one is the most perfect, the same is true for women who are praised as gods. Of course, thanks to the perfect treatment method she created, it wasn't a meaningless failure." After thinking about it, he continued to explain to Arya, "The treatment will take about 4 days to take effect. During that period, she cannot lose faith that she will be able to recover, Princess. If she could keep that faith, she would definitely be able to recover." Arya saw Davy's determination and came closer and said, "I will believe you. I believe you." Davy also saw it and smiled and said, "Good. So please sleep well." "Princess." Princess Arya collapsed into Davy's arms and slept deeply. Suddenly there was a loud call. "Your Highness," just after seeing Davy hugging Arya around him. Davy saw that he was surrounded and helpless, hugged the princess and said, "It's just the right time." Unexpectedly, at this moment, an explosion occurred, causing Davy to suddenly step back to protect the princess. Loon appeared right before Davy's eyes, causing him to suddenly speak. "Loon, warning." Loon stood in front of Davy and spoke forcefully, "Closer approach is forbidden." Davy didn't want any trouble to happen and stopped Loon from speaking. "Back, don't make things worse, step back." The soldiers were angry and shouted loudly to warn Davy, "Bastard, who do you think you're hugging? Release her now." Davy looked at these soldiers and thought a little, this is an empire, more than half of these guys are sword masters, the best among them is this guy. Immediately King Deerit appeared and asked, "What's going on here?" "You are." Davy saw the king and bowed respectfully. "Salute the two-headed dragon of the empire with the most sincere respect. I'm sorry I had to meet you this way. First, can you withdraw all the soldiers? I realize this may be rude, but patient safety must always come first." "Your Majesty." The soldiers were angry when they were told that. "How dare you speak to His Majesty? Remove your hands immediately." The king raised his hand to stop the angry people from speaking. "Enough, soldiers, step back." The soldiers were still angry and didn't have the heart to speak. "But Your Majesty," the king spoke seriously to all the soldiers, "Arya is sleeping, don't make trouble, step back immediately." After a while, when the soldiers had all retreated, the king spoke, "Now let's talk a little. Who are you?" Davy immediately introduced himself, "I'm Davy Al Round." After hearing the name, the king thought a little. "Davy Round, could it be that you are the prince of the Round Kingdom? I heard you can cure blood demons." Davy was asked and responded frankly, "Even though I still have many shortcomings, it's true that I guess Baron Gornio can't cure the princess' illness. However, it wasn't his fault, because the princess' condition is a special case." After hearing this, the king felt a little confident and asked, "Does this mean you can heal Arya?" Davy also made conditions with the king. "I have one condition. I will ensure the princess fully recovers within 4 days. In return, please let me take one of tomorrow's auction items. If I fail, I will let you behead me as compensation." After hearing the conditions, The king was a bit surprised by this condition. Davy said seriously. What should we do, Your Majesty? Please make your decision. Berserk also appeared and heard it. You are really forcing the emperor to risk his daughter's life. Davy also has some thought for this. I have no choice because if I start treatment I won't be able to participate in the auction. I have to weigh the benefits of not fulfilling my purpose of coming here with starting to treat the princess. The king finally made a decision and spoke heroically. Okay, cough. However, you must save her. No, please save her. If Arya could take off her mask, I will give you what you want and also allow you to ally with this empire that no one on this continent can touch. Davy heard this decision and suddenly thought, wow, this name, he was truly glowing with the fire of an incredibly skilled person. Perfect. Vespis Amy, don't be too shocked. Somehow the Heinz domain was about to receive imperial protection. The interrupted banquet was quickly continued, and later that day, there was a rumor spreading among the nobles that a prince from a small kingdom was treating Princess Alia's illness. At this time, Alvars knocked on the door and angrily asked the king, Sire, the princess still hasn't eaten anything for 2 days because of that treatment. You can't just leave it like that. How can you trust him when even Baron Gornio can't? The king, facing Alvars' anger, still calmly put down his pen and spoke. We still maintain Alvars' opinion. Alvars was still not convinced and spoke up. Sire, the king was still determined to speak. Enough, have you investigated yet? Alvars had a headache and reported back. Yes, there's no evidence but I believe it has something to do with conservatives. After hearing this, the king angrily clutched the piece of paper and said, how dare they take advantage of Alia? Alvars wondered and asked the king, what should I do next? The king squeezed the paper tightly and gritted his teeth. Do everything possible to find the person who caused this and make him pay the price. Executing his entire family is not enough to atone for his crime of slandering a member of the Lindez royal family. Alvars obeyed and said, I will do it meticulously, and we have also announced that the accident at the banquet was due to an artifact malfunction, in cases involving terrorist attacks. The king also replied that, are not, it's okay. Alvars wondered and asked the king, what's that? After listening, the king thought a little. Just like what that boy said, the empire still has contempt for monsters, and competition between conservative and liberal groups. He can recognize these problems in a short period of time. Not only that. After thinking about it, the king immediately asked Alvars, Alvars, what do you think of Prince Davy? Alvars also didn't know how to answer. What do you mean? The king saw that he did not understand and said, don't you see anything? Alvars did not know what the king was talking about. Please forgive me. The king continued to think. That guy is like a bottomless swamp, making it impossible to escape. I've only had this feeling once before. It was when I looked towards my master, the strongest swordsman in the empire at that time, that I felt that depth. Because it's been a long time, so I'm sure I won't have that feeling again when I see him again, but for me to have that feeling for a young man in his 20s, it can only be like this. The king suddenly called Alvars back. The king thought again. Yesterday's light at the banquet was largely caused by him. And the reason was to keep Alia out of trouble. I'm starting to like him. Maybe we should continue to observe him, he might even be able to come up with a cure. Arya was vaguely thinking about Davy's treatment. I was afraid for him to touch my face when I saw that arm approaching. How long has passed since then? Even though we are sleeping, we can still hear voices. We don't know what that person is saying, but the voice is very cheerful and gentle and makes us feel relaxed. After Arya woke up, she only felt a warm sunlight. Blankets, so refreshing. At this moment, Alinda suddenly walked in and asked happily, the princess is awake. Arya quickly pulled the blanket back and sat in it, panicking, my mask, bring me tomorrow's mask right away. Alinda spoke up comfortingly, it's okay, princess. Arya asked under the blanket, this voice is Alinda. The maid Alinda immediately spoke, yes, this is Alinda, your highness. Arya jumped up and asked Alinda, how long have we been sleeping? Alinda smiled and responded, it's been 2 days. After hearing this, Arya was surprised, 2 days, our body is so light. Alinda saw that and praised Davy, Hahu, that prince is really good. Arya heard the prince speak with some confusion. Prince, Alinda immediately explained it to Arya, the person who cured that princess, that's Prince Davy, he is Prince Davy Al Raun, great prince of the Rauna kingdom. After listening, Arya muttered, Davy Al Raun, I understand. That person's name. Alinda saw the princess's beauty and suddenly spoke. No one thought the princess would be this beautiful. Arya looked around her body and thought, I'm completely covered in gauze. Alinda praised the princess and said happily, do you know how surprised I was when I changed your bandage? Even the 5 great beauties won't give them back to you, Arya said shyly. Hahu, stop joking. Alinda didn't stop talking and continued praising. God is not joking. Arya was happy to see her like that. I thought, Alinda is so kind. Suddenly she turned to see the letter and asked Alinda, what is this? Alinda immediately responded, the prince left it there. He told me to give it to you when you wake up. Arya held the letter and thought for a bit. The man with the red eyes stopped me from being pessimistic. In the letter Devi wrote to Arya. Ida had prepared a gift for her. I hope you will attend the banquet tonight. Arya recalled that, the person who exudes the scent of sumac saw me clearly and encouraged me. People constantly talk to me, like he sat close and read fairy tales to me. Can I hope a little? She spoke up and asked, Alinda, can you help me remove the bandage? Alinda happily responded, of course, God do it now. Arya sat in front of the mirror preparing and spoke nervously, I'm so worried. Alinda encouraged her and said, there's nothing to worry about. Your Highness will be the most prominent person tonight, God is sure. Winley saw Devi smiling like that and asked, Oraboni, why are you so happy? Elena asked helplessly with chills, makes me feel so scared. That's right, why are you laughing like that? And where have you gone? Yesterday you didn't even participate in the auction anymore. The red moon also does not appear, Devi said happily and bright as a flower, doesn't matter anymore. Elena asked curiously, what? Devi didn't explain much but walked away waving his hand and saying, it's time, we come back here. Winley asked curiously, Oraboni. Devi went up and asked the butler, please lend me the piano for a bit. The butler was confused and didn't understand what was going on and asked again, what's that? Berserk suddenly appeared and asked, you can play the piano too, Devi said again, I can do anything but sing, he sings very bad. Just as Devi sat down at the piano and was about to play, there was an announcement. Princess Aliyah al-Lindez arrives. Devi excitedly prepared to speak, now let's show her the gift. It will be a mystical magical melody that does not exist in this world. This music is Kananvarya. Jones. The melody will be a bit fast. It's time to wake up from the nightmare, princess. When the princess came, she heard the melody from the piano and was a bit surprised. Then Devi began to play the piano so smoothly that everyone who heard it was extremely surprised. As soon as Winley heard the melody, she immediately praised it. The melody is so great, it felt like the mana was reacting to the music. Princess Alina next to him listened to him playing the piano. He has so much talent for no reason. At this time, Deerit walked up to Arya and said, so adorable. She had just seen her father, so she happily called out, Father. He hugged her and told her, I have had to endure it for too long. 4 days after Devi's assurance, final, after 3 years of waiting, Deerit al-Lindez could also see her youngest daughter's face. After father and son met each other, Deerit called Devi into his private room and told him, we don't ask for any more results. I trusted you and you kept your promise to me. Hearing that, Devi spoke, although the princess' illness has been completely cured, it is also important to ensure that she does not relapse. I have prepared the prescription, please make sure the princess drinks it. Seeing you give him the prescription made him feel extremely grateful and thank you. I will inform the doctor. Mentioning the doctor made him forced to speak his heart out. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. But is that really someone you can trust? The words Devi was saying made His Majesty a bit confused, so he asked again, what do you mean? He then explained his inferences. From what I observed, it seems that conservative group members believe that the princess is a danger to this country. At this point, he accepted what you meant. Are they aiming for Arya while I'm still alive and well? He quickly responded, haven't they already tried it once? Furthermore, it seems like Your Majesty has not yet collected all the information about the conservative group members. The best method to assassinate a member of the royal family is to use poison. Right now is the best chance for them to eliminate Princess Arya because her position is not yet completely stabilized. Actually, this will be their only chance. If it were them, I would have already started implementing this plan. After hearing Devi's inferences, Deerit laughed and stood up, excitedly talking to him. A young man who has only lived in this world for 20 years is already so bold. I like it very much. Fine. Since this makes sense, well, deal with it. Hearing that made him a bit awkward, to be honest. I'm not really interested in this issue of the Lindez Empire's power struggle. However, I don't want to see my patients, who is only just recovered, being involved in such things. Then Deerit told him, Rub, that's okay, the only thing you ask for is the red moon. It's not very big either, but it is true that we have a red moon up for auction. However, I have no intention of ending this transaction with such a small reward, but Devi honestly just needs that. In his heart, he felt a red moon that was also called a small reward. He is truly too extravagant. Having finished speaking, Dear, it picked up the ring she was wearing and said, "The crimson moon is your reward for healing Arya. However, you still haven't received your reward from me. This ring is one of the symbols of my power. Take it." That made Davy extremely surprised and cautiously raised his head and asked, "Is the meaning of your action the same as what I think?" He quickly confirmed his guess. "That's right, thanks to you, Arya can once again see the light, and that's why I can see my daughter's face. We all owe you a favor. Your wish will also be Lindy's wish. The Lindy's empire will never ignore those we owe. Prince Davy, tell me. Will you become the Lindy's royal physician?" As soon as he heard his request, he immediately responded, "I have to refuse." He quickly refused, making the emperor laugh. "You are really bold, Rub. If your opinion on this matter is already so firm, I won't press you any further. However, your acceptance of the reward is an entirely different matter. Even if you want to refuse, I will firmly give you this. From this moment on, the Lindy's empire will, exactly as promised, become an ally of the great prince of the Round Kingdom. As long as what you do won't threaten Lindy's safety, we will help you 3 times, plus. Even though we have helped you 3 times, then we will still be your allies." Hearing that, Davy gulped nervously because this was not a promise between 2 countries but a promise between a country and an individual. The importance of this cannot be underestimated. Through what he did, he made you realize that, even if it's true that I treated a member of the royal family, to be honest, this is a bit much. This only proves how much he loves his youngest daughter. This isn't what I was aiming for, but if he voluntarily brought it to me, I shouldn't complain. After all, I'm also quite worried about one person, so Davy did not hesitate to make his request to the emperor. "So, can I ask you to help me with something right now? I give you permission," was accepted, so he immediately stated his request. After discussing with him, Davy went out and stretched his shoulders out of fatigue. He told Loon and Berserk, and Loon, even though he was a bit lenient, he was still an emperor after all. The pressure is terrible. Even so, I'm still glad that he accepted the request without any hesitation. Wasn't his enthusiasm shown too clearly? Seeing that, Loon approached and asked, "Mr. Davy, Loon wants to continue research to stimulate Luna's sense of taste and smell." At this moment he remembered what he said before. "Well, I guarantee that when we leave, you will eat until you are satisfied." Loon had appreciated the value of Mr. Davy's purse. However, before that, Davy has something to confirm. Hearing that, Loon asked for a detailed explanation. But while talking, Arya quickly ran to the 3 people but saw no sign of anyone. Davy was covering his mouth tightly. Loon stood next to Princess Arya using 5th level invisibility magic to hide from her. When Arya heard it, she smelled that person's scent and was sure he was here. That made Davy a little frightened. At this moment a servant came and called, "Princess, people are not allowed to run in the palace." Berserk was sitting on his shoulder when he heard Princess Arya say that. "Oh my god, we know that mixed blood's sense of smell is very sensitive, but..." When she saw her servant coming, the princess quickly turned around and spoke, "Aranda, that person was here, he was here." Hearing the princess say that, the maid could only sigh helplessly in response. "He must have left the palace already. I heard he will leave the empire soon." Those words made her look down in disbelief and cry, "No way, are not, but I just met him. I can't just let him go without even saying goodbye." Seeing her like that, Aranda quickly advised, "Come back, Your Highness, it's time for you to take your medicine." Suddenly Arya remembered that she had to meet her father, so her ears perked up and she spoke with determination. "I will ask my father to let me see him again." "Hurry up, Aranda." Seeing that, the maid quickly ran after the princess to meet her majesty. After the 2 left, Loon spoke up, "She really is the emperor's daughter, isn't she?" Loon has a question, "Why don't you meet her?" Davy didn't know how to explain, so he spoke, Just a feeling, but occasionally, I can hear the bell ringing in my head. I've done countless goosebumps-inducing things with her, so seeing her again is a bit of a treat." Loon heard that, so she quickly judged him. Mr. Davy was judged to be a very bad character, that makes him unhappy. To warn him, then smiled and pushed the door open to enter his room. "Anyway, our work here is done, so let's go back to our residence. The items I requested should be in Hein's territory by now. Now then, it's really time to check out that pile of items over there." What a coincidence, someone pickpocketed us and we took revenge on the organization involved in that pickpocketing. I actually came across an object related to my world. An object from another world. The world I used to live in. Daphne doesn't believe in God, but she certainly has faith. Where there is fire, there is smoke. Nothing is natural at all. That's what she believes in. Really funny. But if this really came from that world, then it wouldn't be fun at all. Space displacement. It's hard to believe, but I'm the exception. What's bothering me is not how this thing travels through space but how it gets to me. Berserk asked now, can you turn it on now? Okay, but it will probably be very slow. I don't know why things turned out like this. Suddenly the mark on Davy's back suddenly throbbed, making him feel a sharp pain at that moment when a sound rang out, making Berserk ask worriedly. What is this sound? This sound is the incoming call on the phone, so it makes such a sound. Seeing her like that, he told her to calm down, then ponder, should I pick up the phone? It's like someone is waiting for me. Having run out of options, he tried to answer the phone but immediately entered a strange space. He felt really disappointed. Is the staircase to heaven? It's like I stepped on poop, so this is the reason why I picked up that object, I understand. There is nothing better to attract my attention than an object from my past life. I know I'm this servant's God, but it's really bad. Similar to the place when I just came into contact with the holy magic, and if I turn by this place. Suddenly a feather fell on Davy, making him startled, and immediately looked up to see an angel waiting for him. When he arrived, the angel raised his hand and gave him a holy object. That made him so unbelievable that he fell out of his chair. Making Berserk, who was flying in the air, extremely worried, asked, Davy, what's going on? You just fell, are you okay? Hearing her say that, Davy raised the holy object that the angel had just given and said, we have gone so far that it is unimaginable. He fell to the floor panting, because it was completely different from when I was helped by Daphne in my spirit state. It felt like running several dozen kilometers, so now he was extremely tired talking to Berserk. Sorry, let's rest for about 5 minutes, after 5 minutes it will be 10 hours, hearing him say that, she had nothing to say, okay. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. After sleeping for a long time, it was early the next morning. Davy woke up and stretched out his arms cheerfully. When he woke up, the phone was completely gone. But it's not much of a loss, that's the lantern. Relic allows the user to revive once when the Bodhi's condition is destroyed. Number of revivals 1, contraindicated, avoid using when fighting opponents of superior level or higher, self-activate. Seems like it should be kept next to the bed, like a night light. When Berserk saw the parameters of the holy object, he felt it was nonsense, and you see. Allows the user to revive once when the Bodhi's condition is damaged, so this is a rare item that allows me to revive even if I die. Not only did I see a holy dream, but I was also given holy objects. Why are they suddenly so kind? I know where to use it. That is to regenerate the body, force transformation. Thanks to the holy seal I got in the Pelesti kingdom, I can't use any transformation magic right now. I can pull out my aura sword. But if you can't have the same strength as before, Therese no better chance. Berserk saw that and was extremely worried, but that's too risky. That's why we need another network. This plan was proposed by my master Odin, not me, that's why it's so scary. If you fail, you will lose your life immediately, but even if you succeed, you still have to die. Either way, you have to die. Just when you need to use this too, why don't you try? A place filled with transcendent gods, and it doesn't matter if the power explodes. Pandora's land, the residence of the Lionate Knights. Seeing that, Berserk told Davy, if Elena knew, she would strongly object. He heard her say that and smiled and asked if it was just Elena. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, she could only sigh. Davy sees a similar transformation with destruction of the reconstructed body. Die and revive, I will do it myself. After having a holy dream, I stayed in Lindy's kingdom for 2 more days. I'm a bit worried about Princess Area, but because I had a feeling that the Emperor's stupid and rude daughter would not let me go, that's why I avoided meeting her. Euless and Elena are no longer with me either, Euless told him. Well, visit the Hind's territory as soon as the Magic Tower meeting is adjourned. Seeing that, he saw that although they were attached to him like thunder, they were also the most important elders of the Red Tower and princesses of an empire. They also have things to take care of. For returning to Hind's with Winley and Loon 2 weeks ago and during this time. I don't just sit around and play. After saying goodbye, the dwarf spoke. The items we've been waiting for have finally arrived. More than I thought. How can you move this place? He heard that, so he said, TSK, if we dwarves are not strong, we can't do anything. Of course, there are many people paying very good prices. At this time, Davy held up a sword and asked, this is Star Bluestone. The dwarf replied, they must have seen it in the obsidian. They said if you get that gem and put it in the sword, it will maximize the sword's power. Hearing that, he clicked loudly, this is truly a precious ingredient. I didn't think I would get it. Then the second thing we need to do, that is the arsenal made by the dwarves. The wooden barrels here are all failed finished products, but even so, they still have value. As long as they were made by dwarves, they were still worth it. If I increase the price twice the market price, will I be able to sell it? The answer is of course yes. Any mercenary or knight is willing to do anything to possess these weapons, however, they are not the main guests I think of. Seeing so many things like this, he said, with this amount, you can declare war on an empire. According to what we heard, people always try to keep war from breaking out. Hearing that, Davy affirmed, that's right, but war is not forbidden, because if there is demand, there will also be supply. At this moment, he remembered that he still had to go to the association, Princess Elena's side. Everyone congratulated her on her return, but she sat face down on the table sadly, because now she is exhausted. Lindsay saw that, so she said, "Oh my God, Princess, what happened in the Empire? There is a marriage agreement arranged for me, so we have to deal with it before we can go back there. Nobles and royalty are not free to choose any marriage ceremony." "But isn't Prince Davy with the princess?" "That's right, where is he?" Hearing people mention Davy made her unhappily raise her face and speak. "You guys worry about Davy more than this close princess." Alicia saw her like that, so she asked teasingly, "Is it wrong to worry about the person you admire?" Lucia also said the same. "That's right. We haven't paid him back yet, even Saint Daphne doesn't expect this. Come to think of it, I don't see Theo Howl anywhere. Theo is dealing with personal matters with Treb." Sheer also spoke up. "I heard that this is a special mission involving transcendent people, right? TCH, maybe because of Treb's superior talent." Hearing that, Hake closed his eyes and smiled. "To be honest, I'm a little jealous. As long as Treb passes the next test, he will become an official member." "Right." Hearing that, Fildry felt sad and worried. Cough, "If I fail this time, it will be twice." She was so worried, so Lucia comforted her next to her. "Don't worry, Fildry, in the name of the god Daphne, I swear you'll make it through this time." That's why Fildry is even more worried. Seeing the princess looking so intently, Lindsay asked, "Elena, aren't you worried about Davy?" "Princess," she quickly replied, right, I'm not worried at all." Then everyone talked among themselves. "Elena is also amazing, but I still don't believe it." Elena thought about that when she saw that. Surely everyone knows about Davy's terrible ability, possessing holy magic and multi-attribute magic, as well as swordsmanship comparable to that of a master. More importantly, Davy was also an alchemist. Even mythical knights and paladins cannot reach that realm. Suddenly when they mentioned Elena, "You two are friends, should have known something." Everyone heard that and said in unison, "That's right." She asked again confused, "I look like I know something?" Everyone quickly responded, "Of course." At this time, Loon and Davy go to the top floor of the tower. Feeling like someone mentioned him made him feel a little itchy, causing Loon to ask, "What's wrong with the owner? My ears are a little itchy." Suddenly Loon raised her face and spoke, "Mr. Davy, looks like Loon has more energy." Seeing that, he was helpless because this golem was hungry again. Therefore said, "If we go out, I will hunt a wild animal for you. Wait a little longer." Hearing that, she said, "Loon thought your cooking skills were terrible." Hearing that made him angry. "You want to die, right?" Seeing you and Loon talk so much, he spoke, "We're about to meet the top knights. Please keep quiet, Master Davy. It's okay if you're worried." As soon as he entered, there were 3 or 4 people waiting for him. This place really distorts the ability to perceive. At this moment someone spoke up. "Sorry, we can't meet you directly, please understand, we're going out on business." Then they started discussing, "We have heard a lot about you, surely you have outstanding abilities, thank you for praising me." Suddenly they mentioned Loon, "The girl next to you seems to be the golem you found in the ancient ruins. The reason we called you here is because we wanted to hear about that day. What exactly happened that day?" "Listen," Davy then replied, "surely you have sent a reconnaissance team to check. As you know, we found a historical site and this girl was sleeping inside. Skills we used that day, it is very difficult to explain according to common knowledge. Anything else, there was also a vampire there. She was definitely targeting this girl." "So how is that vampire now?" He immediately replied, "I tried to kill her but she didn't die." Suddenly someone stood up and asked directly, "Davy Apprentice, let me speak frankly to you. Please hand over that golem to us. Currently we still do not know how harmful it can be." Things were just as he predicted. Because of that incident, we returned to Heinz territory as if we were running away. Even if Elena reported on my behalf, they would still be just as worried. However, he refused. "We will not accept any objections. Just consider carefully and then decide." Hearing his answer made everyone present extremely surprised at Davy's decision. The three of them entered the room together. As soon as he entered the room, Palan spoke to Davy, happily. Everything ended without any criticism. He also felt happy about that. Rub, that's natural. Because even if those people come in, no one is as good at controlling golems as I am, and even if there was, I don't think anyone would steal this golem from me. Loon on the side didn't understand what the two of them were talking about, so she tilted her head in confusion. He patted her head and thought to himself, but Therese, something that worries me a little. He called the Night Council to ask his questions. Can I ask you guys something? They asked him again. What's wrong? You said your question. How much does the Night Council know about the ruins? One of them answered him. I'm not sure, because the limit the Knight can enter is the 3rd floor, going deeper may cause personal problems. He replied quietly, that's it. He turned around and left, leaving only one sentence, you guys are really good at lying. The location of the Knight Association's promotion ceremony, inland area of Pandora territory. The exam instructor advises things to keep in mind when participating. Although the threats in this area have largely been resolved, unexpected dangers can still arise. Please be careful not to get hurt. You are the future of the Night Council. Each and every one of you is precious. Davy heard that and thought to himself, so. This place really resembles the interior of Pandora with a land of ice and snow all year round. The difference between this place and the place where they set the trap is like heaven and earth. Elena said to Hake beside her, don't you think the weather is more chaotic than usual? He answered her question, probably due to the incident in the ruins. The ruins of the Supreme Being were not large. Alicia immediately came up with an idea to tell everyone, if so, no need to worry, in this exam, the number of seniors who will protect us is 2 or 3 times more. Not only that, this is not the season for blizzards, so there is nothing to worry about. Elena looked at her helplessly, where did you hear that information from? Anyway, if I listen to what you say, it's safe. Hope you all stay safe and see you at the next rendezvous point for instructions. Alicia happily answered her. Okay. After saying goodbye they left. Elena took out the mission card and looked at it. So the first test is to pick up the goods and get them to the next meeting point as soon as possible. Although the organizers did not hide them like paper treasure, but keeping a cool head and calm judgment is also necessary, he told her his opinion. Actually, I think there will be more obstacles in return. She closed the scroll and told him, don't worry, I won't let you two get involved in troublesome matters. After all, this is my test. I will be the guide. Follow. Having finished speaking, she jumped down and led the way for the two of them. He walked behind and couldn't help but exclaim, so trustworthy. At this moment, he noticed snowflakes flying by. He realized something was wrong here. After realizing what was coming, he sighed tiredly. Hayes, I definitely said now is not the time for this. Elena next to him didn't understand what he was saying. Davy, a goblin appeared before them. He ordered Loon to deal with this one. Loon, let's resolve this as quickly as possible. First, let's find a place where we can avoid catching a cold. Loon spoke up and responded, obey orders. She covered her eyes with her hands and shouted, Davy, what are you doing? But he didn't answer her now but told her, leave the complaints for later, there's a snowstorm coming. Let's go. She was surprised and couldn't believe it, so a muscle. A moment later, they found a cave to hide from the snowstorm. Elena sat in front of the fire, trembling and hugging herself. He brushed his sleeves. The situation is worse than I thought, she spoke up. Even that, luckily we were able to get the goods before the snowstorm completely hit. We are truly lucky. Do you really think we're lucky? She trembled from the cold and asked him again, then you can really predict the weather. How? Magic, he answered her question, is a spirit. She was surprised and did not expect this answer. Spirit, Davy explained to her, that's right, spirits are most sensitive to changes in nature and their surroundings. Just like before the earthquake, animals and insects are the creatures that will run away first. In this cold place, the spirits are shivering from the cold, but that's why, but we can know that the weather will change soon. Elena was shivering unbearably but continued to ask him, more importantly, we are wearing warm clothes and sitting near the fire but still feel this cold, how can we deal with a snowstorm like this? He told Elena frankly, probably because she used products bought at the market. When she heard him say that, she was extremely angry. What? Hello, do you know how expensive this warm coat is? A set of these can cost up to more than 300 gold. He still calmly spoke to her, corruption is something that exists everywhere. Take it off. She blushed when she heard him say these words. Female, what? Davy explained his words earlier, I will cast a spell on the shirt. Give it to me, she shouted angrily. If you're going to do that, say it soon. He puzzled and asked her back, "Why are you angry with me?" A few minutes later, Elena was content in the warm coat he had charmed. "Wow, so warm, it's amazing," Davy smiled at her. "Then, I just tore it apart and made a new one. The snowstorm will stop before dawn, so we'll stay here tonight." Elena blew a few times. Puffy, it feels like going camping." He looked at her and assessed, "She looks more refreshed now." She answered his question, "Yes, you see, sometimes we should appreciate the little things." He casually asked her, "Do you like things like this?" She immediately answered his question, "Sometimes things like this aren't bad. We've both been quite busy lately, right?" Davy spoke directly to her. "Hey, if you keep seducing me like that, I won't be able to control myself." She was surprised. "What?" He continued talking. "A snowstorm is raging outside, and we're stuck in here. The princess is very careless." He slowly pressed closer to her, and she was leaning against the wall, looking at him in panic. How are you?" Davy looked down from above and did not hide but told Elena the truth. "Good, then we will not hesitate to release the repression that we have been holding back until now." "What do you think?" Elena's face was now redder than chili peppers. She stammered, Don't make fun of me. If you come any closer, I'll kill you." He was not afraid, but instead challenged her, "Just do what you want if you can." She began to look at him with frightened eyes. We are in the middle of that exam. If you do something weird, the reviewers will." He continued talking and approached her. "I don't think anyone will look at us in bad weather like this." She cried out in panic, Loon." He told her, "Loon isn't here." Elena continued calling other people's names. Hiccup. Davy continued, "I've been waiting for this day." She blushed and turned away. Star, why are you like this, Davy?" Finally she had to scream, Don't be like this, we're still just friends." He put his hand on her shoulder and said, "That's not important, don't worry. Pain is only temporary, you will feel happy soon, just show me your back." She looked up. "My back?" In the cave Elena suddenly screamed with satisfaction, "Kya, this is exactly the feeling." Somewhere else, screams rang out everywhere. Along with that, many people fell. Theo trembled and hid in the hut. He cursed angrily, "Damned, why is it here? An extremely scary monster is outside." Then there was another scream. "Ack," he thought with a headache, "if this continues, we will all die. Split up, Trev. You go this way to the commander's place, and I'll go to Mr. Morris' place. We must report this situation immediately. Must survive." He gave Trev a vase and reminded him, "Careful, look outside." When he saw that the monster had left, he spoke to Trev, "Let's go." But on the other side, a group of people dressed in black were kneeling down and reporting to the person standing above. "Command." The so-called commander then spoke up and asked about the current situation. "Are there any mistakes?" One of them quickly spoke up in response. "Of course, we set up a large area barrier and began to capture the transcendent Chandra. The mind control tactic was successful." He smiled very smugly. "Hey, very good," the other person asked worriedly, "But command, is this okay? Using the apprentice academy as a sacrifice is a bit of a sacrifice." But he did not feel guilty at all and took it for granted. "It is necessary, we can control the transcendent with their blood, and that will get us closer to Pandora. Don't fail, because I've bet our entire future on this." It turned out that the person who did these things was the commander of the 5th Night Unit Goral. They all replied in unison. "Clearly." Then they immediately disappeared. After they disappeared, a person wearing a white robe also appeared. "Aren't there some talented ones among them? They won't become variables." He smiled contemptuously, not paying attention to that. "They are just innocent kids, can't ruin our plans. But if that happens, we will deal with them ourselves. Let's see how long they can withstand the transcendent being." In the cave, Davy pressed hard on Elena's back. She cried out in panic, "Hello, wait. He smiled cunningly and told her, "Shush, endure a little." She cried out in pain, "Ack." She could only cry silently and sighed, "Hahoo, it's certainly different from Varus. Women are indeed much softer." He continued to press on her back. She happily moaned, "Ah. Uck." He happily pressed her back. Only Loon, who was outside witnessing these scenes, felt that this action of the two of them was not okay at all. "This scene is very inappropriate." Seeing Loon appear, she was surprised. Loon went to remind him, "Mr. Davy, you shouldn't joke anymore." He immediately stopped and explained to her, But I can't stand it, my hand keeps moving to that joint." Elena lay on the ground moaning, "Uck, save me." A moment later, he sat with his back against the wall, breathing heavily. "Edema, Palan asked, perching on his shoulder. Are you worried? Davy calmly answered her question. After all, we have to confront a transcendent being. It might be a bit troublesome for Elena, but when the test reaches a certain level of difficulty, it will anger the transcendent being. But its name is very familiar, Palan asked again in surprise. What? He told her, in heaven there are people with special powers, among them is an old man named Shane Script from another world. Born as a normal person, he has the ability to summon evolved monsters. One of the beasts he contracted with was named Chandra Miyane, king of the earth. She asked curiously, but what exactly is an evolved beast? He thought about it so he could make her understand. Very difficult to explain, they are creatures that evolve by killing their opponents and absorbing their power. And varies depending on where you live and circumstances, they usually originate from a finger-sized worm. They kill their opponents and then evolve and perfect, even though they are just simple creatures, but they can evolve, so they are very difficult to deal with. She didn't expect them to be so strong. Is it that strong? He responded to her words. That's right, overall, it's a top-level monster, only slightly inferior to the strength of a hero in heaven. She couldn't help but exclaim, oh. He told one of his stories. I was thrown into a forest filled with these creatures to gain real combat experience. So this transcendental Chandra is, he interrupted her words to refute, no, it's probably different. The Chandra Mine we know will turn the entire northern region into a lifeless area. It's not just this simple Pandora, because that disgusting worm will not be satisfied with such a small piece of land, there's more. Chandra Mine has the fire attribute, so if it was, this place would have become a volcano. She sat on a rock thinking for a while, then asked, can I ask one more question? Is what we are curious about. He asked her, what's up? She immediately said the problem she was wondering about, the paradise you once lived in, who is the strongest hero there? He remembered when he was in paradise. He also asked the same question, so, who is the strongest? That's when I just arrived in paradise, that's my random question. Started it all. I don't want to think about that anymore. Davy was scared and hugged the blanket lying on the ground to cover his head. Palan insisted on asking until the end. She pulled the blanket off. Who prevails? He still tried to hold the blanket and tell her. Don't know, asked Davy. A shrill scream rang out. What do you mean when you say the supreme being Chandra went to the forest of trials? The other person reported in fear. It's not over yet, we can't seem to connect with any of the members responsible for student safety, he shouted angrily, damned. The other person spoke up and advised, calm down Boris. He angrily turned around and shouted at the other person, at this point, do you think I can still calm down? The children are still in there, damn it. Really good ambush, then does it make any sense? The other person immediately spoke up, we are still looking for the right solution. I know you're sad, but we must believe and wait, he shouted excitedly, how could you say such irresponsible words? The Godfather asked Boris, okay, now do you have any way to rescue them? He hesitated, not knowing what to do. Well, the spell that surrounds the forest of trials is not from a monster, so that means, he responded to Boris' words, that's right. The accomplice is definitely human, one of the knights who went through hardships with us. I'm sure their target is Chandra, perhaps they were affiliated with some outside force to do all this, Boris angrily cursed, damn. Someone outside heard the two of them talking, they're talking about spies, but I didn't think an incident like this would happen at such an important time. On the side of the barrier. Boris and the other person lightly touched the barrier. We must remove this barrier first, but if we influence it, sometimes it causes something inside. The best solution right now is to restrain Chandra as much as possible, then find a way to let other members and students out. When Boris heard these words, he angrily clenched his fist and said, we will act on our own. If a barrier had been set up, there would definitely be a magician nearby to observe everything. The other person was so angry that he couldn't speak and called back, Boris. He frowned. I need to find and kill that bastard first. No one is allowed to touch my students. I will never make the same mistake twice. I won't let anyone get hurt. The other person asked him worriedly, Principal. The principal let Boris do whatever he wanted. No problem, just let him go, he called. Sigh, excessive desire will only cause more serious destruction. Why should they try to overpower the savior right now? Chandra, the messianic king, last appeared in the Pandora region. Different from other kings who live in silence, the earth dragon's roar is louder than expected. On Elena's side, she continuously opened fire towards the three monsters. They ran away in pain. She saw that they had run away and quickly informed him, Davy, all three of them are moving towards you. He responded to her words clearly. He sat on the juggernaut giving orders to it. Juggernaut, proceed in the form of a siege. It spoke up, receive orders. The second challenge is to capture as many lamb trolls as possible. Intermediate monsters live at the entrance to the trial forest. Although they are weaker than other trolls, but as better regeneration ability, they are often used by knights to make healing potions. After putting a tube of recovery medicine in his pocket, he spoke up to stop her. Okay, let's stop here, Elena. She looked at him confusedly, but it's not even half a day yet. Wouldn't it be better to get a higher score? He spoke up to advise her, no need to overdo it, just save your strength for the future. She puffed her cheeks angrily, TSK, so that's the end of the second challenge. Why is it so easy? The other couples must be writhing very hard. He smiled and said, ha ha, that's clear. Elena walked towards Davy. Say whatever you want, your tracking ability is really good. Do you often go hunting? Why are you so familiar with this? He answered her question. If you were starved for a month, you could do it. He recalled his previous memories. The first teacher who taught me was a survival master. When I was thrown into the forest by Hercules, what can a child like me do? After struggling hard to survive, I naturally acquired some normal skills. You said there were scorpions there, right? It's poisonous. That's right, but if I don't have anything to eat, I will die, so everything back then was nutritious for me. She tilted her head, wondering how he could survive. You were starved for almost a month, right? How can that be? He clapped his hands and did not want to talk about this issue anymore. Not a happy memory either, forget it. She still insisted that he continue to tell the story. Come on, let's be honest. I thought you said you were in a coma for 6 years. Have you been somewhere for 6 years and lied about being in a coma? He twitched his eyes. She is sometimes sharp to the point of excess, so she's a quick-witted girl, Davy told her. Stop gossiping and go to the next location, Elena exclaimed angrily. Why are you changing the subject? While walking, the road in front of them was filled with purple fog. Here is something very. Davy held out his hand to stop her from going forward. Wait. Elena, she looked at him confused. Polan frowned and looked ahead. That's strange. You try to guess it. This is barrier. There is something strangely familiar here. Elena cowered close to him in fear. There, that is, story. What's going on? The mist cleared and the bodies of the knights gradually appeared before their eyes. She couldn't see, so she covered her eyes. Our knights. He picked up the hand of a nearby body and looked at it. They just died not long ago. Is there really someone who can take on all the official knights at the same time? He raised his head and frowned. It's so strange. I need to pay more attention. At that moment, Elena raised her hand to call him back. Davy. There are still people alive here. She happily called out to him. Someone is still alive, but she didn't notice that the person was smiling smugly, holding up the knife and wanting to stab her. But at this moment, Loon jumped down from above and kicked him, making him unable to keep up. She was surprised and didn't understand why Loon did that. Loon weighs more than 200 kilograms. She turned back to Elena. Loon's rockets, considered to be an extremely effective and powerful attack. He couldn't even talk to Loon. What a scary person. He sighed and called out to the people in the dark. Edema, this. I can no longer ignore you. Haven't come out yet. Elena sat down in surprise. How can that be? Davy gave her a golem and told her, Elena, take this golem and go find the other students. She suddenly looked at him. He told her that this place was extremely dangerous now. Even if the official knight was defeated, there was no guarantee that the other students would still be safe. She sat on the golem and called down to him to remind him, don't get hurt, I think it might happen again. If you see danger, you have to run right away. He didn't expect her to be able to say those words. Run, princess, can you say that? She cried angrily. Shut up. After Elena left, Davy and Loon turned to look at the arrivals. Now then, let's start cleaning up the mess here, shall we? Loon spoke up. Owner Davy. Loon asked for permission to use the new equipment. He responded to her, okay. She heard his agreement and immediately took out her new equipment. Seeing it, he was surprised. Crowbar, is that your weapon? She answered him honestly. Loon had found the most powerful weapon in Lord Davy's memories and transformed it into an object after careful selection. This crowbar is the most prized. Polan heard that and turned to look at him. He suddenly turned away. Don't look at me like that. Before he could say anything, Loon picked up the crowbar and rushed up. Hello. Loon rates this the highest. There was a strong explosion right at that spot. Stop there. Davy pointed his finger at an enemy's aorta. No one is allowed to move. he said, take him hostage to scare other enemies into standing still and not making a move. If anyone moves, I can't guarantee this bastard will be safe. Berserk von Palan asked, are you taking hostages? Davy replied, both hands still controlled the guy standing in front. We need to buy enough time for Elena to escape. The little angel Loon gave Davy a thumbs up. New containment methods, the girl said. Loon thinks it's very effective. Looks like I did something wrong in front of a child. Davy sweated, you shouldn't do such things. Back to this hostage, Davy asked while looking at his collar. Let me confirm this a bit, he said, are you part of the Alpha Lion Riders? The hostage refused to speak. Do you think I will tell you? Ha ha, Davy laughed, you knew he would say that anyway. That's right, he said, at first, everyone said that. Everyone has their own plans and self-esteem. The enemy's name is confused. Why is it so strange around me? Suddenly, out of nowhere, black smoke surrounded him. What? He didn't have time to ask clearly what he meant. The heat behind showed it all, before they were beaten to death. Or maybe this guy will die first. Davy cast True Samadhi fire, transformed into a dark purple flame, cast a spell on the hostage. What? He was confused. His whole body now glowed with evil fire, black magic, seal the curse, poetics, fire of interrogation. The hostages were engulfed in flames. The painful heat forced him to reveal everything to save his life. His screams still echoed. Ka-ah. Davy crossed his arms and confidently smiled down at him. And Berserk von Palan also crossed his arms and shook his head. So cruel, she said. This is the skill you used on the vampire that attacked Huang Thatch village, Davy said. Just try to endure it. That vampire can't even last 5 minutes. Davy and Loon stood watching their enemy writhe in invisible flames. He cowered, held his head and screamed, I will declare everything, TSK. Hearing that, Davy sighed, too easy. All right, Davy said, raise your hand to take back the magic. We will ask again, so please answer kindly. Davy said frankly, crossing his arms, are you part of the Alpha Lion Knights? He said in front of the motionless Lion Knights. What a pressure. The Knights' opponents are monsters, not people. They are responsible for protecting the world from potential threats. But these Dark Knights attacked again. About this, there are 2 possibilities. One was an internal dispute within the Alpha Lion Knights and they split into 2 factions. Or there are people who have reasonable reasons to attack other knights. No matter what, we need to recognize whether these enemies are internal or external. Sometimes it can be both. Davy was lost in thought. Then the Lion Knight lying below trembled and spoke. Oh, so it's not possible, another voice interrupted. Davy's cheek suddenly ran across a bloody cut, surprising him. The cut cut through the Lion Knight's body, destroying him on the spot. Davy luckily retreated in time. Looked back at the stranger who had just interrupted. He looked back uncomfortably. Trainee Davy. Right, that person spoke. This is the first time I face you directly. He closed his sword, a person with long flowing blonde hair and a brown robe. That's Garal, commander of the 5th Night Unit. He turned back, the face has a scar across the face. Sorry, but you have to stop jumping around. Is this a certain group leader in the Alpha Lion Knights? But he ruthlessly finished off a member when the hostage intended to reveal all of the team's plans. He was still smiling happily. Everyone step back. We need to proceed according to what we planned in advance. His allies nodded in compliance, instantly disappeared. Just him and Davy left, he said, so it's confirmed. He stood up and wiped the cut on his cheek. Alpha Lion Riders, surely this is where people live. He said smiling, oh ho, do you recognize me? Garal continued, don't be too careful, now I still admire you very much. Still wearing a fake smiley face, Garal raised his hand invitingly, how about this, my dear friend, will thoughtful people be on our side? Loon immediately stood up to protect Davy, warning, large energy detection, if you get any closer, Loon will initiate the destruction protocol. Davy smiled at him. Rub, we should at least give him a chance to explain. The blonde-haired man Garal chuckled. Edema, first, he said. Let me commend you for dispatching trainee Elena de Fallen. She is truly talented, but her personality can't be compared to ours. Davy understood. Reply immediately, we can understand that. Garal continued. Do you know how much the Alpha Lion Knights have explored in this magical land? Davy did not hesitate to answer back. I heard it's from the central area onwards. Wrong, he said. We haven't even been able to enter the center yet. Oh, Davy replied. Haven't you come in yet? Garal replied. That's right, the deeper we go into that area, the stronger the demons become. To attack with our might, Pandora is still a completely mysterious place. During that period, we can only guard the exit through the sacrifice of the knights. Garal said, we can't even take in all the monsters. And all over Pandora, there are kings who rule a certain area, king of the central region, the transcendent being Chandramaniya is one of them. Do you understand now? After finishing speaking, Garal asked again, while Devi remained silent for a long time. If things continue like that, the knights will never be able to cross the Pandora region. In the end, countless knights will lose their lives. So we thought about this, Garal said. Why do humans have to die in the battle of monsters? Berserk von Palan looked at Devi worriedly. He was now dark-faced. Whisper, begins to negate its basic rules. Garal laughed happily. Why don't we let them kill each other? Have you done anything yet? He said, if we can tame the transcendent being Chandramaniya, king of magical beasts, if that monster, oh no, that disaster is more accurate, can solve everything for us. He is proud. Clench your fist into a fist, riders will no longer have to sacrifice their lives, and we can claim the entire Pandora region as ours. Devi pondered, he crossed his arms and asked again, taming the transcendent, are you planning on doing something like that? Garal replied, that's right, to some extent, we have achieved some success in taming the transcendent being Chandramaniya. It is not stable, but we can accept that. Garal laughed, that's why I'm thinking about this with you, people do not need to sacrifice anything. Let's rewrite the history of knights together. Devi asked again with a black face, is that why you slaughtered the knights here? Innocent people died before your eyes, even if it's an enemy like the guy from before. Devi angrily summons a sword covered in electricity, we have something to clarify. The final part of the general rule is to not explore and hold magical lands, but to protect humanity from the potential threats out there, is that true? His voice was quiet, clear, even without looking. I could tell that he was now very angry and contemptuous when he heard those arguments of Garal. Since when did an ancient oath become so invalid? The host and guest roles have been swapped. Devi summons a sword with a red string at the hilt. How can you think about the sacrifices of the knights, while you yourself slaughtered your own knights like that? Have you heard of double standards today? Garal is disappointed. The smiling expression at that time was no longer on his face. He took a defensive stance, summons a sword. You are very wise, so I thought you would understand our great desire. Ah, Devi said, but tell you, that's not the reason I rejected you. Garal is confusing. And Devi smiled confidently, the reason is that you attacked me. If you pointed your sword at my face, you should have apologized first. And besides that, the light of Devi's sword revealed Garal's smiling face. The transcendent being is mine, that is not something you should aspire to. Garal laughed, but his voice was much lower, yours. Garal pointed his sword at Devi and said, it's really so bad. Surely we can't do anything else, you will die here. Devi laughed, you should fight like your life depends on it. The pressure and strength of both are immeasurable, the two of them seem to be equal in strength to each other, everyone is very confident in their own abilities. Garal laughed, it seems that way, I thought you were just a strange kid, but that sword is certainly not ordinary. He pointed his sharp sword straight, then he closed his sword at his side and took a defensive stance. I will tell you something before I die. Aren't you curious about how we tamed the transcendent being? Devi laughed, He pointed straight at him, we knew it a long time ago. Ordnance, Chapter 15, Kwang, the sword pierced the white space. It was a wall of snow. Trev appeared from behind, he was startled because he didn't think he would be discovered so easily. How, he said, I told you from the beginning, magicians are very strange, to be precise, it is the ability to inactivate the senses, even though you may not realize this.
He pointed his sword straight at Trev's shoulder without wavering for a second, I guarantee it. But these crazy things will fail.
Who knows? Garal spoke up, whoosh, a large black shadow immediately grabbed Devi, causing him to be controlled in the air. Look down, that is not the king of all animals, Chandramaniya or something. Garal chuckled, what about when you have to face the Almighty yourself? This is how things will turn out. Will Devi safely return and defeat Chandramaniya, Almighty God of all animals or not? And can he take down Garal as he engages in his own mistakes? Devi was hit by such a powerful attack that it sent him flying far away. Shouted loudly, the Almighty roared, blowing dust and smoke create an extremely eye-catching mist effect. Trev looked indifferently at the Almighty who was screaming in anger. Devi was thrown by it and hit the big rocks. He coughed from the ruins, the precious lord of the bottom of the abyss, Berserk von Palan, saw him sitting up with difficulty and panicked. Devi, meanwhile, Loon quickly approached to see Devi's situation. He sat there with his hands supporting his head because he was dizzy from the impact just now. Berserk von Palan looked at the unreasonable action just now and couldn't help but feel indignant. How can a transcendent being Davy heard what she said and objected, is not real, but then he looked at its terrifying power and had to agree a bit. He coughed and said, okay. If he were that strong, it wouldn't be wrong to call him a transcendent being. It was still roaring ferociously, as if someone was angry. Davy struggled to stand up and sighed. Berserk Vopalon walked up to him and said, "We keep thinking if there is a transcendent being, then it will be an evil spirit that becomes stronger over time." She could hardly believe it, but I didn't expect to see it here. Loon turned her eyes to stare at the uncontrolled actions of the transcendent being. Davy thought to himself, the original Chandra Mania had a contract with Shane in the Hall of Heroes. Of course he is not human in this world, so I thought that Chandra Mania couldn't exist here. But now it's true. They stood facing it, his eyes gradually became more determined. Davy put his hand over his mouth and spoke firmly, "We have no choice but to accept the truth." They looked at it at its enormous size. The whole body radiates a forceful aura. It's right in front of us, but you don't show any weakness. He looked at it firmly and said, "Chandra Mania is here, right?" The Transcendent One growled in his throat, "Don't know what it's planning to do." Davy realized it seemed like only part of Chandra Minia's entity appeared here, but if it were in such a state of destruction, even without its entire incarnation, it would already be on a level equal to disaster. Davy began to use internal energy. A bright light emitted from his chest. The commander of the 5th Night Unit looked at him in surprise and said, "Saint. Is that holy magic you used?" He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. "That's great, you are still alive after parrying a blow from a transcendent being." Davy looked deeply into his eyes and grinned, "I promise you will regret it. Do you know, the invulnerability of mighty Chandra Mania you cannot resist." When he heard what you said, his face turned black. He will not allow anyone to insult him, so ignore what you said. I don't know what Hess talking about anymore. Then called loudly, "Trev," he ordered Trev. "Kill him, hear orders." Trev quickly responded, "As you wish, he doesn't need to be here to waste time." Immediately left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at Davy's group and say malicious words, "I really appreciated you, trainee Davy. Unfortunately you leave me no other choice." He looked at them contemptuously and said, "I have to send my condolences to you in advance. Farewell." Davy was extremely uncomfortable listening to these babbles. Cough, too strong of a mouth. Loon looked at him as he was about to leave and then said to him, "Loon wants to chase Master Davy's enemy." Suddenly behind them a blinding light emitted, attracting Davy's attention. He was surprised to see what was before his eyes. That light. It comes from the mouth of the transcendent being. Afterward, the entire quiet sky was glowing because of that blinding light. Then everything suddenly exploded, devastated without a gap. A vortex blew everything away. The wind was so strong that Trev couldn't see anything in front of him anymore. He could only stare straight ahead, where his enemy was just standing there preparing to fight. It took a while. When the dust and smoke had cleared more or less, covered in smoke, there was a dimly visible mountain hill that had been punctured almost in half before his eyes. Indeed, the destruction of the transcendent being is too terrible. Tiny drops of blood fell on the ground. A voice said, "As expected, it's incredibly strong." Davy stepped out of the dim smoke. The left arm was completely destroyed, but his face still exuded an extraordinary aura, showing a smile after going through 10 deaths and 1 life. The noble lord of the bottom of the abyss, Berserk von Palan, looked at him in shock and shouted, "Davy, your hand." She angrily scolded Davy, "Why don't you use the blue flag to block that move?" When he heard what she said, he couldn't help but laugh at this girl's naive thoughts and had to explain awkwardly, "Not every power is omnipotent," he told her. "I can definitely cut through that ray of its destruction with the blue flag, but if you do that, I will run out of mana." Loon pulled at his shirt in confusion and called out, "Papa." Besides, they must face a transcendent being. Davy thought to himself, "I know that ray of destruction will be blown out," but when I realized it, it was too late. Then Therese no time to prepare, Berserk Vopalon shouted in his ear, the tone is full of urgency, "So what should we do now?" The glue sprayer replied stiffly, "Or run away." She didn't expect him to give up so easily, so she was extremely confused. Davy replied cheerfully, "Just kidding. But actually it's not much fun." He picked up the weapon and spoke, "If you have an opportunity like this, you can't run away." He smiled and looked at the transcendental being. His eyes were somewhat pacified but very fierce. "I intend to search for the transcendent being after this battle. Even if it's just a remnant of its power, there's no reason for me to run away when its incarnation is right before my eyes." Trev saw the expression on Davy's face and was extremely confused. "What's going on?" Davy raised his index finger to challenge him. He looked at Trev and said bluntly, "Firstly, I will destroy this bastard Chandra." Berserk Vopalon behind him heard him speak and panicked. "What? A fiery punch rushed forward. Davy remembers the past, the most important lesson I learned from the fight for survival. He launched himself into the air and then gave the transcendent being a punch so strong that it shook. Even though it's too strong and with this physique, it's very difficult for you to hit it, but once you make up your mind, you will do it until the end. He thought steadfastly, it's just a matter of each person's ability and determination. Afterward, a strong force slammed into the transcendent being, making it unable to stand. At the same time, Davy also fell through the air. He looked at it screaming and smiled. Even if it's just a part of the entity, it remains a transcendent being. Inside still exists the terrible power of Chandra Mania, and the remnants of its power are still quite terrifying. A delicious meal is presented before your eyes. How can I leave? He fell to the ground but still didn't stop thinking. The transcendent entity Chandra, king of the central Pandora region, elixir or poison, I want to know which one is this. The transcendent being was beaten painfully, causing its affected area to burn. It just stayed there and howled. Davy sat on the nearby ground, thoughtfully thinking, despite knowing it had been nerfed before fighting, but this battle is still extremely difficult. On the other side, Trev coughed up a mouthful of blood in his palm. He looked at the blood stains, his face clearly shows discomfort. When he saw him like that, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Ha ha, is that okay? It doesn't look easy for you either. He wiped the blood from his mouth and replied arrogantly, we just missed the beat, but it won't happen again. Davy closed his eyes and spoke calmly, bullshit, I didn't know your dark magic was gradually running out, it will gradually weaken. He heard what he said and immediately refuted it, my magic won't run out like you think. He smiled and said to him, I'm not saying you might fail now, but that entity is too strong for you to control. Davy looked at the transcendent being with his head held high. He thought to himself, this is the only chance. He stood up under Trev's uneasy look. Now, while that entity was absorbing Trev's dark magic, I can create a breakthrough, then we can deal with that Trev kid later. Davy raised his hand. Tiny spots of light surrounded his hand. Then he said, Freya, who looks down on all creation, I want to beg you. He thought to himself, the most effective buff is definitely holy magic. Cal raised his hand to touch the sword that was emitting a soft blue light. Lamb KY, I will borrow holy power from you. He looked at the sword and said, I beg you, don't let humans walk in the darkness of desolation. Power helps us defeat that entity. Trev witnessed this scene and hesitated to think. That force is, then in his cautious gaze, a pair of large, dazzling wings appeared on Davy's back just like the wings of a phoenix. He flew up to look at him and spoke directly, now it's time to really get into the battle. This is level 9 holy magic, it restores holy wings. The precious lord of the bottom of the abyss, Berserk Vo Palan, looked at Davy and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect to hear that prayer again. Davy looked at Trev and said, smiling, compared to Caldiris, it's still far behind, but leave it alone. His eyes were filled with determination. We are ready. The transcendent one's foot raised up with the intention of smashing down on him. Its gravity is actually very strong. He had to try his best to defend with his two swords. Davy held the sword tightly in his hand. It was radiating intense lightning. Davy shouted loudly, copy skills. He gave a sinister smile, but that sinister thing is not just words, but right now, it is gradually being proven through action. The two crossed swords carry terrible power. On one side is the unified holy sword, one side is triumphant swordsmanship. He said loudly, go ahead, then countless dazzling lights appeared and thousands of lightning bolts marking the spectacular transformation of the main characters, and this power is called Tian Song Top Beat. Trev gasped in surprise as he witnessed Davy's strength. He used a strong force to jump above the transcendent one. The sword in his hand swiped a line causing it to tear from bottom to top. His hand tightly grasped something black and shapeless. Behind Davy was the pitiful scream of the transcendent one. He landed on the ground. He streaked a straight line skillfully like a player who had just scored a goal and then let out a soft sigh. Smells really disgusting. Davy picked up the purple stone carrying a heavy hidden weapon and held it before his eyes. The noble lord of the bottom of the abyss, Berserk Vo Palan, flew over and looked at what was lying in Davy's hand and asked him, are you really planning to devour it? Davy blushed as he looked at the hideous stone and said, that's right. Suddenly there was an earth-shattering noise behind him, making him extremely bewildered. He turned around and stared at the tragic situation behind him, then trembled and groaned. The transcendent one stood right there. Opening its mouth wide, revealing blinding lights in its throat, Davy looked at it and could only curse once. Damn, soon the light in its throat covered everything. Berserk Vo Palan called out his name in panic, Davy. But there is no time left, Its power unleashed and massacred everything. That light was so strong that it felt like thousands, tens of thousands of lightning bolts follow each other to search for prey. It burns people's eyes so that no one has time to react. Trev fell to his knees and coughed. Blood splattered onto the ground. He exhaustedly raised his hand to sweep the corner of his mouth. The face is covered with dirt. Ugh, I used too much power. But, he looked at the transcendent one who was still standing a little distance away, looking at him. I let out a sigh in my heart. Anyway, mission completed. Trev slowly walked away and thought to himself, I have to go to the next important rendezvous point to support everyone. Apprentice of the Knights of Trev, the life he lives is extremely simple. I only know how to follow the orders given to me. In the middle of the covered space, there was only him alone, his back holding his wound after the chaos. For him, there are no more options worth considering, because he had received orders from others to grow up since he was aware of his surroundings, but for now, he felt extremely uneasy with the current situation. He insisted on doing this mission and killing his comrades not to feel like this. A patch of solitude covers the landscape. Trev saw Loon standing still, looking into the distance ahead. He asked her, "What are you doing there?" Loon turned back to look at Trev. He doesn't show emotions whether he's happy or sad. Simply put, your master is dead. He turned into ashes blown by the wind. She pointed forward, calm tone. What you just said is not true, she affirmed. Loon is certain that Master Davy is not dead, he said impatiently. So why don't you do anything? Trev asked her. Don't you hate me? You should have killed me, Loon calmly replied. That is Mr. Davy's duty. Loon believes that doing so would exceed his authority. He didn't understand what this girl was saying. Obviously Davy is dead. He asked her suspiciously, you don't believe Hess dead, that's why you say that, right? Trev climbed onto the Transcendence and prepared to leave, but he still turned around and threw a disdainful look at Loon and said, children's stuff. He turned his gaze into the distance, his eyes sparkled with sadness. In the end, they all died. Look at the place that was just devastated, he said quietly, you and me. In another development, Elena looked in front of her eyes in shock. The flock of birds flew scattered and the smoke and dust blurred in the distance, like a reminder of a bad premonition. She called out hesitantly, Skin, Davy. Suddenly there was a call, Elaine, awaken her mind. She looked at Lindsay who was happily waving to her and was surprised. Lindsay, everyone. Elena quickly jumped to the ground and spoke to them. This is not the time to stand still, we have to go, Lindsay said, so we just gathered here and there. Luckily, people are still safe, Princess. Elena looked at the orb in the hands of the noble from the Palan kingdom and asked her curiously, what is that? She respectfully looked at the ball and said, Shio Howl's communication orb, even though it was only for a moment. Thanks to it, we received a signal from Master Boris. She said to Elena, he said there was an attack, so the test is being postponed. This makes Elena extremely worried. Shir Renda was terrified and trembled. That monster, it moved. Ah, she held her head and panicked. Furthermore, Shio ha, nobles from the Palan kingdom had to rub her back to comfort her. Calm down. Shire, she hugged Shir Renda into her arms, then smiled and said to Elena, anyway, we still have hope, since you are here, Mr. Davy will also be here soon, right? Elena's eyes flashed with sadness as she looked at the dim, distant mountain and then spoke. He was over there. This makes the listener startled. What? She told them, Alyssa, you're right, an attack occurred and the high-ranking knights were all killed, also means, the only way to escape from here is to endure. She thought, with Davy's strength, nothing should have happened to him, but since Chandra participated in several of these battles, things may have been changed, even Davy will when faced with it. Suddenly, a strong hand pushed Elena hard. He said indignantly, what do you mean Davy isn't here? He screamed, call him quickly, Hess the only one who can protect us. Lindsay saw his actions and screamed, Damir, release her, she said angrily, Davy is your bodyguard. He lost patience and shouted, you guys are all crazy, now I still don't understand why, the high-ranking knights are all dead. He went crazy and strangled Elena. I don't want to die, while he was still straining his neck, I don't want to stand still and die like that. Then a staff behind him was raised high and hit him hard on the head. Causing people around to panic, a voice rang out. Sorry everyone, he bowed his head and said sincerely, this Damir is still too young, please don't be angry. The noble from the Palan kingdom turned to ask with concern, Princess, are you still okay? Meanwhile, Damir's teammate was carrying a debt, and he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with his recent behavior. Hayes, name of this nerve, he asked about their current situation. Davy hasn't arrived yet, so what should we do now? Elena pursed her lips in silence before his question. But then, before everyone's bewildered look, she said firmly. Davy has gone to deal with the enemy. If we are strong-willed, even that monster won't find us easily. She stood high above, loudly declared, let's move forward, we will use our own strength to hold out until the master gets here. While she was confidently speaking to them, a hidden weapon suddenly appeared behind her. He said slowly, sorry, but... This statement made her feel uneasy. But before he could react, a blinding light exploded. Everyone there shouted loudly, Elena. At this moment, the commander and Elena each made a decisive blow and dodged to the sides. The other commander also smiled and asked Elena that, oh, is that also Apprentice Davy's golem? Seeing this, Elena felt a little cautious and looked towards the commander as a precaution. The commander continued to tell Elena that kid's talent really tempts me, but it is also a risk for us. The subordinates saw this but were a little surprised and asked, Command, you are... Only then did the commander remember and speak, ah. I forgot to tell you that you must prove yourself to have some important role. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates immediately trembled and retreated. Seeing that, the commander said, calm down, for only a few of you need participate. Elena saw this and gritted her teeth in worry. Those people were saved by Davy. The commander glared at Elena and said, the apprentice accompanies you. Davy was killed by the transcendent Chandra a few minutes ago. After hearing this, Elena said in complete shock, what? He told her that, we have received the news, he was wiped out without any trace. After hearing this, Elena couldn't believe it and shouted loudly, don't lie. The commander still gloated and continued, that's so bad, that kid is probably the last hope you guys have. Alicia saw Princess Elena so angry and spoke worriedly, Princess. The subordinates saw the commander acting strangely and asked questions, Commander, why are you there? Maybe. It's impossible, isn't it? You won't betray your superiors, right? There's no way the commander would harm us. The commander heard this and spoke up, let me ask you something. Are you willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of humanity for the glory of the knights? Renda spoke up strongly, of course, having a knight squad is like my family. But this is not right, killing our superiors and putting pressure on us is completely wrong. I don't understand why you killed Davy either. The commander saw that she was so strong and immediately spoke, it's all for a great cause. The transcendent Chandra is the apprentice mage Trev. Oh no, from now on we can call him a special knight. His power alone cannot control the transcendent Chandra, so I need your help. I need the 5 of you to become sacrifices. If anyone volunteers, I will erase the memories of the remaining people and spare their lives. Don't worry at all, your sacrifice will be remembered forever, I swear on my honor. Commander Jair, Elena couldn't hear any more and spoke up angrily. Ridiculous rule number 3 of the Alpha Lion Knight Squad. You have violated the most basic rule that we must follow. How dare you swear on your honor about something that violates the rules like that? She pulled out her sword and spoke. First, we must refuse your dirty offer. The commander also spoke again, you are not suitable for us at all, what bad luck. Conquer them. The subordinates heard the order and rushed forward to speak, yes sir. Immediately, both sides broke into a chaotic fight. Elena couldn't look any more and spoke up to stop him. Are not, she picked up her sword and exploded with all her power, slashing everyone, causing everything to gradually become silent. After defeating everyone, Elena immediately dropped her sword in exhaustion and collapsed. The commander saw that and smiled and clapped his hands, that impression, I didn't expect you to be able to hold out for so long. Elena collapsed tiredly but still turned around to speak, I highly commend your brave action, you dare stay here and fight instead of running away. You are making a very serious mistake. The commander spoke up without fear, what a mistake, I will never forget the person who betrayed me. Elena held her sword and prepared to defend the commander, no matter what, I will kill you too. The commander also spoke without hesitation, we are looking forward to this. The two immediately rushed towards each other and decided to fight in a fierce battle. Elena immediately used her super heavy sword to attack the commander. After that, before she could stop, she continued to use the attack, causing the commander to block the attack, causing the ground to crack. The commander still praised these powerful attacks, I heard you are a genius. It's better than we thought. Elena was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed. While she was a little distracted, someone secretly attacked Elena, making Elena a bit surprised. When the person was gradually approaching, he said a sentence, life is not that easy. Immediately after that, Elena was held tightly to the ground by 2 men. Then the commander lost his humanity and slashed Elena with his sword. As blood flowed out, Elena still spoke with determination and resignation. I will kill you, no matter what. The commander saw that and immediately spoke, surely you will like this very much, if you want to see that kid again, let me reunite you two. At this moment, there was a subordinate who spoke on behalf of Elena, please wait, Mr. Jair, please don't kill her. She is one of the descendants of the Sword Saint, the person blessed by that spirit, among them, her blood is the purest. She will become a formidable dark knight. Elena was dying because she was slashed once, making her breathless and unable to say anything. The commander immediately spoke, very good, you shouldn't die, live to serve this life. Elena did not accept it but spat in his eyes and cursed, damn. Crazy criminal, surely Davy will bury you alive. The commander calmly wiped away his saliva and spoke, how high your expectations are, a dead person, how sad. No matter what happened, Elena still spoke resolutely, you don't know what kind of person that bastard is, even if he falls to the 9 levels of hell, he will still slowly crawl back up as if nothing happened. The commander finally spoke coldly, it's okay for your naive thinking to end here. The subordinate immediately performed a dark act, causing Elena to scream in pain. The subordinates who witnessed this scene could not bear it and cried in pain and called her name. Not seeing enough gloating, the commander immediately called out, we need more of her sister, bring them here. The 2 people, Shear and Fender, were dragged and spoke in pain, release me. At this time, the commander asked his subordinates' names, how is Chandra? The subordinate immediately responded, thousands of golems are blocking Chandra's way, sir. Even though Therese no problem with Chandra, it's still difficult for us to handle them. The commander heard that but was helpless to speak, even though Hess dead, Hess still so annoying. That name Davy is really scary. Right now, in the distance, Loon was sitting in a corner, thinking about something. At this moment, in the distance, Loon was kneeling down and looking ahead, holding 2 swords, intending to do something, when going towards the source of strength first. Loon saw that and thought, the amount of power flowing out was 10 times greater than before, nowhere, based on the data collected, there is more to it than that, currently there is no way to measure it. Owner Davy's ability to survive and his determination to always be steadfast. Suddenly Davy appeared holding a piece of ice and spoke, oh it's a success. Luckily we used the move in time, waiting until you are old to change your appearance makes other people find it strange. Loon also felt confused and asked, I don't understand, analysis shows that if the owner changes his appearance, nothing will happen. In addition, based on my little knowledge, the owner also looks quite like someone in his 40s, Davy heard Loon say such frank words, how come you possess such useless knowledge? Suddenly Berserk appeared and flew straight towards Davy, causing him to hide in fear. Berserk remembered and asked Davy, are you okay? I don't even know how to worry anymore, I thought you were already dead. Davy also said sadly, I thought I was about to die. Loon commented when she saw the 2 of them like that. Loon saw that Mr. Davy's confidence was very high but it was extremely small. Davy felt sorry for himself and stopped Loon from speaking. This is tantamount to sexual harassment. Seeing that, Loon immediately used her 2 swords to cover her eyes and said, Loon feels under visual attack, please put your clothes on immediately. Davy turned away and used his strength to get dressed, already. Hayes, I don't know if this is possible or not. Oh, there are still a few places left. Or for one thing, the pockets that expanded the space have all evaporated. After getting dressed, Davy immediately drank some medicine that made Berserk ask without knowing, you drink something? Davy immediately replied that, this one that's the magic medicine. Hearing that, he immediately opened his eyes and asked, God of miracle medicine. What is that? Berserk asked excitedly, what is that? Davy saw her asking so many questions that he could only speak, no one knows that I was given a gift, so I don't know anything. After speaking, he tried to search in his pocket, let's see if Therese anything we can use, let me put this pair in. Loon saw him searching but absent-mindedly spoke up, it's not done yet. Davy finally found the holy spear Longinus and said happily, well here it is. This holy spear has an awakened spear form that can automatically return to its fixed shape. Present shape of the cross, material at 100% helixium steel, weapon details forged for 500 years by the best blacksmith in the heavens to give to a friend of his. Davy later improved it, do not possess any ego. There are 2 additional shapes, first the cross, second martyrdom, Tuesday, 6 dragons great Giao. After listening, Davy said with some surprise, there are 3 types, right? The most basic shape is the cross, it's great that, thanks to it, my holy power also increased. Loon looked at the holy spear and said, Loon could not analyze the metal composition of this weapon, requiring more information. Davy immediately explained to Loon that it is made of helixium steel, a metal that conducts heat 5 times more than orichalcum and is inferior in strength and toughness to fused adamantium. After speaking, Davy thought a bit. If so, it seems Astria left something good for me. The Holy Emperor Astria, who conquered the entire continent, was very good with a spear. From great love to small love, all you need is love. He also achieved the title of Master. Suddenly there was some source of energy that surprised Davy. An indescribably large amount of mana was running through my body. With only level 9 holy water, my mana and death magic have reached the 8th round. The greater your mana, then its damaged rings will slowly merge and become a belt. He understood and said, that means if you lose it, it won't disappear completely. Think about everything in front of you. It's true that Hess the strongest spearman. Loon also appeared and spoke. Master Davy, the transcendent being Chandra and the air are fighting each other, searching, encountered, Puma status. The damage has been stacked several times. Davy asked further, what about the interns? Loon immediately reported that they all survived, but I feel that Mr. Davy's teacher was seriously injured. In addition, another person was injured. It is estimated that the number of casualties will skyrocket in a short time. After listening, Davy asked seriously, what you're saying is that this is a disaster. Loon, you did well, they'll take care of the rest. Just take this cargo to the Decepticon ranks. Protect the novices until we get there. Loon immediately bent down and spoke, order is accepted. After saying Loon's instructions, Davy immediately flew up and spoke excitedly. Rub, I don't even have to use flight magic anymore, so I have to breathe in the air at this altitude at least once. Seeing him so happy, Berserk also came out and said, monkeys and idiots like to be up high. Davy also smiled and responded, these days, people are better at telling jokes. First we have to check the target. Davy immediately used the Holy Spear Longinus to activate the dual form. After using the Holy Spear, almost all of its power is released for full viewing. Berserk saw that and asked in confusion, what the hell? Davy explains that, I told you, this is the limit. Berserk was confused and looked over to see Davy searching and talking. Let's see where you're gone. Seeing the dragon below made Davy happy. Found it. He said, preparing to attack, let's see how many attacks you can withstand. Hope you don't disappoint me. Without waiting too long, Davy attacked the other dragon. Even though he detected a source of power coming, he still couldn't dodge it. This attack was heard by everyone because it was a loud explosion. Everyone immediately called for command. Captain Jair, look. When Jair heard everyone's calls, he looked up and saw the Dragon King that Davy attacked falling. When he saw this, he did not understand and asked, what are we seeing? Davy used the skill on the bamboo tree. The whole bamboo tree glowed. He pointed the spear straight forward. A loud explosion rang out. The dinosaur was attacked by the bamboo tree and fell to the ground without time to protest. Fresh blood flowed from its mouth. The ground was very tired. Davy looked at his victory from above and was extremely excited and said to Berserk, what do you think? Berserk to 3 dots and he stammered in response, oh, it's big and beautiful. Davy complimented her, she has eyes to see. Davy carried a beam of light and jumped down to the ground. He told everyone, I've only been lazy for a while and you guys are already causing trouble. When Sheer and Fender saw him, they were all in a commotion but were held back. Davy noticed Megatron Mk2, they don't look too good. What's wrong with it? He asked Loon, who was flying above, Loon, how is the situation of the Decepticon aerocade? Loon quickly reported that 3 out of 5 robots were no longer capable of fighting. Analysis showed that annual maintenance was needed. Megatron and Sniper had received serious exhaust injuries, but were still able to function, fighting. For Chandra, it's good to be like this, you can still touch it, right? Davy immediately replied, I will use the lower level one that can move. The remaining ones will be repaired by Loon right away. After saying that, Loon immediately flew away. Before you got lazy, Davy said, okay, thank you, Loon. Loon then went with the mindset of accepting orders. Suddenly a voice rang out, you. Davy heard it and immediately turned his head, not knowing who was speaking. Turns out, that's just the Garal's 5th Night Unit, he said in a surprised tone, why are you still alive? Davy didn't bother to answer that question but raised his hand and pointed behind him to warn Garal, oh, lucky I met you. Do you know how much this costs? You better compensate me properly. On the other side, Hake and Alicia saw that Davy was still safe and were extremely happy and shouted, Sir Davy, this bastard, you are still alive. Then, Garal, full of doubt, said to Davy, I don't understand. I received a report saying that Chandra has defeated you. Davy answered him in a matter-of-fact tone, well, I'm grateful, but that's just your guess. But, thanks to that, I have recovered a lot of my strength, Davy said while smiling cunningly. The Goral guy doesn't understand what you're talking about. Suddenly a light flashed. Davy took an attack position. He used stone static wind, long thousands to attack the Goral. He was hit unexpectedly, and his whole body was shot backwards. The Goral was pushed back in front of many of his subordinates. He received a mouthful of blood. The subordinates were extremely surprised. Captain. He coughed non-stop. A purple smoke emitted. Davy looked at them with cold eyes. All of their swords followed the purple smoke upward and hovered above the ground. Right after that, all the swords shot into the sky. Davy said in a cold tone to them, well, let's spend some time listening to today's forecast, okay? Today's forecast is mainly heavy rain, and there is a high possibility that it will happen soon. You should try your best to avoid it. Davy uses a skill called the Chi Burst Sword and Knight Technique, the Angel Sword Dance. They looked up at the sky without understanding what was happening. Don't let them wait any longer. The swords fell one after another, looking exactly like a rain of swords. They were afraid to avoid it, but some didn't have time to be pierced by the sword. Sheer and Fender stood in a corner terrified. Persek crossed his arms and said, is this a night magic? Davy quickly replied, well, think of it as similar to a time-saving assassination technique. I'm more of the type to eliminate them all at once rather than secretly kill them one by one. After hearing this, Persek could only sigh, who can stop you? Goral was surprised to see the scene before him. The people following him were lying on the ground. Goral tried to stand up, walked up to Davy and asked, who are you really talking about? Davy smiled and replied, just a student, I believe you know it well. Goral was indignant when he heard Dave say that, stop talking nonsense, this kid. And can reach a level of swordsmanship that no one else in the world can reach, Davy replied in a disdainful tone, the name is right in front of you. Goral continued, it was a mistake to think that people could be destroyed easily. Davy smiled and said, you should change your mind, wouldn't it be wiser to choose me instead of that half-hearted transcendent being to conquer Pandora's land? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Persek judged, he couldn't deny that. Looking at Davy's Goral sitting on the ground thinking, I think he came to his senses after seeing the outcome, it's always too late to regret. He suddenly asked, did that power of yours destroy Chandra? Davy placed the sword on his shoulder, his voice threatening, your last words couldn't be more normal. Goral was surprised to hear what you said, you just said it. Before he could finish speaking, the sword slashed his neck. His eyes darkened and he fell to the ground. Persek crossed his arms and said, I'm sure he had his own reasons, but anyway, it was a stupid decision on his part. Davy, if he had another choice, would he think again? Davy replied coldly, idiots always make the same mistake again. Davy pondered, yes, perhaps with Chandra's ability he could accomplish his purpose, if I wasn't here. Perhaps this scene has gone down in history, the moment disasters will spread across the continent, even though it was an inhumane plot. What is certain is that he has now failed in any case. I don't intend to sympathize with them either. Davy tells Persek, there is no death without a reason, Persek. She immediately laughed loudly and said, ha ha, you mean like you don't care about the life or death of the princess? Davy heard what she said and immediately used a hateful tone. Hey, even so, how can you laugh at yourself like that? Suddenly a loud noise rang out, Davy. Everyone gathered to Davy's place, everyone's face showed happiness, such as, Sheer, Fender, Hake. Someone said in an excited tone that he was still alive. That's great, Sheer said happily, thank you very much, Davy, don't know what would happen without you two, huh? It seems he has grown a lot taller, Davy smiled and told them, probably because I had just gone through puberty. But in the distance Davy spotted Alicia's silhouette. The girl sitting on the ground sobbing was Elena. Alicia's tears were short, tears were long, please wake up, princess, please, you're not dead, are you? Please tell me that you're alive. At this moment, Persek and Davy were surprised, Elena. Alicia wiped her face, not knowing what to do, and asked Davy, oh, Mr. Davy, what should we do now? The dark magician, he did that to her and disappeared, she doesn't seem to be there anymore, live, how can that be? Davy sat down right next to Elena who told Alicia to stand aside. Persek asked worriedly, how is she? Davy pondered, she was hanging by a thread. Alicia, she possesses blood essence mana and it helps hold on for a while, Davy answered Persek's question. They wanted to turn her into a dark knight, but she resisted. Caldera should have been here. The group of people Lindsay, Hake, Shear, Fender now went to Davy's place. Lindsay asked in surprise, Davy, what happened to Elena? Some people wonder, hey, isn't that a student of the Holy Temple? I was quickly reminded to be quiet for a bit. Davy placed his hand on Elena's forehead, and the two were immediately covered by a line of purple light. Seeing that, everyone suddenly stuttered and said, ha, dark magic. Davy on one side exclaimed, it's not too late. Seeing everyone's surprise, Davy wasn't surprised. I can understand why they were so surprised. Even though it's a famous power, there are still many negative views about it, but good. Most importantly, they should not miss out on life opportunities just because of their own fears. Davy coldly reminded everyone not to be afraid of any kind of power. What everyone needs to care about is what kind of person uses it. A wrong concept will create wrong actions. Davy reviews Elena's body, remember that. People possessing divine powers doesn't mean they are definitely good people, it also depends on the person using the power. Don't forget the person who sacrificed himself to serve millions of people with terrible dark powers. The god of death Roeus was also such a noble act of sacrifice. Alicia asked in a curious tone, but why do you, the owner of the relic, possess dark magic? After listening, Davy looked away and stammered even more, saying, well, just trust me, like before. Davy is helping Elena. A blue light appears around Elena. Davy asked Persek, Therese always some benefit to making others indebted to you, isn't there? Persek looked at what Davy was doing and assessed the situation. It would cause terrible pain. Luckily she is currently in a coma. Luckily there is no pastor here. Remember them for me. She does. Davy thought, if I was forced to cure her with divine power, Elena would turn into a bomb and turn everything into a mess. Divine power and dark magic completely conflicting with each other. The combination of them does not bring any superiority at all. A puff of smoke rose from Davy's hand. He announced, it's all over. Rest for a while and she will return to normal. Alicia quickly hugged Elena, the princess, tightly. Davy tells Alicia, I enhanced her natural healing ability, just let her rest. Davy immediately turned around and looked behind him. He used his skill and a bolt of lightning appeared. There was a loud explosion in front. Out of the dust, everyone looked down and fell to the ground. Everyone coughed and covered their mouths with their hands. Davy got his bamboo back. He gave a scary smile. There are still some things I need to finish. A giant monster appeared ahead. It was digging in the ground and making scary sounds. Everyone saw this and immediately panicked. The entity was transcendent. It couldn't be. It had completely recovered. Its transformation ability was unbelievable. Davy was in a position to prepare to attack. One leg and one arm moving back. Chandra possessed the strongest recovery ability among Shane's group. It's no coincidence that it's called Long Tea. While I'm working, I'm sleeping and all the bees are blooming on the ground. Alicia's face turned pale and she hugged Elena. Davy immediately advised, Alicia, take Elena somewhere safe. She quickly obeyed orders and ran away. Suddenly a light flashed at Davy. A new weapon appeared in his hand. It is the third form of the Longinus divine spear, called the Azure Dragon Moonblade. Davy jumped up high and said, this is a fight to the death. The remaining people are still running away. Run quickly, be careful of being attacked by it. Davy smiled and said to Persek, I will deal with it as quickly as possible, then just wait. One person, one dragon compete with each other. Davy uses the Black Yang fusion technique, Astria Earth Moon Spear, and destroys Earth. The soil and rocks were broken into pieces. In another place, the name said, Commander Boris, comes here every day to see. Boris Fim smiled brightly, I guess it was a signal from the students. Good, finally found the way. Boris ordered the students present here, Team 1 and 7, to quickly look around outside. Team 2, find the students and protect them. The rest, follow me to stop Chandra. A man came forward to inform Knight Boris. All the seals suddenly disappeared. It was strange. He needed to be careful at this time. Boris quickly replied, they'll keep that in mind. Boris turns his eyes upward. This opportunity, that light illuminates the whole sky, helps us know the direction. Right where Davy was fighting, a beam of light shot straight into the vast sky. Boris hurriedly set off, filled with worry, not knowing what was happening there. A student suddenly spoke up, I found them. Just student, can you stand up? The knight received a communication across the small bridge. The person on the other side told him. Captain Boris heard that he had found the missing gems, responded immediately, reported the current situation there. Immediately go. After hearing this, Boris immediately responded, Team 1 Commander Boris, reporting that the situation here has been resolved. Everyone there gathered at a table and were surprised after hearing Boris' words. What's wrong? What does that mean? What about Chandra and Traitor Jair? Boris leaned against the tree trunk with one hand and looked forward, responding, well, it seems like everything has been handled. The person on the other side couldn't believe it, wanted to confirm for sure. Are you sure? It is Chandra, an extremely dangerous entity, and Jair is not weak at all? Report properly. Situation goes. Ahead a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Knight Boris tried to explain, no, I mean, when you see this you will understand, the ground is cracked and broken. The light in the sky has not disappeared yet. A loud explosion rang out and a pool of blood appeared on the ground. Davy coughed and smiled and said, it's really dangerous. Persek sat on his shoulder, then put her hand on his neck to do something. She said in a worried tone, it seems like you've passed away, your strength hasn't been restored like you thought, right? Davy sat down on the ground tiredly and answered, guessing about half of it, but it was worth a try. Davy raised his eyes and smiled brightly when he saw the skeleton of the dragon corpse. Suddenly the notification screen displays information about Davy. Name is Davy, male gender, title of Student of Heroes in Heaven, additional, a semi-insane person possessing Holy Seal, body imbalance due to forcing himself to restructure his body, successfully reconstructed the body, transformed a huge amount of mana, continuously weak in health, received power from the heavens, accumulated good deeds 2 out of 10, good deeds were recognized. Davy looked at the notification screen and smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, Persek crossed his arms and said, as expected the prince's father had taught a bastard. Speaking of which, your father is always losing his temper, it seems like he intends to split the ocean every time a hero fights for that rank, right? Davy pondered, the traitor Gore was dead, all his minions except Trev had been eliminated, this incident seemed to be over, with the death of Chandra, a transcendent creature, by his own handle. However, the team of Academy members also suffered serious damage, but it was still fortunate that many members were rescued in time. Many practitioners died, including named after Howl. Lucia looked at his body covered with a white towel and sobbed. Davy continued with his thoughts, the Alpha Frontline Knights owed him a visible defeat. Even though I'm just a student, if I were an ordinary student, how could I handle this situation? This should serve as a lesson for them. A moment later, in that room, Elena slowly opened her eyes. Davy sat on the chair reading a book and saw you awake. He wasn't surprised. You're awake, do you feel better? Elena sat up, rubbed her head with her hand and answered, a bit tired, but where am I? Davy immediately replied, it's the headquarters of the night squad. Elena glanced at Davy and said, I knew right away, how could that guy kill someone? Davy looked at her with several question marks appearing in his mind. Elena touched her body and asked, so you treated me? I felt like there was a strange flow of energy running through my body. Davy quickly replied, well, you need to rest for a few more days, when you feel better, come back. Suddenly Elena reached out and hugged Davy, thank you, I'm sure you're okay. Elena said as tears fell. Elena hugged Davy tightly, even though I know you are very strong, I'm still quite worried, this time it's really too dangerous. Davy smiled and hugged Elena back, he thought, I know. It is a transcendent creature that is not simple, although Elena and Euless always say that they are strong, no different from monsters, the proof is that when facing the incarnation of Chandra Mania, they are not able to win. Davy called, Elena. Elena happily replied, yes. Davy broke the atmosphere by saying, I've trained you so much, why do you still seem so weak? Elena heard what he said and immediately removed her hand from Davy, startled. Davy reminded her that after she got better, she needed to practice again. Elena shouted loudly in exasperation, hey that guy. Davy stood up, looked at Elena struggling on the bed and said, this time without me, you probably would have died. Davy went out, Elena saw that and called out, where are you going? Davy replied, everything is done, maybe we can go back up. Elena sat up and didn't understand, what do you mean you're done, and that creature, Chandra? Davy smiled and replied, well, it seems she fainted so she didn't hear anything, basically it was solved. If you want to know more, please hear from Alyssa. Elena was surprised and didn't believe it and lied. Davy continued, but Hal was dead. Elena was surprised, the bastard followed suit. Davy looked at her and replied, I was too late. Persek stood on Davy's shoulder and asked, at that time there was still a way, right? Davy said, well, maybe, just sacrifice a few years of your life, and throw away that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Persek was scared, so it's as if I didn't say anything. Davy thought, according to Howell, although there was no sadness at his death, from a therapist's perspective, when faced with a seriously injured patient who could not survive, there was no joy. Davy told Elena, I'm going back to the Heinz territory, don't go to the Round Kingdom right now. Elena refuses, why? Davy replied with a tired face, you need to rest and calm down, a lot of things will happen in Round Kingdom soon. Princess, please listen to me and stop causing trouble. Elena's eyes widened, that is. Davy understood what she wanted to say and immediately gave her the answer, that's right. Davy looked at her and thought, Round Kingdom is facing events related to vampires, Heinz territory has also had many orphan boys attacked, many children have gone missing, many incidents, is continuously happening, and is becoming more and more widespread. Even though I was helped by Elena who has a deep hatred for vampires, she should not have gotten involved in this matter from the beginning. Waiting here for so long like this is enough and I need to go, this is the respect I have for the king in this country. Elena got out of bed and walked towards Davy, pulling his shirt and telling him, thank you. Don't get hurt again, if that happens I'll be very worried. Davy looked at her and smiled, thanking her for taking care of me. At the Alpha Knight Order, the knights gathered here to exchange. A cloaked knight spoke first, I don't know who this Davy is, according to the investigation, he is a prince in the kingdom of Round, he had been in a coma for a while, time. He has the special qualities of having received a holy relic and being good at preparing medicine and research, but even if he possessed a holy relic, it would be impossible to explain his superhuman strength. Knight Shilia spoke up, Student Davy, can be a threat but can also be a gift to us, let's look at this matter in a positive way, although he doesn't stand out much more than the other students' other members, but it's clear that he always acts in our favor. The other knight immediately put his hand on his chin in confusion, what she said is true, but the current troubles are not coming from us, but from those who are planning to confront us. Knight Shilia agreed, that's right, instead of discussing about him, we need to find out the mastermind behind the recent act of betrayal by the Gore leader in the Knight Order. The other knight replied that through investigation there were a number of theories for this action. If that traitor knows our forces well and can confront us, then they are probably a large and powerful organization. The air became quiet, the cloaked knight charged forward, we will investigate about it immediately, we have the advantage that the black magician Trev has been captured by us. We have to try to get a statement from you, that's up to you guys. A knight spoke up, as for the credit this time, Apprentice Davy has a great credit. Of course, to cheer him up, we need to give him a reward to encourage him, where is he now? Knight Shilia immediately put his hand on his chin and remembered, I heard that he was resting in the dormitory. Suddenly an academy opened its doors and walked in breathing heavily, its tone urgent, I hope you'll excuse me, Therese, an urgent matter to report, Student Davy. The knight also urgently asked, what's wrong with him? The other student handed over a folded piece of paper and reported, he left a letter and left. The knights were amazed, why? Knight Shilia, his face full of surprise, came forward and ordered, quickly give it here. The other knights were also in a hurry and couldn't wait, what did he write in there? Knight Shilia opened the letter and clearly stated, I withdraw my application to join the Knight Order. Knight Shilia's tone was both regretful and helpless, I don't understand why he did that, can't we do anything anymore? At the Heinz estate, Davy sat in his office and called Amy, Butler Bisphus, and Mon Meter. Davy propped up his hands and said, Amy, the god Vernal. Bisphus immediately said, yes, just say it. Davy continued, I've work to complete. Bisphus don't understand, yes you mean. Davy immediately said, you know what I mean, I've done enough things in the past, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The most important thing is that no matter what happens, we need to maintain the Heinz territory, Bisphus said respectfully, yes. Davy ordered Mon Meter, go to the place I told you and meet the person I told you about. Mon Meter didn't understand but still replied, yes, yes. Davy saw him like that and could only sigh, his personality was still a bit slow. Suddenly Jack appeared, everyone was startled when they saw him, Davy wasn't surprised, he just asked Jack how he handled what I asked you to do. Jack replied, yes I found it, according to reports the kidnapped and missing people were discovered in Voltia's and Varieta territory. Mon Meter stood aside before he calmed down, why do you keep appearing so suddenly? Davy asked seriously, can you investigate more details? Jack said, for now, that's all we can investigate. Investigating and finding whereabouts is not my forte, however, according to the investigation of the bodies recovered from the river, all covered in blood, they are truly sick bastards. Davy sighed deeply, the information you have investigated is good. Mon Meter was full of curiosity, not knowing what had happened there. Davy did not answer the question but only reminded, now is the time to find a way to solve that problem, not to search for the truth. Jack continued to let people search for more detailed information from me, and I will go to the palace. After speaking, Davy stood up and left. A blue light appeared. Mon Meter said worriedly, the mana portal is currently unavailable. Davy quickly replied, I will have my way. Davy and Loon stepped into the blue light. Before leaving, Davy announced to everyone, everyone just do your assigned work, be prepared, there will be a lot of work coming up, I will be back soon. Everyone was surprised to see him disappear. Jack's eyes widened, how could he do that? At Round Royal Palace, in the dark of night, Davy and Loon walked down the hallway. Davy put his hands in his pockets and smiled and said, you should stay in the Hind's territory. Loon immediately said, I refuse, wherever Master goes I will follow. Davy is helpless, okay, you can do whatever you want, remember to act gently. To the destination, just outside the room stood someone, Prince Davy. Your Highness, you cannot just go in without being summoned. Davy didn't listen and just ordered, open the door, quickly, open the door. Everyone who saw his face was extremely scared. Davy reassured them, it's okay, just open the door. The door is opened. King Cryonis saw him and immediately sat up from the bed, he had not seen Davy for a long time. Davy respectfully knelt down, hoping that the kingdom of the sun would last forever, and please forgive me for this suddenness. King Cryonis immediately replied, it's okay, everyone just go, I don't take these rituals seriously. Davy immediately replied, it is natural for your majesty to respect you. King Cryonis raised his hand to rub his chin, there is nothing to say between father and son, recently I heard that you went to the kingdom of Lindes, right? Davy still used a respectful attitude, yes I was invited to the launch party of Arya al Lindes, the youngest princess of the kingdom. King Cryonis heard this and said, so you probably met Carlos there too? Davy replied, yes sir. King Cryonis rubbed his head with his hand, I hope he grows up like you. Davy stood up, father, you probably don't know why I came here, do you? I suddenly came here in the middle of the night and I have something to say. King Cryonis was silent then said in a tired tone, Davy, can you end this? King Cryonis said in a sad tone to Davy standing in front of him. I don't have much longer to live, can't you listen to this father's last request and stop? Davy listened and thought about his final request. He clenched his hands when he heard those words, who told him to say that? He replied to King Cryonis, Your Majesty, I want you to hear me say a few words. King Cryonis said, you speak. Davy asked in a cold tone, it seems like you have forgotten, but your Majesty has not fully repented of all your sins, please stop trying to wait for death on your own terms. You will not die without my permission, even if you try to do so, I will still bring you back. King Cryonis was amazed. Davy continued speaking in an angry tone, Your Majesty built a kingdom on this land, killed my mother and abandoned me, after all that. Do you want to avoid and run away? King Cryonis lowered his head, looking at the silhouette of the man in front of him. Davy thought to himself, no matter how much he wanted to die, he couldn't die until everything was okay. King Cryonis raised his face and said, I heard about what happened in the Lindes Empire, even though this terrible father could not protect you. You still grow up to be a great person, and you also have excellent judgment skills and the intuition of a great leader. King Cryonis stood up on his hands and knees and walked towards Davy, then took his hand. Not only that, he was given the Holy Seal and recognized by the Holy Land. Along with his amazing medical knowledge, he achieved great achievements. The results were truly incredible in treating the princess. Even your influence in the Lindes Empire can be beneficial to you in the future. If you want, this position will be yours. He held Davy's hand tightly and continued to speak, but people walking on the royal road do not have the right to decide everything on their own. I am no exception. Davy was not moved by those words, he still replied in a cold tone, that was just his excuse. King Cryonis's face changed and he confided, an emperor, there are so many things to protect. Davy, do you know how many people this kingdom has? No less than 5 million. Those 5 million lives are one person, 2 people, dozens and thousands of people, do you understand what I mean? King Cryonis tightened his grip on Davy more and more, with just one decision from the emperor, the lives of 5 million people could be threatened. That's why the emperor cannot easily make a judgment, and must consider ignoring some situations even though he knows it is not advisable. That's why, just vent all your anger at me, if you, who is now an adult with excellent talent, can follow my path, then even if it means dying by your sword, I am also pleased. Davy's eyes were sharp, withdrawing his hand from King Cryonis's hand. That won't happen, didn't you say that from the beginning? King Cryonis fell to the ground. Davy. He immediately made a request, please leave the investigation to me. The king was surprised. Davy turned around and said, CPN would handle the noble faction. King Cryonis panicked. Davy. He turned to look at him and continued speaking, it seems like you still don't know. Varieta territory has joined hands with vampires for a long time, and still sacrifices tens of thousands of people as sacrifices. Do you know that, or not? King Cryonis could not believe the words he had just heard and collapsed to the ground. Davy continued, first is Queen Lioness, although the queen may not know this truth, the truth is that she always supports them. And Carlos, that vile bastard, knows this, but still continues to make things worse. After all this, you still have to protect them from the sidelines. Is that the way of an emperor? The way of an emperor is to stand still and let dozens or thousands of people be killed to save those 5 million lives. King Cryonis's whole body trembled. Davy turned towards him and said, in the kingdom where my younger brother Varys has been chosen to be his successor, I would rather die than let those stupid bastards drain the blood of this land, if that is your decision. Send a royal decree to the Hinds territory, that's all, your majesty, don't get involved any further with this. If you are thinking of using the power of neighboring Indies to solve this problem, then give it up, that way we'll not be able to completely handle the situation, you are just giving them a chance, just to hide their whereabouts. Do you really think I can just stand by and let them do this? I will handle this myself, even if I commit treason. After Davy finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. King Cryonis clenched his hands into fists and called after your figure, Davy. Davy just replied coldly. If I have to do it, I will do it. Davy Al Round, who was once your son, is like that. Loon sat on the doorstep and saw Davy leaving and ran after him. Davy's heart was full of thoughts. In the end, the one who solved the case was not the Emperor Cryonis, or the Marquis Paletrees who held the authority in this noble collusion case. I will be the one to end it, I have restored my power just to do this. Days later, Davy in the room still couldn't get out of his thoughts about King Cryonis. Did he understand that his determination would not be shaken? A week after the declaration of war, I finally got the position of investigator regardless of my past relationship with my mother, Queen Cryonis, or Queen Lioness. The current nobility has crossed the line. Persek sat on Davy's shoulder and said, in the end, he will have to resort to the most drastic plan or there will be no way left. Even so, considering the truth you told him, it cannot be ignored, because no matter what, this is a serious insult. Davy sat at the table and remembered, after receiving his appointment as investigation manager, he first went to the palace of the Royal Knights Council. I received 50 knights from the council to help with the quest, even though they were only at the normal proficiency level, it was enough to help me. In Varieta Territory Mountains. Davy threw open the door to enter. The owner of the place saw this and immediately asked angrily, who is it? Davy raised his hands and said his identity, Davy Al Round. The man was immediately frightened and respectfully knelt down, and saluted you, your highness. Davy went inside and asked, is this an abandoned warehouse? The other person stammered and said, yes, that's right, this was originally where the Duke stored items imported from other territories, but now there is money for this place. He was talking and Davy interrupted, I also guessed, inside the warehouse is extremely spacious. The other person rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly, of course, I can ask, what is the reason that brought you to this small territory? Davy didn't answer but asked instead, what do you think? The man was surprised. What? Davy said, I spread the news that I was appointed as an investigator, I believe you know that too. Davy suddenly pulled out his sword, a beam of light appeared, and right in front appeared a staircase going down. Davy said, it seems, you were very conscientious in setting up this trap, but at least you should know who the opponent is. Davy immediately snapped his fingers and a notification appeared, the defense armor was blessed with a holy shield, and the people following Davy felt something strange on their bodies. Davy reminded them that the bastards inside must have realized that the trap had been destroyed, so they should go rescue the survivors first. Everyone immediately obeyed, yes, sir. Davy threatened that man, now, what should I do with you? You already knew what happened down there, right? But even so, you pretended not to know and lied to me. The man knelt down in fright and stammered, saying, about that, please kill me. Davy turned to look at him and smiled brightly, okay, just do it. That man doesn't understand anything. What? A ray of light passed by the man's head, causing the sword to spurt blood. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Davy is cold, don't be too impatient, we haven't started yet. The other 2 people fell to the ground, they cried out in pain. Then 2 people from the guard said, we have found about 30 survivors, Your Highness. Davy calmly replied, okay, quickly take them to the altar and use high-level purification magic on them and I will pay for the purification process. At this moment, on the other side of the sphere, someone called and said, Davy, Loon, quickly report the situation. Davy said, report the damage. Loon on the other side, standing in front of the burning houses, replied, Loon, except for the combat weapons, there was no other damage. Looking at the people hugging each other, their bodies covered in dirt, she said, collect a large number of women, and we'll send them to the gathering place in a short time. The person on the other end replied, good, the warehouse is finally here, is cleaned up so you can now use it. The monsters were inside the burning houses, they were screaming and saying, damn humanity. The monsters have sharp teeth, they can no longer calm down and say, the king will tear you into hundreds of pieces, you lowly humans. Outside Davy was observing the situation. Berserk von Palan asked, wondering if there weren't any high-ranking vampires involved in this case, or maybe they had all caught the scent and fled. Davy replied, we only caught 2 low-level vampires. The demons are talking to someone through the communication bridge. No matter how hard we try to get more detailed information, it's clear that some forbidden magic has been cast on them. Okay. From a predator's perspective, it is understandable that they eat humans because they think they are prey. When the demon puncher heard that, he was stunned for a few seconds. At the same time, the other person also said, so I will forgive you. Seeing that, the goblins impatiently cried and said, ha ha, well if that's the case then let us go. It turns out Davy is pretending to be that mysterious person on the outside. He calmly said, but I don't, who knows what my cute daughter will think. Davy held the sword tightly in his hand. It emitted magical power. The goblins said in confusion, what do you mean? Davy didn't care about them anymore. He swung his sword and slashed them to death. What a pity, it seems like my red flag can't forgive you guys. Davy's cold sword passed through the blood-spurting bodies of the 2 goblins. Then he quickly left without looking back and ordered the guards to dispose of all their corpses. A pink-haired girl jumped down and said, did you do well? We will hang your heads, of them in the capital square. Davy said coldly, we will also write the crimes they have committed on their bodies and hang their naked bodies where everyone can see them, because we are so used to it, they live the way they want, so they will definitely resist like crazy and obey orders, the guard replied. Looking at the 2 moons hanging high above, Davy sighed and said, having done this, I wonder if we should bring out those hiding behind the darkness. A moment later, looking at the 2 disembodied heads hanging above the capital square, the 2 heads still hanging in panic, a scream rang out from below, praying for the god's iron mace to quickly fall on their heads. Second prince. People holding bricks and holding signs protested below saying, come down, punish him, execute him. Inside the castle, a sharp bang rang out, the cup was broken into pieces. Carlos said angrily, damn it. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, why did those short and dirty humans want to execute me? He held his bald head and said, it's all your fault. Carlos looked at the gloomy face and said, if people had done everything more carefully and secretly, this wouldn't have happened. Face gave a dark smile and said, it seems Davy knows very well about the actions of our nobles. Face's eyes sparkled with death. He said, I really want to tear his limbs apart. I have to suck all his blood to calm him down. Hearing Face's terrible laugh, Carlos swallowed his saliva and said, you. Carlos looked at him for a moment and said, what do you have to do? He bowed his face slightly and said, of course, we have to trample on those sky-high insects. His eyes turned cold and he said, enough time for such a fool. After speaking, he quickly turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace. The rose that Face was holding was also crushed and fell to the ground. The scene changes to the nobles' secret meeting at the mansion. Some people say that vampires can't be like that. On the conference table, an orange-haired guy stood up and said, Second Prince, do you mean something stupid happened that we didn't know about? Duke Varietta held a cup of tea in his hand and thought, in the end, everything became so complicated like this. He secretly thought about his own doubts in his heart. Duke Barletta is not the ignorant and anonymous person who has been following Callus lately, a strange existence freely showing off his own power, different probably with the maids beside his daughter. He immediately knew that person was a vampire, but he still accepted him because he said he would help Callus. Even though they had to supply him with people's blood, the deaths of a few people had no impact on his future considering the ultimate power of vampires. This was not an investment, capital loss. Although in the future, Even if it was first Prince Davy who would ascend the throne and not Callus, everything would be resolved if they borrowed the vampire's power, because now, the relationship between the royal faction and the noble faction has reached the point of no return. Duke Varietta put the teacup on the table, making it shake a few times. He said, "Now you guys are suddenly scared." He said, "Everyone present here has basically participated in the great plan. Do you think you can now escape from the noble faction just because you want to withdraw from the plan?" Most people in the meeting room were silent. Duke Varietta put his hands on the table. He said very seriously, "We are simply doing what we should do. If we know the war will take place no matter what, we should prepare measures in advance, to ensure victory belongs to our side, right?" He called out Earl Bourne's name. Earl Bourne stood up on his hands and said, "Yes, sir. How is the process of providing military supplies progressing?" Earl Bourne held the report in his hand and said, "The supply of a large number of weapons to the army has just been completed. They are all new products from the dwarf tribe." He spoke loudly, as if they were really desperate for money. "They sold all their weapons at very cheap prices and we bought them all through different channels." Another noble, skeptically said, "Ho, dwarven products?" Others asked, "Where did you buy them from?" Earl Bourne continued, "From Heinzahu territory. Prince Davy is truly an idiot. The weapons he sells will become what kills him." Hearing that, Duke Varietta's face quickly changed color. He stood up and questioned, "Wait, where did you say you bought the weapons from?" "The Heinz territory." Earl Bourne didn't notice this change and said, "You don't need to worry, the durability and sharpness of the items are far superior to steel swords." "Thanks to that," he said, "we were able to complete all the preparations." Duke Varietta wanted to hold his head in pain and think to himself, there is no way Prince Davy he would let something like this happen. He suddenly thought, since this was no different than trying to help the rebellion, he spoke up as if he remembered something. The blonde-haired noble saw that and immediately asked, "Duke, is something wrong?" He did not respond. Duke Varietta angrily thought, "It's a trap, I'm sure it's a trap, but still." Looking at the group of nobles above looking confused and worried, Duke Varietta thought to himself, "We cannot relax our vigilance in this situation." He remembered that magic book and said, "From the moment the corruption book fell into the hands of Marquis Palatrus, everyone knew a civil war would happen." Duke Varietta clenched his fists, looking impatient. Based on how things were progressing, this action would have countless consequences later. This includes who will be revealed in the end. A month later the flames of civil war were ignited when the family of Duke Barletta led the high-ranking nobles to rebel. The rebel force has 3 armies of master swordsmen and most of the noble vampires are among them. A large number of people had been called together since the Duke held half of the military power in his hands. Correlated with that, the royal faction's fighting force only had 10,000 soldiers and Marquis Palatrus. The 10,000 soldiers they had were almost all young men angry at the noble faction for colluding with the kingdom's vampires. Clearly the unfavorable situation is favoring the royal side. The scene changes to Davy's military area. Someone sees him and immediately says, "Prince, our army is ready." Davy adjusted the hem of his shirt and said appreciatively, "Very good." He looked around the military area and thought, at least that's how it looks from the outside. Davy quickly ordered everyone to depart for battle. In the sky, birds are flying. Below the sky are soldiers wearing silver armor waiting for orders. 500 soldiers were dispatched to the Heinz territory. Only 500 troops would have to fight against 10,000 soldiers in this civil war. Most of these soldiers before joining the army were soldiers guarding the territory. Davy was walking up the stairs to the top of the lookout castle. These newly enlisted soldiers, knowing about Lord Davy, they only knew of the leader of the territory, Davy, a prince who rarely showed his face in public. Davy stepped forward, opening his mouth to say something. Davy took a breath and smiled and said, "Nice to meet everyone." He looked at the soldiers below and said, "I know there are many people who are angry because I neglected my territory, but I am grateful that everyone has gathered here today." Davy said seriously, "Besides the country is in a complicated situation, the nobles who are draining the country's life have begun to riot. They have a total of 30,000 soldiers, 1 sword master, and other minions." He said, "Right now, at a critical moment, they are using their authority to turn innocent people into shields for their own interests to enter the palace." Davy continued to speak attentively, "Some of you may think, why should I fight for a kingdom that has done nothing for me? Should I bet my life for such things?" Davy was saying, "What's so important about that?" Then at this moment a soldier shouted from below, "We owe you a debt, Saint, so we will listen to you." Following that, the other soldiers also cheered, "Yes, if you say we die, I will happily jump into the fire. Please order us my life in your hands." Davy said with a black face, "Yes," he thought to himself, these crazy fanatics too. Davy cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I know some people think like that, right? The soldiers below replied, No, we believe you, Davy said, it's fine with these people. Looking at the soldiers all sparkling and seeming to be very obedient, Davy said, Very well, whether you believe me or not, depends on everyone, however, I will make this clear to you. Davy clenched his fist and said, We are not going there to save this kingdom. He remembered how Carlos had treated him before and said, Honestly, I really hate the royal family. Now that they are destroyed, I am even more happy. However, I cannot let the kingdom fall into my hands, those damn noble bastards. He said smugly, So that's why we take up arms, and it's also for our own good. Davy's back is a bit lonely, but it's also good to be strong. This civil war will become a battle to protect himself and everyone's family. Davy thought to himself, and to me, to the people in Barris, who will be the future king of the country. And to end bad relationships with those people. The soldiers heard this and slammed their weapons on the ground in response. Davy stood on the observation deck and called down, Like before, I promise everyone. He said with utmost certainty that, fast or slow, everyone is a member of the Heinz domain, and as for me, the leader of this domain, I will never abandon anyone and I will protect all. Davy raised his arms in determination and said, The only thing everyone needs to do is attack forward. He secretly thought to himself, His opinion is that he does not think that protecting the people is choosing to sacrifice the lives of others, because this is a big decision from the beginning. He looked at the soldiers and ordered, Everyone, prepare your weapons and we will start this big battle. The sky has turned to night, at Verbuth Fortress. The Verbuth Fortress is located in the middle of a major road between the Ron Kingdom and the Great Earl Barlataz territory. It has a massive wall that is 30 meters high and 10 meters wide and existed even before the Ron Kingdom was founded. It has never been passed by any outsider, and is called an impregnable fortress. In a corner somewhere in the fortress, there were voices, those clever noblemen. A blonde-haired guy was sitting on a staircase holding his face, mentally depressed, saying, Why did this happen to me? The person holding the pipe asked, Where are you from? The blonde man said unwillingly, Damn, I was dragged here from loose territory. How many of those crazy people were forced here to join the army? I'm from Alras territory. The one holding the pipe said, Oh my, so you've had to come a long way to get here. The blonde man angrily said, Damn, thinking about fighting to the death for them noble bastards. Holding a pipe said, It's not like we've never seen people beheaded for disobeying orders. Another person came up and said, What the hell is going to happen next? The guy holding the pipe from before said, I heard that the royal family has abandoned the castle and fled because the difference in forces is 3 times greater. Where's the meeting? The soldier said, I see those noble bastards have already organized a victory celebration down there. The blonde guy heard that and said even more angrily, That's crazy, I don't know if there is anyone out there who can rush in, through this wall. The soldier said that the city gate is the weakest place, it will take 50 level 3 magicians to destroy it with powerful magic spells, and it will take half a day of soldiers and demolition tools to destroy the wall. Hey, said the pipe holder, you know a lot. Hearing that, the blonde man became even angrier. He threw the spear to the ground and said in dissatisfaction, This world is damned. The guy holding the pipe rubbed his nearly bald head and sighed and said, It wouldn't be good if we were seen. Suddenly he saw something in the distance. The other soldier asked, What's wrong? The one holding the pipe scratched his head and said, No, I saw wrong. The other guy was still whining, Damn hell. The blonde guy said angrily, I really want someone to come and destroy this wall so much, I will run away. A cold voice rang out behind him and said, Then run. It turned out that person was Davy. The blonde guy sat down in fear and retreated to the ground. He asked, Who the hell are you? Davy smiled kindly and said, Thank you for your hard work. After that, the 3 soldiers did not know what happened anymore. Davy stood on the fort looking at them. The blonde guy looked confused and said, Heek, what's going on? Why am I on the ground like this? Davy quickly jumped down. The bald man looked at Davy going out of the city gate and said, How can you jump from that height? Davy coldly replied, We will prepare to attack soon. Davy immediately raised his blue sword. He said, It is said that a man will not look back. Davy swung his sword and quickly slashed down with a lightning bolt. There was a loud explosion at the city gate, a section of the wall immediately crumbled, bricks and stones flew everywhere. In the distance, Davy's soldiers are approaching. Davy smiled at this scene with great joy. Seeing Davy's soldiers rushing in, the other 3 panicked and said, Attack! Davy's soldiers shouted, Our entire target is the noble commander. Davy stood above the command post and said that looters and murderers of civilians would not be forgiven. The city gate had been breached and everyone rushed forward. Davy said excitedly, "Brave soldiers, we will show them what hell is like." He used divine blessing, super wide area amplification magic on his soldiers. The soldiers ran quickly to the spot where Davy had slashed them and shouted, following the saint's command. Since they were confident that the citadel was impenetrable, there were only 5,000 warriors defending the Verbuth fortress, most of whom were forced citizen soldiers, so the raid succeeded easily, and therefore, the impregnable fortress failed in 2 hours. Davy's soldiers surrounded several soldiers and also the giant fortress. After a fierce battle, the fort was defeated miserably. Davy's soldiers below cheered for the army's first victory. Not far outside the fortress, half of the army was still waiting for orders. The purple-haired man happily told Marquis Paltries, "Oh my God, the prince really did it." Marquis Paltries looked at the letter that said, "The city wall has been destroyed, let the army attack." He squinted his eyes and assessed a bit. Inside the fortress, a noble was kneeling on the ground and said, "Please spare me, my prince." Davy coldly glanced at him from top to bottom and said, "Count Ritos, you made a profit by selling the army's weapons abroad, and you used the power of Duke Barletta to cover up your actions. Because of the kingdom's shortage, people's taxes have increased, creating more burdens for them." Count Ritos stammered in fear, "I really deserve to die." Davy pulled out his red flag sword and replied, "If you say so, then I will help you." The scene changes to this side. Marquis Paltries is looking up at the sky thinking. No matter how carefully we analyze this battle, our side still had no chance of winning, even though we knew the nobles would rebel. The most surprising thing was that Prince Davy spilled the oil into the fire to fan it up. After all, with only 500 soldiers, it was amazing to have such a grand result. "I'm proud of you, your highness," he exclaimed in his heart. At the fort, after dealing with Count Ritos, Davy carried his sword and sat on a wooden barrel, speaking to the traitors. When the egg-haired man saw Davy harshly punishing the traitors, "I surrendered, sir, please have mercy." "Stop talking," Davy the bastard said, and purple-haired glanced over and asked, Marquis Paltries, is it okay to leave him alone?" Looking at the map and the 2 fortresses marked with X on the map, Marquis Paltries thought to himself, "It will take about a day and a half. In just that short period of time, half of the fortresses protecting the Barletta Duchy have been destroyed. Fall." The purple-haired man stroked his horse and said, "Why are you calling me, Mr. Marquis? Did you hear what I said?" Outside the sky is clear blue, accompanied by the voices of stars. In a meeting room, the sound of banging on the table rang out, which was not reasonable at all. Duke Varietta couldn't believe what he just heard. He stood up and said, "He said that 5 fortresses were defeated with only 5 moons of enemy soldiers in 4 days. The blonde noble had already put on his armor. He covered his mouth and said, "I think we have underestimated Davy's Holy Seal power." Another person replied, "It is the Holy Seal power he possesses." The blonde noble said, "If it's not that, then what is it?" Duke Varietta held his head in pain. He seemed very confused. He thought to himself, yes, almost everyone thought so. There were records from the past that said, the high-level holy magic used by the Pope of the Holy Country was comparable to the magic of a great magician. That was the only reason that led to the collapse of the fortresses. But then, what about the crazy fast movement speed of those 500 soldiers? Standing at this moment, another soldier rushed in from outside, he said, and issued a report. The soldier announced, "One of our last fortresses, Yalis Mountain Fortress." The blonde noble said in disbelief, "Impossible." Duke Varietta gritted his teeth and said, "If they come here, the only way is to fight." At the same time, Marquis Enya also walked in and suggested, "I will personally stop them." Marquis Enya said with great confidence, "Even if Prince Davy's power is beyond our control, as a sword master, I won't be easily defeated. While I'm out, if we have the strength to stop him, please continue marching towards the royal palace. As long as we take advantage of the advantages we have, our army can advance there." The nobles saw this and whispered loudly, "If it's Marquis Enya, it's entirely possible." Carlos suddenly spoke up and suggested, "I will go with you." He pushed his glasses away mysteriously, not knowing what else to think. Duke Varietta he spoke up and said, "Hey, shouldn't you do something for us too?" People just said it was face. He stood in a corner of the wall, the darkness seemed to swallow him whole. Duke Varietta said calmly, "If there is any problem, at least let us know." These troubles also started because of the person who asked us for help. Face's bloodshot eyes stared at him without blinking. Face suddenly smiled, making Duke Varietta extremely confused. Just a second later, a pair of hands with long nails stretched out in front of Duke Varietta. he didn't have time to react. Face pressed his face to the ground. The nobles said in panic, "Mr. Duke." They quickly drew their swords and surrounded Duke Varietta, who was being threatened by Face. The nobles shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? Are you planning to betray?" After seeing the good drama before him, Carlos spoke up and let him go. Face obeyed and breathed Duke Varietta. When he was released, he coughed for air. At this time, Face said, "You don't seem to understand, I'm not your subordinate." Duke Varietta's face turned red. He stammered and said, "You bastard." Your Face coldly said, "Don't make the mistake of thinking, lowly human." Face radiated murderous aura, then coldly looked up at him from above and said, "You have no right to give me orders. The only one who has that privilege is the prince who signed a contract with me." Then he looked at Carlos and said, "You will receive good news soon, and I will personally end that Davy's life." After speaking, his face turned into a black smoke and disappeared. Before leaving, he echoed, "When I come back, you better prepare a nice gift for me." The scene changes to the fortress where Davy is guarding. The soldiers collect the weapons back into the barrel and then they report to Davy, "The last barrel is here, Prince." The soldier asked, leaning his whole body on the weapon crate, "We have recovered all the weapons from the soldiers who surrendered according to your orders." Davy replied, "Very well, I will take care of the rest." He was so happy that he blushed and said, "Hee, if I sell this now, will I get double the profit?" I doubted this when the B-level weapons were suddenly requested and sold to the Duke, Barletta. Looking at the mountain of weapons in front of Davy, it was like seeing gold. Making money is easy, isn't it? He silently assessed in his heart. This war, no, it's too embarrassing to be called a war. The path is all in your hands. Berserk von Palan flew around Davy and said, "Hey Davy, they are not stupid. They will stop people here and then go to the palace, especially you, that vampire." She said, "They are very cunning. They like to play with the opponent's weaknesses." Davy replied, "I know." He looked at the game with a goal in hand and thought to himself, "I only have half of my holy magic and mana left. I can't control all my abilities right now. This is definitely a good opportunity to see the limit. Where is mine?" Berserk von Palan saw that Davy didn't answer and asked, "Is it okay?" He replied, "Everything will be fine." Outside the fortress not far away a pair of feet are approaching. Marquis Enya said, "I think they are about to reach their limit." Both he and Face were at the fort to kill Davy. Standing in front of Davy, Marquis Enya said, "Davy Al Round, this will be your stopping point." Davy raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems you have thrown away my name." Marquis Enya replied, "You want a rebel to respect you, that's right." Davy nodded and acknowledged that. He shook his head and smiled and said, "I really think you are wasting your talent. This country doesn't have many swordsmen and one of the nobles doesn't want to do bad things." Marquis Enya angrily stood up straight and said, "A knight's duty is to be absolutely loyal to his master's orders." Davy calmly did not answer, "That is not a reason for you to go on the wrong path." Marquis Enya frowned and said, "I only did what was ordered." Davy also looked at him coldly. If he was a commoner, would he dare to say that? The two of them were facing each other. He calmly said, "Of course, even if I am a slave I will accept and adapt to it." Davy secretly concluded in his heart, "This is this guy's problem. A person born only to follow the rules. He may be a person with absolute loyalty, but after all, he serves Duke Barletta. His thoughts are simply to obey what the nobles have proposed." Davy spoke up, "Stop talking like this, will only hurt us more." Then Davy glanced at the face that had been silent until now and said, Let's see." Looking at Face sitting on the cliff, Davy said, "You're the one they call Face or something, right?" "You said, isn't this the first time we've met? You risked your life to curse me like that. You're brave, you seem to have real strength." Your Face smiled and replied, Yeah, go ahead," waving arrogantly away from the hill of flies and insects. He stood up, a fire burning behind him. "I will burn your country to ashes soon." On the side of the palace, the sky was covered with dark clouds, extremely gloomy and scary. In Winley's room, she was looking up at the sky, looking very worried. Standing at this moment, Euless walked in and asked, "Is the princess very worried?" Winley greeted and said, "Mr. Uris." Little girl Winley clutched the hem of her shirt tightly in her chest and tried to control her mood and said, "Yes, it's because he always overdoes everything. I know Hess not as weak as before, but I still can't. I can stop worrying about him." Hearing Winley's words of concern from the bottom of his heart for Davy, Euless also said in a low mood, "Princess Winley." Euless is looking for a way to make Winley less stressed and happier. He said, "Do you want to go out for a walk? A little physical exercise can also improve your emotions." The two quickly walked out of that heavy room. Euless said, "Besides, if Mr. Davy knew she was so worried, he would be very hurt, Winley replied. Yes, that's it. The two were walking around the castle, when at that moment a magical explosion appeared. Winley was startled and turned around. In the distance, part of the castle is burning fiercely. The scene changes to the fortress where Davy is guarding. He faces the other two guys and says, "I'm sure you have some plot to do with my Hind's territory." Face said with a smile on his pale face, "Just to let you feel a little of the anger of our nobles, if you think that the past few disruptive attacks are our true strength, people will be surprised a lot." Davy tilted his head and replied, "Ah, is that so? So mind-controlling 5,000 monsters and sending them to my Hind's territory was just a joke, right?" Then he smiled brightly and said, "Well, it's not a big deal anyway, it's not enough to surprise me, you know, it's different." Davy continued to make a happy face and said, "After falling into my trap again and again, do you think you guys are still at the upper door?" Hearing that, both Marquis Enya and Face glanced at each other silently. Davy crossed his arms, remembering what the other vampire said. What was that red-haired vampire like? She was a master at running away. Haven't you heard anything from her, that if anyone rushed in, entering someone else's house without permission will cause that person to have big problems? Hearing that, his face looked angry. He stomped his foot and broke a large piece of land. He said fiercely, "You're the one who doesn't understand something. You really think that just one high-level spirit is strong enough to stop 5 Earl-level vampires? Very arrogant and brave person, but too arrogant." At the royal palace, a palace maid is walking down the hallway. Suddenly she stopped and the wind blew her hat away. The maid looked at the fire burning in the distance. This side, a loud explosion rang out. Davy and Face were fighting like the wind, hovering around in the air and striking down. Face swung a sword at Davy and said, "I was really looking forward to seeing your strength." He stood in the air, leaned down, pressed firmly on Davy's spear and said, "I will crush your limbs here, crush your limbs here." Suddenly Davy Khan at this moment showed a strange smile and said, "Stupid." Then he used opera magic on Face's body. He couldn't stop himself and was thrown into the distance. Face calmly stood in the middle of the dust and said, "Are you still so relaxed? You are wrong in those 2 points." Davy did not respond. Face said confusedly, "Why?" Davy kindly explains, "First, I won't die here, but you will." Next he said, "Secondly, in my territory, who do you think those vampires will meet with my subordinates? It really makes me look forward to what that scene will be like." Face said confusedly, "What the hell are you talking about?" Davy recalls that at that time, "I will tell you my conditions." During the conversation between him and Deir al-Lindis, the emperor of the Lindis kingdom, Davy frankly said, "First of all, I want you to promise me, this is not a diplomatic matter between the two countries, but just a transaction between you and me. Of course, this will not cause harm, any pressure or political issues between the two countries." Emperor Deir said, "Okay, go ahead." Davy clenched his fist and said, "So." The scene changes to the palace castle. Winley is being protected by Euless. Suddenly 3 strangers appear and say, "Could you please lend me the sword masters of the empire?" Euless said in surprise, "You guys." One of the other 3 people replied, "Kaka, it seems we're a bit late, sorry." The Lindes palace sword master said, "This old man was having a bit too much fun. This territory is full of energy and joy. To come here to protect the savior's territory and be this lazy, really. Inside the goblins are flying everywhere." Sword master Marquis said, "Sir, the bastards in other places have been controlled and captured." Palace sword master Lindes replied, As expected, let's begin the mission assigned by His Majesty." They said to each other, "We need to hurry. What about these incredible people, silver weapons and 10 sword master level masters?" On this side Davy and Face are also fighting with no end in sight. Davy said provocatively, "Interesting, isn't it?" Face replied angrily, "Bastard." At this moment, Marquis Enya appeared from nowhere behind Davy. He was about to raise his sword to sneak attack him. Davy didn't need to look to feel it. He quickly teleported to a cliff not far away to avoid it. Davy sat on the ledge and pretended to look around and said, "What a great teammate." Looking at Marquis Enya's sword that was a few inches away from touching him, his face angrily said, "Damn." He smiled and apologized. Davy saw this scene and smirked and replied, "Let me tell you something more. The vampires from 3,000 years ago are much more terrible than you." Davy thought, "Of course, I'm just fighting their illusions. The best way to deal with a vampire is to make them mad. Their movements will become simple." Thinking about Davy, I'm only saying that because it seems like you're quite delusional about your strength. Face was so angry that his fangs had grown longer. He looked at Marquis Enya and said, "You bastard." Marquis Enya advised, calm down. Face didn't say anything, he turned around and flew towards Davy. I will kill you. Davy held the spear tightly in his hand and said, okay, dive in. Davy swung his spear and knocked his face away. His face was deformed. Davy smiled and thought, I'm actually doing quite well at the things I learned from the Sword Saint. Two people fought, causing smoke and dust to cover a space of sky. Marquis Enya said worriedly, are you okay, Face? He ran back to where Face was lying and said, time is up, we need to join forces to deal with him, you need to stay calm and secure. Face heard that and said angrily, you, a lowly human, call me by my name like that, you're only blocking my feet, you can't even keep up with our movements. Marquis Enya heard that and was silent. He gritted his teeth and said, damn, I feel embarrassed about this too. He looked up, saw Davy carrying a spear on his shoulder and next to him were two red and blue swords protecting him. I never thought that Davy would reach this level of swordsmanship. Davy above heard Face's terrifying laughter and looked down. Face was not satisfied, he smiled and said, fine, I will find something useful for you. The red-faced eyes said, this is not something I should show off here, but it will show you the true power of a vampire noble and why you should fear us. Marquis Enya looked scared and said, what? After saying the previous sentence, his face flew towards Marquis Enya. The old man seemed caught off guard. Face quickly grabbed his neck. Marquis Enya's fingers trembled and he cried out, Face has turned into the true body of a vampire, he is sucking Marquis Enya's blood until it dries up. On this side, Davy looked at the scene of two men lying on top of each other and immediately felt disgusted and said, oops, damn my eyes, and Berserk von Palan too, she said, so nauseating. Face sucked Marquis Enya's color until it was exhausted and then pushed his dried corpse down there. His whole hand was stained with bright red blood and heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Face wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, the taste was disgusting, but his strength was admirable. His eyes were bloodshot, an incredible power had increased. With a flick of Face's long-nailed hands, small lightning bolts appeared, he exclaimed, laughing and saying, very good. After saying that, he spread out his vampire wings, his whole body was covered in lightning. Look closely. Face turned directly into a vampire, he became much taller. Face looked at Davy with a fierce face and said, you will soon regret that you did not suck my blood like that, After saying that, his face flared up with even more terrifying power, he married ha like a crazy person. Davy saw that and immediately said, this guy. He pointed at his face then turned to look at Berserk von Palan and said, is he transforming to be able to fight me? She thought for a moment then replied, yes, I think so. Face said very confidently, what are you going to do? Davy brought out the red flag and the blue flag and said, okay. You swing both swords towards him, isn't my answer to attack the opponent while they are transforming. Both swords were like rockets piercing Face's body with great power. His eyes sparkled with disbelief, he said, what? On this side, Davy also jumped up and flew towards the Face to prepare for battle. Davy flew so fast that his hair flipped back, he smiled and said, I guess I won't need to stand still and watch you finish transforming, right? Face was angry when he heard this sentence. At this moment, Davy rushed forward, he threw a powerful force towards Face's abdomen. Then Davy landed gently on the ground as if nothing had happened. He raised his hand to cover the dust and smoke around him and said, he flew very far. Next to Berserk von Palan seemed speechless. She said, can't you wait a moment, that's not polite at all. Davy said confidently, it's okay to be polite, but it doesn't apply to him. Then Davy went to Face's place, the blue flag flew from his body, and Face was screaming miserably. His mouth had grown long fangs, he angrily said, you are a coward. Davy put his hands in his pockets, he hummed something in his mouth and happily said, I'm about to show you something even more wonderful than that hideous transformation. What do you think? Face had a red flag stuck in his chest, but he still confidently said, what a pity, you can never kill me. He looked at the blue flag flying next to Davy and said, that blue sword is quite dangerous, but with just that little power, you cannot defeat the immortal power of At. Tan Lan KY tremblingly passed the information to Davy, Lam KY can do it. Davy also happily said, okay, our Lan KY is good. The little girl Lan KY in the other space was puffing her cheeks angrily glaring at her face. Davy outside said, you are underestimating Lan KY, she hasn't even shown her true strength yet somewhere. Face was trembling and wanted to pull the red flag out of him. Davy suddenly spoke up, actually, I'm more surprised about your reincarnation power, it's really a great power, however, only that's it, The puzzled face said, "What?" Davy said, smiling, "No matter how invincible you are." He bent down to look at his face and raised his eyebrows and said, "You can still feel the pain, right?" Face's blood flowed out. Hearing this sentence, he panicked and said, "What?" Davy uses great magic. Face still wanted to pull out the red flag sword. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I can't get out." Davy used the fifth form of magic. His face covered his head and screamed in pain. Davy placed his magical hand on Face's head. This move caused Face's head to explode in smoke, causing him to scream in pain. The Face's eyes were red and extremely scared. He said, "This is it." Davy continued to extend his hand to his face. He used the sixth form of holy magic, artillery. Face is blown up by this move. At this time, he was in pain and covered in blood and could no longer move. Davy grabbed Face's collar and said, "Ha, that's far from enough for you." Davy used his hand to press his face down on the ground and then used the seventh form of the holy magic cannon. Then the eighth form of holy magic, the holy cannon refined. The ground below was cracked open by Davy's impact. After a while, Davy stood up and left the room. Face kept breathing heavily without saying a word. Suddenly he let out a very scary laugh. He screamed extremely pitifully. Face madly mocked Davy, "Hee, is that so? Why is that just that, you bastard, that's all you can do?" The guy lying on the ground said, "Do you think holy magic will be able to stop my transformation? Ha ha ha." The Face vampire's wings rose up. He said, "Now, look, my body is still transformed." But Davy didn't seem to care too much. He remained calm, with a crazy face saying, "After I complete my transformation, someone like you won't be anything," he said, "but I'm not done yet, right?" Seeing the light coming from Davy, Face stepped back and said, "What?" Davy's whole body radiated a huge magical light. Davy coldly glanced down at his face and said, "I still have one more attack." Davy unleashed the ninth form of magic. Seeing this, Face was transforming and shouted, "Wait." Davy uses a magic move to summon the magic command. This attack slowly rushes towards the Face. His face was like a dead fish lying in a net. He couldn't resist anymore. Finally, Davy's holy cannon exploded on his face. The surrounding space was invaded by golden light, and then there was a loud explosion that was deafening. Even Face's pitiful cry was drowned out by the explosion. The news of defeating the Sword Master, Marquis Inja, vampire, Face greatly affected the morale of the rebels. The kingdom's army summoned Davy to quickly move in and crush the rebels. On the other hand, the rebels had sent most of their troops to the royal castle, so their camp was completely undefended. And even with reinforcements advancing to surround the castle without stopping, the majority of their forces had either surrendered or been finished off. At Duke Barlata's castle, the last base of the rebels, explosions rang out around the castle. A soldier rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, warning that the kingdom's army and the Duke's magic army were attacking. "They will be here soon. I think we should surrender, sir." Duke was now turning his back to look out the window. Hearing that, he immediately turned around and asked where to go. When the other soldier was asked such a question, he became dumbfounded. Duke turned around and said, "This land, everything, this rebel, it's everything I have, where will I retreat to?" The other soldier was scared by the Duke's anger and fell to the ground. He stammered and said, "Sir." Duke didn't care about the other soldier. He raised one hand to cover his face, then thought to himself, "We shouldn't have lost this battle even if he didn't have the help of the vampires. With all those troops and strategies, he should have won easily. One person, just one person, and everything was in vain." While talking about this, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the hallway. Right after that, a person dragging a corpse slowly entered. This person is none other than Davy. He threw the corpse in his hand down and then curled his mouth and said, "You haven't run away yet." Duke stood up from his chair. He bowed his head slightly, his expression unclear. He said, "Prince Davy, you shouldn't have woken up from that coma." Hearing that, Davy folded his arms in front of him and smiled. "Maybe so, that seems to be your last chance. A bit unlucky, huh?" "Sir, there is a saying that no flower stays red forever. It means nothing lasts forever. They used to use excuses to chase me away and tried to bring Callias. Heinz rebel leader becomes ruler. How long do you think it will take? I know you know what I mean." Duke heard all these words and remained silent. He stared at Davy, then thought to himself, like anything, everything has an end, and today is that day. At this moment, Davy smiled brightly and continued, "I hope you will cherish the last flower you have," and today, it was him. Could it be that Prince Davy could predict what would happen and prepare for it? Just when everything seemed to be over, someone came loudly outside the door. This person is Carlos. He holds a bow and arrow in his hand, aims right at Davy and grits his teeth and says, "Davy, you bastard, still brings us trouble in the end." Davy heard that and immediately turned his head to look back. "You spoke neither quickly nor slowly, say it correctly. The only one causing trouble is not me, but you. Your foolish actions have brought the kingdom into this mess. When you shot that arrow at me, you refused to change. You and your brothers will pay for your actions. You, even Duke Barletta and even your stupid brother Benedus, don't think that any of you will get a light death." Gently. Benedus hid behind the door, planning to attack Davy by surprise but failed. He was kicked by Davy and fell flat on the floor. Seeing this, Carlos' hand holding the bow and arrow trembled restlessly. He screamed once and then shouted, "Davy, die." Before he could do anything, Davy swung his hand and sent him flying back a long distance, blood gushing out like a stream. Davy hates scolding. "Stupid, you still rely on those things to attack me at this distance. What a waste of those weapons." Davy's attack just blinded Carlos. He fell to the ground screaming in pain. The scream echoed out of the cold castle. At the royal tower. In a dark room, every drop of water on the ceiling dripped to the floor. A slow step from outside entered the room, clearly seeing who was coming. Lena sat on the bed and said sarcastically, "Wow, you're quite thoughtful, Your Highness." The person who just entered the room was Crioness. When he heard this, he gently called out, "My queen." In the darkness, Crioness spoke slowly, "Queen." Before he could say anything, Lines shouted angrily, "That's enough, I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear anything you say." Crioness refused to give up and continued calling, "Queen." Linus grabbed the mattress on the bed and said angrily, "I wouldn't have loved you so much if I had known things would turn out like this." Hearing these words, Crioness slightly lowered her head. One of his hands reached out and tightly grasped the hilt of the sword hanging on his hip. He slowly said 2 words of apology. After saying these 2 words, the sword in Crioness's hand was also out of its sheath. He looked at Lines once and continued, "Davy will push you to the bottom of hell. I have no right to stop that. So let's go together, let's go and ask for forgiveness." Linese had now stood up from the cold bed. Her lips were bitten tightly to stop her sobbing. After a long while she said, "Asking for forgiveness, don't you understand? I despised both you and Alisayad. Do you know how I felt when Alisayad drank poison in front of me? Do you think I would calm down with just that? If only that were possible, my resentment still boils. Tell me, Your Majesty, on whom should I vent this resentment? To Alisayad, who betrayed me and died, or to you, the ruler of this nation? If not you too, or the one who made me like this, my father, Duke Varietta." Crioness stood on the opposite side listening to all these reproaches but could not say anything. He just stood there dumbfounded. Seeing that, Linus suddenly burst out laughing bitterly. After that smile she burst into tears again. A plaintive cry echoed in the dark room, just like her current life. After being fed up with crying, Lines suddenly raised her head and burst out laughing a few times full of sarcasm. She gritted her teeth and said, "I hate you, Alisayad, who betrayed me. And also my father, who cruelly killed my mother right in front of me." Saying such a sentence, Linus slowly walked step by step in front of Crioness. She tightly grasped the sharp sword in his hand. Fresh blood began to wet her hands. She said softly, "We have gone too far. If only Alisayad hadn't taken the poison, if only this resentment hadn't lingered in my head. So maybe all of our lives would have been a little different." Hearing these words, Crioness froze on the spot. He looked at Lines and then softly called out to the queen. As soon as these words ended, Linus' hand that was gripping the blade suddenly jerked. The blade of the sword stabbed straight into her body, and fresh blood instantly splattered out, dyeing the whole room red. Crioness couldn't believe it and let go of the sword hilt. He screamed in pain. 2 queens. Linus staggered, trying to stand firmly in place. She raised her eyes and asked, "You apologized. I don't accept it. This world has always been hell for me and I will lose my only hope, my son. Soon, and it is all due to your mistakes and retribution that I will wait for you in hell." After saying these words, Lines immediately fell straight to the cold ground. Crioness couldn't believe it. He opened his eyes wide and screamed Linus. He thought painfully that he was not even allowed to go to hell. Crioness hugged Linus' breathless body tightly. Each scream of pain echoed in the dark royal tower. Outside, raindrops began to fall. The cold rain water seemed to be washing away the gloom and accumulated sins here. The rebellion that was supposed to last for centuries ended with the siege of the remaining forces. Then, the nobles who joined the rebels were attacked by a wave of people and taken to the castle, and the leader of the rebels, Duke Barletta, Prince Carlos and Benedis are waiting to be judged. At Ron Castle, an underground prison, Carlos clutched the iron door frame and angrily screamed, "Davy, I will kill you, at any cost I will kill you." Davy stood outside the prison, his hands in his pockets and said leisurely, "You look good, Carlos, you must have been beaten on the way here, that shiny head is a bit purple." Hearing this, Carlos became even angrier and shouted, "Are you making fun of me?" Seeing the other person like that, Davy let out a long breath of helplessness and said, "You still don't understand your situation, right? Carlos, you will soon be sent to the mines to work as a slave, you will never see the sun again and you will have to work until you die." Carlos seemed to be listening to a joke, he laughed a few times and then without fear said, "Ha, that's it, do you think you have the right to do that?" Davy shrugged and nodded, "Yes, that's right, in the king's name, of course. The royal council has already decided. Carlos and the nobles and royal families involved in the rebellion will be stripped of their positions and reduced to slavery, you will be sent to the Hausa coal mine and exploited for the rest of your life. I'm sure you all understand, what kind of place is a mine?" Saying this, Davy stopped for a moment, he looked straight at Carlos' extremely scared face before coldly asking, "How many people have you brought there just because you don't like them?" Carlos did not answer Davy's question, he gritted his teeth and stared at the other person with extremely hateful eyes. Davy didn't pay much attention to this look, he thought to himself, "I don't really like the slavery thing, but if it's revenge then it's worth using." Thinking like that, Davy cleared his throat and said, "Listen, Carlos, from now on you are just a criminal involved in the rebellion." Criminal, Carlos unbelievably repeated this name once more, his knees knelt down before the iron frame at the prison door. He couldn't believe that he had now become a criminal. Carlos' hand tightly grasped the iron bar on the door. He raised his eyes and said, No, Davy, don't do that, that's right, we are brothers." This sentence made Davy want to laugh, he laughed a few times and asked again, "Brothers?" "That's right," Carlos quickly replied, "No, that's right sir, Hausa, are you really planning on taking a blood brother to that horrible place?" Hearing this, Davy curled his mouth and said, "It seems like you don't want to go to the Hausa." Feeling the coldness in Davy's words, Carlos knew his fate and immediately lowered his voice to beg, "Davy, I'm sorry, I was stupid, please forgive me." Hearing this request, Davy immediately crossed his arms across his chest and sarcastically said, "You're trying too hard." After saying that, he immediately turned away and said as he left the cold prison, "I don't know you." Seeing this, Carlos was extremely scared and screamed Davy, but in response he was only chilling silence. These are all things that an evil person like him has to endure. As soon as Davy stepped out of prison, he immediately saw the Duke being escorted. He saw Davy and immediately called out, "Prince Davy, congratulations, it seems like this is the end." Davy stopped and stood there, hearing that, he immediately said, "It seems like we ended everything too simply." Duke slightly bowed his head in denial, "No, it's not really the end, the only difference is that instead of me, you are the winner." The two soldiers heard him say that and shouted in fear, "Stop talking, Duke." Davy waved his hand to stop him, "Okay, it's okay." Duke slightly smirked and said, "Now is your time, Prince, you still don't understand anything about this world. A dynasty that loses its rule will surely collapse. You used the commoners as soldiers and used their anger against the nobles' right, you created a crack in the wall of separation, how nobles and commoners. The emperor also did the same thing when he was young, it's time for me to stand up to stop it and protect this kingdom." Hearing the other person say such words, Davy said in disgust, "Protect, huh?" Seeing Davy's attitude like that, Duke continued to lecture, "Do you understand why nobles are born to be nobles, and commoners are born to be commoners? Even though we worship the same God, why was the caste system created and maintained until today? What is the real reason?" Davy heard everything the Duke had just said, he bowed his head slightly and said nothing. A moment later, as if he couldn't bear it anymore, Davy burst out laughing and said, "Yes. And I'm sure the old sword master thought the same thing, the apple never falls too far from the tree. Listen, Duke, what you protect is not this kingdom but the class of status you have received since your birth. From that perspective, the beginning of the monarchy is just that, but if you go too far, it will become a dictatorship, old Hitler." Davy walked past the Duke, he patted his shoulder and said leisurely, "But anyway he didn't know who that person was." Very quickly Duke was escorted to prison like Carlos. Outside at this time the sky is extremely blue. As soon as Davy stepped out of the gate, a person was waiting there and immediately greeted him, "Your Highness." Davy nodded slightly and replied, "Marquis Paltries, I thought I would be happy when I succeeded in taking revenge." Thinking that the other party was gloomy, Marquis Paltries quickly called out to His Highness. Unexpectedly, Davy raised his head and said happily, "And I was so happy." As soon as these words came out, Marquis Paltries choked. He said helplessly, "Your Highness." Davy smiled and said, "You didn't think I would say it was useless, did you? It couldn't be." Saying such a sentence, Davy thought to himself, "Not long after I arrived in paradise, I began to be trained by Hercules, the king of survival, and became the only one to endure those hellish experiences. I thought that I still had unfinished business. If I could really gain strength, if I could live again, then this training would be nothing. Of course it's been a long time, but those thoughts are still the things that make me stand up." Escaping from his endless thoughts, Davy turned and left. Marquis Paltries saw this and immediately called, "Your Highness." Before he could say anything, Davy nodded and said, "I know, that's not really a reasonable thing to do." Marquis Paltries stood still and continued, "But his decision was correct. In the end, it was because they had gone too far and this kingdom had been in turmoil for so many years. No one has the right to criticize your decision." As soon as these words ended, Berserk also spoke up to encourage him, "Good job." These words made Davy's still tense mood relax a lot. He let out a long breath and smiled extremely relieved. In the bedroom of the Emperor of the Rauna Kingdom, Crioness was sitting on the bed. As soon as she saw someone entering, she immediately spoke, welcoming Davy. Davy bowed his head in greeting, "I would like to see your Majesty." Crioness nodded slightly and asked, "So everything is over, right?" After saying that, he was silent for a moment, then a moment later he spoke up and said, "Davy, the Queen is dead." Berserk sitting on Davy's shoulder heard that and asked softly, "So that's how it all ended?" Davy didn't answer her question. He raised his hand and rubbed his aching head a few times before saying, "Your Majesty, how do you want me to react? I don't know if you know, but the people I hate the most are Carlos, Benedis, and Queen Lioness. I'm sure even if you don't say it, you already know who's next, right? So how can I accept this?" Crioness heard that and immediately frowned and said, "Davy, only I have the right to kill her." Davy didn't pay much attention to this. He said, "I told your Majesty that I'm not interested in your past." Hearing that, Crioness immediately sat up straight and said, "That's what we need to do. The Queen's actions are like evil, excessive and wrong." Davy completely didn't want to listen at this point. He angrily shouted, "Then you should have told me first. I don't have the patience to understand your situation." Crioness was not angry at Davy's attitude. He said softly, "That was also a promise I made to your mother, Davy." Having said that, he spoke to himself again, and that was the only promise that Queen Lioness kept even when she did in this situation. Thinking like that, Crioness hesitated to continue, "So let's bury this here." Seeing Davy's clenched fist, Berserk softly called his name. Maybe no parent can win over their child, but a child cannot be forced to separate from their parents. Berserk thought to himself, "I wonder between the two of them, in each person's mind, who is right?" After a long silence, Davy finally spoke, "Varys will become the new crown prince, but not now. I want you to step up and solve the current problems." Crioness was about to give up, but Davy stopped him. He continued, "Don't think about running away just because your body is a little poisoned." After saying this, Davy immediately raised one hand. From the palm of his hand, a stream of warm magic was released to surround Crioness's extremely sick body. This was the highest level of healing magic, the ultimate treatment. While treating Crioness, Davy said seriously, 10 years. Ran the kingdom during that time. Build the foundation so that Varys can lead the people to glory and become a wise and great emperor in the future." The beautiful future vision was drawn by Davy. Withdrawing his hand, Davy continued, "With a solid foundation, all he needs to do is sit on the throne and be recognized by the people." Crioness's body had recovered a bit. He looked at Davy and said, "Is this your revenge on me?" Davy heard that and shook his head and said, "I don't want my conscience to be guilty. But if something like this happens again, I won't use such cumbersome methods anymore. Don't leave a mess for your fourth son." Crioness, sitting on the bed, heard that and called Davy's name, but by this time he had already turned the doorknob and left. While walking down the deserted hallway, Davy kept thinking, "This is the duty and responsibility of a crown prince. It's shameless to say that, but today I will declare my power and strength as the next crown prince." It's a perfect escape plan. In the Hines region was attacked while Davy was busy stopping the rebels, but because he was prepared there weren't any problems at all. Standing on the street watching for a while, Davy immediately exclaimed, "Fortunately everything was fine." Having said that, he silently calculated again, teaming the Royal Sword Master with pure silver, the Deus Ex Machina Golem, Loon with the Decepticon group and the woman disguised as a maid. It is truly a powerful armed force. Of course we can't ignore the changes, but in the end the vampires were all killed or fled. Davy walked on the street and saw a team of knights. He walked up and shook hands with the leader, then immediately applauded, "Well done." Hearing that, this knight shook his head and said, "No, Chungsta only did what the Emperor asked us to do. I was looking forward to meeting you." Davy heard this and asked suspiciously, "I mean, you don't recognize this person at all?" The leading knight placed a hand on his left chest and said very respectfully, "Yes, I want to thank you. You helped our princess get rid of that incurable disease, so I wanted to say hello, uncle." Berserk saw that Davy still did not recognize the other person and immediately reminded him that he was the knight of the princess he had healed. Hearing her say that, Davy quickly rummaged through his memories a bit. A moment later he said softly and said in a low voice, "I think I remember. After all, he is a pretty loyal person. It would be good if I also had people like him." Berserk heard that and immediately said, "There are a lot of talented people in Hines now, you know that." Hearing that, Davy glanced at her, then nodded and said, "I know, for example, the man slowly approaching there, Euless." Euless approached from afar, said a few words of greeting, then led Davy back to his mansion. In the living room, there was also Winley. Euless sat next to him, raised 2 fingers in greeting, and said, "Everyone knows about his achievements, Sir Boris hero when he was young." Hearing that, Davy hummed and said, "Well, I guess Hess very famous." Hearing that, Euless continued, "It seems Davy here doesn't know much about these things. Hess not just famous. The meeting would have been more natural if I had been there. That day I had to go back to the Red Tower, but he was very courteous, just like Uncle Davy expected." Winley sitting next to her heard this and immediately raised her hand to cover her mouth. She giggled a few times and asked, as he expected, "Right?" Davy sat on the opposite side silently without saying anything. He muttered helplessly, "A famous and courteous person. I'm a bit pressured." At this moment Berserk suddenly leaned into Davy's ear and said, "But aren't the heroes who taught you in paradise more famous?" Hearing that, Davy replied in a low voice, "I don't know what to say about them. It's quite difficult to call them heroes of an era. Well, they're like a youth camp." While talking about this, Golda pushed open the door and walked in. He looked towards Davy and said, "Benefactor, the damage from the attack has been repaired. You don't need to work in the bedroom anymore." Hearing him say that, Davy excitedly praised, "That's really fast, great job, so now let's focus on this land." Golda thought for a moment and then gave his opinion, "Do you want to inspect the construction of the residential area?" Davy nodded and said, "Then I can finally use it." Sitting on the opposite side, Euless curiously asked, "Construction?" Winley also spoke up in doubt, "What are you using? What are you talking about?" Davy didn't say anything. He smiled and looked at the 2 people for a moment, then slowly opened his hand. In his hand was an artificial magic stone made from red moon. In the underground Hines area, looking at the scene here for a while, Winley couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh my god, when did he plan these things?" Davy heard that and said, "I've always wanted to do it." Currently, the Hines region is lacking elements to manage it, such as food and resources, food, clothing, shelter. He decided to create a living environment with 3 essential elements in life, and he believes that the most important factor in it is water. Winley heard that and immediately lowered her head to look into the spacious well below, her image reflected very clearly there. At this moment Davy thought to himself, the common wells used by the people of this world easily lead to accidents and are often the cause of epidemics. That's why I want to create this new water source. At this moment, Euless suddenly looked to one side and could not hide her excitement and exclaimed, "Is that a magic circle?" Winley also opened her eyes wide and said, "I have never seen this kind before, a square magic circle, my first time seeing it." Davy standing behind heard that and immediately said, "Mr. Gula was in charge of those magic circles." Euless still couldn't believe it and turned around to ask, "But could it really be controlled, all of them?" Seeing those numbers, there were more than 500 magic circles, but the price to control them all was just that. Before he could finish speaking, Davy interrupted, "The activation process can last up to 6 months depending on the effectiveness of the magic circle, half of which is interlocking magic. So I don't need 500 energy sources, and this control room is what makes everything possible. This is the system that can control all the magic circles." Going deeper into the control room, Euless couldn't hide her admiration and exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful." Davy didn't respond to him. He took a few steps forward and walked towards a small pillar with a stone placed on top. Davy said, A bit disappointed, Euless stood behind and asked curiously, "What are you planning to show us this time?" Davy turned his head slightly and said, "Could you step back a bit?" "Of course," Euless responded and took a few steps back with Winley. Davy now turned back to the small pillar. He gently placed his hand on the stone lying there. Immediately, a rumbling rumble rang out, blinding light flashed in an instant. Euless and Winley quickly covered their eyes with their hands. When they opened their eyes again, they were both sitting on a wooden bench outside the park. Around them, children were playing with each other. Their laughter was heard, they rang endlessly. Euless and Winley were petrified. Winley stammered, "I know Hess very good, but is this really possible?" Euless agreed with this idea. He nodded and continued, "A stone sealed in a small space and even 8 magic rings. Miss Winley, perhaps Mr. Davy is the greatest magician on the continent. This." While talking about this, Amy pushed a tea table and walked over. She stood behind the two people and spoke softly. It seemed like the two of them had seen something great down there. Hearing this voice, Euless and Winley immediately turned around and greeted in unison. "Amy." Amy smiled and asked, "Do you want some tea?" Taking the cup of tea Amy gave her, Euless took a sip and asked, "You're the one who's been with Mr. Davy the longest, aren't you, Amy? Is he always like that?" Hearing that, Amy immediately remembered the overwhelming first meeting between the two of them. Amy smiled and replied, "Well, maybe, but you know, everything he does brings great benefits. I believe that in the future everything will be good." Hearing that, Euless cautiously asked, "Amy, besides, he always brings interesting things, right?" Amy, Davy's first victim, didn't need to think much but smiled brightly and said, it would be more comfortable if she believed in everything he did. Seeing the other person's expression like that, Euless suddenly believed it too. He nodded and said, okay. A faucet was quickly installed on the street. When the surrounding people saw this faucet, they all exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, what is this? It must be a pump powered by mana. Oh, the water is warm, it's unbelievable, even though it's not a well, the water will flow out when we turn this valve and this is clean water without sand." Amy stood to the side. She heard these rumors and immediately smiled and announced that His Highness would install one in every person's house. Hearing her say that, the people around were all in awe. "So that means we can get clean water in our house. We just witnessed a miracle." Joy enveloped everyone. At this moment, someone thought for a while and spoke up, "But only high-ranking nobles can use it. There is no way they would install this. It's not free. I'm sure they will charge a high price." Amy heard this person say that and smiled and said, "The installation is free, but to prevent wasting water we will only charge 10 silver coins a month." As soon as these words ended, the people around were once again in awe. "Only 10 silver coins, oh my God, is this a dream?" Amy didn't answer their questions. She continued to announce, "And His Highness also said that after receiving benefits, everyone has to work harder." "Welfare," someone exclaimed curiously, "what is that?" At Davy's mansion, he took one look at Marquis Poultry's and said, "This has solved a lot of problems with the irrigation system." Marquis Poultry, sitting on the opposite side, nodded and continued, "Sir, quite a lot of money was invested in it. It took a long time for this big project to start bringing profits." Hearing that, Davy waved his hand and said, "I'm not in a hurry to make a profit, I have a lot of spare money." Having said that, he looked over at where Amy was standing and asked, "Amy, how are the goods we bought from the Alawi merchants?" Hearing the question, Amy immediately took out her notebook to investigate for a moment and then quickly replied, "The goods were already stored in the warehouse." Hearing that, Davy nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, we can finally pave the dusty dirt roads." Saying this, he paused for a moment, then turned to Marquis Poultry's and instructed, "Within these 3 days, send guards and tell them to carry out the next mission with the dwarf." Marquis Poultry's nodded and said, "I will inform them," then stood up and left. Amy quickly followed Marquis Poultry's footsteps. At this time, only Davy and Perserk were left in the room. Perserk spoke up, "It seems like we have finally solved this territory's biggest weakness." Hearing this, Davy frowned slightly and said, "But being able to freely adjust the climate and temperature also harms the surrounding terrain. It would be better to have a few pseudo-spiritualists to manage things." "Fake spiritualist," Perserk heard that and stroked his chin and said, Goblins are very good at this." Davy nodded in agreement with this idea. Then he spoke again, but as she knew, they were not easily persuaded, let alone tempting them. Besides, while talking about this, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the room. Davy recognized this shadow. He immediately said, "Hello, Jack, what's going on?" Jack stood still, motionless. He breathed a long breath then slowly said, "I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Davy raised his eyebrows and said, there's something I want to say, huh? You finally thought about asking for payment, huh? Let me ask you something first, do you have a younger sister or older sister? This question made Jack a bit confused. He asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Davy now shook his head and waved his hand, saying, nothing, don't worry. Having said that, he thought to himself, Helishana, it's normal for elves to share last names even though they're not related by blood. But I don't know if his surname being the same as that maid's surname is a coincidence or not. Thinking of this, Davy asked, so what do you want to tell me? Well, Jack was about to continue talking when Davy acted like he wasn't paying attention and blurted out, who brought this fairy tale book to me, fairy lover? Jack swallowed back what he was about to say. He thought for a moment and then continued Davy's words, it's a novel about a romance with an elf, it's very popular in the capital these days, probably Miss Winley left it behind. Winley did it? Davy asked curiously, did it have anything good? Jack nodded and said, it's a best-selling book among noble ladies, isn't it good, isn't it romantic, the existence of elves? Hearing the other person say that, Davy immediately exclaimed, immediately after that he crossed his arms again and thought to himself, of course I know what people think when it comes to fairy forests and symbols of peace. But what should I do? I hate goblins so much. Thinking like that, Davy immediately laughed and said to Jack, I want to beep them if I meet a goblin in real life. As soon as these words were uttered, Jack suddenly froze on the spot. Seeing this, Berserk quickly blamed Davy, perhaps he said too much, Jack looked so stiff. Davy heard that and said seriously, that's right, I don't like their ears anymore. Hearing that, Berserk was a bit suspicious and asked back, is that all, is there no other reason? Before Davy could answer, Jack standing on the opposite side suddenly spoke. He asked, why do you hate them, seriously? Hearing this question, Davy was a bit lost. A moment later he gritted his teeth and said, just because that flower-loving bastard threw away my first love right before my eyes. After saying this, Davy suppressed his anger and thought, damn Apollo the Archer, my fantasies about elves have been completely destroyed because of that old high-ranking elf. Grim Reaper Ro Ayaz is my first love. Because of practicing dark magic. I went to find Ro Ayaz and witnessed those two go into the bedroom. This made me unable to think clearly for many days. And what happened that night, who knows, maybe I burned with anger, it's okay. I'm nothing but a 10-year-old child and I know that I'm nothing more than a newborn to those 1,000-year-old people. But that completely broke my innocence. After I calmed down, I went straight to Daphne and told her, and then things got pretty interesting. Guessing what Davy had been through his facial expression, Berserk cautiously asked, what are you, a child? Hearing that, Davy slightly raised his mouth and replied, how could you understand my shock at that time? Berserk completely did not understand Davy's thoughts at that time. She pushed him with her hand and gently scolded him. He was really an idiot. Davy was pushed and didn't react. Jack stood on the opposite side, completely unaware of what was going on. After a moment, Davy regained his composure. He cleared his throat and said, sorry, I was so emotional. I'm listening, what do you want to tell me? Jack moved his body a little bit. He hesitated for a moment then immediately disappeared, leaving only the sentence, I have urgent business to take care of. Looking at the black smoke in front of him, Davy was a little confused and speechless. Berserk was dissatisfied and softly reprimanded, seriously, why would you do that to someone? Hearing that, Davy said sadly, I just wanted to tease him a little, who knew he would run away. But I'm sure of one thing, the Jack thing, I mean the thing Anna Helishana wants to talk about is related to goblins. Outside on the street, the sound of children laughing and playing echoed endlessly, ha ha ha, you can't catch me. Immediately after the plan began, many obvious changes immediately appeared on the territory. The canal was built across the newly completed residential area so that households can comfortably use both hot and cold water sources. After investing properly in David's knowledge and the dwarf's unique techniques, works representing a new era gradually appeared. The land of Hines, which used to be a small village with shabby houses, has now transformed into a beautiful urban place with beautiful small houses even better than those in the capital. Davy sat on a wooden bench looking at the view of the park here. He held a sandwich in his hand, extremely comfortable, and exclaimed, peace is the destiny, the sun shines shimmering with all the yellow flowers, until it melts, just flow in happiness. While happily exclaiming, a strange voice suddenly rang out behind Davy, ho ho, this is truly one of the most vibrant lands I've ever seen. Hearing this voice, Davy turned his head to look while chewing his sandwich, only to see a gentle old man in front of him smiling and asking, do you mind letting me sit with you? This old man is Redlia Harrison Barlstia, the owner of the Red Tower. Berserk took a look and then exclaimed, "Oh my, Therese, an uninvited guest." Davy also recognized him. He tried to force a smile, thinking, why is he present in this place, looking as simple as the elders living around here. Sitting down next to Davy, Redlia said excitedly, "I have been to many territories, but have never seen a place as full of life as this place." Davy heard that and asked curiously, "It seems like you have traveled to many places." Redlia nodded. He smiled and said, "Ho ho, when I was young I loved to travel. I used to only carry a long sword, a grey rope, a hat and a few other miscellaneous items to roam around the countryside. That's a peaceful place." Saying this, he paused for a moment and then admired again. "It seems that the lord of this land is quite talented. I heard that he was already a noble prince in less than 20 years old. Have you heard about him?" "That person isn't." Davy felt a bit embarrassed when he heard the other person describe him like that. He smiled and stammered and said, "Ha ha, not really, eh?" Berserk leaned close to Davy's ear, enjoying teasing. Everyone in the capital's imagination was going too far. While talking about this, Redlia suddenly spoke up and said, "Meeting each other like this is probably fate. Do you want to play a little game with this old man?" "Game?" Davy asked doubtfully. "One more question." Redlia nodded and said, "Yes, a traditional game very popular in the Farron Empire, called Old." Davy knows a little about this game. He spoke for an hour and then thought to himself, "This game is like chess on earth." Redlia then continued to say, "You know how to play that game?" Hearing that, Davy nodded honestly and said, "Honestly, I quite like that game." "Great." Redlia narrowed her eyes in appreciation. Then he smiled and said, "Young man, I like you. You can choose as you like, whether you want to play according to the Eastern rules or how you want to play." Davy sat aside and thought for a moment, then asked, "Is it okay to play by Hermodon's rules?" Hearing that, Redlia immediately exclaimed and said, "I didn't expect that. That way of playing is very old." Davy smiled and honestly explained, "Because I am very interested in history." Saying that, he thought to himself, or rather, I know how to play every rule. The Hermodon rule was widely used during the time when Saint Daphne was still reigning, and the heroes in the castle at that time also often played by this rule. Redlia raised his hand to create a small chess board. He looked at Davy and said, "Okay, let's try a game. This game used to be a high-class pastime of the nobility, a magical product. It's mental. See, if you win I'll get a reward." Davy heard the oath and exclaimed in admiration, then immediately said, "That sounds good." Redlia laughed brightly. He raised his hand to stroke the long beard on his chin and then said, "Okay, let the young person go first." Davy did not refuse but began to arrange the chess pieces. Redlia was next to him, not too fast or too slow to say, "Pawn, pawn, chariot, horse, every piece is important. Let's see which piece he chooses to deploy first." Davy smiled without saying anything. He began to make the first move. The two sat on a wooden bench playing chess, looking extremely leisurely. Redlia made a new move and asked, "What do you think about magic?" Sitting on the opposite side, Davy heard that and immediately repeated a magic sentence. Redlia nodded then said, "The current owner of the Red Tower, Harrison Barlstia, is a level 7 mage. Everyone says he will soon reach level 8. Berserk sitting on Davy's shoulder heard that and exclaimed, "Wow, Hess talking about himself." Davy raised his hand to make a shushing gesture and then whispered softly, letting the person talk. As soon as Davy said this, Redlia suddenly asked, "But do you know what he said himself?" Without waiting for Davy to answer this question, Redlia answered herself, "When she became a level 7 mage. People will be able to see through the laws of everything in this world, and when we lift the curtain of level 8 to a higher level, there will only be emptiness." That's verbatim what he said. Level 8 or level 9 are just theoretical statements, meaning that if there really exists a point between the 8th and 9th floors, then first it will be surrounded and then taken over. After hearing these words, Davy frowned slightly. He was silent for a moment before speaking. "I have never witnessed the end of magic, so I do not dare to confirm anything, but I firmly believe that the sage philosophers are people who have become existences beyond the scope of magic." Outside the star range, Redlia raised her eyes and asked. Davy did not answer his question but asked another question, "So what is magic?" Redlia answered without thinking, "It is the study of immaterial things." "That's right," Davy smiled and agreed. Then he said again, "But the vast ocean of knowledge has no end, nor does immaterial knowledge. Look up at the sky and see if the sun is a ball of light created by God or a ball of gas shining down on the ground from a very, very far distance. Most scholars believe that the sky is round and the earth is square, and the sun rotates around the earth." Redlia was a bit surprised by what Davy just said. He asked suspiciously, "Do you know all this too?" Davy nodded. He did not stop and continued talking. However, there were others who thought that the earth was round and that it moved around the sun. In fact, there was no official opinion. accept it all, because we can't go there to verify it. Hearing that, Redlia hesitantly said, that, before he could finish his sentence, Davy interrupted. He said, that's the problem, people who always think they are experts, sometimes actually don't know anything. Isn't it the same with magic? Nothing in this world is perfect, the higher you go, the more confusing it becomes. Even theoretically perfect hypotheses can be deviated when tested in reality, in fact, since the beginning of time. What do magicians actually want to pursue? Sublime knowledge or great magic? Perhaps the concept of perfection really exists, but it is something people cannot touch. The end point, everyone has always thought that passing level 9 will lead to another, more transcendent realm, but you are only level 7. Davy stopped talking here, he pushed a piece forward, then stood up and smiled and said, this game is very interesting, let's play next time. Redlia sat still in her place, watching Davy's leaving back. A green leaf gently fell and landed on the unfinished chessboard. He spoke softly, explaining in such detail even though he had never experienced it before. Speaking of this, he burst out laughing and exclaimed, ha ha, for the first time I feel embarrassed because I'm still so short-sighted even though I'm already a year old. Sitting like that for a moment, an urgent voice rang out in the distance, Master. Euless ran from afar, he was breathing heavily and said, Master, you should have told me an hour before coming here. Seeing the person who had just arrived, Redlia immediately stood up and smiled and replied, look, no man has ever panted like that. Euless took a deep breath, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked again, by the way, have you met Mr. Davy yet? Redlia did not answer the other person's question, he turned his back and looked at the chessboard under the chair while stroking his beard and said, the elders always say that the world is colorful, even a 3-year-old child can teach us a lot, however, it seems like we still have a lot to learn from young people today. Euless standing behind heard this and was extremely confused, completely unable to hear what the owner of the Red Tower was trying to say. Redlia then sighed again and continued, 5 overwhelming moves, it's been a long time since I lost in a chess position like that, it seems like I'm the one who was lost before the times but thought I had won the times, time. Having said this, Redlia immediately walked over and patted Euless on the shoulder and said, I have finished my work, and told Prince Davy that he can come and pick up the chess set at any time. Euless didn't quite understand, he asked in confusion, why, what are you talking about? Redlia did not answer his question, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked forward, muttering to himself as he walked, next time he must be determined to take revenge. Seeing that, Euless hurriedly chased after him, he shouted, Master, wait for me. On another part of the road, Davy walked and hummed and sang la la la. Berserk saw that and said, what a good mood. Davy nodded happily and replied, it's been a long time since he won so happily. When I played with those crazy heroes, I almost never won. Hearing that, Berserk smiled a little, she raised her hand to stroke her chin and said, it seems like you have a pretty clear assessment of others, and that conversation about magic was very interesting. Davy nodded and said, he is a very respectable old man, that is true, but it cannot be denied that he is out of step with the times. If this is Atrelia, the magical continent, not Thionese, he probably became a great magician who surpassed the 8th floor a long time ago. But because there was no worthy opponent here, his vision narrowed. At this moment, Berserk suddenly approached and asked, Davy, do you have any human resources in your place? You know, I'm also an expert in the field of magic. Hearing that, Davy said seriously, you mean the transition moment? It's still a bit difficult right now. The 3 things I got from the time I fought with Chandra shattered like an illusion. If possible, I want to build the workforce first and then recruit more people, so I can spread a large barrier around the entire territory, but lately it's been stuck at the bamboo bar, damn it, right, at what step? Having said that, Davy no longer paid attention to Berserk, he opened the detailed notice board, his eyebrows furrowed when he read the last note. There was only one chance to take out the transcendent item from the void, storage space. Reading this line, Davy thought to himself, it's true that the status window appeared after obtaining the Holy Seal, but... Thinking of this, Davy suddenly burst out laughing happily, he softly muttered, ha ha, delicious, do you want to use this method to do business with me? The privilege of verifying information is the only way you can communicate with the gods. Freya, who both exists and does not, used this privilege and requested a transaction with an oath called a quota. Davy thought to himself, when he fails, there is no punishment, but if he succeeds, he will definitely be rewarded. If we read the content of Daphne's explanation, it would read like that. The explanation has many things, the first of which is to purify the soul that is polluting the great forest. Reading this line, Berserk immediately said, if it is the great forest, Then it is the fairy forest where we went to collect moonflowers. You must search carefully to be able to summon an elf. But there the uncleanness was so serious that the place was stopped. Having said this, Berserk suddenly stopped talking. She thought for a moment before carefully asking again, is summoning spirits really that difficult? Davy closed his eyes and replied, not really, the process is complicated so it's a bit troublesome. Hearing that, Berserk also nodded in agreement. Then she reminded in a low voice, the other nobles would go crazy if they saw you there, suspicious of that space, it connects to the real world through a hallway. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately asked, so maybe it will be connected to my soul, but we successfully connected to that place in such a simple way. This is very suspicious, it is impossible to have an effect without a previous cause. The fact that Davy was able to return to the real world through the connecting corridor meant that he had something to do here regarding the gods. Isn't it a copy of Chandra Mania, a blanket that has covered this land in the middle of Pandora's territory? Davy silently walked down a flight of stairs. Berserk softly called, Davy, a little worried. Davy didn't show anything, he shrugged and replied, think positively, what else can we do? It's true that we need a spirit to develop the territory. Seeing that Davy was about to reach into his private space, Berserk immediately wished, I want to see the staff. Davy heard that and immediately said, suppress that desire for now. His hand reached into his private space. Davy searched for a moment then pulled out one of the Elemental King's celestial stones. He smiled and said, we need something suitable for the current situation. In the mansion, Luna looked at the 2 delicious cookies in front of her and then quickly put them in her mouth and chewed deliciously. After eating 2 cookies, Luna suddenly spoke up to remind herself, Loon, having determined that you are gaining weight, advises you to stop. Sitting at the desk, Davy looked over at the people there and said softly, I'd rather you sit still like this. Hearing that, Loon slowly replied, Loon had used a lot of physical energy. It has been determined that movement needs to be limited, supplementing energy is the current need. Seeing her speak and eat deliciously, Davy suddenly muttered, what do you think those cookies are that you're putting in your mouth? Hearing these words, Loon spoke up again. Loon possesses the ability to store energy extremely effectively, adding more energy as necessary. After saying that, she stuffed another piece of cookie into her mouth and chewed it greedily. Davy saw that and thought to himself, a hamster, what a shameless person. At this moment, there were a few knocks outside the door. A person walked in, bowed his head and announced his name, Your Highness, I am Vernal, Minister. Hearing that, Davy immediately raised his head to evaluate the other person for a moment, then frowned and asked, Minister, what brings you here? Hearing this question, Vernal immediately replied, Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness but can I give you some advice? Davy was silent for a moment in doubt, then nodded and said, okay, go ahead. With permission, Vernal took out a list and placed it in front of Davy's desk, then said, this is the list of people working in the territory, why don't you give it to those who have worked hard? I've been on break all this time. Looking at the list in front of him, Davy frowned and said, break. He picked up the paper and looked it over. Davy's eyes suddenly lit up. He let out a loud noise and then smiled and said, oh ho ho, that's right, a little break would be better than working non-stop. Saying that, Davy immediately picked up the pen and wrote for a while, then he held up the list and smiled and said to Vernal, okay, let's let the people who have underlined in the list rest first. Let the rest of us go on vacation when the first people on leave go back to work. Well, give everyone a break. Well, while you're at it, remember to pay for their expenses. Vernal took the list and looked it over, then he hesitantly said, these children, but Your Highness, on the list there are also servants called Yuri who have been assigned tasks recently. Davy seemed to know, then he immediately explained his purpose, they are from the village, I want to encourage them a little because they have worked very well, I understand how those people feel, so let's reward them, for them too. Hearing that, Vernal had no further comments, he nodded and replied, I understand, I didn't think that deeply. Berserk sat to the side without saying anything but just crossed his arms and let out a breath. She thought to herself, this is a very touching word. Before Vernal left, he took out a handkerchief and wiped it through the sweat on his face, then said with admiration, Vernal has seen a new light within you, Your Highness. Hearing that, Berserk suddenly remembered something and asked, are we going to that fairy tribe? Davy did not answer this question, he smiled and thought. That's right, there are already guests waiting for us there, we will be able to find many things in that forest. Thinking so, Davy immediately spoke up and said to Vernal, I also respect you for creating such a unique plan right now. When Vernal was praised for such a sentence, he was extremely shocked, he was delighted and stammered out 2 words, Your Highness. Davy sat still, almost hunched over, without saying anything more. 2 days after the new workers were sent home, Davi left the castle. He walked on the wide, airy path and thought to himself, I waited for that to happen before taking Loon out of the castle. Dai Sam Forest, the destination is not too far from the territory, because there are many monsters and the terrain is steep, so there are very few traces of humans here. Feeling the atmosphere here for a moment, Davy suddenly held his head and exclaimed, Ah, my head, the pollution is much heavier than before. Loon walked next to him and nodded and said, Maybe. Loon noticed that there was no olfactory reaction. Master Davy had a strange feeling with his sense of smell. Hearing that, Davy covered his nose with his hand and said, Of course you can't feel it because you have no ability to be compatible with spirits. Hearing the other person's words, Loon angrily gritted his teeth and retorted, Loon possessed an impressive computational memory, much better than Master Davy. Master Davy. Master's score with Loon in the total number of matches was 35 victories and 43 defeats out of 78. Of course Master Davy was the one who lost 43 times. Loon had determined this as a low point. Suddenly being compared like that, Davy suddenly choked and couldn't say anything. He angrily scolded, How can I refute someone like this like a supercomputer? 35 times I won because I tricked her. At this time, Loon spoke up again. Loon is very smart, so the owner must listen to what Loon has to say. Davy was a bit helpless at this moment and didn't want to say much. He had to nod and admit, Okay, you're great, really. The two talked as they walked forward, not long after they arrived in front of an extremely large stone gate. Davy immediately shouted, Here we are, we're there. Davy raised his hand to touch the gate, feeling a rich source of magic on it. He thought to himself, the gate leads to the fairy forest. It changes position and shape every time to protect the village. This gate is no different than a shield protecting them. Berserk hovered behind and asked curiously, We snuck in last time. Davy heard that and smiled and said, That's because we have the key to the locked door. It was a secret intrusion. But this time, since we need to find all the nobles inside, we should knock on the door gently and call them. Luna stood aside and heard this and automatically said, The fairies are arrogant. The assessment is complete. Hearing her say that, Davy suddenly burst into laughter. He mumbled, Yes, good job, you're doing very well. After saying that, Davy immediately used a little strength. He raised his fist and warned, So remember to prepare so you don't fall. Saying such a sentence, Davy thought to himself, With this destructive power, I will smash the gate with just one move of the Demon King's heroic path of destruction. This knock on the door will be a bit strong. Asura Fist Emperor. As soon as a punch was punched, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A blinding light flashed, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. In the fairyland, the forest here is extremely green and the atmosphere is very fresh. Each call for Ems, Uriya rang out incessantly in the forest. Everyone rushed out to welcome Ems. Uriya, you have finally returned. Uriya looked at everyone around then smiled and asked, Are you all okay? Everyone around talked for a while, then someone curiously asked how her journey was going. It's really interesting, Uriya said, I got a lot of things through it. It's not just a simple trip anymore. Moon Lamb's guardian goblin named Milia was still a bit worried and then spoke up to remind her, but she still had to be careful with that person. Even if she disguised herself as a human, her beauty still could not be hidden. Can fill it up. A resident of Naguyat Lam named Verdith also nodded in agreement. Yes, I heard rumors that humanity is extremely cruel. They buy and sell us like slaves. Hearing this, Uriya immediately waved his hand and said, Of course I cannot confirm that all humans are good, but on the other hand, not all humans are evil. Where I went there was a prince. Although he has a very high rank in the human world, Mr. Hearing her say that, Verdith asked suspiciously, Is there really such a person? Uriya nodded and smiled and replied, Of course, not all people are the same, they are all different. While talking about this, Elder Kunde walked over with a cane. He frowned and said in a cold voice, Forgive me Miss Uriya, but all humans are disgusting. It will be very troublesome if you forget the reason why they me. The elves turned their backs on the world 300 years ago and remained hidden until now. Even if we have to find a way to save the forest, this decision of yours is still extremely stupid and dangerous. You haven't forgotten what your mother did in the past, right? After hearing these words, Milia couldn't see and immediately screamed in anger, Be careful what you say, Elder Kunde. Ems, Uriya used the spirit's blessing so she won't be followed. Hearing that, Kunde laughed contemptuously and replied, Do you really think that blessing can last forever? That's why young people today are idiots. TSK. What did he say? Milia shouted harshly. Seeing everyone starting to argue, Uriya quickly told Milia to stop. Kunde stood on the opposite side and continued to say, This is the will of the Spirit God and the World Tree. This happened because you went against the will of the World Tree. Now stop being stubborn and pray. The World Tree's forgiveness goes." Hearing this, Uriya had a bit of a headache. She held her head in her hands and sighed. "Ha, really?" Just as he was about to say something, the forest suddenly shook violently, and immediately after that, an unfamiliar voice rang out, "Excuse me, I'm bringing good news." Outside the gate, Davy had just retracted his hand after the punch. Looking at the scene of destruction before him, he exclaimed, it had been completely destroyed. Berserk floating in the back said a little guilty and said, "Davy, isn't that a bit too much?" "Okay." Davy put his hands on his waist and laughed a few times. He shook his head and said, "No, that's good." While talking about this, an arrow came from afar, cutting through the wind. Luna reacted very quickly and immediately swung her sword to slash away this sharp arrow. Seeing this, Davy immediately spoke up and said to the person who had just suddenly attacked, "I said I came to bring good news." I even revealed the motive. Luna stood in front of Davy and spoke mechanically, "Warning, Mr. Davy, there are many people with killing intent approaching. Loon will not attack." Hearing her say that, Davy slowly explained, "We didn't come here to fight, let's just wait for them. Hey, are you listening right? Take me to your village, please. I have something to say to everyone's leader. Go and tell that leader that her employer is here." The elves hesitated for a while and then decided to bring Davy's group into their village. Upon arriving, an elf stepped forward and reported, "I have brought him here, Miss Uriya." Davy and Loon now had their eyes covered and their hands tied tightly. An elf guard saw the two of them and shouted loudly, "Humans, kneel down." Uriya ran from afar, and as soon as she realized who the two people in front of her were, she quickly stopped. "Stop, it's okay, take that off." The goblin guard hesitated a bit when he heard that, but he also took off the blindfolds for Davy and Loon. At this time, Uriya spoke apologetically, a bit embarrassed to greet him this way. Hearing her say that, Davy immediately smiled and asked, "How's it going? Did you have a good vacation?" Hearing that, Uriya let out a breath and said, "I knew that you already knew who I was. You came here because you also have business with me, right? But you came here in a completely different way than before." Hearing the other person's intention to blame, Davy immediately lowered his voice and said, "I tried my best this time, but aren't you going to untie me? I'm the tenant of the person who owns this land." Uriya heard that and immediately said, "You know that you are all standing here illegally, right?" Kunde, who had been silent for a while, couldn't bear it anymore. He roared angrily, "Shut up, human, I will kill you right now." While talking about this, Uriya suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. "Please stop, old man Kunde. Milia, please escort these people to my house." Hearing this instruction, Milia hesitantly spoke up, "But Uriya." Understanding the anxiety in the other person's heart, Uriya immediately waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I don't know about the others but I trust him." Very soon Davy and Loon were taken by Milia to Uriya's house. Uriya poured a cup of hot tea for Davy, then smiled and said, "Here, please." Davy took the cup of tea, took a sip, then crossed his arms and said, "Don't tell me you're making crickets again." Hearing that, Uriya immediately covered her mouth with her hand and slowly replied, "Oh my god, that was just an experiment. This is a tea made from slime that has been fermented for a long time. It is very delicious and extremely good for your skin and hair." Davy picked up the teacup again and took another sip. Immediately after, he exhaled and exclaimed, "Well, okay, it's not that I can't drink this, I just don't like drinking it." Saying such a sentence, Davy thought to himself, "My stomach is stronger than everyone thinks, because it has been trained in the Hall of Heroes." Davy took another sip of tea. He praised, "Well, it's delicious, it also helps my mana flow." Hearing that, Uriya also nodded and said, "That's right, its effects are extremely great, but why doesn't anyone drink it?" Davy heard that and laughed and said, "You can make this tea for me next time. Cricket wings are a bit too much." Hearing the other person's words, Uriya happily exclaimed, "Oh my god, I didn't think he would say those things in a situation like this, but okay." While talking about this, Elder Kunde came in from outside. He angrily shouted, Uriya, I can't listen anymore. In fact, you are communicating with this dangerous species. It feels like a ghost. Her god is already broken. What are you guys doing? Pull this human out and throw him in prison right away." Saying such a long rant, Kunde turned to Davy and threatened, "We will kill you as soon as we know the details of how you found this place." Uriya couldn't listen anymore, so she said, "Stop." Kunde turned his head sharply. He shouted angrily, "You still don't understand the seriousness of this situation. Just because of that childish action of yours, all the elves here are facing danger, sold into slavery." The more Uriya listened, the angrier she became. She was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "Please stop, can you stop stopping me from talking?" Sitting in one place to monitor the situation, Davy silently exclaimed, "Oh, not bad." Perserk next to him also nodded and said, "She was born with power." Davy nodded slightly and replied, "Perhaps it would be okay if a leader like Yuria continued to act as a spokesperson for the elves." Having said this, Yuria on the other side regained her composure. She smiled and narrowed her eyes and said to Davy, "Our conversation was interrupted. Now can you tell me, why did you come here?" Davy sat up straight. He said very seriously, "I think you need me to help purify the defilement in the forest, right?" Yuria didn't need to think much and immediately answered, "Yes, more precisely we need your vast relationship with the spirits, something that ordinary elves cannot compare to." Davy nodded a few times then asked again, "To summon the highest level spirit?" "Yes," Yuria said, "to purify impurity, we would need a spirit of that size. It was too impossible for me to do it alone, so in order to receive your support, I went to Hein's territory." Hearing her say that, Davy immediately burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, let's not beat around the bush anymore." Hearing that, Yuria was extremely confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Davy smiled and looked at Yuria. He said seriously, "I will give you an offer. I will purify the forest, but I want all of you to become official citizens of the Hein's territory." As soon as Davy finished speaking, Yuria said, "Then it's just like the dwarves." Hearing that, Davy nodded in approval. She really has a wide source of information. Yuria shrugged and replied, "Golda is the main buyer of my specialties." Receiving this information, the corner of Davy's lips suddenly twitched a few times. He thought to himself, let's just pretend like I didn't hear anything. At this moment Yuria continued to speak, "Very sorry, but I will refuse your offer. However, I really need your help, so I will repay Alpha Nu Eta in another way instead." Davy looked straight at Yuria sitting across from him. He thought to himself, although he hoped Yuria would refuse, "But I still easily accepted her offer. Because it won't do any good anyway." As always, the elders were making a fuss, but Yuria was still able to stick to her decision. That proves how important her existence is to those elders, but who knows if that's good or bad. Inside the moon forest, the polluted area, Davy stepped forward step by step. He observed for a moment then asked, "Does the polluted area start from here?" "Yes," Yuria nodded in response. All around the forest rang out cries for help filled with pain and suffering. Hearing these words, Davy exclaimed, "It was so terrible." After saying that, he thought to himself, soul pollution is like a disease that gradually erodes the entire forest. Ordinary pollution is like a kind of system error that occurs when there are many coincidences overlapping each other, but pollution here spreads extremely quickly. The two went deep into the forest. Stopping on an open field, Davy crossed his arms and asked a question, knowing that only high-level elves could purify the forest, but there was no other way. "I don't know." Hearing these words, Yuria could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "How did you know?" Davy said calmly, "I should at least understand that your surname Hilishana means one who serves the gods." Saying a sentence like that, Davy thought to himself, "I discovered the truth that this girl and Jack are not relatives thanks to the fact that they have different last names, because for elves, surnames are not something that speaks of blood, system but rather speaks of a person's status. It's not a coincidence that the high-ranking elves are the focus of the entire forest." While thinking about it, Yuria next to him suddenly hesitantly spoke up. "I had the world tree's ability to purify the forest sealed away as punishment." Hearing that, Davy didn't say anything more. The painful moans still rang out continuously around him. Davy bent down and sat down next to a tree. He touched the tree a few times with his hand and asked, "Is it painful?" Hearing this question, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from inside the tree, "You, human, how can humans see us?" Davy did not answer this question. He glanced behind him and asked, "How long has the situation been like this?" Yuria calculated for a moment and then said, "It hadn't been that long. Initially, the rotten rot only appeared in a very small area, and if left alone, it would still heal on its own." Hearing this, Davy immediately exclaimed, "But in the end it spread out of control." "Yes," Yuria replied softly. Davy received the answer and then thought to himself, someone must have been involved. When there are elves living in the forest, the elves will also gather, causing natural energy to increase sharply, but a sudden increase in natural energy can also harm the forest. This is a matter that is the responsibility of the elves to handle. That's why high-level elves are always placed in the leading command position in purifying the forest. Even the world tree, which was supposed to protect the spirits, was now indifferently watching the spirits rot and die like this. Thinking of this, Davy asked, "The world tree is still in the west of the continent, right?" Yuria seemed to think about that. She didn't answer Davy's question but asked another question. Could it be that he is an underground elf? How could he know that? Davy didn't say much but just repeated my answer. At this time, Uriya nodded seriously and replied, yes, that's right, in the west of the continent, at the shrine of the wood god. In the past that place used to be green with grass and trees, but now. Before he could finish his sentence, Davy interrupted, remember to let me know when you have a chance. So that I can go there and cut down that tree. There is no such thing as an unruly tree that would abandon its own land like that. If a wood spirit forgets its duty, it is worthless. Hearing these words, Uriya was a bit stunned. After a moment, she seemed to understand the problem and then laughed and said, ha ha, he really didn't hesitate at all. Davy shrugged and replied, I'm not kidding. At this moment, Uriya suddenly retracted her smile. She looked at the desolate forest in front of her and sighed and said, was I wrong? Maybe that's partly the case, Davy slowly replied. He thought to himself, in fact, if objectively speaking, the commander is putting the lives of thousands of spirits at the door of hell for his own purposes. Thinking for a moment, Davy seriously asked, what happened? Uriya hesitated for a long time before speaking softly. I rejected the life partner that the world tree personally chose for me, so I had to suffer the punishment, and the consequences followed immediately. So now, this is the last chance. If it still doesn't work, then maybe I will send my people back to the Mach. So what about you? Davy asked, frowning. Hearing that, Uriya immediately said, my shrine is still here. If the forest has been so seriously polluted that it cannot be saved, then I will burn my soul to purify it according to the original agreement. After hearing these words, Berserk suddenly spoke softly and called Davy. Davy nodded slightly to show that he knew. He thought to himself, yes, that method will be effective, but that also means that Uriya and the spirits in this forest will no longer exist. For just refusing the arranged fiancé, a high-ranking elf was punished to this extent by the world tree, which is truly crazy. Thinking like that, Davy immediately asked, can I ask why you refused that marriage? Hearing that, Uriya hesitantly said, well, it's because I can't dedicate all of myself to the saint of the wood god. That person seduced my sister, bribed her, and then bluntly abandoned her. Hearing the other person say that, Davy was a little excited and thought, oh, could it be a love triangle like in the movies? Thinking of this, Uriya continued to say, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. Hearing her say that, Berserk immediately curled his mouth and mocked Davy, telling him to repent. On the opposite side, Uriya bowed her head slightly. She continued with some emotion, I can't forgive that person, never. At the same time, at the meeting table of the elf tribe, a person spoke with a slightly worried voice, Elder Kunde, what should we do now? Not only Miss Iana but now even Miss Uriya possesses that kind of power that has been rare for thousands of years, thanks to which the forest that should have died a long time ago has revived in the past 20 years, we must do something. Another person who heard that also quickly spoke up, Miss Uriya was about to summon the Supreme Spirit, and even borrowed the power of that lowly human, but the compatibility level of that man with the spirit was high, although it is almost impossible, Uriya may have succeeded. Elder Kunde sat quietly without saying anything. After a moment, he curled his lips and said faintly, don't worry, if we succeed, we can still change the plan. The higher we climb, the more painful the fall. That will be the time when we publicly rebel and execute the human who knows of that spirit's existence and drag Uriya Hilasana back to the wood god. A perfect plan, isn't it? Hearing this, someone was still a bit worried and spoke up, but if what Miss Uriya said is true, then that guy is not an ordinary human. It is very likely that before we can do anything, he will. That's it. Before he could finish his sentence, Kunde raised his hand to signal a pause. He took out a wooden chest and placed it on the table. He opened it and slowly said, that's right, so at least one more trap must be set. This is a stone that seals the power of ancient spirits. Normally this would be used to amplify the powers of spirits. But in addition it can also block holy magic or mana. Even if that human is an expert, he cannot compete with such terrible power while being sealed. Pausing for a moment, Kunde thought for a moment and then reminded those around him to be careful. Uriya must be forced to return to the Saint of Wood in a sequential manner as smoothly as possible. Davy and Uriya came back from the moon forest and saw countless goblins outside. Davy held in his hand a contaminated tree stump and thought in horror, oh my god, they glared at me so much that my face burned. Berserk sat on Davy's shoulder, looked around and exclaimed, this place is still beautiful. Hearing that, Davy nodded and said, it also means that this small land is the last place where we can summon a high-level spirit. Berserk nodded, then asked again, but it doesn't really matter to you, does it? Hearing this, Davy was a little confused and asked in return, why isn't it important? it's also very important to find out which spirit will appear. Even among the low-level spirits there will be differences, considering the bloodline and impurities involved, although the elemental lords were the only exception. Davy went to a deserted place, put the tree stump in his hand on the ground and said in a low voice, "Just try to endure a little longer." Inside the tree, a tiny spirit poked its head out and weakly said, "I will believe you, human." Hearing that, Davy nodded slightly, then he opened his hand and began using level 5 holy magic to purify the spirit in the tree. After cleansing for a long time, the spirit still did not react. Davy's face was now drenched in sweat. He frowned and said, "I think pollution at this stage really cannot be cured with medicine, holy magic." Saying this, Davy immediately turned back to look at a goblin who was watching not far away. He called out, "Hey, holy magic is so interesting, just keep looking at it." The elf was caught in the act and his face turned red, but he still stubbornly said, "Don't laugh at me, you're just an incompetent human magician." Hearing this curse, Davy didn't even bother to get angry, he just coldly said, "Stop pretending." Saying that, Davy stood up and asked, "Did you sign a contract with a spirit?" "That's right," the elf answered without any hesitation, "a mid-level elf named Undine." Hearing that, Davy immediately exclaimed with joy, "That's great, Therese, something I want to check, could you please call her out?" The elf quickly responded and called out the Undine spirit. At this time he heard Davy say again, "Try to purify this tree with the power of the spirit," using as much as he could. The elf heard this and said somewhat doubtfully, "How could I?" Before he could finish his words, Davy interrupted him. He reassured him, "It's just a little check, just do it." The spirit Undine quickly followed Davy's command to purify the tree stump in front of him. A powerful source of magic flared up around the tree, but a moment later it was extinguished. Around the base of the tree emitted a thick, unclean smoke. Seeing that, Davy immediately frowned and said, "The pollution has absorbed life energy and there is still so much of it." The elf standing next to him didn't understand what he said, so he curiously asked, "What does that mean?" Davy arranged his words a bit and then said, "Has anyone in the village recently disappeared or recently passed away? It's very important, yes or no?" The goblin searched his memory for a while then quickly explained, "There have been a few accidents recently. I heard that the accident happened when the patrol team went out to deal with groups of monsters invading our territory." Hearing that, Davy seriously asked, "What did you hear?" "Probably not, where are the bodies?" The goblin didn't quite understand this, he stammered, "It seemed like they were cremated on the spot and returned to Mother Nature." Hearing this, Davy sarcastically said, "That's what the conservative elf said, right?" The elf was suddenly insulted like that and cried out angrily, "What do you mean, human, what do you want to say?" Davy didn't answer right away, he thought for a moment before slowly speaking, I just hoped it wasn't the same as what I was thinking." The pollution spread quickly after absorbing the life energy. As for where life energy comes from, it is clear that there is no need to talk about it anymore. There are a total of 7 pollution sources. In the meantime, Davy broke the barrier and swirled the spirit mana into the source of the pollution to temporarily stop the flow. It's like using tape to stop water from leaking from a broken cup. At this level it will take 2 months, another 15 if necessary. There's not much time left until this place turns into a dead forest. After 2 days, the elves no longer paid attention and began to ignore Davy. He hung a hammock and slept on a tree. When he woke up, it was already morning. Davy stretched out and exclaimed, "The sky was so beautiful." Looking around here, Davy thought to himself, maybe they thought it would only be a headache for them if they continued to pay attention and be wary of me while I didn't do anything. While thinking, Berserk suddenly pointed to a bush of grass in the distance and said, "Davy, there are some kids." The little goblins that Berserk just pointed at were staring intently at the red flag and the blue flag eating lollipops. They had never seen this before, so they were extremely curious and talked to each other. Davy turned around to look at him, then didn't pay any attention. "Hey, I know, even though I'm human, they will also be curious about my handsomeness." While talking about this, Davy suddenly stopped, his throat was choked, stammered out, "They were staring intently at the lollipops." Davy thought very quickly, immediately pulled out 6 or 7 lollipops. He ran to the grass and smiled and said, "I'm sorry, do you guys want them?" This sudden action of Davy scared the little goblins. They ran away without daring to look back. Seeing this scene, Davy's smile disappeared. He muttered, really confused. Davy turned his head gloomily. Suddenly I saw a tiny elf standing behind me, looking at me with sparkling eyes. Davy immediately held out a lollipop and asked, "Kid, do you want it?" When the little goblin was asked such a question, he quickly hid behind a tree in fear. The little girl hesitantly asked, "Is the uncle human?" Davy nodded honestly and replied, "Stand around, I am human." Hearing that, the little goblin immediately reached out his tiny hand to pick up a lollipop but didn't know how to eat it. Seeing this, Davy was extremely confused and thought to himself, "What's wrong with this clumsy kid?" Thinking so, he softly said, "Don't bite it, just lick it." The little elf obeyed and stuck out her tongue for a bit. Immediately after that, she was shocked by the sweet taste of the candy. Her eyes lit up and cried out, "So delicious, so good, so delicious." Davy saw that and smiled and asked, "What was the kid's name?" The little elf ate the candy and obediently replied, "Mew, that's the name my mother gave my uncle." Davy's eyebrows furrowed when he heard the words uncle. He cleared his throat and said, "Can I call you brother instead of uncle?" Hearing that, Mew nodded and called her uncle. Davy was so helpless, he sighed and said, "Okay, you can call him whatever you want." The little girl was still busy eating a lollipop. Hearing that, she immediately raised her head and said, "Mew will show the treasure to her uncle." "Treasure?" Davy asked suspiciously. Mew nodded and led Davy and Loon to a deserted place. She ran a few steps forward and stopped next to a large rock, then waved her hand, "Uncle, here, sit here." Davy nodded slightly to show he knew. He looked around and then whispered to Berserk, "I didn't know there was a place like this inside that village." Waiting for Davy to come closer, Mew immediately spread out his tiny hand and happily said, "Ida, treasure, this is my treasure." Seeing what was in the girl's hand, Davy was shocked and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a spirit stone." Mew nodded slightly then narrowed her eyes and continued, "It's sparkling, my mother gave it to me." Berserk next to him quickly reminded Davy, "If a child shows you his treasure, it means he likes you. Tell the child you are very jealous of him." Children are very excited when people are surprised, wonder about their treasure. This new knowledge was absorbed by Davy. He doubtfully asked Berserk, "Is that true?" After asking, Davy immediately turned to Amy and smiled and said, "Oh wow, so wonderful, so jealous." After saying this sentence, Davy felt extremely embarrassed. His face turned red and screamed, "I really can't do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Amy standing next to her suddenly smiled brightly. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Davy. Seeing this scene, Davy was horrified and thought, "This is really good." Before she could regain her composure, Amy suddenly reached out her two tiny hands to hold Davy's hand. She seriously said, "Uncle, from now on you are my secret friend. Before I went to heaven, my mother told me that there would be people I could trust. Uncle is a good person because he smells very close and cozy, so please be Maya's friend." Without waiting for Davy to agree or not, Mew suddenly exclaimed that it was too hot, and she quickly reached out and took off the hat on her head. Davy noticed Maya's movements and saw her ears clearly. Davy couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Right there, don't pretend you're a half-elf." Looking at Maya's ears, Berserk couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Oh my god, how could they hide this girl for 300 years? Davy remained silent and did not answer her. He thought to himself, half-human, half-elf, or as people often call it, half-elf. Mew did not know about her specialness. She raised her hands high towards Davy and happily said, "Uncle, uncle, so now you are Maya's secret friend, right?" Davy sat down on the rock next to him. Hearing that, he calmly said, "It's just a normal friend, what's the secret here?" Hearing that, Mew seemed a bit sad. She was silent for a moment and then spoke again, "But the villagers said that people should not play with Mew, because Mew is a half-elf, so she has no right to be friends with anyone." Hearing the girl say that, Davy frowned and asked, "Who said that?" Mew lowered her head and stammered, saying, "My father was Kunde. He said it was a sin to play with half-elves, so Timmy and Ellie always apologized to me for not being able to play with me." After saying this, the girl raised her eyes and looked at Davy questioningly. "Mew is a half-elf." Davy didn't answer her question. He said quietly, "That old bastard." Berserk next to him heard that and gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I don't know which clan is worse than the other." Trying to suppress his anger, Davy turned to Mew, smiled and said, "Kid, you don't need to keep anything a secret." "Why?" Mew asked confusedly. "Mr. Kunde said Mew would never be able to make friends with anyone." Hearing the girl say that, Davy gritted his teeth and replied, "Crazy man, I mean he said it wrong." Mew didn't understand the question. She didn't pay much attention to this problem but nodded and said, I find it difficult to understand. So uncle, that means you are my friend, right?" "That's right." Davy didn't need to think much and nodded in response. Receiving the desired answer, Mew happily smiled brightly. But right after that, as if remembering something, Mew retracted his cautious smile and said, "But if he was discovered, he would be in trouble." Seeing that the girl was worried about him, Davy immediately raised his hand to pat her head and said softly, "Don't worry, I will scold him for you, don't worry." Receiving this promise, Mew was extremely happy and burst out laughing. So he became my friend, no need to be secretive but a real friend. What's his name? Oh. Davy, I am Davy Al Rauna, Davy said smiling. Hearing that, Mew immediately repeated his name, Davy Al Rauna, Davy, Uncle Davy, that's right, Davy replied with narrowed eyes. At this moment, the pink flag popped out of the rock. The two girls looked at Mew and then asked, "Can I eat candy?" Mew was a bit surprised by this. She shyly nodded and said, "Wow, yes, thank you." Seeing this scene, Berserk sat on Davy's chair with his arms crossed and smiled appreciatively. What a child, they instantly became friends. Davy didn't respond to Berserk. He bent down slightly and asked Mew, "Mew, do you want me to show you a spirit, to celebrate the special occasion of us becoming friends today?" Mew was holding in her hand the candy that Hong KY and Lan KY gave her. Hearing that, she was a little confused and asked, "Spirits, they are tiny friends, they are so cute, I want, see those friends." Hearing the girl say that, Berserk was a little worried and asked if it was okay. Davy smiled and nodded and said, "Now I have all the conditions so summoning a spirit is not a problem." Having agreed like that, Davy immediately bent down and drew a 5-pointed star formation on the ground. After finishing, he pointed to the center of the star and told Mew, "Then stand here and repeat after me." Mew obediently obeyed and walked over to stand in the middle of the star. Davy placed a hand on the girl's back then began to read, "O great will that has existed since the beginning of time, O being that rules over nature and all things, please let me sign a contract with the noble will of the times, ancient." Saying this, Davy suddenly stopped. He thought to himself, "What should I summon now?" Unable to think, Davy decided to ask directly Mew, "What kind of spirit do you want to see?" Mew thought for a moment then turned around and said, "A little earth-type friend." Davy nodded, then asked again, "Okay, so you want to see the gnome?" Then, before I could finish my sentence, Mew came up and interrupted. She said, "Mew, Noah, I want to see Noah." As soon as he heard this name, Davy suddenly lost his words and thought, "This girl, she knows she's the spirit king, right?" Thinking so, Davy said honestly, "I can't meet the kids right now, they're very busy, they'll show you later." Hearing that, Mew cried out, "Oh, what's going on? Uncle Davy is a liar." "Ah, this girl," Davy shouted angrily, and then he thought to himself, summoning spirits takes place sequentially. After summoning a low-level spirit, increase your sympathy for it before you can summon another mid-level spirit. When your sympathy level reaches a certain level, you will be able to summon high-level spirits. The time it takes each individual to increase the affinity of their contract with the spirits is different depending on each person's ability, but this process must be followed by everyone. Very quickly Davy summoned a low-level earth spirit gnome. As soon as I saw it, Mew excitedly exclaimed, "So cute, gnome, please be my secret friend." "No, just a friend, just be my friend." Seeing the girl so happy, Berserk quietly said to Davy, "An elf who has not yet gone through the first stage of adulthood, but you have already helped him make a contract with an elf, you have done another miracle, there." Davy didn't answer her. He walked closer to Mew and asked, "If you want to call the gnome out, just hold the spirit stone tightly in your hand, call silently in your mind, the gnome will appear again." Mew obediently nodded, then she was extremely grateful and said, "Now I have so many friends, blue, pink, even Uncle Davy and gnome, my good behavior should be sent down to many people by my parents in heaven, you too." Sitting on Davy's shoulder, Berserk heard Mew say this and couldn't hold back her tears. She was moved to exclaim, excited, how lonely she had been for so long. While I was talking about this, a light sound rang out behind me. Davy turned his head slightly to look at Yuria, then smiled and said, "You're here." Yuria carried a basket of fruit. She looked at Davy and replied, "Hello." Letting Loon, Red Flag, Blue Flag and Mew play with each other, Davy and Yuria sat on a rock and started chatting. Yuria looked at Mew who was playing. She smiled and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen that girl laugh so carefree like that." Hearing that, Davy immediately asked, "Aren't elves always well protected when they are young?" Yuria nodded. She calmly said, "I have nothing to defend. In the past half-elves weren't treated this badly, but lately it's been really unimaginable. Mayo's mother is an elf, her father is human. She belongs to the ranks of messengers whose mission is to go outside the forest to transmit messages between villages and also to exchange goods. Suddenly one day, she died on the way home after finishing reporting due to a monster attack. That was the first time her father and mother met. Maya's father saved her mother's life. She could still live in the human world as usual, but it seems that the village where the three of them used to live was invaded by bandits, and Mew and her mother had a hard time running to the god wood. Hearing this, Davy suddenly asked, "Where is her father?" After asking, without letting Yuria answer, Davy waved his hand and continued, "Forget it, it's too obvious." Hearing that, Yuria nodded slightly and said, "He guessed right, but something even sadder happened after that." Maya's mother was charged with leaving the forest, falling in love and marrying a human, and giving birth to a child. She could not avoid receiving punishment from the World Tree. The only thing we could do then was to hide the innocent Mew. Most of the people in the forest were already tired of the World Tree's ridiculous tyrannical rule. If they had the ability, they could have given Mew a normal and happy childhood. Hearing these words, Davy asked suspiciously, "Was it because of the elders or something?" Speaking of elders, Yuria's eyebrows furrowed tightly. She said coldly, "Those old men are too conservative. The World Tree sent 3 elders here just to control me. In fact, the people and not many people here support those 3 old men. Luckily only a few goblins are still on their side." Davy didn't say anything when he heard this. He thought to himself, but those old guys were still able to get away with it. Thanks to the support of the World Tree, everything only needed to get a millimeter out of control. Surely the World Tree would intervene. While thinking about this, Yuria continued to speak. "I almost couldn't stop Elder Kunde from wanting to kill Mew, so I built a house at the edge of the forest outside the village for her to live in, without contact with anyone else." "Are you afraid of punishment from the World Tree?" Davy asked. Hearing that, Yuria replied, "The people of this forest are all thorns in the side of the World Tree. Traitors who fawn over humanity, but perhaps the World Tree still hasn't found a satisfactory reason to send troops to destroy us, so we live faintly as if we were dead until I summon the star, highest quality spirit. Actually, everyone here knows that poor Mew has always had to fight everything alone. They're just scared so they can't do anything other than silently help her. From the beginning until now it's all been my opinion, mostly, now it's my own personal request." Having said this, Yuria immediately stopped. She put down the fruit basket in her hand and stood up to face Davy. Yuria looked at Davy, then bent down and knelt down on one knee. She lowered her head and said softly, "Davy, please help me." Before Yuria finished speaking, Davy interrupted. He said, "I'm casting my net. But the bait is not yet ripe. You want me to help you, right? I'm confident that I can spread a net to catch all those insects for you to see." A few days later, the ritual to summon Yuria's high-ranking spirits was about to take place. She will cast the magic circle inherited from her elven ancestors, and through it Yuria will be granted spiritual connection and mana from 6 elders, including 5 of the most outstanding spiritualists, and Davy. Yuria gradually entered the spirit summoning formation on the ground. She raised her staff high, closed her eyes tightly and began to perform the summoning action. The gem on Yuria's staff quickly glowed with a mysterious blue light. This light gradually spread to cover the entire forest where the goblins lived. The goblins gathered around and witnessed this scene and were extremely frightened. They began to gather together and talk. The Creator was bestowing blessings. It was truly magical. Yuria had now completed a series of movements. She pulled back the staff and held it tightly in her hand. His head bowed slightly and began to mumble. The oath of origin triumphed. The wonderful tailed spirit crystallized into the stars. Berserk sat on Davy's shoulder and felt it for a bit, then frowned slightly and said, "Not very stable." Davy nodded in agreement with this idea. He thought to himself, she doesn't have enough mana, the link between Yuria and the spirit is not complete. Also, the biggest problem is that this forest is still polluted. Only in a clean and pure place will spiritual energy converge to summon high-level spirits. The results will soon be known. At the center of the formation, Yuria was still continuing to recite. With the oath of origin as witness, he accepted the destiny to suppress the sea, in the name of the pure and boundless supreme creation. To the world that begs for your manifestation, please appear, Elistra. High-level water spirit sea dragon Elistra. As soon as Yuria's words ended, a rolling wave appeared from nowhere, forming the shape of a dragon. When the surrounding elves saw this, they were extremely excited and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I can't believe it, I can see a high-level spirit with my own eyes." Yuria stood still and looked at the spirit Elistra. She happily thought to herself, "I did it, the spirit heard my call." Before I could be happy for long, an elf came running from afar. He shouted impatiently, "It's not enough, the pollution broke the barrier and is spreading here, do we have to run away?" Hearing these words, the goblin named Verdith immediately turned around and asked, "What did you say?" Milia also shouted in confusion, "This place gathered the purest aura in the forest, how could pollution spread here?" As soon as her words ended, Kunde walked forward with his staff. He curled his mouth and said in a cold voice, the child who refuses to listen will definitely be punished. The child carries the dirty blood of humanity, he is already in prison, this village is so old. Following Kunde is a line of people wearing blue clothes. When an elf saw that, he exclaimed in surprise, "Blue clothes, don't tell them that, they are the ancient guardians, why are the guardians of the Manhwa here?" In the center of the formation, Yuria suddenly clutched her staff in pain, she could no longer stand upright, so she fell to her knees. Her lips were now pale, she thought to herself, it seemed like the high-level spirit summoning ritual had failed. At this time, Kunde suddenly laughed loudly and loudly declared, "Listen carefully, if the summoner fails, the high-level spirit will suffer retribution. Your clan is in critical condition, so from now on, power will be handed over to me, Elder Kunde." Sitting down below, Yuria weakly asked, "Elder Kunde, what did you do to Mew?" Kunde stood straight and looked down at Yuria, he glanced at her and then slowly said, "That girl with disgusting blood has gone to the source of pollution and fallen into the swamp. If she was curious, she would die. Well, that's why the pollution suddenly became more serious and irreversible." Yuria completely couldn't believe these words, she opened her mouth wide and screamed, "It's impossible, that place has been banned from entering, Mew is definitely an obedient child, she won't go there." Hearing this, Kunde suddenly burst out laughing and asked, "Do you mean I'm lying? A patriarch who doesn't know how to respect and trust the elders like her, she must have forgotten the days of her youth." At this point Yuria couldn't hold back anymore, she shouted loudly, "He had no right to say the word respect here." Kunde paid little attention to the other person's words, he turned his back and calmly said to Milia, Nothing can change now, give up this forest and bring all the villagers back, go back to the god of wood." "That would never happen," Milia said decisively. Hearing that, Kunde turned his head and gritted his teeth and scolded, "Now I am the one with the highest authority, do you dare to disobey me? Look, see what the end of those who followed the little clan leader Yuria Hilasana was like, the forest could no longer regenerate, and the clan leader who borrowed the power of the evil human was unable to summon a level spirit, hi. Not only that, the demonic half-elf girl that was always hanging around her made the situation irreversible. If you are still stubborn, I will have to use force." After saying that, he immediately waved his hand, pointed it straight at Devi's face and shouted, "Human! You will be executed here and the Yuria clan leader will have to return to the wood god, this is the final verdict." Hearing that, Devi remained silent and said nothing. A moment later, he suddenly grinned and said, "The fish had taken the bait." Kunde completely did not understand the meaning of this statement, he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Devi shrugged and said, "If you have the guts, try biting off the fishing line, you know, that position is within my sights." As soon as these words ended, a strong force suddenly shot out from Devi's back. Kunde did not react in time and was immediately sent flying back, the powerful force grazed his hair and cut off part of it. Kunde was in so much pain that he couldn't stand anymore, he hugged his chest and gritted his teeth and scolded, "You bastard." Having said that, Kunde immediately took out a sparkling round stone from his body and threw it straight to the ground. The stone rolled a few times then stopped, suddenly an explosion rang out. From inside the stone came a stream of thick black smoke. Devi reacted very quickly and quickly took a few steps back to avoid it. Kunde took advantage of that moment to start giving orders, kill him quickly, the shield won't last long, hurry up." The ancient guardian Kunde brought upon hearing the order and immediately wanted to rush to attack Devi. Devi was not afraid at all, he glanced at those guards, then extremely flexibly dodged their attacks and rushed straight to grab Kunde's collar. He said coldly, "That thing can suppress mana and holy magic, it seems like you're well prepared, but you know, this thing only makes my spiritual mana stronger. You have helped me increase my energy, so I must make good use of it." Devi said as he took out the elemental king's eyeball. He shouted loudly, and immediately a ray of light flashed in the sky. A primordial existence, the source of creation, the crystal contained the power of the elemental king within, the effects that the elemental king's essence bestows on a person are immeasurable. Devi was surrounded by rays of light, he thought to himself. I can even forcefully summon high-level elves, because all elves are under the authority of the elemental king. In his hand was the floating elemental king's eyeball. Devi can feel it, my power is being sucked away. People standing near Devi were quickly thrown away by a blast of force, a loud explosion resounded. Elder Kunde was slumped on the ground unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Yuria sat on the ground breathing heavily. Devi walked up to her, then placed his hand on her shoulder and said in a gentle tone, I order you, stop, recover. A beam of light appeared around the two of them, Yuria slowly calmed down. Devi consoled Uriya, "Good job, now she can rest." Uriya just had time to call, "Devi, so we'll leave the rest to you." Immediately after that she collapsed into Devi's lap. Elder Kondo was now standing behind Devi, his whole body trembling, his tone was extremely impatient. "What is going on?" Devi did not answer her question. Devi suddenly said something that made everyone's eyes widen. "You, who have existed since the beginning of the world. The continent that he followed his oath to create, has now become extremely chaotic." Persek stood aside and was also extremely surprised. Devi pondered, "I need 3 things to be able to summon an elemental lord, to form a contract with a high-ranking elemental, to be in complete synchronization with that elemental, and finally a pure will. What I see in Uriya is a pure desire to be helped by the spirits." Around Devi were small rays of light. Devi continued to speak loudly, "I wish to carry your name and continue to keep my oath. My name is Devi Alrauna. His name is the source of the earth, a name given by the great will, Noah's. The spirits present here have eyes shaped like A and mouths like an O, Noah's, that is the name of the star elemental king." Elder Kunde's face darkened, his hands and feet trembled. "What are you babbling about?" The whole sky lit up. Elder Kunde collapsed to the ground, unable to believe what was happening, his tone of surprise. "Impossible, did you really summon him? How could a cruel human like you?" Devi told her in a cold tone, "It's not over yet." Elder Kunde didn't understand what he was saying. "What?" A magic circle appeared right on the ground. Elder Kunde immediately realized, it was a new type of magic. Devi chuckled, thinking carefully, "This is how I caught the elemental king." Devi raised his hand and began to cast magic, saying as he did, "Soon my will be your will, and your will become mine. I crave your power, and you will crave my presence, Noah's." Right after that, the ground rose up and something huge appeared. It was none other than the earth elemental king Noah's. Elder Kunde kept his hands on the ground, looking at what was in front of him, his face constantly changing. "What is going on? I still can't believe it even though it is happening right before my eyes. What is going on?" Among high-level elves, Uriya Hilasana's water elemental spirit is already extremely strong, so if she can make up for some of her shortcomings, it will be easy to summon a high-level spirit. You see, that's why we worked so hard to prevent that from happening. So that she could no longer communicate with the spirits, I even went so far as to pollute the forest. My plan is perfect, but why? She still didn't realize her mistake. If this forest hadn't been so polluted, would he still be able to summon the Earth Guardian, a great existence that hasn't even existed yet, was recorded in ancient books. The spirits present were all surprised to see the rabbit elemental king Noah's. The forest is being purified. Withered flowers gradually returned to their most beautiful appearance. Devi saw that his surroundings were changing. He immediately scratched the oil and sighed and said to the earth elemental king Noah's, "My God, you are really productive. I suggest making a contract, Noah's." The Noah's spirit looked at Devi and assessed, "Having the aura of a pure elf, but you are different. You do not have a pure will, nor have a contract with low-level spirits. It seems I have been fooled." Devi immediately used his eyes to avoid replying. "It was your fault for being deceived." He threatened, "Don't even think about running away. Surely this magic circle is very familiar to the elemental lords." Noah's immediately replied, "That fairy queen, I'm sure that fairy queen is not present in this world. Why do you know about this disgusting magic?" Devi then smiled happily and replied, "Ha ha, I am her disciple. Noah's hates it. It seems like the devil has raised another devil, damn it." Devi didn't say much anymore and asked directly, "Are you willing to make a contract or not?" Noah's tone was helpless. "If you are her disciple, do I have any other choice?" Devi heard his answer and said, "Well, of course not, because if you don't make a contract, you won't be able to return." Noah's thought for a moment and then scolded, "You cunning guy, okay, I agree to make a contract. You dare to use tricks to summon me, but it is truly my fault that you were deceived." Devi's husband laughed heartily, "That's the right choice." Devi also understood somewhat. Each elemental lord asked for something similar but slightly different, so how could the half-breed Uriana Hawk elemental summon all 13 elemental lords? She simply fooled them all. Noah suddenly asked, "Tell me, contract faker, what is your wish?" Devi immediately said his request, "I want you to carry out my first request right now, eliminate all enemies, except for that trembling old man." Devi smiled cunningly. The others were immediately frightened. A pool of blood quickly appeared. The elves looked at the scene before them and were frightened. Some vomited, others covered their eyes. Some people couldn't help but speak out, "Oh my God, it's so cruel," they vomited. The whole ground was contaminated with blood. Devi continued to tell the Earth Elemental Lord Noah's that after the first request is completed, I will make my second request, Noah's, please purify the impurity that is creeping in this forest. The Earth Elemental King quickly replied, the scent of filth, what an eye-catching sight, fine, I agree. Devi continued to make a request, in addition, when summoning you, you also summon the soul of a random elf, please purify the curse and reverse influence that is harming her, you can do it, is that true? Noah's looked at the Uriya sect lying on the ground being taken care of by two other spirits. Noah's thought for a moment, is it the curse of the world tree, is the holy tree angry? Devi then sighed, you think so too, don't you? I also think he went crazy. At this time, Uriya woke up in the presence of Milya and Verdith. The two people saw her and were immediately happy. Milya smiled happily and said, Ems, Uriya, you're awake, we're very happy to see you awake. Uriya tried to sit up and discovered that there was soil on her body, is this soil? Milya suddenly said, more importantly, please look, Ems, Uriya is full of doubts, what are you looking at? Verdith replied, all are alive now. Uriya listened in surprise, turned his head and looked around, he was saying the forest had come back to life. The forest has changed its new coat, different from its previous withered look. Milya and Verdith said, no, Uriya was right, the person that Uriya brought here has done it, Uriya. Uriya's whole body trembled, she couldn't help but shed happy tears, I was so happy, I was really happy. Milya and Verdith came forward and hugged her. The Earth Elemental Lord was then purifying the forest's impurity. Devi somehow walks with a limp. Persek immediately asked worriedly, Devi, are you okay? Devi replied in a tired tone, that bastard Noah's, he used up all my strength. You're so angry that you have to give me an eye for an eye like this, you pitiful Elemental King. Earth Elemental King Noah's sighed in disgust. Right at this moment, Uriya appeared and walked up to Devi to say hello, Master. Devi saw her and immediately asked, are you awake, are you feeling better? Uriya raised her eyes to look at Noah's and exclaimed, Earth Elemental King Noah's, you really did it. Devi agrees, it's great isn't it, you won't be able to see anything like this anywhere else, ha ha, you're really outrageous. Devi has something to inform Uriya, Noah's has neutralized the reverse effect but she will not be able to summon the spirits in that room. Uriya wasn't surprised at all and just said softly, I also hope for that much. More importantly, I don't know how to repay you, don't let your guard down, from now on things will become serious. At this time, the spirits gathered, Loon stood behind her and pushed Elder Kunde to the ground, warning her that it was time to strike, her eyes showed fear. She faced Devi with an angry tone, this is all a lie. How could a lowly human, not a pseudo-Uriya summoning spirit, have a human name, and an elemental lord, this is so ridiculous. Uriya stood next to Devi and asked him quietly if the evidence was clear. Devi confidently replied, Loon has a lot of abilities. Loon immediately gave Uriya a like, Uriya said shyly, so trustworthy, ha ha. Uriya approached the old woman Kunde and said, there is something more ridiculous than this, she didn't understand, what do you mean? Uriya did not hesitate any longer and said directly, Elder Kandi, in order to complete the task assigned to us by the saint of the saint tree. That you caused the filth in the forest to spread faster, and left a child who needed protection in the unclean area, do you admit those sins of yours? She tried to justify herself, it was unreasonable, why would I do those things, this was clearly an arrangement, even if I thought about it, I wouldn't dare do those things. Loon stood behind and immediately presented evidence to counter her, we have solid evidence Nya, Elder Kandi, great, after watching this, everyone will know what they deserve to know, even if she was Uriya Helishana, Therese no way she could summon a spirit in a defiled forest. Elder Kunde didn't know what was in front of him. A blue screen appeared, she was talking to Maya's mother. Maya's mother was trying to explain, but Elder, even if he is a half-elf, he is still a child, Mrs. Kunde was filled with disdain, so you mean you won't follow my orders, that's why kids these days can't do anything right, TSK, in the old days. Even if I think about it, I don't dare to do it, I just have to follow orders or else I will be beaten, don't forget that my will is also the will of the world tree and the saint of the saint tree. After listening, Maya's mother immediately replied, I understand. She then said to the sleeping Mew, okay kid, if you want to blame then blame Miss Uriya for being a thorn in the side of the world tree and the saint of the holy tree. Kunde cast a spell on Mew, her savage laugh rang out. The other spirits saw what she had done and were all terrified, oh my god, what the hell did you do, Elder Kunde? Loon stood in a corner praising herself, Loon, I appreciate your video recording ability, Davy then helplessly patted Luna's head. "Oh, that's very appreciated." Lune said, wanting to be praised more. Davy had to agree, "Okay, okay." At this time, Yuria asked Mrs. Kunde, "Is there anything else you want to say, you dirty traitor?" She refused to admit it. "This is a setup, a setup. How dare you set up an elder's grave?" Yuria angrily grabbed Kunde. "Do you know what you did? Out of a sense of responsibility, you wanted to kill that child. You still haven't figured it out, here." Kunde countered, "She was the one to blame here. If she hadn't gone against the will of the World Tree, this wouldn't have happened. You betrayed and went against the World Tree. The wrong person here is you. For going against the World Tree, I only did what the World Tree wanted." Yuria removed his hand from Kunde's shirt and said in a cold tone, "What you said is also correct. You said that the current situation is the will of the World Tree, right? Then the residents of this palace and this moon forest will no longer recognize the World Tree, and we will also deny all the stupid customs of the World Tree that we have preserved up to now." Kunde was terrified. It was a declaration of independence, and at the same time a declaration of war. Yuria told Elder Kunde directly, "I will not follow the age-old tradition of the World Tree." She was lying on the ground with a surprised look on her face. Her questioning tone said, "Do you know what you are saying?" Yuria stroked her hair and replied with a bright smile, "How could I not know?" Elder Kunde angrily said, "Miss Yuria, do you mean you will ignore the tradition that has been maintained for 300 years and join hands with that vile and dirty race? Do you intend to betray the noble elves?" At the corner grave, Davy smiled cunningly. Lune didn't understand what Davy's smile meant. But at this moment, Yuria angrily confronted Elder Kunde. "Be careful of what you say, Kunde. It was you and the World Tree who betrayed you. Young elves must always be protected. This is the oldest tradition, ours. Doesn't it also include hybrid elves, huh? What did Mew do wrong? What did she do to you? She only lives alone in this world. How lonely must a child be to approach the people she should be wary of? Do you understand?" She jumped around excited because she finally had a friend. "And always talk about playing for hours with a soul that it can't communicate with, yet you dare say people are bad and selfish." After hearing Yuria's questioning, she stammered in fear. Everything was according to the rules of the elves. Yuria immediately said in disgust, "If the ELFS rules are like that, then I no longer want to be an elf or a believer." The spirits present also began to think, if that's true, then the World Tree is really harsh. Yuria tried to regain her composure and told everyone, "From now on the elves in the Moon Forest will cooperate with the Heinz territory, ruled by the human Prince Davy, and live freely and properly. Is there anyone who disagrees?" Verdith with an excited face was the first to speak. "I agreed with Ems, Yuria." Milia quickly continued, "So did I." The other spirits also started to express their opinions. "Damn, this is so humiliating. When I kicked that child out of bounds I couldn't help but say it. It was a bit too real." Everyone started to agree and then turned their eyes to Yuria. "We are proud elves. We followed Miss Yuria here because we hate those who believe in following tradition. If the selfish World Tree chooses to ignore the problem right in front of us, we would rather follow humans." Elder Kunde was astonished and could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Everyone seems to have the same opinion. "I agree, that's right. If you can't trust the person who summoned the elemental lord, then who can you trust?" For a second Davy looked in Yuria's direction and commented, "What a wonderful girl. It seems she trusts you more than I thought." Davy touched his mouth with a cunning smile and said, "Yeah, I didn't think she would accept my offer like that. It's really great." The spirits surrounded Yuria. She smiled kindly in response to everyone. A moment later, Yuria opened the door with a panicked look on her face and called inside, "Mew." Turns out, this is Maya's residence. At that time, Mew was lying covered in blankets on the bed. Davy came in, rubbed Maya's forehead and informed Yuria about her condition. She had lost some energy. Lune stood behind and blamed herself. Lune was careless. If she was any longer late she would have lost all her energy. Davy comforted her, "It's okay, there is magic that can restore this amount of vitality. She just needs to rest a little." Yuria sat down and held Maya's hand tightly, thinking, "I feel sorry for Mew, but this is also for Maya and Yuria's benefit. When she gets older maybe she will resent me." Davy raised his hand and cast a spell on Maya's body, making her whole body glow. Yuria looked at Mew with tears falling. "I couldn't hold my head high in front of her anymore. I knew it was very dangerous, but I turned a blind eye to catch those traitors. I'm sorry, Mew." Suddenly Mew opened her eyes. The first thing she said was, "Sister, why are you crying?" Yuria saw Mew wake up and was extremely emotional. "Mew, I'm sorry. I know you will be in danger, but I still drag you into this dirty battle." Mew raised her hand to wipe away Yuria's tears. "Don't cry. When I cried, she always patted my back, so I stopped crying. Mew hugged Yuria. Mew liked her very much, so it was okay. Persek witnessed the scene before him and immediately shed tears. Devi immediately said in disgust, "This is too sensitive." The former demon king, Persek immediately reprimanded, "You are a cold person." Devi suddenly asked Mew, "Mew, didn't you say you wanted to see Noah's?" Mew was extremely excited after hearing this. Everyone immediately went outside. Mew excitedly ran to the earth spirit. Devi advised, "Just look at it as you like." Mew innocently said, "Wow, Noah's, do you want to be friends Noah's?" Devi immediately exclaimed, "What a pure soul, this world always welcomes pure souls." Noah's is holding out his hand to receive Mew. Devi saw that and was full of judgment, "You're so biased." Mew was lifted high by Noah's. "Wow, so big, so big." Devi immediately reminded him, "Hey, don't move too much, it'll waste too much mana." Noah's immediately replied, "No, how can you not stand it, you're just looking for something to complain about? Fake contract." Devi immediately scolded angrily, "Bastard." Noah's put Mew on the ground then turned to Devi and announced, "Here, fake contract, everything you wanted has come true." Devi reluctantly, "Ah, yeah, good job, Noah's, next time remember to appear in a smaller form, looking up at you hurts my neck." Noah's looked at Devi and discovered that there was no trace of him making a contract with another spirit, but he could still summon me. Devi immediately explained, "It was all thanks to the elemental essence that the Elf King and Elf Queen gave me." Noah's was surprised, thought she was joking but did she really do it? Devi pondered, it was indeed an object created in heaven after his death. It would probably be better not to tell him that the spirit queen Uriana was still alive in spirit form. Yuria approached Devi and said, "It's hard to believe that there really is such a thing. The world would probably be in chaos if this were revealed." Devi replied, "Yes." Yuria continued, "Luckily you used it this time." Devi replied, "Yeah, don't know." He remembered, there were 13 types of spirits in the elemental realm, because there were 13 elemental lords. Meaning there were still 12 Tau Iota Nu Eta elemental king essences in my space bag, but it was probably better not to tell her. Yuria doesn't understand what Devi is saying. She sighed and looked around. "Looks like we're truly independent from the world tree," Devi reminded, "It's too late to regret it." Yuria didn't hesitate to answer, "I don't regret it, I trust the boss, I want save the news." Devi doesn't understand, save the news. Yuria and Mew looked at you will protect us, right? Devi was embarrassed, "It's up to you." Yuria immediately laughed, "Please don't disappoint us." Yuria also Devi stood looking up at the sky. At Yuria's moon forest, Devi and Yuria were sitting and talking to each other. She brought out the crystal and explained to him, "Benefactor, this is the crystal of an ancient unknown spirit, the same thing that old Kunde threw at you. It possesses the power to convert all of an opponent's energy into spirit mana, unexpectedly. She possesses an object like this, it's almost like this is a way to restrain him." Devi held the crystal in his hand and looked back and forth, "Maybe that's it." He could hear the sound inside the crystal, it seemed to be screaming, "Ha ha, chaos, destruction, destruction, cough cough." Devi heard those words and immediately hated it and threw it away. He even told Yuria not to touch it, but the crystal rolled back and forth on the ground. Devi suddenly asked Yuria, "Yuria, how many types of spirits do you know?" Yuria thought for a while and answered, "If we talk about types, are you talking about the 6 types of spirits? There are 4 basic attributes along with light or dark spirits. Among them, I am dealing with associated with 2 spirits with light and water attributes." Devi immediately continued, "It was chaos." Yuria was surprised when he said that, "It was chaos." Yuria bent down to pick up the crystal that Devi had thrown away earlier. Devi then explained to her, "The crystal containing high-level mixed spirits is called chaos. I don't know who it is but someone did not seal a living spirit inside the crystal you are holding." Yuria took the crystal back to her seat and asked, "Chaos spirit, does such a spirit exist?" Devi replied, "There are a total of 13 types." Yuria was surprised, "Oh my god, yet another surprising new piece of information." Devi advised, "Just take your time, one day the stupid thing in there will be released." Yuria doesn't understand what you mean, stupid thing. Devi said, "When you have the ability to summon a high-level spirit, you will be able to hear it, you should see for yourself why I called it that." Yuria looked intently at the crystal and exclaimed, "I'm a bit excited." The conservative uprising in the elven village in the moon forest ended quickly. With the summoning of an elemental lord and the tragic defeat of the ancient guardians, the remaining elders also lost their will to fight and obediently obeyed. Devi walked around the village, everyone who saw him was extremely welcoming. welcoming our hero. They also kindly gave you a gift. This is called kala fruit. It will purify your blood. This is also a specialty in our forest. You take it. Mom told me to give it to you. Davy felt embarrassed and took it. Come on, people don't have to do that. A man spoke up, the demon race. No, the inhabitants of our moon forest will never forget your gratitude. Moreover, you are the one who saved Lady Uriya. Davy listened to them and thought, the dwarves used to call me their benefactor, but now the elves have given me another nickname. Another goblin spoke up in a sad tone, I've heard it from Lady Uriya, who has been polluting sugar all this time. Davy looked at them without saying anything and continued to sink into his thoughts. The conservative critics were the ones who wanted the pollution to spread. In other words, the way old Kunde chose was very simple. After repeatedly making people's reserves disappear in the forest like an accident, they threw the bodies of the newly killed people near the polluted area. An old goblin cried and told me, 3 months ago I lost my daughter. They said she was killed by a monster, but they didn't expect that she was murdered by the greed of the elder Kunde. That's exactly what we want to say. Davy smiled and said, the atmosphere is a bit heavy. The original elfman spoke up, I want to apologize for being wary of you just because you are human, and thank you very much for avenging us. Davy laughed out loud reluctantly, it's nothing, I didn't do anything, I think you're thanking the wrong person. The goblins immediately praised him, Hess so humble, the words that humans say are low class and selfish are all lies. Davy said in a low voice, those words are true. The goblin continued to thank you. After all, without your help, we would have all lost our lives. That's right. Another goblin said in a dissatisfied tone, I heard what happened next. After taking Miss Uriya to the god wood, he intended to kill all the remaining people here. He said the goblins wanted going against tradition as worthy of death. Davy just laughed, it's not like that. He thought, because of Elder Kunde's outrageous actions, I became a hero in the eyes of the goblins here. The one who poured his hatred on everyone was finally imprisoned in prison, Chief Old Kunde. After that, the whole village was in an uproar about Elder Kunde's punishment and the conservatives followed him. The families whose goblins died protested for revenge, and most residents were determined to execute those on the conservative side who had wanted to kill them. At this time, Davy was sitting on the tree trunk eating apples and asked Uriya, what are you thinking? Just kill them all. Uriya caressed Mew sleeping on her body and replied, isn't that too cruel? Davy heard her words and immediately complained, God, mercy should only be used in the right place. The enemy has already raised the knife in front of her eyes. And yet you're going to get stabbed just because of a little hesitation. If you give those unreasonable fanatical idiots a chance, they'll just come back and stab you. Now Elder Kunde keeps repeating the same sentences as if he has gone crazy. I did nothing wrong, I was born for the sake of the big picture. Uriya decided to listen to Davy. If he said so then I would listen. Davy jumped down from the tree trunk and said, it's okay if you give it all away. But don't forget what you are looking for, a reasonable life. Uriya was full of surprise, that. Davy went on to say, you are Hind's subjects, not slaves, and live a free life. Davy informed her, then I will crush them, kill them. Uriya was a little worried, oh my God that's so cruel. I understand. Davy looked at her and said, dominating others with fear is very dangerous, but the foundation of another system is too soft and can easily be shaken. Remember. The rule is to be tough, so the position of leader is also very difficult to sit on. That's why I refuse to accept the taste of Ron Kingdom. Uriya smiled and replied, that's right, someone who is obviously much older than I am, complained to a little girl in front of you. Davy crossed his arms and thought, I wonder if that's true. Uriya bow, that's all, let's talk about one thing with you. During this time, Mew rubbed her eyes and woke up. Davy asked, what's going on? Uriya is a bit difficult, what should I do when I get under the blanket? Davy wondered, what barrier? Uriya immediately described our barrier. The day it was broken, Davy tensed up all over. Uriya hugged Mew tightly in her arms and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Will you take responsibility? Davy blushed and shyly turned away. Okay. I'm probably soft on these things, just wait and see. Davy pulled out a weapon. The moment changed. He said, I will make a really good one again. Persek saw the item he had just pulled out and was extremely excited. It was too much, this. Davy hated looking at her. Davy also explained a bit to Uriya, to facilitate trade, I don't plan to rebuild that blockade barrier anymore, instead I will build something else. What do you think? Uriya seemed to agree. He said it again and Davy showed an amused expression. Should I add a magic circle to block meteorites, or should I build a cathedral full of vitality? Otherwise what? Something that runs on spirit mana. Uriya heard his ideas and was scared. Wait a minute, did I hear wrong? Davy answered with round eyes. No, I think I heard it right. Choose, anyone is fine, it's available today, hurry up, I also have to create a teleportation portal to connect the territory, Heinz and this forest too. Yuria quickly said, this matter must be discussed properly first. After saying that, she ran away. Davy tried to hold back. Oh hey, slow down. A new resident has arrived in Heinz territory. Night fell, a man walked alone into the forest. The other guy came to a tree and quickly bowed respectfully, La Furshella, asking to see the Earth Mother. The woman sitting inside is just the Earth Mother, she asked, how's it going, is everything still fine? Furshell replied, please forgive me, the mission failed, and Mira lost her life. The Earth Mother was surprised and lost her life. The other guy immediately explained, they created a trap, Elder Kunde blindly believed in crystals and ancient spirits. And that human was able to control its power and summon an elemental king. That mother-in-law laughed out loud when she heard it, ha ha, Hess not okay either, I didn't expect what I witnessed to come true, the other side doesn't understand, yes. The Earth Mother was evasive, it's nothing, I saw a monster that shouldn't have existed, okay, it's lucky you're alive, it seems he hasn't noticed your presence yet. The Furshell guy said, excuse me, I think he already knew, he just wanted to let me go. After hearing this, the mother's attitude changed to an angry tone, how dare he, does he want to test me, return to your mother's arms, let's leave this matter alone. Asked La Furshell, are you not planning on forming another expedition team? Mother Earth said, daughters will eventually have to return to their parents' arms, one day, they will realize they are all in the palm of my hand. La Furshell replied respectfully, I will pay attention to what you say, Divine Wood. At Hai's territory, the Lord's castle. Elder Golgotha saw him and immediately felt extremely happy, oh, the Master's day has come, it's been a long time since I've seen him, I'm really looking forward to meeting him. Davy also smiled brightly in response to his words, Elder Golgotha, he looked at Davy and I evaluated it, it seems like people are doing really well these days. Davy could only laugh, ha ha, it's just life, what happened to you when you met me? Elder Golgotha explained, I came to pick up Gouda for a while because the festival season is coming. Davy Lean immediately wondered, was it a set meeting? He also quickly answered his question, this holiday is only held once every 2 years, just like the drought relieving ceremony, we will have a sacrifice to the Iron God before holding the festival later. Davy pondered, what a festival, all the tribes gathered at that festival. Elder Golgotha gave a crisp smile, ha ha, no, the tribes will organize their own events in the village. Davy heard the answer and immediately exclaimed, that's great, why don't we organize it here? Elder Golgotha and Gouda Tian expressed surprise. A beam of light appeared. Davy pulled out his transitional weapon again, he smiled and said to the two, I also have the perfect item for this occasion, I'm thinking of creating a gate connecting Bach Thatch village with the territory, here's Heinz. Gouda suddenly exclaimed, what a traditional gate, Davy explains, this is different from the Mana gate, so not everyone can go through it. Dwarves and humans both live in Heinz territory. However, the number of dwarves is very small, and this is not their homeland, so it is inevitable that there will be conflicts between races. Elder Golgotha asked curiously, by the way, is this also to resolve the conflict between humans and dwarves? Davy smiled wryly and replied, just think of this as a festival for those who have contributed to building the territory. My intention is to create a place where dwarves, humans and elves live together. Of course, it's not certain that the goblins inside the Moon Forest want to show up. Maybe they don't have to follow their oath to the Wood God anymore, but there are still people who can't let go of their worries. Davy tells everyone, come inside and talk. As he walked he was thinking, but not long after he heard the news that this sea of worries became meaningless. 2 weeks after leaving the forest, there were rumors that the elves from the western continent were seen moving to the east. In the room was Davy, along with Winley and Euless. Euless said in an excited tone, Mr. Davy, have you heard of that story? You must have heard it, people have seen goblins on that western continent. Winley sitting next to him also expressed surprise, goblins, don't they only appear in legends, even the ancient books mention them, no one has ever seen them with their own eyes. Davy smiled and looked for some books on the shelf. He saw a book about the idiot king of the Mold Kingdom and the Goblin clan. Elder Golgotha sat opposite Winley and Euless and explained for Davy, ahem, goblins are real, I once heard my father say that, but my father always talked about the discord with the Goblin clan. Euless and Winley's eyes lit up, really, did they say anything else? I'm also curious, if you don't mind, sir. Elder Golgotha was kind to the two of you, ha ha, I've never seen them with my own eyes before, but it seems like I've made you look forward to their story. The relationship between the dwarves and the elves is not going well, and I don't know much about those virtual strangers. Suddenly, the whole body of a ghost appeared. Mr. Davy, you have a guest. Everyone was surprised to see Luna's scratched body. Miss Lune, how did you become like that? Lune tiredly fell down on the chair complaining. Lune is having a hard time. I calculated the energy and the 2 red pills have energy that exceeds Luna's estimate. The children's energy is limitless. Everyone is worried about Lune, only Davy laughed at me and complimented me. Ha ha, great job. The chef has already prepared food for the people in the kitchen. Come eat, you said I have guests. The guest is none other than Uriah, she said, I haven't forgotten my responsibilities. Winley's group of teachers and teachers' eyes were shining. Oh my god, those are real goblins. Elder Golgotha also had to admire, what an unexpected guest. Mew was also present, so he quickly ran over and hugged Davy. Uncle, Davy returned her hug. Mew, are you still healthy? You've gotten fat lately. Mew pout, no, Mew hasn't gotten fatter. I've made friends with None and Timmy and even Ellie, we run around there. Winley's intimate news of the two people's faces changed and they asked, Big brother, don't tell me it is. Davy hastily explained, what do you think, it's not like that. Uriah explained why he was here. I came to tell you how we dealt with Elder Kunde and the conservatives. By the way, the streets here are really bustling. No wonder he took the day off that day, missing for a whole month. The 3 people, Winley, Euless, and Elder Golgotha, didn't understand anything. Did I miss something? What was she talking about? Uriah turned sharply to look at Elder Gutta. Do you remember the taste of the tea I made? Gutta was surprised. She was, could it be? Uriah said to everyone, let me officially introduce myself to you. I am Uriah Healashana, a high elf as well as the chief of the Moon Forest. I used to work as a servant named Yuli here. After introducing herself, she immediately turned her eyes to Davy and asked, Benefactor, I heard that you plan to hold a festival with the Dwarfs Guild. Davy replied while playing with Mew, that's right. Uriah heard the answer and immediately said, we in the Moon Road will also participate. This is also the Qingming period, which is also a good opportunity to dispel the chaotic atmosphere in the village. Davy asked, are you planning on attracting attention? Elder Golgotha stroked his beard and spoke happily, after all, this time we propose the idea of the festival, do vegetarian goblins like you know what fun is. Uriah immediately said, oh that makes me even more excited. However, smart people are attracted to new things, we are not as brave as dwarves, but we still have a simple yet very colorful entertainment culture. Elder Golgotha sighed, oh, you also make me so excited. Uriah bow, am also looking forward to participating in the dwarf festival. Winley and Euless stood there not understanding anything. Elder Golgotha looked at Uriah with fiery eyes, you just wait, at this reunion of the 3 clans we will be supported wholeheartedly. Uriah covered her mouth and laughed out loud, oh my god, is that true? Our spiritual festival is also famous for being incomparably beautiful. The 2 started a fight with each other. Persek commented, oh my, it looks like Therese going to be another battle of wits. You. Davy interrupts Persek, come on, what do you 2 think you're doing? Elder Golgotha felt a little guilty, ahem, our master was a bit too faint. Uriah also said, I'm sorry, my benefactor, I've gone too far. Davy reminded, do you 2 know that we humans have the most powerful force on this continent? After hearing that, the other 2 were extremely surprised. Ha, what do you mean? Davy smiled cunningly. If any unique festival is better known, then we humans will be right. Elder Golgotha countered, as masters, we will not compromise. Uriah agreed with him with both hands and feet. Persek said indifferently, so you want to add fuel to the fire. Davy replied, how can you resist the profits from tourism? So we have to make it as grand as possible. We have to organize a big festival with enough specialties everywhere. Let's have a battle. Persek just sighed, wondering if this festival would go smoothly. Davy also thinks like you, I'm really worried too. At the Lindy's royal palace, a loud laugh rang out, ha ha, really, the princess knows how to love. The person being teased is the princess of the Lindy's empire, Arya Al Lindy's, don't tease me Katarin. The teasing woman was Grand Duke Katarin Carabella nicknamed Firefox. Katarin used his hand to poke Arius' red face, oh my god, the princess is blushing, why have you been hiding this expression from me for so long? Look at this smooth skin, the rumor has spread throughout the kingdom, famous ladies have to line up to meet the princess. Katarin hugged the girl, Arius shyly said, don't, it's too ticklish. Katarin caressed Errol's cheeks with a sweet tone. Ha ha, now I have this look, I'm so happy, princess. Arya said, Katarin. Before he could finish speaking, Katarin interrupted, rubbing his chin in thought, so he stole the princess' heart and then left, talking about Devi Al Raun, the great prince of the kingdom of Raun. When mentioning Devi's name, Princess Arya became so embarrassed that her face turned red. Katarin looked at her and said, rather than the ability to cure you even if the whole kingdom fails, I'm more interested in this guy. Arya stammered, no, that's not it. Katarin doesn't understand. Ha, it's nothing. Arya was startled, yeah, well, I don't like him just because he cured me. But he saved me once before, which is very important. Katarin looked at her helplessly, his eyes filled with gentleness. Ha ha. What should I do with this lovely girl? Katarin came closer to Arya and rubbed her head, wanting to kidnap her and take her home. She asked, does the princess like that name? I have a secret to make guys fall for her, do you want to know? Arya heard that and was extremely curious. There is a secret. Katarin looked at that expression and didn't understand why. Who was he that the princess had to be like that? Katarin said, listen carefully princess, I guess that prince may be very considerate or not, it can only be one of the two. The first step is to use the usual way to attract him. Katarin suddenly thought of one thing, then, but most importantly, the king, who loved the princess very much, would not agree to such an foreign marriage. Katarin didn't let Arya feel down, but there was still a way. Arya is extremely excited, I will do anything, tell me. Katarin said that the princess just needs to rebel. After hearing this, Arya immediately felt embarrassed. What? Katarin immediately showed a cunning look, come and eat him. Having children would be even better. When the princess carries a drop of his blood, he cannot chase her away, she is the princess of that kingdom. Arya immediately trembled in fear. What? Katarin put his hand on Arya's shoulder blade. Princess. Arya was startled. Katarin continued to smile cunningly. Love is hard to resist, being lost by a noble is the goal of everyone out there. The princess is also beautiful. If it were me I would have rushed in. Arya couldn't hear any more and shouted loudly, Katarin. Katarin Carabella, one of the most powerful people to control Lindis, the great Duke of Firefox. Her carefree love lessons were too much for Arya to bear. Arya cried out embarrassedly, it's okay to stop. Some people still don't know that their purity is being discussed by me, and that person is none other than the great prince of Raun Kingdom, Devi Al Raun. Devi and everyone are gathering to celebrate a big festival. He told the leaders of the elves and dwarves to organize a contest. Urya held a cup of tea in her hand and then mistakenly told Devi that to own Monica there would be a price. He really knew how to put his money where his mouth was. Devi sat on the desk and asked, so you also let the prize of the ELFS treasure, Soul's Tears, also participate? Urya put the tea cup down on the table and replied, there are many reasons why something like this has to happen. Devi wondered, because of the world tree. Urya asked, have you heard the news? She was preparing to appear publicly. I was surprised that she reacted faster than I expected. My master, Medith is carefully watching so he will probably hear soon. If the world tree has made a decision, then all the elves in the continent will appear in the next few months. Devi laughed and said, yes, if you force them, yes. Urya continued, I heard that being the first is very important to humanity, and the bigger the association, the greater the effect will be. Is it useful? Devi crossed his arms and replied, yes, my God, you're welcome. Suddenly the door behind Devi opened. A figure appeared right there calling his name, Devi. Devi didn't seem too surprised by this person's appearance. It was none other than Elena. Elena happily said, I came to tell you important news. Devi said in a hateful tone, go to the main door. Elena smiled brightly, oh my God, we are so close, why should we care? Then she spoke loudly in his ear, oh yeah, hey Devi, I heard important internal news from the kingdom of Raun. Do you know how nervous I was? Devi's tone was helpless. It's okay to resolve it, but what is the important news you are talking about? Elena sat down at the window and said, don't be surprised, I heard Father say, it seems the news that people can see elves in the south is true. Devi looked at her indifferently, really? Seeing Devi's unsurprised face disappointed Elena, what is this reaction? What is this reaction? Are you not surprised? It's an elf, it's an elf. Fairies only exist in fairy tales, those beautiful and noble creatures. I heard that they live in calderas but it's hard to believe, but you want equality for all races living in Hines, don't you? If I have given you such valuable information, you should thank me, thank you with sword skills, for example, or something about sword skills, sword techniques, valuable clues. Davy pointed towards Yuria, who was sitting calmly drinking tea, and said, I don't need it. Elena was surprised. No way, what's wrong, what should I do? Davy suddenly smiled cunningly. She came just in time. Elena felt a chill pass by. Davy. He raised his hand to her. Please become the sacrifice for this festival. Elena is scared. Sacrifice. The people of Hines have a peaceful day again today. Elena trembled and pulled out her sword and threatened Davy. Don't come closer. Davy looked at her with discriminatory eyes. People looked at her and thought I was about to eat her. Elena immediately blushed. Don't joke anymore, you forgot me and you shouldn't stay in the cave together overnight. Davy Domain, get the signal quickly. So what? Elena immediately received the signal. Davy, be serious. This is the first time in my life I'm in such pain. I've cried out in pain but you still don't stop. Davy improvised quickly, and then she enjoyed it, as expected. Yuria misunderstood the two. Oh my god, Miss Nam and Miss stayed overnight, I understand. Yuria wondered, but it was a bit strange. Wasn't the Red Tower Elder her future fiancé, princess, but the two of them spent the night together. Perhaps, grandmother. Elena was startled and quickly explained, that's not true, she misunderstood. Davy quickly said, she was partly right, even though it wasn't the kind of physical contact. Persek used his small hand to stand straight at his cheek, punching him but not much. Elena argued, misunderstanding like that is like insulting me. Yuria smiled and said, I see, so you two haven't gotten to that point yet. Oh my gosh, you young people, I feel like I'm bullying you too. Davy and Elena stood awkwardly in place. Davy crossed his arms and smiled industrially, thinking, just pretend I haven't heard anything. Elena Tian approached Yuria and explained, I don't understand why you misunderstood, but Davy and I don't have that kind of relationship. Elena immediately confronted him. Wasn't that the kind of relationship that made her climb the secret window to visit him? Elena stammered, because we are friends. Yuria immediately said, oh my god, there is no simple friendship between a man and a woman, princess. Elena is unreasonable. What is it? Elves like to bully people? Davy laughed and said, it seems she just likes to bully her. Elena scolded him, don't laugh. Davy told the two of them, it's okay to stop here. Elena shed tears helplessly. Davy has something to ask Elena. Elena, I need you to help me prepare for the festival. Elena's tone was hateful. It seems like you only come to find me when needed. Davy gives Elena a detailed sheet of paper. She immediately read it through. The Hein Region Connection Festival, Davy explained, I need a few things, but remember you need to get them for me because you have power in the Palan Kingdom. Elena looked at you with discriminatory eyes. Davy, you think of me as a benefactor. Davy quickly said, I will make it up to you nicely. Elena pretended, this is not a problem. Davy said, Sword Master. Just hearing those two words made Elena's eyes go crazy. Davy asked, is that your goal? Davy looked at her helplessly. Davy makes a suggestion, if you cooperate, I will at least give you support to become a sword master. Davy looked at her excited expression and thought, actually, even if I don't help her, sooner or later she will overcome her own barriers. If she doesn't know, then let's take advantage. Persek scolded you, the scammer. Elena puts on a serious face. Davy, don't misunderstand me, do you think I will agree? As friends, Therese, nothing we can't help with. Elena was caught in a trap set by Davy. Yuria stood in a corner and exclaimed, Elena's spirit is full of responsibility, just tell me, what will I do? Davy could only sigh. He couldn't quench one person's desire. Persek could only say, what a cunning. One day, preparations for the festival connecting the Hines region were completed. At Village 11, the entrance to the Moon Forest, they decided to repeat the magic formation for the Moon Forest. The work was delayed due to the meeting with the people. Now, Persek is cuddling Davy's item. Look at this lovely design, how beautiful it is. Davy sighed, I'm sure you'll lose face like this, right? Persek was full of interest. The seal with the Or-Harken symbol was made of adamantium. The item that so delighted Persek was the Staff of Odin, the god of magic, the moment of transition. Persek knows it very well. What's more, it's made from the bones of ancient dragons, pure platinum and coated with magic potion. Davy, tell me, what's in this place? Davy grabbed her back and didn't let her hug her anymore. You look so hungry, this is so precious. Yuria asked in a worried tone, benefactor, is it okay to suddenly do that? Each position around the center must place a large magic circle to create a Dharma formation. Davy explained, I just need to cover the whole forest, let's wait and see. He clasped his hands together, placed Odin's staff in front of him. A light source appeared, level 8 space magic circle, custom space. Friction circles appear on the ground. absorbing creation, protecting the great Dharma, the great illusion. But right behind him was the earth spirit Noah's. Devi ordered Noah's, disperse the spiritual energy. Noah's quickly responded, obeying the contract's orders. Devi said to Uriya while casting the spell, in a place where spiritual power is this strong, relying on the elemental lord is best. The French battle will disperse its strength and maintain itself forever, into the great will of the ruins. Devi uses level 9 holy magic, Dea holy land. Devi smiled with satisfaction, I should also add some holy magic. Uriya exclaimed, the power is terrible. Persek said to Devi next to him, you are the only person in the world who can easily use 9th level holy magic, but what Devi created is a bit small. Uriya still feels the same way, it's so small. Persek pointed towards that thing and complained, that's right, not to mention animals, humans can't get through there. Devi argued that if he made a bigger one, creating a formation like this would be a waste. Persek hates it, stop it, what kind of defense is using this little formation? Devi pointed towards Odin's staff, well, do you know what this staff's nickname is? Uriya doesn't understand, what is that? Devi replied, goblin staff, it negates common sense, in other words, this thing is more powerful than the sword god Calderas. He said, expand it as much as possible so it can best protect the area, grow bigger, shout out. Describes a forest covered with a layer of light. What time at the Palan royal palace, Elena ordered the servant, send it to the Round Kingdom's Heinz domain in 5 days. The servant immediately obeyed, yes princess. Elena held the item Devi requested in her hand, a scale stone, what Devi asked for is really troublesome, if with it I can become a sword master, perhaps this price is still odd. Suddenly a voice rang out, Elena, the caller was the current crown prince of the Palan kingdom, Amadeus de Palan. Elena saw him and immediately asked him if he had a good trip to patrol the countryside. Amadeus happily replied, yes, what are you doing at the palace, Elena? She quickly replied, I'll help my friend with something. Amadeus wondered, the great prince of Round. The two were talking when the second prince arrived, Sullivan de Palan. He said seriously, tell me, Elena de Palan, you forgot all the etiquette, why are you so disrespectful to the crown prince? Elena saw Sullivan approaching and immediately changed. He walked past Amadeus and warned, there are many eyes and ears in the palace, you should have been careful, brother, I heard that you are going to the south to patrol, I hope you return safely. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Amadeus silently assessed, is he worried or chasing me? Elena stuck out her tongue and looked at Sullivan's figure, oh my god, Mr. Sullivan is so petty. Amadeus patted her head and advised bow, don't be angry with him, come back from patrol and come to the Heinz territory with me, I want to see what kind of friend my mischievous sister is, I didn't know she was flirting with our princess, how? Hearing that, Elena's face turned red and she flirted, we're not that type. Amadeus immediately said, okay, I will wait and see, Elena advised, come back safely. And so, the Palan kingdom enjoyed peace. Inside the palace, there are soldiers reporting, Your Highness, the items Princess Elena sent as a gift have arrived. Devi heard the announcement and secretly thought, there are a lot of things in Palan that can't be found anywhere else, he'll have to find them with great difficulty. Looking at the boxes stacked on the ground, Devi said, they came very quickly. Then he quickly turned his attention to the cargo box, he thought to himself, the item that I had asked to buy through Elena from Palan's country, good stone carvings, they are currently being used as land mines during the war. Currently, the export of this product is strictly controlled at Palan State. Devi tried holding up a fire stone and looked at it under the bright sunlight. Previously, this magic stone was called Equality. He seemed to love this thing very much, whether in the hands of an old man or a veteran soldier, its danger did not change. The quality of the Palan Empire's weapons is extremely famous on the mainland, which is why the Palan Empire is considered the top power. Even though there weren't many great magicians and swordsmen, their theories on weapons were extremely advanced, thanks to their current policy. Another employee went to inform Devi, Your Highness, according to your orders, I have gathered talented citizens here. Good, Devi replied satisfied. He thought to himself again, in his hasty preparations, let's show them what we have. A month has passed in a blink of an eye. Outside the city gate, horse-drawn carriages passed back and forth. People reported that everywhere was extremely bustling. Some people announced, Your Highness, just as you predicted, the good news spread far and wide and the number of visitors has doubled. The lives of the people were extremely peaceful, including a few dozen nobles from within the kingdom and a few hundred clans from other kingdoms. Inside the room, the servant was reporting, In addition, a large number of free mercenaries had also arrived. Was it because of the reputation of the dwarf mining festival? Davy asked. He thought to himself, the festival will last 4 days and 3 nights, but tourists have already started arriving since the 4th day before the festival started. The servant said, the capital of Rouen has never been so bustling before. Davy replied, that's how it should be. Davy walked towards the desk and said, an opportunity like this is extremely rare and hard to find. Why don't you go enjoy it? Chief Chamberlain Vernal, Butler Bisphus replied, more importantly, Your Highness, that baby Amy has already been wasted. Looking down at Amy, who was instructing the people of the Yellowstone tribe, the butler Bisphus said, if she doesn't have a break now, when will she say? Davy seemed to agree, thanking him for his concern. It's true that I've been neglecting Amy too much lately. Butler Bisphus gently replied that although it was true that he often scolded her, she was actually a very excellent child and would be the joy of this old man's little remaining life. He said, however, because Hess been working so hard lately, Hess also very exhausted. Davy was now sitting at his desk and said, okay, I respect your opinion, but, while Therese still time left, again, you have to work well here too. He pointed outside where the festival was being prepared and said, because if the event organizers don't understand the current situation, there will be trouble. Butler Bisphus cautiously bowed his head and replied, yes, sir, lower. Sitting on the other side of the sofa, Elena closed the book she was reading and asked, why? She looked at Davy and said, aren't you going to go out? Davy glanced at the window and said, of course I have to go. He opened the drawer and saw a bear mask and said, if I advise the Chief Chamberlain, why can't I do it myself? Elena wondered, what's the mask, what's the purpose? Davy transformed and put on the bear mask and said, from now on, I am not Davy, but David. Elena said, yes, that's true. She crossed her arms and sighed helplessly, saying, if a pumpkin were painted green, it would turn into a watermelon. That's too tiring. Davy didn't seem to answer, so should I just stay here and not go anywhere? Hearing Davy say that, Elena immediately flew up. She smiled at Davy and winked at him. That's it, Your Highness, can you escort me? Davy said helplessly, watching her face turn. Isn't that quick? Davy talked for a while and then came to a conclusion. Well, at least he won't have any regrets. Then he took Elena out to play. Everywhere there was a cheerful and bustling atmosphere. Seeing food stalls inviting customers. The two of them immediately stopped in to try the spicy food that made them scream. There are also female dancers dancing here. The two of them passed by and went to the counter of the Golden Stone Dwarves. Elder Golgotha hit the shadow box while laughing and talking, playing cards. Davy took off his mask. He let out a breath. His face seemed quite grim. Looking at Davy, he looked very confident. After just playing for a while, he made a face and left, and Mr. Golgotha got a bargain while waving and saying, thank you. Davy held his face in utter embarrassment and said, damn it, what have I done? Elena walked next to him, laughing like a lucky man, and Berserk von Pilon looked satisfied and said, humans' lack of greed will make them constantly repeating past mistakes. What was the result the last time you played this game? Then everyone went to another place. Stepping inside, Golda greeted him, oh, what a master, welcoming you here. Elena pushed Davy with her elbow and said, I don't think that mask will work on dwarves. Golgotha said happily, you came at the right time. I'm hungry. Ahem, don't stop there, come over here quickly. He walked in front and introduced, our alchemists really did their best this time. Oh, Davy exclaimed. Seeing the armor placed in a corner, this, Golgotha said, is the product of Thor's. Seeing that Davy didn't say anything, Elder Golgotha said, don't you remember, that person came from that Crane tribe. I don't know what he said to the people in the tribe that they sent such a masterpiece. Davy immediately replied, looks quite different. It's true that the Hatch tribe is different. He smiled and replied, ha ha, you really have sharp eyes. Why don't you show us one of your own creations next time? Yes, Davy replied, okay. Here, Elena saw a beautiful holy sword placed in a glass cage and asked if this was for sale. Davy also quickly looked over and said, this seems to be just a decoration. What kind of thing does the owner of the holy sword have? Elena replied, I intend to give it to my brother as a gift. Davy's brother replied. Elena explained, the crown prince of Pilon, this would be great to display. Davy said, so suddenly, why do you suddenly act like a princess? Her brother is the crown prince. Elena angrily glared and replied, I am a princess. Davy asked, it seems like you and Tai too are very close. Elena replied, not really. She immediately turned to Davy and said, it's the same with you, even though everyone calls me your beloved friend, of course not everyone in the royal family likes me. Looking at Elena Davy's back, she silently said, is that true? At this time, Elder Golgotha gave something to Davy and said, Master, take this. Davy looked at the small box in Golgotha's hand. He replied, it is something you ordered before. According to your request, we fired it continuously for 152 days at extremely high temperatures before cooling it. Golgotha scratched his face shyly and said, well, this is probably what you intended to give that beautiful princess, right? Davy said helplessly, what? Then Elder Golgotha laughed and said, ha ha, Teresa saying, the relationship between a young man and a young woman is always like dry firewood. When we were young, in order to get the wife we have now, I also had to defeat quite a few people here. Over here Elena is still staring at the beautiful items. Elena replied, ha ha, that's great. She turned to look at Davy. Davy, she's already seen everything. Why are you still standing there? Davy quickly hid the box behind his back and said, nothing, and Golgotha stood there. The cheering side said, ha ha ha, good luck. Elena ran back and grabbed Davy's wrist and said, we still have a lot to see. Looking at Davy's face, Elena smiled and said, let's go. Davy glanced at Elena's hands holding his. He smiled once and said, slow down. The scene changes to a certain place. A mysterious pair of feet comes and says, finally here. A group of mysterious people are entering Davy's territory. They looked down from above and said, this must be the place. Elena was extremely happy. She ran around looking at this thing and buying that thing with great excitement. The sky was already night. Davy led her to the top floor of the castle. Elena looked at the small dots of light below and couldn't help but exclaim, I can see the whole kingdom from up here. She couldn't hide her joy and said, I didn't know this place existed, but why isn't there anyone else up here? Davy replied gently from behind, because this place is only me and the people I allow to visit. Davy took out his pocket watch and looked at the time on it and said, it's time. Elena wondered, what time? He held the pocket watch tightly in his hand and smiled and said, it's time to use what I borrowed from you. Fire sculpted stone? Elena asked, not seeing Davy's response. Elena pouted dissatisfiedly and said, honestly, I agreed to your request because the person who said he would be willing to be my sword teacher, but am still not talented. I don't understand your intentions. Who would use weapons in a festival? Then she turned to look at Davy's face and said, how are you going to use that explosive thing? Davy replied, what do you mean by that? Below the castle, Loon was waving the flag and controlling the cannons pointing at the vast sky. Davy calmly said, of course let it explode. After that voice, a firecracker shot into the sky. The rays of light then spread to both sides. Extremely beautiful fireworks appeared in the sky. The people below all looked up at the fireworks passionately. Everyone is immersed in this happy moment. Elena stood on the rooftop. She also looked at the brilliant fireworks and let out a wow sound. So beautiful, Elena said. She looked at the beautiful colorful fireworks in the sky and said, oh my god, I didn't know that fossils could be used like that. Davy looked at her for a long time before saying, well, I don't just use pyrotechnics, just jelly. Then he hesitated for a moment. Davy took this opportunity to hand over the box that Golgotha gave him earlier and said, hey. Elena looked at the things in there and gasped for an instant. Davy said the bracelet in the box was a gift for you. It will help you control the flow of mana in your body. Elena blushed as she accepted the gift. She raised the magic bracelet in the box and looked at it. Davy said that although it looked like an ordinary sapphire on the outside, it was actually very precious. Hearing that, Elena turned to look at Davy in confusion and asked, why did he suddenly give me a raise? Davy replied frankly, to please her. Davy smiled and thought to himself, your protection is still very useful to me. Elena rubbed her red hair and said, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to wear it for me? Davy did not give up at all. He stepped forward and said, go find a boyfriend and ask someone to wear it for you. Elena said angrily, kidding, Davy, who in the world would ask their boyfriend to wear a necklace made by someone else? Another guy gave it to me, right? Hearing that, Davy also found it reasonable. He immediately went up and put the bracelet on her for Elena without forgetting to say, oh, that's right. Elena in the front sighed deeply and said, it would be nice to have someone who is not mentally ill. Davy quickly replied, stubborn girls like you are not my type. So Elena argued again, why, acting like a psychopath like you is my style. Then Davy gave up and said, recently, the royal palace is looking for someone to give me to that person, but I will refuse if it is you. Thank you for worrying about me, princess. Hearing that, Elena was so angry that she sighed. Suddenly she spoke. Davy looked over. Elena hid her blushing face behind her hair and said, okay, but if the palace can't find anyone good enough to marry me, then you can. While in the heat of the moment, a loud growling noise rang out, making Elena jump. The ring in her hand was emitting an emergency alarm, Elena said with a sigh, startled. She looked at the ring and said, it was a family texting. Then she looked at Davy and said, sorry Davy, he replied, go. Seeing Elena looking naked, Davy smiled and said, just go, I still have things to do. Go away, Davy said. Elena still looked at him without answering. In the end, she said, let's go, the festival is still happening tomorrow, so why don't you invite Winry tomorrow to see if Therese anything to do. Then Elena turned and left. Davy dropped his hands and said, it's a great happy day, but that guy's cloud is so messed up, I'm sure the world tree will be uprooted. In the distance, Davy Mountain could be heard fighting. It's true that the forest side is constantly fighting. Jack was knocked back a bit, he used 2 swords to block the attack. The mysterious group of people quickly rushed to Jack's place. They seemed to never tire of stabbing their swords into Jack's body, making him cry out in pain. Then there was the sound of a collision in the air that sparks. Jack was knocked to the ground. The mysterious group of people angrily said, go away, human. Jack refused to give in, he balanced his hands on the ground and said, we don't want to shed blood in vain, I won't go. Jack said very firmly, ancient guardian, I cannot come to you inside the kingdom. He stood up, clutching 2 swords in his hands and said, if you come even 1 step closer, I will be forced to kill all of you. The white-haired man among the ancient guards let out a cold cry. Jack couldn't help but tremble when he heard this sound. The white-haired man said, I'm still wondering where my stupid daughter who ran away from home is. That person's whole body emitted a white light, saying, so it was here. She immediately took off her hat, it was the world tree with a physical body, Yggdrasil. Jack saw that and immediately said, I am human. Yggdrasil stroked his chin and said, human, you talk too nonsense. She called out, Aina, making Jack's back suddenly cold. Yggdrasil again tucked his white hair behind his ear and said, I wonder why you and your sister have to keep hurting me like that. Jack shouted angrily, enough of you two-faced hungry bastard. Jack said excitedly, it was because of you and the saint of the world tree, I became a dead person in my sister's eyes. Jack breathed heavily and said, be frank, what is your purpose here? Yggdrasil replied with a smile, ha, I like it so I came, the human who took away my 2 daughters makes me interesting. She shrugged her shoulders and said calmly, while I'm in a good mood, retreat, even if you leave your homeland, you are still a child of the forest. Yggdrasil said, I don't want you to have to sacrifice your life just to protect an ordinary person. After saying that, she blew up the place where Jack was standing. Jack quickly jumped up and said, I refuse. He raised his sharp sword and rushed towards Yggdrasil saying, I won't let anyone harm him. Before he could touch her, 2 green hands reached out. They quickly captured Jack and pressed him to the ground right under Yggdrasil's feet. She looked at Jack and said, it was not too late to turn around. She started to squat down and look at Jack and say some compassionate words, I know that countries are easy to change, nature is hard to change, but if you admit your mistake now and come back to us, Hack said with a smirk, admit your mistake. He clenched his teeth and said, when I was next to Davy, I realized this, although his tricks were boundless, he spoke the truth and acted truthfully. Jack looked at Yggdrasil's angelic face and continued, Hess not like you guys, that's why. Jack bluntly raised his middle finger to them and said, you all die. Seeing the place where Jack had just been lying, a light appeared. At the same time, a huge explosion was heard outside the forest. A loud explosion rang out, the surrounding rocks and soil flew everywhere. Jack stood behind the flying dust and walked forward. He used his hand to bandage the wound he had just stabbed with the sword and said, I hope you all die. Then he ran quickly to a place where there were no other people thinking, wow, luckily he escaped quickly. At the same time, a wind-cutting sword rushed towards Jack extremely quickly. The sword was unforgiving and stabbed straight into Jack's chest, making him unable to react in time. Jack's blood splattered everywhere, he thought, he needed to let them know the world tree was here. Even the watch around his neck was broken and thrown out. The other foreigner watched Jack fall to the ground. He looked at Jack breathing heavily. Jack's fingers struggled to move. Jack's blood had seeped onto the ground and was everywhere. The guy who just stabbed Jack said, Aina, how do I deal with her? Yggdrasil coldly replied, just leave it alone. The subordinates behind also tried to pull out their weapons, but Yggdrasil stopped her and said, don't kill her yet. She stood in front of Jack silently thinking, Aina Helishana, She was originally considered the most talented child in the sacred tree sanctuary. At this time, Jack had revealed his face and appearance like the other people. Yggdrasil thought. It had been 30 years since she betrayed the forest and turned into a dark elf. Looking at Jack's stubborn eyes, she silently exclaimed, "Her eyes are still the same." Then she turned and walked away, leaving Jack lying in a pool of blood. She said, "Don't waste any more time and effort, let's move on." "Yes, sir," the subordinates replied. But before they could leave, they fell into fear of level 8 black magic. The group of subordinates looked around in surprise and said, "What's going on? I heard that the dark ELFSI color changes naturally." Yggdrasil was silent for a few seconds and finally said nothing, while the subordinates behind discussed this voice, but she must be very stubborn, because her face was still transparent, when it should have been dark, is correct. At that moment, a very familiar person appeared in the darkness. He pulled out his sword and said, "Even though he is an uninvited guest, he is still someone who came to see the festival. I cannot help but welcome him, right?" Then there were the sounds of falling to the ground, making the listener very panicked. They realized something was wrong, so they surrounded Yggdrasil to protect the world tree. "There is an ambush, who are you?" Davy was hanging on a tree branch right above their heads. He said coldly, "You guys came just in time, there was only one more event left, but it was so exciting that I reconsidered." They saw the voice but did not see the person who spoke angrily and showed his face. Davy Occipital slowly opened the bear mask and said, "Everyone. 2 moons are hanging in the sky, the red flag and the blue flag have appeared." Davy said coldly, "You like haunted houses, don't you?" Then the sounds of fighting rang out in the forest. After killing all those petty subordinates, Davy said, "Oh, you're still alive." Davy saw Jack barely alive on the ground, his whole body covered in blood. He said, "Jack, oh, should I call you Iana now?" She replied, "How do you know?" Davy bent down and picked up Ina and said, This is the first time I've seen a dead spirit with a violent nature sacrificed to save the fake contract like you." The glimmering lights wanted to attack Ina. Davy immediately shot them away and warned, "Don't touch her, go away, you should go, you only know how to cast illusions, stop being stubborn, you only know how to cast illusions, stop being stubborn." So they obeyed and left without planning to attack again. Ina lies on the ground, Davy said, "Saved for now." Yggdrasil from afar looked at this scene and said, "You are truly a child that makes others surprised." She repeated that sentence twice. Davy did not turn around and smiled and replied, "You should say it correctly." He stood up and said, "What a child, that's funny, isn't she the one who just changed her will?" Yggdrasil did not get angry but calmly said, "The last time I passed on my will was 300 years ago, a lowly human who only lived for 100 years, how could he know that the will of the magic tree lasts for thousands of years?" Yes. She looked at the protective energy surrounding Davy's body and said, "But she didn't expect that you had just surpassed human limits." Yggdrasil held out his hand to where Davy stood and said, "Don't worry, I'm just coming to chat with you." Davy stepped back a bit and said, "Chat?" She looked up, frowned and said, "Who did she think she was, suddenly coming up and wanting to talk?" So Davy immediately called Noah's to come, and he appeared huge. Noah's raised his big hand and used a flyswatter move to block it. Boom! One hit Yggdrasil's direction. She was covered in a barrier and was not injured anywhere. Yggdrasil closed his eyes to feel the power and then let out a provocative sound. She calmly said, If it wasn't Noah's, I wouldn't have known a supreme being like you would descend on this land." Noah's coldly replied, "I already knew, the world tree who rules the forest is like her." You finally angry? At this moment Davy jumped up in front of Noah's and said, "Step back Noah's." He replied, "Fake contract." Davy smiled back and looked at Noah's. He seemed angry and said, "Don't make me repeat it." Yggdrasil said in surprise, "Kukik, this scene is really interesting, it's also new." She stroked her cheek and said, "I'll be honest." She spoke up, "Do you know why I broke the rules to come here to see you?" Davy was engrossed in clicking something on the touch panel and said, "Who knows?" The system did not give out information. The world tree was a noble existence named by God. Berserk von Palan stood on his shoulder and sighed, saying, "The power you borrowed from me won't help you see her information." Davy replied, "Perhaps the only way is to use force." He stood in front of Yggdrasil and said, "I don't know how, is this a riddle?" She replied, "Hahu, why don't you guess?" He said, "What's the point, otherwise I'll be an idiot." Yggdrasil calmly said, "Kukik, you're such a useless, careful brat, I'll say it's you or Yuria." She held out her hand and said, "Give that child back to me." Davy crossed his arms and said, "I heard you say that I kidnapped her, you came all the way to the western continent just to say that." Yggdrasil said, "Oh, so the people who knew we chose this place to set down roots," Davy said calmly. "I even learned more than you know, so my answer is no." He still looked at her and said, "Yuria is now a citizen of Hein's territory, no one can touch her, not the World Tree or the king." Yggdrasil said in surprise, That's troublesome." He replied sarcastically, "It was her problem, not mine." She said, "Kid, this is not someone who can be taken lightly because of his selfishness." She asked, "Do you know about the existence of the Demon King?" Davy asked, "The Demon King?" She replied, "Yes, 3,000 years ago, the Demon King made all continents live in fear and destruction." She imagined the figure of the Demon King saying, "His name is Perselk, the ultimate evil that turned this continent into a sea of blood is about to awaken." Yggdrasil continued, "No one can stop the Demon King's hatred that has long wished to be revived again." When Davy heard that, he remained silent and did not speak. Davy glanced at Berserk von Palan and smiled and said, "She said it was the Demon King Perselk." She swung her legs and sat on Davy's shoulder and said, "The person she said was me." A gentle wind blew past where Davy stood. Berserk von Palan hugged his stomach and laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. Davy kept his voice low, then turned to look at Berserk von Palan and said, "Are you hated?" And Palan still couldn't help but laugh until he hugged his stomach. Davy also laughed until he was shaking. Yggdrasil saw it and was confused and said, "What's so funny?" Hearing that, Davy immediately stopped laughing. He restrained himself and said, "No, it's nothing, my answer is still the same. Yuria is a resident of Hein's territory." He calmly said, "I don't care about the Demon King," and Berserk von Palan was still laughing so much that he had to wipe his tears with his hand, and Davy thought to himself, even if Berserk revives, she has no reason or purpose. What is the purpose of waging war? Then Davy turned and left. He didn't forget to snap his fingers to wake up Yggdrasil's subordinates. He left and said, "That's enough of a warning." The group of people woke up shaking uncomfortably. Davy calmly said, "If you want to find Yuria, just target me, assuming we can't come to an agreement." As he walked away, he smiled and said, "Let's just use violence." Yggdrasil looked at Davy's leaving back and muttered, "Don't you know the times? Are you confident that you can withstand the king's wrath?" Davy replied very calmly, "She already knew the outcome. Why did she persist in prolonging this conversation? If she was afraid, could she just go away?" Yggdrasil was quiet and didn't say anything, but she bent down a bit. Yggdrasil's subordinates saw this and suddenly woke up for a moment. It turned out that Yggdrasil was using magic to wake them up. "World Tree," she replied, "Forgive me, I don't have enough ability to convince this child." She coldly glanced at Davy and said, "Dave Al Round, I don't intend to kill anyone right away, but I won't leave it alone either." The subordinates had regained their strength. They separated and surrounded Davy. One of them pointed his sword at Davy and said, "That guy, you will pay the price for daring to mock us." Davy glanced at the sword in his hand absent-mindedly and said, Maybe I should just compromise a bit." One of them was taken by Davy, and the group suddenly panicked. They looked at Davy holding the sword and said, "My weapon." Another guy pointed his sword at Davy and said, "How dare you, a lowly human, dare to use an elven sword? Since when are long swords only for elves? I want to spell the spell for you to talk like that." Davy took a step forward and said, "Don't fight back, or you'll lose your life." When the other people saw that, they got angry and tried to run away. They flew towards Davy and said, "Stupid tricks." Davy injected a source of energy into the sword. He used the Demon Soul Sword technique, the 28th sword Evil Rakshasa. He rushed like lightning towards the group of people. The shield that Davy stabbed through made the other people's bodies tremble. Suddenly he gave a contemptuous smile. He was laughing when a crack from the shield moved to his face. He said with a fierce face, "Humph, you are still just human." After speaking, his whole body was split in half, blood flowed everywhere. The others said in panic, "Solar Commander," Davy coldly replied, "I told you not to fight back." Yggdrasil stood far away and witnessed everything. Noah's also walked up to her and said, "World Tree, you don't have time to be absent-minded." Noah swung his fist down at her and said, "I am your opponent." On this side, Davy saw this and calmly said, "Probably no need to pay attention to her anymore." At this time, a subordinate stabbed his sword at Davy. He quickly tilted his head to the left to avoid it. Suddenly the unarmed boy became frantic and said, "I caught someone, brat." The guy with the orange head was so scared that his face turned blue. Davy used his head move to hit the orange-haired guy. Berserk von Palan saw this and held his head in pain and said, "Whoa, just looking at it hurts." Davy threw a punch at the gray-haired man, straight into his throat. After finishing this guy, Davy quickly jumped forward. The blonde guy was the lucky one to block the arrow for him. Seeing his teammate being shot dead by him, the other guy was unwilling to scream. They saw that their comrades were almost dead, so they were afraid and said no, damn it. So one of the guys turned around and left screaming, monster. Davy saw that and shouted, run. Davy reminded the dead man's sword and said, the long sword is very light. Davy holds the sword ready to swing, very suitable for throwing. A second later he swung his sword at the fugitive. Remember this life lesson. The other man turned his head in fear, the sword flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the sword also stabbed straight into his body. The blonde guy saw that and gritted his teeth and trembled. He looked at his hand that was shaking with fear. Davy's feet were getting closer, it was all a lie. Davy walked up to him very seriously. In the distance, Yggdrasil turned to look back. She was unwilling but gritted her teeth and glared at Davy. The red-haired guy knelt down, raised his eyes and cried, looking at Davy and saying, everything was so unbelievable. Davy looked at him coldly and said, how could a human-like monster exist? He coldly raised his hand towards the blonde. Davy said, I will let you go in peace. Behind him, a loud explosion rang out, rocks flying everywhere. The orange-haired guy still knelt down and groaned, looking at Davy. Davy looked at him coldly. Berserk von Palan asked in confusion, Davy, why don't you attack? Davy replied, use your power. She looked at the other guy questioningly and said, powerfully. Davy replied, World Tree. He glanced at Yggdrasil then glared and said, are you crazy? Yggdrasil turned his head to look at Davy and smiled without knowing the meaning. Davy said very seriously, try using your power, Perk. This sentence made Berserk von Palan suddenly tense. Davy still standing in front of the blonde, Berserk von Palan said, this is. Behind is Yggdrasil, she is controlling something, Davy thought, the World Tree is not stupid. He looked at the bloody bodies lying on the ground and thought even more, after invading and fighting with only a group of people, while knowing full well that the result would be destruction, and even made a suggestion that she knew she would be rejected, did she really do these things rashly? He looked at the blonde with examining eyes, the other person's whole body trembled, his hand slowly hooked inside. He came to the conclusion, did he really bring a mother here who was pregnant with her child without thinking? Basically, this time is very problematic. Berserk von Palan covered his mouth and couldn't hide his surprise and said, oh my god. Dave then opened his mouth and said, World Tree. He suddenly turned to look at Yggdrasil and said, she really sees through everything. She slowly smiled a triumphant smile. Then a loud explosion rang out. Davy angrily rushed towards her, grabbed her neck, and shook her whole body. Davy questioned indignantly, and she said that the elves of the World Tree were all her children, and that the young elves would be protected. His eyes had never been this angry before, yet she left a life that was still unborn at a dead end. Yggdrasil was strangled but still forced out a smile and said, this is the ultimatum, give us Yuria back. Davy looked at her coldly and said, I refuse. Yggdrasil laughed even more madly, hee, then the relationship between elves and humans will no longer be salvageable. Suddenly she looked at the orange-haired person and called, Panea. This call startled her. Yggdrasil looked at her and said, I'm sorry. She looked at the elf child and said, I will remember your sacrifice forever. After saying this, Panea gasped and looked at her in disbelief. Finally, she compromised and picked up the sword that was thrown on the ground. Panea tremblingly placed the sword next to her neck. Davy glanced at her and said, stop. Yggdrasil interjected, isn't that funny? She said with great confidence, I am the World Tree, also the mother and home of the elves. There are elves who are willing to follow my wishes like them, but there are also elves who doubt my way of thinking. Mine is like Yuria. On this side, Panea used a sword to commit suicide, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing Penella's body fall to the ground in a pool of fresh blood, she triumphantly said, I won. Penella's cloak was covered in blood and fluttered in the wind. Yggdrasil kept saying, I took advantage of you, what will you do? You are going against the predetermined flow of the world. Davy looked at her silently and said nothing. Then he thought to himself, an excuse, right when she knew she was going to lose but still joined the fight herself. I should have realized it. The goal of the World Tree, Yggdrasil, Davy deduced, was to make me kill these elves to give her an excuse. Noah's behind him called out worriedly, fake contract. Davy was still deep in thought. The magic tree must have said something like this to the elves in the sanctuary. that she would negotiate peace with humans, of course that the elves who didn't know the truth would feel moved by the world tree's departure to find peace, but the result was like this. He looked around at the bodies, then turned to look at her and said, "It's bad enough that you cause trouble in someone else's territory, but you're also scheming." He dropped her on the ground and said, "She's just an incarnation, so after death she can still come back to life, right?" Yggdrasil heard that and laughed hysterically. Seeing her laugh happily, Davy thought to himself, "In the end, I was completely fooled by the world tree Yggdrasil, because only the world tree can tell them the truth. To the people in the sanctuary, God tree, I will become a cruel person who loves to indulge in murder and blood, for peace." The world tree decided to believe in humans, but was betrayed and became a victim. Berserk von Palan called Davy worriedly. Davy was immersed in the thought of people's houses burning red. An interesting scene was being painted. After all, what had happened? I couldn't save anything. Davy's hand flared up with a black magic flame. He coldly looked at her and said, "Very good, that's her intention, just do as you want." The magical fire burned more intensely, Davy thought. Becoming an enemy of the elves living in the magic tree made no difference. If I wanted to play dirty like that, then I would have to indulge. Davy turned around and waved the fire at Yggdrasil, saying she would have to continue using those tricks. He said angrily, "I already told Yuria, but since you're here, he'll let you know too." Yggdrasil cried out in pain when caught by the fire. Davy was even more forceful, not forgetting to say, "The moment I see her main body, will also be the day the world's pillars turn into firewood." But Yggdrasil said without fear, "Soon, all the elves will come here to kill you, and that's not all. There will always be intelligent creatures friendly to the elves." She boldly and provocatively said, "Would you be able to resist them all, if many strange races began to appear in the world and all gathered to attack you?" Davy replied unfazed, "Did she like the letter M or the circle?" She said in surprise, "What?" Right after that the magical fire flared up even more fiercely. After a moment, Yggdrasil was scared, waving his arms and legs wildly, saying, "What are you doing? Is this a curse?" Davy curled his mouth and said, "War." Looking at her distorted face, Davy happily said, "Okay, war is also good. If you dare, just take 45 at me." Davy bent down, his hand formed a gun, pointed it at the Yggdrasil's head and said, "Whoever comes first, I will tear them apart." Yggdrasil's face is now distorted and looks very pitiful. Davy's hand shot out a very arrogant shot of magic. She finally left. Returned to the place where the green world tree should have appeared. Yggdrasil sat hugging his body deep in the giant tree roots. Her body seemed very weak, her hands were shaking and she wanted to stand up. Yggdrasil ran away, saying he had to get to the lake. Seeing the lake in front of her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yggdrasil soaked his body in the lake and said angrily, "How dare he curse the main body of the divine tree? He must have been brave. If I hadn't been bound by the first contract, I would have wiped out that place immediately, already." But suddenly she gave a strange smile and said, "But I have already achieved my immediate goal." Yggdrasil looked up at the sky and said, "I cannot bring Yuria back, but I have gathered the previously separated powerful factions to focus on one goal." Davy's image appeared in her mind. She thought, "What is that saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend from now on." The two extremists and moderates will together direct the endless anger of they enter the young human, Davy Al Round, and his land. Maybe he cursed me a lot, but just a few curses are okay. After thinking about it, she stood up from the lake. Yggdrasil held a few strands of his white hair under the surface of the lake and confidently said, "This lake will soon remove them." But suddenly the hair disappeared from the lake water, surprising her. Outside the forest, the elves saw that the world tree was dying and its leaves were beginning to fall. They said, "Big trouble, mother's branches and leaves are falling." They seemed panicked and said to each other, "Something must have happened to the magic tree, call the priests immediately and go see their mother at the altar." Inside the Yggdrasil lake, a voice was heard urging everyone to summon water spirits to cast healing magic, quickly. She did not believe in the truth and remained silent. On this side, Davy saw an empty cloak with no human figure left, along with leaves flying around. Berserk von Palan saw that and said, "Davy, if the elves oppose, then the humans will be next." Davy smiled and replied, "It's okay, they can't do anything." She glanced over and asked, "Is that so?" Davy shrugged and replied, "Well, it took nearly half a year to lift her curse." Davy left thinking, "The curse from the god is mainly for protection, but I have no intention of using it." Suddenly Davy brightly asked Berserk von Palan, "Well, the teacher must want to revive you. What do you think?" She seriously thought and replied, "Noom, that seems like the world tree is telling the truth." Suddenly she realized something, she couldn't wait to be revived. Berserk von Palan said brightly, "Never mind Davy, I will definitely look for a body to be revived." Davy raised his eyebrows and said, "Have you not given up on the moment of transition yet?" She confidently replied, "I will definitely be resurrected without using this beautiful staff. I cannot rest assured of being reincarnated." Davy replied helplessly, then listened to her all. The scene changes to the right of the royal palace, where the festival is happily taking place. Inside the room Jack, also known as Ina, had woken up. She was looking outside. Suddenly someone came in and asked, "Are you awake?" She nodded as a response. Davy walked up to the bed and said, "This is the first time I've met you like this." Ina asked, "When did you know?" He replied, "Probably from the beginning." Ina bowed her head and said, "Thank you for saving me." Davy puffed up his chest and said, "Yeah, you should be grateful, I've paid off all my debt, people should know better." Davy saw that Ina's wound was quite serious, so before leaving, he said, "Because you wanted to be in a deserted place, I brought you here, so why do you have to continue hiding? You shouldn't have to hide your identity, more must." He asked confusedly, "Maybe it wasn't because he was a dark elf?" Suddenly, Ina said sadly, "Please don't ask those questions." She put her hand on the window and looked at the cheerful light outside and said, "I can't reveal my true self here, so I have to disguise myself as a man." She held up the broken bracelet and looked at Davy and asked, This bracelet is broken, do you have a spare one?" She recounted its origin. "After leaving the forest, a hermit helped me create it during my wanderings. This is a special item that cannot be seen through the clairvoyance magic table, so it will hard to find a replacement." Davy picked it up and said, "That's it." Ina raised her hand to touch the air and suddenly a vortex of space appeared. "Do you want me to create a new one for you, eh?" On Ina's hand appeared another ring. Davy said, "Maybe not as good as the one she used to have but probably still enough." He crossed his arms and said, "The spell is to transform you, just need a little more mana." Ina still stared at the ring for a long time. Then she used the transformation spell, and an additional layer of veil appeared on her face. Ina waved the hand wearing the ring and said, "It felt strange." Davy replied, "Mana can detect it, and even the slightest impact will break it, so you have to be careful." He raised his eyebrows and said, "This is sincere enough, right?" Ina immediately exclaimed. She lifted the blanket and was about to get off the bed and said, "Can you listen to my proposal now?" Davy said calmly, "You try to say it." Out of nowhere Ina took out a piece of the map and said, "This place is an island south of the eastern continent." Davy asked, "Island?" He picked up the piece of map and looked at it intently. Next to it Berserk von Palan said, "This place is an island south of the eastern continent." Davy asked confused, "So what, are you planning to go there to get treasure or something?" Almost like that Ina replied. She sat up straight and said, "What we want is proof that that place exists, proof of the betrayal of the tree, who borrowed the power of the undead." Davy immediately huffed. Ina's face looked at him a little expectantly. Davy thought to himself, "Is this the fight with the magic tree again?" Davy sighed and said, "Okay." Ina was startled when she heard that. The two people were silent and said nothing. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Davy and Berserk von Palan looked at each other with puzzled faces. And Ina looked shy. She blushed and teared up and said with tears in her eyes, "Don't you want to hear what I have to say?" Davy saw that and immediately said, "I have made up my mind." Ina straightened her voice when she heard that. Davy looked contemptuously at Ina from above and thought, "I heard right." Then he slowly opened the system. He made a comment, and confirmed that he did not expect the leader of the forest to have such salty taste. Night fell. Davy made a decision. These guys really took too long. The next morning, the sun was working hard to climb the distant mountain top. Davy dressed in his pajamas, stretched and stood up. Early in the morning he thought to himself, the festival was held successfully. No one in the territory noticed the world trees attacked the night before, and the festival ended safely. Davy stood on the balcony catching the sunrise thinking, "But for me, this is a failure. Before dawn we buried the bodies of those elves." Davy thought back to the night before, especially the elf named Funella. "It's not that I feel sorry for her, but the death of the baby in her womb makes me a little sad." Ina absolutely did not want to build a tombstone for them. She said that it was not necessary to honor those who harmed her, but I still built them a tomb. At that time he sighed and thought, "I have my own reasons." He also remembered Elena waving to him before going to think. That night Elena also returned to the Pollen Kingdom. She must have left in a hurry because she forgot to leave a message, suddenly appeared and then disappeared again. "No matter what, let's meet again." Davy yawned and went into the room. Berserk von Palan collapsed on Davy's shoulder whining, "I just want to sleep a little longer." Davy happily said, should we go visit the festival with our twins? The red flag and the blue flag with their faces sparkling with starlight said, wow, the sparkle is so beautiful. Davy couldn't help but pat their heads and said, wow, you two are so cute, I wonder who raised them so skillfully. Loon was lying on the bed when roll was called. Loon, what about Mew? The girl said angrily. Loon saw that there were 3 people, it was very difficult. Loon offered compensation. Loon waved the white flag of surrender in her hand. Her pale face said, they say Mew is with the elf Uriah. Davy heard that and didn't make things difficult anymore. Okay, they'll look after these 2 children today, you can rest, Loon said as if pardoned. Great. Davy fell into reminiscence. After the incident with Elder Kunde, Uriah marshaled and surrounded Mew. She must have only had all the strength to love Mew, the love she never received. I don't know if that was the reason, the only reason is no. Then Davy took Hong KY and Lam KY out to play. The 2 little girls turned their heads to look at Davy and called out, Dad, and Davy heard them whispering, thinking, their true identity might be in check, but if their mother could care and teach them, that would be great. Berserk von Palan stretched out on Davy's shoulder and asked, your taste is probably only the cute Princess Lindy's. Suddenly Davy asked her, what about you, Berserk? Berserk von Palan laughed loudly and said, disgusting, I'm not interested in someone 1,000 years younger than me, Davy replied angrily, really? He sarcastically said, let's see what happens when people come back to life. She snorted and said, ha, you think I'm scared? Davy said, I will lend you the transition moment. Hearing that, Berserk von Palan opened his eyes and said, my type is exactly you. Davy thought angrily, why did he lose his integrity so soon? Then Davy didn't care anymore, he put the blue flag on his shoulder. The little girl said, Dad, this too, okay, Davy happily replied. Hong KY suddenly asked, Father, is Hong Dan beautiful? Of course, both Hong Dan and Chung Dan are beautiful. Suddenly a loud voice rang out. On the other side are old acquaintances. Davy saw them and immediately thought, say crap come right away. Father and son Davy sprayed glue and thought, why are the princesses so free that they send each other to visit? He always avoided the nobles and royals who visited the territory, but it was inevitable, because he never knew when he would meet them one by one. Davy pondered, from that perspective, the princess in front of me should not be an exception, but this case is different. The reason Princess Arya visited the territory was not to enjoy the festival but to pay a regular health visit. Berserk sighed and said, hey, I don't know what will happen. Davy awkwardly replied, I'm sorry. She saw that, so she said, do you think I bother you? He just said, no, I just saw how your condition was, it seems like your illness is no longer something to worry about, that's why you said that. Arya was embarrassed, thank you. I'm truly grateful, at that time I hadn't come to greet you properly yet, to meet you like this, I'm very happy. Berserk looked passionately at Arya, talking and laughing with joy, oh my god, she's blushing. Davy, why is there such a lovely person? He shyly replied, oh, I'm so surprised, you just need to tell me the news, then I can prepare to welcome you well. Arya looked down and apologized for coming suddenly. Because I'm stubborn, Davy thought, it seems like a lie. But behind at another table, Katarin was smiling. Davy was still thinking, surely someone had persuaded the princess to come here. He smiled and said, it's okay, let me have some tea, this tea is quite fragrant. The masked princess smiled, the tea is really fragrant, Uriah said, the tea is brewed with arizal leaves, this is a precious herbal leaf that is hard to find even in my forest. Davy thought to himself, I don't care, but just make this tea for Elder Golda. But at this time, Arya saw 2 small girls hiding in a corner. Seeing that, she asked, who are those 2 girls? As soon as she finished speaking, 2 little girls hiding behind the door spoke up, Father. Davy saw that and smiled, come here. The 2 girls immediately rushed in when they heard him call. Arya was stunned, did the children just call you Dad? Davy immediately said, you 2 say hello, Lam KY, Hong KY, this is Princess Arya. The 2 children coyly called their father. Arya was surprised to see the children, they were so adorable. Ah, Prince, can I ask you something? He wondered and replied, she said. She clasped her hands and asked, what are the children? Is this your biological child? Hearing that, Davy stood still for 5 seconds, he thought to himself, asking his children again. It sounds a bit strange, but I'm raising these 2 little girls. Davy exclaimed, she's so interesting. Davy just told her, could you turn your back so I can see? She was dumbfounded, why, you just said we need an in-depth health check. Arya replied softly, well, Then you can turn your face away for a bit, Davy said. What's the point? At this moment she shyly replied, then. Suddenly her face turned red with embarrassment. He stared at me while I changed clothes. This is very embarrassing. Katarin sitting in the back spit out water because he heard those words. At that time, she was also very embarrassed and said, what? Davy saw her expression and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't need to undress, she just needed to turn her back. Her face darkened and she looked dumbfounded. What am I thinking? At that time Davy kept thinking in his head, calm down, she is the princess of the Lindy's kingdom, hope nothing happens. Davy cast magic touching Aria's body. Unlike other diseases, the melting virus could be easily detected and diagnosed with mana. Meaning, just using mana to scan the body like this is enough to diagnose the disease. He thought to himself, every time she saw mana entering the princess' body, she made a strange sound. Berserk anxiously asked, how is it? He replied, still not completely cured but won't relapse again. However, he lifted her hair to see the back and felt strange. What is this thing? There's something strange inside Princess Aria's body. From afar there was a pair of eyes looking back at her and Davy. Suddenly Loon spoke, the complete image data was there, making Aria jump. Seeing that, Davy reminded her to sit still, don't move, and in response to his words, she apologized. Something so sublime that even you don't know, it seems to be innate, but it seems like she herself doesn't know it. Davy said softly, that's it, in a month at the most you will be completely cured, don't do anything too strenuous during this time. Aria smiled in response, okay. Loon spoke up, Sir Davy, there is a data image added, analyzing the data and sending it to Uria will help us exchange quite a bit of visual data. Davy heard that and said, you just stay outside. Aria hesitated, Prince, I have a gift for you, a gift. She blushed and took out the box of cakes. This is her cake, which is very popular in the central mainland. I made it myself, so I hope you accept it. Davy thought to himself, it looked like Valentine's Day in his previous life. He smiled happily and said, so beautiful, while Loon next to him was passionately looking at the delicious cakes and drooling. When he thought like that, Davy was stunned like lightning, panicking. Wait, Valentine's Day. After panicking, Davy grabbed her hand and said, thank you, Princess. Aria's face turned red and she shyly replied, yes, I'm the one who should say thank you. Davy silently calculated, there is a way, I will create a new holiday. This is what is called a trend, slowly bring it into life, let it freely develop and become culture. Davy was filled with joy, money piled up into mountains. And you will spread the news about what just happened, trends will spread faster when created by people with high status. He suddenly burst out laughing, Berserk was discriminatory, what was wrong with this money-crazy guy? He thought to himself, but at that moment I didn't know, this decision would bring about something big in the future. He was now sitting with the Duchess. She said hello, nice to meet you, Prince. I am the Grand Duchess of the Lindy's Kingdom, Katarin Carabella. Davy happily started talking, it's a pleasure, Grand Duke Katarin, I've heard a lot about you. Having said that, you're thinking in your heart, even though you don't know anything. Berserk whispered in his ear, I heard Grand Duke Katarin's reputation when she was in Calderas, they said she was the god of war of the Lindy's Kingdom, you were extremely surprised to hear that, really? Katarin smiled gently and replied, sorry for suddenly coming here, I asked the princess to come see you. Davy heard that and thought to himself, it turns out you are the culprit. Katarin was a little teasing, I was just curious, about the prince who stole the princess' innocent heart. Davy hummed, I understand. I am very grateful, the princess is paying attention and affection to the prince of a small country like me, Katarin exclaimed, my God, you are so humble. Then she smiled cunningly, I also like you. Davy sat opposite and was speechless. Looking at her, he thought to himself, that's dangerous, I don't see such a comparison but, I keep feeling like she's very similar to the crazy quartet in the Hall of Heroes. He whispered to Berserk again, my intuition told me to stay away from this type of woman. She heard that and was skeptical, why? He rubbed his head, because they are my natural enemies. Even though they are very strong, they do not care about what others say, but always do what they want, causing unimaginable things. I'm sure shall be like that, it's the kind of thing that gives me a headache. Berserk thinks it's true, this description suits you too well. Davy laughed, no way. Katarin just kept staring at Davy without taking his eyes off, this gave him goosebumps, what's wrong? I heard that you are very strong, so I'm a bit curious, Davy thought, the way he spoke was a bit hesitant. He spoke, you don't need to be so formal, just say it freely, really. So Prince, I will convey the prince's words to you. Davy hesitated. Suddenly the prince came. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, she took out a bottle of magic medicine and put it in front of Davy. Her voice was a bit shady. This is our request. This thing has helped me earn a lot. Both I and the crown prince have the same thoughts, but our king is very stubborn. He looked at the bottle bewilderedly, wondering, what is this? Seeing his blank expression, Katarin continued, the object in his hand is the famous magic medicine of the central continent. Please use it to turn the princess into yours. When Davy heard that, he bluntly threw the magic potion away. Katarin kept talking, the princess is very beautiful, her figure is also beautiful, her voice is cute, where did you find a wife like a princess? He heard her say and immediately showed an extremely uncomfortable expression. Katarin continues to manipulate Davy, just see, the princess wakes up and stretches. I wanted to kidnap her and take her back to the mansion. As she spoke she stuffed a pen into Davy's hand. I mean, don't miss this opportunity, how can the king hate his children and grandchildren? At first, your majesty will be a little angry, but when you see the baby, you will definitely smile and let it go. I completely support you. Berserk is bored, I understand why you said she is similar to the Crazy Four. He immediately put down his pen, smiled faintly and said, even so, this kind of life is too disadvantageous for the princess. She was a bit offended when she heard that, but she still didn't stop here and try to persuade her. Come on, why, again, just accept it, no need to worry about those little things. Or do you like anything? Political power, money, just say a word, I will. Davy scratched his head a bit awkwardly, about this. Princess, do you know, these words touched Katarin's heart and made him pause a bit. Ah, that, Davy thought to himself, see, I knew right away. Then he frankly said, the princess does not need a political marriage, when the princess wants, you should go and ask her again. Katarin put on a pitiful face, the rumors were true. Davy frowned in confusion, what rumors? She was so bored that she stood up and sat down on the chair. That's it, I also want to get over it, but sometimes being careful is not a bad thing. Listening to what she said Davy was deeply confused. What rumors? Katarin pointed meaningfully at Davy. Anyway, I entrust the princess to you. In the eyes of our princess, there is only you, Prince Davy. If it's too much trouble, then you can make the princess your concubine. Listening to her rambling all this time, Davy thought angrily, she can say anything. At the same time, Katarin is still talking non-stop. The king is like everyone gets angry, but polygamy is not illegal, 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. You said, I'm sorry, that's not good. She was stunned and covered her mouth and said, oh my god, I didn't expect you to be serious about love. Then I won't force you anymore, oh my poor princess. Sorry for bothering you. Davy held out his hand and replied, it's nothing, it's my honor to meet the hero of the kingdom. But she exclaimed, is that really it? The corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Davy also stood up. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, I agree. Fighting, isn't that what you want? When Katarin heard that, his eyes lit up with joy. I'm curious about your strength, let's have a try, I hope you have mercy. Scene changed to the competition venue. Everyone is here, Elder Golda, Miss Yuria. Both the magician and Winley were also present. Elder Golda smiled, the magician also came. Winley followed the magician and asked in wonder, the match between Prince Davy and Grand Duke Katarin of Lindy's kingdom. Why, this is the case, Elder Golda laughed, how can I know what the strong think? But this match will probably be very dramatic. Hearing that, Winley felt uneasy and worried. Loon over here is playing with 2 little princesses. Arya looked up and down the stands looking for Davy's silhouette. He was now in the arena. Davy looked up at everyone and exclaimed, the announcement was rushed but the arena was almost full. Then he teleported up, below where Amy was standing. She spoke up, sir, the vibration absorbing equipment has been activated. Davy immediately warned, good job Amy, remember to keep your distance, there. Amy cheered, the day must win. Davy then teleported down to the ring, holding a fan in his hand. Katarin saw that and was a bit wary, fan. I heard you use magic but this is interesting. Davy smiled confidently and said, I happen to have good materials so I tried making it. This fan may be difficult to use as a weapon, but I am confident in its ability to block attacks. Katarin threw away his scarf excitedly, I really like your confidence. She stepped forward and bent down, touching the ground with her hands. Well then, let's start the attack. Katarin immediately rushed forward, accompanied by a loud noise. The ground around him also began to shake. He prepared himself mentally. VIP seats have joined. Arya ran around nervously. Shouldn't they stop them? Yuri leisurely comforted the youngest princess. It sounds a bit silly, but she's a professor. It should be okay. Princess Arya felt uneasy. I know the prince's magic is very outstanding, but casting magic takes a lot of time and requires additional equipment. Someone was planning to make a surprise move in front of them. With a series of quick and bold moves, Mr. Davy's name was constantly called out. Duke Katarin had to cover his ears to cover up the unpleasant sounds. She said with difficulty, "What is that?" When he saw the incident with his own eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this?" Princess Arya looked down at the two of them from above, in a way that didn't understand anything. Yuri seemed to know their actions in advance. She said, "I guessed right." Winley next to him seemed overwhelmed, so he couldn't see anything. The second Prince Sullivan next to him guessed through his eyes that Mr. Davy was planning to do something. What happened in the end? The Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Lindis, which gathers the most magicians and swordsmen on the continent, is a beast warrior who holds most of the military power in his hands. She is beautiful, her body is as flexible as dancing. Her strength is to attack quickly, so fast that even the masters have a hard time keeping up. Someone like her was lying on the ground without knowing why. Katarin completely didn't understand what was going on. Now she looked at Davy. "You didn't use mana just now, right?" When Davy heard it, he immediately praised her. She was really sharp. Even though he was talking to Davy, the numbers were constantly jumping in his head. It wasn't his physical strength. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't reach the point where he couldn't notice. Duke Katarin sat up and walked over. "I'm sure he didn't use mana, but it's strange." He smiled in response. "Strange, it's not wrong. Just guess." Davy skillfully raised his fan blade and spoke. "Defending is useless. This time I will be the one to attack." When Katarin heard it, it was like lightning struck his ears. Her face seemed to be deformed, so she desperately dodged Davy's attacks. She silently speculated. She could feel it but didn't have time to react. What could it be? Even hidden black magic will leave traces when deployed. Meaning I can detect mana or holy magic in this world. But what if this isn't the power coming from here? The force emanating from that paper fan, only humans can control it, and this is the unique power of humanity. There's only one thing left, which is the secret technique. Katarin, standing opposite Davy, suddenly burst into a big smile. "Ha ha, exceeded my expectations. I underestimated you, Prince," Davy consoled. "Ignore the surroundings, just use your best." Katarin stopped smiling. Her face gradually became serious. "That's it, we will not refuse." At this time, Arya ran to stop her. "Wait, Katarin." "Stop, Katarin, not for a fight, isn't this a bit too much?" He raised the fan to block the princess's next path, hoping the princess would not interfere. "If the opponent is not serious, it will be very troublesome, because we are not just bringing this fan out for fun. Secret magic is not a power from this world, so its ability is extremely great, but the power emitted is limited. Should prepare for the upcoming battle. We need to try it and see what it can do." She took a deep breath and jumped up to attack Davy. He saw the way she attacked and was stunned and praised. It was so fast. Thinking in her heart, she has almost reached the realm of the sword mind. If the Grand Duke has a sword in her hand, she must have reached the level of a master. The two of them faced each other at extremely close range. Davy felt that among the people he had met, Duke Katarin had the most similar power to him. She was always focused on using her skills to fight. He continued to observe her. There was no way he could avoid her. She certainly couldn't see or feel the energy she was projecting. She just instinctively avoided it. It's scary. Katarin put all the strength in his arms to attack. Davy gently grabbed and pulled the arm to another position. Before he could react, Katarin saw Davy perform Vermilion's Hellfire Sword and True Fire spell. The fire of the divine beast burned the whole earth and swallowed the sun. Even the world tree with perfect fire resistance cannot be controlled. I don't know how useful this will be. A little scared but mostly also interested and excited, Katarin is extremely looking forward to the performance of both of them. Same time in the kingdom of South Palan. A soldier entered Elena's residence. He said, "Sir, the preparations are complete." Elena's face darkened and she agreed. Calderas worriedly said, "Restrain Elena, without you the damage will be more serious. Don't think of them as people, just do what you think is right." Elena took out her sword and walked away. There was no emotion in her voice. "Even if the goal is noble, killing people is wrong." Real Calderas. "I don't know if it was Davy, how he would do it, he would definitely have a way." But she had another thought. No, it was just her being selfish. After that, Elena ordered the White Bird Knight army, we will begin to attack. Katarin burst out laughing. I was knocked down. Arya saw that and said, really, why did you have to do this? Katarin couldn't help but laugh and said with a big smile, stop lecturing me, heal me princess, I'm in so much pain. She looked up shyly and thought, but. Looking at Davy, she exclaimed in her heart, Hess so cool. She blushed and propped her chin up, looking at him passionately. Katarin smiled and thought, hee I knew right away. Then I thought to myself, I just have to acknowledge that idiot. How are you, Grand Duke Katarin? She said smiling, more than expected. So are you satisfied with him? She turned around and said in a different tone, I only have to admit him, at least he won't let our public get hurt. I really need an ally like him. Albus didn't expect the picky Grand Duchess to say these words. I was worried he would take advantage of the engagement with the princess, but it seems I thought too much. Princess Arya has many enemies in the kingdom, Grand Duchess Katarin Crown Prince Albus, and the Supreme Monarch, Emperor Theard. Even though she was protected by these three most powerful people, she still couldn't avoid the deep hatred of the beastmen here. Therefore Arya needs someone who can protect her. If Arya finds out, she will be angry. The princess is kind and pure, but also very sharp. Katarin is not sad but thinking about it, I just don't want her to get involved in complicated politics. The princess only needs to live in love, whether she is a concubine or a wife, as long as she wants, I will accept. She slammed her hands on the table and looked at Albus in this glass bridge, but we can't sit still and wait, with that stupid and rigid personality of the prince, it will be a billion years before those two will be together. Katarin laughed and said, I was just trying to see what would happen, but sure enough, he refused to get married. He is very careful but also extremely thoughtful, it's difficult for Arya. Is there any other way? She immediately replied, now I'm not sure, or let's try sending an official condolence to the Round royal family. She then expressed that the prince could refuse, but the king didn't want to miss an opportunity like this. He will definitely consider it. You must really like Prince Davy, you never know. This is my first time facing someone as strong as him. If he doesn't control himself at the end, I won't be able to sit here and talk to you. Albus clasped his hand under his chin and said, I also heard the rumors but you said so yourself, at that time you thought that the beast warrior respected the strong, he didn't even use that sword and yet he was separated, between him and me is still very clear. Especially the final attack, if he can defeat Grand Duke Katarin then it's definitely worth it. Why don't I know such a person until now? She excitedly slammed the table and screamed, I don't want to lose this opportunity. If it were him, I would be able to entrust the princess without hesitation. After speaking, she silently thought to herself, if there was any trouble, it would only be the two children he was adopting as his daughters. But they're cute so it's okay. Albus said a little worriedly, is it really okay? Prince Davy is very stubborn, even if he formally proposes marriage, it may not work, Katarin replied leisurely, so I have to create that opportunity. It seems like he doesn't hate Arya at all, maybe he just sees the princess as a cute little sister. Speaking of this, Katarin complained indignantly, my princess is so beautiful but he is blind, if that was the case, I would have grabbed it right away. Albus threatened, you dare to do anything strange to my sister, it will not work, somewhere with me. Hearing that, she laughed and said, oh my god, why are you like that? I am that duke, that Firefox duke, I learned how to win men's hearts from my mother. Albus smiled and put his hand on his head and said, locking two people in the same room would be counterproductive, so it's best to push those two from behind, because there happens to be a festival about to take place. While speaking, he suddenly turned his head and squinted his eyes. She looked at the orb and asked, is it true? What's wrong? Suddenly Albus urgently said, sorry but maybe we have to postpone this plan. Hearing that, she angrily said, do you know how hard I had to work to create this opportunity? He explained with a sweaty face, the Palan kingdom brought news. Something serious has happened. Her face was serious, why was this the right time? While the war gradually quietly continued under the hands of the World Tree, when the war broke out. Just a small event caused the Palan kingdom to explode and then a series of riots occurred. Meanwhile in the south of Palan kingdom, an area where many fortresses were located. Including Halo Fortress, many countries hold rich land here. At the command center where many nobles were meeting, the Duke spoke up, according to a letter sent by the princess. He read the letter with a somewhat heavy emotional state, the situation on the front lines is not good, at best we can only hold on and try not to be overwhelmed, we must quickly send the main army, arrive. Hearing that, a few people shouted excitedly, what, you say the White Bird army was forced into a defensive position like that? How could an enemy like him be so strong? The Duke said with an awkward expression. They said is a monster that has never appeared before. Devouring a territory in a few days, even now the further north we go, the more numerous they become. Everyone discussed and said, aren't they just zombies, as long as we have a good strategy, he sighed. The problem is that those zombies already have a plan, among them there is a leader. The Crown Prince has been very smart since he was young, he has both intelligence and courage, and is good at tactics. But someone like him died on the battlefield, this is not a simple matter. Sullivan slammed his fist on the table and said, I can't keep being defeated like this forever. He pushed the glasses and said, fortunately the Holy Kingdom and the Magic Tower promise to support us, 2 female priests along with the 6th and 7th Night Corps will come to help me. Hearing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Prince Sullivan was far-sighted. Sullivan said gloomily, I have lost my brother. The younger sister also had to hold back tears on the battlefield, to fight with her brother's corpse. No matter how painful it was, she had to hold back her tears and hold her sword to continue fighting. He stood up and said seriously, listen to me. I know it's not easy, but don't surrender, this is an act of defiance against the Palan Kingdom. I will kill them without mercy. What a shame, Prince Davy. At this time the car also arrived. Arya regretfully said goodbye to everyone. He came all the way here to take me to see the festival, but I have to return. Davy comforted, it's okay. But this is the king's order, she can't go against it, she said pouting. Why is father like that? And Arya appeared as suddenly as she did. The car had also moved. Arya sitting inside looked out and shouted, I'm sure we'll go on our next date. As soon as he heard that, he was a bit dumbfounded. Davy's face showed confusion. Are we on a date? It's just common etiquette with important guests. Guests from the kingdom come and go like the wind. And then the exciting festival ended peacefully. Davy smiled with satisfaction. At least I gained something. The match with Grand Duke Katarin was very useful. Just tested the secret technique to prepare for the confrontation with the World Tree. If there were any mistakes, it was probably that the performance was still low, as expected. Berserk asked impatiently, would that solve the problem? Davy leisurely replied, okay, but why do we have to deal with it there? The value of a simple weapon increased many times over, all thanks to the secret technique. There is only one way to get this transcendent level item. But there was nothing he could do because the only person who could help him, Freya, had already abandoned him. Davy was annoyed. When he needed help he came quickly. What a shallow god. In the end, he had to find another way to deal with the war with the World Tree. The weapon manufacturing plan was still on schedule. Bisfus told you, we have already started training the people, we will soon build an army. Davy thought a little as soon as he heard that, so the thing we lack the most right now is food, using troops, team to make the territory strong. It's not very useful, but I have to prepare for the worst case scenario. Then he called Amy and said, Amy, is there any progress in the food transaction with the Merchant Guild? She heard him ask, a little embarrassed. Hey, seeing that you couldn't get out of breath, Davy said, that's not enough, told them I want to buy all the food they have. But Amy immediately threw him a bucket of cold water. She said, the Merchant Guild has already refused. I tried to negotiate with them, but they said they had already received orders from the royal family of Palan Kingdom. Davy was very surprised. What was the point of refusing? Suddenly an outsider's voice spoke up, that's for me to explain. Amy was startled to see a man in here. He introduced himself and called me Jack. Do you happen to know the situation at Palan? Davy immediately said, how would I know? Hearing that, he continued to ask, so have you heard about the wheat fields in the southern Palan? That place has been occupied by zombies. Winley exclaimed in surprise, only the low-level zombies are making such a big deal out of it. Jack said with a solemn expression, it's not that simple. I heard that these zombies act like trained soldiers, they cannot feel pain or fatigue, so it is difficult to deal with them. Simply put, they are a big threat, even for Prince Davy. It probably doesn't matter. Davy calmly smiled and said, you understand me? Jack was visibly upset, arrogant. Davy was a bit upset after hearing that. What did you say? Nothing. Well, for you, it doesn't matter, but for normal people, it's a disaster, so they sent the White Bird army led by Princess Elena to fight. But they could only hold on. Winley was excited, oh my god, this is the first time I've heard that zombies have intelligence. Amy was equally surprised, so was I, but Davy didn't show any expression. It's really a rare thing, but it's not impossible. Even though they are mindless zombies, if we can force them to obey orders, it is truly incomparable. Besides, there is only one character with this ability, the high-level Death Spirit Masters who control the undead. Thinking about it, he asked again, how did Palan Kingdom's royal family plan to handle it? Jack replied neither slowly nor quickly. They asked other countries. The Kingdom of Round has decided to bring weapons and soldiers to support. It is said that Prince Barris will take the lead. Barris, they didn't mention anything about this to me. My beloved king is trying to train Barris. But willing to sacrifice so much for this land. But for another matter, the important thing is that someone is hindering the preparations for war with the World Tree. After thinking clearly, Davy spoke. Amy, I will go to war. People say that unlucky people can suddenly get lucky. That's not wrong. At a time when everyone is used to peace, no country in the mainland can be indifferent to such a serious problem. The main grain factory has been taken over by zombies. Plague is contagious everywhere. If the Palan collapses, it will be their turn next. When they are aware of this problem, it is time for them to join hands to solve it. All three kingdoms have gathered. Currently Davy is talking to Ulyss. He asked, has there ever been a gathering of so many kingdoms? He replied, as far as I remember, this is the first time. Not to mention the number, it is not easy to gather this many resources. At the same time, Berserk also said, of course, by nature, people will choose to cooperate for benefit at times like this. At this time, the two of you had also arrived at the camp. Sullivan said warmly, I am waiting for you, Mr. Ulyss, Prince Davy, welcome. Ulyss happily shook hands with Sullivan. Long time no see, Prince Sullivan, the second prince said shyly, sympathizing with me for not being able to welcome him properly. I have heard of Prince Davy many times. Even though you are only a candidate, I am very grateful that a saint chosen by God also joins. I'm still wondering who Elena's new friend is. It's an honor to meet you. As soon as Davy shook hands with him, he asked, how is Elena? He heard him asking about Elena and said in annoyance, that stubborn girl, she refused to go home. Go inside and continue talking, the other kingdoms have also arrived. Then they walked inside together. As soon as everyone saw Ulyss, their eyes widened, and everyone around them started talking. Oh my God, it's Mr. Ulyss, it seems the Red Tower sent an elder. Some people noticed Davy, but who is the guy standing next to him? I've never seen him before. He just bowed his head and smiled, thinking to himself, it's okay. Even though the name Davy Alround is very famous because of what happened in Palestine, no one can recognize his face by looking at him. So I had to hide under the shadow of Ulyss, but at this moment, Katarin's savage laughter sounded from far away. Who is this? As soon as she saw you, her eyes glowed. Prince Davy, we meet again. The Grand Duke of the Firefox has appeared. She didn't care about her image but laughed out loud in the crowd. We must have some kind of fate to meet each other again. That's Lindy's, Prince Davy, right? All eyes immediately fell, rushed towards the two people. The smile on his lips also disappeared, and Katarin was abnormally screaming. Could it be that the Prince of the Kingdom of Round was blessed? Davy was bored and didn't bother to say it. He just hoped she would stop right now. He reminded in a low voice, don't use misleading words, it will reach the princess's ears, but she burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's not the case. How could someone as pure as the princess misunderstand? But the actions of the two people made the saint feel uncomfortable and had to come out and reprimand her. The two of them could confide in another place. This is not the place to gather. I am here for the safety of this continent. If you want to come to interact, then get out of here. Katarin saw this and jokingly said, oh my God. Looks like the potential saintess had a hard time. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung a punch in front of Saint Alice's face. The punch had not yet touched Alice's face, but it had created a shock that threatened the saint. She proudly looked at the saint smiling. At the same time a voice spoke up to warn, please stop the Duke. I only saw a soldier standing in front of Katarin, pointing his sword at her face and saying, if you go any further, we will consider this an act of war by the Lindy's kingdom. But Katarin still showed disdain. She tightly grasped the blade and said, don't be arrogant. Do you think an anonymous pawn like you can separate the kingdom and the Holy Kingdom? When he heard that, he got angry and growled, Mrs. Unexpectedly, Katarin's power was so strong that with just a tight grip on the blade immediately shattered and knocked him down. She said without any hesitation, how dare a wild dog like you dare to attack our nose and our story, huh? If you like, express yourself elsewhere. If you don't know your identity, no one can back you up, not even the Holy Kingdom or anything else. Berserk was surprised, yet she lost the duel with you. Davy smiled slightly, yes. Alice's voice spoke up. It was undeniable that Duchess Katarin was the strongest person on this continent. Although Alice was very angry, she had to put her ego down and talk. Sorry for being rude, but you should still be serious. We didn't come here to play, Katarin said sarcastically with her hands on her hips. Then you should close those contemptuous eyes. Because not only do I have to hide my disgusting feelings, but I also have to restrain myself from killing people. When the heroic soldier just heard that, his face turned green with fear. While speaking, she immediately ran to Davy's shoulder, acting like she was very familiar. Listen carefully, Prince Davy will one day become close to our princess, which means I am loyal to him, like for a princess. Davy blushed furiously and said, "You should be careful with your mouth." Berserk laughed. She added fuel to the fire. He thought dejectedly, this crazy woman, she caused misunderstandings again. After we've put an end to this nonsense chaos. Sullivan stood up and said, "Everyone has arrived. I am Prince Sullivan de Palan of the Palan Kingdom. I know I have many shortcomings, but I have been appointed as the strategist for this battle. Everyone probably knows the situation already. This has not yet been announced, but the number of zombies has now reached more than 1,000, and casualties have also increased due to delayed response." While speaking, the commander of the Kanta Kingdom enforcement team, Galileo, interrupted, "What has Palan Kingdom been doing all this time?" Palan's people heard that and shouted angrily, "What do you mean? Do you think we sacrificed so many soldiers just to increase the undead army? What do you know?" At this time, Sullivan continued to speak. "The first attack that appeared in the ancient ruins had 50,000. The casualties before our force arrived were 20,000, the remaining 30,000. Everyone is stunned by this shocking news. Monster. They started to stir, a zombie monster, big trouble." Along with that he said, "The current position occupied by the zombies is surrounded by 7 fortresses, the White Bird Army of Palan Kingdom using my life to stop them. The commander is my sister, the owner of the Holy Sword, Princess Elena de Palan." Suddenly there is someone who argues, "I don't think continuing to fight is a wise choice, because the number of zombies will only increase." Sullivan also agrees, "You are right, but once you withdraw from front line, we will not be able to stop their attack. Now the White Bird Army is trying its best to hold them back without fighting. We don't have much time left. We must counterattack to end this situation. But just arbitrarily joining forces is not a good way, so we want to divide the tasks." As soon as he spoke, someone spoke up, letting our kingdom's enforcement team take the lead. "I will use swords to cut through the bones of the undead. The green tower and blue tower will support the vanguard. The red tower will also use fire, remote force for support." Several people also began to enthusiastically contribute their opinions. "I will go replace the Holy Girl candidate. The Temple Knights will separate to hunt down the mastermind behind it." Katarin sat leisurely under the chair. Berserk was surprised. Duke Katarin was a bit quiet. Davy pouted and said, "She was planning something again." Suddenly Katarin spoke, "What are you planning, Prince Davy?" He was startled when he heard her voice. She smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I'm a bit surprised that you joined." Davy was speechless. "Do you think I'm a heartless person?" "Ha ha, how do I know? Aren't you the one who knows best?" Sullivan observed the two of you and found the answer. "I understand. Prince Davy did not bring troops here. We have to find someone to protect him." When he saw that, he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you don't have to worry about this. Instead, let me be the vanguard. I'm here to destroy the undead. I have no intention of war at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately thought, "I have to quickly take care of this and bring back food. There's no need to hide this country anymore. We have the world tree to worry about. Just show it off, as long as they don't think they can lay a hand on Heinz." Everyone looked at Davy with frightened eyes. "Sir, are you serious? He must have been blessed by God to be so overconfident." Suddenly, a protesting voice rang out. "And that person is none other than Saint Alice herself. She is vehemently protesting. I have heard rumors about your strength, but everyone has a suitable position when fighting. I heard that Prince Davy has a talent for healing. Isn't that right?" Davy looked a bit uncomfortable. He coldly replied, "You're right." The girl said with a firm voice, "Having us is enough to deal with the zombies. You just need to stay in the rear, take care of the wounded and sick soldiers." Seeing that Alice seemed confident, Davy asked, "Are you planning to take it all to yourself?" Alice said without hesitation, "In the treaty it was said that our church would fight the undead. I hope you understand." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Davy and said to herself, "You may be a saint, but you're not from the holy country. You should go and use your healing power in the rear." Looking at Alice's scornful eyes, Davy felt a bit bitter. Is that what he meant? He smirked and said, "Are you sure you can handle it?" Alice was confused. "What do you mean?" "Death Spirit Master, he is not a simple person. Are you sure you have that ability?" She immediately answered confidently, "As long as everyone here joins forces, even the Demon King is not our opponent. Besides, you should think carefully before speaking, Prince Davy. Your strength may be as rumored, but your words are implying that without you fighting, this matter will not be resolved. If what I say is true, what do you think? Alice laughed. Stop making fun of me, I don't have time to argue with you. Davy couldn't help but get angry at this moment. I felt like I was joking. Feeling Davy's murderous intent, Alice also changed color and became speechless. Ulyss on the other hand could only shake his head and smile. The ability to destroy zombies is what makes them confident, overly confident because they don't know their true power. I don't know who is the overconfident one here. Sullivan then spoke up. Yes, having someone blessed by God like Prince Davy join, it will definitely be beneficial for us. However, the soldiers staying here also have precious lives, we must save them. So I hope the prince will stay here, and we will take care of the fighting. Davy heard that and was thoughtful. Are you guys going to play like this? I don't have time to joke around. After that, he didn't want to argue, so he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll stay and take care of them. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his answer. Thank you. Davy was confused. Why are you thanking me? Surely you will regret it. I said, unless I receive the apology and gratitude I deserve, I will sit here and wait to see when the undead invade the entire Palan and this continent. Suddenly, the whole place was covered with intense death energy. Berserk was startled. It was the aura of death. Am I far away from the undead? Davy saw that and smiled half-heartedly. This is interesting now. The undead army has no concept of negotiation. With little-known entities like the undead, what is left of them is only orders and cruelty towards everyone they target. In the end, they can only be destroyed when they are wiped out on the battlefield or their controller is destroyed. It was because of that serious situation that after the meeting, all the soldiers of the unified army immediately headed to the front line of the fortress. They lined up in a very solid formation so as not to reveal any weakness to the enemy. His eyes are always burning with enthusiasm as if they could rush to tear the enemy apart at any time. It's ridiculous. The enemy is out there while they keep fighting each other. Davy stands from above looking down and admires it. Isn't it majestic? They thought that the enemy army would definitely be swept away with this number of soldiers, but what they really aimed for was the reward after the conquest. However, the berserk next to him told him that the enemy would not be easy to deal with. He propped his chin and replied, yes. The cold atmosphere in that meeting was something everyone would definitely feel when there was a powerful summoner standing behind the undead army, the feeling of fear of death. That's right, the chill I can feel at such a distance is no joke. If I'm right, once that magician gets serious, it will be this army that will be swept away. Saint Alice with sharp eyes is observing the surroundings. Davy saw her, he commented a little, jealousy makes people show their bad side. There is a big difference between a saint and a saintess. Even though they have been chosen to be the next saints, they only carry extremely great holy energy from birth, and have not yet received blessings. That's why she has so many feelings for me, the berserk next to him said incomprehensibly. I don't think you can let her go that easily, he leisurely replied. The priorities have changed. What are the priorities? The system broadcasts a notification. There are no more than 20,000 people who are sick, and the rewards and tasks have appeared. Berserk was surprised. 20,000, isn't that too much? He thought it wasn't easy but there weren't any conditions attached. It doesn't have many restrictions on this conquest, but the person who is sick, is it because she knows that trying to put pressure on her is useless? Davy pondered a few things, a simple task that made me think like this. I'm really not used to it. The palace that Davy entered was extremely chaotic. Everywhere there were only sick people and screams, chants, it hurts, no one brought more painkillers here, sterilize the scalpel right away. I need surgery now, hurry up. Berserk looked at the surrounding situation and commented, the rescue team was still as productive as ever. He saw this place as a battlefield, not a game. He looked at one person, that uniform guy must have come from the Holy Kingdom, the Disease Control Center. He was quite good, truly a kingdom-class rescuer. Berserk expressed his feelings, but to be honest, I still don't trust them. Davy heard that and he could only laugh. That's why building trust is extremely important. There are still people like Baron Corneo, but Earl Rington's impact is still great. The doctors try to encourage the sick. Damn it, open your eyes, no, don't die in my hands. She worriedly told Davy, don't just stand and watch from afar anymore, he said calmly, they still lack guidance. If this continues, 7 out of every 10 people will die, a deadly atmosphere will fill this place. The teammate of the unconscious man cried until his eyes were swollen, just try a little longer, you can't die. Davy walked over and told the man to stay away. Then he started to look at the unconscious body. The man asked Davy in confusion, who is that? He looked and said, his heart stopped beating. Mutant bacteria infected his hand and caused him to bleed non-stop. Normally, he wouldn't have died that quickly. This epidemic is changing because of the deadly atmosphere here. The others didn't understand why Davy was here, he looked so strange. Davy now adjusted to the small thunderbolt to save the man lying unconscious but still could not save him. The person next to him shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Davy thought about it and somehow emitted a level 7 holy magic energy. Next is the city. Many of these energies were incorporated into the unconscious man's body. In just a few minutes, his finger moved signaling his life to rise. The berserk next to him shouted with joy, "Davy is moving, Hess alive again." Davy said, "It seems like enough." Then he ordered the other boy to bring ice, as much ice as possible, and the two boys brought more clothes. "And you only give painkillers to those I prescribe," but someone yells at Davy, "Hey, who do you think you are?" Someone spoke up to spread Davy's information to let him know, "This is the Prince of the Round Kingdom, Davy Al Round. The royal family is a real person, don't be foolish and be rude to him." Countless questions questioned Davy. Could it be that he could cure an incurable disease? Why were those people still standing there? Davy was angry, that was someone who had been blessed. Then, he shouted, there was already a dead person, still standing there looking at the stars, people running to work, yes sir. Davy saw this and crossed his arms in praise. It's true that professionals are different, they work quickly. But the joy didn't last long. Davy began to ponder again, 20,000. Patients keep coming in, but even if I cure them all, it's not enough. Should I be happy that it's not a disease caused by zombies? Berserk believes that many more people will die. In war, just one small mistake can lead to the death of thousands of lives. We're on the same side as you, so we can't stand aside and watch like that. If you keep doing it this way, there will be many more casualties. You have a better way, right? Davy smiled and said, yes. In the future, many worse things will happen, even if it's just a premonition. She asked, a premonition? Yes, a premonition. However, intuition is often most accurate when the situation is least expected. There have been so many events that have happened in one short year. So this incident is not surprising. So you mean there will be something worse than this? Berserk asked. He said, what does that have to do with anything? Maybe we'll know when it happens. Then we have to put everything in order before it happens, Berserk said in panic, that scary smile again. Davy said, if you want to create something, do it meticulously. That's what I've learned over the past 1,000 years. Alice knelt down and clasped her hands. His face frowned when he thought of Davy. Davy Al Round, I really don't like that name. I am a believer who serves God and conveys His words in the holy kingdom of Bolshes, the Holy Land. I have endured all kinds of hardships with a smile, so why? A prince of a small country that had no relationship with the gods, and had been in a coma for the past 6 years, was the one who received the Holy Seal. I didn't think that the God who didn't respond to me, who abandoned me for 20 years of my life, would bless a common young man. That's why I got mad. As a saint candidate, I should not act like that in front of people, but this time I simply want to do so. Why did a pebble fall from the sky to take my place? What's even more disappointing is that it seems like the saint candidate Lena has accepted this and thinks that this must be God's will, but I really can't accept it, Goddess Freya. As she spoke, she placed the cross on the glass, hoping for a response from the goddess. Why don't you respond to me, who has served and prayed to you with all my heart? But those words were interrupted by the soldier who came to inform the saint. The meeting is about to start. Not a candidate, but a saint, there is no need to correct his words. Standing in the middle of the soldier's court, she said, I want all of you to believe and follow me. Her face tightened and she shouted loudly, those who refuse God's blessing will be dealt with by my own hands. Once faced with a dilemma, one will have to continue until the end. So Alice will take advantage of this chaos. Be as careful as possible. Her face was serious when she saw Davy standing in the middle of the thunderbolts that hit him. Berserk said in a surprised tone, oh my God, you don't know what fear is, even though you have determined the coordinates, how could you come here blindly? She lightly patted him on the head and scolded him, you think the world is so easy, do you think there is no enemy that you can't defeat? Davy was upset, what's wrong with you? I did it because I have something can be trusted. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, we still have one more trump card. Either way, this place has truly turned into a dead city. Standing among the living corpses, she said softly, what are you going to do now? And Davy knew there was only one thing to do now. Lure out the brave necromancers hiding in the ancient ruins, enjoying the endgame of this chaotic situation, and smash him into ashes. Disappointed and lost, she wondered, what is it? Davy raised the holy spear Longinus high, the gem in the middle of the holy spear glowed, the moment of transition had also begun. For the corpses will gather together when they see the fire, they will yearn for the ungraspable light below. Davy hypnotizes the undead, I'm your commander. And he successfully fascinated them. The undead sing and dance happily in front of Davy. Hearing strange sounds and noises around him, Berserk's face turned pale, he covered his ears and thought, what's going on, I really can't hear anymore. But Davy was very happy with the lyrics, but Hong KY sang even better, so did Lam KY, Davy quipped Berserk, let's sing together next time. He had now overwhelmed them. Faced with the battle, Davy did not panic but also challenged himself and successfully took control. Berserk had to think that he was a fraud. Davy said seriously, let's deal with this first. Davy held the staff in his hand, knocked it down hard, snapped his fingers and said loudly, whoever turns into a zombie after dying from the plague should go to the right, the rest should go to the left. He snapped his fingers. A stream of golden light radiated as if from the brilliant heavens. He said to the undead, this is a magic circle, I don't need those who are victims of the undead, rest in peace, you will forget all the painful memories when reincarnated into the next life, after. I pray that in your next life you will have a better life. A pillar of light pulling innocent souls aloft. He witnessed the scene where the corner of his mouth suddenly smiled, the souls thanked Davy for his generosity. Berserk admired, admirable, not like your usual behavior, Davy leisurely replied, yes. At this point, there were only a few zombies left. Davy looked at them and said, the preparations seem to be complete. Berserk asked, will it be okay, they're gone quite a lot, Davy teased, if need be, we can just rob more. Then he smiled savagely and said to Berserk, this is not the only place where zombies are raging. Looking at his face gave her goosebumps. The two then went to the forest together. Looking at the luxuriant trees, Berserk said, this place used to be a grassland, not a forest. Davy just said, they must have been created, they are all dead trees. Berserk said in a low voice, if you don't know, the moment you get close, you will most likely be strangled to death by those tree branches. A 7-round necromancer, this is a wide area magic that increases the power of the caster. Davy heard that and calmly said, it's waiting inside, brave, inside the forest, zombies are holding axes to chop wood. He put his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked into the forest. Suddenly he heard a sound coming from the forest. Why did he judge? Not only did you have the audacity to take away my army, but you also suddenly jumped around here like that. A deadly breath was released. A monster sitting in the middle of the throne spoke, summoning the young necromancer. The animal monsters are threatening to attack Davy. The undead lord doesn't show up, but he still speaks to Davy. You dare come to me after taking away my army, you are nothing more than a young necromancer. But I must also praise you for capturing my army, let me test your ability. Davy was not afraid at all, he calmly responded to him, this is the time when guests come to visit but he doesn't even bother to show his face anymore. Davy can't spend too much time here, we have to quickly handle this and go back to treat the injured. According to the current situation, Davy thought, Loon was currently disguising himself and controlling the situation in the command center's emergency room. Luckily, Loon's efforts, along with those who were following her orders, were all counted towards the mission. There are about 14 death knights, which is quite a lot. Berserk told him, there are also many zombies of the giant beast type. Davy, your army will most likely be completely destroyed. He immediately said, then we should balance it out a bit. Before we begin, I will tell you my purpose for coming here today. I don't know who you are, and I don't care why you play this war game. Davy stabbed his sword hard into the ground and continued, but if you're holding what I need, that's a different story. The hidden monster only revealed an angry voice, intruder, what do you mean, majestic Davy, from now on, you will do what I want. Stop playing this useless war game and listen to me, I will soon find out where you are. The leader of the undead monster did not believe what Davy said, it was all nonsense, Davy affirms, and I will destroy you. Davy cast the first move, level 8 holy magic with God's blessing. He cleared his throat and ordered, my allies will become my will, my repentance will also be theirs. Our invaluable power enhancing magic will be their worst curse. The 9th level holy magic formula Dunpei finally issued the command, the penance function resonated. Causing the other guy to panic, what is this? You gave him a devilish smile, don't be surprised yet. Therese still more. Level 8 attack holy magic joined successfully. The fire and smoke that lit up the entire area was the staff that Davy created. Of course, the demon boss of the undead did not foresee Davy's power, which made him small and inferior before him. He couldn't believe this was a magic staff. Davy asked him, "Why not? Now you should come out of your hiding place." As soon as Davy finished, the staff's fire burned stronger. He looked at the beautiful fire created by his hand. He said a little seriously, "What I need is not omnipotence but your blessings and tolerance. Please don't look this way within the next 300 seconds, I will settle everything here." Berserk was speechless at Davy's emotional voice and full of expressions. "You go and talk to me with that voice, it's crazy." The other guy still didn't show up. He hid in the shadows and continued to talk to Davy, the intruder. Why could a necromancer use this blasphemous magic? He propped his hips up and answered him, "Are you curious? Just keep curious, because you'll never know." The two men soldiers are still fighting enthusiastically. Davy's skeleton is still enthusiastic, but the undead monsters are somewhat weaker. The other guy still kept angrily cursing Davy, "Dirty thief, okay, let's see if you can find me or not." This is the maze that this god of death created. Even though there are a few places that are broken, it can still swallow people. Davy picked up his sword and said, "Why should I waste my effort going through the maze?" As soon as he finished speaking, he had completed a few basic sword strikes in the air. He confidently declared that all he had to do was destroy them. That monster was of course extremely angry and only said, "You." Davy threw another move in this time. It seemed like the last move because that little rat appeared before his eyes. Davy was not too surprised. "So you belong to the giant race?" He stared at him and asked. The monster stepped forward. "Do you also know about giants?" That intruder, he leisurely responded to him, "And this is the first time I've seen him with my own eyes." He laughed loudly. "I see, the giant race is extinct. I didn't expect you to come here. I will recognize your strength. Even though you came here through cheating, having the skill to do so is also part of your strength." He pointed at him. "Now, intruder, tell me your name." Davy is arrogant. Before asking someone else's name, you should tell it yourself. The giant is not fast or slow to please. Okay. He said, "My name is Claire." He hadn't finished speaking yet. Davy interrupted him. "Forget it, I don't want to know." The angry giant threw the black ball and cursed loudly. "Damn it." Davy easily blocked the attack of the black cave. Being counterattacked by his own weapon, the Claire was not at all comfortable. "Not only did you rob my army, you also used holy magic and an aura sword. You can also use dark magic without chanting." He doesn't believe Davy is so strong beyond imagination. "It can't be like that, someone like you shouldn't exist in this world." The last sentence he hissed out was, "That person, I already know your identity." The giant Lich Elder, Clur Orphan, he spent 3 years learning magic. At that time, he was called a genius and had not lost to anyone thanks to his hard work and mastery of the techniques, the chance he has. However, this is different. Davy, calm spell, he is not used to using this type of magic. He is surprising because he can use 8 death magic rings in a human body. Not only that, throughout the match, he didn't even recite the spell. The world seemed to favor him. He also uses magic spells that are not simple. Claire displays his inner power. His swordsmanship is so sharp that it can cut even a lich. Claire saw clearly. Strong, he was too strong. "Even if my strength is restored, it won't make any difference," Claire said honestly. "I recognize you, young man. I don't know how, but your power is on par with me, a reaper, in terms of the range of magic you have performed. Then you are definitely much stronger, just like my master, the king of hell, Damien." Davy laughed softly. "Nonsense," and threw a move at Claire. He easily dodged that one move of yours. "You make me curious, I'm an 8-circle magician. Even if you are a 9-circle magician, you cannot hide from me." When did he stand facing Davy and put his hand on Davy's head? He spoke. "Now show me. Strangle you." He growled, "Your secret. We will test it ourselves." Suddenly, he was trapped in an extremely strange space. "That's a wall, what is this?" While confused, there was a hand placed on his head. Davy said in a low voice, "Don't be complacent." A terrible power descended on Claire, illuminating the entire area around him. Davy looked at Claire's skeleton. "People with supernatural levels of magic often hide themselves. You bastard who only knows how to order the undead but also calls yourself a Grim Reaper, that's funny. Let's try harder next time." He raised his arms and legs and smiled softly, "But saying this now is useless. But you should still try your best." At Palan Empire, a servant shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, there is a patient. The epidemic is spreading. Everyone is suffering from the same symptoms. The so-called saint speaks up, Loon, it's time to work. This is really bad acting, I'll deduct 1 point, Hess confused when he hears that. Davy quickly left, leaving only one sentence for the physician's servant. It's okay, let's go treat the disease. I didn't expect that this hellish place could change, it's really great. Outside the room of the person called Duk Tan, the doctors were talking to each other. This is the power of the saint who received the blessing of the star god, another person replied. Now I understand why Man Duke Gornio is excited again when talking about Prince Davy's achievements. Even though I still don't understand his strange way of talking and acting, he always leaves everyone wondering what his next move will be. It's true that no one is perfect. Prince Davy's servants told him, Prince Davy, please take a look, this patient's symptoms are completely different from the ones we know. He spoke softly, let me take a look first. The patient lies in this hospital bed, has a short pulse, high body temperature, and his body is in very bad condition. Davy, you have to find a cure. Suddenly he ran away under the confused eyes of the doctors. Someone shouted loudly, where have you gone, Prince? Davy suddenly announced, everyone stop. We will change the way we treat them, divide patients according to body temperature and eye contact. I will inform you of the treatment methods according to each group of patients. Start moving. There was a doctor shaking and not knowing what to do. Davy saw that and asked, hey, I've never seen you before, where did you come from? That person was confused. Weren't you still with us just now? Why? Davy repeated the question. Which department are you in? That person answered quickly, it's the pharmaceutical department. Well, then bring the things written in the prescription here to me immediately, the doctor shouted clearly. Davy suddenly became angry and scolded, are you trying to buy time to kill the patient? Why are you still standing there? The doctor panicked and ran away. I'll go now, he thought to himself, is this the saint's true personality? It's true that no one in this world is perfect, Davy roared loudly, go quickly, you guys. Davy snapped his fingers and shouted, it was easier than I thought. Luna complains about being tired, Davy promises to buy her ice cream. Davy asked about what happened, including Mr. Barris. Loon said, Mr. Barris and Lunas Jr.'s took care of him. According to reports, he repeatedly begged to go to the front line. However, Loon knocked him out. She thought that the weakness of humans is that they easily faint. When Davy heard that, he greatly rewarded her. Loon asked Davy, Sir Davy, is everything going smoothly? He replied, yes, there will be big news soon. A few days later, as expected, the command center received some very important information. The army of corpses was trying to make the front-line attack in full force, as if they were the living dead. Moreover, because the purple light is getting stronger and stronger, the epidemic is also quickly becoming serious. The undead army even has a team of elite and ghostly martyrs, meaning the guy calls himself the dead, the Lich, Claire or Fawn has begun to act. As a result, the allies sacrificed a lot. Davy was packing his things when suddenly someone called him. That's Elena. Elena came to visit you with a more miserable appearance, Davy said, you don't look very well, Elena. Elena said frankly, I need your help. Davy replied immediately, so what? Sullivan walks closer to Davy, haven't you heard the news yet? He said leisurely, news travels like the wind, he pleaded, the command center is currently very collapsed. Davy cut off his next sentence, so what do you want to say? Sullivan sincerely begged him, please help. Davy didn't wait for him to finish. He spoke up, he didn't want to. I should have known the answer already. The Allies' first battle wasn't too difficult, no, in fact they achieved victory so easily, everyone was quite confused, because it was probably like the zombies suddenly gave up midway. And just carelessly rushed forward without paying attention to the trap placed right under your feet. Perhaps because of that, the morale of the Allies was extremely overwhelming. And everyone praised Prince Sullivan, commander of the war, and candidate St. Alice. The fact that Prince Davy was the strongest among them no longer mattered. What mattered was that they had survived the battle and the one who led them to victory was standing right in front of them. On the other hand, Elena raised her voice and said that they needed Davy's help, but they all ignored it because of the influence of the prince and Alice. Alice didn't want Elena to do what she wanted. St. Alice told Elena, stop being so childish, Princess Elena. Elena is not inferior, all the casualties are due to your shortcomings. Alice advised, I admit that you are very talented but you are still too young to go to the battlefield, and that was when Elena, who was there to prevent things from getting worse, was treated like a useless princess. It's all because St. Alice candidate manipulated everyone. After a quick prediction of the state of the war and the success of the conquest, She established her own power over the Allied army in just a few days, minus the Grand Duke Catherine, the elder Eurus, or Elena who had conflicts with her from the beginning. And Prince Sullivan separated them. Now no one has an opinion anymore. Everything seems to be going their way. But everything turned upside down before the conquest team could act, in the end, except for the 3 fortresses Elena led, 1 fortress led by Grand Duke Firefox Catherine. And the 3 fortresses that were established by the headquarters of the Allied fortresses all collapsed. So the wounded were countless and Alice couldn't heal all of them. The morale of the coalition troops gradually collapsed. Prince Sullivan doesn't beat around the bush, he'll get straight to the point. Help us, Davy answered frankly. I don't want it. Prince Sullivan confusingly calls Prince Davy's name. Prince Davy doesn't beat around the bush. Prince Sullivan, everyone must take their correct position. That's very important, you probably understand what I mean. Davy approached Prince Sullivan. I remember I asked him to take me to the front line, but at that time he refused. Inside me is like a talking tool that can be taken out and used whenever needed. From the beginning I was not part of the Allied team, I only came to help for personal reasons. Davy turned away, but now it's useless, I will only teach the way that Minister Freya taught to treat the patients. Sullivan urgently called Davy. Wait, please wait Prince Davy. I admit I was stupid. So please help us, we can't continue to watch soldiers die. Davy turned around, explaining why he couldn't help in this situation. Okay, let's say I help you, but why can't I see the face of the person responsible for this incident? When Prince Sullivan heard Davy say that, he suddenly stopped and asked, not understanding clearly, what's wrong? He was a bit teasing. St. Alice candidate, is she the Pope? I don't understand why she is so rigid. Davy thinks that although this is an honorable position, in terms of power, even in the Holy Kingdom, I am her superior. But why? He rushed here, because she needed help. Davy smiled at Sullivan who was standing there stupidly. He went back to inform candidate Alice, there has to be a level of disregard for others because last time was the only time I let it go. Davy thought to himself, she had to be slapped in the face by reality to wake up. He turned to tell the person next to him, Loon, to invite the commander back. Sullivan quickly spoke up, wait, Prince Davy, seeing that he asked back, do you still have anything to say? Now the soldiers are dying. If you don't help, he hasn't finished his sentence yet. Prince Davy has stopped him, and so have the patients here. Davy insisted on not changing his original decision. I was doing my job. But that's probably not the case on the front lines. Prince Sullivan sighed, not knowing whose fault it was. Moving to another place, Elena was dejected and threw away her protective gear. Prince Davy walked in and spoke up, really surprised. Why don't you speak up, Elena? Elena held her head and spoke up, how can that change anything? You want me to do that even though you know my personality? I'm going crazy, I'm so angry. Elena hesitates and needs advice. I don't know, Davy, which side should I be on? He went to treat her and said, asking for help is the right thing to do even if it is for the good of the empire. She also voiced her doubts, but on the other hand, what is good? You are not a subject of the empire, but just someone here to help, but they ignore your opinion and treat you as they please, so what? This time it might be you, but next time it might be someone else, then everything will repeat itself. Elena was so angry that she couldn't bear it, even more upset that it was because of the saint candidate Alice that everything turned out like this. Davy comforted her, she also worked hard, she clenched her hands in frustration, reminding me that magic brings is to follow the Holy Kingdom's opinion, because that's what was mentioned in the treaty, that's why I tolerated her, but now I'm done with it. Elena was burning with anger, if she didn't want this to happen again. Then we have to seize the opportunity immediately. He read her current mood, he smiled and said, she was burning with anger. Elena seems to beg you, please Davy. I don't know what you want to do, but after everything is over, please help me. I'll do anything, so please. After the two met that day, a week had passed, the 8 fortresses in the south of the Farron Empire guarded by the granary were destroyed by their opponents. During that time, Davy did not waste a single moment treating patients. Last week there were just over 1,000. Berserk told him, it had finally passed 70%, it would probably take about 7 days to be full. Even though the battle is getting more intense, the casualties have decreased significantly, which is surprising, he said with a smile, I brainwashed that bastard. Davy made her increase her attack and discourage her, so that when the Allied fortress withdrew there would be no great problem. The command center was probably quite upset with Davy for constantly losing, but all Davy did was just observe the situation. Many complaining voices rang out, damn we're done, that's right, damn it, another dissatisfied person spoke up. They criticized the saint candidate. She was too useless, her holy power was no different from other ordinary monks. Davy was sure that before he knew it, public opinion would become very bad. Because of continuous failures, Commander Sullivan and St. Alice candidate's reputation has hit rock bottom. To be precise, Alice, who has been rising rapidly, is now facing backlash. The city gate opened just in time. The saint and her army returned under the unbelievable gaze of the people who had just criticized them. Of course, beyond saying, "Oh my God, they even withdrew their troops here, it's unbelievable." Davy just in time reached out and leaned forward to face the holy woman recommended by Alice. Alice said harshly, "I can't understand people like you." Davy heard that and calmly said, "What a coincidence, I also can't understand people like you." Seeing you keep nagging, Alice got angry. "It looked like I was joking. How could a demon like you receive a holy seal? You're just being stubborn in front of people who are on the brink of survival right in front of you. If you're not a devil, then what are you?" Davy replied, "I wonder who is really stubborn, when what I need just an apology." He lowered his voice. "Isn't it a shame that she chose to ignore victory just to protect her worthless, petty ego? However, Alice stubbornly said that your mission is only to support me with that huge amount of holy power. Don't think that you can be arrogant by possessing the holy seal. It's only been a year since you learned how to use holy magic, but I've been learning it since I was 5 years old. You think you possess the holy seal so you can learn what I can do?" Davy, of course, am at a loss for words with her. Oh God, she won't listen. Even so, she still arrogantly blames others. "I'm really angry with the great god Freya. Why didn't I receive the holy seal? If I am a true saint, then everyone wouldn't have to sacrifice like this." You are fed up with Alice's attitude. Just say it straight out. Then took out the sword and swung it in front of her. "This is the reason she cannot become a saint." He growled, "Listen carefully, the reason you didn't receive the holy seal is not because I took it away. There's no such thing as a limit to the number of people who can receive the holy seal, it's simply your incompetence." But her words were like water off a duck's back. She argued no matter what, for many generations, there was only one saint. What do you know? Hearing that, he pointed his sword at Alice's neck and asked, "What do you know about the great god Freya? Instructions are different from God, or holy words. How do you know if they are created by God or humans? She is a benevolent goddess." Just kidding, Freya never taught anything to humans in the first place. She only gave us strength and grace so we could find our own path. If you don't know the basics, what's so great about you? Alice said defiantly, "Aren't you the same?" Davy smiled faintly. "It's true, I can't know what Freya is thinking." She shouted, "It's blasphemous, you're a heretic, a pious person who would never compromise with the devil. Even if I die, I won't ask for your help." After saying that, she turned around and walked away. The war situation has escalated to the point where retreat is no longer possible as the Allies are pushed back by the zombie attack. Their next target is this place, the main base. Looking at the index on the system board, 19,025 out of 20,000, he calculated, it seemed there was about 1,000 more left for him to reach his goal, when someone came to see Davy. That person called out, "Prince Davy." I just saw Lena holding a cake in her hand and cheerfully saying, "Please eat this." Seeing that, he smiled and refused. "It's okay, candidate Lena," but she immediately held it out in front of him and begged, "Don't refuse, no matter how hard a person tries, they still need to eat to live." Energy supplement. Lena was another saint candidate trained by the Holy Kingdom along with Alice. Because of Alice's fierce and childish personality, Lena was pushed out of the race from the beginning. Then he also accepted her favor. Davy took the cake she brought and sat down to eat. Lena saw him eating the cake and was very happy. She sat next to him and said her sincere thanks to him. "You don't know how reassured we feel when you're here, dear Prince. We're glad that the patient's pain is less painful thanks to you." As expected, a smile is better than a depressed face, right? Berserk praised, "In fact, her wisdom is much more like that of a saint than that other person." He also agreed with Berserk. He asked Line again, "The war is going on out there, aren't you worried?" Line replied, "We need to do what we have to do here. If possible, I'd like to go out there and treat the fighting soldiers, but I lack the strength to stop the zombies' attack." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in. He shouted loudly, the outer western citadel had been attacked. There was an order to evacuate everyone. When Line saw that, he felt anxious and worried. What does that mean? "The western wall should be where candidate Alice is guarding," the soldiers said urgently. "Therese, no time. Saint Lena, we have to evacuate through the nearest door. This place won't be able to last long because the western outer wall has been attacked." Seeing this, Line panicked. What to do? Davy quickly reassured, "Just continue treating the patients, candidate Lena. If you get used to rubbing the top of the line, the zombies won't be able to set foot there. In his mind, he thought, Therese, no way I'm leaving this place without reaching 20,000 points. Line saw you patting my head and was startled, Prince Davy. Seeing that, he quickly let go and quickly apologized. Line smiled slightly, it's okay, you will go to the front line. Then she took out the cross and gave it to him. Please take this with you. This touched Davy. He took it. It's a good item, the concerned Line said. Please be careful. May God bless you. The scene changes to the Western Citadel. This place is now extremely chaotic. Smoke and fire everywhere is no different from a hurricane. The soldiers lost their fighting spirit and fell to the ground screaming, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Alice spoke enthusiastically, don't retreat, you can't compromise with the demons. This is a holy war, if he falls, the entire continent will be taken over by demons. Sullivan saw the unstable situation and shouted, we have to retreat, Candidate Alice, but she was determined not to leave. No, if we retreat, what will happen? He thought that everything would stop here, it would spread not only to the capital Farron but also to the entire continent. When he heard that, he immediately wanted to apparate and shouted, I'm the captain here. Regardless of our treaty with the Divine Kingdom, don't exceed your authority. Davy stood on high looking down at the tragedy below and shook his head, it was chaos. He looked up at the holy spear Longinus and said, if you give the holy seal to someone like her, it's clear what will happen. Therefore, she was never given this kind of power. Having said that, he used the holy spear Longinus. A stream of power descended, illuminating the entire area. The soldiers looked up at the sky in surprise. Sullivan gasped in surprise, Prince Davy. Seeing this, Alice gritted her teeth and was extremely jealous. He now cast a level 8 holy magic move. Then deployed and promoted. Everything was resolved smoothly, the battle was over. The soldiers shouted with joy. Only Alice angrily left here. When you saw that from above, you hesitated, what should you do? She didn't even realize that this situation was to evaluate her abilities. Berserk immediately said, didn't she have a chance to become a saint in the first place? But Davy smiled and said, not really. Each person is born with a different amount of holy magic. The candidates chosen by the Holy Kingdom are all people who possess a large amount of holy magic. Meaning they were people chosen by the gods, with such a huge amount of holy power, it also depended on how they passed the test to receive blessings from the gods. Whether or not she can become a saint depends on that is, both Alice and Line qualify for the first requirement, the second requirement is what clearly shows the difference. Berserk wondered, the ability to use holy magic. Davy shook his head and replied, wrong, it was their hearts. He explained to her that holy magic is an internal power, the more kind a person is, the more their qualities and holy magic are enhanced. Berserk said, now that you mention it, among the two of them, Lena's progress is slower. Hearing her say that, he asked, do you think there is any candidate in this generation who will become a saint? As he said that, he jumped down and continued to tell Berserk, looking at things that way, you are truly different. People say you can see a person's true nature when you put them in a position of authority, power or encounter difficulties. In this battle, two candidates are put in two positions with two different roles. I wonder how the gods will view their actions. Divine blessings will easily help compensate for the lack of talent. Meaning that to become a saint, the amount of innate holy power a person possesses has no meaning at all. Berserk exclaimed, what an unpredictable talent test. Davy also agreed with what she said. Just returned, the doctors and nurses are working hard to treat patients. As soon as I saw him return to the line, he was so excited that he rushed over. Prince Davy, seeing that, he asked her how things were going here. She excitedly said, did you see that a bright pillar of light crashed straight into that battlefield? The amount of holy magic gathered was so much that it gave me goosebumps. Even the Pope had never used that much holy magic. Do you think the goddess has descended to earth? Davy is not surprised by that. Line looked at his calm expression and seemed to understand. Could it be because of you? Davy scratched his head and smiled wryly and replied, I just think it would be very bad if the situation remained like that. Hearing that, she looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Oh my God, could it be that you are the goddess Freya? Hearing that, Davy huffed and touched the top of the line. His mouth opened with a smile and he said, do I look that much like a girl, Saint Candidate Lena? Hearing that, Lynn said with some hesitation, perhaps except for your sharp eyes. Then she stiffened and lowered her eyes for Davy to see. He was walking away, waving to call the line. We still had a lot of work to do, let's go. She quickly followed, oh yes. At the barracks at this time, the soldiers were extremely angry and reprimanded Alice, saying we will no longer listen to your orders. I can't sacrifice my people just because of your stubbornness. That's right, this has never happened before. We won't follow that order anymore either, Katarin said with a hearty smile. Well, that's good. Then she slowly walked away, speaking. The Lindy's Empire also agreed with them, but at this moment Sullivan couldn't help it. He said angrily, Candidate St. Alice, I won't defend your decisions anymore. This problem is because your ego is too big. You should reflect and reflect. Alice bowed her head and listened to the scolding words thrown at her. She dug her nails to the point of bleeding, but she didn't admit her fault at all. Level 8 stars. Her eyes showed hatred without any remorse. The light of holy magic, abandon me. She returned dejected. Suddenly stumbled at this moment, she fell down really hard. Alice angrily lay down on the ground. Suddenly, the voice of Claire echoed, a soul that was gradually falling. I have found, you will be the perfect vessel of the Lord. Alice looked at the voice in confusion. You are. At this moment he looked at Alice and began to manipulate. Follow me, I will let you feel the power on par with the gods and do not need their blessing. I will kill that boy who made you hate me, and you will receive the power you desire. Hearing that, Alice burst into contemptuous laughter. The goddess did not respond to my prayers in the slightest. I lost everything to that bastard. Why do I have to go through all this? She broke down, hugged her face, and lamented her fate. I trusted the light from heaven, and lived my whole life following it. But now that light has betrayed me. Having said this, without any hesitation, she rushed into the monster's arms. He hugged Alice and said, Now you will have to fulfill my wish. While I defeat that demon, with your presence, my lord will be reborn. Prince Damien, worship that name. He lived longer than me, and was the great being that led to the death of the first saint, Daphne. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a slash passed through, and a powerful voice spoke up, bold. Only saw the Claire's hideous head severed. Davy said arrogantly, Where do you think you are? The Claire hissed, Damn it. The connection between me and the core of life is broken. That sword was not an ordinary sword. Seeing that, Davy half smiled and said, If you know that then you will die, why are you stubbornly holding on? During that short time, you ate some ginseng. It seems like your mana increased a bit, he said with a cunning smile. You will regret not finishing me at that time. By the time I conquered 8 more fortresses and absorbed countless lives, I had recovered all the sealed life cores. Tremble in fear, mortal, soon my immortal lord will set foot on this land. Davy is fed up with his old talk. Even goddess Freya is replaced. What is immortality? It seems you are planning to use the body of the saint candidate as a vessel for your lord, Claire said arrogantly. The weaker the light, the stronger the darkness. The fallen saint is a rare vessel. There is something we can take advantage of. I've seen it, her emptiness and her anger as well as her despair. Davy heard that and said contemptuously, Why even look at useless things like that? You should shut up and die. He couldn't help but give a small smile. They'll leave you this gift. It would be something a mere mortal like you would not be able to afford. After saying that, he also disappeared. Davy clicked when he saw that. What he just said also caught Davy's attention. At this moment Berserk called softly to Davy, but he just turned away and said, Let's go. Outside the city wall, ice dragons are invading this place. There are ice mountains everywhere. Even inside the ice mountains are filled with human corpses. This place became very chaotic at this time. Katarin is trying his best to fight the ice dragon. In this situation, no one dared to be negligent. Sullivan signaled, Everyone prepare the stone throwers and bring a thicker rope. At the same time Davy also arrived. He looked at everything and asked the prince, How is everything here? Sullivan was happy when he saw him. You are here, Prince Davy. Was a dragon, a bone dragon appeared, looking at the ice dragon in front of him. Davy asked confusedly, Does that thing look like a dragon? Otherwise, what else could it be? But at this moment something fell loudly to the ground from the sky. It turned out that Katarin had just been sent flying. She struggled to hold her head and sat on the ground. This also meant that she had just failed after going into battle with the ice dragon. When Sullivan saw this, he screamed in terror, Grand Duke. Davy saw this and immediately ordered, Prince Sullivan, please gather the army's generals as soon as everything is handled here. He exclaimed in shock, but he just turned back and smiled and replied, We will start attacking the enemy's main base. Then he chanted the spell. Blue light flared up at his feet. Davy spoke, Noahs, accept my request and appear. Katarin and Sullivan were both stunned by the scene before them. He was speechless and stammered Prince Davy. Suddenly, a giant stone hand attacked, causing a loud noise, causing the entire ice mountain here to crumble. A giant stone man, with just a few blows, he easily defeated all the ice dragons. He spoke, I accept the request of the fake contract. The smoke and dust dissipated. The soldiers witnessed the whole scene, and when they saw the giant stone man in front of them, they screamed in terror, "Oh my God!" A few people sat down on the ground in terror. What am I seeing? At that time at the barracks, Davy told the soldiers that the number of participants was quite low compared to the beginning. Well, I don't have much time, so we'll keep it short. The enemy commander is at least a level 8 necromancer, do you all know that? Euless stood up excitedly and spoke up, level 8, even the most powerful elder of the magic tower is only level 7, so that means, Davy shook his head slightly and replied, yes it must be you guys, you don't know yet, not everywhere has a magician reaching level 8, I'm just reminding you to pay attention. But that guy didn't aim directly at the capital but instead took a detour and occupied 8 defensive fortresses here. Can you deduce the reason? Mon Meter replied neither quickly nor slowly, if that's the case, then he probably likes the fight, this war and wanting to strangle us would win quickly, but Davy immediately affirmed that it was wrong. And you denied, if that were the case then he would not force his army to attack regardless of the casualties, he would just attack and test us while giving us the false hope that he would not just marching towards the capital, all for the core of life he wanted. Having said this, he looked towards the prince, probably Prince Sullivan knew something about this. Sullivan hesitantly said, you're right, each fortress has a giant magic stone protecting it. Who would have thought that it was the core of life? At this moment, Elena raised her hand and asked, what will Mr. Din do? Her face was a bit gloomy. This means that no matter how many life cores he has, we will have to kill him that many times to end this war, 8 times, but Davy interrupted, 7. He said arrogantly, because I already killed him once. The whole hall was silent. Davy asked, how are the preparations for the next attack? Sullivan did not hesitate to answer immediately, well, we already have a lot of supplies and pretty good equipment, however, the morale of the soldiers is lower than ever. Hearing that he said, it's okay, please gather them together. We will march as soon as we raise our morale, please prepare immediately, seeing you in a bit of a hurry. Sullivan is a bit worried, wait, suddenly. He walked past Jack and softly called out, Ina. And Davy immediately signaled him, go find a few of our subordinates so they can draw peace and the soldiers to encourage and incite the soldiers to fight. He felt a bit uncomfortable with that, please call me Jack. Davy went outside to examine the situation. When I saw so many soldiers here, I wondered why the leaders, who should have been preparing for battle, gathered everyone here to give a speech, for the thing that affected the soldiers the most, nothing else but morale. And am the type of person who can take full advantage of available advantages to help soldiers gain more morale before battle. The stronger the recipient's faith, the more effective the effect buff spell using holy magic will be, so there must be preparation. Davy crossed his arms and spoke to the crowd of candidate St. Alice, whom you guys fought with a while ago. Realizing that the enemy general was breaking through our front line, she went out to stop and fight him but was defeated. He also kidnapped her. Hearing that, the soldiers were not very happy. What fun! Seeing everyone's attitude, Davy understood in his heart, public opinion was not on Alice's side, he could use that to his advantage. He raised his hand loudly and said, even so, will you accept defeat? Feel free to pack up and leave here if you're afraid, I won't stop you, but if you're willing to fight then listen, this. Davy arrogantly clapped his hands on his chest, who is standing in front of you? A saint, and the soldiers also shouted in unison, Prince Davy, cheers. Cheers, Saint. Seeing that, Davy smiled, good job, Ina, he whined in the background, Jack. Looking at everyone's excitement, Davy happily said, good, I can feel the will of you, those who stayed and only those people are the ones who are ready to return alive. He raised the holy spear Longinus and declared, I always trust everyone. I will fight with you in an epic battle that is completely different from previous battles. The army enthusiastically began to set out. They held their weapons majestically and without hesitation moved forward. A voice rang out, stabbing themselves to death. The Claire looked down at the soldiers a bit confused, but I don't see that guy here. He stood on the cliff and raised his voice threateningly, after all, your lives are in the Lord's hands, no matter what you plan, it won't change anything. There is only death waiting for you ahead, these fearless people. Then many of his soldiers emerged from the ground. He raised his voice, I will offer the blood you shed on this land to revive the Lord, and soon many ice dragons were flying towards the soldiers. The army was quickly overwhelmed, several people who were seriously injured shouted, help me. Then both sides rushed into battle. The Claire stood high and looked down. He felt cold down his spine. Even though I'm sure of victory, why? He wondered, I always felt suspicious. Suddenly a murderous aura radiated out. Davy didn't know when he appeared behind this Claire. He said coldly, "Do you like this opening?" Hearing that, he was startled and quickly turned around. As soon as he turned around, the next second he was stabbed by Davy's sword. He couldn't avoid it and fell to the ground. Davy crossed his arms and said contemptuously, "This answer is great." Then he snapped his fingers. A loud noise rang out, the ground shook. Immediately after that, a giant stone man emerged from the ground. Seeing this scene, he couldn't believe his eyes. Oh, those skeleton soldiers had all returned to their motherland. No way, Therese, no way a human would be capable of using a spell like that, Davy said with a smile. I thought so too, but what if it was just a simple spell? Don't worry too much, this spell also consumes a lot of my mana, he growled. You, in your hand, cast magic. He then used the deadly swamp move to attack Davy. But he just gently raised his hand, and a 7th level purification holy magic attack defeated his attack. Davy praised, "You did quite well this time," he growled. "I won't fall into the same trap twice." Well, you have the Elemental King's hidden trump card. I'm sure the amount of mana you use to use the Elemental King is not small. Berserk commented. Davy, you're really making it difficult for yourself. Not stopping there, the two fought again. The two sides collided violently with a roaring atmosphere. The one who hits, the one who defends, no one gives in to the other. The Claire used magic to make Davy fall into a state of paralysis, blindness and confusion. He said, "You really put all your strength into my curse." Berserk reminded him, quickly purifying himself, but he just laughed and said, "Forget it." Davy threw two swords, one with fire and the other with water, towards him. Immediately a loud explosion sounded. The Claire was beaten to pieces at this time. He clutched his stomach and fell to the ground. "Ha, that damn sword." Davy controlled the two swords to continuously attack, making him unable to fight back. He put his hands on his hips and sarcastically, "Just wait and see." Then Davy took out the holy spear Longinus. He raised it, "If this time you can dodge." Then he used all his strength to throw the holy spear at him. An explosion louder than ever erupted. The ground under pressure cracked open. The Claire sitting on the ground said proudly, "I know, while you are strong, your attacks are weak. You have reached your limit, you can't kill me anymore." When he heard him insulting him like that, his face darkened. Then smiled and said, "Really, why didn't I know? In your hand is a gem called the Core of Life." Davy in front of him crushed it with one hand. When he saw that, he was extremely confused. How could this be possible? Davy said proudly, "Now there are only 6 left. You're not the only necromancer who can use necromancy, those tricks are as easy as candy." Being tricked by you, he said angrily, "Damn, I really don't understand. How could a human being blessed by the gods be able to use necromancy, and even use spirit magic?" Davy thought, "I'm sure he would be horrified if I told him I could use it too, elemental magic too." He said calmly, "Isn't that good, Berserk?" She frowned and said, "Whether there is another war or not, when this is over you still need to rest." Davy heard that and immediately said, "Do you think my enemies will let me rest in peace? Because of these goblins I never have free time, only you know, I don't have such grand goals of saving the world or anything, but I need to let them know what the price is for messing with me." Berserk can't help Davy, so stubborn. "Watch the ice dragons fly away." Davy said, "They are retreating." Seeing that, Berserk asked, "What are you planning to do next?" "He will avoid you, so I will go find him myself." Davy chanted a spell to create a teleportation array. "Are you ready?" Very quickly he teleported to the Claire. Davy shouted from above, "I'm here." He was surprised. "Teleportation magic, how can you?" Davy clutched the sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "You didn't know I was coming, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut off his head with a sword. Then landed beautifully, like this, and now there are only 5 more left. Davy stepped closer to him. Fear appeared on his face. He shouted loudly, "Get away from me, why are you so mean?" He smiled crassly and said, "I told you I would wait until you came back to life." He said harshly, "You cunning bastard, you are more cunning than a devil." Davy said slowly, "Hey, since you're a butcher, don't talk about evil anymore, okay? You have 10 seconds left." When he heard that, he suggested, "Let's negotiate a bit. I acknowledge your strength, so please stop this endless and meaningless war of carnage." I surrendered. "That's right, I surrendered." "You're dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? The people you have killed so far, have they never tried to surrender to you?" Saying this, he grinned, 10 seconds had passed. Davy raised his sword and said, "It seems you only have 2 resurrections left now. See you later." After speaking, he took the sword and cut off his head. The Claire disappeared without a trace. Davy told her that he only had 1 life left. Let's see where his last location is. After detecting Davy's location, he felt frustrated, and Berserk also understood something. He laughed bitterly. The communication was interrupted, and sometimes the mana was so erratic. Berserk analyzed, he will continue to revive in this area. If I were him, I am sure that the safest place for me would be the old place where he was once sealed. Davy smiled, that's right. But I'm wondering how the route to that place got cut off so strangely. Indeed, it's really suspicious. Then he used magic to teleport to a certain point. As soon as he touched the ground, Berserk asked curiously, "Is this place?" She looked at this bustling ruin and felt worried. This place had changed. He walked gently, looking at the zombies around him. This place was filled with zombies stronger than the zombies on the battlefield, but the most difficult problem was the flow of mana here. This place is truly extremely chaotic. It is not strange that mana explosions can occur here at any time. Berserk worried, "Will you be okay?" Davy replied softly, "Well, acting alone will probably be more difficult." Suddenly a huge explosion broke out. When the smoke cleared, the Claire appeared. He screamed in surprise, "You bastard, you followed me here too. You will never be able to win against me." Davy smiled faintly, "If you want to stop me, then from beginning to end, don't let me find you." He performed level 8 fire magic, and immediately a fierce fire erupted. Everywhere was covered by a sea of fire. Looking at his pale face, Berserk worried, "Are you okay? Although you still have the strength to fight, you're still struggling. I'm definitely having a hard time right now. Without the red flag and the blue flag, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it." With a sound, Davy controlled the sword and stabbed him in the chest. He sat down on the ground. This guy hissed, "I curse your life." He boldly pulled the sword out of his body, smiled and said, "You just curse me, then I will break the curse. You have caused so many things. Have you left anything behind for this world? Have I left anything behind? Yes, in the end, we are nothing." He shouted, "But I swear my loyalty to you will always remain. Keep your head down, human." Davy was speechless. "What, are you crazy?" Suddenly Davy's pupils dilated. He discovered that something had pierced him. Davy knelt down. Seeing that, the Claire laughed happily. Berserk spoke, "Davy," then a sudden voice rang out, "Davy." Claire exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect. Now that he has been awakened, everything will be at the soles of my feet. These ugly humans will be eliminated." The corner of his mouth was bleeding. Davy sat down holding his stomach. He told him without fear, and everything would return to its original orbit. But as soon as he finished speaking, countless streams of air flew out from nowhere and pierced Davy's body. He looked at the things that attacked him and said, "This is nonsense, this is real." The next second that person attacked Davy. He was thrown away. I just saw a flash of light in the distance. A figure was slowly walking towards Davy. The footsteps became faster and faster. He saw the person in front of him curl up. "I didn't expect we would meet again this way, Candidate St. Alice." Davy was suddenly startled. A demonic aura appeared between Davy's eyes. Claire saw this and burst out laughing. "The Lord's power has already leaked from your body. Even if you carry the Holy Seal, you will not be able to withstand the Lord's power at the final stage of the 8th magic circle." Berserk expressed, "Davy, I can't believe Hess in that floor." Claire looked aside. Alice worshipped her, said, "Oh my Lord, Day and King of the Undead. I've been waiting to see this since the beginning of the plan to revive you. I can't believe I will be able to witness your power with my own eyes. Now I have no regrets anymore." Alice raised her hand to absorb his power. "This guy," he said with great satisfaction. "My lord," Alice spoke, "serve my trust, Claire. I will remember your devotion." Claire has no regrets, everything is for the Lord's great cause. She closed her eyes, absorbing every bit of the Claire's power. Davy looked at this scene from a corner and expressed his hatred, truly a fanatic. At this moment the surroundings became a little darker. She raised her hand and shouted, "My subordinates in the underworld, wake up and spread my news to this world. That a monarch whom everyone fears and respects, the King of the Undead, has finally returned to Earth." Everyone obeyed Alice's will. Immediately, countless beams of light appeared in the sky. Davy commented, "He certainly looked better than Claire Alfan." At this moment she turned her face to look at Davy. "That's right, you're still here. Have you come to prevent my resurrection, Pawn of God?" Davy said with a limp, I don't care whether you are revived or not. Your subordinate, the one you just absorbed to increase your power, has devastated this place, disturbing my rule. Hearing that, she froze. The reason you stopped me was just that, Star. She didn't pay any attention and turned away, saying to Davy, okay, now I'm in a good mood, now I won't kill you. Be grateful for my tolerance and disappear from my sight. Davy saw this and quipped, your arrogance is truly sky high. Don't tell me you're a Grim Reaper too. Alice smiled faintly, a Grim Reaper. I'm not that weak. From the moment I entered this world, I became a god. Seeing her so arrogant, Davy was speechless. It seems this guy is even crazier than the last one. Seeing that he insulted her, she immediately released a magic weapon at Davy. Then he resisted and lifted his body up. Alice's voice was cold. Be careful with your words, that's even better than a disgusting god. How disappointing it is that you cannot recognize who is honorable in this place. Even the holy woman of the past, Daphne, and the Lord's great apostle died by my hands. When he heard that, his eyes widened because he couldn't believe his eyes. He asked her, who killed who? She heard that, her face raised to the sky with pride and said, time has passed and the world has forgotten her name to that extent. The first female saint, Daphne, that was the name of the Lord's apostle whom I murdered. Davy said, I don't care that she was an apostle of God. Did you kill that old woman, Daphne? You looked at her mockingly, with that weak strength. She couldn't accept Davy's severe insult. She immediately launched furious moves that created a huge commotion. Alice yelled at Davy, your tongue seems to be the problem, God's apostle, just a snap of my fingers is enough to kill someone. Okay, if death is what you want then you will be satisfied. But I won't let you die that easily. You will have to prowl for millennia in torment in an endless hell, and finally your soul will be destroyed the moment your spiritual force runs out of strength. Davy exclaimed, I was only asking about etiquette, but what will you do after being revived through such a difficult ritual? Alice said coldly, the extinction of humanity. This place was occupied by hideous humans a long time ago, but now that will no longer be the case. Because my trusted relatives are sleeping deep beneath these ruins. He said sarcastically, how cruel and stereotypical. You don't even have a body. Seeing him constantly mocking her, Alice was extremely angry. She growled, die here, mortal, I am an immortal entity. You think you can kill me just because I don't have a body? Davy said calmly, immortal this, immortal that. Alice shouted, those who are unreasonable need to receive punishment. I condemn you to the eternal stream. I have cast a death curse on you. I am sure you do not know how honorable it is to be cursed by us. Davy spoke up, it's true that I will die if I don't have any defense. He slowly stood up in front of Alice's surprised eyes. What, are you curious that I'm still okay? Alice was confused. I'm pretty sure I placed a curse on your body, how could you not be affected? He smiled, hiding everything would be no fun, so we'll tell you two things. He took her hand. Then he said, look carefully to see who he is facing. Who exactly are you facing? An atmosphere that made Alice panic, she trembled. His face drenched in sweat, Davy calmly said, look closely. Alice stammered, what is this? The reason curses don't work is simple. If a person is under a high-level curse then lower-level curses will be neutralized by it. Which means this is impossible. A power like this couldn't be in you if you weren't a god, maybe. You just saw it, my soul was already cursed by a black magician of a higher level than you can imagine. And the name of that curse is beyond the cycle of cause and effect. It is a curse that will cause the recipient to escape their fate. Paradoxical, contrary to the cycle of fate. It means they will be abandoned and will no longer be protected by God. So you are completely eliminated from the cycle of reincarnation. The main effect of this curse is that, if Davy does not accumulate enough merit to enter reincarnation, either his soul will fly away, or his soul will forever float in the unknown. Davy smirked, as if a little bit of her curse could touch me when my soul was already cursed. He flicked her forehead and said, thanks to that I was also resistant to most of those curses. The pearl on her forehead was broken by him. He grabbed her neck with his other hand and tightened his fist. Now let's see how long she can last. Alice angrily shouted, wait, stop. I said stop, Davy said, fed up, you better stop screaming. Letting the outside see you will only cause more chaos. You should quietly disappear from here rather than let you get in the way of my battle with the World Tree later. Then he cast 9th level holy magic, then descended upon her. Next, he launched a massive cannon attack. Immediately a beam of light descended on Alice. A loud bang sounded, The surrounding ground shook. Davy commanded the god's index finger. As a god worshipper with a reincarnation curse, he knew he might get the god's attention, but he wouldn't have his support. The reason the gods gave him their powers was not to make him a saint, but perhaps to protect the people they loved. Berserk looked at Alice lying miserably on the ground and asked in wonder. Her aura had disappeared. Had she escaped? Davy calmly smiled and said, "She said she was immortal, she wouldn't die that easily. Whether hiding carefully in this body, or escaping to find another host." Suddenly at this moment Davy's pupils dilated. Suddenly a system panel appeared, the final salvation of the lost sheep. Berserk was surprised. "Is this how you treat your child?" But Davy roughly squeezed Alice's neck and scolded her. It was so annoying. He growled, "She said God abandoned her. Yet he still agreed with me to save you." Alice couldn't believe it. She stammered out, "What?" Davy said coldly, "What should I do? I want you to live like I have no such intention." Hearing that, she coldly replied, "Kill me." "There's no point in living." Davy created a blue flame in his palm, the corner of his mouth curled up. "I saw it too. There's no point in keeping someone like you who has no hope of living alive, they'll let you go without pain." But at this moment the fire in his hand suddenly disappeared. God's voice said, "Don't kill her, let her live. Save her." Davy's face darkened in anger. "It's really annoying." He let her go. Alice saw this and wondered why did you forgive me? But he just coldly said, "Don't ask me, I've been very upset all this time." Alice held her skirt and hesitantly said, "God still ignores my prayers, even though I tried my best to meet his expectations." She shouted excitedly, "Why don't you still look at me even though I'm struggling like that? Why do you make me go through such suffering?" Seeing that she still only knew how to blame others, Davy sighed sadly. Maybe she didn't understand. From the day she was born, there was never a moment when God did not bless her. Every step she takes is protected by a God, and perhaps she always finds a way to overcome difficulties and tribulations. Even though she had accepted to become a subordinate of the Prince Dayan, the reason her soul had never disappeared was thanks to the God's blessing. If you really want to, you can stop accepting that favor. One way to hide far away from God's hands, Alice said in a low voice, that was, but only Davy knew it was to reverse the cross. He smiled faintly and said, if she did that, all the favors and blessings she had received from God would disappear. Alice would no longer have any hope left. She told Davy, what's the use of doing that now? Davy frowned. Even the privileged and blessed were nothing in her eyes. It seemed she still hadn't regained consciousness. Then he slapped her in the face to wake her up. His mouth growled, so the fact that she was just saved could not be something I suddenly thought of. Don't tease me anymore. The reason things didn't go her way was very simple. Because this was a challenge that she had to overcome without God's blessing. Everything she had done until now was for the sake of her power and the title of saintess. At this point he also lost patience. Davy pointed at her forehead and said, you should think about it. The next second Alice was controlled by his power. Davy lectured her, she should really pay attention. She was turned around by him. Her eyes suddenly became lifeless. A light flashed and then went out. Alice also disappeared. An aura radiated everywhere. Berserk asked worriedly, is it okay to leave this place like that? Davy calmly replied, not really, I just don't want to touch it. Then he went out. Davy asked, Loon, are you still listening? Loon reminded him, get ready, there is a high possibility of having to fight. Davy said uneasily, burn the polluted forest, I'm so tired of having to purify it with holy magic. Berserk saw that, so he said, even so you still have to deal with the consequences. But Davy interrupted words, who cares? Davy angrily cursed, it's best to be alone when angry. Does she think she can't do anything without holy magic? Okay, let's see what you'll do without me, damn goddess. You start the system. Berserk asked, this is only to see a system panel appear with the words, purify the defiled land. Davy thought he was probably right. Davy insisted, no way. The system appeared again, purifying the polluted land. Berserk said, just try, but Davy firmly disagreed, no, Hess, not interested. He waved his hand in annoyance and said, I told you not to do it, I'll go home, don't do anything else, you can do it yourself. At this time, the system board showed another command. Davy quickly looked at it curiously. The system board announced that when purified, the power to summon death beasts would be unlocked. Davy was calmed down a bit. He calmed down and said, that's why you shouldn't touch those people. Then his attitude also turned 180 degrees. Davy coughed slightly, okay, giving up is also a victory. From now on I won't accept any more missions unless I want to. Berserk looked at him with judgmental eyes, seeing how quickly he changed his mind. Then he excitedly said, "Let's go, let's deal with the pollution in the forest." The system announced that after purification, the seal on the summoning of the 4 holy beasts would be lifted. Davy exclaimed, "Oh my God, just looking at it makes my nose swell." He was so happy that his eyes glowed, thinking about how she changed the rules of the world just to make a deal. Neither Taoist magic nor undead divine beasts existed on this Thionese continent. Divine beasts are entities created from human wishes in a world without gods or magic. So allowing those divine beasts to be here is no different than having superheroes appear on Earth in your previous life. Are not arrangements and principles that cannot be changed, because even for the gods this is not an easy choice. Looking at Davy's expression, Berserk was confused. What's wrong? Just seeing her become bigger startled Davy. She looked at him confused. Davy. Davy saw that and turned away. He blushed and said, "It's nothing." Then seriously speaking, as for the reward of purifying the remaining things, I'm actually not that interested, but it's not bad, but still. Davy's eyes are bright, he said convincingly. Wouldn't it be better if we discussed further? Berserk is helpless, you are like a corrupted human. Davy said again, but as soon as he uttered the 3 words, Davy's vision suddenly became blurred. He felt lightheaded, then lost consciousness and fell down. He had experienced this once before. Davy thought to himself, now that I think about it, I have a mission that I have completed. The system appeared, the savior of the plague sufferers 20,000 of 20,000 was completed. Davy is now in an illusory space, with an endless sunset-colored sky and white creatures wearing white robes. He sat down and looked at the things in front of him, talking to himself, so this was that place, and that was the world that made his heart go astray. When the will of a god, although real but very fragile, connects with a person, it will appear in the form most familiar to that person. That god, he gave Davy a spirit stone. Davy took the spirit stone in his hand and wondered, this is. At this time in the kingdom, the people were talking. One person said, "Have you heard the rumors about Prince Davy?" The other person replied, "Oh, I know, I heard that he is in a coma." Why did it suddenly happen like that? Who knows, but rumors say, it seems like the subjugation mission he carried out alone was too much for him. But he hid that hardship all this time so as not to burden everyone. Oh my God, what a saint, Hess really talented. Davy lay unconscious on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. He softly called Berserk. She got excited seeing that. "Davy, are you awake?" The 2 little girls Lan KY and Hong KY saw that he was awake and hugged him tightly. Davy looked at Berserk and asked her, "How long have I been sleeping?" She immediately answered, "About 4 days." Then he took out the spirit stone and said softly, "It seems like I've really worked too hard." Looking at the glowing thing in Davy's hand, the 3 of them were a little excited. "Oh my God, that's a spirit stone," Davy just said, "but it looks a little different." Davy heard that and immediately started the system, only to see that this was a spirit stone, a modified relic that could be recreated in the user once when the body and mind collapsed. Number of uses 1, conditions special will automatically use. She looked at the spirit stone and argued, "It's not that different." Davy shook his head saying, "No, actually it's even better. The previous pill has the condition that it can only be used when fighting an enemy that is a superior or superior entity. But this spirit stone does not have that condition, and it also includes the mind, not just the body. Not only that, look at this word regeneration, does it look familiar?" Berserk is a bit confusing. Transforming after death, Davy continued, although it certainly wouldn't come to that. She said immediately, "If there are no conditions when using it, wouldn't it be better to use it now? Incomplete transformation and complete transformation are worlds apart." He smiled slightly, "Because my body now is like a compressed bomb. If I force it to change, it will cause a mess. Just think slowly." Scene change to the Alliance meeting room. The soldiers and Prince Sullivan are here. Davy suddenly appears and speaks up, "Everyone did great." He walked in and warmly greeted everyone. As soon as they saw him, everyone was stunned. "Davy, Prince Davy." Seeing them so excited, Davy frowned and said, "What is it? Why are they so surprised?" Berserk said calmly, "Because you have been sleeping like the dead for 4 days. It seems like they all think that you face danger even though you didn't know about that danger." Davy exclaimed to himself, "It's true that I overcame it. This misunderstanding is a good thing." He walked up to them, a little embarrassed and said, "Sorry I'm late." Sullivan came out to greet him. He asked with concern, "It's okay, how are you feeling?" Davy listened to that and ignored him. Avoid saying, "Therese, no time to worry about that. We still have work to do, right? There are still many places that need to be purified." I have to finish them all because I said I would take responsibility. Sullivan was worried, but he wasn't completely cured yet. Davy smiled. In his heart he understood. It was only because he was summoned to receive the Spirit Stone. In fact, his body was so strong that he could fly around already. Sullivan is worried about Davy's health. He keeps advising, "You don't have to do that, Prince Davy. The priests are purifying the land. It will take several years to complete." But Davy is serious. The question asked, "So what if the death energy escaped during that time?" He said solemnly, "Our goal is to prevent all sacrifices, but you must preserve your body, Prince Davy. Even if you are not affiliated with the holy country, you are still the only saint." Davy insisted, "That is the reason why we have to act." He said courageously, "A person loved by the gods cannot be lazy." His heart is full of enthusiasm, but he still lies a little, loving something. "Because you are also a lazy person, you assured everyone that I will purify the forest right here. Don't worry, when I'm there everything will be fine." Everyone who heard it felt somewhat admired. Our great saint, while Davy won the hearts of everyone in the league. Right now in the Western Farron Empire, strangers are going to another part of the empire. They walked slowly on the barren road without a single person in sight. The person behind spoke up to break this quiet atmosphere. "Sir Jurgen, are we doing the right thing?" Jurgen took down his hat and said, "Don't doubt yourself. What will happen if you doubt the words of the mother tree? Remember that the fundamentals will be affected if you waver." He finished speaking, facing the sky. Looking at the sweltering heat, the Jurgen hoped, after all, the elves were a distant race, they would not be able to live separately forever. Besides, if we can't avoid a fight with that human Davy, then we might as well find a way to benefit the elves. The person behind spoke again. He said that among the human kingdoms, the Palan kingdom is the largest, right? So are they willing to help us take down Prince Davy? Jurgen replied, "We must negotiate." He walked forward. After a few steps he stopped and told him, "As a race known for its greed, humans will not refuse our offer if we offer something good enough. The god of the tree has also decided to cooperate with us." He heard that and nodded. "That's right, it's obvious that they would want to forge a good relationship with the elves rather than with a prince, of a small kingdom." Something they were confusing here was the political effort that Prince's small kingdom had put into preparing for this special occasion. After the death of Claire Orphan, the undead, who had lost their masters, returned to the underground. If there was anything to worry about, it was the fact that the king himself, Dayan, was still alive, and the fact that there were still large numbers of undead left in the remnants of the underworld. If they started attacking, it would be a big trouble, but for some reason, no zombies were seen. As if they were preparing to gather somewhere else, Davy squatted on the tree. Davy pondered. As for the saint candidate Alice, it was concluded that she was kidnapped and returned safely. It would be better if she died while heroically fighting the enemy, and he'll go back to tell everyone about it. But she is still alive and well, and the fact that she has God by her side to protect her is something I cannot deny, so I decided to just follow God's will. Thanks to that, now Hess here doing this annoying cleaning job. It only took Davy a few seconds to take down all the zombies. Everyone looked at him with admiration. "Oh, how he cleans up. That guy could have just left those zombies for the soldiers to deal with in just a moment." He did this even when his body was in such a state. He was a true saint, he was a divine being. Hearing those compliments, Davy's nose widened. Pointing with that, his stock also skyrocketed today. After the power against the living dead disappeared and the aftermath of the war was dealt with, the Allied forces dispersed after a simple meeting. It's time for Davy to return. Everyone is present. Goodbye to you, Prince Davy. Please visit our kingdom soon. We will make sure you get the best treatment. Please visit our kingdom too. Everyone loved Davy. They gathered around him and kept praising him. He deserved all the praise. It would be a privilege for us if he came to visit our kingdom. Katarin saw that and shouted loudly, Hey, don't keep jumping at my nephew-in-law like that." Davy was speechless. "You were the one jumping and someone else. Now someone is calling you, Prince Davy." The person who came was Cullen. He shook hands with him and smiled and said, "General Cullen, are you returning?" He replied, "I also want to stay a little longer to help you, but I cannot leave my kingdom without a master, too long." After saying that, he urged his niece to come. "Hey, come here quickly and say hello to him." The girl shyly stammered, "My name is Hula Mendes, thank you." Cullen introduced, "She is my niece. I heard you saved her from a zombie attack." "I am very grateful. This child is my only remaining family member. I won't forget this favor." Davy heard that and humbly said, "You don't have to worry too much. It's only natural to save a comrade in danger on the battlefield." Cullen praised, "I understand why you received so many compliments. Please visit my kingdom someday. I hope you will be healthy until then." After the two left sight, Berserk scoffed. This scammer? Davy smiled. Isn't it natural to respond to offers of goodwill? Now then, Davy tilted his head to look at Elena. What are you doing here? When she saw him, she was startled. Suddenly my face became hot, my mouth stuttered. That thing. After a while she still didn't say anything. Davy said, there is an item I need to find. As soon as she heard that, she said with great confidence, what do you need? Tell me, I will find it for you. Seeing that, Davy didn't understand why she was so interested. He coughed softly, I need to make some charms, so even window paper would be fine. Elena wondered, what leaves? Davy immediately suggested, how about a blank scroll? She hesitantly replied, that would be a bit troublesome. I'll ask the supply team commander to see if there are any left, but I'm not sure there are any left. A while later, Elena returned with a chest containing many scrolls. She said, he gave me these after I said you would use them. You're almost more like the royalty of this kingdom than I am. Davy was pleased, it's good that he thinks well of me. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. Okay, don't make me laugh, you know what they call you at the command center, Davy grumbled, you can go home if you are going to keep saying nonsense, meaning. Then she asked curiously, what are you planning to do with all those scrolls? Davy excitedly held the paintbrush and replied, something good. She thought that this was a bit different from a normal scroll. Davy had drawn some shapes on the paper. He replied, yes, but it wasn't magic. Are you planning on doing something strange? How many things do you know in the world? Davy continued, I also wonder. Now, he crumpled the papers. Then threw it into the sky, muttering, we will have a reaction if the goddess keeps her promise. The papers glowed and flew up. Elena couldn't believe her eyes, those papers were floating. Davy explained, this was a form of summoning. Then he asked, what do you like best among birds, lizards, turtles and cats? She was a bit confused when she heard him ask that. What bird? Davy smiled, choose one. She thought and said, if I had to choose, I would choose the bird. Doesn't a bird flying in the sky look very free and unfettered? Davy casually said, okay, so it's a spicy chicken, huh? After hearing that, she was stunned. A chicken cannot fly. Davy began to recite the spell. A beam of blue light was burning the amulet. I summon you in my name, Vermilion.